You've clearly awakened the only divine tier profession, yet you've holed up in the school for 5 years, stubbornly refusing to graduate. Keep in mind, this is no era of peace, it's a world invaded by games, where only 30% of adults awaken professions, and once awakened, they must immediately transition to their roles and head to the battlefield to defend their homeland. As a result, you've become the coward and deserter in the eyes of the entire school, with even your former classmates now serving as your homeroom teacher. But everyone knows awakening is just the first step. Only by completing the system's tasks can one truly succeed in transitioning. Some people finish their tasks by doing just 10 push-ups, while your activation condition is singular, firing a staggering 1 billion bullets because you've awakened the one and only divine tier profession, the celestial gunsmith. For this, you've burned through the small fortunes left by your parents. Today, you've already fired 999,999,900 bullets, the trigger pulled, the bullet precisely hitting a fly on a target a kilometer away. Sweat trickles down your cheeks, soaking the ground of Jiangchuan High School's shooting range. Just 100 more shots. You take a deep breath, pick up the machine gun beside you, and unleash a furious barrage at the shooting wall. Shell casings rain down, clinking crisply against the metal floor, the bullet holes on the wall gradually forming a portrait. It's your current homeroom teacher, Shin Kurson, also your former class monitor. 5 years, a full 5 years. Do you have any idea how I've lived these 5 years? In this world where awakened are as common as dogs and monsters roam everywhere, tens of thousands of awakened die on the battlefield each year. Imagine the thickness of the skin you've had to grow to stubbornly avoid graduating, pretending all this time. Familiar mocking laughter echoes behind you. No need to turn around to know it's those few students who've successfully transitioned, here to gawk at you again. Senior Xian, still pretending to work hard here? My little brother, 2 years younger than you, is already at a transition university, and you're still playing with toy guns, a blonde-haired boy sneers sarcastically. You ignore him, focusing intently on your shots. Over these 5 years, you've heard too many similar taunts long since learning to turn this noise into motivation. The final bullet is fired. Congratulations on completing your profession activation task. Statistics show you fired 1 billion bullets during activation, achieving an unprecedented and unrepeatable feat. Profession strength increased to maximum. You have successfully activated the divine tier profession, celestial gunsmith. Profession talent, mechanical ascension. Your skill tree consists entirely of firearm-type awakening skills. Your information cannot be forcibly viewed. You cannot be harmed by your own skills. Passive skill, Arsenal of Nations can cast skills once without cost when energy is insufficient. Active skill, Annihilation Beam summons 18 beams of destruction energy, each 100 meters in diameter, from the heavens to attack and lock onto enemies at the user's will. All skills are awakening skills. Is this what it feels like to cheat? Overflowing with exhilaration, you immediately set off for the secret hall to take your graduation exam. The secret realm hall was bustling with noise and excitement, coinciding with the student awakening season, as countless newly advanced class changers came to challenge the trial dungeons. Next, Xian Yuan, the staff member, called out without even looking up. As you stepped forward, the surroundings fell silent for a brief moment before erupting into whispers. Isn't that the 5-year repeater from Jiangchuan High? The so-called useless waste? He actually awakened a class? I thought he'd be the school's mascot forever. Just a gunslinger, nothing rare. Ignoring the chatter, you strode straight toward the teleportation array. A flash of light later, you were transported to the goblin dungeon. A vast forest stretched before you, with a towering goblin castle in the distance. Other class changers around had already begun forming parties to grind monsters, but no one was willing to team up with a freshly awakened waste. Perfect. Time to test my new skills. You climbed a high slope, raised your thumb to measure the distance, and locked onto the center of the goblin castle. Annihilation Beam. With those brief words, a violent surge of energy particles erupted across the area. 18 colossal energy pillars, each 100 meters in diameter, descended from the sky and crashed into the goblin castle. Boom! 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 The rotating pillars expanded outward, obliterating everything in their path: forest, castle, and tens of thousands of goblin soldiers, reducing them all to crimson vapor in an instant. Surviving students fled in terror, while your experience bar skyrocketed like mad. You have slain the Goblin King. Obtained 100,380 EXP. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 41. One shot, level 41. Pure bliss. Then, activating your storage bracelet, you swept up tens of thousands of scattered equipment and items, along with that dazzling golden SSS rank clearance token, in the blink of an eye. When you exited the collapsing dungeon, the entire hall fell deathly silent. Everyone stared at you as if you were a monster. The staff member's clipboard clattered to the floor. SSS rank evaluation. They stammered. How is this possible? Meanwhile, in the Jiangchuan High faculty office, the atmosphere was tense. Several teachers huddled together, discussing how to persuade you, the useless repeater, to drop out. He's just a coward clinging to life. Keeping him here will only tarnish our school's reputation. We need to find a way to make him quit. Just then, the office door swung open, and you walked in. Teacher Chin, I'm applying for graduation. You placed the dragon-engraved, golden-orange token gently on the desk. The 3 glaring SSS letters on it plunged the office into stunned silence. The teachers who had been pontificating moments ago now stood frozen, their expressions stiff as if struck by lightning. Wait, Sudi got the SSS grade pass token. The teachers present looked at each other and sucked in a breath of cool air. They thought that it would be heavenly if someone like Sudi could take a B grade clearance. But the other party actually directly took the strongest pass rating? Retaining the grade for so long to get this evaluation is still slacking off. Sudi sighed slightly from the side. This caused the other teachers to go wild inside. You call this slacking off? The eyes of the teachers present all became different as they looked at Sudi. They knew that the SSS level pass evaluation didn't have much to do with grade retention, and that it mainly depended on how strong the talent was. Putting it into the old times, if everyone could get into a top university by repeating a grade, then the university would have long been the world of students who repeated a grade. Students with SSS grade evaluations could go directly to the most top-tier universities and become the pride of the heavens. If they could get this credential, they would rather repeat their grades for 20 years. Am I right? Sudi really did lay the foundation. Chin Kuxin was genuinely happy for the other party. Within the last 10 years, the highest rating of all the previous transmigrants in their province was nothing more than SS grade. However, Sudi got an SSS grade evaluation, which was in existence that set a new 10-year record. Teacher Chin has a point. The expressions of the teachers present were dumbfounded. The SSS grade evaluation was enough to override everything, and now Teacher Chin was truly right in everything he said. Sudi, you've graduated now, so you don't need to call me teacher anymore. Chin Kuxin finished updating the information of the other party's transfer school credit network on the internet. The other party was now definitely a talent that all the major military schools, as well as the top guilds, wanted to frantically recruit. Then I'll still call you class president, after all, I'm used to calling you that in the past. Sudi smiled and opened his mouth. He was embarrassed to open his mouth when he called his former classmate teacher before. By the way, did you look at our class group before the school committee yelled in the group that they wanted to hold a class reunion? You should be free to participate now that you've graduated. Chin Kuxin chatted with the other party in a good mood. Back then, there were quite a few people in their class who had become transmigrators, and as a result, it was just Sudi who hadn't gone to the university. In the blink of an eye, everyone had graduated, and Sudi's achievements nowadays were completely worthy of what he had once paid. I also don't know how they are now. Sudi thought back to the beginning. He hadn't seen his other classmates for a long time. That's okay? A teacher wearing glasses next to him had lemons in his eyes. Chin Kuxin, as a recently graduated teacher, was young and had a face. He had explicitly and secretly tried to pursue the other party to invite them to dinner, only to be rejected by the other party. Now that he saw Chin Kuxin and Sudi chatting warmly, he really didn't feel good in his heart. Mr. Chin's year-end bonus is afraid that he's going to get rich. The teacher with the Mediterranean hairstyle was secretly envious in his heart. A student who could score an SSS grade evaluation was a rare existence in the whole country. This would not only increase the school's honor, I'm afraid that even the higher-ups would personally come down to praise Chin Kuxin for her good teaching. Teacher, we passed the examination mysteries. 2 male students appeared at the doorway. The armor on their bodies appeared to show signs of fighting. Clearly they had worked hard to achieve good results. Ooh, Senior Su is actually here as well. One male student had discovered the other's presence. They had seen the conversation between Sudi and Chin Kuxin at noon and laughed at the fact that the other party hadn't graduated yet. Now that they had both gotten their past graduation evaluations, they were not comparable to this old fart. Let me help you guys update your information first. Teacher Mediterranean walked back to her seat to help the 2 students update their information. Teacher, we got the secret realm B rating. The inch-haired male student rubbed his nose with his index finger proudly. This achievement of theirs was considered exceptional when looking at the entire year group. Mr. Mediterranean responded indifferently. If it was normal, he might have even praised this student. However, after seeing that Su-ri had gotten an SSS grade evaluation, it was hard for him to be a waterfall in the ocean. Teacher is a bit strange today. The inch-headed student was puzzled in his mind. The fact that they got a B grade evaluation should be good news. But why did the teacher's face become so embarrassed? Senior Sudi here, is he ready to graduate this year? Another yellow-haired student asked the other in a manner. He thought that the other party didn't dare to graduate again this year because he was afraid of death. Yeah. Sudi bashfully replied back. Senior Su must have an A in his graduation grade this time. I'm not so good, I only got a B grade evaluation. The yellow-haired student grinned as he finished. He purposely lifted up the other party, just knowing that scraps were still scraps no matter how long they studied abroad. After all, coming out and mixing in this era was to rely on talent professions to speak. Grade B does still need to work hard. Su D nodded in agreement. Yellow-haired student? I'm just being modest, you actually took it seriously? Just when he wanted to ask the other party about the secret realm evaluation he had achieved. Other side. The inch-haired boy looked at the computer webpage and let out a shocked gasp as he looked at the ranking of our school's students' achievements. SSS grade. Our school actually produced a student who scored an SSS grade evaluation in the secret realm? There was incredulity in his tone. The best results of the previous students in their academy were only S grade. Looking around the province, it would already be tops if they could get an SS grade evaluation. Teacher, was it a rocket class student who scored an SSS grade evaluation? The yellow-haired boy hurriedly asked when he heard this explosive news. Those who could get this score could only be those top-class students in the school. No. Mr. Mediterranean sighed. He didn't even bother to answer this stupid question. There was only Su D in the classroom besides the two of them, so who else could it be? Ahem. Su D suddenly coughed twice. The yellow-haired boy couldn't help but look at the other party, as if he realized something. It can't be Su D. The yellow-haired boy couldn't help but blurt out at this. There was no way, the other party's demeanor was just too pretentious. What wouldn't be, isn't Su D's pass voucher on Mr. Chin's desk? Teacher Mediterranean was also convinced of the eye power of the two students underneath him. As the words fell, the two students finally found the orange and yellow token in the corner of the desk. They personally ran to the front of the desk and saw that the token had Su D's name written on it along with a large SSS level. People were going to be shocked numb. Su. Brother Su, the gunsmith profession you activated is a super rare gunsmith profession, right? The two students' address instantly changed to the more affectionate brother. They sort of knew what it meant to be the pinnacle of pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. The two even brainstormed whether Su D had intentionally stayed back in school for 5 years just to see through people's hearts during those years. It's a bit more rare point. Su D opened his mouth in a salty manner. These two people's attitude before and after is comparable to the speed of light changing faces. Have to say that this is the reality on Earth. Su D will send the graduation certificate to your home in a few days. You can check the information of your favorite military university in the next 2 days. With your grades you won't have any problem going to any university. Chin Coxin at the end let the other party to check the preferred school well. With Su D's results this year's national top student was no problem. No. Su D responded with a sentence, but inwardly he had other thoughts. Any skill he had now was an awakened skill, and didn't need to go to the so-called university. It would be better to develop himself alone first before saying anything. Su D left the school after saying goodbye to Chin Coxin. He stepped out of the campus in search of a new leveling map. This time, he was going to level himself up to turn 2. Chapter 5, Extreme Complete Body. It's also time to study to learn the new awakening technique. Su D left the school and opened the panel to tap the skill tree interface. This world did not have the so-called skill books. In the era of universal transfer, there were tens of thousands of professions alone, each with different characteristics. If there were skill books, it would be harder than hell to find a skill that suited one's profession. On the panel, the skill tree unfolded. At the root of the skill tree was the universal arsenal. On the branches of the skill tree, there were numerous golden awakening skills hanging from the top of the tree, and each awakening skill was like a golden fruit. Sure enough, my skill tree is full of awakening skills. Even though Su D had known it for a long time, he was still shocked at the sight of a tree full of awakening skills. Many Transfigurator skill trees only had purple grand move skills at most, failing to have awakening skills. The awakening techniques in this world are precious, and anyone's awakening techniques are unique and will not be repeated. Even the very lucky transmigrator a whole skill tree, but also 2 or 3 awakening techniques, and are the existence of a large late to learn. Especially Su D 9 Sky Gunsmith profession, proficient in all firearms awakening skills. His skill tree looked even more lush and large. The Ranger Gun Saint skills are there too, Ness. A flash of light flashed in Su D's eyes. This profession also belonged to the gunsmith branch profession. Among them, the Ranger Gun Saint was known as the most handsome and gorgeous profession. Among them, Su D's main focus was on the Ranger Gun Saint's career awakening technique, which was actually still a passive. And the passive skill is not need to consume spiritual energy to launch the skill. Winged kill, passive, armor break plus 100% any of your bullets will be enchanted, and you can trigger the enchanted bullets by snapping your fingers. Each bullet's explosive power is 1 ton of TNT for every 100 power points you have. You can use it together with your movement speed skill to make a magnificent and cool combo move. Cost to learn, 100 million amethyst coins. This awakening technique is passive and doesn't even need to consume mental energy. I'll be blowing up from now on with just my general attacks. Su D was greatly amazed when he saw this effect. The Ranger Gun Saint's skill truly achieved both splendor and strength. One should know that 5 kilograms of TNT was enough to blow up a tiger tank. 1 ton of TNT could easily collapse a 600-meter skyscraper. 10 tons of TNT is the power of 20 Tomahawk cruise missiles. The higher the attack power, the more powerful the bullet explosion. Flesh and blood are bitterly weak, and machinery soars. Su-D can shoot more than just a bullet. His attack was also more than 100, it would only get higher. The next movement speed skill needs to be looked at as well. Su-D looked towards the gunsmith's movement skill. As expected, even the shift skill was an awakening skill. Looking around the world, awakening skills were the existence of the ultimate killing move, and awakening skill shift skills dared not be imagined. Quantum Moonstep, the arc-shaped moonlight generated under your feet can step on the air to move quickly, the fastest you can reach the effect of instantaneous body. You can make your body quantum for 10 seconds cost to learn, 100 million amethyst coins. Sure enough, it's an awakening technique shifting speed technique, quantization for 10 seconds even. Su-D couldn't help but marvel at the powerful shifting speed under awakening technique. The so-called quantization was similar to making the body deflate like a quantum ghost to isolate most attacks. This was not only an excellent divine skill for chasing and killing, but also had the miraculous effect of protecting invincibility. 2 awakening skills also cost 200 million amethyst coins. Su-D wasn't the least bit flustered by the amount of amethyst coins the skill tree needed to consume. He had previously fought the Goblin Kingdom's secret realm and obtained over 80,000 equipment props. With these items in place, it wasn't difficult to learn the 2 skills. Su-D followed up by listing all of his equipment on the trading house. This world's trading house is very intelligent, equipment will automatically appear on the current average market price is very convenient. Su-D to get all the equipment to 90% discounted price to sell. It doesn't matter if he lets those merchants who buy and sell to earn a little bit of change, the main thing is that he needs to sell these items quickly. After he finished listing the equipment, it was no surprise that the selling speed also belonged to the extremely fast. The equipment you listed on the trading house has been sold for 637,291 amethyst coins. The equipment you listed on the trading house has been sold for 532,729 amethyst coins. The item you listed on the trading floor has been sold. Gain 701282 amethyst coins. Layers of transaction success emails quickly popped up from Su-D's personal panel. Account amethyst coin balance 340,511,000,000. You have learned the awakening technique winged motion killing. You have learned the awakening technique quantum moonstep. Accomplished the small goals so easily. Su-D looked at his account balance with physical and mental pleasure. He had very little money left on him in order to shoot 1 billion rounds. But now the wealth he earned from a single skill was in existence that an ordinary transmogrifier would have a hard time earning for decades. Su-D once again tapped out his personal panel, opening the trading house to inquire about purchasing gunsmith equipment. This world's equipment quality was categorized into common, rare, epic, legendary, and brave. He was going to a level 60 map next, and even if his awakening skill was strong, he risked being seconded if he didn't have good equipment. Among all the equipment before the 3rd turn of the profession, the best quality was the legend. Higher quality equipment were all after the 4th turn. Su-D spent $128 million in the trading house to buy a whole set of legendary equipment. Among them was the level 40 gunsmith weapon, which already had the unlimited bullets feature. Red Devil Eye of Death. Category, weapon. Level 40. Quality, legendary. Effects, unlimited bullets, full attributes plus 180, rate of fire plus 80%. Description, 2 handheld small submachine guns. Legend has it that the design of this piece of equipment was inspired by old-timey gun games, so if you use it to fight zombies the results will be better. Inheritance Purple Moon Longcoat. Category, defense. Level 40. Quality, legend. Effects, physique plus 196, agility plus 201, any damage taken is reduced by 5%. Description, legend this equipment's success must be forged under the purple moon in order to appear. Dark gray Ellen Rouse cowboy hat. Type, defense. Level 40. Quality, legendary. Effect, mental power recovery plus 20%, effect, mental power recovery plus 20%. Effect, pull down the brim of the hat I bet in your gun, there are no bullets. Bang! Inheritance Purple Moon Belt. Su-D brushed the monsters of the entire secret realm, and the total profit was only 300 million amethyst coins out. Like all games, even if the quality was equally legendary, the strength and value of the equipment was different. Su-D's level 40 inheritance legendary equipment was even more powerful than a normal strength level 60 legendary equipment. With these equipments in place, it will be easy for me to unleash the quantum moonstep with my spiritual power. Su-D's heart breathed a sigh of relief after finalizing his equipment. The movement speed skill consumed very little mental energy, and his current mental energy recovery was enough to use it casually. And the gunsmith's full set of equipment template had already been finalized, so he could just replace it depending on the situation when he obtained powerful equipment in the future. However, this set of equipment of mine seems to look more like a humongous bandit and less like a ranger. Su-D looked at the clothes he was wearing. A purple power suit showed off a slim body, with 2 red Death's Eye submachine guns on his waist, matched with a dark gray cowboy hat that was solemn and cold. Very magical version of the Western Ranger gunman's sense of vision. Under the enhancement of the full set of equipment, Sude's attributes gained an unprecedented surge. Personal information. Name, Sude. Profession, gunsmith of the 9 heavens. Level, 41. Physique, 1226. Strength, 2150. Spirit, 1329. Agility, 1106. Awakening technique, destruction ray, winged motion killing, quantum moonwalk. Click to expand more. Next we can focus on going to upgrade to the first turn level. After Sude perfected his equipment, he prepared to head to Black Rock Volcano. This was a map with numerous bosses. Upgrading to level 60 turn 2 was not a problem, and more importantly, one could also obtain a large amount of high-quality equipment. Front row tip: attributes such as strength of a human transmogrifier and attributes such as attack of a monster are not equal data units. 1 point of strength of a human transmogrifier definitely translates to more than 1 point of attack, which is so insignificant. The equipment bonus in this world is much more than the personal upgrade attributes. A very simple example: assuming that the adult combat power is 10, then adults equipped with machetes combat power at least 15, adults equipped with AK-47 combat power at least increased to 300. Game fusion reality: everything becomes stronger, humans become stronger, the same weapons have become stronger, only the difference between humans and weapons will not be as big as reality. Chapter 6 Art is explosive. Outside the city. The students who had just graduated today were gathering to sweep the level 10 monsters. The battle was thoroughly fought in this area. Many students were struggling to do fierce battle with the monsters. The higher the level, the harder the monsters were to deal with. These teenage-level monsters outside the city today were no longer monsters that they could easily deal with a few slashes. Swift, swift, swift. Several perfect half-moon blue arcs were traced in the Rin air. Sude's figure rushed to the Black Rock Volcano extremely fast. He used quantum moon steps to hurry and didn't even go to the teleportation array. In the Rin air, the slender figure was extremely fast. Sude rushed on foot this time. In addition to feeling the most coveted flying of human beings, he also familiarized himself with mastering the use of moonsteps. The blue moon arcs stepping out from under the man's feet were as sharp and diffuse as a blade. The monsters below only slightly touched the airwaves from the moonsteps' stomping bodies before they were destroyed. What kind of skill is this? This is the first time I've seen a movement speed skill with an offensive nature. I've been fighting an elite ogre monster that I haven't finished in half an hour, and Big Brother killed this monster in seconds just by passing through the stomping air. This Big Brother's suit is too handsome, isn't it? Is this the strongest person that has appeared in our city? I've seen the equipment and weapons book. This is all legend level equipment, and in the effect attributes are full match equipment. This Big Brother is also too rich. The students present looked at the purple silhouette that swept above them and spoke excitedly. The other party had killed quite a few monsters directly below in seconds while they were rushing along. Is this the welfare that Big Brother brings? Dabbling in a little bit is more enjoyable than me fighting monsters for half a day. Quite a few students were nearby picking up the level 10 or so equipment dropped by the monsters that the Big Brother lifted his leg to exterminate. These things were not even a hair to the strong, but they were precious existences to them. With his quantum moon steps, Sude easily rushed to the Black Rock Volcano 200 kilometers away. The game fused with reality. The entire area of the blue planet was enlarged by 100 times, and the planet's defense was also increased by 100 times. The growing land formed a strange geographical landscape, and also widened the distance between cities. The distance between the cities were all occupied by monsters. Sude now came to a mountain range full of black stone and scorched earth. On top of the high mountains in the distance was a huge and majestic black volcano. Monster information. Name, Obsidian Giant. Level, 60. Attack, 6290. Physical defense, 4011. Legal defense, 3722. Skills, Hardening, Lava Laser Eye, Giant Boomhammer. Description: it is said that the larger the black yawning giant is, the stronger they are. Name, Grey Rock Fire Scale Lizard. Level, 60. Attack, 5881. Physical defense, 3222. Defense, 3590. Skills, Red Venom, Fast Crawling, Lizard Scale Armor. Description: monsters that have been devouring volcanic ash for years, with extremely high spell resistance, especially against flame spells, is more resistant to grass. Not long after Sude came to this mountain range, he saw monsters coming one after another. The surrounding monsters stood in front of each other with killing intent in their eyes. The black flare giant's stone eyes erupted with bright light and took the lead in attacking. Numerous laser lines flew out at an extremely fast speed. The other monsters also launched their attacks in unison at this moment. BIU. Boom, boom, boom. Swiftly, swiftly. Numerous lines containing terrifying power shot towards Sude. The latter's body suddenly became illusory and translucent like a ghost. All the attacks seemed to be attacking the air as if they were attacking the air, and through the other party's body, the mountain range behind the attack erupted with a huge boom. Wow, wow, wow. The monsters present were so scared that they retreated in unison, and the pupils of the beasts blossomed with horror. It was as if what was in front of them was not a person, but an extremely bizarre ghost. Is this body quantization? After 10 seconds had passed, Sudi was also considered to have experienced the charm of this shift technique for the first time. High movement, and also very excellent protection. It was also only by quantizing his body that he would consume some more mental energy. The experiment is also done, you guys can go die. Sudi pulled out 2 crimson submachine guns with patterns from his waist. All the monsters scattered as birds and beasts, running wildly to escape. Just now, this human could not be measured by common sense just by nullifying their attacks. The only emotion in the hearts of all the monsters now was to flee in fear. Don't think of escaping. Sudi held the Death's Eye submachine gun in his hand and swept it toward the front. The 2 infinite bullet submachine guns bloomed with large flames, and the shells flew all over the sky magnificently to the extreme. Suddenly, swiftly, 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 swiftly. Suddenly, swiftly, 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 swiftly. Dense bullets poured down like a pearly rain. If you are poor, you are alone, but if you are rich, you are covered in firepower. The Death's Eye with unlimited bullets and 80% rate of fire shot out rows of bullets like a madman. The monster was unsurprisingly swept into a hornet's nest, unable to support itself for a moment. You have killed the obsidian giant, gaining 12,834 experience points. You have killed the obsidian giant, gaining 13,043 experience points. You have slain the greystone firescale lizard and gained 12,981 experience points. You have slain the cabal fire rabbit for 13,220 experience points. Congratulations on your leveling up to level 42. 10 attribute points are automatically assigned according to the gunsmith profession. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 43. 10 attribute points are automatically allocated according to the gunsmith profession. The beeps rang out one after another. The experience given by ordinary monsters is still too little. Sudi blew the green smoke from the muzzle of his gun. Right now, his experience bar doubled every time he upgraded. Killing all the nearby monsters was only 2 levels in a row. The most important thing was to look for elite monsters as well as lord monsters. That way, the experience gained would be very high. The most important thing is, ordinary monsters are not easy to kill. Awakening technique winged motion killing it was mainly the one that could detonate the bullets in the monster's body to show off its power. As a result, Sudi, who was equipped with superb equipment, hadn't even snapped his fingers yet. These monsters have already been shot into a hornet's nest and collectively collapsed, not resistant at all. It's better to go directly to the interior of the Black Rock volcano to find the boss. Sudi looked towards the huge black volcano towering in the distance. He had specially come to this map, valuing the difficulty of this map. Within the volcano, there were 10 lord bosses. Inside the volcano, there was no lava inside, but a huge empty flat land. The surrounding hordes of monsters absorbed the magma here, creating their powerful strength. Huge teams of hundreds of people had long been here to brush the monsters. 10 lava beast lords had endless amounts of increased magical chi wrapped around their bodies, spreading across the landscape. Tens of thousands of smaller lava beasts spread around the lords, attacking the people around them. Inside the volcano, the screams and wails of the people resounded. The skyrocketing strength of the monsters here caused the 100-man squad to fall into despair. It's really like what the news said before, the strength of the lord bosses here have all increased drastically. A leading male leader who was at level 60 spoke out in despair. Their 100-member team would brush this map once every 2 months. A week ago, there was news that the strength of this map's lords had inexplicably skyrocketed, and many elite squads had lost their lives here, so they had to pay extra attention. The leader of the team thought that the other teams were too few in number and inexperienced, which led to the loss. His own team was already a veteran of this map, and with a few extra preparations at most, it was unlikely that there would be any risk. However, he still underestimated the monsters here, and their strength actually managed to increase to the point where even their 100-member team couldn't cope. Leader, the people on the east side of Team Su's side can't hold them back anymore. What should we do now? A female fighter rushed over with a crying tone in her voice. The captain of their squad had half of his body smashed by the monster. We can't stop the monsters on our side either. These monsters' recovery ability has increased tenfold. The other squads also hurriedly sent people to ask the leading captain. If this continued, they were all going to be finished. The supreme leader, male leader, felt his entire body being invaded by darkness as he listened to the bad news. It was the first time he had encountered such a life and death crisis since the beginning. Combat trans-mutineers cover the center's auxiliary hold. I'll open the way at the front. Full retreat. The leading male leader raised his broadsword and let out a roar. These monsters could no longer be measured by common sense. Now they could only fight to the death to escape this hellish place. The male leader's order reached every corner of the team. After receiving the order to retreat, everyone covered their side's auxiliary in the center and hugged the group to leave. Roar, roar, roar. The lava beast lords obviously possessed some intelligence. Seeing that the humans were retreating, they ordered the surrounding elite monsters and small monsters to surround them. Endless flames and magma erupted on the monsters, and some of the small monsters even resorted to self-destructive attacks. Keep moving. The male leader gritted his teeth and let out a roar after decimating the surrounding small monsters. This time, the team's loss was feared to be inevitable, and keeping people alive became the most important key. Rumble. Rumble. The lava behemoths did not give all the transmutants present a chance at all. Their mammoth-like size rushed in all directions, lifting their giant feet to trample. This made the situation even more difficult for the 100-member squad that was already in a tough spot and unable to get out. The leader has a team coming over, we're saved. The female fighter looked towards the cave entrance where a silhouette appeared and spoke out in delight. The crowd gathered in a group heard this and all of them looked towards the cave entrance into the volcano's interior. Only to see a slender body wearing a dark gray cowboy hat, hands elegantly turning two red patterned firearms youth slowly enter. The other party's pace carried a calm calmness, and his gaze casually scanned the surrounding monsters, as if he was counting the number of monsters. No one, this guy came alone. The crowd originally thought that there were at least dozens of people behind the youth. But after seeing them clearly, they realized that the other party came alone. That brother, don't come in. There's the Lord's heavenly might here, so if you come in, you won't be able to escape with the usual means, so hurry up and call for help for us. Someone quickly reacted and shouted at Sudi. If the other party stepped into this realm, there would really be no return. Unexpectedly, this youth didn't pay any attention to a few people and eventually entered the interior of the volcano. Everyone's mood hit rock bottom at this moment. There was nothing more painful than giving hope and then quickly extinguishing it. They wanted to get support from the outside world, but there was no hope, and they had to take the life of a young man for nothing. Sudi looked away from the crowd who looked embarrassed. The next moment, he flew with a quantum moon step and rushed into the group of monsters. Sudi's two submachine guns spat out endless tons of fire, sweeping out a storm of bullets in every direction. Bullet casings sprinkled all over the entire area like they didn't need money, and bullets like points of light attacked the surrounding ferocious beasts. Normally, the Lord monsters of this world have about 50 times the attributes of the lesser monsters. For example, the difference between River Crab and Juggernaut Tyrant in King's Honor, and River Crab and Baron Nash in League of Legends. This is still MOBA handheld games, where the difference between Lord monsters and mini monsters is not that big in order to have a fair match. In many traditional online games, the attributes of the Lord monsters are 100 or even 1,000 times that of the little monsters. How brittle the small monsters of the big world are, how meaty the full-starred bosses of the abyss are. The attributes of humans can only be compared to humans of the same race. The attack and defense attributes of monsters can only be compared to those of monsters. The race of the monster determines how strong the monster is. Even if a kobold was level 300, its attack and defense attributes would not be over 100,000. The ancestral dragon, Yuan Feng, and beginning Kirin were strong enough to kill a level 300 kobold even if they were level 100. There is no comparison between a 3-year-old human child and a 3-year-old tiger. But no matter how old the human was, the tiger's physical body belonged to the crushing level. Chapter 7, The Head of the Necromancer. Monster Information. Name, Lava Beast Lord. Level, 60. Attack, 246,583. Physical defense, 94372. Legal defense, 121,280. Skills, Earth Tier, Explosive Lava, Group Resurrection, Lava Shield, Heavenly Might. Description: they look like ancient dinosaurs and feed on lava all year round. They are noble lords, but they can't fly. Name, Small Lava Beast. Level, 60. Attack, 5,901. Defense, 4,089. Defense, 3,031. Skills, Lava Heat Poison, Triple Flame Blast, Self-Detonation. Description: monsters that devour magma all year round, and they love to obey the lava beast's dispatch. Suddenly, the lava beasts have been able to destroy the lava. Suddenly, swiftly, 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 swiftly. Bullet casings flew in the sky. What was shown in front of the crowd was not like killing monsters. Instead, it was a magnificent body shooting art. Sudi's body was hanging upside down and rotating in air, his hands were spread out and he kept shooting at the surroundings. This was no longer a fight to the death with monsters, but a purely sadistic kill. With the enhancement of the full-body legendary set, the small monsters were directly beaten into sieves. The elite monsters were shot at so skeptically that they didn't dare to come forward to die. The lava beast lords' bodies were hit by 1,000 bullets in a row, and they let out a furious roar as their mouths spewed out magma spheres to attack. A long half-moon arc suddenly appeared in the air. Sudi dodged all the attacks in a few blinks of an eye. He quickly instantaneously moved to various areas and continued to launch powerful attacks. Bang 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 bang. Bang 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 bang. The entire field resounded with the sound of gunshots and the crunching sound of shell casings falling to the ground. So strong. The crowd present watched as their jaws dropped to the ground. The opponent's firepower was of a terrifying level, not to mention that in terms of stance, no sixth-turn powerhouse had such a powerful movement speed skill. More importantly, under such intensive firepower, the other party did not hit them. This mysterious big brother, in terms of gun accuracy, was even at a superb level. Let's retreat quickly. The leading male leader told everyone to retreat first. He finally understood why the other party dared to come to an area that only their team of 100 people dared to challenge alone. It was because the firepower of the other party alone was comparable to a division. Everyone then remembered that this was not the moment to watch the big brother perform. They quickly fled out of the most dangerous place inside the volcano. Ow, roar! The 10 lava beast lords roared. They recovered from all of their own injuries, and all of the small monsters around them that had originally been beaten to a pulp were revived. All the monsters looked at Su Di with eyes full of killing intent. They wanted to execute this human in the most scorching way. Brothers, hurry up and come up. The recovery ability of these lava beasts has also been strengthened by an unknown number of times. A number of people appeared at the uppermost cave entrance inside the volcano. They were none other than the 100-man squad that had escaped. Although Su Di was very strong, the recovery ability of these monsters had also reached a perverted level and could not be defeated. Otherwise, their experienced group of 100 people wouldn't have almost been wiped out. You guys still don't stay away. Do you want to watch my art? Su Di leaped to a raised rock on the mountainside of the volcano. He pinned his 2 submachine guns to his waist and stopped attacking. The crowd above was dumbfounded as they listened to this. The monsters below were even roaring at Su Di continuously, trying to send out attacks to knock Su Di down. Art. It's the explosion. Su Di lightly snapped his fingers. All the monsters suddenly fell silent, and they felt that every bullet in their bodies was exploding with unprecedented surging energy. The sound of the ringing finger made the people in the cave above the volcano hear it extraordinarily clearly. All the monsters' bodies cracked and burst out countless rays of light. Run! Run! The leading male leader let out a yell as he sensed something bad. The formation masters in the team quickly sacrificed their formations and teleported them 1,000 miles away. Su Di's power broke 2,000, and the explosive power of each bullet was enough to have a 20-ton TNT effect. Tens of thousands of bullets were spread all over the bodies of these monsters, as well as the walls inside the volcano. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Huge booms spread out at the same moment. Each bullet layered on top of the other to create an epic explosion from the inside out. The Black Rock volcano was a dead volcano with no magma, but it was displaying the most dazzling eruption phenomenon at this moment. At the moment of the explosion, everyone's eyes seemed to be engulfed in light. This explosion was equivalent to the power of fully 10 nuclear bombs erupting in one go. Huge mushroom clouds gushed out from the crater. The entire volcano mountain even exploded one after another. The boulders that erupted took off and smashed into the nearby ground like magma meteorites. It was as if this area had been hit by a natural disaster of flying fire meteors. Boom, boom, boom. The entire Black Rock volcano area was completely leveled. The nearby monsters were directly vaporized by the heat of the heat wave. This map of Lord Monsters was directly erased? The fleeing 100-man squad looked at the rising mushroom cloud from afar, their pupils shrinking and trembling to a minimum. They had recognized that this should be the awakening technique of the Gunslinger Big Brother just now. You have killed a level 60 obsidian giant, gaining 10,234 experience points. You have slain a level 60 Cabal Fire Rabbit, gaining 11,021 experience points. You have killed the 10 Amethyst Cheetah, gaining 0 experience points. You are too low to gain experience points. You have killed a level 60 Cabal Fire Rabbit. You have killed the level 60 Cabal Fire Rabbit and gained 12,019 experience points. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 43. 10 attribute points are automatically allocated according to the gunsmith profession. Congratulations on your leveling up to level 44. 10 attribute points are automatically distributed according to the gunsmith profession. Congratulations on leveling up to 50. 10 attribute points are automatically allocated according to the gunsmith profession. The death of the monster caused the personal experience bar to see another surge. However, Su Di was always tightly frowning. He was puzzled as to why only the level-varying monsters on the periphery of the Black Rock volcano died, while the numerous lords and monsters inside the center volcano actually didn't have a single kill prompt. This was also the reason why he hadn't been able to directly upgrade to level 60. Big brother, can I ask which guild you're from? I'm thankful for your hand this time. After the aftermath of the explosion, the leading male leader brought his team members over to thank them. There was a thank you in this, and a small mind of the male headmaster. When the time came, he said that in order to thank Big Brother for saving his life, he would treat Big Brother to a meal. This was another chance to meet with Big Brother again. This Big Brother is at least an elder or even president level existence of a big guild. Could it be a big brother from the Mechanical Union? Is this one of the strongest guilds in the Imperial capital? I figured out that a gunsmith is what's called a real archer. I'm an archer who can't even compare to a gun-playing big brother in terms of firepower. The male and female members of the team behind him whispered. Many female members of the team were looking at Su Di and their hearts were pounding. Judging from the other party's heroic temperament between his eyebrows as well as the aura on his body, this was definitely a proper big handsome man. The crowd was talking. The surrounding space raised the earth to shake. The underground of the Black Rock volcano, which had long ago blown out a huge crater, erupted with endless black demonic chi. The members of the 100-member team sensed this demonic aura, and their entire body hairs stood up in sweat. They had almost lost their lives here this time because the monsters in this area had somehow gotten contaminated with this demonic aura and had become abnormally powerful. And this time, the source of this demonic chi appeared. A 100-meter large giant skull broke out of the 10,000-meter underground of the Black Rock volcano. All around the giant skull were souls of lava giants that had just died. Is this a windfall? Su Di redrew his twin gun Death's Eye. It was because there was this boss in the way that prevented him from gaining experience to upgrade. But it still seemed like a good thing now. If he could defeat this monster, he would definitely be able to obtain stronger items. Everyone looked up and was so scared that they almost didn't fall straight to their knees. This one that appeared from the extremely deep underground of the Black Rock volcano was an incredibly powerful undead monster. Monster information. Name, Necromancer Head. Level, 366. Attack? Level gap too large to check. Physical defense? Level difference too large to check. Legal defense? Level gap too large to check. Skills? Level gap too large to check. Description: Ancient Lord Necromancer was decapitated and became Headless Horseman, and it is the important head that Necromancer lost. Chapter 8 Soaring Level 2. A level 300 plus boss lord, and it's also related to the incomparably powerful Necro Knight. The people present looked at the huge skull above them in despair. Necromantic knights were evil spirits that plagued the country's territory. The intensity was comparable to the plague beasts that jeopardized the heavenly dragon country. It was heard that recently, the elders of the 10 major guilds joined forces and fell 6 great sages before killing the Necrotic Knight. Nowadays, although the Necrotic Knight was annihilated, the other party's head didn't expect to be hiding here trying to breed a rebirth. In that case, it was no wonder that the strength of the lava beasts in this area had become incomparably strong. It was precisely because of the aura of the Necromancer's head that it became more powerful. Ordinary monsters tainted with just a little bit of the evil spirit's aura would be enough to wipe out a squad of 100 people. Do you have the consciousness of death? The hollow eyes of the necrotic head lit up with ghostly blue flames. The evil spirit's angry roar caused the others to turn pale with fear. It was no longer a matter of doing their best or not. None of their levels were more than a fraction of this necrotic head's level. Great darkness heaven. The necrotic head opened its mouth to spew out a large area of darkness. All creatures within the great darkness black sky skill could not escape. A large area of darkness covered the sky, continuously extending and spreading to the point of turning thousands of miles around into night. Thousands of miles away from Black Rock City, many humans in the city watched the sky turn dark with horrified gazes. Just now it was still green sky and white sun. How did it become night in the blink of an eye? What's going on? It's dark. This can't be, the end is coming. Ferocious beasts have appeared near our Black Rock City? Transmigrants making such a big commotion would have released the news to us in advance. It can't be that the fierce beasts are going to attack our city. Quiet down, we have Lord City Master here, nothing will happen. Everyone don't panic for now. Ulu, why am I not a transmigrator but just an ordinary person? Every time I encounter this kind of horrible thing, just like a bug, every time I encounter this kind of thing I can only be anxious. Where's Lord City Lord? Quickly go and ask Lord City Lord what's going on. The nearest nearby Black Rock City was wrapped in darkness. The aborigines within the city were very afraid that some kind of absolute monster had descended. The game fused with reality, and there were undead, evil spirits, and plague beasts that threatened the survival of humans within the borders of every country. These things would constantly descend, and they as unarmed ordinary people were not yet capable of escaping. Black Rock City border town. This is the skill of a necromancer? Wasn't this undead wiped out? A stocky man with a long beard stood at the top of the city looking into the distance. His heart was filled with uneasiness. If the Necro Knight was resurrected, he would not be able to deal with it with his strength. It's really a bit interesting. Have the broken parts of the undead monsters escaped to the vicinity of our city? On the other side of the room, the old man wearing a martial arts hanbok with a white beard mumbled with his hands behind his back. This was none other than the previous generation's Black Rock City Lord. Old City Lord, isn't your old man preparing to break through the 6th revolution's mark? Why have you come out as well? The middle-aged City Lord hadn't heard the old man's voice and completely missed the other party coming over. He respectfully came forward to greet the old City Lord after realizing his arrival. The appearance of the undead monsters can no longer be left unattended. The old city lord's eyes narrowed slightly as he stroked his goatee. Just to be on the safe side, you should first contact the transmigrators from other cities to come over for support. Black Rock Volcano Zone. A blood-colored red moon hung high. The necromantic head opened its morose white bone jaws and let out a roar. Resurrect, my monsters. The words fell. The lava giants that had originally died and become as well as the other monsters all revived in ghost form. Boom! 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 The lava beasts revived and turned into undead with ghostly flames wrapped around their bodies. The ground erupts with ghostly purple flames that reach up to the heavens. Monster information. Name, Ghost Lava Beast Lord. Level, 60. Attack, 286,583. Physical defense, 104372. Legal defense, 141280. Skills, Evil Prison Tear, Yellow Spring Burst, 9 Ghost Flames. Description: a lord monster resurrected by the head of a dead spirit, vowing to burn the world to the ground. Monster info. Name: Evil Ghost Fire Scale Lizard. Level, 60. Attack, 6011. Physical defense, 3851. Legal defense, 4899. Skills: Ghost Fire, Cursed Blood, Ghost Fire Resurrection. Description: a lord monster resurrected by the head of a dead spirit, vowing to burn the world to the ground. These monsters have gotten stronger again. The 100-man squad wanted to die when they saw the information about these monsters. Originally, they already couldn't deal with the lava giants. Now the undead-ized monsters had doubled in strength and their skills had become even more bizarre and terrifying. Roar! The giant beast roared and growled. The lava behemoth slammed 1 foot on the ground. All the land within a 10-kilometer radius cracked, from which endless long columns of ghostly fire erupted. The crowd at the rear flew high into the air, setting off a wail. They hadn't recovered from their condition yet, and they couldn't steel themselves head-on over the lord monster that had gained rebirth. Snort, snort! The huge white bone skeleton set off another storm. It fused some weak monster souls all together. Under the fusion of the essence souls of countless small monsters, the skeleton that was an undead even summoned an elite evil spirit. As one wave followed another, everyone watched the scene with disbelief. Monster information. Name: Shady Umbrella Lowly Elite Monster. Level, 60. Attack, 299,999. Physical defense, 199999. Legal defense, 199,9999. Skills: Underworld Cracking Wave, Post Umbrella Soul Shift, Umbrella Wing Roundhouse Strike, Ghost Pupil Death Flame. Description: she is a gothic lowly vampire who is a grievance fused by the souls of all the little monsters. Dressed in a black Lolita dress and holding a red umbrella, the lowly slowly descends to the ground. The young girl's crimson pupils glittered, and the movement of gently licking and wiping the corners of her lips was charming and full of killing intent. This is a Nima elite monster? The members present almost didn't explode when they saw this. The opponent's total attributes added up to be even tougher than a lord monster, right? Where's that big gun guy? The female fighters in the team eagerly wanted to find the purple-clothed gun big guy. They could only rely on this big brother if they wanted to survive in this chaotic situation. At this moment, Sudi elegantly and deftly turned the twin guns in his hands. He just loved waiting for this necromantic big skeleton to keep summoning new monsters. These were the equipment props he would be able to obtain when the time came. Human, all you have to do is ask me and I will consider making you my slave. The Een Umbrella Lowly was born looking at Sudi with great interest. The powerful karmic aura emanating from this human was valuable to study. Slave? Sudi smiled to himself when he heard this. This female ghost Lowly was really good at picking people. You only need to help me catch some humans as food every day, and by the way, lick my feet clean every day. The shadowy umbrella Lowly smiled cheekily. Saying that, she slightly raised her snow-white crystalline little feet. What kind of reward is this? The several male transmutants present exclaimed in their hearts. Although this elite monster was terrifying in strength, none of them had ever seen such a beautiful monster in terms of face value. I'm not interested in your stinky feet. Sudi glanced at the other party, not interested in the slightest. He didn't want to learn from Ning Kaichin and become an undead knight. You seek death. The Een Umbrella Lowly had a few strands of black hair standing up angrily. Just as she was about to offer her Een Umbrella to decapitate the other party, a barrage of bullets shot out quickly. Bang bang bang. Snap. The arm of the Een Umbrella Lowly holding the weapon directly broke, crimson blood soared wildly. She let out a piercing and mournful howl of terror. Under the baptism of 1 billion rounds of bullets, Sudi possessed the gun skill of pointing where to hit. As long as he wanted to, the opponent didn't even have a chance to pick up his weapon and attack. How long did this big guy have to practice his accuracy to get this effect? The transfigurationists present were dumbfounded. Normal gun changers only practice their accuracy once in a while. After all, the damage of the general attack wasn't as high as the big guys, and they all relied on their skills to win. But now this big brother's 100-shot divine skill could make the enemy completely crushed without even being able to make a weapon. Everyone must die. The giant death head gathered small sun-like bright orbs in its mouth. It wanted everyone here to annihilate into its own undead. Sudi stretched out his thumb to use the jumping eye distance measurement method. He calculated the distance and awakened his technique to strike first. Destruction Ray. Just as these words came out of his mouth, 18 giant pillars of destructive energy fell from above the firmament. Giant necromancer heads were easily pierced through by the rays of destruction like pieces of paper. You have killed the necromancer head and gained 10,980,000 experience points. Congratulations on your leveling up to level 60. 10 attribute points are automatically assigned based on the gunsmith profession. You have reached level 60. You need to complete a transfer before you can continue to gain experience to upgrade. You have reached level 60. You need to complete a transfer before you can continue to gain experience to upgrade. You have reached the transfer level requirement. Please go to the transfer hall as soon as possible for the second transfer of your profession. Chapter 9, Sudi's Birthday. The darkness that filled the sky faded quickly. The two Blackrock City lords, one old and one young, who rushed to the center of the incident looked at each other. They both saw shocked looks in each other's pupils. With the lifting of the great darkness dark sky, the monster that had released the domain darkness was likely to be annihilated. However, an undead of this strength was actually able to be dealt with by someone other than the two of them within the nearby city. Extremely purposeful sky. The giant skeleton body turned into dust under the destructive light. The people present stared dumbfounded at the result before them. A level 300 plus undead skull lord had just been seconded by the skill in one move? This was the ultimate strength crushing, even overshadowing all operations. Sudi raised his wrist, and the storage glow took in all the equipment on the ground. You have obtained a legendary grade item, 10,000 souls essence permanent plus 5% mental strength recovery after use. You have obtained brave grade equipment, undead gators. You have obtained a brave grade item, undead skull. You have obtained legendary equipment, lava armor. The equipment on the ground was all cleared by Sudi. The equipment he harvested this time even appeared to be brave grade equipment, which could be sold at a good price again. Tapping his toes, Sudi operated quantum moon steps. The air shook and rippled, and his figure quickly disappeared in this area. Which city's transmuter is this? The old city lord opened his cloudy eyes to look at the transmuter whose speed was so fast that only stubble remained. His strength was such that he was able to see the silhouette of the other party's body, which was a transmuter wearing a gunman's face scarf. Judging from the other party's exposed eyebrows, this gunman in purple was obviously still very young. And at the other party's age actually being able to have a speed faster than his own, it clearly exceeded the old city lord's cognizance. What he didn't know was that Sudi's movement skill to even catch up was an awakening skill. There was no one in this era whose awakening skills would all be movement skills. What's wrong with Senior? The middle-aged man asked the old city lord next to him. He had just seen only a residual shadow skimming by. Nothing, let's see what's happening ahead first. The old city lord didn't think too much about it. The priority was still to see if the evil spirits outside the city had been completely cleared or not. Not more than a few breaths of time later, the two ended up at their destination. Only to see the squad of 100 people still standing at the same spot, still not having regained their senses from the destruction ray attack just now. What happened? Why are there undead here? The middle-aged city lord landed on the ground to deal with the team's leading man. Lord City Lord. The leader man then reacted. He hurriedly reported the situation to the other party. That undead was a crippled organ of an undead knight. Luckily there was a gun-strong man in purple who raised his hand and eliminated the evil spirit. The leader man was about to ask Sudi to step in when he finished speaking. As a result, he realized at that moment that this firearms bigwig had left at some point. The middle-aged city lord frowned and didn't notice the so-called purple-clothed firearms powerhouse. Only the old city lord suddenly reacted and fiercely drew in a cold breath. The purple-clothed strongman that the other party was talking about was not precisely the young man that he had just seen leave at an extremely fast speed. Such an explosively strong transmogrifier had actually appeared in their territory. The other side. Zhengchuan Middle School. The obese principal was ready to check the grades of the freshmen who graduated this year. He heavily exhaled a cloudy breath, carrying a considerable amount of pressure on him. They were not the only school in the entire Zhengchuan city. Every year was the most competitive time for the major universities. Whether or not they could apply for more resources for the school to educate the students this year depended on how the scores of this year's freshmen were. Wait, I'm not blinking. The horizontal flesh on the principal's face trembled twice. He refreshed the webpage and made sure it wasn't a system error or his own misreading before his entire scalp went numb. On their school's student achievement ranking this year, Suri was at the top of the list with an SSS grade. This achievement, not to mention the city, hadn't been seen in the province for many years. The principal came to the teacher's office next door to inquire about the situation. He had just entered the door when he found several teachers gathered together to chat. Sudi got the best grades this year. Our school will definitely be the most famous school in the city from now on. Maybe foreign students will come to enroll here. I didn't expect Sude to stay in the grade. He really stayed in the right place. The profession he awakened to determine won't be a ranger gunner. Right, it's this profession that requires the most marksmanship skills. I've said, Sude he didn't slack off. You guys still didn't believe me before. Luckily I didn't expel Sudi. I was never expecting that he not only graduated but also got the best grades. The teachers in the office had a chat. What are you talking about expulsion? The man at the door coughed twice in a solemn tone. School. Principal. The teacher with glasses shivered in fear. They could be caught for just a small touch of fish. Principal, Mr. Chin's class has a student who got an SSS grade evaluation. Our school is going to be famous this year. The teacher with the Mediterranean hairstyle rushed forward to change the topic. With this happy news, it was nothing for them to go to work and touch fish. I know, Suri in Mr. Chin's class, right? I heard you guys just say that you expelled Suri. The principal had his hands behind his back with a stern face. The faces of the several teachers present immediately became embarrassed at the words. To say that they fired Sudi, they all had a part in it before. It's nothing, these few teachers are just joking around. Chin Kuxin came out from the back and rounded off the situation. She also didn't like the words of these few teachers before, but after all, they were colleagues. The principal saw Chin Kuxin come out, and her face eased a little. Sudi was a student under the other class not to mention. He also remembered that Chin Kuxin used to be in the same class with Sudi, and the two of them had a good relationship. Teacher Chin, thank you so much this time. Several teachers cast grateful gazes. Without the other party's help, they would have inevitably been criticized by the principal. I'll be honest with you guys, even if Suri doesn't get an SSS grade evaluation this year, it's not up to you guys to decide whether or not he's expelled. If you guys knew the amount of amethyst coins that Sudi's parents had funded to the school, you wouldn't have to be here chewing on your tongues every day. The principal blankly eyed the few teachers in front of him. As the principal himself, would he not know that there was a student who had been repeating a grade for 5 years and had not yet graduated? One must know that Sudi's parents had once funded the school with 1 billion amethyst coins. And Jiangchuan City's city lord is still respectful when he meets Sude's parents. Suri's head is definitely not simple. These words made several teachers present wake up like a dream. No wonder the principal, who cared most about the promotion rate, didn't react when they couldn't stand Suri. Emotionally, there was still a significant reason behind this matter. Principal, what do Sudi's parents do? Chin Kuxin couldn't help but open her mouth. She and Sudi could be said to have been classmates in the same class from elementary school to high school. Memory. Chin Kuxin recalled that during her senior year of high school, she ate and played with the other classmate, Sudi's family. The other person's family lived in a 200 square meter flat house, which was at best a petty family, and didn't seem to have the strength to finance it. At that time, Sude's parents had already left the country. The sister-in-law of Sudi's family looks quite pretty and rich, but the dress is not much luxury. Doesn't all this indicate that Sudi is an ordinary person with an ordinary background? But from the tone of the principal's voice, it didn't seem that simple. Chapter 10: The Second Transformation Against the Heavens. The Transformation Hall. This was the place where all the transmutations took place, and there were high-level powerhouses behind the scenes. Transferees needed to pick up their transfer quests here, and only after passing could they continue to upgrade. Otherwise, they would be permanently stuck at a level unable to continue upgrading. Hello, please register for me, I want to take the second turn transfer quest. Sudi came to the service desk and handed his identity information card to the receptionist girl in front of him. The transformation hall was uniformly taken over by the state and required identity registration confirmation. In this world, there were quite a few people who committed murder and robbery for the sake of wrongdoing. If the criminals who committed murder and robbery were found, the identity information would be flagged. The transfer hall was managed by the state. Criminals didn't dare to come to the temple even if they had the strength to transfer, they couldn't raise their strength. This was considered one of the state's means of maintaining order. Okay, please wait, I need to check your information. The double ponytailed girl took the identity card and put it into the instrument for verification. The instrument similarly scanned Sudi's entire body, confirming that the other party was himself without error. You go with me to the transfer stone monument. The double ponytail girl smiled sweetly and handed the identity card to the other party. She noticed that the surface of the attire on Sudi's body faintly flowed orange light. Many strong people had shielding props that made it impossible to see the specific level information. However, the school had taught the identification of each level of equipment, which sort of made up for not being able to see the level. In the 80s there was a popular, brain-computer interface, learning method. As a result, the technological faculty of various countries implanted viruses in the brain-computer interface of enemy countries. The countries had no choice but to revert to the oldest and bulky human brain learning. Trouble. Sudi gently nodded. The double ponytail girl sniffed and looked at Su-D in a different light again. Usually many transmutants were very arrogant. But this little brother wasn't going to be like that. This kind of boy was too much better than the transmigrators he had met before. Su-D followed the other party to the transfer stone monument. He had been looking forward to his second transfer for a long time. Every time he changed his job, his personal attributes would skyrocket and greatly increase his strength. If he succeeded in the second turn, Su-D could not only learn more powerful awakening techniques from the skill tree, even the attribute value could be increased by an additional 1,000 points. The two quickly arrived at a huge purple square stone monument. The double ponytailed workman girl waited by the side, not daring to disturb the other party. Su-D, on the other hand, slowly put his hand on the stone monument. Detected that your level has reached level 60, and you have the qualifications for the second turn. Are you sure you want to take the transfer mission in your current state? An inquiry box popped up on Su-D's personal panel. The second turn in this world was categorized into solo as well as group. If you were sure about doing the transfer quest in a solo state, then you must complete it solo from start to finish, otherwise the quest will be invalid. If it was a group status determined to do the transfer task, then the difficulty of the task would increase by several times, and it would not be as good as a single-person transfer. Many people in this world were stuck in the second career change. It's because they can't complete the transfer quest by themselves individually. Without the connections to pull in geniuses of the same level as teammates, the group's skyrocketing transfer difficulty is even more impossible to do. This world doesn't exist, the grouping situation where a level 500 takes a level 60 transmogrifier. Otherwise a level 60 transmuter would encounter a level 500 transmuter quest with double the difficulty. Even if there was a big brother, there was nothing he could do. Okay. Su-D slowly clicked the button on his personal panel. Transfer mission. Requirement 1, SSS level evaluation to clear the level 60 secret realm, Witch Forest. Requirement 2, win 100 consecutive victories in the ladder arena, or recalculate if you fail. No wonder so many people are stuck at level 60 for the rest of their lives unable to turn 2. Su-D muttered in his heart after reading the requirements of the transfer quest. Just the SSS level evaluation alone was a height that many transferees couldn't reach in their entire lives. 100 consecutive victories in the ladder arena was even more outrageous. It was only that these tasks might be considered difficult for others. For Su-D nowadays, it was just a piece of cake. In this, the transfer quests were also related to one's profession. The stronger the profession, the more difficult the transfer tasks needed to be completed. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility, the stronger the profession, the more difficult the task. Su-D's transfer difficulty had already reached the most difficult level of the current grade. Only Su-D's career strength had already far exceeded his current career. After accepting the transfer task, Su-D left the transfer monument with a relaxed face. Looking forward to your early completion of the transfer. The double ponytail girl cheered for him. The toughest period for a transferring person was this period of time. Some people never returned to the transfer hall after taking the transfer quest. The next time he himself would see this temperamental little brother, it would probably be half a year later. Of course the world's heroes were like the carp in the river, and there was no shortage of heavenly prides who completed their quests in one day. But those people are basically the famous generals of World War II, Rommel, Guderian, Zhukov and so on. Or else top geniuses, Schrödinger, Planck, Fermi. As well as Yang Lao who had mastered the, usually unconservative, causal law. Thanks, my transfer task is quite simple, it won't take long. Su-D opened his mouth without much care. It was all about awakening technique shuffling anyway. Only this sentence was automatically taken as a joke by the double ponytail girl. Not long after, Su-D left the transformation hall and prepared to go to the Witch Forest. Chapter 11 Cyber Goddess, I'm being treated like a boss. 100 Immortal Heavenly City. This was one of the cities located on the western side of the Dragon Kingdom. It wasn't a big place, but there were quite a few border transfigurator soldiers stationed here. And there was also the Witch's Forest, one of the hardest secret realms at level 60. The secret realm was an otherworldly space somewhere in the universe, where monsters that hadn't yet descended to Earth lived. It was as if the once aquamarine planet had become a place for monsters from all over the universe to go to. So much so that every once in a while, a new horror game monster descends on this world. These monsters actually originated from the secret realm. The equipment you listed on the trade house has been sold for 217,9808 amethyst coins. The equipment you listed on the trade house has been sold for 394,3622 amethyst coins. The item you listed on the trading floor has been sold. Gained 15904,332 amethyst coins. Su-D came to the city information panel kept popping up alerts. He listed the equipment and props dropped from killing the Black Rock volcano monsters in the trading house. Among the many equipment, Su-D had already replaced the equipment he could use. There were just too many good equipment for Su-D to use alone, and the ones he sold were enough to gain lucrative assets. Total amethyst coins, 1,184,520,000. A single Black Rock Mountain map is more money than the entire Goblin's secret realm. Sudi looked at the amount that broke $1 billion with great satisfaction. Money was the number one driving motivation for brushing monsters. You have used the item, 10,000 soul essence, spiritual power recovery permanent plus 5%. Sudi used the prop that he had exploded from the necrotic head earlier. His spiritual power recovery increased further. As long as he continued to level up, sooner or later he would be able to use 2 awakening techniques in a row. There's also enough money, enough to learn new skills. Sudi called up the skill tree to check. His line of sight slowly shifted to the mechanic's exclusive awakening skill. Thousand-hand cyber cannon. The user summons a cyber cannon mech made by Heavenly Realm technology to pilot and fight. The mech comes with powerful skills. After leaving the mech, the user can detonate the cyber goddess of mercy energy shard at any time. Can be learned at a cost of 100 million amethyst coins. This ing works. A luster bloomed in Sudi's eyes. The one who knocked was an electronic wooden fish, and the one who opened was a cyber guanine. In the future, he didn't know if he would still have the mechanical Buddha mecha. His defense in mecha form was even needier than a shield warrior or a warrior. Congratulations on your awakening technique, cyber mecha cannon. Learned another new awakening technique. The universal arsenal was able to complete its cooldown in just 1 hour. After Sudi finished learning the new skill, he quickly headed towards the Witch Forest secret realm. This secret realm was not in the city but at the monster altar outside the city. There were teleportation gates here that were more advanced than teleportation arrays that any transmigrant could enter, but in order to leave, they had to go out through the gate as well. In front of an oval-shaped teleportation door, Sudi slowly passed through the curtain of light as if he had arrived at a strange planet. This was the Witch Forest. The sky was a strange light pink color. The surrounding area was littered with brightly colored blue poisonous mushrooms, and the dry trees all had ghastly faces. Squeak! Squeak squeak! Thousands of sonic bats burrowed out of the dry trees. As they discovered the intruders, they sent out overclocked sound waves in unison to summon other monsters to come and surround the humans. Monster information. Name, Sonic Bat. Level, 60. Attack, 5,558. Physical defense, 2981. Legal defense, 3019. Skills, fast movement, fast dodge, sonic blade, super sense. Description: be sure to purchase the breath holding charm when you enter the witch's woods, or else these bats probing your sound waves will definitely bring you big trouble. Name Enzo Werewolf. Level, 60. Attack, 6,021. Physical defense, 3339. Legal defense, 3078. Skills, Full Moon Rampage, Raging Claws, Shattering Teeth. The noisy sound of the sonic bats attracted the other monsters in the area. A large group of werewolves spat out countless sharp bone teeth behind them. Sudi opened the quantum state of the movement speed technique Moonstep. He stood still as if he was in another latitude, causing these attacks to fall through. Cyber Mecha Mode. Sudi did not drag his feet in the slightest. At the same time he unleashed this awakening technique, he only saw large pieces of mecha abruptly appear around him. The fragments formed a cab and wrapped Su Shur in it. And then the fragments quickly formed a mechanical version of the Cyber Thousand-Handed Goddess of Mercy. Cyber Goddess of Mercy is fierce. The mecha comes with skills that are so fierce. Sudi saw that the operating console had more than a dozen skill buttons, happy and boundless. He could use these skills at will now. Dang dang dang. Dang 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 dang. The huge mech appeared and the monsters around him attacked. Only their attacks couldn't even break the defense of the Cyber Watch mecha. I'll let you have 800 hands. Sudi controlled this Cyber Goddess of Mercy skill to use the simplest general attack, only to see the hundreds of mechanical arms of the nearly 100-meter-tall Cyber Goddess of Mercy swinging in unison. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. The hundreds of mechanical slaps swept the surrounding sonic bats along with the trees into dregs. 2 mechanical slaps attacked with the sound of wind, and groups of werewolf monsters were directly slapped into mush. The transfer quest is in progress, and your combat performance is being tallied. You killed 60 sonic bats, dealing tons of damage, score increased. You killed 60 Enzo werewolves, dealing tons of damage, rating increased. You killed 60 Enzo werewolves, dealing tons of damage, rating increased to C. The battle had ended in no more than 2 breaths. After taking on a transfer quest, you were able to receive a rating boost just by hunting monsters. The damage inflicted among them was the key to the rating increase. The rating was at most SS if only small and elite monsters were eliminated. If one wanted to obtain an SSS rating, they would have to eliminate the most powerful lord monsters of the secret realm. Cool. Sudi exclaimed in pain. Really, thousands of hands? It was just one of his flat A attacks. Sudi followed up by driving the Cyberwatch mecha slowly forward straight towards the monster base camp. The trees on the road were crushed by the swarms, and the huge cyber cannon mecha passed through unhindered in a crushing posture. This unstoppable giant monster suddenly appeared within the huge secret area. The monsters in the entire witch's forest were so scared that they fled and retreated, lest they be treated as little bugs to be crushed to death by the mecha guanine. What the hell is this thing? Everyone look over there. The transmogrifier in the depths of the secret realm found the towering and gigantic thousand-handed goddess of mercy Buddha statue. This goddess of mercy looked weird to him, clearly in the shape of a Buddha statue, but the body was a mecha. This. What the hell is this? A guanine mecha? I've never heard of this kind of strange thing before. It can't be a lordly monster from the outside world that infiltrated in. It's really possible. Did you guys read the news that was just released not too long ago before you came here? There are evil spirits hiding in a map over at Black Rock City to nurse their wounds. This Iron Goddess of Mercy wouldn't be some kind of monster as well. Don't scare me. If that's true, we'll all be cold today. That's not right. The direction this Tiguanyin mech went was to the Witch Forest's Lord's side. What's going on? Either this monster wants to take over the nest, or this monster wants to cooperate with the Witch Forest Lord. Notify the army in the city. Quickly notify the army in the city. The nearby transmigrators were in a mess. They took out their communication tools to quickly notify the city's transmogrifier army. At the border city, a communicator ran to the Supreme Commander's military tent in a hurry. Commander Shao, we just received a call for help from the transmutants. A new type of lord that has never been born has appeared in the Witch Forest. Chapter 12, Two Bosses Fighting. Border City. Quite a few transmigrator elite soldiers quickly gathered. The transmigrator soldiers here had a minimum of second turn strength, and they temporarily formed a 10,000-man army. The transferring soldiers who received the order to gather had a puzzled look on their faces, not understanding what big deal had happened. What big deal has happened? Isn't it fine outside the city? Why the sudden assembly? Could it be that we received some news intelligence in advance that there will be a monster attack on the city today? No way. How come I heard it's a new type of lord's infiltration? A new type of lord? It can't be some super high-level terrifying evil spirit calamity beast again. In that case, this mission would really be dangerous. These soldiers gathered together and discussed. Just as they were about to discuss something else, Xiao Qingdi came on stage and issued an order in a neutral tone. A mysterious Buddha Lord monster has now appeared at the location of the Witch's Forest outside the city. According to the intelligence, this monster looks like a mecha goddess of mercy and is suspected to be a new type of heavenly realm creature. We must now investigate and head to it immediately. The words fell. The tens of thousands of soldiers present looked solemn and immediately set out. After they heard that the monster looked like a Buddha, they knew that this mission was very arduous. The game fused with reality, and the weirder and scarier most monsters were, the stronger they were. A monster that could look like Mecha Buddha would probably be stronger than ever. On the other side, the cyber goddess Mecha pushed forward all the way to the ground. Under the attack of thousands of mechanical arms, even the many elite monsters in the secret realm couldn't carry them for 3 seconds before they had to fall to the ground. Swastika, pronounced 1, sounds like 10,000. Plasma Swastika Buddha Seal. Su Di launched his skill with the Guanine Mecha. Plasma swastika seals gathered by energy cores appeared in the hands of the thousand-handed guanine. As thousands of palms slapped out the skill in all directions, a violent range of explosions rang out around them for a while. Cyber Goddess of Mercy's cold mechanical face looked particularly oozing at this moment. The thousand-handed Goddess of Mercy that the crowd had originally remembered as helping the world had become the Goddess of Carnage at this moment. This mecha looks as if it wants to take over this place. All the small monsters around have been killed by this Goddess of Mercy. No monsters left in a 10-mile radius. Who the hell can beat this boss? Fortunately, we did not stupidly go to test the strength of this monster, or who is close to who is waiting to find death. Wait, today the Murong family in the city did not say that they want to brush the Witch Forest Lord. How come their team has not yet come out? It will not be trapped inside it. The peripheral transmigrators discussed while at the same time noticing that there was a team missing. In order to ensure the efficiency of brushing monsters, several of their large teams had agreed on who was responsible for which area. This was so that there wouldn't be an awkward situation where one team would kill the monsters in the front and the people in the back wouldn't encounter any monsters. This year, there were 4 teams of 100 people who came to brush the witch's secret realm, but the Murong family's team inside the city had yet to come out. Inside the Witch Forest, the 100-member team of the Murong family within the city was hiding within a low cave. Some of them looked at the cyber goddess not far away. A flash of sweat appeared on their foreheads. This mysterious monster is here. We can't go in or out. Morong Ling, the leader of the Morong clan, burst into tears. She had originally wanted to try and kill the Witch Forest's secret boss, the corrupted giant dragon. As a result, they approached the Lord's area before realizing that a giant iron monster had actually appeared behind them. The metal monster suspected to be the Lord was behind them, and they didn't dare to flee. Otherwise, if they were discovered by the other party, it would be easy to bury their lives in this monster area. This monster also has a passive technique to hide information. I can't even tell exactly what kind of creature this monster is. It can't be a big scary monster that ran down from the heavenly realm. It's the only place that has the most mechanical type monsters. Don't scare me, the monsters in the heavenly realm aren't all hundreds of levels old. This monster doesn't have a few hundred levels, I don't believe it, you guys see it, even the Witch Forest elite monster can't bring a little wound to its own mech, the defense is too perverted. The Morong family's transmutators hiding inside the cave opened their mouths one after another. They were now hoping that they could safely get through this difficulty. What Sudi didn't understand yet was that the Cyberwatch mech he was driving had hit a lot of luck. Otherwise, when the Witch Forest's lord was killed, and when the lord was next refreshed and resurrected, they wouldn't even know that it would be a few months later. You killed 60 dead tree treants, dealing tons of damage, score increased. You killed 60 black robed witches, dealing tons of damage, rating increased. You killed 60 white robed witches and dealt tons of damage, your evaluation is raised to a rank. Blood and flesh are bitterly weak, mechs are the romance of men. Sudi controlled the mech to swing out a succession of attacks. When he controlled the mech, it felt as if he was playing a real game. Roar, roar, roar. A huge roar came out from the center of the forest. The biggest boss in the secret realm, the corrupted giant dragon, emerged. This huge dragon with a festering body and mastery of black magic spewed out a large amount of venom. All plants instantly withered the moment they met the poisonous mist, and even the small monsters around them were poisoned by the venom. Without a dozen or so priests and sacrifices, an ordinary level 60 transfigurator would be dead if he met the corrupted dragon. But these were not any problems for Sudi. He piloted the cyber goddess made from the heavenly realm's mysterious metal, and was able to completely immunize himself against these venomous liquids. Retreat quickly, these two bosses are fighting. Morong Ling, who was leading the group, took this opportunity to let the people escape quickly. If they didn't leave this area quickly, God knows if these two big monsters would fight like gods and mortals suffer. As the many transmigrators retreated, they all had their heads turned to check the situation behind them. A scene that they would never forget happened. Only to see the Cyberwatch mech like it was fighting a worm. 1,000 hands directly beat the corrupted dragon's flesh until it collapsed. The difference in battle power between the two was simply heaven and earth. Swift, swift, swift. The moment the corrupted giant dragon was beaten into flesh, it operated black magic. Its entire body resurrected again in the form of rotting flesh. As long as its flesh wasn't completely reduced to ashes, it was able to continuously resurrect. I was hoping to let you die early, but it turns out you're really stubborn. Sudi swung thousands of mechanical arms to once again beat the corrupted dragon into mush. He got up and left in the driver's seat. Sudi was going to directly activate the Cyberwatch's self-destruct. Blow up this monster without even a crumb left. If the skill didn't specifically state that it was permanent, the duration of the transmuter's skill summons lasted for a maximum of 24 hours before disappearing. When the transmuter's spiritual power is greater than 10,000, they automatically gain Nianli, including flight, as well as manipulating objects automatically gain transmission communicating with the target spirit. Chapter 13, Purifying Fire Lotus, Sweeping the Secret Realm. The Morong family's team has returned. The team of transmuters on the outskirts of the Witch Forest waved and shouted. In their line of sight, the last team that entered the forest finally returned. Why did you guys escape so late? A transmuter asked to the Morong family's transmuter team. The nearby mountains had all been shattered by the Mecha Guanin's blows, and they thought that something had happened to the other party. That Mecha Guanin was right behind us, we noticed the monster too late could only hide first. Morong Ling looked bitter. They had called on a third-turn powerhouse this time, bound to take down the Witch Forest's lord. As a result, the sudden appearance of the mecha monster scared them so much that they didn't dare to take a breath. Does the Morong family dare not even send out a third-turn powerhouse this time? The others sucked in a breath of cold air at the words. If it was understandable that they couldn't beat the mecha monsters, but who had thought that they hadn't fought at all? A third-turn powerhouse wouldn't even dare to let out a single fart in front of the Cyberwatch mech. Bang bang bang. Dang dang dang. All sorts of battle shocks came from the distance. The cyber goddess of mercy mecha grabbed the corrupted dragon's tail and swung it left and right, slamming it into the ground. It was also because of the strong vitality of the corrupted dragon that it kept healing itself so that it wouldn't be killed in seconds. Holy, Mecha Guanin's attack is really perverted enough. This punch is even fiercer than a third-turn powerhouse's big move. If it wasn't for the corrupted dragon's characteristic skill, all the other lord bosses would have died a million times over. If we go to fight the Witch Forest's corrupted dragon and someone can destroy this monster without dying in battle, this Mecha Guanin is directly as simple as hitting a mosquito. Good wow, this is a very rare monster in monster battle footage. If uploaded to the network can definitely attract a lot of fans. Hee, how come this Guanin mecha's movements have become a bit stiffer no? The team of transmutators on the outskirts of the Witch's Forest watched and recorded the battle. The crowd noticed that there was one thing wrong, and that was that this huge Guanin mech had become sluggish. It didn't take long. A purple figure appeared in the crowd's field of vision. It was a youth wearing a long purple coat with a gunman's cowboy hat and face mask. The other party stood at the top of the mountain range leaning against a boulder taking a nap. Brother, why did you also enter the Witch Forest? Did you also encounter that Guanin mecha? The team present looked at Su Di and yelled 2 times. I didn't expect that there would be people who weren't afraid of death in the witch's forest who dared to single brush. Well, see. Su Di saw the wave of the crowd in the distance. Just a moment ago, he detached the cyberwatch and set the mech to activate self-destruct after half a minute. The mech turned on automatic battle mode. It was because of this reason that the crowd who had watched from afar earlier felt the mech's movements become stiff. Come down and nag me, this monster versus monster battle moment isn't rare. A transmogrifier greeted Su Di to come down and chat. Unexpectedly, the other shook his head in refusal. When I escaped over here, I found out that mech was about to blow up. It's fine for me to stay here. Su Di politely declined the invitation from the crowd. The mech is about to blow up? The words that came out of nowhere made the transmigrators present look confused. This Guanyin mecha monster clearly had the upper hand to blow up what to blow up. Just as the crowd wanted to ask Su Di how he could tell that the mech was going to blow up. A shocking seismic explosion erupted in the distance. The blazing light within a 1,000-mile radius instantly skyrocketed, blinding everyone's eyes. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. A huge explosion exploded from the center. An epic supernova explosion appeared in Cyberwatch. The flames from the explosion rose to form a kilometer-long red-colored fire lotus platform. The lotus platform's beautiful appearance carried an aura of annihilation. Outside, the surrounding space trembled surprisingly with a magnitude 2 small earthquake. The light that erupted from the secret realm even penetrated the entrance. All the soldiers who rushed here were dumbfounded. What kind of powerful explosion was this that could affect reality from the secret realm? I'll go over first to check the situation, the others follow closely. Xiao Qingdi, who was in charge of command, gave the order. He rushed towards the witch's secret realm as fast as he could. Outside the secret realm, everyone was anxious as ants on a hot pan. It's really exploding. Defense, quickly use your defense skills to ward off this wave of explosions. The crowd was shocked and hurriedly cast their strongest defense skills to fend it off. Large areas of earth walls, water walls, thunder walls, light walls, wood walls, and so on were pulled up from the ground. Only the aftermath of the explosion was like ripples of water. The air ripples went round after round, and each round of explosive air waves was stronger. Snap! Snap! In front of absolute power, all the magic barriers began to be torn apart like pieces of paper. Quickly withdraw from the secret realm. The leader of the transmogrifier team shouted loudly. Everyone gathered their strength together and hastily withdrew outside the secret realm. They no longer cared about Su Ri's life and death, and it was important to hurry and escape. Congratulations on killing the Witch Forest Lord Corrupted Dragon. You have obtained the Witch Forest's SSS level clearance evaluation. The first stage of the transfer quest is complete. Next, please head to the arena to complete your 100th consecutive victory. The panel popped up with a message alert of quest completion. The power of the mech explosion is barely enough. Su Di continuously turned on quantum voiding and quietly admired the explosion. Although he wasn't injured by his own skills, the flying sand and rocks needed to be circumvented. There was nothing that couldn't be solved by one awakening technique, if there was then two. Rip 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 rip. Snort snort snort. Everyone was escaping the secret realm thinking it was safe. The terrifying shockwave tore a large gash out of the entrance to the secret realm. The explosive heavenly might continue to spread. How many tons of nuclear bomb power must this explosion have? The crowd of transmigrators present continued to cast their defensive skills, crumbling inside. If this continued, they would not be able to withstand the subsequent explosions. 10-mile golden Great Wall. Suddenly, the roar of a flood of bells appeared from the rear. A 10-kilometer-long golden Great Wall with a height of 30 meters blocked in front of the crowd. The Great Wall of gold was glittering, flickering with a strong light that hardened the subsequent aftershocks of the explosion. Commander Xiao is here, we can be saved. The transmigrants present were greatly relieved to see Xiao Qingdi, who had struck. It was a good thing that they had told the people in their ranks to notify this leader early on. Otherwise, it was estimated that they would have been blown away by this big explosion to 100,000 miles today. Where are the monsters? What is this sudden explosion all about? Xiao Qingdi opened his mouth and asked the crowd. It was a good thing that he had left a mind to arrive first himself. Exploded, that mecha monster directly exploded. The transmigrators who had escaped from the ascension spoke in a chorus. The causes and consequences were carefully told under their elaboration. The 10,000 soldiers from the rear had also arrived at the scene and were amazed as they listened to the descriptions of the transmutants present. Obviously gaining the upper hand and still blowing himself up. Xiao Qingdi wrote these things down for the time being. Let's go back to the secret realm first to see the situation. After the aftermath of the explosion disappeared, he retrieved the Golden City. The transmigrators present, after experiencing that explosion, listened and also returned their faces white. But they gathered enough courage, which led them to follow. Everyone re-entered the Witch's Forest secret realm. As far as the eye could see in this area, not an inch of grass was left to grow, all turned into scorched earth. Wait, what about the equipment dropped by the monsters? These equipment drop soon, should have come with an invincibility protection barrier. Shouting, these pupils shrunk violently. The foreheads of the people present were sweating furiously, thinking carefully. If it was truly a monster self-destructing, there should still be equipment left all over the place. But now, the ground of this secret realm had long been empty. Chapter 14, I Want to Fight 10. Jiangchuan City. After completing the Witch Forest transformation quest, Su-di recovered all of his equipment and returned to his city center. He looked at the equipment within his storage bracelet, inwardly cool yuppie. Inheritance Dragon Bone Belt. Category, Defense. Level, 60. Quality, Legend. Effect, Spiritual Strength plus 244, Physical Strength plus 251, and your general attacks will be accompanied by corrupted poison. Description, an item from the body of a corrupted dragon lord, it originates from a belt formed from the spine of a dragon and is very secure. Inheritance Dragon Scale Battle Armor. Category, Defense. Level, 60. Quality, Legendary. Effect, Physique plus 300, Strength plus 280, your resistance to all magic increases by 10%. Description, Corrupted Dragon Lord's Dragon Scale Dragon Skin appeared the absolute precious equipment, magic can't be useful to dragons. In addition to the legendary equipment that popped out of the lords, there was also a whole bunch of rare and epic level equipment. Su-di renewed the equipment that he could replace on his body. However, there was no plan to sell these equipments yet. He currently needed to complete one more quest to complete the second turn. After the transfer quest was completely finished, Su-di would have the time to sell the equipment again and exchange it for a second turn equipment suitable for a mechanic at that time. Transformation Task 2, achieve 100 consecutive victories in the ladder arena, failing halfway through will result in a recalculation. This difficulty was in existence that could never be achieved for others. After all, 100 consecutive victories, as long as you lose a handful you have to start all over again. The matching rule of the arena was to encounter opponents of the same level as yourself. Even the most powerful professions would have weaknesses. For example, mages and archers were most afraid of assassins, and assassins couldn't do much damage to fighters. Only these were all a matter of a pike to Su-di. Speaking of which, I haven't played the arena yet. Su-di opened the internet to check the information of this world's arenas. One could go to the arena site in one's urban area. The arena site would teleport the opposing sides to a special space to face off. In order to prevent the existence of actors, the real identities of both sides would be hidden, such as changing their appearance. Under normal circumstances, the arena matches all the transmutants in the country. The huge matching range, in addition to hiding the identities of both sides. The latter match became the fairest and most sought-after match by the audience. Sure enough, can one person challenge an entire team? Su-di continued to check the information about the arena. Just like any online game had one person single-handedly challenging a team. This world's arena was equally so. One person could challenge a team of up to 10 people, and if they won it would be equivalent to 10 consecutive victories. This world's arena also has a winning streak reward mechanism. Su-di continued to look at the rules. The arena had ranking points for statistical calculation. The higher the points, the stronger the opponents encountered. Similarly, as long as a certain number of points were reached, various rewards such as titles and props would also be obtained. Among them, the arena points would only be reset at the end of each year. Understanding is almost the same. Su-di slightly pulled down the brim of his hat to depart for the arena. He didn't have a title until now. Now it was the right time to play an arena, go get a title, and by the way, he could also finish the transfer quest. It was getting late and the sun was setting. On the outskirts of the city, the Transfiguration Arena site. This building didn't cover a large area, but the appearance and decoration were very atmospheric and grand. The reason why it didn't cover a large area was because the contestants would all be transported to special spaces when the time came. The two transmogrifiers who were battling against each other would go to the Sky Arena, which covered an area of 1,000 acres. Su-di came to the front desk of the arena to register. The male staff member was very enthusiastic in his service. Hello, may I ask if you're competing or getting a replacement athletic nameplate? Entry. Okay, is this your first time playing the arena? Yes. Please keep this competitive nameplate, it costs 100,000 amethyst coins. The staff handed a black rare metal pendant to Su-di. Only by wearing the athletic nameplate could one participate in competitive battles, and after purchasing it, it also became a permanent private item. One of the effective functions of the athletic nameplate was to eliminate the death of the contestant. The participant's body would be completely data-driven in the arena, and a fatal injury would at most cause 100% feedback pain, but not to the point of death. After Su-di paid the fee, he went to the portal of the arena. There were different types of portals. 1v1, 1v2, 1v3. Su-di did not hesitate to choose the 1v10 portal entrance. This lord, that one is the portal for a single 10-member team, you've gone to the wrong one. The staff glanced at the entrance Su-di went to hastily voiced out. The opponent was playing the arena for the first time and was afraid that he hadn't gone to the wrong place. The 1v10 portal was to fight 10 complete teams of the same level. Those who can do this are only a handful of geniuses in the country, but they didn't dare to play 10 directly for the first time. Moreover, there were attribute requirements for playing a group of 10. If the other party was covered in poor equipment, their attributes didn't even total 5,000 and they couldn't even enter the field. No mistake, I still know the rules of the arena. Su-di faintly returned the other party's sentence and stepped into the teleportation portal. Really can enter, this little brother seems to be an expert. The staff slightly sucked in a breath of cool air. Looking at the other party this way, it might be a rich brother from somewhere who bought extreme equipment and directly hit 10. Light flashed, Su-di teleported to the special space used to wait for the opponent. Underneath his feet was the hexagram circle magic formation, surrounded by an infinite white world. Before starting the sparring match, please take a nickname for your arena. Note, upon entering the arena, your appearance will change for the sake of maximum fairness in sparring. It's also absolute to carry out a fair tournament to the end. Su-di slightly spat out a sentence inwardly and began to take his arena nickname. The arena nickname he took was Day Tree. Ding, the nickname has no duplicates, naming success. Matching you with a comparable opponent for 1 second, 2 seconds. There was a screen box on the top, and the timing function kept increasing the numbers. Your opponent's profession is level 60 mage, level 60 warrior, level 60 priest. After 600 seconds, both sides will be transported to Arena 4283. Please think about your tactics in the last minute. Sure enough, it's a 10-man squad. Su-di slightly stretched his back. Under normal circumstances, it was knowing the opponent's occupation for tactical planning. But he was only responsible for killing the opponent in seconds. This preparation time was completely unnecessary. On the other side, the 10-member squad that accepted the challenge was confused. According to the interface, their opponent this time was only one person. Just kidding. How could they say that they were also a top 100 ladder level 60 team? At this moment, the live broadcast room was flooded with many viewers. Whenever a 1v10 match appeared, it always set off a large swath of heat. I haven't seen a 1v10 scene in months since that guy who switched to Angel graduated his senior year at Imperial Capital University. That transmogrifier who singled out a team of 10 is called Daytree. I haven't heard that nickname before. Is it actually a newcomer? I thought it was an Imperial or Magic City University genius who had played the arena before. This Daytree's opponent is Zhao Ritian and the others. The team are all 10 old spin kings. It's really Zhao Ritian's elite team. I remember that the 10 of them could turn 2 but purposely didn't in order to get the top arena title. Then the Daytree is not bound to lose. This if the pressure Zhao Ritian their team is not a sure win. There is something brothers, this newcomer by what come up to play the top 110 person team. He will not be very strong, so the first match team or the top 100 start. Upstairs brothers, this inference put me scared numb. There really is this possibility. I wipe you guys this meal of miscellaneous analysis, make me now do not know to bet on which team is good. Chapter 15, this Daytree is really lame. A gunsmith also dares to come and challenge our running wolf team. The arena matching brain is afraid that it's not looking down on us. Zhao Ritian, the leader of the team, showed his teeth in annoyance. There were geniuses who picked 10 at a time in the arena, but the professions that these people had switched to were all extraordinary. Professions that were similar to what the Sanctuary Angels, Thingdu Ghost King, Undead Plague of Heaven, and other ultra-rare and powerful professions. But a gunsmith was at best a medium-strength profession, and it was usually only the nocturnal transmigrators who would challenge them. Maybe there's something extraordinary about this gunsmith, it's better to be careful. A female fighter in the team wrapped her arms around her chest and frowned. The more counterintuitive it was, the more attention should be paid to it. Don't worry, I'm not arrogant to this extent, I just want to see what kind of gunsmith can match us. Zhao Ritian moved his muscles. After he and the members of his team had combined their scattered stations against the gunsmiths, he quietly waited for the countdown to begin. The audience watching this match surged with emotion as the countdown went on. The matchup enters the final countdown stage. Daylight Tree versus Running Wolf Squad. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. The moment the countdown finally came to an end, light flowed from both sides. The two pairs appeared in a square-shaped ring suspended in the air, incomparably wide. Spread out and stand. Zhao Ritian, who was leading the team, let out a bellowing cry at the first opportunity. The teammates around him cast their movement skills to spread out, avoiding being caught in the gunmage's fire output. The team was already separated by a large distance in no more than 5 seconds. They looked to Su-di to see if he was going to launch a powerful heavy artillery attack. However, the other party just slowly drew out their red twin guns and swept out a round of bullets. Swiftly. The rows of bullets unfolded in a fan-like angle shooting at the team's several people. Starting pulse attack, are you kidding me? Zhao Ritian's entire body went numb when he saw this scene. The opponent was even so weak that he didn't even have a normal gunsmith heavy artillery skill. The expressions on the faces of the spectators watching this battle went from stunned to shocked, to incredulous, and finally to "this guy is here to be funny." Time seemed to gradually freeze, being infinitely slowed down, the camera clearly showing everyone's contemptuous expressions. The bullet shot out in a fan shape, flying with a spiral towards each scattered enemy. Snap! A crisp ringing finger broke the freeze of time. Immediately afterward, each bullet bloomed as if dozens of miniature nuclear bombs had exploded at the same time. Sudi turned his back to the running wolf squad. Real men never look back at explosions. Boom 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 boom. Boom 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 boom. The sky of fire engulfed the 10 people of the team at the other end. Almost instantly the results of the arena were presented. All members of Running Wolf Squad eliminated. This PK Daytree wins, accumulating 10 consecutive victories. Extremely short time, short words. Before all the spectators watching this match could react, the battle was over. Today, it's another day of nuclear peace. Sudi turned the gun vector in his hand to retrieve it at his waist. The light full flashed, and he had been teleported to the preparation table to be matched again. For a while, the audience watching the live broadcast only came back to their senses. Immediately afterward were the pop-ups that skyrocketed more than once in the live broadcast. What the hell? What kind of divine profession is this? Tramp, this is called level 60, this. The strength of this profession, it's a little stronger than the professions of the famous historical generals as well as Einstein and these great gods. How many years to come out a Gauss-Newton-Euler? How many years to appear such a profession? Crazy, this profession is afraid that it's not transferring to a nuclear bomb expert. Really have nuclear bomb expert this kind of heavenly occupation? I people to stupid. This damn heifer birthday awesome big. An endless stream of pop-ups covered the sky. Even though the live broadcast had already ended, there were still many viewers who were immersed in the unrivaled offense they had just received. Hair, won't following this person's bets make us rich? Some viewers quickly reacted and hurriedly exited the live broadcast room. They knew that the other party would most likely appear in the 1v10 arena channel again. This power, not to mention level 60, a level 100 transmuter wouldn't be able to withstand it. Soon, Daytree's next PK began. More and more new viewers watched the live stream as time passed. Isn't this the Far East National Top 10 top level 60 team, and their 10 people are actually only opposing a gunsmith this time? What a joke! What's going on? Why is the number of people in this live stream so high? Haha, isn't this a giveaway? How can a gunsmith beat the Far East National Top 10 team? It's a gift, I've earned this wave of money. The new viewers were giddy and felt like they were going to pick up the slack. When they bet on the Far East National Top 10 team, they were shocked to find that the odds were actually earning on their side. Currently betting 100 amethyst coins on the Far East team would result in 6,000 amethyst coins if they succeeded. The huge difference in the odds made the new viewers' jaw drop in shock, wondering to the strangeness of it. That mechanic is really lame. Brothers, listen to me, bet on the Far East squad to get rich. Oh my god, mom knows that I bet on the Far East team and rewarded me with my favorite drink, forget the pups runai. The odds are 1,000 amethyst coins on the Far East squad. If they win there are 6 million, everyone bet on the Far East squad to get rich. These pop-ups were all posted by those who had watched Sudi's last match. When they said this, they were naturally saying the opposite. The old viewers hoped that more new viewers would vote for Far East squad so that they could make a little bit of money. There are new viewers who directly invested $1 million to bet on the Far East team to win, not for any other reason, the loss of at most a million amethyst coins, but can directly earn billions of dollars if they win. Some new viewers saw the huge contrast in the odds and stopped in time, wanting to see where this Daytree actually came from, why so many people bet on him to win. This led to both sides of the odds actually experienced another back and forth ups and downs. But in the end, the number of people betting on Sudishu to win remained high. Crazy, these people who bet on Daytree to win bet 100,000 amethyst coins, and they'll only earn 1,000 amethyst coins if they succeed. The new spectator held his head in his hands with a frantic expression. Although they had never heard of this powerful person called Daytree. But in the event that the other party flipped, they would really lose money to their grandmother's house. Unless, they 100% guarantee that this one called Daytree will win, for sure. This terrifying thought popped up in the mind of a new viewer. The next moment, he was in front of the screen when he heard the brain's broadcast of the results. The Far East squad is eliminated in its entirety. This PK Daytree is victorious, accumulating 20 consecutive victories. The live broadcast screen displayed a terror-level nuclear bomb-level explosion. Someone released a nuclear bomb? The new viewers' jaws dropped when they saw this scene. They finally realized where the confidence of the people who bet on Circadian Tree to definitely win stemmed from. The truth was only within the range of a nuclear bomb. Daytree is the truth. Chapter 16, Sudi's sister-in-law. The live streaming platform of the arena battle. With Sudi's victories, the number of people in the live broadcast room exploded. The number of online viewers continued to soar. 14 million. 17 million. 25 million. At this moment, the old viewers were completely gripped. The fact that the arena had produced a heaven-defying level gunsmith quickly spread. The livestream viewers all already knew how powerful Daytree was. Even if he himself used all his body amethyst coins to bet on Daytree's victory, he wouldn't be able to earn more than a few amethyst coins. I've come to pay my respects to the Daytree great god. Our dragon kingdom is going to rise. Who the hell is this gunsmith? His profession is even better than Angel and Foam Doo-Da-Dee. More than that, I feel like our country's general lord who awakened the dragon ruler wasn't even this strong when he was young. Day god, he is the glory of our gunsmith profession. Mard, I'm an archer who really cried at the sight. The rate of fire is not as good as shooting a gun even if it's not. This tech department is a direct nuclear strike. Most of the technology department's strength in general, but they find guild difficulty thief low. He estimates that he can go to the giant mechanical maze guild. Daytree will not be a person from Mechanical Maze. After all, Mechanical Maze is now starting to research light particle strike. The live broadcast pop-ups were so fast that it was impossible to read the exact font. It even made the live broadcast rune lag because of the massive amount of pop-ups coming in. The 8th best team in the country. Starfall Squad eliminated all of its members. This PK Daytree wins, accumulating 40 consecutive victories. The 7th best team in the country. Luangia team all eliminated. This PK Daytree victory, accumulated 50 consecutive victories. The 3rd best team in the country. Regulus team all eliminated. This PK Daytree victory, accumulated 80 consecutive victories. The 5th best team in the world. Tyanoside team eliminated. PK Daytree wins this game, accumulating 90 consecutive victories. World's 3rd best team. All God Squad members eliminated. PK Daytree wins this game, accumulating 100 consecutive victories. As one of the top powers in the world, Dragon Kingdom. It has also sent domestic turners to participate in multiple Turn 1, Turn 2, and Turn 3 world-level competitions. On the first turn teams, the best results achieved were the top 3 in the world. On the screen, the All Souls team, which was ranked in the top 3 in the world, was completely eliminated in a rising mushroom cloud. The battle, however, was over in 3 seconds. All the spectators let out unprecedented cheers along with a stunning shocking explosion. This can no longer be called a battle, this is simply an explosion visual feast. Arena. After Sude snapped his fingers and detonated the entire arena. Checking his arena points acquisition history. With a bonus for consecutive wins, his points skyrocketed. 10 consecutive victories, arena points increased by 3,543 points. Congratulations on obtaining the title of Athletic Powerhouse, effect full attributes plus 100. 20 consecutive victories, arena points increased by 6,832 points. Congratulations on obtaining the legendary fruit. 30 consecutive wins, arena points increased by 10,847 points. Congratulations on obtaining the title of Athletic Master, effect full attributes plus 300. 100 consecutive victories, arena points increased by 500,000 points. You are currently ranked number 1 with 2.01 million arena points. Congratulations on obtaining the title of Athletic King, effect full attributes plus 1,000. Congratulations on obtaining the title of Athletic King, effect full attributes plus 1,000. I just changed my job, and I ended up taking first place? Su D was inwardly cool as a yuppie. The Athletic King's full attributes increased by a full 1,000 after equipping it. He himself waited for the completion of the second career change, and the additional increase in attributes would only be 1,000. Go back and hand in the quest first. Su D exited the arena and left the arena battle. He set off straight to the Transfiguration Hall in the city center. The Transfigurator Hall. The 2 ponytailed staff ambled to fill out the forms. Hello, I'm ready to submit my transfer quest. A familiar voice came. The double ponytailed girl looked up and saw Sude, who was dressed as a gunsmith, and said in shock, "You finished it so quickly?" Although she had just arrived not long ago, it was the first time she had encountered a transmuter who submitted so quickly. The quest wasn't difficult, and it's just one skill to finish. Sudi smiled and opened his mouth. His words were also correct in a sense. Congratulations on completing the quest. I didn't expect that our downtown area would have another second-turn strong person. The double ponytail girl led the way for the other party. It was important to realize that many turners were stuck at level 60 for life. But now Sudi not only broke through, but it took an amazingly short time. Coming to the transfer quest area. Sudi came to the transfer stone monument alone to submit his quest. A translucent virtual box appeared in front of him. Congratulations on completing the transfer task. Your career path can be chosen from 2 options. Choice 1, Wanchong Gunsmith. Synopsis: the future direction of your profession is to master combat technology in addition to possessing offensive skills. Choice 2, Godslayer Gunsmith. Introduction: the future direction of your profession, you can learn more and stronger violent offensive skills of gunsmith. These 2 optional professions are kind of clear and straightforward. One was to be able to make yourself more versatile, and the other was to pull off a full attack. Su-D faced this career direction without the slightest bit of hesitation. A single increase in offense was ultimately not as good as an all-round development of technology. Selection complete. Congratulations on your transfer to Wanchong Gunsmith. Congratulations on obtaining 1000 points of attribute value, which has been automatically assigned according to the gunsmith profession. Su-D felt an incomparable refreshing feeling all over his body after choosing his profession. Especially with the huge increase in attribute value, this boost in strength was obvious. The shackles that were originally hidden at level 60 had also successfully disappeared with the second turn. Visual dynamic capture, nerve reaction ability, body control ability. These things that wouldn't be reflected in the attribute panel but were instead touted as hidden attributes also saw a great increase. The gap between turn 1 and turn 2 was not just a jam, but a gap in all-round strength. Personal information. Name, Su-D. Occupation, 10,000 weight gunsmith. Level, 61. Physique, 2,587. Strength, 4,832. Spirit, 2,983. Agility, 3,542. Title King of Athletics. Awakening Technique, Destruction Ray, Winged Motion Kill, Cyberwatch Mecha, Quantum Moonwalker. 4,800 attack power. Then if I snap my fingers to trigger the Winged Motion Killing Awakening Technique in the future, wouldn't one bullet have 48 tons of TNT? Su-D finished reading the attribute list, and in his heart, he exclaimed, good guy. The Ranger Gun Saint's Awakening skill belonged to non-consumption, so he paid extra attention to this skill. Every 100-point increase in attack power added an additional 1 ton of explosive power. If he continued like this, sooner or later he would be able to use a nuclear bomb as a poke attack. This is the second turn badge, you can keep it. The double ponytail girl quickly took the other party through the basic process after the second turn. The second turn badge that she brought Su-D to receive had a status symbol. Many times with this badge one could have certain permissions. Little Cloud, isn't this the transmuter you met this afternoon? Sister Hong met the other party on her way to bring a new transmuter to pick up a transfer quest. She remembered this little brother with a nice temperament. But the other party should still be working on the quest. What was he doing over here? Yeah, he's completing his second turn now. I'm taking him to receive his transfer badge. The double ponytailed girl nodded her head. These words, however, shook Sister Red and the first turn turner he was leading to the ground. Any transfer quest was an existence that exceeded one's ability, and only by constantly pushing the limits could one complete the transfer. Su-D didn't pay much attention to the looks of the bystanders. He said goodbye to the double ponytail girl and left first. The strong people in this world were like a river of carp. The original celebrities and generals on Earth had all become supreme geniuses in this world. Su-D now realized that the great god of science stood at the pinnacle no matter if he was on Earth or Blue Planet. Out of the transfer hall, Su-D slightly stretched his waist. He looked at the sunset that was gradually sinking into the horizon and reacted violently to one thing. What should I tell my sister-in-law when I go home by myself? Chapter 17, Mechanical Mystery World Vertical. When Su-D's parents left the country, the two of them also did not feel at ease with Su-D, who was still studying at home alone. So they called their sister-in-law from their old home to come over and take care of Su-D. At that time, it was the first time Su-D knew that he had a so-called hometown. Before this, he hadn't even visited the so-called relatives during the new year. I'd become a transmigrator now, it should be fine to talk to my sister-in-law first, right? Su-D stroked his chin in thought. His parents abroad, from their words and actions, didn't really want to take on dangerous duties after their own transmutation. The elders always said that they should take on greater responsibility when they have the ability to do so, and anyway, the family did not lack money, so it would be better to be ordinary rather than that. The Second Transfiguration World War, the World Ice War. Large and small wars have made most of the older generation of transmutants suffer from PTSD towards war. Who can guarantee that the Third Transhumanist World War won't happen sometime in the future? As long as they are transmigrants, they must be in the first front to protect the common people. What was scary wasn't the various monsters, but the struggles of the countries. This was also one of the reasons why Su-D was able to stay in school for 5 whole years without worry. If there was pressure at home that wanted him to become a transmuter, Su-D wouldn't have lasted this long before awakening. Anyway, I'll just tell my sister-in-law that I've awakened and not tell her about my other ish. Su-D thought here in his heart and finalized it for the time being. He had the occupation passive of mechanical ascension, unless he took the initiative to reveal the information. Otherwise, no one else would know his current specific situation. Before going home, I'd better buy a costume bracelet first. Su-D walked to a park and sat down. He opened the attribute interface and tapped the exchange interface. It wasn't possible for a transmogrifier to wear a bunch of equipment to sleep and rest. By wearing this prop, one could switch between equipment and normal casual wear pajamas and other clothing at any time. You spent 2 million amethyst coins and successfully purchased the limited edition alabaster dress bracelet. A message popped up on the mail interface. Su-D quickly extracted this bracelet from the mail. White jade costume bracelet. Category, jewelry. Grade, no grade. Effects, user can switch between equipment and normal clothing with his consciousness. Description, limited edition white jade costume bracelet. Description, limited edition white jade dress bracelet contains 20,000 pieces of prestigious clothing produced by advanced, top brands, all kinds of clothes you want, pants, underwear inside, all clothing with magical inscriptions, comes with a cleaning function. Anything you buy when you're rich should be limited edition. Su-D felt good when he put on the costume bracelet. This kind of auxiliary class props had no level requirements, even ordinary people could use them. The normal costume bracelet price was only 100,000 amethyst coins, and that was enough. The main reason for adding more money was to be able to make the number of clothes in the dress bracelet become more. In addition to more clothes, the limited edition has a more exquisite pattern design and comes with a cleaning function, so it sells more expensive. Nowadays, Su-D doesn't know how many amethyst coins he can earn from a single skill. Naturally will not care about this price, everything must be arranged on the best. Su-D start clothing bracelet, in front of him immediately appeared many categories to choose. Formal suit, outdoor casual clothing, home pajamas, mountaineering sportswear. Su-D clicked on the outdoor casual clothing category, and then picked his favorite set of clothes from it. The gunman's equipment on his body emitted a bright light, and almost instantly the clothing on his body turned into ordinary casual clothes. Drip drip drip. A network message notification tone came out. Su-D realized that it was actually a message from his old classmate Chin Xin. Chat interface. Chin Xin, Su-D you kid can hidden deep enough Su-D? Su-D estimated that no one should know that he could release his awakening technique either. Because of the gunman's profession on the street are wearing trench coats with cowboy hats, it is difficult to recognize their faces. Su-D did not deliberately hide anything, just want to first slowly develop, first protect themselves. Although the country has a group of concept gods staring, will not give the top strong people infiltrated into the dragon country opportunity. But his current level was still too low, not to mention that top-tier powerhouses, advanced powerhouses, were difficult to fight. Before his strength had grown, Su-D would not go and show off his occupational specialties in a big way. He immediately continued to look at the chat interface. Chin Xin, your family sponsors the school with quite a bit of money, you know. I just heard it from the principal before I realized it. Su-D, count on knowing a little. My parents had said they helped me get some at the school before they left the country. I thought they were just talking to the principal, but I didn't think it was sponsorship. Su-D, but do you know how much money my parents sponsored the school? Chin Xin, I don't know, the principal didn't say. I'm guessing it should be quite a bit by the look on his face. It's really possible that rich people like to hide it from their offspring. On the other side, Chin Xin made this bold guess. For example, Wang Tearing Onion of the Bida group didn't know that his family was rich until later. Rich people probably more or less like to conceal from their offspring that their family is rich. This tune. Chin Xin, you can ask your family, if you're really rich second generation, cannot forget to invite me to eat a big meal. Show teeth JDP. Su-D, don't worry, one day when I'm free, I'll treat you to a full-star chef's dish at the best Yipinla restaurant. Su-D replied to the other party with a sentence and an extra question in his mind. He didn't ask his parents how much savings the family had. But from the time his parents left the country, they left a lot of money for themselves. So much so that the billion rounds of ammunition to activate the career quest could be supported. Su-D looked at his family's contact information. In the end, he was too lazy to ask about his family's situation. Now that every skill was an awakening skill, would he still be short of money? Su-D could even let his parents become a richer generation of rich people. One day when mom and dad return to the country to take old mom and dad shopping, he can also be very pretentious to say, this is the canine father. By then, his sister-in-law Jiang Shiyu will probably have to look at himself differently. Jie. Long Chung neighborhood. There was a loud sound of a television set coming from the living room. A sizzling sound came from the doorway. Auntie, I'm back. Su-D changed his shoes and walked to the living room. He walked to the living room and found that the lazy dog sister-in-law was indeed at home again doing nothing. The woman was very uncaring of her image, sitting paralyzed on the sofa eating snacks. Su-D asked his sister-in-law if she was still not looking for a job at such an old age. As a result, my sister-in-law said that she likes to chew on the old man and does not like to work. That said, the sister-in-law sometimes still occasionally go back to her hometown. I don't know what the other person is doing, and never brings herself to visit relatives. By the way, sister-in-law, I finished activating my career quest this year. Su-D took this opportunity to explain this matter. Over the years, he used the excuse of exercising his gun skills to talk to his sister-in-law about the reasons why he didn't complete the mission. A brief stagnation appeared on Jiang Shiyu's face as she said quietly, alright, it's good that you can activate your profession. In this world where the game fused with reality, ordinary people had a 30% chance of becoming a transmuter. But if an ordinary person's family elders had appeared in a rare and powerful occupation, Then the probability of the offspring awakening a rare occupation would also be greatly increased. Auntie, which city is the old home you are talking about? Su-di heard these words and said the question in his heart. His parents hadn't told him about his hometown before. Didn't you activate your career? Then you have to make a trip back to your old home, you'll understand in a couple days. Jiang Shiyu stuffed the strawberries in the bowl into her mouth and chewed. She had originally wanted to live a few years of salted fish time to say the least. When Su-di's parents called Jiang Shiyu over, they originally asked her to take care of Su-di. In fact, it would be better to say that Su-de was taking care of his sister-in-law, and he was basically the one who did all the cooking in the house. Jiang Shiyu always had a different kind of emotion when she saw the grown-up Su-de. She vaguely remembers meeting a very, very bad man when she was in college. The other party was a devil, rushing herself to do all kinds of work and bullying her for still being in school and not knowing anything. But who exactly that very bad man was, she somehow forgot. The most important problem was that the grown-up nephew actually gave himself a similar vestigial feeling. Darn it, I must ruthlessly get back at this lazy dog of a sister-in-law when I have the chance. Su-di secretly made an evil oath in his heart. Don't wait for the future and give me the chance to find an opportunity anon. By the way, what's the name of the occupation you activated? Jiang Shiyu finished eating strawberries and got high on melon seeds. Gunsmith, I'm going to develop towards the arms industry in the future. Su-di's tone stuttered as he thought and gave this answer. He then turned around and walked to the kitchen to start making today's meal. Su-di did not intend to tell his sister-in-law about not going to college. He had already become an adult, and with his parents free raising themselves, he did as he pleased. Of course, there were still some uses for a transmigrant university in this era. It wasn't just in building up connections and having a helping hand when they went out into society. Moreover, the college would establish various sparring systems, allowing the transmigrants to adapt to engaging in battles with different professions. The graduation design and thesis of the career changers are also completely different. For example, a mage's graduation thesis is the simplified use of spells, and a technologist's graduation thesis is the design of high-strength mechs. Granted, the tech faculty transmogrifier gained how to build the skill mechs out at the same time as they mastered the skill. However, the technological materials needed to be provided by an academy with a large base, and besides, the transmogrifier's brain would be able to make the mecha, but his hands wouldn't necessarily be able to do so. Good boy, actually hiding something from me. Jiang Shiyu could tell at a glance that Su-di had something to hide from himself. Gunsmiths were also divided into specific names, but Su-di didn't go into detail as if he was hiding it. It was hard not to wonder if her nephew was changing the subject by cooking so early today. It didn't take long for the kitchen to waft out the aroma of food and drink emitted by the contact of hot oil and garlic. Nephew, you're still too young to hide things, ah. The corner of Jiang Shiyu's mouth curled into a nice smile. She realized that her nephew seemed to be trying to hide something from her, which gave her interest. Jiang Shiyu opened her eyes to cast an information survey on Su-di within the kitchen. Inside the kitchen, Su-di, who was concentrating on his busy cooking, hadn't yet realized what was happening. He would definitely be surprised if he saw Jiang Shiyu at this moment. The sister-in-law was actually a transmuter as well, and her level was well over 700. Hyperspace disruptor, cosmic turbine, interstellar calcinator, electromagnetic matrix. The strength and skills she had mastered were also just below the top-tier powerhouses. What the hell? I actually can't look at Su-di's information, how is this possible? Jiang Shiyu's pretty face was filled with incredulity. She could guarantee that the entire Jiangchuan city's transmigrators. There was no strong person that she couldn't look at. Even the district city lord of Jiangchuan City was no exception. But her own nephew, who had just awakened his profession, actually couldn't view the information. I wouldn't have been salted for so long that I can't even use survey technique well, right? Jiang Shiyu revealed an intriguing expression as she recast her survey technique. Every item in the house presented specific information in her eyes. She immediately looked at the sidewalk outside the window. The information of the transmigrants on the road, including ordinary people, was clear to her. Then it's not my problem. Jiang Shiyu frowned slightly. So it seemed like Su-di might not know where to obtain the anti-survey rare props from. Still, you underestimated your sister-in-law. Jiang Shiyu thought of this as she prepared to cast the overbite survey technique. Her eyes were slightly closed, and light with a slight blue color flowed out from her pupils. Abruptly, Jiang Shiyu violently opened her eyes. The powerful survey technique cut off all electromagnetic fields as well as signals within a 10-mile radius. The deep gaze looked at Su-di with a potential field that could see through everything. But the result obtained was still chaos. How come the power is cut off? Su-di, who was in the kitchen, realized that the range hood had inexplicably stopped turning. All the residents and merchants in the nearby streets also realized that the power and signals were actually interrupted. Fortunately, the interruption didn't last long before it was restored again, and no one thought too much about this brief power outage. Something's fishy. Jiang Xia put away her survey technique and gently tapped her fingers on the armrest of the sofa. Her jade legs were folded, and her expression changed from initially relaxed to serious. Although there was currently no way to see Su Di's information herself, it was likely that the other party had transferred to a special and powerful profession, and their talent came with hidden information. Or perhaps, Su re-encountered an extraordinary chance to obtain a lot of unleveled powerful props. The props were so powerful that even he couldn't see through his opponent's information. Dinner time. Su Di made a big table of good food. Over the years, under his sister-in-law's exceptionally picky tastes, Su Di had just like being practiced into a great chef. It's very good. Before I was thinking that even if you don't have a career, you'll have no problem finding a job in the future. Jiang Xiyu chucked a piece of braised pork into her mouth. This was properly at the level of a restaurant chef. Auntie, don't think that if you praise me I won't tell my mom that you haven't even cooked once. Su Di looked helplessly at the other party. He was going to be the head of the family in the future. As a result, he was hardwired by his sister-in-law to become the cook of the family. Don't care about these details. Well, doesn't your cooking have a part in me? Jiang Xiyu smiled cheekily and chucked another piece of meat. In the beginning, she was the one who had strictly taught Su Di how to cook. Su Di. Jiang Xiyu also seemed to know that she did squeeze her great-nephew too much. She walked to the living room and took her bag and pulled out a black card from it. This is a guild application card given by a friend of mine. How about this as my sister-in-law paying for your meal? Jiang Xiyu wore a smile and slowly pushed the black card to the other party. It was something that was going to be given to the other party when her nephew awakened anyway. Are you sure this can cover the cost of the meal? Su Di took the card handed over by his sister-in-law in a skeptical manner. Just when he thought that his sister-in-law was having fun with herself again, he was slightly stunned to see the information on it. Guild application card. Guild, Mechanical Mystery City. Level, 12 highest. Prestige, the world's fastness. Guild military expense, greater than 10 trillion amethyst coins year. Guild strength, 100 members of level 700 in total. Guild technology, electric field proton bomb, heavy radium fission device, star imitation reactor, gravitationally polarized beam. Effect, the Mechanical Mystery Guild issues 1,000 application cards each year, which allow you to view general information about the Mechanical Mystery Guild, and with this card, you are eligible to apply for the Mechanical Mystery Guild. Chapter 18, the news explodes, I've become a monster. A top guild application card? Auntie, what's the origin of that friend of yours? Su Di looked at the other party and asked. This seemingly insignificant little card was a priceless existence when put in the outside world. There are many people chasing after your sister-in-law. What is this little thing? Jiang Xiyu lifted her hair with a jade hand. Her expression was very complacent. Su Di automatically ignored this point. Although his sister-in-law did look good. But perhaps it was because of his own relatives. It always felt like no one wanted a lazy woman like sister-in-law. After eating dinner, Su Di returned to his room and prepared to check the general information of the Mechanical Maze Guild. He knew that joining a top guild had many benefits. However, he didn't understand the specific benefits. Now was a chance to find out. Previously, Su Ri's impression of the guild mainly came from the class group. All of his former classmates had already graduated from college. Ordinary college students looked for jobs. Transfigurator college students, on the other hand, needed to go in search of guilds. For students within the class to be able to enter a level 5 guild, it was 100 times more exciting than landing an exam in the olden days. The fact that he himself could now go to a 12th level guild, it would be a great thing to think about. Under a burst of information search, Su Di saw the general information about the Mechanical Maze Guild on the internet. Guild, Mechanical Mystery City. Information, a guild that was established at the beginning of the game's fusion of reality. Its guild is under the management of the Heavenly Dragon Kingdom and is one of the 3 top guilds in the country. Mechanical Labyrinth Guild founded so far in addition to more than 2005 turn strong, its guild also develops various industries. Guild members can enjoy all the entertainment and catering industries under the guild for free. Free use of the National Teleportation Portal. The end of the year according to the status of the title can be obtained by the guild of the large amount of dividends benefits. In the hunting and killing of monsters, the guild members can also enjoy the aura of a top tier guild bonus. The rest of the benefits are confidential and will not be announced for the time being. If a guild member is maliciously killed by an outsider, all guild members of Mechanical Mystery City will take revenge on the murderer regardless of the cost. No wonder all the major transmuters from the outside world are squeezing their heads to enter. Su Di couldn't help but sigh repeatedly when he saw this. All of this guild's explicit benefits were already strong to the point of flying. Furthermore, this guild was originally affiliated with the Tian Longwei Enterprise. As long as you join, you'll have a golden rice bowl. Most importantly, the lives of Mechanical Maze's guild members could be greatly guaranteed. Tomorrow it's just right to apply for the top domestic guild. Su Di had this idea after reading the information on the internet. The increase halo of the top guild, it was a waste not to rub it. Unconsciously, the night was already deep, and the moon rose and fell between the turning of the stars. The next day, the sky was flooded with a faintly bright fish belly white. Sude, get up and cook breakfast. Auntie, this lazy dog definitely didn't get up again. As usual, he didn't wait for the other party to start eating first himself. Why is today's news headline weird? Sude swiped the news while eating his breakfast. The line of news headlines on the top of the screen were familiar. Shocked, the Goblin Exam Secret Realm collapsed. The reason was actually someone releasing an awakening move. I'll take you to count the sins of the goblin monsters. The necromancer's head appeared in the black rock volcano. The mysterious strongman's bullet is comparable to a nuclear explosion. 100 consecutive victories and I'm the king. Kneel down and ask for the contact information of a dozen day tree powerhouses. Crooked people take you to see the world. Yesterday's big news of Dragon Kingdom. How to the foreign network of the transfer of the evaluation of the 100 Rotten Sky City. Cyber monster descended on the witch forest. The battle between the monsters even ended with the self-detonation. A piece of news occupied the top position of the most notable list on all major platforms. Even the major bloggers, as well as marketing numbers, were rubbing off on the heat of these news. There are videos of me turning on my armor? Sude was startled in his heart as he clicked on this high-heat news. He read the contents of it before realizing that he had actually been filmed when he was piloting the Cyber Guanin. And the battle mech he was driving was actually treated by others as a high-tech monster that ran down from the map of the heavenly realm. These internet opinions are all about me too. Sude nagged in his mind and shifted his gaze to the comments section. The netizens were all discussing the mysterious gun god from yesterday's news. Cowhide class, our gunner profession finally has a big brother who can carry the flag. 100 consecutive victories in the arena. What kind of demon knocked down our strongest first-turn national team? The big brother who appeared in Black Rock Volcano and the big brother who won 100 consecutive victories in the arena are likely to be the same person, and the equipment of the two people are similar. I'm a member of the 100-member squad that went to Black Rock Volcano yesterday. That big brother, in addition to skills fierce, the gun is also accurate. There is a umbrella lowly elite monsters by the big brother attack complete abuse. Now a lot of rich people are going to buy that big brother's same purple long coat and dress up with the market. Purple Moon set directly sold out. If I knew this news earlier, I will go to stock up on goods. I remember when the Eagle Sauce Country out of a Holy Domain Angel also made a big commotion. Right, I did not expect that our domestic now appeared a more powerful than the angel of the super strong. Day Tree is probably not comparable to the historical geniuses in the Void God Realm Heaven's Pride Battle Shadow Tower, so we can hopefully surpass the Bear Country and the Eagle Sauce Country in the future. Sude's amazing performance yesterday was quickly spread to the internet and quickly fermented. Even his equipment matching yesterday became a trend from today onwards. Sude then looked at other news and found that numerous guilds as well as organizations were also recruiting themselves. The public opinion in the country and even on the extranet could be said to have completely exploded. As a party involved, Sude's heart could not help but be secretly happy. However, the greater the commotion, the calmer he was. Now there might be quite a few people who would want to find themselves, and the domestic powerhouses basically had good intentions. But the foreign forces would definitely secretly want to look for themselves. Any foreign power would not allow that a top-level transmutation powerhouse appeared in another country. Although Sude possessed an awakening technique, he didn't think that he could win over the upper echelon of the world's strongest people. He predicted that the strength of his current awakening technique was at least as powerful as 8 or 9 turns. It wasn't enough to the extent of defending himself at will. The Mechanical Mystery City Guild, one of the 3 top guilds in the Heavenly Dragon Country, had greater than 100 powerhouses over level 700. Even so, Tianlong Country's overall strength was only ranked 3rd in the world rankings. There were more transmutation powerhouses in the Bear and Eagle Jam countries. It's still necessary to quickly bring up the strength. Sude silently made plans in his heart. Since the guild was related to his sister-in-law's friend, even if he went there, he wouldn't be treated badly. I'm turning 2 now, so I can also see what stronger skills I can learn. Sude remembered this important matter before leaving the house. The skill tree opened up more powerful skills with the second turn breakthrough. The second turn profession, 10,000 heavy gunsmith, was even more versatile in terms of skills. Sude slowly clicked on the skill tree, and the brand new awakening skill unfolded. Chapter 19 Mechanical Maze Black Gold Card. Mechanical Maze City Guild. This guild branch was spread across all the major important provinces, even Jiangchuan City was no exception. When Sude arrived at the area where the Mechanical Maze City branch was located, what met his eyes was the imposing mechanical ancient castle-style building. The mechanical ancient fortress appearance looked like the head of an ancient mechanical giant. The 2 chimneys at the top of the building were constantly emitting white steam. As the name of the Mechanical Labyrinth Guild suggested, the name was inseparable from technopunk. According to the internet, this mechanical gulag could really turn into a mechanical giant, and it was not known whether it was true or not. Currently, the guild was not open yet, but there were many people unexpectedly gathered at the entrance of the guild. These people were dressed in flashy clothes, obviously with a low status, but they still had to wait at the entrance. It was only after some inquiries that Su-di realized there were quite a lot of famous gentry and tycoons from Jiang province in here. They wanted to pay a large amount of money to send their freshly graduated children into the guild, even if they were only peripheral guild members. No wonder Mechanical Mystic City's annual military expenditure far exceeds $1 trillion. A realization dawned in Su-di's mind. Every year, there were countless rich people rushing to send money to this guild. However, the guild's requirements were strict. Even if the tycoons sent money, they still might not be able to let their children be selected. Little brother, are you also planning to enter the Mechanical Mystery City? An information vendor with the figure of a thin bamboo pole talked to Su-di. He saw that Su-di was wearing a limited edition costume bracelet. He guessed that the other party was definitely a rich master and wanted to rely on money to enter the guild. What's up? Su-di realized that the other party's line of sight was paying attention to his bracelet. This big brother, is it the meaning of wanting to slaughter himself? I have a bit of insider information, you can talk more if you're interested. The thin monkey man said. What insider information? Can you reveal something first? I'll see if it's worth it. Su-di came to be interested in communicating with the other party in a low voice. I see that, little brother, you are so handsome and gold. You should also be a graduate of a top university. Come out to find a guild to join, right? I secretly tell you, the Mechanical Guild's several elders' descendants this year has graduated in the Imperial Capital Military University began to enter the Mechanical Guild. You now join the guild is likely to be the colleague of these officials 2 generations. Your family has money, they have the right to, together invincible. I have a little bit of insider method of entry here, you just need to pay a little money, I can share the information to you. The skinny monkey man even rubbed his index finger and thumb when he finished speaking. There was no falsehood in what he said, even the offspring of elders needed to start from the grassroots. Otherwise, an elder's offspring would be able to directly become an elder, and no guild member would be convinced if they said that. Entering the guild this year, it was indeed very likely that one would meet the descendants of elders that the other party was talking about. The news is good, but it's not worth paying for. Su-di poured out a bit of gossip before waving his hand and politely refusing. He was the one who had the application card anyway, and had only inquired earlier out of interest. Alright, then I'll ask the others to go. Although the thin monkey's face was slightly irritated, he didn't express anything more. The ones who were here today were all famous gentry and tycoons. He couldn't afford to mess with an intelligence peddler to his face. Not long. The door of the mechanical castle slowly opened. Inside came out 2 guild members wearing full-body legendary level equipment. The 2 guild members looked arrogant. The so-called famous gentry and tycoons were just that in their eyes. Those who have an application card, or an invitation letter from a member of this guild can enter the guild first. If it's someone who wants to qualify for a spot by sponsoring this guild, take out your sponsorship plan later and I'll be responsible for the first trial. The words fell. Most of the people present took out their list of sponsorship plans, expecting to get into the eyes of the Mechanical Mystery City Guild. The small portion of people who possessed invitations went ahead and proceeded to the interior of the Mechanical Guild. This big brother, this insider information of mine has the sponsorship program that the Mechanical Mystery City Guild needs the most at the moment. If you buy this insider information of mine, it will definitely work out. If it doesn't work out, I'll return the money to you at that time. On the other side, the thin monkey man pulled a middle-aged broad man to the corner and whispered. I just want to know whether it works or not. This amount of money you want I can still casually afford. The middle-aged man's brow furrowed slightly as he surveyed the other man's reliability. The information I have here is 1000% true. The thin monkey man patted his own chest in assurance. Alright, then I'll buy it. The middle-aged man thought about it and eventually bought the other side's intelligence insider. Or big brother, you know the line, before a young man does not understand how difficult to enter the Mechanical Mystery City Guild, you wait to see it. Did not buy my message of people absolutely cannot enter this top big guild. The thin monkey man looked at Su-di, then took out his own information expressed to the other party. Is the young man you're talking about that one? The middle-aged man followed the other party's gaze and pointed at Su-di, who walked to the guild's entrance. Yes, that's him. He's the only young man who doesn't understand how difficult it is to enter a top guild. The thin monkey also skimmed the other party and nodded. The two had a line of sight. Only Su-di came to the guild gate and took out a black card from his storage bracelet. The instant the guild members guarding the guild gate saw the card, their faces suddenly changed from condescending to respectful. Su-di easily entered the Mechanical Mystery City Guild. What is the card in this young man's hand? Didn't you say he couldn't enter? The middle-aged man looked at the intelligence peddler with a puzzled expression. Only to see the skinny monkey man freeze on the spot. The express card in his hand that he wanted to hand to the other party trembled and fell to the ground. Black gold level application card. What kind of person is this little brother? The skinny monkey was so shocked that he almost didn't drop his jaw on the ground. As an insider, he naturally knew about the application cards that the Mechanical Mystic City Guild issued every year. What outsiders didn't understand was that the application card had a color division, with the black application card representing the highest level. Those who possessed this card could only obtain it if they at least had a good relationship with the top tier of the Mechanical Guild. What's wrong? The middle-aged man shouted the other back to his senses. Nothing, nothing. The thin monkey awkwardly picked up the information express and handed it to the other party. He followed it up with an excuse to slip away. The thin monkey mistakenly thought that Su Di was the descendant of those guild elders, so he thought to hurry up and slip away. Selling information into the hands of the other party's own family, it was considered good that the other party didn't kill him on the spot. Entering the interior of the mechanical fortress, Su Di found that the robots inside had a high level of access to themselves. Other people who relied on invitations to enter the guild's interior did not have this kind of treatment. Su Di took out the black card in his hand, and his heart was suspicious. The guild application card that my sister-in-law gave herself, how does it feel like a SVIP card? Chapter 20 Evil Spirit Battlefield, Bullet Time. Mechanical Mystic City Guild. The various tasks on this screen are the tests you have to do to join the guild, and all of you can take on tasks of varying difficulty based on your strength. You will be able to enter our guild if you complete any of the tasks, and if you choose a more difficult task, the amount of guild points you can earn after success will be higher. The guild recruitment leader narrated the requirements for joining the guild towards the people in front of him. Although these people obtained their entry qualifications through invitations as well as application cards. However, they also needed to have the strength to be able to complete tasks independently. Mechanical Mystic City never raised invalids. After everyone present expressed no objections, they immediately began to check the list of tasks above. On a huge electronic shadow wall, there were countless mission orders. Each mission order had a skull icon in the lower right corner, with a minimum of 1 and a maximum of 10. The more skull icons represented, the more difficult the mission. Hunting the Golden Griffin Lords of the Great Northwest alone are all there. This mission is too dangerous. This is nothing. There is also the task of resisting the evil spirits that kind of powerful existence can't get it right. We have to lose our lives. You can enter the Mechanical Labyrinth Guild by completing any mission. The missions here are only difficult and super difficult. I guess it's only the geniuses of the top combat military universities that can accomplish the super high difficulty here. We have to try no matter what. After all, it's a top guild. We can't miss it. My family spent a lot of effort to help me beg for a Mechanical Mystery Guild invitation. I have to try it no matter what. The 30 or so young men and women who came in took a deep breath and cheered themselves up. There was no chance of drilling any holes here. Those with poor talent stopped here, and only those with strong talent were qualified to officially join. Just when everyone was still brewing with hesitation, a mission on the mission list was the first to be taken. The crowd looked at the void screen, only to see a 10-skull difficulty mission being picked up. Quest: travel to the northeastern border and join hands with the guild members there to resist the invasion of the evil spirits. Coordinates: 21,542, 8,750. Difficulty: Skull 10. This quest was for ordinary people, almost like whoever took it would die. The young men and women present had reverence in their gazes as they looked toward Su Di, who had taken the quest. The other party was calmly looking for the relevant person to confirm. Very well, this is your temporary guild identity card. You wait and go directly to the northeastern border through the teleportation array. The branch personnel over there will tell you what to do afterward. The guild recruitment leader's tone held appreciation. Worthy of being the one with the highest grade black application card. The earliest and most difficult task of the day had already been claimed by the other party. Since there's a guild branch over there as well, if I complete the quest I can submit it directly over there as well, right? Su Di asked in passing before leaving. Of course, as long as the branch staff is available. The person in charge gave an affirmative answer. That's fine. Su Di nodded silently. He prepared to rush to his destination through the city's teleportation array. Su Di had originally planned to silently rub benefits in the guild to develop in a low-key manner. However, he soon realized that if he did everything too low-key, his hands would be tied. These guild quests were not unfinishable. As long as they were excellent transmuters, they could still be completed. After all, the guild was still mainly focused on recruiting talented people and didn't really want to make things difficult for those who joined the guild. Thinking of this layer of reason, Su Di then took on the high-difficulty guild joining quests, leaving the mechanical ancient fortress. Before departing for the northeastern border of the Dragon Kingdom, Su Di walked to an unoccupied corner and opened his information panel, quickly finding out the awakening skill tree. Now is just the right time to learn a new awakening skill. Su Di revealed a relaxed smile. He had checked the skill tree at home before, and just roughly scanned it twice before learning it. It was mainly because he thought that it would be better to point out the awakening skill after going to the guild and having any need to do so. My current awakening skills are enough, it's also time to point out the support class skills first. Su Di looked towards the other skills derived from the skill tree. The second turn profession, 10,000 heavy gunsmith, had quite a few more auxiliary skills than the first turn's 9 heavens gunsmith. Eye of the Apocalypse, passive, your eyeballs will be transformed into the Eye of the Apocalypse that can perform ultra-long distance observation, and you can disregard the information concealment and view the information of the target object. Consume 500 million amethyst coins to learn. Awesome, another passive skill, yet the kind that doesn't need to consume mental energy. Su-D felt that a mechanic was just convenient, remodeling and whatnot once and for all. This was simply not too convenient for himself, who was still in his second turn. The second turn level has increased, and the awakening skill cost has also increased. Su-D noticed the cost of amethyst coins that needed to be paid at the end. His current amethyst coin account had as much as 1.3 billion, enough to learn 2 skills. Su-D then proceeded to choose his favorite auxiliary skill again. Soon he found another one that was right for him. Bullet time, all objects slow down in your eyes. You can slow it down by as many times as you choose to consume mental energy per second when you use it. Can be learned by consuming 500 million amethyst coins. A divine skill for dodging plus offense. Su-D was quite cognizant of this auxiliary skill. The so-called bullet time was as magical as the effect of bullets flying slowly in the movie The Matrix. His current mental power recovery rate was 100 points per second. In other words, one could make surrounding objects slow down 100 times in one's eyes without consumption. Normally, watching a video slowed down twice as fast was too much, and the effect of slowing it down 100 times was horrifying. Furthermore, when one's strength was strong, one could continue to expand the slowdown. As long as one was strong enough, in the future, even the fastest light in the universe would be as slow as a snail in one's eyes. Is this the charm of the 10,000 weighted gunsmith? Will I meet more interesting professions if I turn 3, and my attributes will still skyrocket by then as well? Su-D's heart thumped. Most professions became more powerful the more one turned. One's own starting line was already stronger than someone else's finish line. Then just how strong would he be when he upgraded to the finish line? Coming to the outskirts of the city center, there was a black, cavernous wormhole in the void. This was one of the teleportation array areas in the city. Many people in the surrounding area were waiting nearby as the next wave of teleportation arrays were about to open. May I ask where to teleport to? Depending on the length of the distance, we will charge you a certain fee. The staff member in charge of teleportation spoke. Can I have this for free? Su-D took out the temporary identity plate that the Mechanical Maze Guild had given him. It wasn't that he couldn't afford to spend money, but he realized that this teleportation area posted the symbol of the Mechanical Mystery City Guild. Although he hadn't officially joined Mechanical Mystery City, he was considered half a guild member. Su-D wanted to verify the guild member benefits he had previously seen on the internet. Let's see. The staff member in charge of teleportation checked his identity card and had a close and friendly face. The teleportation array will open in 5 minutes, just wait for a moment. These words drew envious looks from many people nearby. The identity of a member of the Mechanical Maze City Guild had a frighteningly high gold content. Su-D spent this free time checking the monster information of the northeast border. He was going to go to the first-line battlefield to struggle against the evil spirits. The monsters there started at 100 levels, yet the experience they gave was incomparably rich. When he finished the guild quests, he would incidentally be able to upgrade himself to the 3rd turn level. Chapter 21 Auntie, why are you here? Mo City. This border city had a resident population of over 2 million. The outside of the city held up a huge blue light screen boundary. From time to time, monsters from the outside launched attacks on the light curtain, and a circle of ripples appeared on it to resist. This area was currently under attack by evil spirits and a large number of monsters. Outside the city was where the battle raged. There was a flash of light. Su-D teleported to this area. He quickly marked at the nearby mechanical guild post. There were also quite a few youths waiting in the vicinity of the post. They were clearly people from other provinces and regions who had taken this quest and wanted to enter the Mechanical Mystic City Guild. Brother, you're also the one who took on the evil spirit invasion quest, right? Sit over here. Inside the post, a man wearing a blue mage robe waved at Su-D. When the others saw that someone else had come over, they all chimed in and called them over to chat with them. It was still quite a while before the crowd departed for the front line. Do you all know what the specific mission we're waiting for is? Su-D came to the crowd gathering and asked the other transmigrants who had arrived first. There were more than 20 young men and women sitting around. We need to escort the supplies to the base camp of the front position later. We still have an hour to go. Brother, your timing is not bad. If you miss it, you'll have to wait for the night post to get a new escort mission. Right now it's still safe in the city. As soon as we leave the city, there are all sorts of monster attacks everywhere. The wave of evil spirit monsters that erupted in Mo City this time is really not small. This is nothing. The ones outside the city are just small monsters. The really powerful monsters are on the front line, otherwise this protective light screen wouldn't be able to withstand it. The crowd opened their mouths as they talked around. When Su-di heard this, he also asked his own doubts. Did the front transmigrator storage bracelet not store enough supplies to require them to escort? The answer was that the 100 miles of space outside the city was directly affected by the Lord Monster, Heavenly Might. In this state, the storage bracelet, trading interface, and even teleportation skill props are all locked up and cannot be used. Unless you kill the Lord directly, you can only rely on the most primitive escort. Right, brother, what's your name? Which combat academy or family did you come from? A more resourceful man asked to Su-di. All of them basically knew each other's identity. My name is Su-di, I'm just a wild one who came here, it's not worth mentioning. Su-di lightly brushed this off. It was true that he wasn't like the others who were all already graduates of the combat university. As the words fell, the people around him fell slightly silent for a bit, and their original enthusiastic attitude was obviously a few points less. The crowd had gathered together and dared to take on the most difficult task of joining the guild. It was because everyone present was a graduate of a prestigious combat academy, and even if they were not, they were also children from prestigious families. As a result, Su-di was not as good, he had no academy, and he could not tell the truth about his family. Other people know Su-di's identity as an ordinary person, but also not to say anything superior words. Only, subsequent to the presence of young people, no one defined Su-di for chatting and chatting. Purely because of the difference in status, there was no need to make friends. People of different classes are not destined to chat together. Su-di found a spacious corner to sit down. This crowd after the cold reaction is also indifferent. Not to mention that he really has no resume and no family. Even if he did have one, the relationship he gained by virtue of this status was not solid. The people present were still chatting about the escort mission afterwards. At this moment, a tall, frosty-faced female saint rider arrived at the scene. Her arrival caused a stir amongst many people present, and it was clear that she was extremely famous. This person was none other than Jiang Lingtaki, who had graduated from the Imperial Capital Military Warfare Academy. The eyes of the entire audience were focused on the woman. Su-di was no exception, and he froze at the first sight of the other party. Not for other reasons, the main thing is that this woman at first glance looks very much like a younger version of his sister-in-law. However, regardless of age or aura, the other party did not have that kind of lazy and cheerfulness compared to her sister-in-law, and in its place was a 10,000-year-old iceberg. Jiang Lingtaki had a head of waterfall like ebony hair falling down her willow waist, and beside her extremely good-looking peach blossom eyes there was a moving tear mole. Her face was playful and cold, and the heroic aura that arose from her body gave rise to feelings of awe. Sister Spirit Taki, I'm from the school next to yours, once in the 100 Schools Transfigurator League. I lost to you within 3 moves, do you still remember me? A youth greeted the other party with a pleasing tone. Others also rushed to get close to Jiang Lingtaki. Don't remember. The latter only responded with a faint sentence and didn't say much. Everyone present gave up on getting close without caring in the slightest about Jiang Lingliao's coldness. They were all graduates who wanted to join the Mechanical Maze Guild today. And Jiang Lingtaki was the granddaughter of a high-level elder of the Mechanical Mystic City Guild. If it wasn't for the fact that even immediate family members had to take a test to enter the guild, they wouldn't normally be able to see this level of character. Hey, why do you keep staring at me? Jiang Lingtaki glanced at Su-di, his tone tinged with displeasure. The other party had been staring at him all the time since he came in. These words caused the people present to be startled, all looking towards Su-di. Only to see that the other party's line of sight even dared to roam over Jiang Lingdao's body. Ahem, the main reason is that senior sister Lingtaki is really too beautiful. At the side, a man with a country face performed a relief for Su-di. He knew that Su-di was a person with no background and was helping out of kindness. If the other party messed with Jiang Lingtaki, he wouldn't be able to enter the Mechanical Maze Union. You look like someone I know. Su-di spoke bluntly. The hearts of the people present surged as they sucked in cold air in unison. Big brother, your method of picking up a girl is too raw. Jiang Lingdao blankly glanced at the other party, not intending to bother with them. Brother, you're so bullish, meeting a girl is really daring to flirt. The mage boy next to him inwardly gave him a thumbs up. Although he also liked pretty girls, he didn't dare to climb high on Jiang Lingtaki. The daughter of the elders of the nation's 3 top guilds, the aura of the imperial capital's Jiang family was not something that ordinary families could presume. These words, in Su-di's opinion, were just stating his own feelings. He also knew that the other party couldn't possibly be his own sister-in-law, and followed up by not looking any further. However, this Jiang Lingtaki looked so much like his own sister-in-law, and the fishiness in it was pressed into Su-di's heart for the time being. The atmosphere of the scene soon returned to normal. Su-di had also expressed his gratitude to the country face man in the midst of this. Although it was fine whether the country face brother helped or not, but the other party's kindness Su-di also had a collar. Just now is nothing, but Jiang Lingtaki's character is lonely and arrogant, and he doesn't like to socialize with strange men. Brother, you need to pay more attention in the future. The country face man lowered his voice and reminded the other party. Su-di also nodded silently, preparing to close his eyes for a while. the young men and women present started chatting hotly again. Their topic gradually changed from their post-graduation plans to the recent big news. Speaking of which, do you guys know about that mysterious gunsmith that recently appeared in the country? Chapter 22, Out of the City, Jiang Lingtaki's Strength. Are you talking about that gunsmith from Black Rock Volcano? Speaking of which, I still can't believe it, an awakening technique exterminating the entire Black Rock volcano. My uncle and their guild's elders' awakening technique strength isn't even this high. In the last few years, my foreign classmate has been bragging about how strong his Eagle Sauce country has a holy angels, and now that this firearms big brother has come out, the holy angels have all faded into insignificance. Even top professions like angels don't have the power of that big guy on the news who wipes out the map with one skill. I graduated in guild selection before I was still torn about which one to choose, mainly because I chose the Mechanical Mystery Guild after reading about this mysterious big guy. Technology, spells, flesh, the three top guilds in the country each represent a pinnacle. In the future it is estimated that our technology sect will dominate. The crowd present set off a good deal of chatter. Spirit Taki's senior sister knows that gun big brother news yet. I saw the news this morning, quite a few people still discussing this mysterious big brother may be related to Mechanical Mystery City. A youth took this opportunity to throw the question to Jiang Lingtaki. After all, in the entire country, playing with firearms technology or whatever was the strongest in mechanical maze. It was indeed possible to say that the mysterious firearms powerhouse was related to Mechanical Mystery City. I didn't realize that this person was related to the Mechanical Mystery City Guild. Jiang Lingtaki responded truthfully with her arms around her chest. She had also read this morning's news and asked the elders in her family about the situation. As the top guild in the country, the Mechanical Mystery City Guild has elder-level characters who can manage to wipe out a map, so the Mechanical Mystery City Guild probably doesn't even care about this very much. Someone opened their mouth to try and express the guild's power for Jiang Lingtaki. The top guilds in the country's military spending exceeded the $1 trillion level every year. You're wrong, the guild cares quite a bit about this crossover gunsmith. And I also care about this person. Jiang Lingtaki's meaningful sentence caused many people present to look sideways. This was enough to show that the Mechanical Guild had already begun to act in search of this strong man. One of the top guilds, Mechanical Mystic City, was still like this, and the other two guilds might start making moves as well. Prepare yourselves, all reserve members, there's still 5 minutes to go. As long as you step outside the city, everyone should know the effects of the heavenly might blockade of the outside lords, so start getting ready now. A guild man reminded the crowd inside from the doorway. The supplies they were escorting this time would not allow for any mistakes. If someone became a liability, not only would they not be able to join the guild, they might even lose their lives. Many of the people in the room got up to make the final preparations. Jiang Lingdao raised her wrist, and her storage bracelet glowed faintly. In the next moment, her entire body was replaced with a set of customized equipment that was both powerful and sensitive. Senior sister Lingtaki, your strength has reached the 4th turn now? The people present noticed the equipment on the other party's body faintly flowing with reddish golden light. The necklace that the other party wore around her neck was a very famous 4th turn jewelry. Transfigurants of the 3rd turn and below could at most wear gold-colored legendary grade equipment. Transferees above the 3rd turn could obtain brave grade equipment when they entered a new stage. The reddish golden glow was precisely the bright light unique to Braveheart class equipment. This is nothing. Jiang Lingtaki looked calm. For whole long years of college, the elders of her family were the top echelons of the Mechanical Mystery City. If she herself couldn't turn once a year, what kind of Jiang family child would she be? Tianzhao's upgrade speed is really too strong. The other young men and women present couldn't help but shiver. The 4th turn was the mark of stepping into a whole new realm, and the transmuters who could break through the great difficulty of the 3rd turn to reach the 4th turn were even rarer. Ordinary transmigrant combat universities, the outstanding graduates also stopped at the 2nd turn. For those of them who had come to the Advanced Battle Law Military University, it was already not easy for them to reach the 3rd turn. In the next 10 years or so, they wouldn't necessarily be able to hone their combat skills to the point of breaking through to the 4th turn. But Jiang Lingtaki was a 4th turn powerhouse at such a young age. I'm lucky I didn't go to a combat university. For turns in 4 years of college, I wouldn't know how many turns I'd have if I went through 4 years. Su Di silently spat in his heart. He looked like he remembered something. His mind moved slightly. Eye of Apocalypse aka Eye of Apocalypse, checking out 4th turn powerhouses was easy. Character information. Name, Jiang Lingtaki. Profession, Angel of Wisdom. Level, 279 peak of 4th turn. Physique, 18,735. Strength, 25,046. Spirit, 18,433. Agility, 15,690. External auxiliary, Wisdom Angel Armor, Holy Light Matrix, Nano Feather, Photon Torpedo, Fortress Cannon. Skills, Stigma Prism, Chain of Judgment, Michael's Sacred Lance, Sublime Crosschop, Heavenly Condensing Light Sword. Aura, blessing of wisdom, blessing of light, blessing of courage, God's shelter, elemental frenzy, toughness. I didn't realize that this sister was actually still at the peak of the fourth turn. Su-di secretly checked the other party's information at a glance. No wonder these people held Jiangling Taki in such high esteem. The other party had long been at the peak of the fourth turn, only that they hadn't completed the fifth turn task yet, so they couldn't continue upgrading. Once the other party completed the transfer quest, that would be a fifth turn powerhouse, and their strength would increase once again. After leaving the city, we must kill more ferocious beasts to upgrade. Su-di silently made this decision in his heart. Since the top geniuses in this world were at the peak of the fourth turn at this age, those who had appeared as god-tier professions themselves could not lag behind. The fourth turn was a big threshold where even an expert could stop at. The difficulty of each transferring character far exceeded one's current level. This meant that each time a transmuter transferred, they needed to utilize a strength far beyond that of the same level. Not everyone was like Su-di, who was able to ignore the ultra-difficult transfer quests when faced with them. In the final hours, Su-di spent 50 million amethyst coins to take the time to buy a new small weapon. Inheritance Diamond Revolver. Category, Weapon. Level, 60. Effect, Unlimited Bullets. All attributes plus 310, rate of fire plus 110%. Description, the gun's body is made of 8 hearts. Description, the gun body is made of 8 hearts, 8 arrows, and 8 diamonds. Craftsmanship, the ultimate luxury, radiant skill, you deserve it. Unlimited bullets is what you call a shooter. Su-di pinned the diamond revolver to his waist. Being a gunsmith was much better than an archer in terms of shooting. There was nothing more enjoyable in this type of profession than just choosing a gun with a fast firing rate. Leaving everything else to the trigger was enough. Gather, all gather. Outside, a guild member began to gather the newcomers. The next step was to rely on these prospective members to safely escort the supplies to the forward base. The entrance to the stage station. The 20 humpback beasts that were transporting the supplies looked like turtles that were the size of trucks. Each camelid's back shell could be opened. Its function was to store and protect the supplies. Su-di's group was scattered around. Their duty was to protect the camel beasts and the materials inside. Many people rejoiced in their hearts knowing that with the addition of the genius Jiangling Taki, the safety rate was greatly increased. The leading guild member led the crowd to the entrance of the border city. Deploy the light curtain. On the upper floor of the city gate, the soldier in charge of holding the gate shouted loudly. The giant rare metal gate slowly opened, and part of the light curtain at the city gate disappeared. In the crowd's line of sight was filled with broken walls and remnants of monster corpses. Leave the city immediately, quick! Chapter 23, Correct Usage of the Eye of the Apocalypse. The remnants of ferocious beasts were all over the outside of the city. These monster-mutilated corpses were exactly what Su-di had done during their waiting time inside the city. The border city soldiers had specially cleared out an area. The reserve guild members who were escorting the supplies drove the camel mountain beasts to quickly leave the city. They knew that if they didn't leave the city quickly, the ferocious beasts would most likely come surging in again, and they wouldn't be able to get out even if they wanted to at that time. Getting out of the city went smoothly, got through a big hurdle. The crowd drove the camel mountain beasts away from Mo City 2 miles away, and only then did their tense mood relax a little. They were initially very worried that the encounter with the monster would destroy the supplies they were escorting. If the supplies were damaged, it meant that they had failed the guild mission this trip and would not be able to enter the Mechanical Mystery City Guild. Everyone must pay more attention to monster attacks. The road ahead still has many difficulties. The guild member leading the way told everyone not to slack off. The supplies they had escorted before had suffered failures one after another, destroyed by monsters halfway down the road. This time, the granddaughter of the guild elder, Jiangling Taki, would appear here. It was also partly due to the constant failures of transporting supplies one after another over here, requiring the support of a powerful transmuter. As the team escorting the supplies came to a forest of giant trees, the flying birds and beasts hiding in the bushes as well as the thick branches of the trees launched an attack. Ho ho ho! Ho ho ho! Hundreds of ferocious beasts fiercely attacked towards the supplies team. The people guarding next to the camel mountain beasts were prepared and released their skills to quickly cut down the monsters. The country-faced man and Su-di were at the end of the guarding team. When he had just beheaded those monsters, he saw that Su-di's strength wasn't at all like what the crowd thought it was before. Brother Su, your marksmanship is 6 enough. The country-faced man praised. As an honor student of Tiandu University, he had just needed to put in some effort to kill the monsters. While Su-di directly took out his diamond revolver and bang 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 a few times, he broke the throat of the nearby monsters with a single bullet. The skills are not outstanding, so I practiced more on general attacks. Su-di smiled and didn't say much. In reality, these small monsters he had just exterminated were actually simpler than drinking water. Weapons with a certain armor-breaking effect were extremely rare in this world. And the effect of winged motion killing could make bullets with 100% armor breaking. This meant that any of Su-Dee's general attacks were true damage. Just the fact that the pulse attack skill ignored armor damage reduction was already able to finish off the top professions. We're in good hands with Spirit Takaru, a monster wolf king just rushed us and hung up. A member at the front couldn't help but brag about the other party. The image of Jiangling Taki, who originally had both status and strength, became even more heroic in the eyes of the others. Ding ding ding. The bell hanging around the neck of the hunchback beast rang. The crowd came to a fork in the road, both of which led to the front line. One was a smaller path that was faster and possibly more dangerous, and one was a larger path that was slower but had a higher safety rate. The hunchback beast suddenly stopped in its tracks, and hot air continued to spew from its nostrils. This domesticated beast had one of the greatest characteristics of anticipating danger. The hunchback beast isn't moving, the road ahead is infested with powerful monsters. The people present made a quick judgment. But the big problem they encountered now was that although they knew that there were powerful monsters ahead, however, they didn't understand where the exact location of the monster was, and could only rely on their experience to judge. It's too unlucky this time as well, to encounter a time where we have to make a choice so soon. The guild leader's brow was furrowed as he led the way. The battlefield to the front line had numerous forks in the road. Choosing the right path would bring life, while choosing the wrong path would bring nothing. Previously, the failure of the material escort was at least an error in judgment when the last few forks of the road encountered danger. This time, he didn't expect to have to make a choice of which road to take so soon. Otherwise, let's take the main road. Slower is slower, and it would be bad if there is a loss of supplies. Do you know that the main road isn't dangerous? The main road just has a lower probability of encountering monsters? It's better to take the small road. Right now the main thing is to transport the supplies quickly lest there is another mutiny, and we only know that there are powerful monsters in front of us now. The people were all using their own opinions, arguing whether it was better to take the big road or the small road. This kind of small matter isn't simple. Su-Dee secretly said in his heart and activated the Eye of Apocalypse. This auxiliary awakening technique of his could not only see information about all things, but also observe from a super long distance. The sharp gaze seemed to be able to distort space to see through the turbidity and clarity of the world. Su-Dee observed the front of both paths. It turned out that there were no ferocious beasts on the small road. On the contrary, there were ferocious beasts hibernating on the main road, wanting to attack passing human transmigrators. On the other side of the main road, there were already other guilds' personnel escorting supplies who had fallen in battle. What are you doing, Brother Su? The country-faced man saw that Su-Dee had stood still just a moment ago. After he had previously changed his opinion of Su-Dee greatly, he felt that the other party had a vestigial feeling of a hermit expert. Originally, he wanted to ask the other party what he thought, only to find that Su-Dee stood still and didn't understand. Su-Dee was about to find a random excuse to answer. A flash of light flashed through his mind, as if he had thought of something. I was just smelling the smell floating in the air. There's the smell of blood over there on the main road. It doesn't give people a very good feeling. Su-Dee took a deep breath after a slight contemplation. Brother, you still have this talent? The country-faced man was stunned to hear this. He had previously heard that there was a transmigrant called Charcoal Jiru on the island side, who was born with a sensitive nose and could make a lot of judgments. Brother Su-Dee just said that he asked about the smell of blood coming from the air, so he was afraid that it was not even better than that island country's transmuter. I can't be sure, I can only roughly speculate. Su-Dee shook his head, posing as if he didn't dare to be sure. He wouldn't be redundant if he was in his original mood. But now there was a sister who looked similar to his sister-in-law related to the Mechanical Guild. That was one of the main reasons why Su-Dee wanted to steadily join the Mechanical Mystery Guild and didn't want this mission to flop. You're much better than other people's blind barren analysis, only based on that then it's worth a try. The country-faced man stroked his chin to make a judgment. He quickly reported to the team's leader. The others were also amazed after knowing that Su-Dee's sense of smell was so sensitive that he could distinguish the smell of blood in the air. Some of the knowledgeable people said that they had seen similarly gifted people in other countries. There were also people who didn't believe in this metaphysical sense of smell at all. Just kidding, how come I can't smell anything? That's right, it's still reliable if you transfer to a shape changer who can transform into an animal with a sensitive sense of smell. This kind of thing is not a joke if you flip the car. I support Su-Dee, talented people are not what you can imagine. I still have a senior in the combat university whose ears are so sensitive that he can hear the monster activities 3 miles away. Su-Dee in the end is sure to take the main road is not a problem. If the supplies are gone, we are still running at that time, that would be bad. So what if we're sure? So what if we're not sure? We've been arguing about which road to take before. Now since Su-Dee has some basis, then no matter if it's right or wrong, we can give it a try. The people present were again discussing over whether or not to trust Su-Dee. The guild leader was also confused by the noise. This batch of materials was very important if they were wrong, and if they were the person in charge, they would be even more guilty if they were wrong. With no other choice, the guild leader put his hopes on Jiangling Taki. The other party was the daughter of a senior guild elder. It would be much better if the other party was willing to intervene. Enough! Zhang Taki lightly droned. The people present immediately quieted down when they heard that the other party was about to speak. Let's just listen to Su Di's try, we don't know what's going on up ahead at the moment anyway. Zhang Taki looked towards Su Di, remembering the man who was always staring at her. After thinking about it, she also thought it would be better to listen to somewhat grounded words. These words were like a tranquilizing pill that made the people present put their hearts down. There was no time to delay any longer. Everyone immediately drove the humpback beasts in the direction of the trail. After they finished the path, they realized that there were really no powerful beasts on this path. Combined with the Camel Mountain beast's previous uneasiness, the other path definitely had a great danger. They had chosen the right one, or Su Di's judgment was correct. Chapter 24, Getting Out of the Fight. After crossing the path, it didn't take long for the group to encounter a fork in the road again. The hunchback beast once again stopped to reveal its uneasy demeanor. There might be more menacing monsters on the road ahead. And Su Ri once again relied on his sense of smell to judge the correct and safe path. This was the case for the next 3 times in a row. Each choice correctly avoided the danger. Ding ding ding. The bell swung to make a sound. The hunchback beast once again showed uneasiness, this time outright fear, to the point where its body was shaking. There were sufficiently 5 paths ahead that could go to the front position battlefield. Everyone looked towards Su Di, like it had become a conditioned reflex. This road right in the center. Su Di slightly raised his head to indicate. The others were overjoyed at the words and immediately set off in a frenzy. Don't you not believe in Su Di's judgment? A man cheerfully spoke to his companion. He was the first group of people to support Su Di, and was even more pleased to see that he was right now. I was the one who was short-sighted before, brother. This nose is really absolutely brilliant. The companion smiled awkwardly, having to admire Su Di's repeated correct judgment. However, but also in the heart happy to be at ease, who does not want to have accidents? I didn't expect this person to actually have this kind of talent. Zhang Taki glanced at Su Di on the way. Remembering this youth who had always looked at himself before. She touched her nose, trying to take 2 deep breaths. The result was that she didn't smell anything. It was the first time that she, who was hailed as a genius in school, had something inferior to others. What's going on at the front line? Why are there so many ferocious beasts along the way? Fine sweat surfaced on the forehead of the guild's leading member. If it wasn't for Su Di's repeated help in avoiding danger today, this batch of supplies would have been destroyed long ago. Could it be that a lot of ferocious beasts broke through the blockade and ran out? The guild leader member broke out into a cold sweat at the thought of this result. He wasn't good at combat, leveling only 3 turns, and if the ferocious beasts did indeed break through the blockade line and come out, it could only mean that the situation of the people in the frontline camp was critical to the top. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. Violent blasting booms gradually resounded from the front. Currently, the crowd was about to arrive at the frontline position, and the explosions of the spells against the bombardment became clearer and clearer. The front camp base had long since become a broken wall, with all kinds of creature limbs scattered everywhere. Numerous fishmen monsters raised their spell triangular forks in their hands and attacked the surrounding area without mercy. Bubbles flew out from the sky, and the bubbles sent out huge explosions as they burst. The transmutants in the frontline camp were blown away by this explosion. The monsters have hit our camp, everyone go to support them quickly. The lead guild member shouted out as his pupils shrunk violently. Everyone instantly lit up their weapons. Although Zhang Taki hadn't inherited the technological talent of the mechanical mystery city lineage. However, she had fused exoskeleton technology with her angelic profession to become an intellectually armored battle angel. Among them, Zhang Taki activated her intelligent armor and transformed into golden lightning, being the first to rush to the camp and start fighting. She drew the golden broadsword at her waist and raised it high, and dozens of gain auras and blessings instantly rose from the soles of her feet. Suddenly, swiftly, swiftly, swiftly. Suddenly, swiftly, swiftly, swiftly. Half-moon-shaped golden sword chi brilliant moon spirit flew out in hundreds and thousands. The fishmen monsters spread out frantically, trying to escape the judgmental attack from the angels. Zhang Taki opened her nano wings, she raised her sword high and drew a golden square towards the fishman's escape area. The golden square covered a field the size of a soccer field, and then violently contracted to an area of less than 10 meters. All the fishmen seemed to be gathered by the square's net, and the half-moon golden sword chi killed them in groups. The crowd present couldn't help but give a cheer for Zhang Taki. With her strength at full strength, she seemed like a humanoid battle angel. It's not over yet. Zhang Taki thrust the golden broadsword in her hand into the earth. With the body of the sword as the center, the ground spread a magical formation of the sun, moon, and stars shining together. The Paradise Fortress Cannon, which was like a giant truck, slowly rose within the magic formation. The fortress cannon that was a fusion of magic and technology was majestic. White magical feathers floated down in the air. Whenever the feathers fell to the ground, a celestial sound accompanied them. A curling song chanted, "Hallelujah." Hallelujah's heavenly voice was even strung together into an auditorium chorus as the feathers kept falling in tandem. Elegant, what elegance! The male transmogrifier exclaimed in admiration, attracted by his opponent's stance. The woman whose battle came with its own background music was just extraordinary. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. The Heavenly Fortress cannon turned on its auto-targeting function and kept blasting the monsters. It absorbed the light elements in space and turned them into magic cannonballs, activating the infinite firepower mode. Clang clang clang. Jiangling Taki continuously swung his golden sword chi to attack the crowd of fishmen at the camp base. The radiant gold-rimmed arcs of light carried an aura that could cut through all things, and one sword cut a dozen or so fishman monsters at the waist. Even if they were minion fishmen, she wouldn't spare them with a soft heart. The people present were not willing to show weakness, quickly stepped forward to behead the monsters. Support has arrived, our support has arrived. The living transfigurators within the camp were thrilled. The monsters had once again appeared in a riot, and their camp had been largely destroyed. Fortunately, the reinforcements had finally arrived. Rumble! Rumble! The swarming army of 40,000 fishmen once again killed. The fishman scout had long since realized that the human support had arrived. At its report, the fish lords gathered the other soldiers, determined to break through the line. They were the leaders under the banner of the great, Kenj, evil spirit lord. Now let's see who is the hunter and who is the monster. Everyone, come on, we can beat them this time. The military spirit of the transmutants in the frontline position rose and began to launch a counterattack. The entire camp once again triggered an unprecedented battle. Su Di pulled out his weapon and flew into the monster group to kill them. Bullet shells flew out as if they didn't need any money. The amazing accuracy coupled with the power of 100% armor breaking was a perfect match. You have killed a level 150 old blind fishman, gaining 25,543 experience points. You have killed a level 150 evil compulsion voodoo fish, gaining 24,635 experience points. You have slain a level 150 tide recruiter fishman and gained 24,390 experience points. Congratulations on leveling up to. Congratulations on your leveling up to 68. 10 attribute points are automatically assigned according to the gunner profession. Congratulations on your leveling up to 69. 10 attribute points are automatically allocated according to the gunner profession. Su Di was in a no man's land, his pace was light and his shots were fierce. The tongues of fire from his gun spewed out a large number of bullets, comparable to a Gatling sweeping across the battlefield. Under the joint efforts of the many transitioners. Not much, all the monsters invading the camp died. How come the monsters have hit the camp base? Where are the other cadre level members who are here? The guild member who had brought supplies here asked for specifics. The cadre level members ran to the front line to start a war with Lord Kernak, and the monsters broke through the blockade and all ran to us. The guild members within the camp replied eagerly. The riot of monsters at the forefront once again erupted into Armageddon. Abruptly. Right in the gap between the two conversations. A crisp cracking sound rang out, and a fishbone cannon exploded out in a swift burst. Puff! A guild member's body was directly smashed in half. Everyone then realized that things weren't over yet. There were still sniper-like monsters in the shadows. Immediately after that, several more fishbone cannons exploded out, launching a fierce attack on the transmuters in the field. It was easy to hide from the dark arrows, and the strength of the monster snipers hiding in the shadows was even stronger than the previous monsters. #hashtag. Woe be unto them, a new batch of fishmen army reappeared. These fishmen were all strengthened by evil spirits and were much stronger than the universal monsters. Everyone rushed forward and tried to continue killing the monsters back, but the ultra-fast fishbone cannons bursting from the distance simply couldn't be defended against. Let me see what kind of monsters you are. Su Di's eyes snapped open to gain insight into the source of the trajectory. He opened the eye of the apocalypse hurricane and found dozens of mechanical-bodied puffer fishmen at the peak of a mountain 10 kilometers away. Monster information. Name, Mechanical Pufferfish Man Elite Monster. Level, 200. Attack, 28,432. Physical Defense, 5371. Legal Defense, 6288. Skills, Super Fishbone Cannon, Advanced Perception, Advanced Lock-On. Description: they transformed from ordinary puffer fish people into puffer fish snipers. Their lifelong talent are dedicated to the great sniper cause, Super Fishbone Cannon Unrivaled. These puffer fish men's bodies swelled up to the size of a car, and were still violently inhaling gas to expand. Immediately afterward, the puffer fish people violently exhaled and once again launched a new round of attacks. They found that the human woman in armor was the strongest in the entire field. All of the monsters used most of their attacks to target Jiangling Taki for the reason that they had to hit their heads out of the water. Rows and rows of super-fast fishbone bullets exploded at over 10 times the speed of sound. Jiangling Taki, as the most eye-catching existence before, became the main target of the fishbone cannons. Dang, 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 dang. Jiangling Taki sensed the danger and raised his golden broadsword to defend against it, and the fishbone cannon blasted the surface of the sword with a loud and clear sound. The superpower was unimaginable, her arm was numb from the shock. She had learned from the university that the elite of the fishman congregation could obtain a Lord's skill boost at any time. The already strong fishbone cannon, with the Lord's monster enhancement, sent out a strike no less than the king's. Another new round of fishbone cannon attacked. Crap! Jiangling Taki simply couldn't cope with such a fierce attack. Speed was power, and this round of attack from the fishbone cannon was enough to cause her to fall on the spot. Bullet time! Su Di unleashed the awakening auxiliary technique he had mastered to help this woman who was perhaps related to his sister-in-law. His nerves were enhanced more than 10,000 times in a split second, and everything was presented at an extremely slow speed. In Su Di's opinion, even something as fast as a fishbone cannon was as slow as a snail. Bang bang bang! Bang bang bang! Su Di fired towards the fishbone cannons that came bursting out. The bullets fired by the diamond revolver were also as bright and hard as diamonds. The two bullets collided and erupted with violent energy. How is this possible? Jiang Lingdao's pupils shrunk violently. Her gaze towards Su Di was filled with disbelief. To be able to stop the bullet attack of such a monster with this level of accuracy, it was not too much to say that it was the gun god descending from the heavens. Why do you keep staring at me? Su Di said indifferently. Isn't this my line? Jiangling Taki recalled that this was what he had said when he first met Su Di. He had been saved by the other party and the words he had said were returned in their original count. Bang 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 bang! Bang 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 bang! After Su Di neutralized all the attacks of the puffer fish people, he raised his hand and fired 10 shots in a row towards the location of those puffer fishmen. Those monsters must be far away, your bullets won't even hit them. Jiangling Taki reminded as he watched the other parties move. He himself didn't even know where the monsters were, let alone the other party, let alone the other party. Let the bullets fly for a while. What? No, I said I'm just shooting to scare the monsters in the distance so I can take the time to leave to find them to attack. What are you going to find those monsters for? It's not like they're charging at you. Jiangling Taki spoke in confusion. What she didn't know was, Su Di wasn't looking for the pufferfish men, but wanted to go to the lords. If this continued, the monsters would appear without end. Su Di planned to go straight to the forefront and finish the job by washing the ground with his awakening technique. It's true that they didn't charge at me, but I prefer not to have them hurt you. Su Di turned the revolver in his hand and inserted it back into his waist. He instantly thought of this perfect excuse to get away, how the other party looked like his sister-in-law. The flurry of battle, the deep words. Jiangling Taki wanted to say something, but his words were all stuck in his throat. Su Di ignored the other party's mood at the moment and quickly left the area. The first time he met with Jiangling Taki, he looked at the other side a little more, but he never thought that it would be an excuse for him to get away. Su Di was prepared to use another time to summon the cyber goddess of mercy mech to blow itself up, so that this place would also have an electronic overdrive. Oh, almost forgot. Su Di left the camp battlefield and lightly snapped his fingers. Boom, 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 boom. 10 kilometers away, a shocking concussive explosion of nearly 500 tons of TNT magnitude rang out. You have killed a level 200 mechanical pufferfish man, gaining 44,368 experience points. You have killed a level 200 mechanical pufferfish man. You have gained 45,096 experience points. You have killed a level 200 mechanical pufferfish man and gained 45,104 experience points. At the front line position, the mechanical carnagel octopus that was as big as a skyscraper frantically swung its mechanical tentacles to whip at the enemy. Every blow of the monster caused great destruction, and thousands of laser beams shone brightly to the extreme. The foreheads of the surrounding group of powerful transmutants broke out in cold sweat as they were forced back by this powerful monster. Due to the Lord's monster rioting, they had all come over to stop the Lord, and now the defense line had been broken through by the monster. If they didn't destroy the monster quickly, the situation would only get worse. It was just that currently, the mechanical octopus Lord was attacking indiscriminately as if it had gone mad, and no one had managed to get close yet. Monster information. Name, Evil Spirit Modification Mechanical Kernak. Level, 400. Attack, 163-8392. Physical Defense, 847285. Legal Defense, 883700. Skills, Crazy Mountains, Crazy Tentacles, 10 million lasers, Heavenly Might. Introduction. The moment I step out of the deep sea is the time when all things will end. Snort. Snort snort. Mechanical Koan's dozen or so mechanical tentacles were raised high, each sucker all gathering energy. Thousands of lasers spewed lasers from the suckers. Concentric quantum reflector. A dozen or so high-level mechanics slapped their hands on the ground. Immediately afterward, the huge reflector bounced all the laser light back to the mechanical octopus. Huge explosions were constantly generated. Taste the flavor of your own laser line. The mechanics who summoned the spatial reflectors were excited beyond belief over the monster's injuries. But the next moment they were slapped in the face in unison. The giant mechanical tentacles quickly drew out to dry bomb the spatial reflector directly. The crunching sound of glass mirrors shattering appeared. More than a dozen high-level mechanics spat blood from their mouths and were jerked away by the mechanical tentacles. Chop off all of this monster's mechanical tentacles or we won't be able to defeat it at all. The 60 high-ranked transmutators launched their strongest skills one after another. Colorful various types of occupational skills flew out. They no longer attacked the octopus body strongly, instead attempting to chop off the arms of this terrifying monster. Swiftly. Boom 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 boom. A large number of mechanical tentacles flew and broke off to be completely smashed. The skills of the crowd's combined efforts under the siege had a damaging effect on the mechanical kernel. Once again, something unexpected happened. The mechanical kernel wrapped its body in electric current, and then fused the broken pieces of mecha to regrow mechanical tentacles. The new tentacles carried even more terrifying wind pressure towards the surrounding transmutants. The powerful force even caused space to briefly distort, and many of the transfigurants flew out backwards and suffered huge injuries. The mechanical octopus actually has another way to reborn with a broken hand. The hearts of the transmutators present were ashen. This monster's tentacles were too many and too strong to be resolved quickly. Trying to cut off the enemy's limbs resulted in there being a severed hand rebirth. This was the terror of the mechanical kernel. It had a steel body and also had the original ability to regenerate broken hands. All of you keep your distance from the monster, don't approach recklessly yet. The senior transmogrifier at the head shouted, if this continued the Lord didn't kill it. They might all be wiped out first. No, this mechanical monster is trying to get to Emo City. A transmogrifier shouted as he looked at the direction Kernak was moving. They had just backed up not long ago, but the mechanical octopus was clearly targeting the human city. The hard part was that they no longer had enough battle power on site to stop this monster. Everyone wait and clear the way for me, I don't believe I can't kill this mechanical Kernag with the same. The fists of the combat elder occupying the forefront were clenched. Even a monster of this strength shouldn't be able to withstand his self-destruction. No way. Someone spoke up to stop the elders. The future monsters still needed the presence of strong people. If there were monsters that appeared that couldn't be dealt with and then blew themselves up, then encountering newly descended monsters in the future would only result in greater and greater sacrifices. Up there, everyone look up there. One of the cadre members noticed something strange coming from above. Everyone looked upwards, only to see a giant cyber thousand-handed goddess of mercy in a Rudraksha's palm gesture plummeting to the ground from mid-air. Chapter 25, Messenger of Justice, Cyber Goddess of Mercy. Tap tap tap. Tap tap. Sudi performed quantum moon steps to continuously step high into the air. He looked down on the battlefield below to find the transmutants fighting monsters in various areas. Many of the smaller monsters were also taking advantage of the gaps to break through the battlefield blockade and head straight for the nearest Emo City. These are the evil spirit creatures on the battlefield? It's no wonder this size is so difficult to tackle. Sudi slightly lamented at the sight of the massive mechanical monsters below. The guild members below exerted their best efforts, but it was difficult to suppress this evil spirit. The huge octopus attack bursts, coupled with the broken touch regeneration skill, rendered any transmuter useless. It's time to end it. Sudi stood at the highest altitude, his fists slowly clenching. Summoning the Cyberwatch Mecha Arai. Ka-ching! Ka-ching! Ka-chick! Ka-ching! Ka-chow! Click! The moment the words fell, roiling metal parts abruptly appeared in the air. All the parts were assembled into a steel thousand-handed goddess of mercy Buddha statue that was hundreds of meters tall, and the cold metallic texture flowed with cold front colors under the refraction of the sunlight. Buzz! Cyber goddess's mechanical eyes lit up with a brilliant red light. Locked down below, targeting the mechanical Kenj. Sudi gave a good command to the mech to turn on automatic combat. He let the giant mecha, which was like the immovable fortress, descend from above. Below, groups of transfigurators were fighting the mechanical octopus. This monster was definitely pushed over by the cold country. The small and medium-sized country is still trying to use evil spirit monsters to disgust us, thanks to the help of the Eagle Jam country and the Western Alliance. The guild cadres gasped for air with their fists clenched. Tianlong country was the third largest country in the world that bordered many countries. At its borders, however, it was often harassed by cold countries and small southeastern countries. Even the seashore was harassed by the Sakurajima kingdom from time to time. The reason why they didn't have any high-level powerhouses in this battlefield. It was mainly because too many small countries were causing trouble at the Dragon Kingdom's borders. There were also evil spirits and plague beasts with even more terrifying strength in other areas that were causing trouble and needed strong guards. Similar to this evil spirit, it originally appeared first in the Cold Kingdom territory. But then it suddenly ran to the border territory of the Heavenly Dragon Kingdom. The transmigrators present all guessed that this was the Cold Kingdom's doing, driving all of these powerful evil spirit monsters towards the Dragon Kingdom, drawing the scourge to the east. Every small country bordering the Dragon Kingdom's borders did this, and the ultra-long borderline made it difficult for a powerful country like the Dragon Kingdom to deal with it on all fronts. Mard, someday if I succeed in my career 6th turn, I'm definitely going to go and through these small countries that engage in sneak attacks. Don't even think about it, the Eagle Kingdom side has sent quite a few powerful garrison troops, that's why these small countries dare to be emboldened. Stall the mechanical Kernag first, this monster is still trying to advance. The transmigrators present cried out when they saw the mechanical octopus trying to advance the battle line again. The mechanical labyrinth peripheral elder wanted to use his bomber profession to propose the jadeite idea. Elder, you can't die with this monster or you'll really be trapped. Many people were so frightened that they hurriedly opened their mouths to dissuade them. Their guild would lose part of their battle power with one less elder not to mention. They preferred not to lose this honorable elder. Up there, everyone look up there. One of the cadre members noticed something strange coming from above. Everyone looked up and a black dot was expanding at a drastic rate. It was a giant mechanical thousand-handed goddess of mercy, plummeting to the ground at the highest altitude. Evacuate quickly. The crowd that had discovered the shocking change shouted loudly. Everyone erupted their strongest movement speed techniques in a split second to quickly move away from the battlefield. Ka-ching! 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 The mechanical Colonel Octopus also noticed something strange and looked up. Immediately afterward, it saw the mechanical Guanin's hand cupping a Dharma seal and pressing down towards it. Boom! A shocking explosion appeared. The wind pressure cut off the surrounding trees and swept up dust as high as 12 kilometers. A violent explosion occurred with the mechanical Kernag as the center. The transmigrators who dodged next to it were all confused by the sudden appearance of the mechanical monster. When the smoke and dust cleared, only the huge body of the mechanical Neg octopus was smashed to pieces. The cyber goddess of mercy that stood there didn't show the slightest breakage, and its precious appearance was placed solemnly on the battlefield. Where did the mechanical cannon come from? Wait, isn't this the cyber mechanical goddess of mercy from this morning's news video? You've seen that big news too? Didn't this mechanical cannon monster blow itself up in the Witch Forest? The mechanical Kunnagi body shattered, and the Emo city in the back was saved. Emotions ran high when the transmigrators present recognized this canine. This difficult-to-handle monster had finally died. Wait, it's not over yet. Some of the transmogrifier's pupils shrunk violently. Only to see the mechanical Kernag's brain appear after shattering, an evil spirit villain with a blue light all over its body appeared. It was this evil spirit villain in the center of mechanical Kernag's brain that had been controlling Kernag before. Ho 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 ho! The evil spirit villain drew circles with his fingers to perform skills. The mechanical body of the Kernag, which had been smashed with parts everywhere, actually reassembled itself once again. Brush brush brush. Brush brush brush. The octopus mechanical tentacles wriggled crazily. The colonel reappeared in the battlefield and let out a mechanical roar. It swung its tentacles like whips towards the mechanical goddess of mercy. Dang! A golden-colored quantum shield appeared around cyber goddess of mercy. The skill of this protection was as amazing as the golden light spell, but it was the mechanical punk version of the golden light spell. Buzz! The mechanical Guanin's electronic eyes blazed with red light, like it was furious that the mechanical octopus in front of it also dared to compete with itself. It swung its thousands of arms in unison to attack the Kernagel octopus. A monster battle, isn't this something you see on the news? The crowd that retreated to the back sucked in several breaths of cold air, re-seeing something that had appeared on the news. This cyber goddess is here to help us. The mechanical mystery city elder made a shocking judgment under careful thought. This big monster had come with a purpose from suddenly appearing and now helping to destroy the Kenj. He definitely had reason to believe that there must be a top-tier powerhouse behind the scenes that had a great relationship with Cyberwatch. The shocking statement refreshed the crowd's perception. The cyber goddess of mercy has struck. The hearts of the other transmigrators were pounding as they witnessed this epic match. Poof poof. Poof poof poof. Cyber goddess of mercy's 1,000 hands lashed out towards the mechanical octopus. The mechanical Kernagel's tentacles were all shattered by the mighty cyber cannon and then revived. The evil spirit octopus, which had always attacked with many tentacles, was actually completely defeated in terms of the number of hands at this moment. Octopus is nothing, cyber goddess of mercy with 1,000 hands will let you have 900 hands. A transmigrator shouted in excitement. This kind of all-round crushing of monsters to the extreme is what is called a sound battle. Rumble. Rumble, rumble. The mechanical goddess Thousand Arms flashed like magma. It brainlessly dissolved the mechanical octopus body, directly making it impossible to reorganize. The mechanical Negler fought until the end, and its originally gigantic body was reduced to a large size. The evil spirit revealed a terrified expression, and its desire for survival skyrocketed as it quickly fled. The Cyberknocker's electronic eyes bloomed with a red light of death, following it like a shadow. Good run, that's the way to go. Rincon, Sudi watched the mechanical octopus flee back to the direction of the Cold Kingdom with a bad smile. The reason why he didn't let the mechanical octopus blow itself up in the first place was mainly because he was afraid of the repercussions to the Dragon Kingdom's Emo City. But now the evil spirit monster was retreating towards Silba Cold Country. Then it was necessary to maintain the peace and have a cyber blast. Coming! A light flashed in Sudi's eyes. Below, the mechanical Kernag escaped the string to the border of the Cold Kingdom. And the cyber Kanye was completely plastered at this moment. Stretching out all its arms to tightly lock the Kernag, Sudi gently snapped his fingers and issued a self-destruct command to Cyber Goddess. 2. World Nuclear Peace. Chapter 26, Energy Sherpa, Lotus Shock Blast. Cold Country. Tactical Command Building. How are the major evil spirits doing so far? Have they destroyed the border cities of the Tianlong country? The Cold Kingdom counselor who was in the shadows crossed his fingers on his desk and indifferently said, "The military department as well as the three major guilds of the Heavenly Dragon Country have sent people to exterminate the evil spirit creatures. The border cities of the Dragon Country have not been broken yet." The subordinate who reported lowered his head and reported the truth as it was. The Curry Country and the Southeast countries all said that they would draw the evil spirit monsters to the Dragon Country's borders today, but why is the Dragon Country still able to withstand it? Is the world's third most powerful country really so deep in its depths? That counselor pounded the table in anger. If he didn't accomplish this mission, how could he explain to the Eagle Kingdom when he returned? Your Excellency, the counselor doesn't need to be angry. Sooner or later the Dragon Kingdom's Emo City will break. They don't have the manpower to deal with this evil spirit anymore. The subordinate hurriedly reported this news to the other party. The length of the Dragon Kingdom's borderline was immeasurably large, but not every place was guarded by strong people. The location of the Dragon Kingdom's border, Emo City, would be excellent if it were broken. Who was the transmuter sent by the Dragon Kingdom over there? The counselor's face gradually soothed as he sniffed. Currently, the Dragon Kingdom was the most rapidly developing and populous country in the world. Neither they nor the Eagle Kingdom behind them would allow this country to grow any further. As long as the border city of the Heavenly Dragon Country was broken, the other side would have to pay a huge amount of resources to fight a city harvesting war again. Consuming a large amount of resources, then the Dragon Country's development speed would undoubtedly slow down very much again. It's the peripheral elder of the Mechanical Mystic City Guild, the professional bomber. Its strength can't yet enter the cabinet elder victory, but the Kenj evil spirit. That subordinate continued to report the information gathered. He followed it up by opening his mouth with the counselor minister, unless the other party used their occupational trait to self-detonate in order to hold back the mechanical Kernag. But what they didn't know was that the mechanical Kernag could continue to regenerate as long as it wasn't completely annihilated. Not only would one of the elders of the top guild of the Dragon Kingdom fall, even the city would be broken. Good, this is a double blessing. I'm really looking forward to the fireworks of explosions blooming on the Dragon Kingdom's borders. The counselor minister raised his hands in the air in an explosive gesture. The subordinates below also accompanied each other and laughed joyfully. Boom 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 boom. Boom 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 boom. Shocking earth-shattering explosions rang out one after another. The entire building shook violently. The parliamentary minister and his subordinates looked wonderfully abnormal when they heard the loud noise. This must be the sound of the explosion of that bomber elder of the Heavenly Dragon Kingdom, who was delusional in his attempts to jade with the mechanical kernel grid. Let's go out and witness this historic moment. The counselor minister greeted his men as they performed the shift technique together to go to the mid-air to watch. The latter nodded repeatedly on their faces and... Wait, will this explosion be too loud? Why can we hear the explosion at the Dragon Kingdom border? The counselor realized that something was wrong before he left. He immediately followed as if he thought of something bad and rushed out of the building as fast as he could. Honorable counselor, wait for me. The subordinate also realized something fishy. Cold sweat emerged on his forehead and caught up with the other party's footsteps. The borderline of the Cold Country. A huge explosion formed, an extinguishing fire lotus bloomed and fixed. The terrifying to the extreme power continued to spread. The cities of the Cold Kingdom closest to the borderline erected large protective shields. The inhabitants were so frightened that they ran to the teleportation array and tried to disappear into the underground world. When the shield came into contact with the aftermath of the explosion, it immediately became like broken glass. At the border of the Cold Country, the transmigrator soldiers took their lives to hold up the protective boundary, but it was still difficult to resist the volatile attack of the explosion. Bang 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 bang. Boom 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 boom. The air wall was compressed into an extremely dense explosion ripple impact. The border city's protective shield was eventually unable to support the explosion, and the towering city walls were devastated. The houses closest to the border city were also uprooted. How is this possible? Why did it blow up to us? The counselor in the city center looked at this scene of destruction in disbelief. The subordinates on the sidelines looked at the scene in horror. What was supposed to happen on the heavenly dragon country? He didn't expect his side to suffer. On the other side, Sudi's experience bar soared and skyrocketed at the speed of a rocket. You killed a level 400 mechanical Kernagel and gained 14,904,627 experience points. You killed a level 240 jumping frogfishman, gaining 40,422 experience points. You have slain a level 240 fishman knight and gained 40,543 experience points. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 97, 10 attribute points are automatically assigned according to the gunsmith profession. Congratulations on your leveling up to level 98, 10 attribute points are automatically distributed according to the gunsmith profession. Congratulations, you have leveled up to 130, 10 attribute points are automatically allocated according to the gunsmith profession. You have reached the transfer level requirement, please go to the transfer hall as soon as possible for the third career change. Direct third turn. Sudi was inwardly relieved. He others were fighting monsters and upgrading by brushing dozens of maps to gain experience. He himself only needed to fight one map lord, and one skill was all it took. The explosion produced dust that filled the sky. Sudi opened his body quantization and activated his storage bracelet to collect all the equipment on the battlefield as well. You have obtained Braveheart class equipment, the Skybreaker ring. You have obtained the Brave Grade equipment, Twin Void Flaming Dragon. You have obtained Legendary Grade equipment, Fishman Patriarch Trident. You have obtained the Brave Grade item, Kernagel's Mechanical Core. The countless props were all pocketed. Sudi knew that he was so happy after obtaining a large number of Braveheart Grade equipment props this time. This time, the Mechanical Colonel was a mechanical type monster that exploded quite a few props and equipment that could be used. By the time he finished his third turn, he would be able to check what equipment he could leave behind. After Sudi finished his final work, he quickly turned back. Border camp. When Sudi came here, he found that the monsters had already been fully cleared almost. The most threatening mechanical octopus was removed, and the other guild powerhouses killed these small monsters easier than slicing and dicing. The border war is over, and I announce that all of you have passed the membership audit. After things calmed down, the head of the guild announced this news to the people present. Mo City's biggest trouble had been solved, and these people had done their best to be able to stay in the guild. Brother Su, you're back. I was worried sick about you. The big man with a country face patted Sudi's shoulder and said. They had all overheard earlier that this guy had left the camp to look for the enemy so that Jiangling Taki wouldn't be attacked by snipers. Everything is safe, and it's good that the monsters have been eliminated as well. Sudi smiled and didn't say much. Long live. Long live the Mechanical Mystery City Guild. The other young men and women present let out loud cheers. They themselves couldn't believe that they were really joining the top guild in the country. It's good that the double line operation came to fruition. Sudi inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. Now he was able to use the guild's aura to do the transfer quest next. If there were still monster killing quests, he would have a huge bonus for even equipment and props drops. Thank you, great god Cyberwatch, long live Mechanical. Many of the people present also let out cheers and gratitude to the Mechanical Goddess of Mercy. They had later heard the news that the mysterious Cyber Goddess of Mercy had appeared on the battlefield to hang the mechanical octopus. Without that mysterious mechanical creature appearing, it was hard to say if they would have survived the battlefield. Hehe, Sudi came back alive, awesome. Do you know that just now Ling Taki Senpai was especially worried about you? Using your life to flirt with a girl, brother, I underestimated you before, you're my big brother. We thought you hung up, but it's good to come back alive, from now on we are all part of the guild. The other people's faces revealed joyful colors sending goodwill to Sudi. After experiencing a life-threatening battle, especially knowing Sudi's heroic deeds, they also revealed admiration for this youth of the same age as well. Sudi. Come over here with me. Jiangling Taki lightly clenched her shell teeth. It was the other party's fault for saying those inexplicable words earlier. It was necessary for her to talk to the other party alone now. Chapter 27, Jiangling Taki's social death name scene. Sudi. You come down here with me. Jiangling Taki approached the other party alone to go to the corner to talk. It was the other party's fault for saying those inexplicable words earlier, now she really had a mouthful to say. Holy! The other young men and women present made huge waves inside. Many of them had actually heard Sudi's battlefield confession. But now that Jiang Linggao was looking for Sudi alone, could it be that the two of them were having an affair? The two of them left the tent and headed towards a remote corner of the camp. The crowd, on the other hand, hid at the entrance of the tent and peeked. A remote corner of the camp. Su-di followed the other party to the corner. In the line of sight, Jiang Lingtaki had her arms wrapped around her chest with a cool expression. The breeze was blowing the young girl's long waterfall-like hair gently swinging, beautiful beyond compare. I advise you not to spend your thoughts on me. Your combat talent is very strong, but if you spend your time on your children's love you will be ruined in the future, understand? Jiang Lingtaki stepped forward if she had a point. She didn't like to hang on to people's appetites when it came to relationships. Making a decision when it was time to make a decision was instead being responsible for Su-ri. As the words fell, the crowd peeking inside the tent burst into a not-so-small clamor. So it seems that Jiang Lingdao really chose to reject. The poor brother Su's budding love was snuffed out just as it rose. What are you talking about? Su-di frowned with a face full of questions. He was just about to say that he was too busy upgrading to bother with such. Before the words were about to come out of his mouth, Su-di suddenly realized. Before finding an excuse to sneak away, he had said that he wanted to protect Jiang Lingtaki, and the other party was still in the middle of a misunderstanding. You can't be trying to play dumb and then still not dying to pursue me. Jiang Lingtaki frowned slightly, her nice peach blossom eyes narrowing into slits. She was touched that Su-di had saved herself, but it wouldn't do for the other party to be dead set on pestering that self. No, you misunderstood. Su-di reacted and explained, in my heart I have always respected you as my sister-in-law. Whether he stared at the other party or helped protect the other party. The main thing was that the other party was like his own sister-in-law. You like your own sister-in-law? Jiang Lingtaki opened his mouth in disbelief. I didn't expect this boy to be so heavy-handed. When Su-di heard this, he instantly hardened his fist. This sister's reading comprehension was also too poor. I mean, you misunderstood. I didn't like you. Didn't I initially say that you look like someone I know? I'm talking about my sister-in-law. The main reason I protected you before was also because I saw that you looked like my sister-in-law, then I would definitely have to save you by the way. Su-di was afraid that the other party didn't believe him, and was ready to take out his cell phone and open the photo album to show the other party the photo. Clam? Jiang Lingtaki was confused by this whole operation. After she realized this, a bright red spread from her white earlobes covering her entire pretty face. My goodness, this is too damn embarrassing. The crowd peeking in the back sucked in a few breaths of cold air in unison. There was nothing more embarrassing in the world than misunderstanding that someone else liked them. This made it seem like one was just narcissistic and cared about the other person. Found it, see if you look like my sister-in-law. Su-di found the photo and prepared to give it to the other party to view. As a result, Jiang Lingtaki was so infuriated that he knocked the other party's cell phone to the ground without even looking at it. I'm sorry, it's me being too narcissistic. It's all my fault, just don't irritate me, okay? Embarrassed and humiliated, Jiang Lingtaki turned around and flew away from the venue. Today's self-indulgence became a lingering lifelong shadow. Why don't you take a look at the picture first? I really didn't lie to you. Su-di picked up his cell phone helplessly. The crowd was baffled. They witnessed what is called a two-level reversal. 1 second they were heartbroken that Su-di's confession had been rejected, and the next moment it was Jiang Lingtaki leaving the scene in embarrassment. Brother, you really are harder than steel and straighter than a measuring tape. The crowd saw Jiang Lingtaki leave this before they went up to spit. They were all embarrassed by Jiang Lingtaki's situation from a long distance away. This was a proper social death for anyone who put it on them. Didn't I say at the earliest, she looks like someone I know? Su-di took out his cell phone and flipped out the photo for everyone to see. The photo was a photo of Su-di and his sister-in-law, and at first glance Jiang Lingtaki did look like the other sister-in-law. It's really similar, eh? A girl in the audience opened her mouth in surprise. She had seen vegetarians bumping into various celebrities when she watched variety shows. She didn't realize that this kind of thing actually existed around her. I'm right? Su-di unconvincingly asked the young men and women present in return. Crowd, 6. Afterwards, Su-di and the others obtained an official guild identity nameplate. This identity nameplate could be accessed regardless of whether it was physical or online. Given that everyone still has help hunting camp monsters, there will be additional guild points added at that time. At the latest this afternoon, the guild points will be tallied and distributed to your accounts. Everyone is also welcome to join the Mechanical Mystery City Guild. The guild leader opened his mouth to congratulate everyone. The others excitedly kissed a few times as they got their identity nameplates. The fact that they had this identity nameplate was tantamount to a symbol of nobility. Su-di checked his attribute panel and found that he had gained so many gains that it exploded. Wouldn't the gains gained from a higher status be even more? Su-di's gaze bloomed with luster. His current strength and even the luck value dropped from fighting monsters had all around increased. This was still just one of the benefits. I heard that guild points could buy quite a few rare props at the guild store. Waiting for the above to clear the point rewards from this mission. There will still be ways to increase one's strength by then. Completing the guild initiation task. Su-di then started to go to the transfer hall to start his new round of transfer. Through his observation of Jiangling Taki, these types of outstanding student transmuters all had the strength of a fourth turn. How could it be that he had to raise to the same starting level as his peers first? Su-di came to the transfer hall and once again performed a new round of transfers. A powerful profession that had no fear of the difficulty of the transfer quest. It was an existence that many elite transferees could only dream of. A saying on the internet was, "Fu can find the big brother of the clan to bring himself to upgrade." But all the debts owed from skipping classes would be paid back in full in the transfer quest. What is difficult in this world is not upgrading, but passing one's transfer quest. Coming to the Transfer Stone Monument, Su-di began to take on his own third transfer quest. Chapter 28, The Third Transformation of Profession. It is detected that your level has reached 130 and you have the qualifications for the third turn. Are you sure you want to take the transfer quest in your current state? The familiar interface popped up. It was asking if the transferee was taking the transfer quest in a solo state, rather than in a group. Transfer quests could be abandoned, but the difficulty of the next transfer would be greatly increased after abandonment. Therefore it was best to determine whether to go through it solo or in a group the first time. Okay. Su-di clicked on the interface to confirm. He immediately saw the interface pop up the quest requirements again. The transfer tasks were as follows. Task 1, National Fortune Increase. Mission requirement, clear the Calamity Tower and kill the topmost level Calamity Beast. Can I already be linked to the National Fortune with my third transfer quest? Su-di recalled the information of the Calamity Beasts that could be compared to evil spirits. Floods, droughts, and plagues that appeared in each country's region were known as natural disasters. Eliminating the plague beasts could bring the local region a year-round favorable weather and increase the country's luck. One of the locations where the plague beasts are regularly refreshed is the Plague Tower. In addition to the plague beasts in the Tower world, there are also plague beasts in the real world. And each country has a high probability of having its own special calamity beasts. For example, in the Heavenly Dragon Kingdom, a large number of calamity beasts named Nian would be refreshed during the New Year's period. The beasts in the Tower of Calamity will change according to the level of the challenger, and are very difficult to deal with. However, if you can kill these powerful monsters, there is a good chance that they will explode the legendary unleveled or upgradable equipment. Task 2, Instructing Newcomers. Quest requirement, in a group state, bring a player smaller than your level up at least one level. Instructing newcomers, then who should I bring to upgrade? Su-di cried a little when he saw the next quest. Just like every game had quests to help newcomers, the world of Game Fusion Reality was no exception. Other people would be ecstatic if this simple transfer quest appeared. But for Su-di, solving the quest solo could be easier than forming a group. It's really not possible to find a random person to bring along. Su-di quickly ignored the second quest condition. His current priority was to solve the Calamity Beasts mainly. After exiting the transformation hall, Su-di first took stock of the large amount of equipment he obtained from defeating the mechanical kernel grid. Among them, there were quite a few legendary or even brave grade equipment available for the gunsmith profession. However, the brave grade equipment had to wait for the third turn before they could be worn. Su-di put all the other equipment he couldn't use on the exchange for sale. The legendary equipment that can be equipped on the first to change. Inheritance Hellfire Shotgun. Category, Weapon. Level, 130. Quality, Legendary. Effect, Unlimited Bullets. Full attributes plus 650, rate of fire plus 120%, damage plus 20%. Description, 2 black shotgun pistols. Legend has it that this is a powerful gun equipment forged by blacksmiths from the evil spirit hell. Ultra Nano Black Night Long Coat. Category, Defense. Rank, 130. Quality, Legendary. Effects, physical fitness plus 700, mental strength plus 700, mental recovery speed plus 10%, can turn on stealth effect for 10 seconds. Description, as the most technologically advanced region in the entire universe, the Heavenly Realm, this garment is quite famous in the Heavenly Realm as well. This time it also saves me the money to buy equipment. Su-di's mood also became more pleasant as he changed into his new equipment. All of these equipment had a value of over $10 million on the market and belonged to the market with a price. Many people who were stuck in the third turn and couldn't break through to the gunnery division to solidify one of the best choices for battle power had these equipments. For Su-di, these equipments were also suitable for transitioning to the third turn mission. When he broke through the third turn, he would be able to wear brave grade equipment. And this level of equipment would have even more powerful effects and attribute bonuses. The equipment you listed on the trade house has been sold for 9,485,290 amethyst coins. The equipment you listed in the trade house has been sold for 138,92316 amethyst coins. The item you listed on the trading floor has been sold. Gain 12,321,313 amethyst coins. Your current account balance is 1.8 billion. If I sold the Braveheart grade equipment in my bracelet, I guess I'd have 3 billion accumulated. Sudi whispered in his heart after receiving the amethyst coins from the mail. He opened the skill tree after having this money. Previously, he had spent 1 billion amethyst coins to learn 2 auxiliary awakening skills. The current him learning the second turn awakening skill used to break through the third turn mark was just right. Supernova Nuclear Blast. Passive, unlimited grenades. You coalesce various heavenly realm technology grenades in your hand. Electromagnetic grenades, flame grenades, frost grenades. Power increases as you level up. Active, when you perform your awakening technique you will throw a supernova nuclear blast grenade, triggering a super apocalypse explosion. Description: Supernova nuclear blast is not capable of producing the power of a true planetary explosion, but it is powerful enough to set off an existence that surpasses the Tunguska Big Bang. Bull Batch Class. Sudi's eyes lit up in admiration of the power of the current profession. The passive effect brought by this skill alone was very roguish. Having unlimited grenades, just by throwing these grenades in the battlefield, the effect would completely explode the mage's various small stunts. The active effect was more than capable of setting off an apocalyptic explosion that surpassed that of Tunguska. It's still this type of awakening technique that comes with a passive that smells good to use. Sudi had to sigh that he was currently a mobile arsenal. Grenades with various attributes had different effects. There was no need for the passive of the universal arsenal. Just the unlimited grenades plus the bullet enchanted TNT power of Sudi was even more terrifying than a lord. After turning 3 and equipping Braveheart class equipment, my own mental power is enough to release an awakening technique. Sudi thought about this crucial point in his mind. He was now farther and farther along the path of invincibility. The next calamity beast should be resolved soon. Sudi inquired about the address of the domestic calamity tower. One of the regions that were most severely affected every year was where Sudi was going. He quickly determined the region he was going to as Purple Heavenly Capital. This region was prone to outbreaks of floods and locusts every year during the rainy season. Although this world had transmutators that could help, the entire planet was fused with the game. The outbreaks of floods and locusts were also not of the intensity of a normal world. The floods alone were dozens of times more terrifying than before the game fused with reality. The locust plague that appeared every year was even more so when an army of demonic insects attacked the sky, gnawing on even humans. Coming to the city's teleportation array, Sudi decisively set off to the Purple Sky Capital. The other side. Longcheong neighborhood. Jiang Shiyu was lying on the sofa, watching with interest the big news that happened yesterday. Necromancer's head surprises Black Rock Volcano, mysterious strongman's bullet comparable to nuclear blast. 100 consecutive victories, I am the king, the whole network kneeling for the contact information of a dozen-strong day tree. The powerful occupation of the Battle Shadow Tower is comparable to that of the Tianjia Battle Shadow Tower, and another historical level transmuter is about to be born. Day tree, this name is a bit familiar. Isn't this the nickname that my great-nephew loves to get when he plays games? Such an unpleasant nickname, no one but you would use it. Jiang Shiyu spat out in boredom. Her heart did not make waves at the result. After all, the strength of her great-nephew's grandfather, Grandpa, was still looking good. Grandpa Su Gongjin's occupation was Eternal Star God, level 950, casually summoning Red Supergiant Star Stevenson. Grandpa Jiang Wanyao's occupation was Ancestor of Cyber, level 950, and could generate mechanical Death Stars in outer space. Sister's brother-in-law is also the eldest son and daughter of the family, and has had a baby marriage since childhood. As long as Sudi's luck wasn't too bad, it was logical that the occupation wouldn't be too bad. Of course, there is also a certain possibility of a dragon and phoenix presenting themselves, and a reincarnation of Ado. Logically speaking, these two old men should have taken a look at Sudi long ago. However, in the era of strong people in various countries, the top strong people must sit in important cities. Top powerhouses left to guard the important cities to appear imbalanced in strength, and in less than a second there was a risk of being stolen from home. A large country like the Dragon Kingdom had mastered the quark confinement defense technology. But the strength of a world-class powerhouse wouldn't be hardened by a mere quark unit. Incidentally, quark confinement was to shrink the entire country, down to the size of a quark, for absolute defense. And the resources consumed by the Dragon Kingdom to activate a single quark confinement far exceeds 1 trillion amethyst coins. This defense initiative would not be activated unless a new world war of transmutants appeared. Human transmutators, no matter who they were, would have a qualitative change and become concept gods as long as they were in the 900 level range. Of course, this was not necessarily the case for monsters, which mainly depended on the type and determined when they became lawful powerhouses. Countries didn't consider monsters as opponents, but rather the same kind as their greatest enemy. This was because the overall strength of human masters was very strong. If there was an unprecedented full level 1000, it was hard to imagine how strong it would be. Looking around the world, only Little Mustache had reached level 999, while in the end, he was exterminated by a team of top-tier powerhouses. The main reason why the world was more chaotic was because the tens of billions of monsters were too annoying and constantly refreshed. The big powerhouses were afraid that the other side would shoot at them, and the top experts were used to sit in the cities as a deterrent. In the dark forest, hunters didn't care about their wounds from thorns, and cared more about when the other side shot at them. This also led to whenever there were several hundred-level monsters attacking and harassing human cities. Unless the monster could threaten an entire kingdom, or a T0 level important city. Otherwise, the support from the middle and low-level transmutants was instead greater than the top-tier powerhouses. For a while, Jiang Shiyu thought that Su Di couldn't awaken a profession. As a result, the other party really awakened a profession, and the strength far exceeded expectations, even surpassing the ancient and modern. Not. Do you need to do it for so long for a single activation profession quest? Chapter 29 Game World History, Mechanical Ascension. Drip, drip. A crisp message beep sounded. Jiang Shiyu opened her communicator, only to see a light screen projected to appear. The figure on the light screen was none other than the vice president of the Mechanical Mystic City Guild. Jiang Shiyu had given Su Di's Mechanical Maze City application card. It was because Jiang Wanyao and Su Gongjin had jointly started Mechanical Maze City. Shiyu, have you read the recent news? The Mechanical Ascension owner has already appeared. Stoic as the vice president's tone also carried a few moments of movement. The game fused with reality, but so far no one knew exactly what kind of game fused with Earth. The countries of the world have been investigating exactly what kind of game fused the Earth, and what kind of changes will happen in the later stages of this game. This desire for knowledge is as important as the fact that human beings will always want to study how the dinosaurs became extinct and whether there is an alien civilization. How sad it would be to live in a world where you don't even know what kind of game is being fused with your own planet. In the long-term efforts, the top forces of various countries have got part of the Game World History book fragments. The information on the contents of the fragments, although still not enough to reveal exactly what kind of game fusion reality. But the World Game History book had a few important pieces of information revealed. In this world of universal transfer, there existed god-level professions. There would only be one god-level occupation in each era. God-level occupations were categorized into Heavenly Sate Revival, All Things Forbidden, Mechanical Ascension. Back when Earth was still an ordinary, normal planet. This game, on other planets, had already experienced the Heavenly Sage Recovery and All Things Forbidden spell versions. But after the game fused with Earth, this era had just taken its turn with the Mechanical Ascension version. Only one god-level occupation could appear in each era. A generation of versions had a generation of gods, and the later the period, the more gods were sealed. Now that it's time for Mechanical Ascension, this profession is now the strongest version of the answer. Mechanical Ascension, as the name suggests, existed amongst mechanical or firearms-related professions. And this world mechanical, gunsmith offspring will have a greater probability of awakening this type of occupation. Finding a Mechanical Ascension possessor is more important than anything else. For this reason today's MO City encountered a border war. She didn't even have time to send more manpower to support it. Don't worry, I'll look into it. Jiang Shiyu's fingers gently tapped the desktop, her tone tantalizing. What's the situation with Su Di? Has he switched jobs yet? The vice president suddenly remembered something when he was in the middle of speaking. Su Di's parents were the patriarchs of the Mechanical Mystic City Guild, one gunnery class occupation and one mechanical class occupation. During the Ice War, his mother, Jiang Yuexin, was injured and fell into a dark disease, so the two resigned their positions from the guild. The father, Su Shaoqing, took his wife to various countries for the purpose of traveling to explore special professions of priests to heal her. At first, the young Su Di had no one to take care of him, so Jiang Xie came over to take care of her nephew. According to the conclusion of the study that the probability of the offspring's transfer profession is related to the father's generation, the probability of Su reawakening a mechanical ascension is not small. Only that she had heard that Su Di seemed to be unwilling to go into battle so far and had not yet been transferred. Su Di has already transferred, let me talk to you when I've investigated everything. Jiang Shiyu hung up the communication mischievously before waiting for the vice president to reply. She was probabilistically certain that Su Di possessed a mechanical ascension, and all that was needed was confirmation. A family really has 800 hard eyes. Jiang Shiyu took out an identity nameplate made of rare metal by the end of the day. On it was clearly the insignia of a giant of the Mechanical Mystic City Guild. This was a position one step higher than that of an elder. The tablet on the table automatically played to the next latest message. Morning news, today at 9 o'clock the border of Emo City, which is guarded by the Mechanical Mystery City Guild, once again appeared the cyber knocker mecha that had blown itself up in the Witch Forest, and the monsters that originally blew themselves up have reappeared. Mechanical Kernag was hit by the cyber mecha Guanyin to the border of the Cold Kingdom. The monster self-detonation incident happened again. The citizens of the border of the Cold Kingdom were so scared that they collectively hid in the underground world, and there was a major city destruction incident in the Cold Kingdom. The following is an international interview conference with the ministers of foreign affairs parliamentarians of both countries. The screen immediately switched to the cold country. The cold country's parliamentarian made an indignant statement at the conference. "This is all a conspiracy by the heavenly dragon country, and we want to strongly condemn this." The parliamentarian of the Tianlong country also disliked in the conference. "It doesn't matter about a conspiracy. The evil spirits first appeared in the territory of the cold country, but the cold country tried to drive the evil spirits to the border of the Tianlong country. The cold country is lifting a stone and stoning its own feet." Zhang Xiyu picked up the tablet to check the specifics. There were also many netizens' opinions below. The cold country's own borders appearing evil spirits were not dealt with earlier, and now they're starting to condemn it. "You do not like to pay protection money to the Eagle Sauce country. The Eagle Sauce country cannot, even a goddess of mercy cannot top, if the Buddha Mecha to come that is still to come. The cyber goddess of mercy is the one who will bring justice to the world. Today many domestic borders are infested with large monsters. We do not pursue these disgusting small countries as good. Cold country, this lapdog by the Eagle country is a gun to make. Now eat their own fruits, still have the cheek to evil people first to complain, really shameless. Making a cyber cannon lord monster hand puppet, this lord is really powerful. I decided, from now on, only knock electronic wooden fish, worship cyber mecha guanin hahaha." The comments section had quite a few remarks popping up almost every second. Although these small countries were weaker than the heavenly dragon country, they were often used as guns by other big countries to hinder the development of the dragon country. The domestic masses were also finally seeing the cold country eating its own for once. In the midst of this, there were also quite a few bloggers who posted remarks from the extranet. Among them on the extranet, the people of Sakurajima country gloated over cold country, laughing the hardest. Although both of them were dogs raised by the Eagle Sauce country, they looked at each other with displeasure and sprayed each other especially hard. The people of the Sky Dragon country, on the other hand, ate and watched from the sidelines, sighing at the mutual spraying war between Little Sakura and Little Pound. The Mechanical Mystic City Guild is in charge of subduing Mo City, and the most difficult task of joining the guild is to help subdue the border city. Zhang Xiyu tapped her fingers lightly on the metallic tablet. She was thinking that this monster wouldn't have been summoned and exchanged by her great-nephew as well. With this in mind, Zhang Xiyu got up and went directly to the Mechanical Maze Guild branch. She only needed to use her permissions to check if her nephew had been to Mo City to know all the answers. World-class powerhouses, half of the Curry country, the rest were in the Federal Wood country. It's much better to understand world-class powerhouses as nuclear bomb-like existences in the olden days. Chapter 30 Calamity Tower. Rushing the tower isn't just a matter of minutes. Purple Heaven Capital. Outside the city, Calamity Tower. The ancient tower is located in the center of the ancient city ruins that were destroyed long ago. The straight and tall Calamity Tower was like a giant pillar extending into the sky, with the dark spire at the top submerged by clouds. This ancient tower filled with monsters had a total height of 1,000 meters and a total of 99 floors. When a transmigrant entered the tower, each floor would enter the middle of a secret realm similar to a small world. This tower could only be entered during the day, and if one remained in the tower at night, they would be automatically expelled from the tower. Every day, different types of monster lords will be refreshed in the Calamity Tower. The Calamity beasts on the top level will be enhanced accordingly to the number and level of the challengers. Joining a guild is convenient, even the specific information about this kind of map is there. Su Di held a pamphlet of information about the Calamity Tower in his hands. He was now considered to be initially enjoying the benefits of the guild. The teleportation array was directly free when he came over, not to mention. If he wanted to go to a certain map to brush the monsters, he could also receive a free pamphlet that recorded information about the Calamity Tower. When the time comes, it'll be an awakening technique wash anyway and it'll be over. Su Di quickly arrived at the entrance of the tower with his feet in moon steps. An oval-shaped light screen door appeared in front of him. Passing through this door, Su Di arrived at a vast area that was like a desert. Other than the top floor, the monsters in the Calamity Tower were refreshed very quickly. Looking around, this place was densely packed with monsters. Nima, no wonder it's a place where Calamity beasts stay. This monster refresh rate has to be a big wave for half a minute. I can't finish killing all these monsters, I'll stop at the first level. The monsters on the first level aren't strong, but the monsters on the later levels are even stronger. How terrifying must the strength of those who rushed up the tower before be? Quite a few transmigrators wanted to charge the tower and were fighting to slash the surrounding level 60 monsters. Boom boom boom. Swoosh swoosh. Bang bang bang. The surroundings were filled with the bright lights of various skills and the roar of explosions. The monsters here were so low and weak in level that Su Di didn't even have the need to make a move. Bullet time. Su Di's eyes closed and opened again. All the skill monsters seemed to be slowed down 100 times in his eyes. With his hands in his pockets, he leapt high into the air to run the moon steps. His floating figure was like flowing water as he traveled between various monsters and skills. Many of the transfigurators looked shocked as they watched the black-clothed gunslinger skim through with ease. Many times between the monster and the transmuter's skill blasts, Su Di was stuck walking through the only gap between the two, the ultimate dangerous floating pace. Everyone glanced at the man walking through the masses of monsters and realized that there was nothing but stability in the latter's expression. What the hell kind of walking position is this? Still doing no more, an archer of mine just released a 10,000 arrows skill, and that black-clothed gunman actually passed through my swarms of arrows unharmed. I've seen quite a few stance alignment teaching videos before, and none of them have this big brother so silky smooth. Today, I know what it means to be in no man's land. If this were a battlefield, this big guy would be able to easily break through the enemy's 10,000 defenses and take the general's head. Also, this brother can definitely seamlessly connect E to the extreme when playing Also. Numerous transitioners watched the extreme stance with fear and trepidation. Passing through all the flowers and leaves without touching his body was displayed to the fullest. Sudi's bullet time and quantum moon steps rocketed through the monsters and rushed to the tower. First floor. Second floor. Third floor. 47 floors. 48 floors. 49 floors. Sudi quickly passed through floor after floor of the Calamity Tower. The moment the monsters reacted, they realized that the human had already reached a new floor. The team that fought to kill the monsters a little bit on each floor pushed up the tower in shock. They had entered the Calamity Tower early in the morning to brush the monsters and had only reached the 49th floor. As a result, the black-clothed gunman that suddenly appeared was as simple as eating and drinking water, directly running up to the 50th floor. There was still no humanity in this, there was still no heavenly justice. The 50th floor of the Calamity Tower. Sudi quickly passed halfway through the Calamity Tower. This seemed to be the dividing point within the tower. By the 50th floor there were no longer densely packed ordinary monsters. This layer was starting to be full of elite monsters, only the number was no longer so huge. I just wanted to brush some experience on the 55th floor, I don't want to rush the tower, you guys let me go. A man's urgent shout came out. Sudi's gaze condensed, and he found a man and a thief was being chased by a dragon knight. The dragon knight's eyes blossomed with luster, and the evil dragon at his hip spat out a gust of cold wind that immediately froze the opponent's ankles. The thief man was then chased by the dragon knight. It's your good fortune to be seen by our Wild Extreme Guild, you'll have to cooperate even if you don't in Calamity Tower. The Dragon Knight spoke towards the thief man with a face full of viciousness. He had chased him from the 55th floor to here and finally caught this cannon fodder. There's no such thing as you guys cooperating like this, how can there be a reason to have a second turn turners charging at the front line with your guild's experts at the back, you're simply trying to capture cannon fodder. The male thief players opened their mouths in an uneven manner. The opposing guild was trying to charge the tower to kill the Calamity Beast. It had already put its attention on the heads of their thinly powered individuals. Sudi glanced at the two people who were having an argument not far away. Just as he was about to focus on charging the tower to do the transfer quest, that Dragon Knight man, however, called out to him. Hey, that gunner profession, you're also preparing to charge the tower, right? The Dragon Knight held up the golden helmet on his head and said squarely. He instantly recognized that Sudi was wearing an extraordinary worth of Turn 2 gunsmith equipment. What's wrong? Sudi turned the Hellfire shotgun in his hand. He didn't even intend to care about the other party's mess, and the other party actually had the face to approach him. The Dragon Knight raised the round shield in his hand and indifferently said, since you're here to charge the tower as well, then work with our Wild Extreme Guild along with this thief, and by the way you don't have a chance to refuse. As soon as the man finished speaking, 4 more members of the Wild Extreme Guild rushed down from the upper tower. They weren't as fast as their partner Dragon Knights, which was why they were a step behind. Brother Long Shao, you're still reliable at the critical moment. The 4 people saw the Dragon Knight's face of joy as he caught the fleeing cannon fodder. You two come with us. The Dragon Knight was relieved to see his companions arrive. Their current strength allowed these 2 rookies to go east, they definitely didn't dare to go west. So you guys still have people, okay, let's go then. Sudi smiled when he heard that this group of people still had accomplices. His principle of being a human being has always been to mess with his own people, that they must be taken in one pot. You kid is still quite on board, ha 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 ha. The 5 members of the Wild Extreme Guild were satisfied to see Sudi's performance. Immediately afterward, they cleared the monster obstacles on the road and flew all the way to the 55th floor to gather with their companions. On the way, the thief man sitting on the dragon's back had a face as if he had lost his life. On the contrary, Sudi next to him was calm and relaxed. This caused the thieving man next to him to be upset. The thieving man lowered his voice and spoke, Big brother, we're now going to be cannon fodder to clear the way for others, and you're still calm. He strongly suspected that the other party was so budding that he didn't understand the seriousness of it. Sudi sniffed and revealed a nuclear good smile, it's not certain who will eat who. Chapter 31, Supernova Nuclear Explosion. Calamity Tower. 55th floor. The members of the Wild Extreme Guild, who numbered 100 people, had been waiting for a long time. They all revealed joy when they saw their partners return. The Dragon Knight man rode his biplane green dragon on his hips and quickly arrived at his destination. Well, Long shouted a great job, we can now charge the tower in peace. The big man with the scorpion tattoo in the lead let out a cheerful laugh. They could get the rare equipment this time even if they couldn't kill the Calamity Beast. They could definitely push the Calamity Tower to a whole new level as well. After Su-di was brought to the gathering place of this group of guild members, he found that there were actually a dozen or so other transmutants who were captured by the Mad Extreme Guild to be used as cannon fodder. Most of the strengths of the transmutators who were captured to be cannon fodder were at the second turn as well as the third turn. On the other hand, the strength of the members of the Mad Extreme Guild was much higher. The Eye of Apocalypse was activated and Su-di looked at the members of the Mad Extreme. Character information. Name: Bay Sword. Level 280. Physique 17,432. Strength 22,347. Spirit 9,090. Agility 10,432. Skills: Shield Slam, Fearless Shock, Taunt. Name: Fong Huangyu. Level 288. Physique 23,658. Strength 14,347. Spirit 24,390. Agility 16,432. Skills: Flying Firefly Starfall, Inferno Dragon Roar, Swirling Water Ripple Wave. Name: Vengeful Scorpion. Level 301. Physique 24,346. Strength 25,309. Spirit 12,984. Agility 19,786. Skills: Demon Sealing Cross Chop, Bloodthirsty Berserk, Heavenly Blade Divine Light Chop. Are there still quite a few 5th turn transmuters? Su-di's eyes flashed with a light after checking the information of the members of the Mad Extreme Guild. These people wanted to use them as cannon fodder topping the front to consume the strength of the monsters. Then Su-di just let them see what it meant to lose more than they gained. You guys line up in a row, all stand still and go in first. The Wild Extreme Guild members drove away the captured cannon fodder, allowing these people to be at the forefront. A dozen men and women had extremely reluctant faces but still stepped forward. If I had known, I wouldn't have come to charge the tower today, woo-woo. I had a hard time rushing to more than 50 floors today thinking that I had broken through my own record, but I didn't realize that it was my own time to die. I haven't even beaten the monsters on the 55th floor yet. It's over and done with. The mood of the transmigrators who were used as cannon fodder in the front row hit rock bottom. Their current situation was like a battlefield where they had to ask for meat shields that rushed at the front. These bandits clearly had the strength to deal with monsters. But they were forcing them to be cannon fodder in order to save their physical and mental strength. Swiftly, swiftly. Swift, 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 swift. Roar, roar, roar. Roar, roar, roar. The many elite monsters within the tower level smelled the scent of living beings. The monsters' gazes swiped at the attacking humans in unison. Attention everyone in the front row, all charge me. The equipment that pops out is ours. Those who dare to escape will be executed on the spot. The guild leader let out a roar and drove the front row of transmutants to fend off the monsters. Only then did all the cannon fodder transmutators reluctantly and slowly move forward to meet the monsters. Brush. A black figure in the front row was the first to rush out. Su-di pulled out his Hellfire shotguns like nobody's business and swept the surrounding area wildly. Bang, 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 bang. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of the shotguns filled the entire battlefield in a split second. The 100% armor break of the winged kill passive made all the monsters' physical defense zero. The high amount of damage caused these monsters to fall one after another in no time. Is there actually such a strong transmuter in this group of cannon fodder? The members of the Wild Extreme Guild were ecstatic. This kind of high-quality natural labor force was something they simply didn't like too much. What's the point of fighting so hard? Everything that explodes is someone else's. The transmigrators in the front row became even more demoralized. The faster the monsters were killed, the more powerful monsters they would have to face afterward. Wait. This kid took all the equipment and didn't leave a single piece for us. Tramp. This black-clothed gunslinger has no intention of being obedient. The members of the Wild Extreme Guild watched in horror as their own equipment entered someone else's pocket. Only Su-di quickly cleared the field of monsters before preparing to head towards the next level. He even didn't forget to let out a taunt before he left. You guys don't want the equipment props, just follow me and eat dust. Su-di, who left behind these words, charged towards the next layer of the tower without looking back. Mard, break him into pieces. The members of the Wild Extreme Guild exploded with anger as they issued a kill order. They swarmed after Su-di and didn't let go. Everyone hurry up and get on me, the monsters will be refreshed in 10 seconds or so. After the 50th floor are all the good stuff dropped by the elite monsters. Stepping on the horse actually dared to rob our monsters. We must kill this gunman today. The crowd of the Wild Extreme Guild was so angry that they wailed and followed closely behind. They didn't even care about the captured cannon fodder, they just wanted to break Su-di into pieces. Run, let's run first. The cannon fodder transmuters who got a chance to catch their breath hurriedly ran towards the lower tower. They knew Mad Extreme Guild's vindictive character. If they caught the black-clothed gunman in the back, they would still find cannon fodder to replace him. The crowd ran down the stairs while also telling the transferring players on the lower floors to hurry up and leave. For a while, the transmutators on the lower 50 floors of the tower heard the news and quickly left the scene. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. The 60th floor of the Calamity Tower. The pursuing members of the Wild Extreme Guild encountered a dozen or so flaming grenades. The scorching heat burned the guild members beneath their strength alive. The mournful screams that appeared from the members caused others to hear chills. Where did he get that grenade? How did he get such terrifying heat? The tattooed big man leading the group was so angry that his teeth were clenched. This gunman is wearing turn 2 equipment, not high-leveled but rich, probably bought some kind of powerful prop grenade to mess it up. The Dragon Knight man remembered the full set of legendary equipment on the other party. He had originally planned to wait until he was done utilizing the other party to rob them, but now he couldn't wait to send the other party to the west earlier. Keep chasing, there's definitely a lot of good stuff on his storage bracelet. The tattooed big man leading the group spat. He followed up by leading the crowd to chase after Su-D once again. The number of Calamity Tower layers also continued to refresh and climb at this moment. 91 layers. 92 layers. 93 layers. 97 layers. 98 floors. The more the crowd chased after them, the more alarmed they became. The number of layers they were chasing had far exceeded their expectations. This Tama is almost chasing directly to the top floor Calamity location? 98 layers, is that gunman really a second turn? I didn't use appraisal to survey before, but the equipment on this black-clothed gunslinger is right for a second turn. The people present couldn't believe what they were witnessing. They hadn't encountered any more monsters all the way after the black-clothed gunslinger, which meant that the other party had killed the elite monsters in just over 10 seconds each time. When did the monsters of the Calamity Tower become able to be easily dealt with by a second-turn gunman? Roar roar roar. On the 99th floor, the roaring fury of the Calamity Beast resounded. This kid dares to fight the Calamity Beast directly by himself? The members of the Wild Extreme Guild stepped on to came to the entrance of the 99th floor. In their line of sight, the huge Kueyu Calamity Beast, which was 100 meters in size, appeared. This plague beast would change as the challenger's level changed. The crowd threw out appraisal spells to survey the monster's level and found that the Kueyu Beast's level was 130. This did show that they had judged correctly, and that the black-clothed gunslinger was a second-turn turner. Just waiting for you guys to come over. Su-D opened his quantum form and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The others looked towards Su-D, only to see that the other party's hand slowly condensed an incomparably hot existence like a heart. This heart was like a miniature sun, shining so brightly that people could not open their eyes. The power generated within this solar heart was also generated by nuclear fusion like the sun. The pupils of all the people present shrank dramatically. They realized that this solar heart was most likely an existence that even a 9 revolutions powerhouse would have to fall. Destroy it, supernova nuclear blast. Su-D threw out the flickering solar heart in his hand. In the next moment, the entire spatial heaven and earth within the tower was engulfed by an intense light. The Calamity God Tower, which was nearly 1,000 meters in height, exploded with 10,000 lights throughout. Chapter 32, Calamity Tower bursts, unclassified equipment. A large number of transmutation powerhouses gathered outside the Divine Tower. These people were the relatives called by those transmutants who had escaped the tower as well as the guild elders. If they hadn't escaped, no one would have known if they had died within the small world of the Calamity Tower. Fortunately, a black-clothed gunman stepped in and allowed them to survive after the robbery. Second uncle, wait, if you see a black-clothed gunman don't fight, if it wasn't for that little brother I would have almost died. A warrior profession youth who escaped from the transfer tower opened his mouth. After he escaped and survived, he immediately called out to his second uncle who had the strongest strength in his family. Are all the people here? Let's wait and go save that big brother gunner. The man who was a professional thief shouted from the field. They had all escaped the Calamity Tower thanks to Su-D's help. The other party was probably captured by the evil bandits of the Mad Extreme Guild long ago now, and they were obligated to save the black-cloaked gunslinger. That little brother mustn't be okay. The holy female priests who escaped from the Calamity Tower made a prayer gesture. They comprehended by now that that little brother was fighting to kill the monsters in order to attract the attention of those evil bandits so that they could find a chance to escape. As long as little brother in black can come out safely, I'll marry you. A fat sister with a height of 160 and a weight of 160 chanted. She was initially attracted by Su-D's face value and temperament the first time she saw him in Calamity Tower. The Calamity Tower was within the remains of a ruined ancient city. At the moment, there were constantly transmutations arriving in this area, surrounding the tower in a circle to prevent its occupants from escaping. Calamity Tower. Why is the Calamity Tower glowing? A sharp-eyed transmuter let out a cry. Just as the crowd discussed forming a strong team and breaking into the Calamity Tower the hard way, a drastic change occurred. The huge Calamity Tower, which was as black as ink and as tall as 1,000 meters, suddenly looked like a red-hot iron. Immediately afterward, the walls of the ancient tower began to break apart, from which a light like that of the sun burst out. The tower is going to blow up, everyone retreat. Transmutineers whose reactions were even more sluggish knew that drastic changes were occurring within the tower. All the high-ranked transmutants fled this area quickly with their backs. The Calamity Tower that sealed the Calamity Beasts had its light surge to the extreme at this moment. Immediately afterward, a shocking mushroom cloud that resounded for 100 miles emerged. A large area of heatwave airflow directly lifted all the buildings of the ancient city ruins where the Calamity Tower was located. The monsters near the plants and trees were vaporized almost instantly. How is it possible? The Calamity Tower was actually blown up. The Calamity Tower that even a first-class transmutation powerhouse couldn't hurt the slightest bit actually blew up. Isn't there a small world that enters the Calamity Tower, and all those small worlds were blown up? It's a good thing that Calamity has small worlds that can absorb a lot of the power of the explosion, or else we'd all be finished today. What the hell is going on here? The Calamity Beasts aren't that powerful. The transmigrators present were collectively messed up to the point of exploding. This tremendous energy, if it wasn't for the small world within the Calamity Tower absorbing most of it. All of them might have to be accounted for here today. No, my black-clad gunman little brother. The fat sister let out a heartbreaking shout. Her own love hadn't even begun or even ended yet. The Calamity Tower underwent an unprecedented and shocking seismic explosion. The smoke and dust raised by the explosion spread out to affect a dozen miles away in a radius. A large amount of dust even rose to the point where it was side by side with the clouds in the sky. Unclassified equipment. Killing the Calamity Beasts really does give you this kind of equipment. Su-D lifted his body quantumization after leaving from the Calamity Tower. His heart was overwhelmed with excitement. He put the unranked equipment exploded by the Kueyu Calamity Beast into his storage bracelet at the end. This was what was called a true winning hemp. Suddenly, swift. On a sunny day, a light rain suddenly fell. This rain will be a large area of soot washed clean, replaced by a clear as a wash of blue sky. A dozen rainbows symbolizing auspiciousness appeared in the air one after another. The transmigrators present then realized that the plague beasts must have been exterminated under this kind of explosion. The purple heavenly capital was now free of floods and locust plagues throughout the year. The crowd cheered and sang the praises of the purple heavenly capital's plague beasts, which had been acting like worms, finally disappearing. Many people also sent out their most sincere condolences to the black-clothed gunman who had fallen in the explosion. Ah, choo! Su-D was preparing to return to Jiangchuan City when he inexplicably sneezed. It shouldn't be. How could I catch a cold with my current physique? What Su-D didn't know was that he had already been treated as a hero sacrificed by the other transmigrators in the inexplicable explosion. There were even people who recited the Great Compassion mantra for it. Whatever, the unranked equipment this time has to be equipped first. Su-D took out a turquoise ring from his storage bracelet. The jade pattern on the ring was carved with a one-legged Calamity Beast. Ring of Calamity Beast Kuei-Nyo. Category, Jewelry. Grade, Unranked. Quality, Calamity. Effect, Spirit Recovery plus 100%. Description, legend has it that every time the Kuei-Nyo appears it is accompanied by a raging storm, it shines with the light of the sun and moon, and its roar is as deafening as the sound of thunder. 100% Spirit Recovery Speed. Su-D saw the effect immediately equipping this unranked ring. After he turned 3 in his profession, he didn't need the Universal Army Treasury's own spiritual power to be enough to release the awakening technique alone. By that time plus the doubled Spirit Recovery Speed of the Calamity Ring, Su-D predicted that he would be able to use his own spiritual recovery speed after a few more turns. At that time, it would be a true invincible mode in full swing. But the quality of special equipment was originally called Calamity. Su-D looked at the ring in his hand. The feeling of constant recovery of spiritual energy was extremely good. Currently, due to the level restriction, he could only wear legend-grade equipment under normal circumstances. After the third turn, he could have more powerful equipment. Legendary, brave, transcendent, extraordinary, unparalleled, sacred weapon. Among them, the Calamity Ring's Calamity quality does not belong to the normal equipment quality category. This is probably because the Calamity Beasts in the Calamity Tower are extremely special. Your guild points have been calculated, and you have gained 120,000 guild points. The personal information panel prompted the mechanical guild to gain points. This point was exactly what Su-D had gained from taking on a high difficulty mission, escorting supplies to the battlefield and protecting the camp. Did you count the points so quickly? Su-D didn't expect good news to come one after another. He had long heard that the guild mall had treasured props that were not often sold in the outside world. And the only way to obtain items within the guild mall was to earn guild points. With 120,000 guild points, he should be able to buy quite a few good things in the mall. Just as Su-D was about to check the guild mall, he didn't expect Class President Chin Koexian's call to follow him. Hey, Sue D, are you free this afternoon? Not yet, what's the matter? Didn't I tell you about the class reunion at school before? You forgot about it so quickly. Come to think of it, there won't be a class reunion today. I knew you didn't see the class group. 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Starlight Hotel rendezvous. Everyone has come, don't be late. Okay, see you then. Sue D smiled and hung up with the other party. He also hadn't seen his former classmates' detrimental friends for many years. There were still 2 hours to spare before the time Chin Coxan said for the class reunion. Sue D took this time to see what other good things he could purchase from the Guild Mall. The Guild Mall interface slowly unfolded. A prop at the top instantly attracted Sue D's attention. Ring of pale glow. Category, jewelry. Grade, unranked. Quality, sacred artifact. Effects, spirit recovery speed doubled. Chapter 33, Underground City. Heavenly Dragon Country. Nanshan City, underground dark capital. The game invaded reality and monsters invaded human cities from time to time. The war between transmutators and monsters was bound to affect many innocent civilians. In this situation, the underground city was created. The transmutators in this world had powerful abilities, so it wasn't difficult to create a prosperous underground city. However, if you wanted to buy a house in the underground world, you would have to spend more amethyst coins than on the ground. The network even gave birth to the noble lower city terrier. The topmost floor of the underground dark capital's commercial high-rise. 34 in-state personnel secretly gathered at a huge oval upper desk for a meeting. They all came from the Western Alliance and lived here for a long time under the pretext of doing business in the Dragon Kingdom. You've all seen the recent big news. A super strong transmuter has appeared out of nowhere within the Dragon Kingdom, and it's possible that the other party is the person we're looking for. The young man with long blonde hair crossed his arms in a somber tone. Game Fusion Reality, countries. In order to figure out exactly how the Game Fusion planet found game history book fragments. One of the game history book fragments had a record of a god-level occupation, and this era would see the emergence of incomparably strong mechanical ascended masters. In order to prevent the emergence of such professions in hostile countries, the countries sent numerous transmigrators with hidden identities to lurk in foreign countries. But who exactly is the other party, and in which city exactly are we still unclear. There were other transmigrators present who frowned and said. He had also thought about this matter, but the big news of the Dragon Kingdom yesterday all appeared in different regions. Trying to investigate was comparable to finding a needle in a haystack. My assistant's occupation is detective. He has already analyzed how to find out the target person. The blonde man turned around and indicated the black suit assistant beside him. In this world, there were different types of professions for transferring to a combat class as well as a life class. Professions in the life class included but were not limited to detectives, confectioners, blacksmiths, and so on. Transferees who awakened to the detective profession also possessed more powerful judgment than normal people. The male assistant pushed the golden glasses on the bridge of his nose. He took out the electronic pen that could project a virtual screen and gently pressed the button. The curtain hanging on the wall presented a piece of information image. Yesterday, there were over 200 big incidents in Dragon Country, of which 32 were big news related to firearms and machinery. I summarized the key big events after eliminating the 32 big news. After the male assistant finished speaking, the imaginary screen on the wall switched to the next screen. The screen showed what was clearly the Black Rock Volcano Incident, the Arena Incident, and the Witch Forest Incident. Various major cities inexplicably appeared can destroy the entire monster area of the mysterious strong man, which the Black Rock Volcano Incident and the Arena Incident of the news description as well as the recording of the point of view. These pieces of events and amassed purple-clothed gunmen related and in the Witch's Forest appeared in the Cyber Goddess Lord. Similarly, someone's shooting record. In the corner of the screen camera you can look at it. The male assistant finished and pointed with the laser pointer, the blurred corner of the Witch Forest screen. The video shot was not clear enough, but the crowd present still had recognized that it was the same person. All of them in the crowd present had a level of 6 turns or more, and they had long been familiar with the likenesses of all the equipment. That means the monsters that appeared in the Witch Forest were actually man-made. The people present reacted, the hairs on their spines standing up in sweat. To be able to easily summon a cyber goddess that was comparable to a lord, how terrifying and powerful was this? I'm afraid that only an 8th turn abyssal summoner, who paid the price of his lifespan to summon a hell lord, would be able to match the level of such a monster. Everyone, look again at this morning's news from the Dragon Kingdom as well as the Cold Kingdom. The Cyber Goddess of Mercy has once again appeared at the borders of Mo City. The male assistant threw out the latest information image once again. As the words fell, the others reacted at once. Mo City was mainly guarded by people from the Mechanical Mystery Guild of the Tianlong country. The person who could enter that battlefield and summon a mecha while doing so was most likely a member of the Mechanical Mystic City Guild. I believe everyone has guessed that investigating the members of the Mechanical Mystery City Guild who are in Mo City today, and then sifting through the occupations of the guild members on the battlefield will lead us to the person we're looking for. The male assistant said this and slowly closed the vapor screen and retreated to the side. The blonde-haired youth also continued to speak. Currently I have sent people to probe this news. I believe there will be news after a short while. Now it is urgent for all of you to gather all of your country's strongest people who are lurking in the Heavenly Dragon country. When the results of the investigation appear, immediately go and assassinate the other party. They couldn't afford to delay for a moment. After all, the upgrade speed of the mechanical ascender was ridiculously fast. Even a moment and a half slower would be a great disadvantage to them. The conference participants present were from the Western Alliance, which consisted of numerous Western countries. Some were from the Sunless Kingdom, some from the Blast Furnace Kingdom. The full cooperation of all was needed in the selection of the strongest person to be sent. The Void God Realm Heaven's Pride Battle Shadow Tower can record the shadows of all the Heaven's Pride from ancient times. Unusual Heaven's Pride transmigrators have been able to fight across several revolutions in the early stages. Now that we're facing the divine profession mechanical ascension, I hope that all of you will give your all. The bearded man made sure to keep everyone present on their toes. How big could the strength gap between a genius and an ordinary person be? A math problem that mathematicians around the world hadn't solved in 2000. Mathematician Gauss solved it in one night and was embarrassed afterward to say, "I'm sorry teacher, it took me so long." Come on, the math problem that no one in the world could solve in 2000, you solved it in one night. Even the so-called provincial top students and national top students can only see the back of mathematician Gauss. Even if a true genius is still in school, it is comparable to 2,000 years of ordinary people's efforts. The strength of a god-level career, it was not too much to say that it was strong enough to reach the grandma's house of the crowd. It was a pity that the top-tier powerhouses couldn't enter the Dragon Kingdom, and even if they did, they would be watched. The good thing was that their strength wasn't vegetarian, and they had enough capital to challenge mechanical ascension. My Blast Furnace country can gather 28 6th rotation powerhouses and 9 7th rotation powerhouses lurking within the Sky Dragon country. Our Hans country can gather 13 7th turn powerhouses and 2 8th turn powerhouses. All of the Windmill country's strongmen planted within the Sky Dragon country also have 12 6th turn turners. The representative figures of the countries of the Western Alliance had all revealed their family backgrounds. They understood that if they didn't hurry to eliminate this kind of terrifying existence, they would never have the chance to target it in the future. This time, the Western Alliance countries had truly sent out their resources without reservation. In the eyes of the world-class powerhouses, it seemed that these people were not to be feared. But you have to realize that there aren't many mechanical ascension levels today. Very well, our Sunless Kingdom can send a total of 2 8th turn powerhouses, as well as 15 7th turn powerhouses. The blonde-haired youth also lit up the latent powerhouses that the country behind him had planted in the Sky Dragon country. The 8-turn powerhouses we've summoned this time add up to 4, and the 7-turn flow powerhouses are up to hundreds more. Sharp gazes flashed in the eyes of the major representative personnel of the Western Alliance. Through the video, they had predicted that the gunsmith's strength was within the killable range. Their top-tier powerhouses lurking in the Dragon Kingdom were a full 4 8th turn powerhouses, 4 times stronger than the other party. We need to plan the timing of the deployment again to ensure everything is safe. We must arrange for the 8th turn powerhouses to go first, and strive to kill the enemy in one hit, and if there is an accident, the 7th turn as well as the 6th turn powerhouses will then take action. The blonde-haired youth's brain worked rapidly to open his mouth. They would either not make a move or they would not make a move, and a move must result in an on-the-spot second kill. The crowd nodded their heads in agreement, immediately afterward coordinating the careers of the people they sent. Don't worry this time, among the list of 4 8-turn powerhouses, one of them is still an 8-turned assassin, letting the other party take the lead in launching a sneak attack to kill them in seconds. It's absolutely secure. The other 3 turn 8 powerhouses I remember are 2 mages and a priest. Right, we can't give all our hopes to the assassins, the 2 mages can take precautionary measures. If we start the war inside the city, and the 8-turn assassins fail to kill each other in seconds, the 2 8-turn mages can immediately release the forbidden spells to continue blasting away, and the 8-turn priest and the 7-turn personnel will be enough to withstand the support from the strongest people inside the Dragon Kingdom city. The Western Alliance personnel present launched a brainstorming session. This mechanical ascender they were sure to eat, even Jesus couldn't save the other party. Chapter 34 10,000 Races Battlefield, 3 Top Guilds. Guild Mall. Ring of Pale Glow. Category, Jewelry. Grade, Unranked. Quality, Sacred Artifact. Effect, Spirit Recovery Speed doubled. Price, 1.00 billion guild points. This price is a little pricey, isn't it? Sudi's brightly lit eyes faded down. He currently only had 120,000 points, and there was still a small gap from 1 billion. If there was this equipment in Sudi from now on, going sideways was basically not a big problem. It's better to take a look at other guild equipment first and see if there is any suitable one. Sudi memorized this holy weapon equipment in his heart and first cast his eyes on other equipment. The Guild Mall's equipment was, in a way, better than the ones on the market. In the exchange, ultra-rare equipment could easily be bought out, and there was a situation where there was a price without a market. However, the equipment in the guild mall could be exchanged as long as there were points. Unfortunately, the prerequisite was also that one must have enough points to contribute. Not long after, Sudi saw another piece of good equipment from the guild mall. Eternal Blue Necklace. Category, Jewelry. Level, 130. Quality, Legend. Effects, Full Attribute plus 200 plus 60% Spirit Recovery Speed. Description: originally a legendary necklace, the Eternal Qilin has also been cast by dwarven craftsman Master Copperbeard, who added an additional 6 spirit stones. Price: 5 million guild points. So it's a legendary equipment created by the dwarves. No wonder the effect is so much stronger than ordinary legendary equipment. Sudi's heart could not help but be restless. The one who had gotten this equipment consumed mental energy and cast bullet time to also make objects slower. Guild points really do have a place to be earned after all. Sudi wanted to get this equipment and looked towards the methods of obtaining points. Among them, playing guild group battles was the most hassle-free and convenient method for him. Guild group battle. Description: participants will be teleported to the battlefield of the clans. The battlefield of the clans has abundant resources, and every guild can establish a mine in the battlefield of the clans to obtain amethyst stones, which are one of the materials used to mint amethyst coins, and play a vital role in the development of the guild fund. Description: participants will be transported to the battlefield of the clans. Mines may be damaged or looted by battlefield monsters, or other guild transmuters. Guild members teleported to the battlefield of the nations will receive a variable amount of guild points based on the strength of the target each time they kill a monster or expel another guild member. Remarks: guild members will not truly die in the battlefield of the 10,000 clans, you will be automatically teleported out of the battlefield after receiving fatal injuries, and will not be allowed to re-enter the battlefield of the 10,000 clans for 7 days. Things that can be solved with your hands are the easiest. Sudi's heart was straight up in pain. He lacked everything, just not the speed to kill everything in seconds. Currently, the most useful equipment for him in the guild mall was only a necklace. It shouldn't take long for himself to earn a few million guild points to get new equipment. Entering the battlefield of the 10,000 races. It has been detected that Mechanical Maze Camp 7 is under attack by other guilds and is in urgent need of guild members' help. You are being teleported to Mechanical Mystic City Guild No. 7's camp. What's the situation? I was just getting ready to fight a guild group battle, and as a result, my own guild is in the process of having its home stolen by another guild? Sudi's body was wrapped in strange light. In the next moment, his entire body's light skyrocketed to the 10,000 races battlefield. Boom boom boom. Bang bang bang. Wow! The entire camp battlefield was filled with skyrocketing flames and explosions everywhere. Everywhere was filled with killing and roaring. So it's the members of another top-tier FA cultivation guild, no wonder they dared to attack Mechanical Mystery City. Sudi swept the battlefield and saw the nameplates on the chests of the attacking party's members. There were a total of 3 major guilds in Tianlong Country: Mechanical Mystic City, Martial Extreme Breaking Alliance, and Magic Forbidden Book Society. These 3 major guilds represented technology, physical cultivation, and legal cultivation. The 3 top guilds in Tianlong Country had a perfect chain of contempt. Those who practiced science and technology looked down on those who practiced magic, but they were still rubbing fireballs, they were backward. Those who practiced magic looked down on those who practiced physical cultivation. What era is this but still stacking physique, pedantic. Those who practiced physical cultivation looked down on those who practiced science and technology. What era is this, still relying on machinery, shame. The feud between the 3 major guilds completely erupted in the battlefield of the 10,000 races. Normally in the country, these 3 big guilds are all working for the Tianlong Empire, and on the surface they are quite polite. But in the battlefield of the 10,000 clans, a battlefield where resources were bound to be fought over and would not cause any real deaths, the members of the 3 guilds were completely transformed into mad dogs, tearing each other apart from time to time. The ones currently attacking the Mechanical Alliance's camp were none other than the members of the Magic Forbidden Arts Guild. Mechanical Mystic City has teleported another member, let's just destroy him directly. 5 mages within the battlefield paid attention to Sudi's presence. They waved their staffs to fire magic light bullets at the first opportunity. Suddenly, swiftly, swiftly. Suddenly, swiftly, swiftly. The magic light bullets attacked Sudi with unrivaled speed. Bullet time. Sudi's eyes crossed a stream of light, slowing down all attacks infinitely. With a few slight head deflections plus a sideways turn, he dodged all the attacking magic light bullets. Too slow. Sudi reached down and pressed his cowboy hat to whisper softly. How is this possible? Magic light bullets can actually be dodged. The eyes of the 5 mages present were filled with incredulity. This was the fastest ballistic magic attack they had mastered so far. Show time. Sudi drew his hell shotguns and instantly jumped into the midst of several people with his feet on moon steps. He was like Marco Polo opening a big move, shooting wildly in all directions. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. But in a short period of time, the 5 mages' bodies were like light mirrors. The bodies of the 5 mages shattered into countless pieces of light like light mirrors. They were teleported out of the 10,000 races battlefield by the collective group. You have eliminated the junior members of the Magic Forbidden Spells Society and gained 2,000 points. You have destroyed the intermediate members of the Magic Forbidden Spells Society, gaining 8,000 points. You have annihilated the intermediate members of the Magic Forbidden Spells Society and gained 8,000 points. Another part of the battlefield. Aren't you guys looking down on our mages, so let's let you taste the power of the Comet Inflammatory Explosion technique. A dozen or so mages stood together, and layers of overlapping hexagram magic formations emerged under their feet. Immediately afterward, a dozen meteorite-like inflammation explosion meteorites came crashing down. Boom 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 boom. Boom 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 boom. Large explosions resounded throughout the field. The other mechanical guild members were not willing to show weakness. They immediately summoned their mechanical legions for fire countermeasures. Don't fall for those magicians' tricks, let's protect the mine with all our might and wait for the cadre level members to come over for support. A mechanical Mystic City guild member shouted. Many of their senior members had gone to attack the Martial Skill Breaking Alliance's physical cultivation camp today. As a result, they didn't know where the wind had leaked out, and this group of magicians had discovered that their camp was empty of power. All of you go protect the mines, I'll go finish off the magicians who put out the Comet Inflammatory Explosion technique. Jiangling Taki had been fighting in the battlefield for a long time. She took a deep breath to apply 30 blessings to herself one after another. She gripped the golden giant's sword in her hand and unleashed the Holy Stigma Radiant Crosscut, trying to eliminate this group of mages. Even a female holy rider wants to put us down? The dozen or so mages leaned close together and quickly chanted incantations. A hemispherical sacred boundary quickly condensed around them, bouncing back the Stigma Radiant Crosscut. Boom! Jiangling Taki crossed out his sword face to resist the rebound, and the tiger's mouth holding the sword was shaken out with a trace of blood. Comet Inferno Explosion Art. The dozen or so mages were about to unleash another grand move to end the female holy rider. A silhouette abruptly flew high above the crowd. Bang 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 bang. Bang 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 bang. The muzzle sprayed hundreds of shotgun shells in unison to attack. The sacred boundaries that the mages were proud of were useless in front of the enchanted armor-breaking bullets. A dozen mages were directly sent away by the hellish shotgun double shot. Chapter 35, Treating Us Like Air. After Su Di finished resolving the enemy mages, the pressure on the Mechanical Guild's camp was suddenly reduced by a lot. The Mechanical Maze Guild members present were shocked by Su Di's power. The man must have a small national standard for playing Mark. Can you change the place? I can't flex my muscles with you here. Jiangling Taki held her forehead, embarrassed at the thought of that misunderstanding. Whenever she saw Su Di, she would always uncontrollably remember her own embarrassing incident. It's not that. Su Di's tone paused without continuing. He was under a bout of transpersonal thinking. Thinking about himself if he mistakenly thought that the girl confessed to him. Not to mention fighting, even standing by the side there was a strange feeling in his heart. Even if the battlefield of the 10,000 races won't really die, you guys can still chat here and there. Isn't Mechanical Mystic City too rampant, treating us like air? The members of the Forbidden Book Club who had rushed to provide support looked dumbfounded. The two were simply too deceitful as they stood still and chatted. You guys have the nerve to talk about me? Such a good sneak attack opportunity used to spit off? Su Di defiantly debated with his opponent. No one was any better. But Jiangling Taki snorted a laugh when he heard this. The other party's brain circuits weren't bad enough to give a timely counterattack. No, I kindly reminded you. Then wasn't I also kindly reminding you to sneak up on me? Ha! Do you eat fritters or not? You have the guts to say it again. Are you sick? Very well, say it 10,000 times. I don't know what's wrong with you. The Magic Forbidden Book Society's flame mage chanted a magic spell and raised his hand to obliterate his opponent. Bang! Su Di didn't have any fancy moves and directly gave the other party a shot to the head. The gun was fast from 7 steps away, and the gun was accurate and fast within 7 steps. The flame mage was just teleported out of the game without even having room to perform. The members of the Magic Forbidden Book Society, including Jiang Lingdao, looked at each other in shock. Even if the battlefield of the 10,000 races won't really die, why are you guys chatting with me so vigorously? Isn't the Magic Forbidden Book Society too rampant, treating us like air? As Su Di spoke, he even pulled Jiangling Taki along. It was natural that more was better to take on something like firepower. The words you said are all our words, right? The members of the Magic Forbidden Book Society went utterly mad. This pusher was just too good at messing with people's minds. Sister Jiang, since you feel awkward with me present, I'll leave you alone, haha. Su Di waved his hand towards the other party. Saying that, he opened Quantum Moon Step to withdraw frantically. The dashing back seemed to be saying, don't worry Jime, I've pulled the hate value of these people for you. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. Various types of magic elements bombarded crazily, obviously using Jiang Linglong, who stayed in the field, as a target. Bastard! You stay here! Jiang Linglong summoned the Heavenly Fortress cannon to fend off the attack. She fought to sprint after her opponent to pull his hand to stay. Didn't you say you treat me like your sister-in-law? This is how you treat your sister-in-law. Yeah, that sister-in-law of mine always screws me over like that too. I think of her when I see you. Feelings of your family's tradition of backstabbing each other, right? Jiang Lingtaki was rendered temperless by this explanation. She could never have imagined that the other party would even pit herself. Several magic light bullets suddenly flew out. Su Di reacted quickly and immediately shot to attack the explosions, appearing to cancel each other out. You two adulterers, don't even give me the thought of escaping. The faces of the dozens of mages who chased after him were cloudy. If not for the fact that the mages didn't have Peerless, their anger value was enough to release their skills. Swoosh! A pillar of magical light ran through heaven and earth. This was the unique signal firing method of the Magic Forbidden Book Society. These people could see that Su Di had some skill, and now they started shaking people. Do you realize that you managed to intensity this area? Khan Lingtaki couldn't help but get didactic. More and more mages would be running this way. Isn't it good to have intensity? Su Di turned the pistol and faintly said, I've been holding it back for 5 years. Holding? What the hell is holding back for 5 years? Jiang Lingtaki gave the other party a strange look. Ice and fire giants. The mages present cast elemental magic to summon 10 water elemental, 10 fire elemental giants abruptly smashed down. The entire battlefield was once again thrown into chaos. Bang 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 bang. Bang 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 bang. The sound of gunfire was wild and spread all over the battlefield. Su Di's quantum moon steps operated to the extreme. Like the flying thunder god, he instantly killed people in all parts of the battlefield. Bullet casings spilled out all over the sky, and there were constantly elemental giants and mages falling down. Bang! Bang! Su Di came to Jiang Lingtaki's side. 2 shotgun double shots exploded the huge elemental giant's head. So strong. Jiang Lingtaki watched as the 2 giants were easily disposed of. The opponent's strength was clearly at a profound level. Suddenly the spring breeze comes, and 1,000 pear blossoms bloom. The natural mage opened his arms and performed his life's best skill. He coalesced the tedious magic chant into a short ancient poem of the Dragon Kingdom. Swiftly, swiftly. Wow! A turquoise and thriving ancient tree broke through the ground. The battlefield transformed into a sea of trees boundary in less than 2 breaths. A white pear blossom continued to bloom, in preparation for the gale. Hoo hoo hoo! Hoo hoo hoo! The members of the Mechanical Maze Guild quickly took out their large-caliber flamethrowers. 30-meter flaming fire snakes ravaged the ancient tree like an inflammatory dragon. The others kept summoning small self-destruct robots in an attempt to blow up all the trees. They didn't understand what the people from the Magic Forbidden Book Society were up to, but they couldn't let it succeed. Make magic great again. The wind mage flew overhead, whale sucking the air around the sea. He blew violently, and icy cold winds blew up in such a way that it had the tendency to become a tornado. The flamethrowers in the hands of the crowd were hardened and frozen by the frosty hurricane. The white pear flowers were covered in ice crystals and seemed to have become frost flowers. Under the blowing of the hurricane, they rotated and flew, spilling out as if they were dancing a tango. The members of Mechanical Mystery City were touched by the bizarre pear flower petals and their bodies gradually froze. If not for the fact that they were wearing the latest armor, their muscles would have been instantly frozen to death. The extremely cold temperature emanating from the frost pear flower was getting even stronger with the passage of time. The natural mage personally manipulated tens of thousands of frost pear flowers to attack. Clank, clank, clank. Clank, clank, clank. The Mechanical Mystery City Guild did not succumb to being suppressed by these mages. They no longer retained their mental power to unleash their technological masterstrokes. Hundreds of technological towers rose up, like prism towers, magnetic storm towers, laser towers. There were even leading figures summoning sheets of military airplanes. The airplanes pulled in armaments and actually threw up tanks overhead. Godly tanks floated down with parachutes hanging from them, carrying automatic combat systems. As they fell to the ground from a high altitude, they actually autonomously fired their cannons at the lower divisions. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. Jiang Linglong carried out a perfect fusion of the angel and technology systems in this battle. Her heroic pose when she turned on her intelligent armor was simply gorgeous and elegant. Su Di, on the other hand, was putting black shots behind his back and studying how resistant magic was to machinery. Scorched earth Shaojin, the entire battlefield was in chaos. Shoo! Boom! Splendid and radiant fireworks spread. This was a signal from the southern district of the Mechanical Maze Guild asking for support. Chapter 36, Electronic Wooden Fish, Mecha Buddha. The air lit up with brilliant fireworks. This was a signal requesting support from the Mechanical Mystic City Guild's southern district. Janling Taki looked towards the fireworks above, his heart sinking darkly. A moment's distraction allowed a mage to then prepare to strike rainbow-like magic to follow through on his body. Only to hear a gunshot, Sudi shot and resolved another one with a shot from behind his back. A mage's physical body defense really wasn't comparable to that of a physical cultivator or mechanical cultivator transfiguration. Janling Taki heard the gunshot before realizing the missing Sudi. Not bad, always appearing in unexpected places. I'm going to the other battlefields for support, so you stay here and hold the fort. Janling Taki summoned her mount, the Golden Lion. This mounted beast could give her angel profession a bonus. I'll wait and leave as well. Sudi blew out the green smoke at the muzzle. He had stayed here before mainly for experience and learning. After the novelty was over, it was time to end it. All right. Zhang Lingdao thought that the other party was going to exit the battlefield of the 10,000 races and said, "You've helped me twice here, so I can cover you twice in the future." As the words fell, she rode away on her golden lion. You cover me? You're not big enough either. Sudi spat out a sentence in a low voice. He called out to the other party, Sister Jiang, but he himself could be older than the other party. However, the other party's golden lion was not expected to be quite handsome. As a gunsmith, it should be reasonable to find a creature mount, right? The people from the Magic Forbidden Book Society didn't give up on the idea of occupying the mines in the northern region. Quite a few mage high-level transmutants were rushing towards this area. Everyone will come back when the cadre members exterminate the Wuji Breaking Alliance. Until then, everyone must hold on. Some guild members summoned mechanical beast pets to the front line to fend them off. They had to isolate the enemy outside the camp now to be more secure. Big brother, where is the base of the Magic Forbidden Book Guild's people? They are coming so fast and so often. Sudi came to the side of the person in command and asked. The reason why he left was because he was preparing to go to the Weiwei to save Zhao. The Magic Forbidden Book Guild's Camp 10 is 50 kilometers away in the southwestern direction. It looks like it was prepared earlier. The pressure on our side is now quite a bit less. We just don't know if we can hold out by going to the southern side. The guild commanders looked grave. They had just split a lot of manpower to go over to the southern camp to support it first. It was just that they didn't know if the members in the rear area could hold out before that. Where are the people? After the commanding officer finished speaking, he was just about to arrange for Sudi to go along to the front line to fend off the situation. He turned his head and realized that the other party had already disappeared. After Sudi heard the location of the enemy's main camp, he immediately moved to set off. He was prepared to open his awakening technique directly at the enemy camp. For this reason, Sudi gave enough face to the people of the Magic Forbidden Book Society. He learned new awakening techniques to deal with these mages. Are you learning the new awakening technique, Mecha Rudra? Okay. You spent 500 million amethyst coins to successfully master the new awakening technique. Mecha Rulai, the user can summon a giant Mecha Buddha at any location. You can control the Mecha Buddha to perform the seal-type skills that come with the Mecha, and you can expand Mecha Rulai up to 10 times its size. The user can detonate the ultimate energy shear inside Mecha Rudra at any time. Bull, Mecha Rulai's strength is even fiercer than Sai Bogwanin. Sudi was simply in love with this type of Mecha-type awakening technique. Summoning from any location, Mecha with its own sealing technique, expanding body size, ultimate energy relics. This was not the great Buddha of ultimate bliss, it was clearly the Rudra of ultimate evil. Knock on the electronic wooden fish, worship the cyber goddess of mercy. See Mecha Rudra, save quantum merit, and cultivate the true scriptures of the Yuan cosmos. Roar, roar, roar. Roar, roar, roar. The ferocious beasts of the battlefield of the 10,000 races roared below. They were the primordial monsters that existed in this space. It was only that they were sandwiched between the two major guilds of the Dragon Kingdom, and these monsters were not enough to look at in the eyes of the top guild members. Sudi disdained the weak ferocious beasts below. He ran his quantum moon steps to the extreme and shook off the ferocious beasts to approach the enemy camp. Eye of Apocalypse open. Sudi cast the Eye of Apocalypse to observe the enemy camp from afar. The Magic Forbidden Book Society's Camp Number 10, the camp in this area covered an area of more than 500 hectares. The entire Camp 10 was known to have the highest defense. The periphery alone had gathered 7,749 layers of protective light curtains of different colors. There was even the use of magic to constantly refine the amethyst stones extracted from the mines. The strength of the mages in the camp is even more extraordinary. Character information. Name Zhuge Hui. Level, 283. Physique, 16,601. Strength, 8,079. Spirit, 23,613. Agility, 11,184. Skills, Domain of Wood, Green Monument Realm Heavenly Gate, 10,000 Tree Growth. Name Nya Hn. Level, 345. Physique, 24,658. Strength, 12,987. Spirit, 31,402. Agility, 17,488. Skills, Magic Link, Life Barrier, Flying Firefly Starfall. Name Ming Huan 1. Level, 410. Physique, 30,346. Strength, 10,984. Spirit, 40,009. Agility, 23,786. Skills, Magma World, 10,000 Fire Dragon Dance, Vulcan Spit. The transmutants who were able to enter the Magician's Forbidden Book Society were all the pride of the heavens. Their attribute panels alone were much stronger than those of the same class of transmutants. The entire strength of the second-rate guilds in the country combined wasn't as powerful as a single camp strongman of the Magician's Forbidden Book Society. Su Di finished checking the information of this camp's strongman and revealed a soothing smile. This time, we won't operate the Mecha Rulai, so let's directly send you the biggest meet and greet gift. Magic Forbidden Book Society, Camp 10. Several mages were discussing the battle situation at the front line. Deacon, what's the latest battle situation of those brethren who went to fight the Mechanical Mystery Guild's camp? Should I go and support them? An inexplicable uneasiness appeared in the heart of a mage. They had sent people to attack Mechanical Mystery City's Camp 7, 8, and 9 respectively this time. Among them, the smallest and emptiest camp, Camp 7, should have been taken long ago, but there was no word on it. It's good for us to defend our main camp. This time, the 3 main camps of the Mechanical Mystery City Guild were the ones that sent their core members to attack the fools of the Wuji Breaking Alliance, so we took advantage of the void. We can't make this kind of stupidity. Besides, this time we deployed enough experts from other. The Deacon's senior staff clasped their hands on their chests with a confident expression. They had made a lot of preparations this time, and were able to take at least 2 mines. When the time came, they, the Magic Forbidden Book Society, would be able to have enough funds to research new forbidden arts. The sky, everyone, look what's in the sky. Did I go to the western heaven? Why am I seeing the Buddha of ultimate bliss? It's not right. How come this Mecha Buddha is getting bigger and bigger? It's not that the Buddha is getting bigger, it's that this Buddha is going to smash down. The mage members below guarding the camp shouted in fear. All the town guards raised their heads in unison and watched the huge Buddha that was as vast as Tarzan fall. Their legs went weak to avoid it, and they realized what it meant to be truly desperate. Dang! The Mecha Buddha's body emitted an ancient bell-like buzz. The huge shadow cast by the Buddha enveloped the entire Magic Forbidden Book Society camp. Boom! Mecha Rudra smashed into the 49 layers of magical protective boundaries. At a height of 500 meters from the camp, Mecha Rulai's body exploded with a light like a star exploding. Everything in this world faded in color. The ultimate energy relics exploded into the shadow of a great Buddha, as if everything around them had gods and Buddhas chanting for burial. The layers of light curtains and boundaries were as fragile as crystal glass, and all of them shattered in an instant. The explosion that shocked the whole world brought a destructive momentum, devouring everything in the surrounding world. You have eliminated an intermediate member of the Society for the Prohibition of Magical Arts. 8,000 points have been awarded. You have destroyed an intermediate member of the Society for the Prohibition of Magical Arts, and have earned 8,000 points. You have eliminated the senior deacon of the Society for the Forbidden Arts, and have earned 100,000 points. You have eliminated the Orcish elder of the Society for the Forbidden Book of Magic and gained 500,000 points. You have destroyed the elemental elder of the Forbidden Book of Magic Society and gained 800,000 points. Chapter 37, Mecha is a Man's Romance. Mechanical Mystic City Guild's southern battlefield. Explosions rose in all directions and flames filled the sky. The members of the 2 top guilds were engaged in a fierce battle. Flying Blow Group Starfall. The man in magic robes raised his hand to cast a big move. A swarm of turquoise fireflies streaked across the sky. Meteorites the size of a millstone blasted down from the air. The 20 or so mechanical guild members guarding the front of the amethyst mine shaft were all blown away. Ha 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 ha, your guild only left a few deacon hallmasters and you still presume to block us. Is this the technological power of the Mechanical Maze Guild? It just looks lame. Call out a word of law to listen, we're happy, maybe we'll leave a few pounds of amethyst or for you, ha 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 ha. The members of the Magic Forbidden Book Society looked at their decimated enemies and looked up to the sky. They had taught the opposing guild a hard lesson this time. If it wasn't for you guys sneaking up on our tech arsenal and stealing homes, you magic is trash. A member of the Mechanical Guild lay on the ground in defiance. Their mechanical transmogrifier was in existence that had a chance of mastering gamma ray burst if there was an emergence of the world's only full leveler. A beam of gamma rays was equivalent to the sum of trillions of years of solar energy. The charm of technology could not be understood by these magic transmutants who only knew arcane arts. Unconvinced you guys can sneak attack too, but just you scum can't even break our camp magic boundary, right? Those magicians' faces blossomed with joy, disliking the latter's wild bark. They only knew that they were the winners now. Boom boom boom. The sound that exploded the sky suddenly burst. Everyone was startled by the shocking noise that came from the sky. They looked towards the source of the explosion, and it was clearly the position of the Magic Forbidden Arts Society. The sky above in the distance was burned red. The firelight formed a great sun ruler sitting on a lotus platform. The clouds that were burnt red seemed like the heavenly cyber bodhisattva Mecha Lohan. The crowd could even vaguely hear the chanting of transcendence chanted by the cyber gods and Buddhas in the distant sky. There were mages present who received the first emergency notification from the guild. It was a retreat notice about an unprecedented explosion. The entirety of the Magic Guild members cracked up. I just turned around and my home is gone. Warning, the Magic Forbidden Book Guild's Camp 10 has been destroyed, the punishment apocalypse will appear, members of this camp need to find shelter as soon as possible. Warning, the Forbidden Book Society's campsite number 10 has been destroyed, the punishment apocalypse will appear, members of this camp need to find shelter as soon as possible. Warning, the Forbidden Book Society's camp number 10 has been destroyed, the punishment apocalypse will appear, members of this camp need to find shelter as soon as possible. 3 consecutive major announcements were sent out from the battlefield of the nations. The members of the Mechanical Mystery Guild were even more confused than their own enemies. Which big brother in the world had made this art just explode again? On the other side, Su-Dee's eyes narrowed slightly as he appreciated this energy-sheer explosion. Sure enough, mechs are a man's romance. He slowly exhaled a cloudy breath and teleported out of the 10,000 races battlefield. This explosion allowed him to gain a large amount of points. It was now enough to exchange for that extreme legendary trinket. A flash of light. Su-Dee left the 10,000 races battlefield to return to the real world. He came to a park in the city to take a nap and check his harvest from this trip. Guild points, 17.63 million. One shot of skill directly adds 10 million points. If this comes 8 or 9 times, the small goal is reached. Su-Dee saw the numbers on the panel, inwardly cool yuppie. He decisively took the points to exchange for a good extreme legendary necklace first. Ding, you spent 5 million guild points to obtain the Eternal Blue Necklace. Eternal Blue Necklace. Effect, plus 200 to all attributes, plus 60% spirit recovery speed. This spirit recovery effect is quite a few notches stronger for normal turn 2 legendary equipment. Su-Dee changed into the new trinket necklace. Other turners who wanted to save up 5 million guild points would have to save up for at least a dozen years. The effect of this type of top-tier legendary equipment was no less than third turn equipment. Those transmuters who were stuck at the peak of the second turn for life were unable to break through. If one wanted to be the king of the second turn rank, they would go for this top-tier equipment. This legendary equipment, however, only appeared amongst the top guild malls. The prerequisite for those who wanted to obtain this top-quality legendary equipment was to be qualified to join a top guild. Ring ring ring. The crisp ringtone of a cell phone rang. Su-Dee took out his cell phone when he was puzzled and realized that it was Chin Xin who called. Looking at the time again, it had already reached 3:50. It was only 10 or so minutes short of the 4 o'clock class reunion at Starlight Hotel that Chin Xin had said she would go to. Hey, class president, I'm already on my way. Su-Dee answered the phone and spoke very skillfully. Su-Dee, where did you just go? Calling your phone is not in the service area, everyone is almost here, you also hold on tight. Chin Xin's voice came out from the phone. Don't worry, I'll be there soon. Su-Dee returned the other party's sentence and slowly hung up the phone. Before he set off, he remembered that it would be too shabby for him to just fly to his classmates. Su-Dee remembered that after he became a transfigurator, he didn't have a mount until now. A mount was a symbol of a transmuter's identity. It was also an important means of transportation. When he bought a house in the future, he would be able to let his mount watch over the house. It was considered in existence that a transmigrant would have to buy sooner or later. The golden lion that Jiang Lingtaki rode before was quite good, I don't know if I have to buy it. Su-Dee recalled that he was at the battlefield of the 10,000 races and saw the other party's majestic mount. He checked the mount contract option in the guild mall and saw numerous contracted mount beasts. Colorful Phoenix Scale Butterfly Contract Scroll Level 100, priced at 1 million guild points. Thunderbolt Rockbird Contract Scroll Level 100, priced at 3 million guild points. Colorful Deer Contract Scroll Grade 100, priced at 5 million guild points. Golden Lion Contract Scroll Grade 100, priced at 10 million guild points. Silver Moon Bone Leopard Contract Scroll Grade 100, priced at 10 million guild points. Among the many mount contract beasts in the mall, a mount with 10 million guild points had already broken the sky. Even if it was put on the trading market, this mount would be worth over 1 billion amethyst coins. Ding, you have been detected choosing the Golden Lion mount to purchase. Please determine the gender of the mount you wish to purchase. Male, female. Male mount. Su-Dee decisively opened his mouth. He was a big man riding some female lion. Ding, determining gender is successful. You spent 10 million guild points and successfully purchased the Golden Lion contract scroll. Su-Dee had always bought things not seeking the best but the most expensive. Anyway, it's just a matter of earning it back with one skill. Having money and still living a frugal life isn't so much. He chose the Golden Lion to buy this time, mainly because he believed in Jiang Lingtaki's vision. He knows nothing about mounts, and following the other party to buy won't be bad. You have used the Golden Lion contract scroll and can summon the Golden Lion at any time. Su Shicheng used it immediately after successfully purchasing the prop and the guild interface panel. The moment he crushed the scroll, the mount summoning skill appeared in the skill panel. Big Yellow, come out and let me take a look. Su Di cast the mount summoning skill and randomly gave the Golden Lion a nickname. Although this nickname sounded like a dog. Wow! A hexagram formation appeared in midair in a split second. In the formation, a 5-meter-sized, majestic lion with a body like gold appeared. The sudden appearance of the monster startled many people near the park. Some passers-by recognized the Golden Lion as one of the most noble mounts before calming down. Many people cast envious glances with an expression of looking at the rich and powerful. Roar! The Golden Lion let out a beastly low roar. It was actually summoned by someone called Big Yellow. Isn't that a name for a dog? Even if you're my master, it doesn't mean you can insult me like this. He himself was a golden male lion, the pride of the golden beast lineage. Huffing and puffing. Huffing. The Golden Lion turned to look at Su Di with high pride. Suddenly, the pressure of the powerful attribute on the latter's body made it gasp for breath. More importantly, as a contracted mount, the Golden Lion gradually began to have a contractual connection with its master. The hidden aura of extinction on Su Di's body had a hint of it captured. Woo! The Golden Lion looked like it had seen a ghost, and its pupils shrunk violently. The master was simply even more terrifying than the 7th or 8th ranked human transmigrators it had seen before. The Golden Lion lay on the ground revealing its softest belly. In its life, it had already made up its mind to only follow its master. Big Yellow, were you not satisfied with the name I gave you just now? Su Di said as he stroked his chin. Hoo. The golden male lion was so scared that it shook its head in denial. It now only felt that its master's naming was really tasteful. I still like the unruly look you just had, recover. Su Di smiled and stroked the Golden Lion's fluffy fur. With a brush. The Golden Lion immediately straightened its body with a majestic look. Well done. Su Di made a straddle and rode on the Golden Lion's back. Ride. Su Di shouted like the way he shouted on the TV series. Golden Lion? Other people are acting as an ox, but it's acting as a dog? Donkey. The Golden Lion cooperated by letting out a horse's cry. Even though the cry was hard to hear and very fourfold. Under Su Di's operation, the Golden Lion stepped into the air and quickly ran towards the Starlight Hotel. Chapter 38, Su Di's ex-girlfriend. The air drew a beautiful arc. The Golden Lion glittered under the illumination of the sun. Riding on the Golden Lion, Su Di just became the most beautiful boy in the air avenue. The Golden Lion, we actually have this level of mount in the city. Isn't this one of the top mounts of the bloodline? Too handsome. When will I have enough money to buy this kind of mount? If I ride this to pick up a girl, I'll definitely be able to get on base. The rich man's world is really good. This kind of level of mounts were auctioned last time for more than $1 billion. The citizens below revealed envious eyes. Lamborghini and Ferrari were simply inferior to the beast mounts. There were other transmutants riding their mounts in mid-air to catch up. The Green Ox, Yellow Crane and other mounts under their seats even made a special detour when they saw the Golden Lion. The bloodline suppression inherent in being an exotic beast is very strong. Ordinary fey beasts had an innate fear of golden lions. A transmigrant riding a flaming horse came head-on. With just a look, the Golden Lion made the flaming horse's mount automatically give way. 2 clouds of gas erupted from its nostrils, high and proud, knowing that the tiny flame horse was still sensible. Too much bullying. A transmogrifier looked at the passing Su Di with a very lemony look. The flame horse under its crotch actually took a special arc curve to hurry. How could he say that he was also a third-turned powerhouse, but he actually had to take a detour when he saw this rich second generation. The Golden Lion galloped all the way to the destination. Starlight Hotel. The Golden Lion leapt from mid-air to the entrance of the hotel. The doorway of the too welcome lady at first scared a shock, followed by the eyes bloomed color. This handsome man's mount was the most expensive mount on the market. This was a mount that could only be owned by a top guild member or a disciple of a large family, a symbol of status. Hello, looking for someone or booking? The lobby manager had a good eye and immediately greeted him. He looked at the other party's Golden Lion and then looked at the young and handsome Su Di. Just as the manager was about to sigh that it's good to be rich, he made an even more unimaginable discovery. Old classmate reunion, private room VIP 666. After Su Di finished, he smoothly put the Golden Lion into the contract space. You are a member of the Mechanical Maze Guild? The lobby manager recognized the guild identity nameplate on Su Di's chest. He knew that the identity of the person who could afford to buy the Golden Lion was by no means ordinary. Well, are you also an industry under the Mechanical Mystery City? Su Di looked at the other party oddly. He had first checked that one of the benefits of the Mechanical Mystic City Guild included free access to the guild's properties. Previously, when Su-D went to other cities through the teleportation array, he even specifically took the teleportation point under Mechanical Mystery City. We are an industry under the Star Hunting Guild. There is cooperation with the Mechanical Maze City Guild. I can help you change to the VIP $9.99 private room of the hotel, and all the dishes can be given the lowest discount. The lobby manager showed the utmost respect to Su-D. The top private rooms in their hotel were exclusively reserved for the existence of VIP guests. Su-D, who was a member of the Mechanical Guild, was obviously the biggest honored guest. No need to be so troublesome, the original private room will do. Su-D raised his hand and used the dress bracelet to quickly adjust a set of casual clothes for himself. He silently sighed inwardly, no wonder some people want to join Mechanical Mystery City. This kind of benefit that comes from having a strong guild everywhere you go was indeed good. Alright, this way please. The lobby manager was very sensible and did not say much, leading the way in front. Su-D nodded and followed the other party into the elevator. VIP 666 private room. Here it is. The lobby manager helped Su-D open the door and smiled. The students who were chatting furiously at a large round table immediately greeted Su-D when they saw him come in. Haha, school brother is here, quickly sit next to the senior. I've missed you Su-D, quickly come to school sister here, I really haven't seen you for several years. Su-D, we were just talking about when you would arrive, really speak of the devil. The students in the audience opened their mouths in jest. They were all very close to Su-D in high school. Su-D had not been able to go to college due to repeating a grade. That was why the students jokingly called each other schoolmates. If you all say so, then I have to sit next to Mr. Chin first. Su-D smiled and smoothly sat next to Chin Kuxin. He had stayed in class for 5 years, and the class president Chin Kuxin had become his teacher. This matter was also known to all the students present. Many female classmates were amused by Su-D's words with a grin. Good, wow, you're really getting better at making fun of me now. Chin Kuxin blushed slightly and gently gave the other party a punch. Today's class reunion, and the other party was still so immodest. Hee, after repeating for so long, thanks to you still having the mood to joke now. A long-haired girl with an extremely outstanding face value rolled her eyes in a prickly tone. As she spoke, the other students present tensed up. The girl who spoke was called Zhuang Qing. It was Su-D's ex-girlfriend. Chapter 39, Classmate Reunion Pretentious Drama, Don't enter if you don't like it, end of chapter. Pretend in the plot, do not like do not enter, the end of a chapter, anyway, white whoring, read the end of no loss. I remember Zhuang Cheng, she went to the Transmigrant University less than 2 years ago, and Su-D broke up, right? Zhuang Cheng didn't bring her boyfriend over today. A woman's heart of comparison is to let her predecessor know how well she's doing now. Zhuang Cheng's boyfriend looks like he has a second turn, I guess I can't break through to the second turn in my life. The other students present whispered. After graduating from high school, Su-D didn't go to university because of repeating a grade. Zhuang Cheng, who had awakened an ice mage, went to Battle College early. Perhaps it was because she went to Battle University to recognize more wealthy and prestigious seniors. Zhuang Cheng, a second-year university student, soon parted ways with Su-D. Su-D, have you graduated this year? Zhuang Cheng opened her mouth with her hands wrapped around her chest in displeasure. Over the past few years, when she was sometimes asked who her ex-boyfriend was and what occupation she had awakened. As soon as she thought of Su-D being greedy and fearful of death, repeating 5 years all by herself, she couldn't afford to lose this person. How did one's own glorious career come out with this stain of Su-D? Graduation. Su-D faintly opened his mouth. He had taken one blood from the other party anyway. Although the two didn't go all the way to the end, they also earned blood without losing. Su-D turned out to have graduated? It's possible. I thought Su-D was a high school junior now that he didn't graduate. Why don't you consider going to that university of mine, so that you are my university schoolmate, he. I remember Su-D when the test awakening is a gunsmith, right? Su-D, you awakened after gunsmith, all the name is called. Su finally graduated, congratulations. Su got what level of evaluation, B level or above, shall not drink 2 cups. The students present were suddenly lively. Many people also had direct Chin Kuxin to ask about Su-D's achievement. Su-D, he graduated with good grades this year. Chin Kuxin chatted with her classmates next to her. She hadn't even finished her sentence yet. A youth in pure white mage robes next to Zhuang Cheng got up. You're Su-D, I'm Zhuang Cheng's boyfriend Xian Zihao. I have heard her mention you before. Congratulations on graduating and finally being able to go to combat university. Xian Zihao spoke with a smile on his face. He said congratulations on the surface, but his tone gave off a sense of light laughter. It's not unusual for me to graduate or anything. Isn't it too troublesome for you to come here to eat wearing a full outfit? Su-D wanted to laugh a little. The other party wore a second-turn mage wearing equipment to come over for dinner. It was like a person who was afraid that others wouldn't know that he was a second-turn big brother. The words fell. Xian Zihao, who had been poked and prodded, suddenly pulled his face down. Sude, you had just graduated, understand what, mage equipment and not like a warrior wearing armor is heavy, wearing dinner does not affect the good? Zhuang Cheng said without giving a good face. She didn't expect Su Ri, a newcomer who had just graduated, to dare to question the behavior of a second-turn powerhouse. The other students present were inwardly helpless. Having said that, they did have the ability to see that Zhuang Qing was trying to show off that she had found a strong boyfriend. Most of them had a good relationship with Su Di in high school, and more of them sided with Su Di. It's nothing, it's normal that your classmate just graduated and doesn't understand. Xian Zihao re-spread his smile to show his generosity. A person of his level wouldn't be bothered with a newcomer who had just switched to a new job not long ago. Which university do you want to enter after graduation? I know a lot of mentors in second-class combat universities, so if you don't have enough grades and have trouble enrolling, you can ask me for help. Xian Zihao opened his mouth very generously. He was trying to portray an image of himself as a generous person, just to show others. If Su Ri really begged himself afterward, he would naturally retrieve his offense at that time. Su Di actually got an SSS grade exam secret evaluation. The students around Qin Koexian looked down at the news on their cell phones and erupted in a cry of surprise. Earlier, when Su Di and Xian Zihao were chatting, the crowd was beside them and heard Qin Koexian say that Su Di had good grades and got the top grade. They thought Qin Koexian was joking. As a result, they went to check the news released by the Education Institute yesterday and realized that Su Ri had directly broken the highest record in the province in recent years this time. SSS grade graduation evaluation? How could he get it, Su Di? Zhuang Qing incredulously probed and checked the news from the Education Institute on his classmate's phone. When he saw that Su Di's name was clearly written on it, his heart went half cold. How could a loser who had been repeating a grade for 5 years activate a powerful occupation to get a top rating? She was already a top tier when she got an A-ranked evaluation in the first place. Many students were asking Su Di how she did it. Even if they were at the peak of their first turn now, it wasn't enough to get this evaluation. Had the other party been hiding their strength? When I wanted to build a foundation for a few more years in school, my grades were a little better. Su Di's tone was bland. This made all the students present numb. What do you care if you call this grades just a little bit better? To say that they could go to SSS level by laying the foundation, they would be willing to lay the foundation for 10 years. That Xian Zihao big brother, aren't you going to help introduce Su Di to the university? Do you know the tutors of the top academies? Why don't you help introduce Su Di? A classmate came back to his senses and asked with a smile. They felt funny when they remembered Xian Zihao confidently mentioning to Su Ri that he could help him go through the back door of a second-rate university. An SSS-ranked transmigrator could go to any of the top schools. Where would he look at a second-rate university? The other party's connections would be limited to going to such second-rate colleges. Everyone is joking. Xian Zihao smiled with an incredibly embarrassed face. He felt his face burning hot. It was as if he had been viciously slapped a few times. Hello, please make way. At this time, after the waitress lady finished serving the dishes, immediately after that, she brought 2 bottles of red wine to open and wake up. Even if you can go to the top academy, there's still a lot you don't understand now that you've just graduated. Zihao is the one who broke through to the second turn. If you're stuck at the first turn one day and can't break through, you can ask Zihao. Zhuang Cheng sent out false congratulations. So what if you can go to a top academy? As usual, there are cases of people in top academies who will be stuck in the first turn for life. Breakthrough second turn insights dare not be, but you can come to our star hunting guild after graduation. Our guild has cooperation with the Mechanical Labyrinth Guild. 4 years later I should also be able to be a deacon. When the time comes, welcome Brother Su to join. Xian Zihao pulled his collar to finally get back his face. Star Hunt Guild was also a medium to high existence among the many second-rate guilds. If it wasn't for him, ordinary transmutants wouldn't even be able to enter this box. Let's talk about it later. Su Di returned perfunctorily. Brother Su, you can consider this guild although you may go to a better guild in the future, but what if this guild develops even more in the future? Other than that, after the Star Hunter Guild has attached itself to the Mechanical Mystery City Guild over the years, it's considered one of the fastest growing guilds in recent years, right? I voted for C City Guild's application, but I haven't gotten a reply yet. Hey. Can rely on the top guild is Catala, how I say is also a first-class transmigrant university graduated as a result of no matter in money even apply for the qualification of the top guild or not. The crowd is talking. If you don't join a good guild after graduation, no one will care if you die outside the city one day. This was the most dangerous thing about becoming a transmuter. If one joined a good guild, others who wanted to kill and seize treasure would have to look at the weight of the guild behind them. Moreover, those benefits of joining a guild, as well as the gain effects, were also very advantageous. This wine actually has a 10% mental recovery effect for 3 hours after drinking it. White Jade Agave, this isn't a wine made from a fruit that can only be picked in the territory of that 300-level lord in Wind and Thunder Canyon. A student took a sip of the wine that had just been served, and his entire body was soothed to the extreme. Food that could add a mental recovery effect for a certain period of time and lasted for such a long time. This was an existence used to entertain noble guests wherever they were placed, and today they could actually drink it here. Ziheo, did you order this? Zhuangqing looked at the other party in surprise. No. Only then did Qian Ziheo notice the high-class liquor on the table. This drink was exclusive to their guild's top VIP 999 private room. His current position in the guild was only helping to book the VIP 666 private room, so he couldn't order this wine at all. Hello, is this wine served wrong? Qian Ziheo called out to the waiter who was preparing to just serve the food and asked. This kind of wine had limited reserves and was used to entertain the most honorable guests of the guild. If he was blamed for serving the wrong wine, he would be punished. There's no mistake, this is the wine that the boss asked me to deliver. That waitress sister opened her mouth very honestly. The deacon told you to deliver the wine? Qian Ziheo was relieved to hear this. Then thank the deacon for me, and say that I appreciate this kindness. The owner of this hotel building was managed by the deacon of their guild. He himself didn't expect how he could have the face to fight and make the deacon send such precious alcohol. The other students present sucked in a slight breath of cold air at the words. Obviously, they were also surprised by how highly valued Qian Ziheo was in the guild. Sudi, why don't you still go and join the Star Hunter Guild when you graduate? After all, there aren't many good guilds in the country that you can go to. Zhuangqing straightened her body and spoke. She had finally caught a chance to make a splash to ruthlessly suppress Sudi. She didn't care if the other party agreed or not, she mainly wanted to let the other party know how well she was doing now. No need, I have a random guild to join. Sudi leaned back in his seat and faintly spoke. This sentence caused a question mark to slowly pop up in the heads of the students present. Didn't Sudi just graduate? How did he find a guild so quickly? That, the boss is delivering wine to the Mechanical Mystery City Guild's valued guests. The waitress lady couldn't help but explain from the side. Mechanical Mystery City. The shock of these words to the crowd present was like a bolt from the blue. The influence of the Mechanical Mystic City Guild in the country was too great. Hearing the waitress say that, they had classmates who were actually members of the Mechanical Maze City Guild? Set up whatever else is good. Sudi waved his hand to let signal that waiter. Okay, then we will follow the VIP 999 specifications as we said before, do you think it's okay? The waitress lady made a confirmation. Previously, their manager had invited Sudi whether to open the hotel's top private room. Sudi didn't change it because he was too troublesome before. But now it seems that they can still be received with the most top-notch specifications. This was all a great honor for their hotel. The latter nodded slightly, and only then did the waitress lady hurriedly go to the back kitchen to make a replacement. The short conversation between the two was enough to explain everything. A deathly silence appeared in the entire scene. It took a long time before shocking waves erupted. No way, Sudi, you've joined Mechanical Mystery City. Big brother is actually by my side? Brother Su, does your family have relatives serving in the Mechanical Maze Guild? I have a cousin who graduated from a first-class combat university and he doesn't even have a doorway to go. Awesome, no wonder Brother Su can get an SSS level evaluation. Brother Su, is your family all transmigrators and powerful? There were students present who were shaken to the point of scalp numbness. As long as he was a member of a top guild, Sudi would have a top big brother to bring upgrades even if he had just graduated. In addition to the fact that Sudi's strength was still able to get an SSS level evaluation, his achievements in the future would be absolutely high to the sky. How could Sudi? Zhuangqing's gaze carried unbelief. She then realized how stupid her words just were. Even more so, she regretted why she had broken up with Sudi in the first place. Zhuangqing had pursued Sudi at first precisely because she felt that Sudi was excellent and thought that the other party would definitely awaken a powerful profession. As a result, because of the other party's retention, she had just missed out on the best candidate for a spouse. At the side, Qian Ziheo's face was as white as paper, and his heart was anxious. With Sudi's status, he would have no problem removing himself from the guild if he wasn't happy. Star Hunter Guild, in order to talk a good game, the official story was naturally that they were cooperating with the top Mechanical Mystery City Guild. In reality, it was all about their guild handing over a large amount of money every year, begging Mechanical Mystery City to give them the opportunity to dip their toes into the light of the top guilds. The top guild of the world's third most powerful country was in existence that ordinary people could not enter even if they worked hard for 10 lifetimes. To say that one was a stink bug in the gutter would be considered an exaggeration when one tried to compare oneself to the members of the Mechanical Guild. Brother Su, don't pay attention to what I said just now. Qian Ziheo hurriedly went forward to pour wine for the other party. He now couldn't wait to whip his own face to make the other party forget about his pig face. No matter what, everyone is just coming over to catch up and have a good meal. Sudi didn't care too much about this kind of minor character. The other classmates looked at Chen Ziheo's appearance as he accompanied a smiling face to help Su Di pour wine, and then looked at Zhuang Qing's overwhelmed expression, and knew that these two people were really more out of character than a clown. After eating and drinking, the class reunion quickly came to an end. The crowd stepped out of the hotel entrance. The classmates who didn't become transmuters back then chose to take a taxi. The classmates who became transmuters either performed shift techniques or summoned up their mounts. "Let me walk you home." Su Di walked to Chin Koxian's side and spoke. The old classmate became her teacher, although she complained all day that she hadn't awakened yet. But Su Di could also see that the other party had always thought for herself. It wasn't bad to give the class president a final send-off himself. "Did you buy a car? Or did you just buy a ride?" Chin Koxian's heart stoned the result that Su Di was really a rich second generation. It was no wonder that when the principal mentioned Su Ri earlier, his tone became different. "Bought the mount." Su Di finished speaking and raised his hand to summon the golden lion. The moment the huge and majestic golden beast came out, it once again shocked the perceptions of the surrounding students. They could finally realize why the hotel owner would pay so much attention to Su Di. The ones who could afford this mount were properly either rich or noble. Many people had heard that Jiang Lingtaki, the granddaughter of the Mechanical Maze Guild elder, only had such a golden mount. "Su Di, just how rich does your family have to be?" Chin Koxian looked at the golden lion for a moment inside. She really didn't see it at all before. After the two of them sat down, the golden lion's feet surged with gale force winds as it traveled at a fast pace through the air. The ferocious and mighty golden mount flew high into the air, earning a lot of eyeballs. On the way, Su Di suddenly thought of a very important thing. The last quest for the third turn of one's profession was to bring a turner whose level was lower than his own to level up by at least one level. Instead of bringing strangers to upgrade, then it would be better to bring Chin Koxian to upgrade by the way. That way, he could directly do the third turn quest himself. "Su Di, I haven't been airborne for a long time, why don't you have your mount fly slower?" Chin Koxian's small heart thumped as she sat in the back. Her level wasn't as strong as Su Di's 100-level mount, the Golden Lion, and she obviously hadn't adapted to this high speed. On the back of the mount, Su Di suddenly said to the other party, "Class president, why don't I take you to level up?" "Level up what?" "The wind is too strong." Chapter 40, Assassination of Su Di, Assassin of the 10 Kingdoms. After the class reunion. It was getting late, and the boundless moonlight spilled over the entire city. The moon in this world was surprisingly large. On the night of a full moon, people could still see extremely distant areas with the help of it. Su Di was on his way to send Chin Koxian home when he remembered his remaining transmutation tasks. Take a transmogrifier to upgrade at least one level. Taking Chin Koxian to level up by himself would also allow him to complete the third transfer quest along the way. "Am I hearing this right? You're taking me to upgrade? Your level. I've turned 2. No way, I've been stuck at the peak of turn 1 until now, and you've turned 2? Chin Koxian's nice peach blossom eyes were filled with shock. She then only reacted. "Your guild's great god took you to upgrade?" Chin Koxian's long eyelashes fluttered slightly. Su Di had practiced marksmanship at the shooting range for a full 5 years. Only he could have this combat base. Even if he was brought up to the peak of the first turn, he still had the strength to complete the transfer mission alone afterward. Su Di turned his head and gazed at Chin Koxian with his dark eyes. He didn't want to deceive the other party, so he chose to remain silent. "Go." The words fell. The Golden Lion turned his direction and headed straight to the transformation hall. The two chose to team up here. Chin Koxian clenched her jade hands tightly on her chest, anxious. Currently, Su Di's strength was 2 turns, and his own strength was only 1 turn. Transferees could give up their original transfer quests and take on new transfer quests. It would be difficult to receive a new quest the next time you gave up your transfer quest. With the highest ranked person in the team, the difficulty would be much harder. "It's fine, you take it." Su Di signaled the other party to rest assured. Chin Koxian thought about it and finally agreed. He knew that what Su Di had decided could not be changed. He himself wouldn't be able to complete the transfer quest in this lifetime anyway. There was no harm in trying it this time, whether he succeeded or not. Transition quest. Requirement: kill 10 level 300 lords in Wind Thunder Canyon, Thunder Ape Vidra, Phantom Ghost Bat, Tainted Heart Turbid Dragon. 10 high-level lords. Chin Koxian backed up and began to doubt her eyes. How could one's own first-turn transformation quest be worthy of killing 10 level 300 lord monsters? The transfer quests of a 5th-turn turner couldn't even be perverted to this extent. "Let's go," Su Di said softly after reading the other party's transfer quest. Chin Koxian looked at Su Di in surprise, and an astonishing deduction surfaced within her heart. No matter how much one's own transfer quest was abandoned, it was impossible for it to be perverted to this extent. Then there was only one reason. Su Di's strength was so powerful that he had boosted his own transfer quest to the maximum. The other side. Underground Dark Capital. The various spies lurking in the Dragon Kingdom were ready. They had poked around from the mechanical maze and found out about the new guild members who were going to Mo City today. Among them, only the one called Su Di was a gunsmith, which meant that the other party was most likely their target. Diviner divining the target's current location, everyone get ready. The blonde man at the head waved his hand. All of the 100 or so 6th to 8th turn powerhouses present were fully geared up and ready to go. Advanced concealment, advanced stealth, advanced agility. The 8th rotation archmages present applied spell gains to everyone. Everyone wearing white robes had their breath reduced to a minimum, and their figures appeared completely invisible. They had made a large-scale strike this time, and if they didn't apply invisibility it would be easy to cause the city lord to observe them within the city. Found it, Su Di has already left Jianchuan City. The diviner applied magic to the crystal ball and observed the other party's whereabouts. On a transparent crystal ball, the sight of Su Di and Qin Koxian riding on a golden lion appeared. Good, then we have even less to worry about. The blonde man ordered the diviner to lock onto Su Di's location at all times. He simultaneously ordered everyone to go out of the city to chase the other party. Swift. Suddenly, swiftly. More than 100 high-ranked transmigrators went out and flew from the underground city to above the surface. Because of the stealth, the moonlight shone on the crowd and the light appeared distorted. The unique irregular beauty formed by the strange and gorgeous light after the distortion. Mechanical Mystery City Headquarters. Guild members quickly walked into the hall will report the results. The identities of the suspicious people who secretly inquired about the borders of Mo City today were found out. At the highest part of the hall, Jiang Shiyu was wearing her guild uniform and playing with an unknown pink storage bracelet in her hand. She returned to the headquarters after noticing the changes in Su Di's body. As expected, she found the fact that Su Di had awakened the mechanical ascension. Jiang Shiyu didn't immediately go to Su Di. The intention was to just use this opportunity to eliminate the hidden forces. She could project based on today's news, others must have other methods. The forces behind these people don't seem to have collected many game history book fragments. Once the mechanical ascension is activated successfully, the only way to have a chance to win in the early stages is to approach the laws. Jiang Shiyu thought of something and smiled knowingly. The immortal cultivator who had gone through a rough and tumble cultivation for 1,000 years eventually ascended into the 100,000 heavenly soldiers of the mountain of flowers and fruits. There were too many examples that could be compared regarding how strong this divine profession was. The dozen or so elder figures seated under the stage slowly rose. They didn't know how much higher mechanical ascension could be in the future than a world-class powerhouse. But the existence of the other party undoubtedly provided the guild with a major pillar of combat power. It's good to be back. An old man sighed as he opened his cloudy eyes. The other guild members traveled to the entrance of the arms and armor warehouse at this moment. The million-ton Jinjin giant door slowly opened. A 10-meter-tall mecha that was glowing with cold metallic light was stunning and incomparable. The members of the Mechanical Mystery City Guild cleanly found their own mechs and opened the hatch to enter, and the strange metal eyes of the giant mech slowly lit up with azure-colored light. Elder-level characters with their own strength did not need the assistance of a mech. Jiang Shiyu raised her hand and summoned her mount, the Silver Moon Bone Leopard, as she listened to the soothsayer's report of her location and looked into the distance. All the mechs rushed up into the sky and set off towards the distance. Wind Thunder Canyon. Inside the canyon, there was a great storm of clamor as well as lightning that landed in the sky. Various beasts' roars faintly transmitted within the canyon shook the sky and earth, capable of shattering the clouds. This place was known as a forbidden land-like existence due to the extremely terrifying geography as well as the canyon's 10 fierce lord monsters. Is it really okay for Su Di to go somewhere by himself? Qin Koxian looked anxious and uneasy. Just a moment ago, Su Di had asked her to wait here while he entered the canyon by himself. The golden lion beside her faintly let out a beastly roar, alerting the surroundings. It was sent by Su Di to stay here for protection. Otherwise, just the 100 or so leveled monsters in the canyon's periphery would have been enough to tear the first turner into pieces. Bang 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 bang. Bang 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 bang. Shotgun blasts erupted continuously within the canyon. Accompanied by the roar of the beasts, the turbid dragon lords in the canyon hovered in the sky with long chains on their backs and continuously spewed out scorching breath. If it wasn't for these long chains binding the top 10 ferocious beasts only in the Wind and Thunder Valley, I'm afraid the outside world would have already suffered a disaster. The gunfire was still erupting, and finally the turbid dragon swooped down and set off a huge explosion in the valley. Su Di will be alright. Qin Koxian was sitting still, her eyes looking towards the golden lion that was her mount. Roaring. The golden lion attached itself to the ground, its gaze tinged with trembling. Something is wrong with Su Di? What this human woman should be asking should be how the 10 ferocious beasts of the Wind and Thunder Canyon had not yet passed away. As a contracted mount beast, it has a hidden sense with its master. The current state of Su Di is simply unharmed. This kind of powerful existence, even the golden lion is also the first time to see and deeply kneeling. If Sude's level broke 1,000 someday, it would never doubt that his master would become the legendary God King. After the desperate roars of the ferocious beasts were heard from within the canyon, Jin Koexian's beautiful eyes opened wide. In her line of sight, Su Ri was unharmed, leisurely spinning his twin spears in his hands as he came before her. It's done, you can prepare to go back. Su Di inserted the Hell shotgun back into his waist and smiled. Just finished? What about the ferocious beasts in the canyon? Jin Koexian's face was filled with question marks disguised as a curious baby. She was now both shocked that Su Ri was unharmed and also surprised that she didn't receive information about the death of the Lord Monster. Wait and you'll know. Su Di remounted the golden lion and reached out to pull Jin Koexian up again. The golden lion galloped through the air, thinking to quickly leave this place of wrongdoing. Above the Wind Thunder Canyon, the turbid dragon with bullet holes all over its body, holding on to its last breath of strength, climbed to the edge of the canyon and let out a hissing roar. Jin Kurson, separated by a long distance, looked back at the faceless beast in fear. Only a crisp ringing finger was heard. The bodies of all the monsters in the canyon cracked open, gushing out 10,000 feet of white light. The most exaggerated earth-shattering shocking explosion appeared. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. An explosion of 100,000 tons of TNT equivalent was instantly detonated. Huge mushroom clouds rose from the center of the canyon. Everything turned to dust and annihilation. The entire map of the canyon was leveled to the ground in an instant. Jin Koexian almost didn't fall off her mount as she watched. This was simply tougher than what she had seen on the news, the Holy Winged Angels, Necromancers, and 10,000 Nests Dragon Masters. It was only after a long time that she slowed down a little. Su Di, if you're so powerful, why didn't you activate your profession until this year? Jin Koexian asked deeply. It didn't take long for her to throw out this question. The golden lion suddenly stopped in its tracks, its hair exploding all over its body as it looked into the distance vigilantly. It sensed that high-level transmutants with terrifying and abnormal strength were approaching, numbering 100. Chapter 41, Mecha Set Big Buddha, One Man Destroys 10 Countries. The golden lion suddenly stopped in its tracks, and its hair exploded all over its body as it vigilantly looked into the distance. It sensed that an unprecedented number of powerful enemies were approaching, and their numbers were extremely large. Su Di sensed the danger signal from his mount. His eyes flashed with azure-colored light as he cast the Eye of Apocalypse. Under the Awakening Technique Pupil Technique, nothing could escape from his eyes. Character information. Name Kristen Johnson. Level, 379. Physique, 25,142. Strength, 10,008. Spirit, 30,546. Agility, 19,488. Skills, Heavenly Fire Descent, Absolute Waters, Sandfall Burial. Name Rosario. Level, 401. Physique, 27,658. Strength, 34,987. Spirit, 16,038. Agility, 20,488. Skills, Breaking Dragon Dance, Blood Breath Berserker, Starglow Heavenly Blade. Name Michelle Skeggs. Level, 449. Physique, 20,551. Strength, 38,082. Spirit, 38,009. Agility, 18,786. Skills, Starfire Rune Blade, Judgment, Gate of Heaven. A group of foreign transmutants were flying in at a very high speed. Coming for me? Su Di gently smiled, undaunted by this. In his heart, he speculated that this might be the reason why there were characters from enemy countries that noticed something fishy about him. However, Su Di would not be daunted and had long thought that this day would come. If he really wanted to hide completely, he could definitely cover himself until no one noticed, but he didn't do so. All the fear came from the lack of firepower. If there was enough firepower, then there was no need to fear. After many trials of skills, Su Di, who has had personal experience, already have the greatest degree of confidence that they already have a strong self-protection and anti-killing ability. These foreign transmigrators with rank strength alone were not qualified. The vast silver like moonlight poured down. The statute of limitations on the invisibility spell had expired. In the Rincon sky, the corners of the clothes of more than 100 high-ranked transmigrators hunted. Su Di's mount has sensed our aura. The diviner from the Western Alliance spoke in surprise. Don't worry, that golden beast can't sense our exact location. The 8th turn mage confidently said. Even if Su Di really found their bearing, he wouldn't be able to escape. How far away is it from the target bearing? The blonde man asked the diviner next to him. 200 kilometers. The diviner's eyes blossomed with gorgeous golden light as he looked into the extreme distance. Array mage inscribed the teleportation array pattern now, just in case. Ritual mage priest, pull all the defense barriers back to full now. The blonde youth commanded the others to make all the preparations now. Dark Star, you cast your finishing technique to strike first. The blonde-haired youth finally signaled the only turn 8 assassin present to act. This distance was enough to get into the opponent's attack range. Roger. The man named Darkstar slowly exhaled a cloudy breath. His body suddenly transformed into a sharp blade that was purple in color and emitted light. The sharpness of the blade was aimed at Suri's heart in the distance, and he shot off at a blistering speed. On the other side. If you're so powerful, why didn't you activate your profession until this year? Chinko Xin murmured once more in a low voice. She had read from the news that the top professions in this world were holy winged angels, necromancers, and 10,000 nest dragon shepherds. The necromancer summoned an army of millions of skeletons, and the 10,000 nest dragon shepherd could command thousands of giant dragons. Although Chinko Xin wasn't sure how strong the top professions such as necromancer and dragon herder were. But it felt like Su Di should be even stronger than these top professions that he recognized. Chinko Xin had an indescribable despondency in her heart. She had always thought that she had a good relationship with the other party and had treated the other party with sincerity. But it seemed like she hadn't understood the other party until now. You wait and remember to wrap your arms around my neck. Su Di put his mount into the contracted teleportation array as he gazed into the distance. Ha! Chinko Xin looked stunned, instantly confused. Although she did have a crush on Su Di in high school, it was all in the past. Especially since she had also been the other party's teacher. If they were together they would definitely be. Just as Chinko Xin was inwardly breaking her heart. Clang! The air erupted with a trembling hum of the sword. An incomparably bright dazzling purple light exploded from the distance. Su Di was ready to open bullet time in a flash and grabbed Chinko Xin to dodge. Suddenly, swiftly, the purple light Excalibur swept past the two of them at an extremely fast speed. The trees at the back were instantly pierced through huge holes, and in an instant, they were turned into deadwood and cut off. My attack was actually dodged by a gunsmith. Darkstar transformed into a human from his sharpshooter form and his eyes were stunned. How could he not believe that his finishing technique was easily dodged by his opponent? Darkstar failed to assassinate the target, open teleportation. The blonde-haired youth immediately ordered when he got the news first from the diviner. In the next moment, the array master activated the temporary teleportation array carved in seal script. Hundreds of transmigrators crossed the void. A huge hexagram circular formation appeared above the dome of Su Di's region. Immediately after that, a large number of high-level transfiguration masters fell from the hexagram formation like a colorful display. All of them unleashed their long-converted murderous aura without reservation. Su Di suddenly picked up Chinko Xin with one hand. The latter had an unsteady center of gravity and hastily wrapped her arms around the other party's neck. Only now did Chinko Xin comprehend the meaning of the other party's most previous words. Didn't you ask why? This is the answer. Su Di's other hand drew his hell shotgun and stood ready to fire. Everyone attack Su Di, and don't let that woman go either. The blonde-haired youth drew his sword of judgment and swung several sword chi in a row. The other transmigrators also sent out their own surefire techniques in unison. All sorts of skills rained down like the sky, impacting from above. For the first time since his awakening, Su Di operated his quantum moon steps to the extreme. He held Chinko Xin with one hand and his figure was as fast as a stump, instantly dodging in the field one after another. Bang 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 bang. Bang 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 bang. Inferno shotgun bullets erupted from his hand. The flying shells threw a perfect arc in the air. Su Di now had a powerful spirit recovery speed, and he recklessly executed each awakened divine skill. The Eye of Apocalypse viewed all potential sneak attack threats. Bullet time was used for dodging as well as identifying attacks that matched quantum moonstep. This was the first time he reported maximum seriousness in battle. The extremely ethereal stance was more erratic than a ghost, appearing in various areas. Whenever Su Di's quantum moonsteps instantly reached the enemy's rear, what greeted the other party was a cavernous death muzzle. Sheen Kurson's brows were tightly closed, and her deadly grip on the other party's neck did not let go. Every now and then, she felt scarlet liquid splashing. That was all the enemy's blood. This is the answer. Chinko Xin slightly opened her eyes and saw the other party's handsome side face. A rare seriousness appeared on the other party's face, each shot hitting the enemy straight in the vitals. All these years of practicing were all for today one day. A large number of wailing sounds appeared in the entire field. 100% armor break, all of this person's attacks are real damage, the protective barriers on our bodies are all useless. Too fast, his instantaneous shift speed technique is an awakening technique, right? Why can the frequency be as fast as this? My retarded light can't hit the opponent at all. The bullets shot by my devil sniper were actually dodged by him, how could he have this kind of reaction speed? This marksmanship is devilish, my god, why is this person's shotgun still accurate to this point? Quantum void? Su Di can actually still have a high-level transmogrifier's virtualization, all of our attacks are falling short. What kind of wyvern sister kill is this? All the high-ranked transmuters present cried out in despair. Even though their physique and blood were very high, they were still useless in front of 100% true injury. More importantly, the quantum form that Su-D opened at the critical moment made it useless for them to lock on to their tracking techniques. Dark Star, you come and sacrifice the void-cutting sacred weapon we brought. We need to use voiding to defeat voiding. The blonde youth hurriedly shouted, his heart anxious. Only now did he realize that Su-D in the video hadn't used half of his strength at all. This time, the other party had already defeated them before they even summoned the cyber goddess of mercy. Everyone separate, I'll break his quantumization. Dark Star Assassin took out a pair of void magic blades. He never thought this holy weapon would come in handy now. He stopped. A transmogrifier looked overhead to find his opponent changing his stance. Everyone raised their eyes to Su-D, who was lingering in the void. An unsettling sixth sense surged. Only to see countless fragments of heavenly mecha floating around Su-D in the sky. All the fragments combined to create a metallic mecha Great Buddha. The oppressive feeling brought about by the Great Buddha was like a great mountain pressing down on everyone's heart. Wasn't Cyber Goddess of Mercy watching the video before? How did it evolve into a Buddha? There were transmigrators whose minds were all broken. Their team was already at their limit against the Cyber Goddess of Mercy. Who could resist the Mecha Buddha that appeared now? On the other side, the members of the approaching Mechanical Maze Guild paused in their steps. The Mecha Buddha falling rapidly in the sky shocked the crowd. This was a rhythm to universalize the world and overtake the enemies of the world. Chapter 42, Destructive Lotus Flower. Boom! The mechanical giant Buddha crashed down, setting off a huge dust storm. The ice sands clamored. More than a dozen assassination transmutators were grabbed by the Buddha's giant palm and were crushed hard. The wind transmigrators activated their skills to blow away the dust that obscured their vision. The others quickly dispersed their positions to avoid being directly seconded. The wind and smoke cleared, and when the sand and dust were completely dispersed, the moonlight shone like a piece de resistance on the bloodied metal face of the Mecha Buddha. Everyone present couldn't help but shiver. This Buddha, slaughtering all beings. 10,000 fire dragons dance. The eighth-turned mage unceremoniously unleashed his killing move. A fire dragon comparable to the Great Wall suddenly appeared in the air as he waved his staff. Fixation, retardation, binding of earth. Seeing this, the other turners present immediately cooperated to cast movement restriction skills. Roar! The dragon's roar shook the sky. The Great Wall fire dragon slammed directly into Mecha Buddha with a fiery roar. The surrounding air was scorched to the point of distortion. The 10,000-foot fire dragon dance carried a momentum that was enough to burn everything. Dang dang dang. Dang, dang, dang. The Mecha Buddha's electronic eyes lit up with bright golden light. A mechanical barrier version of the Buddha's golden bell was shrouded with itself as the center. The fire dragon collided with the golden bell. Huge flames engulfed the giant mecha's entire body. The nearby forest was instantly set ablaze by the high-temperature heat wave. The entire forest was ablaze. The skyward flames rendered the battlefield into a world of fire. This is one of the forbidden spells mastered by an 8th-turn mage, producing temperatures higher than the surface of the sun. Su-D didn't realize that even if Dark Star failed at the moment, we still called in a mage to help us. This 10,000-foot fire dragon possesses the Flame Treasure Pearl edition. Its power is twice as powerful as a normal fire dragon, and even the Mecha Buddha has to melt. Burning is good. Today we will kill God and Buddha. The transmigrators present surrounded the massive fire mass, always paying attention to the inner changes. Everyone, don't take this lightly, keep attacking towards the inside of the fire mass encasing the mech. The blonde-haired youth didn't think that the legendary mechanical ascender was so easy to deal with. He took the lead in hitting dozens of golden energy balls to attack the Buddha within the fire. The other transmigrators did not hesitate to offer their skills to hit again. Gorgeous and brilliant skills shot out like a rainstorm of pear blossoms. Dang dang dang. Dang, dang, dang. Various types of skills attacked the huge fire mass with a crisp buzz. This is the feedback sound of Mecha Buddha's protective golden bell. The pupils of a transmogrifier at the very front shrunk dramatically. The golden bell cast by this mecha actually still existed after being engulfed by the 10,000-foot fire dragon. In the midst of the fire, a huge iron fist suddenly struck out. Space was torn and twisted by the force that was so fierce that it was extreme. Bang! The flesh of the transmogrifier at the very front collapsed into bloody mud. Mecha Buddha didn't die. The companions present let out an alarmed cry. Dang! As the bell buzzed again, the burning flames were dispersed along with the golden bell barrier. Mecha Buddha rushed to a crowd, his arm pulled back like a bowstring full of energy. Cyber Mecha Skill 1 second 100 fists. Su-D used the mecha's own skill to launch an attack towards these assassins. A scene unforgettable to all the transmigrators present appeared. The Mecha Buddha's huge iron fist smashed into the bodies of the transmutants in front of him as if it were a storm of wind and rain, and its speed was so fast that it even appeared as a stigmata. The transfigurator who was hit by the iron fist was instantly killed. Are we actually assassinating or fighting a boss? Some people looked at the metal Buddha that transformed into a killing god and crumbled inside. They had come 1,000 miles to kill Suri, only to have the other party transform into a mecha Buddha. Now that their group of 100 people had to try their best to slaughter this Buddha, it wasn't as if they were fighting a lord. On the other side, the periphery of the battlefield, the members of the Mechanical Mystic City Guild were shocked by the big battle. They repeatedly asked Jiang Shiyu when they were going to attack. "There's no rush, I'll strike first if necessary," Jiang Shiyu said with a calm demeanor. The strength of these transmigrators did not pose much of a threat. Their joining in at this time would instead make the scene more chaotic in terms of misadventures. Moreover, the huge difference in strength would easily cause these offshore power transmutants to develop escape behaviors. At the center of the battlefield, the other transmigrators faced this titanium giant Buddha and kept attacking. They tried to find the weak points of this mech. "All get out of the way," Assassin Darkstar yelled. He only saw that the twin blades in his hands had been enchanted with thousands of layers of gain. The other turncoats quickly moved out of the way. Darkstar rushed towards Mecha Buddha in a hurry. He cut deep marks against the metal arm in a spiral stance all the way to the back of the Buddha's neck. Dang! The Mecha Buddha activated the golden bell barrier again to block the opponent's full force. Bright red light erupted from the Buddha's eyes, and a powerful laser eye swept across and cut the entire battlefield. The other transmigrators were dodging the laser eye attack. The Mecha Buddha stopped attacking, and Mo clenched his giant metal palm. Like the exterminator with his metal infinity glove, Mecha Buddha heavily snapped his crisp fingers. Snap! Boom 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 boom! The torsos of the transmigrators who had originally died or whose bodies had residual enchanted bullets cracked open. 10,000 feet of white light erupted to appear in a shocking explosion. Dozens of transmutants died in place. How could they not expect the bullet explosion to be so powerful? Don't give the Mecha Buddha a chance to catch his breath, the Mecha Buddha's body is already starting to crumble. The blonde-haired youth waved the huge sword in his hand and let out a cry. They absolutely couldn't allow such a strong person to appear in the Heavenly Dragon Country. Hundreds of years ago they, the Western Alliance countries, had invaded the Dragon Country and burned and looted the local aborigines. The museums in their countries still housed the most precious antiques that had been looted from the Heavenly Dragon Country. If the Heavenly Dragon Country really rose to power, their countries would definitely be bloodied. Die! Amidst the fire and dust and smoke of the explosion, Sudi turned on the 10-second stealth effect of the Black Knight long clothes and secretly brought Shin Kuxin to detach from the Mecha Buddha. He was prepared to detonate the Mecha Buddha's energy relics, allowing everyone to be buried in the extinguishing fire lotus. The Mecha Buddha with automatic attacks turned on tirelessly attacked towards the nearby foreign transmutants. Sudi has escaped the Mecha. The diviner's crystal ball inside the battlefield appeared to react, capturing Sudi's aura. They were making all preparations this time, so the opponent couldn't think of escaping by any other means. Who on earth is going to escape? Sudi disengaged from the battlefield and gave the command to self-destruct in a split second. The energy relics within the Mecha Buddha within the battlefield erupted with 10,000 feet of golden light. This mecha is going to self-destruct, everyone retreat! The blonde youth shouted in a hurry. The other transmutators were about to flee the battlefield by utilizing their transfer speed techniques. The latitude field was sealed. Jiang Shiyu saw the right moment to release her big move. Transparent quadrangles abruptly appeared within the field, trapping the enemies as well as the Mecha Buddha within them. All of the transmutants present were blocked by the transparent quadrilateral barrier as they escaped. Their gazes were filled with the deep fear of death. It turned out that they had already fallen into the surroundings of the Dragon Kingdom's transmigrators. Collect! Jiang Xi's jade hand clenched, and the four-square body barrier began to shrink drastically. The energy sharpness completely exploded. A shocking explosion rang out. The extinction fire lotus unfolded slowly, burning everyone to ashes. The latitude-sealed quadrilateral body was filled with high-temperature red lotus karma flame, and the immense power blew cracks out of the quadrilateral body. Jiang Shiyu ended up casting her skill again to play it safe. A giant mechanical hand abruptly appeared in the air and slapped down. The latitude-sealed quadruple body shattered completely. The long-dead transmigrators were too dead to die by now. Sudi seemed to understand something when he saw Jiang Shiyu with a bunch of people. No wonder he couldn't help but pit Jiang Lingtaki, it was mainly because his sister-in-law was too pitiful. When he himself saw his sister-in-law, he couldn't help but subconsciously want to pit back. Chapter 43 Crown Prince's Identity, the giant is actually myself. Jiang Shiyu took Sudi home on the pretext of going back to talk about it. The others in the guild sent Shin Kuxin back home. This was something that Jiang Shiyu had instructed before. Thinking about the importance of mechanical ascension, it was necessary for them to do a Man in Black style red light memory eraser on Shin Kuxin. The red light of the memory eraser could isolate the brainwave nerves, especially the memory nerves. Of course, due to the special nature of the transmogrifier's physique, thorough deletion was impossible. But there was no problem in making Shin Kuxin forget today's events. Returning home, Sudi just opened the door. Jiang Shiyu flew and jumped on the sofa to fully stretch her legs. Ah, today is really tiring. The lazy words fell. Su Di wouldn't believe the other party's ghost words. Not so much as to put in a skill and then really exhausted. Hey, you transferred such a strong profession without talking to me. As if Jiang Shiyu remembered something, her tone feigned a grudge. For the sake of the other party, she didn't even have time to watch TV today. You're not much better, all right. Su Di said with a skittish look. He only realized today that his sister-in-law was a transfigurationist. Do you know how dangerous you are today? This victory rate is only 98%. What's the difference between this and sending yourself to death? Luckily, I arrived in time, which helped you make up the remaining 0.2 victory rate. Jiang Xiya's mouth was like a torrent. It was truly a good fight. That said, is your profession mechanical ascension? I don't know if it counts, but anyway, the occupation talent has this line. That's right then. Jiang Shiyu lowered her heart when she heard the other party's affirmative reply. She then explained the origins of mechanical ascension to Su Di. These were all based on fragments of the game's history. The game fused with reality. Blue Star's defense as well as its size increased 100-fold. Various flowers, plants, animals, and insects mutated. Reality also descends with additional monsters, as well as various secret copies. Humans also have a chance to activate their professions and become flying immortals and gods. The game blends with reality, but the game does not completely replace reality. The world is not like an online game where there are specific damage numbers for hitting monsters. In the game, using cannons to snipe at the monster's hands and feet can appear high numbers of damage to kill it in seconds. In reality, a transmogrifier again powerful only to hit the monster's arm is only abolished each other a hand. This kind of thing is not simply damage figures can be reflected. Skills also coexist well with reality. Most skills do not have a specific cooldown, and like Western magic or martial arts, metaphysical world of skill moves mainly rely on the support of spiritual power to decide to release. After mankind gradually understood the various mechanisms in the game, and then began to explore exactly what kind of game fused with the Blue Star. At present, although there is still no substantial progress, but the latest research has already understood the version of the top professions. The strongest occupation in this era was undoubtedly the mechanical ascension with technological attributes. So it is. Su Di spoke softly. No wonder he was able to activate the occupation difficulty. However, if he hadn't hit the full 1 billion round limit, it would probably be another occupation. This occupation of yours is the only T0 level, and it can even be said to be stronger than T0. Jiang Shiyu couldn't help but let out a word of praise. The gold content of the version answer profession made her a little envious of the other party. What's going on with the mechanical maze? Su Di asked the question she was most concerned about. I really almost forgot if you didn't say it. It was only then that Jiang Shiyu remembered the important thing. All these years, Su Di indeed still knew nothing about the old family. The two people, Grandpa Su Gongjin and Grandpa Jiang Wanyao, were first comrades in arms. Originally, the two had a very good relationship, but had their own guilds. Later, after a series of events, the two guilds merged into Mechanical Mystery City. Su Shaocheng and Jiang Yuexin, who were the eldest sons, even came together to get married and have children. Jiang Xiya naturally told Su Di about these things. Only that she still had a number of things she was hiding from the other party. Jiang Yuexin almost died from the war when she was pregnant with Su Di. Luckily, her sister survived, and it was nothing short of a miracle that Su Di didn't miscarry. It seemed that Su Ri was left in Jiangchuan City because of the consideration of the Third Great War. No wonder. You are now a prince-level figure in the guild. The giant is actually myself? Really? The Crown Prince of the Magic Forbidden Book Guild is called Fatsi, the Crown Prince of the Wuji Broken Sky Alliance is called Saint Sun, and the one from the Mechanical Mystery City should be called Machine Sun. From now on, you'll be Machine Z. I'm going to send a lawyer's letter if you keep this up. Chapter 44, Abyssal Party Invitation, Demon Realm and Heavenly Realm. This storage bracelet is for you. This storage bracelet has tens of thousands of cubic meters of storage space. It's much bigger than the one you're using now. Jiang Shiyu threw out a pink storage bracelet to the other party. At first, Jiang Shiyu had asked her sister what their attitude would be if her nephew became a transmuter. At that time, Mother Su thought for a long time and ended up leaving this storage bracelet behind. She specially brought it on her body today after she returned to the Imperial Capital headquarters and inquired that her nephew was a mechanical ascender. Why is it pink? This is too flirty. Su Di's mouth was reluctant, but her body was honest enough to put it on. The storage bracelet of tens of thousands of cubic meters was almost going to be an out-of-print item by now. This is what your mom used to wear. Jiang Shiyu said in a salty manner. I told you, who has such good taste? Su Di hurriedly changed his words and laughed dryly. Both he and his canine father had once aspired to be the head of the family, only to turn into the cook of the family. Tomorrow I'm going to a meeting to take care of some things, and the day after tomorrow I'll take you back to your hometown. Jiang Shiyu rubbed her aching forehead. Now Su-di had become a transmigrator. There was no reason for herself to be salty and comfortable anymore. Tomorrow, she had to go to a meeting. The Mechanical Maze Guild was under the management of the Dragon Kingdom. There were always countless things to do that were exhausting. After Su-di knew that the headquarters was in the imperial capital, he prepared to go back to his room to rest. His mental strength nowadays was fine even if he never slept. But who would give up comfortably heading to their big bed to lie down? He more or less finally understood his sister-in-law's reasoning for liking to nibble on his old age. My parents have worked hard for most of their lives, so it's time for me to enjoy myself. I see the equipment on you, you're only at turn 2 now, right? You'd better pay more attention before your level grows up. Jiang Shi looked at her nephew's back as he returned to his room and reminded him. Although the opposing profession was the strongest version of the answer, the level was still too low. For example, the mechanical Buddha summoned by her nephew tonight was not indestructible in front of a high-level transmogrifier. Got it. Su-di nodded in response. He returned to his room and prepared to transfer the old storage bracelet items into the new storage bracelet. There are still things inside? Su-di prepared to transfer both items. Only then did he realize that there were quite a few items inside the pink storage bracelet left behind by his old mother. There were quite a few precious blood and blue recovery and other life-preserving items inside. There were also 2 items that were in a closed state. These 2 items originally had no transfer restrictions on their use. However, Su-di's mother had restricted these 2 items for safety reasons. Legendary Dwarf Artisan Summoning Order. Restriction: you can use it after the 4th career change. Description: you can summon the legendary dwarf artisan to arbitrarily help you create a piece of top-tier equipment that you want. A legendary dwarf artisan helping to build his own equipment. A light flashed in Su-di's eyes. The dwarves were the best artisans in the entire universe. He was wearing a legendary grade necklace that he had bought with guild points, and it was only a 2nd turn level. However, because it was created from a dwarf artisan, the effect presented was even more powerful than a 3rd turn equipment. And this token could even summon the strongest blacksmith of the dwarf race to help forge his own equipment. The other one is Abyssal Party Invitation? Su-di's heart lifted slightly. As the saying goes, 1,000 gold is easy to get, but good things are hard to find. These 2 items were both ultra-rare grade existences that had a price on the market. Especially the latter's Abyssal Party Invitation, its value was even more incalculable. Demon Lord Abyssal Party Invitation. Restriction: can be used only if you have a minimum of 5 turns in your career. Description: through the wormhole of time and space, only one person can reach the abyss of the demon realm and enjoy the revelry. An invitation to the demon realm that is on par with the heavenly realm, or an invitation given by the Demon King. Su-di sucked in a cold breath slightly as he scrutinized the words on it. He had lived in this world for a long time and had long heard of the 2 high-latitude regions of the heavenly realm and the devil realm. It was said that there were very few transmutators who could possess an invitation to the heavenly realm and demon realm. Although the monsters in that region were all ridiculously strong. But they were also filled with all kinds of top-notch props, materials, or equipment. For example, in the planet, there are quite a few items and equipment that restore the spirit. But if you want to get permanent attribute props, or extremely rare titles with powerful attributes, etc., you need to be in the demon realm or the heavenly realm. All need to be in the magic world or the heavenly realm to obtain. For those with strength, the area here was the true treasure trove. Is it worried about not having enough strength, so is there a restriction? Su-di pondered the reason for the restriction of these 2 items. The creatures of the demon world were incredibly powerful and needed strong strength to support them before going. The legendary grade dwarf artisan requirement was limited to 4 turns by the seal, and the invitation was at 5 turns. Wasn't this the meaning of letting oneself forge powerful equipment before going to break into the abyssal party? Still need to continue leveling up to learn more. Su-di stretched his back after checking the information of the 2 props. He took the old storage bracelet and quickly sold a large number of equipment props that he didn't need at a small discount. The equipment you listed on the trading house has been sold, gaining 183 million amethyst coins. The equipment you listed on the trading floor has been sold for 302 million amethyst coins. The item you listed on the trading floor has been sold. Gained 871 million amethyst coins. Your current amethyst wealth accumulation, 4,786,540,000,000. Su-di looked at the amount of amethyst coins that had once again broken through the record and breathed a long sigh of relief. It took 500 million amethyst coins to light up an awakening technique by himself, but it was good that he had earned enough. Su-di reopened the trade market and looked at the rows of 3rd turn Braveheart level equipment. When he first killed the mechanical colonel, he had obtained a Brave grade weapon as well as a ring. Now the other Braveheart grade equipment had to be arranged as well. You spend 625 million amethyst coins to purchase Braveheart class equipment, the Heroic Empire's Imperial Battlesuit. You spend 357 million amethyst coins on the Brave grade equipment, Heroic Empire's Walking Battle Boots. You have spent 326 million amethyst coins on the brave grade equipment, heroic imperial oath belt. The evening breeze blew. Jiang Shiyu dozed off for a while in her room. She dreamed that she had reverted back to her time at the Transmigrant University. The guild wasn't a giant back then and was still in the development stage. However, the guild had a new world-class powerhouse, and the other party cared a lot about Su Shaoqing and Jiang Yuexin's marriage. Only the strong man then disappeared inexplicably, never to be seen again. There was no way to know his name or even what he looked like. It was as if his existence was erased by the world. Little sister Shiyu, I heard that my big brother and your sister don't have that what? Doll marriage? There is, but put it into the present, the two of them are at best considered matchmaking. No wonder not very intimate. Look, this is not too good. No, why are you more attached to these two people than me? Chapter 45, Occupation Third Turn, Exterminating Gunsmith. Early the next morning, Su Di was ready to set off to the transformation hall. He had completed all of his transferring tasks now, and it was time to submit them. Transferees who broke through the second turn were able to obtain an additional 2,000 points of attribute bonus. Su Di would also be able to learn the awakening moves of the third turn professions afterward. Imperial Capital. Yun Ni Restaurant. With pink and purple as the main colors, the restaurant was filled with warmth. Exquisite chandeliers shed soft light, illuminating the entire space. A man and a woman began their blind date in a specific box. Just order whatever you like to eat, Ryutaki. The short-haired man spoke with a doting face. He never thought he would have the chance to have a blind date with a goddess. Order for yourself, I don't have an appetite right now, so I won't waste your money. Zhang Lingtaki held her forehead with a melancholy face. Ever since she graduated, she had been set up on blind dates by her family. She was a woman who aspired to become a transmutation king. Love would only affect her sword drawing speed. Ryutaki, why are you so concerned about me? The short-haired man was so moved that he almost didn't shed a tear. His family didn't lack money, but he didn't realize that Zhang Lingtaki actually had the attribute of a money-saving man's wife. Waiter, serve all the most expensive ones you have here. Zhang Lingtaki was so angry that she directly gave the other party a whole job. Was the other party unable to hear good words? This could be taken as concern. Overbearing, the way you order food is so valiant. The short-haired man's admiring gaze didn't stop from the start. He suspected that Zhang Lingdao was afraid that he hadn't fallen in love with himself long ago. Otherwise, why did the other party's every move always poke at his heart? I'm really. Zhang Lingtaki clenched her pink fists and had the feeling of a punch hitting cotton. She was a person with a temper, but when she encountered this kind of man throwing a tantrum, she would end up also scolding the other party for being cool. Zhang Lingtaki had mistakenly thought that Su Di had confessed to her in the first place. It was mainly because there were many people who pursued or liked her. So much so that Zhang Lingtaki now had to snuff out the embers of love when she saw a bit of it. Of course, Su Di was now struck off her list. The other party was lucky if they didn't pit themselves. When the meal was served, every time the short-haired man approached Zhang Lingtaki to strike up a conversation, he only received a one-word reply. Even if he wanted to know more about the other party, the latter was disinterested and unwilling to say more. Lingtaki wouldn't dislike me. An electric light crossed the short-haired man's mind. He couldn't figure out why the other party was always seducing him if he didn't like him. Could it be that the other party was playing with his feelings? But it was Ryutaki's words. Being toyed with didn't seem to matter. No way. No way. In order to verify this unsupportable idea, the short-haired man took a deep breath and prepared to make an aside. Ryutaki, do you like old me? Don't like. Cough cough. Coincidentally, I don't like it either. I like Zhuangzi. Lousy, Zhuangzi, Mozi, all kinds of Z. And you, I don't like any of them. Zhang Lingtaki was forced to have no way to showdown with the other party. The words were like sharp arrows plunging straight into the heart. The short-haired man was cold and petrified in his seat in place. Pay the bill. Zhang Lingtaki walked to the counter to settle the bill. It was good to finish the meal to let the other party die. Taking out her cell phone, the crowd of family members started asking her how she was getting along. Kang Lingtaki looked at the man who was in petrification and let out a long sigh. In order to gain a period of peace, she could only lie and reply. It's not bad, we talked from the 100 schools of thought to the stone monkey coming out of the world. Zhang Lingtaki held his forehead, finally realizing the plight of contemporary single young women. Although transmigrants lived for a long time, the level of danger when going out was quite high. The big power rivalries were becoming more and more tense, and a world war might happen one day. She was stuck at the peak of the fourth turn realm and was having trouble completing her transformation, so her family wanted her to start a family quickly. But where would Zhang Lingtaki be willing to be obedient like this? Damn it! If only I had the power. If only I had power. Zhang Lingtaki pounded her pink fist on the desktop. She had to find a way to find someone to help her break this peak of the fourth turn. Jiangchuan City. Transfer Hall. Sudi came here to submit her transfer quest. Congratulations on completing the transfer quest. Your career path can be chosen from two choices. Choice 1, Extermination Gunsmith. Introduction. The future direction of your profession will be to master the ultra-latitude gunsmith technology to launch supreme strikes against your targets. Choice 2, Human Slaughter Gunsmith. Introduction. The future development direction of your profession. After that, your firearms skills will be developed to the highest single skill. Sudi made the choice in his heart without hesitation. What he wanted was a large-range skill strike. Selection complete. Congratulations on your transition to Perdition Gunsmith. Congratulations on obtaining 2,000 points of attribute value, which has been automatically assigned according to the gunsmith profession. The moment the transfer was completely finished, the level 130 of the second turn instantly rose to level 131. Breaking through the bottleneck, breaking the shackles. Points of light surfaced around them like bright starlights. Sudi successfully broke through from the second turn to the third turn. Warm and incomparable energy flowed through the meridians and limbs of his body. The skin and flesh of the entire body seemed to have gone through a new birth. This was the comfort that only came from breaking through the large level cap and instantly skyrocketing attributes. Finally, I'll be able to experience the brave great equipment. Sudi instantly replaced his entire body's equipment to the best. He had already made preparations last night. Twin Void Flaming Dragon. Category, Weapon. Level, 131. Quality, Brave. Effects, Unlimited Bullets. Total attributes plus 1,478, Strength plus 1888, Rate of Fire plus 200%, 20% of general attacks deal double damage. Description: Thompson Void Fiery Dragon twin guns exploded from the evil spirit of Kenj. The dragon carvings on the body of the guns are said to make the bearer impervious to evil spirit charms. Heroes Imperial Battlesuit. Category, Defense. Class, 131. Quality, Brave. Effects: Full attribute plus 1078, Physique plus 1500, Spirit recovery 30%, Heart location defense doubled. Description: Born from the lost relics of the Goa Empire, this is said to be the standard royal attire of the kingdom's gun saints. Description: Born from the lost relics of the Goa Empire. Heroic Empire's Journey Boots. Category, Defense. Rank, 131. Quality, Brave. Effects: Agility plus 1950, Mental Power plus 950, Strength plus 950, Increase float by 30%. Description: Born from the equipment of the lost ruins of the Goa Empire, it is said to be the standard royal attire of the kingdom's gun saints. Sudi changed into a brand new Gunslinger professional outfit. His entire body, such as his battlesuit and leg guards, was mainly made of white color as the main tone, with the side of the material of the garment bearing the bright yellow pattern of the royal family as an embellishment. The carvings on the twin void fiery dragons at his waist were faintly flowing with purple light. Personal information. Name, Sudi. Occupation, Exterminating Gunsmith. Level, 131. Physique, 10,324. Strength, 21,083. Spirit, 12,355. Agility, 14,736. Title King of Athletics. Awakening Technique, Destruction Ray, Wing Movement Kill, Cyberwatch Mecha. Click to expand more. Chapter 46, Battle Strength Skyrocketed, Crossing the Sky. Braveheart level equipment, the clothing style has become classy. Sudi looked at the white Imperial battle robe he was wearing. He looked like an Imperial gunner commander who led 10,000 troops. My current spiritual power is enough to unleash the awakening technique twice. Sudi licked his dry lips and opened the skill tree panel with excitement. This lush and huge awakening skill tree was magnificent. The brand new awakening skills that he could learn after his third turn were also on a higher level of the tree branches. Among the many awakening skills, there was one awakening skill that was particularly bright. Rift Nuclear Orbital Cannon. The user can summon a Rift Nuclear Orbital device in the air above any visible location, which will drop a Rift Nuclear Cannon towards a fixed point. Consumes 1 billion amethyst coins to learn. Summoning a nuclear bomb with your hands up. This is the romance of a new age man. Sudi was bursting with love for this skill. He now counted the first time he experienced the charm of the name of the exterminating gunner. Spend 1 billion amethyst coins. Congratulations on learning the new awakening skill, Split Core Orbital Cannon. Sudi looked at the skill bar with this extra skill and felt that everything was worth it. Just consuming 1 billion amethyst coins to learn this skill, the reward was far greater than the effort. The Split Nucleus Rail Cannon and the Eye of the Apocalypse that surveyed everything in the world were a perfect match. This was equivalent to the fact that as long as Sudi was willing, he could launch a Rift Nuclear Rail Cannon strike on any corner of the world. After the third turn, Sudi's mental power was sufficient, so the Rift Nuclear Rail Cannon could even be purchased as a freebie. The transfer was complete. Sudi turned around and left the transfer hall, preparing to find a new place to upgrade. As he was about to leave the transfer hall, he suddenly heard someone who looked like they were shouting at him. "Hey, that mechanical mystery guilds, are you here for the meeting as well?" A robust and incomparably tall man's eyes lit up as he called out to Sudi. They had an important meeting to attend in the afternoon because of the Sakurajima kingdom starting to cause trouble. Because the mechanical guild had a protector who had just returned here, the meeting place was also chosen in Jiangchuan City. Beside the black Budo suit man, there were also two muscular partners in white Budo suits. Sudi's footsteps slightly paused as he looked at the guild nameplate on his chest and realized that the other party was talking about himself. He turned around to see these three burly men wearing the Wuji Broken Sky Alliance guild nameplate. The man in the lead was wearing a black martial arts uniform, and his arms were rippling with gnarled veins that looked like dragons. The muscles of his entire body seemed to have been poured by steel, surfacing with hard lines. The Martial Pole Breaking Alliance belonged to one of the three top guilds in Tianlong country. Among them, the Martial Pole Breaking Alliance, which focused on physical cultivation, pursued the ultimate physical body. There is a reputation for dismantling Gundam with their bare hands. Perhaps because of this, there will be physical cultivation look down on science and technology. Technology does not look at magic. Magic scorns the cycle of physical cultivation. How did the members of the Wuji Breaking Guild appear in our city? What are they doing here? You just realized it. I've been noticing these physical cultivation bigwigs for quite a while. These two big guilds have been harboring grudges for a long time. I also heard last time that the Mechanical Labyrinth Guild's top management sneak attacked the Martial Skill Breaking Alliance's camp in the battlefield of the 10,000 races, and as a result, their own Camp 7 was empty, leading to being stolen from home by the Magic Forbidden Spells Guild's people. And if it wasn't for the Magic Forbidden Spells Guild's campsite exploding inexplicably, the Mechanical Labyrinth would have definitely suffered a blood loss in the battlefield of the 10,000 races. These three people from the Martial Skill Breaking Alliance, they wouldn't be trying to retaliate for the Mechanical Mystery City Guild's sneak attack on the 10,000 clans battlefield, right? Not so much. These two top guilds are both affiliated to the Dragon Kingdom anyways, and although they look at each other with displeasure, the members of the three guilds will also be doing missions together, so it shouldn't be so bad that it affects them personally. It's hard to say. The group of people from Wuji Broken Sky Alliance practice muscle every day, that brain circuit. The others present realized the identity of the two whispered. Many people even wanted to run away first. They were afraid that this group of muscle-practicing physical cultivators would fight with others and implicate themselves instead. Is there anything? Sudi swept a glance at the three people and said indifferently. Speaking of which, this was the first time he had met the members of the country's top physical cultivation guild. He had heard that this guild was due to the pursuit of an extremely powerful physical body. The proportion of female members was pitifully small, not to mention the few female members that were in the guild were each still comparable to the existence of King Kong Barbie. We have previously looked for a diviner to inquire that there is a treasure chest monster somewhere in this city. If you are interested, you can cooperate with us to look for it together. The man in the black Budo suit gestured in a friendly manner. After saying that, he glanced at the others, obviously having heard the gossip of others. It was true that he himself was not pleased with these transmigrators who played with technological machinery. But the monsters of this particular existence escaped extremely quickly. Their physical cultivation was not as good as the ones who played with technology at this point, and had so many means to trap the monsters. Looking for treasure chest monsters, finding a diviner to divine this special monster will cost a lot of money at a time, right? The eyes of the others present lit up. Treasure chest monsters were a kind of monster that hid treasures inside and were rare and special in number. As long as a transfigurator inflicted damage on it, the treasure box monster would spit out all sorts of precious equipment and props. If you killed the treasure chest monster, you would be able to obtain a great deal of benefits. However, this monster has many ways to escape, so it's not surprising that many transferees can injure the treasure chest monster. Many people looked at Sudi with envy. Physical cultivation didn't have much means of confining the enemy, which was why he proposed the idea of cooperating with this gunsmith. The other party could be said to have gotten lucky. Let's dispense with the cooperation for now. I have other things to do for the time being. Sudi politely declined the other party's invitation. The items dropped by the treasure chest monster from teaming up with the other party were not necessarily available to him. The effect of one of his awakening techniques washing the ground was much stronger than fighting treasure chest monsters. Are you going to save the ING world? What's more important than treasure chest monsters? The two burly men from the Wuji Guild beside him said unhappily. If it wasn't for the fact that the other party was a member of the Mechanical Maze Guild. If it was the group of birds from the Magic Forbidden Guild instead, they would still be too lazy to take care of them. If I join, how are you willing to count the split? Sudi turned around and asked squarely to the few people. We will pay amethyst coins at the current market price based on your rank and performance. The faces of several people from the Wuji Broken Sky Alliance sank down and said sullenly. These words made the crowd watching around them laugh. How could a member of the Machinery Guild be dismissed by a mere amethyst coin? It turned out that these few people wanted to ask for help under the cooperative pretext of looking for hard labor. This really fulfills the saying that pie doesn't fall from the sky. You guys can't afford to hire me, and my time is much more valuable than yours. Sudi faintly opened his mouth and turned to leave. What do you mean by that? The white martial arts clothing big man stepped forward and probed his palm to push and bustle the other party. Unexpectedly, it was as if Sudi had eyes behind his back. He suddenly sidestepped and grabbed the opponent's wrist to lend his strength forward, while tripping him with his foot. Sudi, who had more than 20,000 strength points, easily put him down. Only heard a bang sound. The white Budo suit fell forward and had a solid fall. The entire audience was in an uproar. It felt like a fight was about to break out. Another white Budo suit man saw his companion injured, angry to go forward. Unexpectedly, the black martial arts uniform man in the lead reached out and stopped his companion. His pupils carried an unbelievable look. At such a close range. How did this gunsmith react to complete this set of counterattacks? The other party said earlier that he couldn't afford him, so maybe it's true. Just as the entire audience felt that something bad was happening, a chirpy female voice rang out. Sudi. Jiangling Taki arrived at the scene riding a golden lion. She had originally planned to cover the other party in the guild. In that case, it seemed that covering the other party one more time in the future would be the way to go. Why is Jiangling Taki here? The black martial arts clothing man's two thick eyebrows squeezed together. Chapter 47, Heaven's Remarkable Battle, Shadow Tower 1. You're not here for some meeting as well? Sudi suspiciously speculated. He recalled what these three members of the Martial Extreme Skybreaker Alliance had first said. I don't have a meeting to hold today, I'm here to find you. Jiangling Taki took a deep breath and calmed down. She noticed the white martial arts uniform man who had fallen to the ground, as well as the other two members of the Martial Pole Breaking Alliance inside the transformation hall. What, are you two here trying to find trouble with our guild members? Jiang Lingdao opened her mouth in a very hardened manner as she looked towards the two physical cultivators. With the presence of rival guild members, she was still able to distinguish the importance of primary and secondary importance. No, the main thing just now was that we didn't talk about cooperation with this brother. Since you're not willing, then we won't force it. The black martial arts clothing man was very sensible and told his companion to leave. The more he felt that this gunsmith came from an unusual place. The granddaughter of the Machinery Guild's Grand Elder was looking for the other party for something. It was really an existence that he could not afford to invite. The companion of the one next to him secretly sighed and didn't dare to say anything more. Their guild president's son was even chasing after Jiangling Taki, and he himself didn't dare to have any other thoughts. Pa! The white martial arts clothing strong man who fell to the ground slammed his hands on the ground to get up, only to see the white martial arts clothing man walk up to Sudi with a furious look on his face. This stance scared many people around. You are very strong, just now offended. The white martial arts clothing man's expression calmed down and his tone carried respect. A sudden reversal. It left the melon eaters present stunned. They had thought that the two would fight. The white Budo suit man ended up leaving the transfer hall with his partner. The fall that was just lent by Sude. It made him understand the gulf in strength between himself and his opponent. As a physical cultivator, whether it was the solidity of his lower body or the speed of his strikes, it was not something that a normal gunsmith could block. But the other party not only avoided it, but also put himself down with just the plainest of techniques. The strength as well as the strong nerve reaction was what he admired. You wouldn't have rushed over specially to help me out of trouble. Sudi snickered. Although his strength didn't need the other party's help. You? What do you want to eat or drink? Want to play? I can treat you. Jiangling Taki nodded slightly, blushing as he held back these words. Ha? A big question mark popped up on top of Sudi's head. What he was still unaware of was Jiangling Taki's heart was incomparably complicated and tormented. As an independent woman of the new era, her previous motto was not to team up with men. However, Suri's level was very low, yet his strength was extraordinary. This was simply the best candidate for teaming up to break the bottleneck, bar none. If she teamed up with the other party and retook the transfer quest herself, she might have broken the bottleneck. But how could she say such words? If it was spread out, how ashamed she would have to be and how much she would slap her face. Therefore, Jiangling Taki came up with a brilliant idea. She invited Sudi to eat and have fun. When the time came, she would inadvertently mention the matter of the transfer bottleneck. Sudi took the favor and should offer to help himself. At that time, Jiangling Taki's heart will be much stronger. Oops. Since you want to help me so much, then I'll begrudgingly accept it as well. Simply perfect. Jiangling Taki marveled at this genius plan. This way she turned passive into active. Feel free to say whatever you want to eat, drink or play. Jiangling Taki coughed twice and repeated again. She was really anxious to see the other party's delayed response. I get it, last time my words embarrassed you to make a fool of yourself, so you want to get back this time and make me do the same, right? Su-D boldly made a reasonable speculation. I didn't realize that Jiangling Taki belonged to the Scorpio constellation to be so vindictive. Otherwise the other party would have no reason to come and be nice to himself. Jiangling Taki? She hadn't thought that Su-D still had misunderstandings about herself. She was prepared to ask the other party about her strength first after a moment of inner agonizing. Su-D, how strong are you? Very strong. When you say strong, exactly how strong? A limit you can't imagine. Su-D said slowly. Zhang Lingdao was slightly relieved to hear these words. However, another wave of emotions inevitably rose, and it was feared that the matter of not forming a team in the future would be slapped in the face. If there's nothing else, I'll leave. Su-D turned around and was about to leave. Wait. Jiangling Taki clenched her silver teeth, her pretty face covered in red clouds. The always lonely and proud self actually had moments where she was using other people's strength. Can you team up with me? I have a transfer quest to do. Jiangling Taki gathered her courage to speak, her voice like a mosquito. She was currently relying on her personal strength alone, and it was really difficult to complete the quest. You're asking me to take you on a transfer? Su-D cried and laughed after figuring out the reason. No wonder the other party was squirming for half a day. The sentiment was this. I won't let you do it for nothing. As long as you can help me complete the transfer quest, I can transfer you 8 million guild points in thanks. Jiangling Taki mistakenly thought that she was asking for too much to open her mouth. She wasn't someone who didn't know the market. 8 million guild points. Su-D slightly sucked in a cold breath. He had only earned more than 10 million points in the 10,000 races battlefield back then. The other party was worthy of being you, the guild points were really rich. Alright, I promise you. Su-D resolutely agreed. He really shouldn't have embarrassed the other party before. Besides, the other party was most likely his half-sister. Let's go then, I'll rejoin the transfer quest. Jiangling Taki launched a team-up invitation to him. Although it would be more difficult to retake the transfer quest after abandoning it. But with the performance that Suri said, increasing the difficulty a bit shouldn't be a problem. The two entered the grouping status and entered the transfer hall. In front of the transfer stone monument, Jiangling Taki gave up her original transfer quest, the 33 consecutive victories in the arena quest. She could maintain a super high win rate in the arena, but it was too difficult to win so many in a row. The old transfer quest was abandoned and a new transfer quest appeared. Transfer quest. Requirement: the team passes the 100th floor of the Heaven's Pride Battle Shadow Tower. How? Jiang Lingdao's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the mission requirements. If the original mission's difficulty factor was 0.0001, this mission's difficulty was 100. The Heaven's Remarkable Battle Shadow Tower. Inside it resided the battle shadows of the top genius transmigrators of all generations through the ages. The level of the Heaven's Pride Battle Shadow would automatically change to the level of the challenger. But those top geniuses inside the tower, without exception, are all bright stars that are rare to see in 100 years. Passing through the 100 floors of the Heaven's Pride Battle Shadow Tower. This meant defeating all of the super geniuses that had left shadows in the Battle Shadow Tower throughout the ages. This was 1,000 times harder than his original transfer task. Jiang Lingdao's legs went a little weak as she slowly crouched on the ground. The predicament she was facing now. It was like an outstanding martial arts exam graduate in the olden times. To go in defeat by Qi, Xiangyu, Huazaiwei, Lubu, and a host of other super geniuses. How could this be accomplished? Let's go, what are you waiting for? Su-D patted the other party's shoulder. Jiangling Taki was stunned and looked at the other party dumbfounded. Immediately afterward, after Su-D inquired about the location of the Heaven's Remarkable Battle Shadow Tower, he pulled up the other party's hand and set off. Do you really have the confidence to pass the Genius Battle Shadow Tower? Jiang Lingdao followed behind as if she had lost her mind. She was in a bit of a trance even now. Su-D slightly lowered the gunman cowboy hat he was wearing. As I said, I only need to make a slight move and I'm already at the limit of this segment. Chapter 48 Heaven's Pride Battle Shadow Tower 2. As I said, I only need to make a slight move, and that's already the limit of this segment. Su-D slightly lowered the gunman cowboy hat he was wearing, his tone indifferent. Arrogant to the extreme, his words were wild to the point of no return. Jiang Lingdao's mind was shocked, attracted by the other party's powerful confidence. She had to admit that the other party at this moment. Super draggy. Out of the transfer hall. The two of them were ready to set off to the Jar Merchant's place to purchase the Void God Realm entrance ticket first. Game fusion reality both blended together. Blue Star was in a state where the game and reality were mixed. And the Void God Realm, this other world, was more like the game part of the body that descended on Blue Star. The Void God Realm had a mysterious connection with the arena's other dimension. Perhaps this was also the reason why after Jiangling Taki gave up the arena transfer quest, the new quest changed to the Heaven's Pride Tower which was connected to the arena. The Heaven's Pride Battle Shadow Tower was located in one of the Void God realms. Only the Void God realm had such a powerful ability, retaining the battle remnants of all the previous Rushing Tower Supernova Genius Transmuters. The strength of the battle remnants within the tower were even able to perfectly present the strength of that year's Tower Rushing Transmigrators. The two of them were at the entrance of the Transmutation Hall, each summoning their own mounts. Your mount. Jiang Lingdao froze slightly. How come the other party's mount was also a golden lion? I've always loved lions. Tiger whistling in the mountains. Su Di rubbed his nose and laughed. Jiang Lingtaki. Lion, tiger whistling in the mountains and forests. Don't care about that, let's just depart first. Su Di shifted the topic to the main topic. He was also too embarrassed to tell Jiang Lingtaki that he had chosen the golden lion in the first place. It was mainly because he had seen the other party riding the golden lion in the battlefield of the 10,000 clans in a very handsome manner. Coupled with the fact that he didn't know much about the knowledge of mounts, he thought that it wouldn't be wrong to be the same as the other party. On the road, Jiang Lingtaki and Su Ri both rode the golden lion as they sped above the city. As if it was a global limited edition sports car, it was an eye-catching presence everywhere they went. The crowd below made waves. Holy, I actually saw 2 golden beast mounts today, this is too dazzling. Anyone who can ride this thing is either a rich second generation or the offspring of a big shot. That golden lion you see, then next to the golden lion is a lot more powerful. In the future, if I have money someday, I will definitely find a relationship to buy a golden lion so that it is grand enough. The passers-by on the street let out no small exclamation of surprise when they saw the 2 top-class mounts at the same time. The male golden lion had a large mane that was imposing and domineering. Roar roar! Roar! Su Di's golden lion was not only running extra hard today, showing off its strong body. The golden male lion's expression was not angry, and its aura was even more imposing. Simply put, it loaded up. The golden lioness that Jiang Lingtaki was riding on glanced at the golden lion from time to time. It was like she was somewhat attracted by the male lion's demeanor. Big Yellow, you're a bit off. Su Di gently rubbed the golden lion's head with a slight movement of his mind. He had a certain mind communication with his mount. This golden lion of his own, the reason why he ran so dashingly and pretentiously today. It was all because he wanted to pick up the golden lioness that Jiang Lingtaki was riding. Oh. The golden lion weakly whimpered. It was as if it was conveying that the other party should not reveal this little bit of his mind. Alright, understandable. Su Di secretly laughed. He only found it interesting just now, so naturally, he would not reveal the golden lion's little thought. If his own mount could be used to breed and give birth to a litter of small golden beasts. Su Di also knew that he was Emperor Qin Shi Huang touching the wire-winning hemp. The golden lion quickly arrived at the jar merchant near the city center. The jar merchant was not a human, but a black shadow monster hiding in a large jar. It was a special existence monster that would not attack humans and specialized in selling entrance tickets to the Void God realm. Need to buy a Void God realm entrance ticket? 20 million amethyst coins apiece. The lid of the large crimson ceramic jar slightly lifted a corner, and an extremely hoarse voice came from inside. Come too. Jiang Lingdao simply paid the other party 40 million amethyst coins. She had asked Su Di to help her transfer, so it wasn't like she was asking the other party to pay for the tickets. Thank you for your patronage. A slender black-shadowed thin hand stretched out from within the large crimson ceramic pot. The thin hand handed the two of them the Void God Realm entrance ticket. Void God Realm entrance ticket. Effect: the user can travel to the realm of the Void God and go to any teleportation location according to their needs. After using it, we can go directly to the Void God realm, the location of the heaven's remarkable battle shadow tower. Jiang Lingtaki gave the other party a ticket. Su Ri took the entrance ticket and nodded in understanding. The two of them came to a corner and then used the entrance ticket. There was a flash of light. The two were transported to the Void God realm heaven's remarkable battle shadow tower location. The first time Su Di returned here, he was immediately surprised by this world of special existence. The two came to an ancient pagoda goblin. The pink sky looked exceptionally gorgeous. The large exposed brown rocky mountains and the golden-colored woods in the distance formed a great visual difference. At the Heaven's Pride Battle Shadow Tower, it was densely packed with people gathering tens of thousands of young men and women. Looking closely, most of the people present were geniuses in the country who were either little known or famous. This is also too strong, right? Magic forbidden spells will be that the law of the first layer of the tower progress to 90%, he does not know today cannot break through one layer. If that's really the case, it's also too great. The battle vapors inside are the shadows left behind by all the genius transmutants in the past. Just short of 10% progress, that spell from this year's Magic Forbidden Book Society is very promising to break through a layer. Woji Broken Sky Alliance's Qin Xiao also entered the tower to challenge the genius shadows, but it's a pity that his progress wasn't as fast as the one from the Magic Forbidden Spell Society. Now the Heavens Remarks Tower is really imploding to the extreme. The strongest genius battle shadows of all times will stay in the tower. Now all the ones in the tower are the top geniuses, and the geniuses at the bottom of our hierarchy can't even beat them. A lot of people have entered the Heavens Remarks Tower to face their respective genius battle shadows, but progress seems to be unsatisfactory. Only Fatsi is far ahead of Heron on the list. The crowd present looked at the towering ancient tower in awe. Many people chose to stay outside the tower to watch the results of others because they failed to break into the tower. Some were simply accompanying their partners who wanted to challenge the Heavens Pride over to join in the fun. Buzz! A light lit up at the first floor of the Heavens Pride Tower. The handsome youth in mage robes was teleported outside the field. He was none other than the Forbidden Book Society's FAZ who had almost broken through the first floor. Those who enter the Tower of Heaven's Pride will not die. However, they would be eliminated. It turns out that I was 10% short of rushing to the second tier, and just 10% short of my blood. I was able to defeat the Genius Combat Vapors on the first tier. Fatsi came out and watched his original leading record fade away. In its place, Qin Xiao, who was attacking the tower with a progress of 75%, Woji Broken Sky Alliance, was very upset. Those who entered the Tower of Heaven's Pride Battle Shadow. Each would meet the Heaven's Pride Battle Shadow generated for them individually, in the world inside the tower. The Heaven's Pride Battle Shadow was of the same level as the Challenger and would not take advantage of the Challenger. But the problem was that the transmutators who could leave behind battle shadows were all super geniuses. Suppose one of the Challengers defeated the Genius Battle Shadow on level 1. He or she would be able to take the place of the Heaven's Pride Tower's Tier 1 Battle Shadow, leaving behind his or her own Battle Shadow, and receive a reward. If the Challenger defeated the second-tier Genius Battle Shadow, then he or she would take over the second-tier Battle Shadow and leave behind his or her Battle Shadow. The original Tier 2 Genius Battle Shadow will be demoted to Tier 1. The Tier 1 Genius Battle Shadow would then be removed completely. Under such rules, the Heaven's Pride Transition Tower was now imploded to the point of no return. Even the Tier 1 Genius Battle Shadow that a Challenger encountered was a genius transmogrifier among geniuses at one time. With 100 layers of the Heaven's Pride Battle Shadow Tower, no one had continued to break the first layer for several years. The first layer of the Heaven's Pride Battle Shadow Tower, Qin Xiao. Progress, 75%. The imaginary shadow projected by the Heaven's Pride Battle Shadow Tower displayed the ID of the Challenger with the highest current progress. In the Void God Realm and the arena were inextricably linked. The arena ID was the identity of the Void God Realm. There were thousands of talented transmutants trying to break through the first floor of the Heaven's Pride Tower. Currently, only Martial Extreme Alliance's Qin Xiao was currently the fastest and closest to victory. Buzz! The first floor of the Heaven's Pride Tower lit up again. This time, one of the men who had come out was teleported to the outside of the arena. The one who had been eliminated from the tower was none other than Qin Xiao of the Wuji Skybreaker Alliance. The difficulty of the first floor of the Heaven's Pride Battle Shadow Tower is really ridiculously high right now. People from our era don't even think about getting rewards from within the Genius Transfer Tower. Qin Xiao's face was filled with indignation when he came out. He had exerted all his strength, but he was still unable to defeat the Genius Puppeteer on the first floor of the Heaven's Remarkable Battle Shadow Tower. I remember that the Genius Puppeteer Battle Shadow on the first floor was a super genius 30 years ago, right? It's a pity that Yuan Lin fell and died not long after leaving his own battle shadow inside the Genius Transfer Tower. It's normal for this kind of unprecedented talent to be on the first floor and not be able to win. Doing 75% of the progress this time, next time it might be better. There's always a possibility of success. Young brother Qin Strong, the progress of that latest person who rushed the tower is only 64%. It's really not easy for you to hit 75%. It's really hard. I don't even dare to challenge this tower. All the monsters inside are monsters. Many people present consoled Qin Xiao who was eliminated from the game. They were all transmigrators who wanted to flatter the Martial Extremity Breaking Alliance. Just how many years will it take before there's a new super genius that first defeats the Heaven's Remarkable Battle Shadow on the first floor? Some people present couldn't help but sigh and lament. The reason why the vast majority of people present went to the Void God Realm to rush the tower. It was mainly because they wanted to obtain the rare props and even titles that they gained every time they rushed the tower. More importantly, to be able to leave behind one's residual shadow in the Heaven's Remarkable Battle Shadow Tower. This was something that would go down in history. Many people came here either for fame or for profit. They all hoped that they could become the person who left a shadow in the Heaven's Pride Battle Shadow Tower. Unfortunately, they all failed without exception. Today's Heaven's Remarkable Battle Shadow Tower was simply too inwardly scrolling. It didn't take long for the Heaven's Remarkable Transfer Tower to continuously gush out light, and many more people were eliminated. Many people were unconvinced and even rushed into the tower wanting to continue fighting again, only to be quickly knocked out again. Normal transmuters did not team up to break into the Heaven's Pride Battle Shadow Tower. If a group broke into the tower, the one with the highest damage percentage stayed in the tower. 100 floors, the transmutation quest is enough to clear 100 floors. Jiangling Taki's lips turned a little white as he watched the misery of others. The others were aiming to clear one layer was considered a victory. Her team, on the other hand, was trying to get through the entire Heaven's Pride transfer tower. Although Jiangling Taki considered herself to be a genius. But to say that she was still inferior when compared to the super geniuses of the past, she was still ashamed of herself. Let's go. Sudi didn't intend to waste too much time and climbed onto the other party's shoulders to enter. The latter looked at Sudi with nervousness and suspicion, obviously not ready in his heart. In the crowd of many transmigrators rushing the tower, Suri and Jiangling Taki clearly entered the tower. The world inside the tower. The battlefield full of desolate gobi appeared. The gusty wind blew, depressing the small grass that struggled to grow out of the cracks in the rocks. Ka-ching! Ka-chick! Ka-chick! Ka-ching! Two young transmigrators with semi-transparent shadows and bodies that had been transformed into semi-puppetized appeared. These two were the first floor guardians of the Genius Battle Shadow Tower, Yuan Lin. Because of Su Ri and Jiangling Taki's teaming up, the number of Heaven's Pride battle shadows generated changed to 2. And the level was also calculated according to the highest level of the challengers team, which was also the peak of the 4th turn. ZZZ. ZZZ. The hands of the two Yuan Lin entwined with the transparent thin lines quickly pressed down. Countless transparent thin threads seemed to be connected to the firmament, and the black crow feather puppets quickly fell rapidly from the sky downwards. The number of puppets falling from the sky totaled as many as 40,000. You help me block these puppets, I'll go up and take care of a battle shadow first. Jiangling Taki turned on the mechanical barrier on his equipment and quickly drew his golden giant sword and was about to go up. There's no need to be that troublesome. Su Di's complexion was austere. After leaving behind these words, he drew the 2 fiery dragon submachine guns on his waist. Quantum moon steps quickly moved forward to close in on the 2. Swiftly, 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 swiftly. Swiftly, 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 swiftly. Crisp submachine gun sounds rang out. Violent purple sparks erupted from the muzzle of the gun. Sudi's body hung upside down and flipped, continuously shooting bullets towards the 2 puppet masters. Shell swung out, and the fierce gunfire shot the 2 puppet masters into 1,000 holes almost instantly. So fast. Jiangling Taki was shocked by her opponent's swift as thunder movement technique. She immediately followed when she thought it was going to be so easy to succeed. A circle of intense black light erupted from the 2 puppet masters' bodies, and their bodies quickly recovered as before. Bang bang bang! Bang bang bang! The bodies of the 2 puppeteers that fell from the sky burst one after another. Su Di and Jiangling Taki quickly realized that this was a damage transfer skill. These 2 puppeteers were able to transfer damage to puppets within a certain distance, with the puppets taking the damage for themselves. No wonder it's a battle shadow left behind by the heavenly pride of the past generations. Light flowed faintly in Su Di's eyes. So many transmigrators had failed in challenging the first level. It was because the puppet masters they faced, the strength of their occupation was not something that a normal heaven could look down upon. Clamor. 40,000 puppets descended to the ground. All the puppets attacked the challengers like crazy. Jiangling Taki fought the puppets that landed on the ground with the giant sword in his hand, trying to kill his way out. Su Di swept down all the puppets that jumped up and launched shots towards the 2 puppet masters. Puppets continued to explode around them. The 2 Yuan Lin once again executed damage transfer, transferring the gunshot wounds they received to the puppets. After they realized Su Di's powerful presence, they decisively struck out and prepared to eliminate the weakest Jiangling Taki from the game first. The 2 Yuan Lin battle shadows were determined to eliminate each other's accomplices before launching a joint attack on them. Suddenly, swiftly, 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 the 2 puppet masters crossed their arms. Transparent and tough thin threads flung out, about to wrap around and trap Jiangling Taki's body. Jiangling Taki raised her golden giant sword to cut the thin threads. However, immediately afterward, several puppets rushed towards her, tightly embracing her legs and blocking her movement. Immediately after that, the transparent thin threads attacked again to form a perfect bundle. If there was only one talented puppeteer, Jiangling Gao was confident that she wouldn't be so passive. But the coordination of the 2 Yuan Lin was so seamless that she could barely hold back the 2 top geniuses. From his own puppet arms, Yuan Lin shot out thousands of black arrows to attack Jiangling Taki's body. The twin spears in Su Di's hands spun rapidly. He was about to step forward to rescue Jiangling Taki when he suddenly stopped in his tracks as if he remembered something. Brush, brush, brush. Brush, brush, brush. The black arrows hit the immobile Jiangling Taki. A circle of light emerged from the latter's body, and he was eliminated from the game in the quickest manner possible. Snort! The 2 puppet masters refilled the organ arrows. They turned to look at Su Di with provocation as well as demonstration in their eyes. Unexpectedly, the other party not only did not have a fearful expression on his face, instead, he had a relaxed look on his face. Sudi, who had no more dragons, lightly glanced at the two puppet masters in front of him. He slowly turned the gun in his hand, his tone indifferent. It's my turn now, isn't it? Chapter 49 Heaven's Pride Battle Shadow Tower 3. Zhang Lingtaki turned into a ball of light and was teleported outside the tower. The Heaven's Pride Trial Tower flickered with light from time to time, constantly teleporting out those who failed to rush the tower. The surrounding sea of people everywhere was filled with sighs and resignation. They thought that they belonged to the geniuses that were admired by millions of people in the Combat Academy. But compared to the super genius predecessors in the Tianjia Tower, like the difference between the White Moon and the Firefly. This had nothing to do with rank, it all depended on how strong the individual's potential was. Even if a 900-level powerhouse is present, he can't break into the Heaven's Pride Battle Shadow Tower. After all, the level of the Heaven's Pride Shadow and the person who breaks into the tower are synchronized. Is there really a transmogrifier who can pass the Heaven's Pride Battle Shadow Tower nowadays? The puppet masters on the first floor, not to mention beating one of me, even if they were to beat 100 of me, I wouldn't have a problem. Those who can still pass the Heaven's Pride Tower by now are definitely among the Heaven's Pride. Put 100 years ago, everyone, even if you can't break through the Heaven's Pride Tower 100 layers, can also pass a dozen layers, get the precious rewards, but now the Heaven's Pride Tower has really become an untouchable myth. The old man upgraded to become stronger. Moral heart is broken, never again come to the Void God realm, this kind of broken place. Year after year, graduating geniuses want to break into the tower to show that they are unmatched in the ancient world, but as a result, they have all been beaten up and can't find their way out. Puppeteer, this kind of transmogrifier that relies on combat puppets to fight, is really going to be hard to fight through, not even have a clue of how to raid. An endless stream of conversations rang out from the crowd. Many people actually knew the difficulty of the Heaven's Pride Tower in their hearts. However, they always thought that they would be different and perhaps have hope of success. More contemporary geniuses were only seeking fame, hoping to leave their shadows in the tower for posterity. Tianjia Battle Shadow Tower, first floor. Bald donkey let go of the teacher to let the poor road to. Progress, 67%. Heaven's Pride Tower's current latest progress display has reached 67%. This also meant that 33% of the genius battle shadow's blood remaining inside the tower. Is there anyone who can defeat Puppet Master Yuan Lin? The other party's profession is truly insurmountable, unable to be rated. A transmogrifier put on a bitter face, aggravated beyond measure. In the past, even though the supernova geniuses in the tower were strong, but they could still keep breaking into the tower to understand the opponent's skill shortcomings to target. But now, with the special nature of the first layer of puppet masters, they could only use their hard power to get through. It's over, there's only Sudi left now, and I'm still eliminated. Zhang Lingtaki's mood crumbled and he blamed himself. The biggest difficulty of teaming up to break through the tower was that teammates were eliminated. The difficulty of the Heaven's Pride encountered by the one remaining person was still at the group difficulty. Suri in the group state would always have to face the genius vapors of the peak rank of the fourth turn at the Heaven's Pride Tower. Even if there was little hope of clearing one level, the back would still encounter two replicated genius silhouettes. Other people rushed the tower alone and encountered a Heaven's Pride shadow of the same level and already despaired. Sudi, on the other hand, would have to encounter a Heaven's Pride battle void of the same level as his own fourth turn and multiplied by 2 in number. It's all because mine is too weak. Zhang Lingtaki's sharp nails pinched her joints white, bringing up a sharp pain. Originally, she still had the possibility of holding out against a single puppeteer. But under the pincer attack of 2 talented puppet masters, it was as weak as a candle flame. Another part of the Heaven's Pride Battle Shadow Tower. Your young people from the Dragon Kingdom are really not as good as the next generation, you can't even penetrate the first floor of the Heaven's Pride Tower. A blonde-haired middle-aged man from the Eagle Jam country present laughed out loud. He originally wanted to see how the contemporary geniuses of the Dragon Country were this time, but it turned out that they were all a bunch of losers. Their Eagle Sauce Country's Heaven's Pride Tower wasn't as miserable as the Dragon Country's. What do you know, you foreigner, the first layer of our Dragon Country's tower is going to be harder than your country's 10 layers. This only shows that your country's previous Heaven's Pride were all ing trash. If you don't want to go to the tower and try, you'll only be talking nonsense here. Some of the transmigrators present opened their mouths to return the favor. The other party was clearly here to pick a fight. I'm not interested in breaking into your country's Heaven's Pride Tower. Besides, in case I do pass, and my ID appears in your Dragon Country's Void God Realm Heaven's Pride Tower, what face do you still have left? Ha 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 ha. The blonde man wasn't going to fall for these people's tricks. He knew that he couldn't penetrate the tower, but it was enough to use to show off the Eagle Sauce Kingdom's prestige. We certainly failed to rush the tower, but it doesn't mean that the rest of the Dragon Kingdom can't succeed. A transmogrifier opened his mouth to return the favor. There were still many geniuses in the country that hadn't come to challenge the Void God Realm Heaven's Pride Tower. For the other party to want to come here and compare the geniuses of the 2 countries was simply laughable. Really, who else from the Dragon Kingdom can break through the Heaven's Pride Tower? A disdainful smile surfaced at the corner of the blond man's mouth. He traveled in the dragon country from time to time and understood both the culture and geniuses of this country. If someone could break into the tower and succeed, someone would have already succeeded. Lingnan Yuan Shu, Talisman Celestial Master, lifting his hand to seal 100 talismans, he can't break through the tower successfully? Limited power, external strength, the talisman profession has long since become unsuitable for the current era version. Mechanical Mystic City Jian Lingtaki, Holy Rider Radiance, 100 increase aura added, she can't charge the tower successfully? Didn't even inherit the Zheng family's mechanic profession, female, vain. Domain North Magical Forbidden Arts Society Lin Lang, exterminating the fire god, raising his hands and feet to roam the sky with divine fire, he can't charge the tower successfully? Only strong attack techniques without protective shield, spiritual power is still difficult to support the divine fire consumption, but it is just a short and fast man. Whenever someone cited a contemporary domestic genius, they were always disliked back by the blonde middle-aged man. Many of the genius transmutators present would have wanted to go up and beat the other party up if it wasn't for the fact that the other party was wearing turn 6 equipment. No one is perfect, and the other party's shortcomings and weaknesses of the profession were being criticized. If one only took the weaknesses to evaluate a profession, then all the professions in the world were scum. The Daytree Great God who won 100 consecutive victories in the arena can always break through the Heaven's Pride Tower. A transmigrant opened his mouth unconvincingly. The level of discussion about the other party on the internet was gradually subsiding though. But they did have the existence of a top-tier profession in the Dragon Kingdom. Daytree? Which guild in Dragon Kingdom is this? The blonde middle-aged man frowned. I haven't heard of this character before. Boom boom boom. Buzzing. A violent tremor appeared in the Heaven's Pride Tower. The ground nearby even trembled like a grade 3 earthquake. Everyone was shocked, not understanding that earthquakes could occur in a special world like the Void God realm. Wow! The first floor of the Heaven's Pride Tower flowed with 7-colored light. The progress light screen projected the results almost instantly. Tianjiao Battle Shadow Tower Level 1, Daytree Group Status. Progress, 100%. Puppeteer Yuan Lin's Battle Shadow, unable to descend to the next level to act as a tower guard, Yuan Lin's Battle Shadow has disappeared. Tianjiao's Battle Shadow Tower's first floor guardian, Daytree. The instantaneous 100% progress to become the new Battle Shadow Tower Guardian happened too quickly. Everyone saw the Tower Guardian's name. Once again, they were reminded of the horrific events that happened in the arena that day. Wow! Flattering. The body of the Heaven's Pride Battle Shadow Tower continued to surge, flowing with 7-colored light. Daytree's name soared all the way up as if on a rocket. Tianjiao Battle Shadow Tower Second Floor Guardian, Daytree. Tianjiao Battle Shadow Tower Third Floor Guardian, Daytree. Tianjiao Battle Shadow Tower 4th Floor Tower Guardian, Daytree. The 7th floor of the Tower of Battle Shadows, the Daytree. The 8th floor of the Tower of Battle Shadows, the Daytree. Tianjiao Battle Shadow Tower, 9th floor, Daytree. Daytree's ranking soared. The names of successive generations of Heaven's Pride Battle Shadows were constantly being pushed to the bottom. Everyone present was shocked to the extreme by this unprecedented speed. Is this ING still human? Chapter 50, Heaven's Pride Battle Shadow Tower 4. Inside the Heaven's Pride Tower, 2 genius Battle Shadow Transformation Masters transformed into dragons. The 9-colored dragon descended across the sky, roaring and roaring. Dark clouds piled up in the firmament, and the sea of extinction thunderbolts fell, attacking the challengers below. Sudi's body hung upside down and rotated in air. His hands were outstretched, and his 2 fiery dragon submachine guns were spitting out tongues of fire like crazy. As if Mark Pineapple had turned on a big move, the bullets in the sky connected into rays of light and fired wildly at the surroundings. Da-day-day-day-day-day. Da-day-day-day-day-day-day. Bullet casings poured down in the air like a torrential downpour. The 2 giant dragons roared and hissed angrily with bullet holes all over their bodies. The dragons' claws attacked each other with the stance of tearing the dome of heaven. The dome of the sky was torn out with trauma marks. Sudi avoided the 2 dragon attacks like a ghost. With the passive of the supernova nuclear explosion, he threw out a dozen Heavenly Realm technology grenades one after another. The roar of the explosions was far superior to the sound of thunder. The 2 giant dragons were blown to the point of being seriously injured, falling from the air to the ground. Roar, roar, roar. The 9-colored dragons got back up with a reluctant heart to charge at the challengers again. Suddenly, their pupils abruptly shrunk, only to see Sudi stretching out one hand and gently snapping his fingers. The enchanted bullet resting inside the genius Battle Shadow triggered. Boundless light exploded from within the gargoyle. Boom! A huge boom rang out. The 2 giant dragons were engulfed by the rushing fire and completely annihilated. The dark clouds in the sky parted, and the entrance to the previous layer of the tower appeared in the sky. Sudi continued to pass to the upper level with the help of the shockwaves from the explosion. There was another round of sweeping suppression. With the addition of the two passives, Enchanted Bullet and Unlimited Grenade. Even without relying on active awakening techniques, Su-D had become the god of unlimited firepower. The periphery of the Heaven's Pride Battle Shadow Tower. Everyone was stunned by this violent and incomparable speed. Passed. Passed again. Holy crap! 37 floors, the Day Tree God has rushed to the 37th floor. Passing a layer of the Heaven's remarkable Battle Shadow Tower in less than a minute, still doing it or not? Day Tree Great God, how is the team state? His teammates did not appear. ID also eliminated. Awesome class, in that case, the Day Tree Great God has to fight at least 2 or more Genius Battle Shadows on each floor. I thought the gap between me and the Genius Battle Shadow was already 100,000 miles, but it turns out that the Genius Battle Shadow is still 100,000 miles short of Day Tree. Crazy, really crazy. Charge the tower slower. I'm not even mentally prepared for this. The crowd present was in great shock. The Dragon Kingdom Heaven's Pride Tower gathered domestic geniuses from the beginning of the game. Everyone was unparalleled in the past and present, enough to leave a colorful supernova genius. As a result, this great god was in a team situation. He kept charging up the tower at a rocket-like speed. This speed is not to mention the fastest in the history of Dragon Kingdom. This speed is still unprecedented when put into other countries. Day Tree is Su-Day, the other side is. John Lingtaki's heart surged with 10,000 waves. She covered her chest and desperately pressed down her wildly beating heart. Other people didn't know why Day Tree had a group status, but she knew. Except for her, who needed to group up to rush the tower because of her transfer quest, normal people were breaking into the tower alone, not wanting to add an extra burden. John Lingtaki was shaken to the core by the horrifying truth she had suddenly discovered. Just a slight strike is already the limit of this segment. She finally understood the true meaning of the words spoken by Su-D. It even felt that what the other party said was still too astringent. It was because Su-D's opponent was the legend who, a while ago, had won 100 consecutive victories in the arena. Since Su-D is the Day Tree himself, then the earliest meeting I had with him, the mechanical guanine that inexplicably appeared at the border of Desert City, and the epic explosion in the Magic Forbidden Book Society's camp, did it also come from Su-D's handiwork? The more Jiang Lingtaki thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed. Before she knew Su-D, she had watched videos on the internet about the Day Tree. Absolute explosions, absolute seconds, absolute professions, absolute invincibility. The mechanical goddess of mercy, the explosion of the Magic Forbidden Book Society's camp, all of these situations happened very suddenly. The favorable ones were all on their side. The occupation was right, the camp was right. The giant man was surprisingly on his side? Flying up another layer, at this rate, the Day Tree Great God is really going to pass through the 100-tier Heaven's Pride Tower. Great God, accept my knees. The strongest genius of all time, in front of the Day Tree Big Brother, actually so quickly defeated to lower the layer, I cry to death. A genius who has traveled through the ages has to kneel even when he meets a big brother. The crowd present completely knelt in submission to this giant brother. The opponent's strength was a descending blow to them. The Heaven's Pride Tower was constantly updating the names of the new tower guards. Tenjiao Battle Shadow Tower's 40th floor guardian, Day Tree. Tenjiao Battle Shadow Tower 50th floor tower guardian, Day Tree. Tenjiao Battle Shadow Tower 70th floor guardian, Day Tree. The guardian on the 80th floor of the Tower of Battle Shadows, Day Tree. The 90th floor of the Tower of Battle Shadows of the Celestial Pride, the Day Tree. By the time he reached the 90th floor, Su-D was still breaking through the layers upwards. The hearts of the crowd were all in their throats as Day Tree climbed higher. 91, 92, 93, 97, 98, 99. The last floor, the 100th floor. The gazes of everyone present all converged on the top of the tower. The crowd was incomparably silent, no longer making a sound. They silently watched the last floor, when the name of the Day Tree would appear again. The 100th floor. It was the strongest genius, Battle Shadow mythical cardmaster Su Xinghe. His opponent's cards could summon all the mythical beasts in the world. The strength of the beasts was synchronized with Su Xinghe's level. Back then, when the Imperial Beast Master saw that Su Xinghe was able to summon powerful divine pets with a single card, all the Imperial Beast Masters were crushed beyond belief, knowing that their profession would never be able to compare to cards summoning divine beasts. It was because of this heaven-defying career ability. Su Xinghe sat firmly on the 100th floor of the Heaven's remarkable tower, and no one had ever been able to shake it throughout history. He was the brightest star of enlightenment in history, and later died with the demon god who first descended from the game's fusion of reality. By now it had been 100 years, no one had ever climbed to the top of the Heaven's remarkable tower and seen Su Xinghe's battle shadow. Everyone's eyes widened and their breathing slowed down. They wanted to witness with their own eyes the Day Tree breaking this historic moment. The 100th floor of the Heaven's remarkable tower. Inside the tower, the flooded earth was boundless. This was the most expansive and supreme battlefield. Su-Day reached the last floor with his twin spears in hand. He saw two handsome youths with white clothes that were as snowy as starry eyes. The two genius battle shadows each waved out cards from the sky. The cards transformed into a powerful and terrifying beast. One side summoned the Dragon Kingdom's mythical ferocious beasts, while the other summoned the foreign mythical ferocious beasts. Harvest. 9 infants. Split Sky Rhinoceros. The earthly python Yemengard. Black Dragon King Nidhogg. The distant skies and mountains were coiled with all sorts of giant monsters. Legendary mythical ferocious beasts descended. Fierce beasts are bitterly weak, and the machinery soars. Su-Di slapped his hands together and two awakening techniques were used at the same time. Two giant battle mechs descended from the sky, blowing out large swaths of dust. Cyber Goddess of Mercy. Mecha Rulai. Su-Di stood in the air, his eyes looking at the mythical beasts in the distance. The two giant mechs turned on automatic battle mode and stood on Su-Di's left and right sides. Roar, roar, roar. All the mythical fierce beasts set off a wild clamor. They violently rushed towards the challenger to fight with him to the death. Su-Di simply made a hand sword maneuver. The electronic eyes of the two giant battle mechs lit up with a deathly red light and rushed towards all the mythological beasts. Cyber Mecha Technique Plasma Swastika Seal. Cyber Mecha Technique 100 Fists in 1 second. Chapter 51, Heaven's Pride Battle Shadow Tower 5. Cyber Mecha Technique Plasma Swastika Seal. Cyber Mecha Technique 100 Fists in 1 second. The words fell. The Cyber Goddess of Mercy's thousands of hands quickly slapped the Plasma Swastika Buddha seal out, attacking the ferocious beast in the air. A technological wheel of light emerged behind Mecha Rudra. It rushed at the front to meet the running monsters. The mecha's dense fists were like a raging storm, smashing into the bodies of the incoming ferocious beasts. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. The big metal fists hit the ferocious beast's body solidly. The fists were so fast that only remnants were seen. Flesh and blood flew wherever the great Buddha went, turning the battlefield into a hellish scene. The moment the beast's body was blown up, the sky swiftly fell into a torrential rain of blood. In the rain of blood, the Mecha Buddha's electronic eyes glowed brighter and brighter, its mouth spewing white steam. The two genius battle shadows couldn't help but take a step back, startled by the terrifying Buddha appearance of the other summon. The two of them quickly gave orders to the two powerful card summons. Su Xingha on the left played the Dismantle Fusion card to cooperate with the Han. The ancient 10 evil beasts of Han emitted a bright purple and black light, and their bodies split in a flash. The 10 evil beasts transformed into 4 stiffs in a single breath. Windhook, Ho Chang, Drought Demon, and Shogun. The 4 great zombie patriarchs appeared. The scenery of the entire heaven and earth manifested a vision of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The white skeletons that kept popping up on the ground turned the land of the flood into a sea of white. Sad spectral cries echoed in the air, like grievances, like adoration, like sobbing. On the right, Su Xingha played the Dragon Vein Awakening card and flew into the body of the Black Dragon King Nidhogg. Nidhogg's body gradually swelled and expanded, and in the end, it was as large as a mountain. His body was covered with flames and lava, and he flew to the highest altitude, and finally swooped down with his wings spread out. Behind the dragon wings brought up 10,000 feet of flames, and the firelight in the sky seemed to burn out this world. Destroy these two ferocious beasts. Su-Di gave orders to the two giant battle mechs. Its mechs had never gone all out except for the self-detonation. This time was just the perfect moment to let the mechs perform the powerful skills they came with. Cyber Mecha Technique Extinction 1000 Eyes. Cyber Mecha Technique Titanium 5 Prison Mountains. The metal goddess fully extended its thousands of arms like a peacock opening its screen. In the center of each of its hands, closed metal eyes were abruptly born. The eyes opened, and incomparably powerful red laser beams detached and flew out. The power of the laser beams was more powerful than the strong plasma laser released by the Kyber crystal in Star Wars. Thousands of lasers flew out swiftly. The lasers brought a meteor trailing behind them, and shot at the swooping Nidhogg in unison. The thick dragon scales of the Black Dragon King were penetrated by the strong plasma lasers. The diffuse laser beams were unstoppable, shooting the Black Dragon King's body full of holes. Meanwhile on the other side, Mecha Rulai rushed towards the 4 zombie patriarchs with great strides. The 4 zombie patriarchs simultaneously sent out deadlights to attack Mecha Rulai. A golden light electronic barrier appeared around the latter's body, bouncing away the incoming deadlights. The 4 zombie patriarchs were shocked by its powerful defense. Clang! Mecha Rulai stretched out his hands and slapped them out, and the 4 zombie patriarchs were slapped into the palms of his hands. Dang dang dang. The 4 zombie patriarchs were still not dead from the tremendous force, and the 4 stiffs trapped in the center of the hand kept attacking, trying to break out. Snort snort. Mecha Rudra removed its own arms by itself. It then performed its regeneration skill like that day's mechanical kernel. Mecha Rudra regrew new mechanical arms and bent its fingers to pinch out spell seals. The arm that was first removed received the signal and appeared to change into the form of a giant mountain with its memory metal properties. Immediately afterward, a huge black titanium 5 prison mountain appeared, sealing the 4 rigid kings within the mountain. The pupils of the 2 genius battle shadows shrunk violently as they glanced at each other. They offered up red cards in their hands that were even more brilliant and eye-catching than gems. The 2 men's life values were instantly reduced to a minimum of 1%. This was the red card that genius battle shadow Su Xinghe had taken out at the cost of 99% of his life. A strange fusion of the 2 cards appeared in the air, erupting with intense and incomparable light. An unnameable red-colored demon god's body appeared. Dual extinction lotus flower. Su Di waved his big hand. The 2 mecha gods and Buddhas leapt to the highest altitude. Cyber goddess of mercy and Mecha Rudra assumed a seated stance in the air. Their mechanical bodies fell off one after another, and 2 energy relics that emitted radiant Buddha light appeared. The energy relics were like quantum entanglement, constantly rotating in and out of existence. The energy relics ruptured, and the dazzling white light seemed to engulf the world. Su Di pressed his white cowboy hat with one hand, he slightly lowered his head and spat out 2 words. Annihilation. Boom. Boom. 2 overlapping annihilation fire lotuses surged forth. All of the surrounding mountainous terrain was completely destroyed. Congratulations on defeating the 100th floor tower guardian and obtaining the title Unrivaled in the world. Title, Unrivaled, attribute plus 11,111. Congratulations on defeating the guardian on the 100th floor and obtaining the sacred fruit of infinity. Congratulations on defeating the 100th floor tower guardian and obtaining the shadow treasure box. Outside the tower. A few minutes ago. Everyone looked at the Heaven's Pride Battle Shadow Tower without blinking for a moment. The first 100th floor tower guardian is Su Xinghe, that top-tier profession owner that no one in the ages can shake. Ever since Su Xinghe became the 100th floor tower guardian, no one has been able to completely pass the Heaven's Pride Battle Shadow Tower, right? By our generation, no one has even been able to see Su Xinghe with their own eyes again, so you can imagine how powerful he is. The Daytree Great God has almost always cleared the level in seconds, and this time he's finally slowed down. After all, the duel was against a mythic cardmaster. This profession won't necessarily be able to reappear again for the next 100,000 years in the future. 1%. How did Daytree's clearance progress suddenly soar to 99%? Is it going to pass? Just 1%, just 1%. The hearts of the people present were pounding. Their hearts were beating as fast as they could, and their breaths seemed to stop at this instant. Since ancient times, Heaven's Pride had always attracted a lot of attention, and it was even more so in this world where the strongest were honored. Defeating the strongest Heaven's Pride battle shadow of all times was the lifelong goal of every transmigrator. If this time, Daytree could work his way through the 100-layer Heaven's Pride Battle Shadow Tower. Shining Battle Shadow was tantamount to breaking the legend. Jiang Lingtaki breathed heavily and similarly looked towards the top of the tower. She admired the Daytree on the network, and she also admired the strongest Heavenly Pride Su Xinghe in all of the Dragon Kingdom reasoning sessions. Now Su Day was about to become the first person to break the ancient and modern Heavenly Pride. Jiang Lingtaki's original mood of not knowing how to face Su Di was forgotten at this moment. She looked towards the top of the tower with all her heart and soul, hoping to convey the strongest conviction of victory through the barriers. The hearts of everyone present were beating as fast as they could. Breathing seemed to stop at this instant. Boom! The Heaven's Pride Battle Shadow Tower flowed with the most brilliant 7-colored divine light. The moment the curtain of light was cast, everyone erupted in huge cheers. They witnessed a historic moment. Heaven's Pride Battle Shadow Tower's 100th floor guardian, the Daytree. Immediately afterward, the entire Void God realm resounded with mechanical sounds. Notice to all the Void God realm, a new 100th floor guardian has appeared in the Dragon Kingdom's Heaven's Pride Battle Shadow Tower, Daytree. Notice from all the Void God realm, a new 100th floor guardian has appeared in the Dragon Kingdom's Celestial Pride Battle Shadow Tower, Daytree. Notice from all the Void God realm, a new 100th floor tower guardian has appeared in the Dragon Kingdom's Heaven's Pride Battle Shadow Tower, Daytree. The world notice resounded 10 times. The gazes of the transmigrators in the other corners of the Void God realm were astonished beyond measure. Everyone's eyes gazed in unison at the distant heaven's remarkable Battle Shadow Tower. They couldn't believe that in this era, there was someone who could defeat all the supernova geniuses. Your teammate, Daytree, has left the Void God realm. Do you want to cancel your group status? A prompt popped up on Jiang Lingtaki's panel. After she chose no, her heartbeat seemed to slow down for a beat. The other party had defeated all the Heaven's Pride of the past and had already returned to reality. But what kind of mood should she be in now to meet Su Di? Chapter 52 Lingtaki Little Fangirl, I still like your unruly and untamed appearance before. Jiangchuan City. Near the Jar Merchant. You've changed your title to Unrivaled, attribute plus 11,111. Unrivaled's bonus attributes have been automatically assigned based on the characteristics of your profession. Personal information. Name, Su Di. Profession, world-ending gunsmith. Level, 131. Physique, 12,324. Strength, 24,083. Spirit, 14,355. Agility, 17,736. Title, Unrivaled Attribute plus 11,111. Awakening Technique, Destruction Ray, Winged Motion Kill, Cyber Watch Mecha, Quantum Moonwalk. Split Core Orbital Cannon New. The previous, Athletic King, added 1,000 to all attributes, and the total edition has 4,000 attributes. Unrivaled, although it doesn't have such a perverted full attribute addition, after replacing the new title, the attributes I've added now are a full 7,111 attribute points more than Athletic King. Sudi assembled the new title while waiting for Jiangling Taki to return. It increased the attribute value by 7,111 points. If he didn't count the extra attributes added for each transfer, he would be equal to directly leveling up by more than 700 levels. It wasn't too much to say that this title was the strongest title, the increase was just too fierce. Sudi immediately looked at the storage bracelet again. Inside were other items that were additionally obtained from clearing the Heaven's Pride Tower. Xianwu Holy Fruit. Effect, instantly replenishes 10% of physical strength and mental strength. Green Dragon Sacred Fruit. Effect, instantly replenishes 20% of physical strength as well as mental strength. Effect, instantly replenishes 20% of physical strength as well as mental strength. Wuji Sacred Fruit. Effect, instantly replenishes all physical strength as well as mental strength. The strongest props of the infinite sacred fruit obtained from clearing the 100th floor. It can instantly restore all physical strength as well as mental energy. The other holy fruits recovered 10%, 20%, and 30% in that order. If I eat the Wuji sacred fruit, won't I have an additional chance to release an awakening technique? A light flashed in Sudi's eyes. The value of this prop was equal to one of his awakening techniques. It could be kept well as a base card. Sudi finally looked towards an additional prop obtained from the Heaven's Pride Battle Shadow Tower. Shadow Treasure Chest under seal. Restriction, kill 100 evil spirits to lift the seal. Progress, 0%. Effect, a random item you need may appear after opening it. Killing evil spirits isn't very simple. This treasure chest that is bound to appear suitable for the item you need is rare. Sudi stroked his chin for thought, waiting for himself to unseal the treasure chest. When there was something that was particularly needed, one could open it and try it out. The Shadow Treasure Chest was an item that popped out during the 100th floor. Judging from the rarity of the infinite sacred fruit, it was also a precious prop. The rewards for clearing the Heaven's Pride Battle Shadow Tower were truly generous by 1,000,000,000 points. That being said, has Jiangling Taki not exited from within the Void God realm yet? Sudi finished checking the important props. Only then did he realize that the other party actually hadn't returned yet. Wasn't the other party in a hurry to hand in the transfer task? It didn't take long. A gap appeared in the void. Jiangling Taki gently landed on the ground. Her face was slightly flushed, and there were a few unnatural moments in her expression. This was the manifestation of having brewed mental preparations for a long time before exiting from the Void God realm. Jiangling Taki slightly twisted sideways to one side, her jade fingers slightly stroking the hair in front of her forehead. Any transmigrant in the country who saw Daytree himself would absolutely adore and respect him to the extreme. Jiangling Taki herself was no exception. But whenever she remembered her words about covering the other party, more or less, there was a little bit of disrespect for top-tier powerhouses, right? On the other hand, Sudi realized that Jiangling Taki was acting strange after leaving the Void God realm. In the line of sight, Jiangling Taki was constantly arranging her hair with nervousness written all over her face. The other party's face had a healthy blush and a bit of shyness, completely turning into a girl's appearance. This was completely different from the valiant look of Sister Jiang that Sudi had seen on the other side before. Hey! Sudi called out to the other party. Jiangling Taki was jolted. She slowly turned around with her head lowered. That is your arena ID called Daytree? Conling Taki took a deep breath and asked with great determination. She wanted to hear the other party's personal reply no matter what. What's wrong? Sudi nodded. Sure enough, you're really that great god. A light flashed in Jiangling Taki's eyes. Although he had already known the result, his heart still thumped when he heard the other party admit it in person. The king of the arena with 100 consecutive victories, the great god who had defeated all the super geniuses of the past, was right in front of him. Is this Jiangling Taki's hidden gentle mode? Sudi's heart churned into a sea. He looked up and down at the present-day Jiangling Taki. The other party's scallion white jade fingers were nervously swirling, a cute goonish look that wanted to raise his head but was embarrassed. Jiangling Taki won't turn into my little fangirl. Cough cough cough. Sudi coughed violently at the thought. He had clearly called the other party, Sister Jiang was nothing. Life's ups and downs came too quickly. Are you alright? Jiang Lingdao asked with concern. Maybe I'm a bit thirsty from rushing the tower just now, and my throat is a bit dry. Su Di touched his throat and waved his hand to indicate that the other party did not need to worry. I'll go buy you water. Jiang Lingtaki acted extraordinarily active. She immediately ran to the nearby stores before Su Di even agreed. Crap! Su Di's heart surged with 10,000 waves. This was simply a solid proof that the other party had turned into his little fangirl. I still like it, your previous untamed appearance. Su Di muttered as he looked at Jiang Lingtaki's back. Of course, it was impossible for him to say these words to the other party in person. When the two first met, he was always being ridden on by Jiang Lingtaki. Now it was finally his turn to ride on top of the other. The current Su Di was a cool yuppie. I've bought water, here you go. Jiang Lingtaki rushed over with small broken steps. She didn't forget to pull up her hair around her ears when she reached the other party. It was as if she was worried about leaving a bad impression in front of the great god. Thanks. Su Di received the other party's water. It was the first time he had seen Jiang Lingtaki in this state. It felt like the other party was very ladylike when she wasn't cold and fierce. Why don't you drink it? Is it because you don't like this brand? Jiang Lingtaki inquired somewhat carefully. No, I just overexerted myself by rushing the tower just now. I don't have much strength now. Can you help me twist the bottle cap? Su Di handed out the water bottle and spoke with a smile. He wanted to test whether the other party's own guess was true. That said, isn't it usually the boys who help girls twist bottle caps? Sorry, I forgot. Jiang Lingtaki slapped her forehead and hurriedly helped the other party open the bottle cap. She felt that it was her honor as a fan to help Su Di. Su Di once again resulted in the water handed by the other party and took a few slight sips. As he drank the water, he glanced at Jiang Lingtaki, whose face was slightly red. The other party seemed to be nervous, as if she was afraid that he would choke. Is this what it feels like to have a female fan? It's too barren and cool. Chapter 53, Martial Arts Extreme Guild, Where is the Tigress? On the street, a few transmigrators were talking. If I didn't read the guild news, I wouldn't even know that such a big thing happened in the Void God realm. The guardian of the 100th floor of the Heaven's Pride Tower actually changed owners, and it's still the same day tree from the previous network. Let's buy the Void God realm entrance ticket and hurry to see how the Heaven's Pride Tower is doing. If I hadn't come to Jiangchuan City for a meeting today, I might have taken the time to break into the Heaven's Pride Battle Shadow Tower again, so that I might be able to witness this historic moment with my own eyes. It's all because of what Sakurajima Kingdom did today, or else we'd all have a chance to witness it. The mythical card master actually lost. It's truly terrifying. A group of transmutants wearing the exclusive martial arts uniforms of the Wuji Breaking Alliance were preparing to head to the jar merchants. They had received the latest news sent by the guild group members and were preparing to head to the Void God realm to join in the fun. In the Void God realm right now, there were already numerous transmutants rushing to watch the new Tower Guardians. Isn't Jiangchuan City hosting a meeting with a high-level giant of the Machinery Guild? Why is Jiang Lingtaki here as well? Someone from the Wuji Breaking Alliance noticed the two not far away. They didn't expect to run into old acquaintances here as well. There was a slight awkwardness to the situation now. Quite a few guild members looked towards the large man in the crowd with sharp angles having rough lines. The tall, burly man's name was Wu Yuenkui, the son of the president of the Wuji Skybreaking Alliance. Although the three top guilds in the country are not happy with each other, but after all, they are all Dragon Kingdom guilds, are always their own family. Perhaps it was because the girls within the Wuji guild were almost all Vajra Barbie. Wu Yuenkui had once pursued Jiang Lingtaki, and the result ended in failure. Jiang Lingtaki frowned when she noticed the members of the Martial Extreme Guild not far away. When she saw Wu Yuenkui in the crowd, an even more impatient look appeared on her face. A cold sweat surfaced on Wu Yuenkui's forehead as he seemed to recall a bad image. Holy beans, the Jiang Lingtaki that Brother Wu didn't chase before would actually stay with a man? I heard before that Brother Wu confessed to Jiang Lingtaki when he graduated from college, and others said that Brother Wu seemed to have been beaten by Jiang Lingtaki. What are you talking about? Brother Wu never bullies women. He's practicing his golden bell shield and iron cloth shirt. Brother Wu must be very angry right now. It looks like his face is black. Although he's not chasing the other party right now, he once chased a girl for so long in the combat academy, actually with someone else. I think I saw Jiang Lingtaki blush. I'll go. This tigress turned out to be like this in front of her object? Brother Wu, you're not allowed to go up and communicate with each other about life. That's right, we body practitioners need to engage in more friendly philosophical physical combat sports with men. There were guild members present who appeared to whisper. Since this was the case, it should be resolved in a man-to-man treatment. The gazes of the crowd turned to Wu Yuenkui, only to see the other party's face sink instantly. In order not to lose face in front of his brethren, he quickly walked over to Su Di. This brother, I have something I want to talk to you alone. Wu Yuenkui walked with a kingly aura. He had to let the other party know to know the power. Jiang Lingtaki had her hands around her chest with a frosty face. She wondered if the other party hadn't been taught enough by herself. A cold sweat surfaced on Wu Yuenkui's forehead. His eyes turned to Su Ri, as if there was some pleading in his eyes. Alright, let's chat then. Su-di smiled. He saw something else in the other party's eyes. Just like that, Wu Yuan-Kuei climbed Su-di's shoulders and walked with the other party to a secluded corner. The other Wu-ji guild members were instantly excited when they saw this place. I didn't expect Wu to actually go on I was just talking about it earlier. Will the two of them fight? Will they fight? Shouldn't be, but from the plot of the idol drama I watched, they should be secretly fighting, similar to shaking hands or very hard kind of thing. Too explosive, is this youth? When the members of the Martial Extreme Guild in the audience were so excited, Jiangling Taki cast a god-destroying gaze, causing many to collect themselves. It wouldn't be too much to say that the opponent's strength was that of a contemporary heavenly pride. A remote corner of the street. My name is Wu Yuan-Kuei, I don't know what a brother's name is. Just call me Su-di. Brother Su, you weren't hurt by that fierce woman, right? Wu Yuan-Kuei's attitude reversed 180 degrees and cared for the other party. He himself could be considered to have found the same person at the end of the world. The reason why he put on an aggressive appearance earlier. It was mainly because he didn't want to lose face in front of his guild brothers. You mean Jiangling Taki? Su-di smiled when he heard this. Not to mention whether or not the other party could hit himself. Even if he could hit, quantum form wasn't something a fourth turner could hit. You've chased after Jiangling Taki, you must have been beaten up by this fierce woman as well. You can keep this black jade cream for now, consider it a gift from me. Listen to my brother's advice, you shouldn't be fooled by Jiangling Taki's poise, this kind of woman is too fierce, there is simply no man who can subdue her, it's good for you to give up earlier. Wu Yuan-Kuei took out a good ointment from his storage bracelet and gave it to the other party. There were quite a few pretty girls on campus in the combat university. But men always fall for the prettiest one. Among them, Jiangling Taki was the most beautiful girl that was recognized as the most beautiful girl in their imperial capital university. When Wu Yuan-Kuei first realized that Jiangling Taki didn't have a date, his head was hot. In the school to Jiangling Taki the whole of the surface of the great embarrassment scene. As a result, the other side angry, the end is extremely miserable. Jiangling Taki hundreds of holy night blessing open. He himself was beaten to the point that he was almost inhuman. Wu Yuan-Kuei came to his senses during the beating. This bursting force value of the other party, even if he chased after them then he must not be beaten to death by the other party's family. Now that he saw Su-di, he felt that he really met a difficult confidant. I'm not in that kind of relationship with her. Su-di said so but still took the ointment. White whoring or whatever, he liked it the most. Then you will also get beaten up not afraid to laugh at you brother, I'm a bit afraid of Sister Ling Taki when I see her now. Wu Yuan-Kuei touched his head in embarrassment. He figured it out afterward, how he was also the crown prince of the Martial Extreme Guild. If he couldn't find a super pretty girl, there was nothing wrong with finding a lesser pretty girl. It wasn't as if he was so insistent for the sake of one woman. I feel that Jiangling Taki is quite ladylike right, not as fierce as you say. Su-di seemed to smile as if he remembered something. The gentle note of Jiangling Taki was still very good You actually don't believe my words? Wu Yuan-Kuei was messed up. He told the other party not to be blinded by falsehoods. As a result, this big brother acted as if he was saying, Mo sister? What budding sister? This wasn't Stark, blinded by the other party's beauty. You really misunderstood, Jiangling Taki is actually a very gentle person. Su-di thought for a long time to say the truth at hand. There was a need to set the record straight for his female fans. Ling Taki, come over here for a moment. Su-di beckoned for the other party to come. How did you recruit this tigress over here? Wu Yuan-Kuei was so scared that he took 2 steps back with an iron color. The other party actually dared to call Jiangling Taki by name so intimately. Even if it was him, he would now have to add a sister Ling Taki before he could do so. Chapter 54 It doesn't matter, I'll make a move. Is there something wrong? Jiangling Taki came in front of Su-di with a puzzled face. Well, this bottle of water trouble you to help me take down. Or throw it away is fine. Su-di smiled and handed the water back to the other party. He would be able to eliminate the other party's nickname of violent woman by the way. Then I'll just buy a new bottle if you need it. Ling Taki took the water bottle and nodded imploringly. She obediently threw the water bottle into a nearby trash can. Very environmentally conscious. Is Jiangling Taki's thinking deranged? How can she listen to a man so much? Is this still her? My god. It should be her. Jiangling Taki's eyes that were fierce to us just now were real. The difference in Jiangling Taki's attitude towards this male gunner and us is too much. The other Wuji guild members dropped their jaws in shock. This was completely different from the granddaughter of the Grand Elder of the Mechanical Guild in their impression. Next to him, Wu Yuan-Kuei rubbed his eyes vigorously in disbelief at what he was seeing. Brother Su had actually made Jiangling Taki willingly throw garbage for him? Judging from Jiangling Taki's words, the bottle of water was still bought by the other party. I told you, Ling Taki is actually a good girl. Su-di said with a smile. Wu Yuankue didn't think that this was Zhang Lingtaki actually becoming gentle. This was simply Su Di's good conditioning. From now on, you are my brother. Wu Yuankue clasped Su Di's hands. Please serve to teach me this trick. Sea King? No, this is Sea God. Su Di finally taught Wu Yuankue a little insight. For example, money is not for the sister to spend, but for the sister to see. When a girl says she's sick, don't always say drink more hot water. If you are a man, you should be a little warmer. Let each other drink more lava. For words that will keep her warm all day long. The first time I saw this, I was in the middle of it. Zhang Lingtaki finished submitting her quest and made a level breakthrough. She officially became a 5th-ranked transmuter. Finally broken. Zhang Lingliao's entire body was bathed in light. Breaking through the 4th level gave her an additional 4,000 points of attribute value. The entire person's aura also became more ethereal like an immortal. The transfer ended, and Zhang Lingtaki completed her previous agreement. The two also added their contact information to each other as a result. Then I'll leave you alone for now, you can come to my house as a guest when you have time. Zhang Lingtaki summoned the Golden Lion and said goodbye to the other party. She wanted to go home quickly to tell her family the good news. Well, you go back first. Su Di opened his panel and looked at the credited guild points in his heart. His harvest from going to the Heaven's Pride Tower this time had long since far exceeded the guild points. Returning to the transformation hall this time was considered a double harvest. Speaking of which, if it wasn't for the other party coming over to find himself, Su Di still didn't know that he could obtain so many good things at the Heaven's Pride Tower. By the way, Auntie's photo. Su Di realized an important thing. Zhang Lingtaki had also said that he was going to be a guest at her house before he left. Saying hello to the other party in advance could never go wrong. Luckily, I added Zhang Lingtaki's contact information. Su Di took out her cell phone to send her sister-in-law's picture to the other party. This would not be a problem now. The next focus was still mainly on upgrading. Su Di checked the shadow treasure chest in the storage bracelet. Currently, the treasure chest was still sealed and needed to kill 100 evil spirits to lift the seal. While killing the evil spirits himself, he could incidentally upgrade to reach the peak level of the 4th turn. The Rift Core Orbital Cannon Awakening technique that I have mastered is capable of killing evil spirits from a super long distance. But in that case, I won't be able to get the equipment, props, etc. that the evil spirits drop. Su Di stroked his chin in slight contemplation. He had gone from his initial awakening profession to his current 3rd turn. Gradually, he realized that the price of learning his awakening technique was becoming more and more expensive. From 100 million to 500 million to the current 1 billion. At the earliest, after Su Di realized this, he didn't bother learning those awakening skills that didn't need to be lit up. Skills that were no more, if they didn't have a special role, then there was no need to learn them. The power wasn't even that bad, so it would just be a waste of money. This was also one of the reasons why Su Di chose the 10,000 weighted gunsmith when he turned 2. Functional awakening techniques can be learned more. It could play an unexpected role at critical moments. Su Di temporarily put down the idea of creating a nuclear flat in situ. If the shadow treasure chest was just a few undead short of being unsealed, he didn't care about that bit of equipment gain or loss, but right now the progress was still far off. It was better to personally kill the evil spirits and get the equipment himself. There was no need to rush this bit of time. Thinking of this, Su Di opened the internet and prepared to check the news about evil spirits infesting the country. When he checked, he found that there were numerous news about evil spirits published. The game descended into reality. The area of the planet expanded by 100 times, and many of the laws of the universe changed. Although the territory of each country expanded 100-fold, the number of borders that needed to be protected also increased dramatically. Monsters would still be resurrected and refreshed after death unless the entire area terrain was completely destroyed. This was still in the optimistic situation where the secret realm monsters had not descended into reality. There was no end to the monsters to be killed, but if a transfigurator accidentally hung up, he would really be hung up. When Su Di was called a coward for not transferring for 5 years. Mainly because the casualty rate of transmutators was not small, there were indeed quite a few people who would rather be an ordinary person hiding in the city. If it wasn't for the countries encouraging more births and giving more subsidies, as well as building mechanical mother containers for sperm donors' children to be born, the number of transmutants really wasn't as high as it is now. The predecessors of the Celestial Pride Battle Shadow Tower were all the brightest stars. Being powerful doesn't mean that you can survive into this era. Even the strongest Su Xinghe didn't survive. Of course, if those heavenly prides were really only for themselves. It was true that they could have survived until now, but they didn't and instead chose to sacrifice to guard. This was also one of the reasons why the Genius Battle Shadow Tower's previous generations of shadows were respected. Is it hard to see so many international disputes when it's this hard? Su Di made a new discovery as he was touring the news. It reminded him of a famous saying, no matter how apocalyptic the world is, the strife between people still won't stop. It didn't matter if one was having a bad time, the key was not to let others have a better time than oneself. The Eagle Sauce country was the #1 power in the world, the country that was least afraid of monster turmoil. Even though they themselves were doing well, it didn't mean that they wanted other countries to do well as well. The reasoning is so simple. Putting aside for the moment these important matters that did not require much thought from him, Sudi refocused his attention on the matter of the evil. Sudi refocused his attention on the news reports about the evil spirits. Hashtag 600 level evil spirit black and white twins born on Mount Everest. Hashtag the northwest border is in a state of emergency. The evil spirit heavenly king queen bee is hatching a large number of bee soldier evil spirits. Hashtag evil riders grow new heads and build up strength in the South Wasteland Canyon. Hashtag Lindian city is in a state of emergency, and the whole city may migrate in half a month. Hashtag perhaps my profession was created to pierce through all of these monsters, leaving no one behind. Sudi slightly pulled down the brim of his hat and determined the area he was going to. Anger gradually burned in his heart, and his battle intent rose. He also needed to do faster upgrades and unleash more awakening skills. It didn't matter even if one skill was slow for 1 area per second. If he persisted, the threatening monster areas would eventually all disappear. Evil spirits are strong? Doesn't matter, I'll strike. Chapter 55, Mechanical Ascension begins with nanization. Western border. Sand Cloud City. The city's defense light screen was bombarded by flying fire meteors from afar. The various attacks were all from the distant monsters' means of attack. There were many people in the city who watched in apprehension and fear as the light of the city's defense light screen became dimmer and dimmer. At the center of the city's teleportation array, the old and weak women and children lined up in a long queue of anxious people in front of them to hurry up, or else stay on sooner or later to finish. Many people were complaining about the incompetence of the frontline transporters. In just one night they were pushed 50 miles by the monsters. Many people were thinking of escaping the city first. It would be really bad if they waited for those monsters to invade the city. Inside the tavern in Sand Cloud City, compared to the long lines outside, there were quite a few men who stayed inside the store and drank. There were various conditions for evacuation, such as the old, weak, women and children, or the immediate family members of the transmogrifier. These middle-aged men who stayed in the tavern's wives and children were still in line. They, on the other hand, were no longer qualified to remain in line for evacuation. The central light screen video inside the tavern relayed the war correspondent's live feed. Currently, the frontline transmutators have begun to counterattack. Already 200 guild cadre level transmutators have arrived. The situation on our side is great. The citizens within Shayun City, please make sure to rest assured in this battle. The war correspondents on the light screen kept conveying good news. Inside the large tavern, however, there were no guests who were happy because of the good news coming out of the news. They knew that if the situation was really good, they wouldn't have been pushed by the monsters for an extra 20 miles of battle line. The main reason why the reporter said this was to appease the citizens of the city and avoid unnecessary panic. Sudi sat in a corner of the tavern and was touring his skill tree. The skill tree extended with various golden light awakening techniques. Among them, there was an awakening skill that caught Sudi's attention. Nano Body Type K1000, consume 1 billion amethyst coins to learn. Effect: after learning it, you can transform your body into nanoparticles at any time with your consciousness. You can make the nanoparticles into any shape with your consciousness, and you can also restore the matter to its original form at any time. Remarks: you can spend 1 billion amethyst coins to upgrade the nanobody K1000 type in the future, and the nanoparticles will appear new changes after the upgrade. Sure enough, there is nanotechnology. Sudi's heart was beating slightly. He, who usually had watched a lot of sci-fi movies, naturally knew the power of nanotechnology. Nano means millimeters, and 1 nanometer is 0.000001 millimeters. By virtue of consciousness to make the body nanosized. This could completely ignore the unusual cognitive physical attacks. And Sudi under the nanosized body could even change into any form. He could change into an airplane, into a tank, or even anything with a tangible form. On top of that, the nanobody was an awakening technique that could continue to develop and become stronger. This might be the beginning of his emergence into mechanical ascension. You have spent 1 billion amethyst coins to successfully learn nanobody K1000 type. You spent 1 billion amethyst coins to upgrade nanobody K1000. Nanobody type K1000 is upgraded to nanobody type K3000. Nanobody type K3000 has been given the devouring effect of the nanomite. Nanomites: after you turn on your nanomite form, you under nanoparticles can any object to decompose. The decomposed object will be converted into nanoparticles. When you lift the nanoparticle form to restore your body, the excess nanoparticles will disappear. Upgrading to K3000 level nanoparticles devouring effect, I'm afraid it's even more scary than the nanoparticles in the movie. Sudi's eyes lit up. He didn't expect the effect of the initial evolution to be so strong. The nanites reminded him of a certain sci-fi movie. A swarm of ironworms smaller than bacteria kept devouring and dividing. Wherever the nanomites went, not an inch of grass could grow, and all things were destroyed in form. Guest, the wine you asked for. The aged tavern owner carefully placed a cup of gin on the table. Boss, it's this time of the day, are you still opening your store and not ready to leave? Sudi sipped the cup of gin and slowly put it down. While he asked the boss, he was also looking at the news battle broadcast from the tavern. On the screen, the Heavenly King Queen bespawned a large number of elite evil spirits attacking the battlefield, and the battlefield reporters could no longer care about the live broadcast, snuffing out the live broadcast route and quickly retreating to the rear. This is a tavern left behind by my grandfather's generation, and I don't want to grab the opportunity to leave the city with the young people. The old man of the tavern sighed and shook his head slightly. He had encountered this situation several times even after living until now. It would be best if he could survive until the support arrived this time. If he couldn't, then he would be able to live and die with his ancestors. The wine mixed by the boss is very good, but I don't have time to savor more. Sudi got up after seeing the approximate location of the evil spirit lords on the news. He left a stack of amethyst coins on the table before leaving. This gentleman, no money today. The old man of the tavern hurriedly called out to the other party. The main reason why he was still open today was also because he wanted to do what he liked to do at the end. Now that the city wasn't even sure to be saved, what was the point of collecting money? It's fine. Sudi revealed a meaningful smile. He lifted his foot and stepped out of the tavern, breathing in the outside air with abandon. All along he always said, flesh and blood are bitter and weak, and machinery soars. Now that he had mastered the nanobody, finally broke away from the first step of flesh and blood mortal body. The youth's actions caught the attention of the other guests in the tavern. The eyes of the people looked at Sudi's back as he stood in the doorway in astonishment. Some felt that this youth had a bottom line as a human being, insisting on paying even at this juncture. Some people inwardly did not understand this young man. What was the point of paying when the city might not even be there anymore? In front of the tavern, Sudi stood squinting at the blazing sun. He raised his hand and let the light pass through his fingers. Mechanical ascension, to start. The words fell. Sudi, as if like extremely fine sand heap share, made that. His fingers were in the wind, gradually dissipating into a substance like black lead powder. There are ghosts. I saw a ghost in broad daylight. Turned into powder. How did this young man suddenly turn into powder? Is this a transmogrifier? But why have I never seen this skill before? All the guests in the tavern sat up in shock. In their line of sight, Sudi's entire body turned into a large number of black particles flying towards the sky above. The bizarre and frightening sight was a divine skill that the people present had never seen before. Outside the city, the frontline battlefield, a large group of Fey male bee soldiers were fighting against the transmutants. Monster! Hoo hoo hoo! Hoo hoo hoo! A gust of wind blew, and a large mass of black particulate matter floated down from the air. The black particles seemed to transform into a huge invisible mouth rushing towards the group of monsters. All the monsters as the black nanoparticles approached. Their flesh and blood bodies were all devoured, thus transforming into more black nanoparticles. Not only that, even the nearby grass as well as trees were all devoured by the nanoparticles. What the hell is this? A black cloud like an uncloud like lead powder like thing that dissolved the monsters altogether. These black particles didn't attack us, we survived. The number of black particles has doubled. As many monsters as they swallowed, they transformed as many particles as they could. The transmutants on the battlefield opened their eyes wide in disbelief of the facts in front of them. In the middle of their line of sight, the black particles that were originally the size of one person kept swallowing and growing. Nowadays, the black particles had spread to the size of a villa. And the nanomites were still constantly engulfing and splitting. Chapter 56, Nanogiant. Monster information. Name, Evil Spirit Purple Spectre 10,000 Poisonous Wasp Elite. Level, 350. Attack, 410,854. Physical Defense, 289730. Legal Defense, 245600. Skills, Desperate Poison Sting, Vibrating Wing Attack, Deadly Stab, Stormy Pear Blossom. Description: the elite male bees born from the queen of the heavenly king bee are mainly responsible for ruling the worker bees to collect blood and store it as blood nectar. Name, Demonized Necrotic Worker Bee. Level, 201. Attack, 20,854. Physical Defense, 8692. Defense, 10,647. Skills, Rotting Poison Needle Stab, 1 second 100 slashes, suck. Description: refuse to work overtime, refuse to harvest honey, refuse to 99.6. The monsters flying in the sky, as if they would fight a blitzkrieg to quickly advance the battle line. The Xiong Feng that became the body of an evil spirit was even in the front to open the way. The poisonous needles of the roiling rainstorm pear blossoms were constantly swiftly shooting out from the air. The tiny poisonous needles that contained high levels of poison demonstrated the true rainstorm pear blossom. The new evil spirit Xiong Feng is arriving. Quickly retreat and wait for Xiong Feng to finish firing the poison needles before grabbing back into position. The transmutants present quickly continued retreating towards the back. It wasn't that they didn't want to resist, but they had suffered from forcibly resisting the poison needles. The poison was the existence that caused the many transmutants present the most headache. Simply being pricked by a poison needle to a little bit of skin, one would have to face the invasion of the poison. Had those in mechs cover the priests to retreat first. The leaders present shouted. The equipment on their battlefield had a new type of mecha researched by the Mechanical Guild. Only this kind of mech with full body protection could not be afraid of the deadly threat of poison needles. It was a pity that precious externally attached equipment like mechas were expensive and rare. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been continuously pushed to the front line by these evil spirit monsters. A black mist. What is that? Some of the transmutants were evacuating backward at the same time. A large swath of black nanites was seen coming from all over the sky. Only wherever the nanomites went, all the surrounding vegetation withered and was devoured. There are mysterious monsters at the back again. Some transmigrators realized the thought of a great crisis and turned blue with fear. If they were to be swept by the black particles that covered the sky, they would definitely be eaten without even a bone left. Attacked from both sides, were screwed. Some of the transmigrators looked incomparably desperate. The swarms of black particles were more than 100 times more terrifying than the evil spirit creatures. Hoo hoo hoo. Hoo hoo hoo. The black nanites that covered the sky swept past the hundreds of transmutants. All of them closed their eyes tightly in fear, trembling vaguely in fear. When the wind blew by, the people present opened their eyes and were surprised to find that nothing had happened to them. Survived? No, it's the black particles that didn't attack us. The transmogrifier standing in place looked at his hands incredulously, as well as his nearby companions. He saw the terrifying swarm of black like lead powder. It was thought that he would surely die today. Those monsters are being absorbed and devoured by the particles of black lead powder. A transmogrifier looked in the direction of the incoming monsters. The black particles that covered the sky attached themselves to the monster's body and just started devouring it. These black particles are actually gnawing on the monster. A female priest's eyes trembled. This silent devouring ablation left a deep shadow. Instead of devouring, it would be better to say that these black particles are actually decomposing. These black particles are decomposing the monster into basic life units. A mechanic who knew what he was doing took 2 steps back and sucked in cold air repeatedly. He used his mechanical electronic eye and realized after capturing a black particle. It was actually a nanomite that was smaller than a bacteria and was still strong enough to devour an elite evil spirit. Zip zip zip. Zip zip zip. The roiling nanomites emitted ear-piercing and incomparable, electric current-like sharp sounds. As if snowballing, the nanomite army continued to expand. The monsters on the battlefield were suffering from an existence that did not belong to them that they could handle. The evil spirit Staghorn shot out poisonous needles to no avail. It didn't even have any means of countering the nanomite infestation. Buzzing. Numerous nanites attached themselves to the evil spirit Malebee, wrapping it into a black creature. The evil spirit Xiongfeng's body dissolved into a part of the nanomite members with a loud bang as it struggled violently. The monsters' corpses were transformed into nanoparticles and joined the army of nanomites. A miracle, this is simply a miracle. This is a ghost, isn't it? I almost had to pee, ugh. What a horrible thing, what in the world is this? The forbidden spells I can learn in the future as a mage don't carry this weirdness. Nanites. It's nanites degrading monsters into nano units. Powerful mages can blast monsters into scum, but nano is an existence smaller than scum. This is the equivalent of stripping the monster's body of the unit particles it's made up of. The people present stared in awe at the swarms of black nanites swarming the demons. They didn't dare to go up and observe, fearful that the nanomites would unexpectedly swallow themselves. Report this matter to the headquarters in a hurry, and we'll rush to support the other fronts as well. The leaders present reacted. Now was not the time to be rare about the source of the nanomites. The crowd nodded and immediately dispersed into action. You have slain a level 201 demonized necrotic worker bee, gaining 69,372 experience points. You have slain a level 350 evil spirit purple spectre 10,000 poison bee and gained 105,2871 experience points. You have slain a level 350 evil spirit purple spectre 10,000 poison bee and gained 104,7890 experience points. Congratulations, you have leveled up to 162. 10 attribute points are automatically allocated according to the gunsmith profession. Congratulations on your leveling up to 163. 10 attribute points are automatically allocated according to the gunsmith profession. In the midst of the dense swarms of black nanomites that covered the sky, Sudi temporarily restored his storage bracelet and included as much of the equipment dropped by the monsters as he could. He controlled the swarms of nanomites and headed straight towards the monster's lair. ZZZ. Zip, zip, zip. Sharp and ear-piercing nanomite buzzes rang out. After constant devouring and transforming degradation, the earliest small group of nanomites, By now it had developed into an army of billions of nanomites that covered a small area of the sky. In front of the nanomites, a hive as huge as a skyscraper appeared. All the monsters originated from within the hive. The evil spirit Heavenly King Queen Bee inside was still producing bees that worked for them. Wow! The roiling black nanoparticles infused into the body. The nanoparticles reverted into the likeness of Su-Dee's body. Surrounding him was an army of nanites that had been split by devouring. Buzzing. Buzz buzz buzz. The worker bees guarding the huge hive sounded an alarm. An army of tens of thousands of bee-shaped monsters quickly spread out from within the hive. It's true that it still takes an evil spirit like the queen bee to encounter enough evil spirits. Su-Dee raised his eyes for a slight sweep. There were more than 200 elite evil spirit monsters alone ahead. Swiftly, swiftly, swiftly. 10,000 wasps shot out poison needles in unison towards Su-Dee. The dense poison needles were as thin as hair, shooting out continuously. With a wave of Su-Dee's big hand, the black nanites rolled up and fluttered in the sky. They erased all the flying poison needles like an eraser. The monsters stationed at the hive rarely showed a look of panic, as their attacks were so easily neutralized. Is this your limit? Su-Dee jumped to a high altitude with a long leap. With a slight movement of his mind, all the nanoparticles were added to his body. ZZZ. ZZZ. All the black nanoparticles surged towards Su-Dee in unison. A large number of nanites rolled up in a giant storm in mid-air and continuously fused into shape. Boom! The nanoparticles had finished polymerizing. A black giant with a height of 100 meters and a deathly red light in its eyes descended into the world. Chapter 57, Nanostorm, the coolest third-turn mission. Line 1 Battlefield Evil Spirit Venom Wasp Retreats. Line 2 Battlefield Evil Spirit Venom Wasp Retreats. Line 3 Battlefield Evil Spirit Venom Wasp Retreats. The swarms of evil spirit wasps in the battlefields of each region retreated in large swathes. Buzzing. Buzzing. The roiling poisonous bees flew towards the hive like mad. They received the queen bee's recall signal and had to return immediately to guard the queen bee. The transmutants in the battlefield took advantage of the situation and killed a number of demonic chemical bees that were running back to the hive. We defeated the swarm. We've finally beaten these evil spirits of Shayun City back. Ha 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 ha, these monsters finally know how powerful we are. That's not right. These monsters weren't beaten away by us, they look like they're rushing back to the hive. It's probably because something happened to the hive, otherwise it's impossible for these monsters to rush back to the hive in such a hurry. Division Commander Chu led 1,000 elites before and failed to destroy the hive. Is there anyone else on our side who can pose a threat to the hive? The queen bee wouldn't be having a hard time giving birth, right? After all, so many monsters came out from these days. Would this kind of evil spirit monster have a hard time giving birth? The transmigrators present watched as the swarm of bees rushed back in 100,000 fires. It was the first time they had seen these monsters that would have such a tense moment. Line 6 Battlefield. The transmigrators present had reported the news of the swarm's retreat. The poisonous bees from all the major battlefronts have rushed back. Is this a life and death moment for the hive? Chunantian, who wore the battle robe of a division commander, raised his hand and fired a magma beam. The beam pierced through the body of a magic chemical bee in the distance. However, the devil chemical bee didn't care about its injuries and still flew quickly towards the hive. Compared to returning to the hive, his own life was no longer important. Master Chu, this is probably related to the nanites reported by the transmigrator. The adjutant made a guess by associating the message he received earlier. The mechanic who sent the message also recognized that it was nanites. He hadn't had time to report to Chunantian yet, and as a result, there was a massive retreat of monsters. Nanomites? Chunantian frowned tightly. He had seen these types of terrifying creatures in the heavenly realm. In the fastest and most concise characters, the adjutant explained to Chunantian about the origin of the nanites being seen. Whether or not the hive has seen the nanites that others have seen, we will now know. Chunantian cast a spell without chanting to summon a magic crystal sphere. The magic crystal sphere shone with brilliant light, revealing a vertical eye that scoped out the situation ahead. The light screen of the hive base camp where the evil spirit Heavenly King Bee Queen was located was projected. The moment the light screen appeared, everyone was shocked by the picture in front of them. Only a 100-meter black giant was seen smashing the hive in half. All the poisonous bee monsters in the vicinity frantically attacked the black giant. The queen bees located inside the hive all escaped from the hive. This monster can't be the nanoparticle that the others are talking about. Nanoparticle aggregate. This giant is definitely a product of nanoparticle aggregates. Those monsters didn't even bring any corpses left after being hit by the black giant. It's too strong. The nanogiant's attack is like an eraser, directly erasing lives. After the black giants hit the hive, the next target to be wiped out won't be us. The transmigrators present felt their scalps go numb. The black nanogiant on the screen was simply in an insurmountable state. Every time an evil spirit guard venomous wasp risked its life to break a small piece of the giant's body at the same time. The disintegrating nanoparticles instead wiped out the attacking poisonous wasp's wrappings, which then became part of the nanogiant again. Trying to use purely physical means to wipe out the nano completely, these monsters would not be able to break the nano unless they could. Hive Base Camp. Monster Info. Name, Evil Spirit Heavenly King Queen Bee Body, 6 armors, attribute 40%. Level, 388. Attack, 907,623. Physical defense, 524352. Legal defense, 436893. Skills, Queen Bee Aura, Crazy Pregnancy, Hypnosis, Heavenly Might. Description: a lord that does not specialize in combat, but in some ways the various types of poisonous bees it gives birth to are far more difficult to deal with than combat-type lords. Name Evil Spirit Guardian 10,000 Poisonous Bee Elite. Level, 366. Attack, 117-0854. Physical defense, 468392. Legal defense, 503829. Skills, Thousandfold Stinging Needle, Breaking Instantaneous Body, Venomous Substitute. Description: one of the 4 guards born to the Queen Bee of the Heavenly King, an existence even more powerful than the Lord, its duty is to guard the king's safety. Name Evil Spirit Guard Bee Woman Elite. Level, 366. Attack, 109-5037. Physical defense, 509927. Legal defense, 318349. Skills, Phantom Poison Desperate Needle, Kiss of Love, Breaking Delusion Blade Slash. Description: one of the 4 guards born to the Queen Bee of the Heavenly King, expected to become the next generation Queen Bee. Buzz. Buzz buzz. A sky of poisonous bees surged out from within the hive. The wings of a large number of poisonous wasps vibrated, constantly looking for opportunities to launch fierce attacks towards the nanogiants. A large number of poisonous bees that had rushed back from the battlefield also quickly joined the battlefield to fight with the black giant. The 100-meter-tall nanogiant spanned the battlefield. The black fist smashed heavily into the huge hive, completely destroying the nest inhabited by this monster. Swiftly, the 4 guards of the Queen Bee gave birth to wrist thick long needles in their hands. They continuously attacked around the black nanogiant at a speed so fast that it was imperceptible to the naked eye. The black nanogiant was slashed at the same time whenever its body was slashed. It always recovered quickly, as if it had an infinite amount of recovered blood to remain unharmed. Simply transforming into a human form, the nanotechnology is indeed less powerful than other awakening techniques until it is fully illuminated. Su-Di gradually adapted to the application of the nanobody in the course of the battle. It wasn't difficult to eliminate all these monsters. However, he was prepared to utilize these monsters to better familiarize himself with as well as understand the nanoparticles. Su-Di currently destroyed the hive as much as he could. However, it was still difficult to clear all the evil spirit bees with just the humanoid posture. Since that's the case, I'll simply stop being human. As Su-Di's mind reached this point, his nanobody collapsed. Billions of nanoparticles reassembled into an octopus-like monster. This monster was the evil spirit monster Mechanical Kerndel that Su-Di had obliterated in Desert City not long ago. The magical crystal ball projected the huge movement of the battlefield. Mechanical Kernd. The level 400 monster that appeared in Desert City last time. This nanoparticle is really a monster. Is this Mechanical Kernd resurrected in a new form? Is Kernd preparing to annex the other monsters and then launch an attack on us? If this evil spirit monster is really resurrected, wouldn't there be a stronger monster that knows the resurrection technique that has appeared? I thought that only in the secret realm would we encounter dead monsters coming back for revenge. I didn't realize that reality actually has this kind of situation. The transmigrators present were shocked and covered in cold sweat. The adjutant at the side kept asking Chu Nantian if he should let the others go ahead and contact the high-ranked transmuters that could arrive. If it really was Mechanical Kernd resurrected in nano form, then there was still a chance of a battle if a high-ranked powerhouse could be invited to arrive. If it's really Mechanical Kernd resurrected, then we're the ones who should be the feeders. A sharp edge flashed in Chu Nanshan's eyes. Speaking of the Mechanical Kernd, back then, the Mechanical Cyber Cannon monster had also appeared in Mo City to help. And this time, the revived Mechanical Kernd was again like it was on their side. At the hive battlefield, Su-Di, who was disguised as a Kernd octopus, swept across the battlefield. Dozens of black octopus tentacles perfectly demonstrated what it meant to break everything with one force. A large number of demon bees fell on the spot and became experience points as their bodies dissipated into nothingness. Quickly cover the king's retreat. The king bee guards finally realized the terrifying nature of the creature in front of them. Each nanoparticle of this pure nano-composed monster was incredibly tough. If they wanted their existing skills to injure a monster of this level, they would need to level up at least another 200 levels. Don't want to play with me anymore? A cold light flashed in Su-Di's eyes. Since the monsters now had no desire to fight, then he didn't need to keep these monsters as sandbags anymore. Nano Tornado Storm. Su-Di displayed the results of his familiar control. since he became transformed into a monster. Then he could also create natural phenomena with nanoparticles. The nano-giant octopus body shattered with a bang and turned into countless black particles. The billions and billions of black nanoparticles that covered the sky wrapped the entire battlefield monster. The volume of the tornado continued to spread. 1 kilometer. 2 kilometers. 3 kilometers. The top-tier storm tornado was born. That nano-octopus turned storm tornado is going to start spreading. My damn body is being sucked forward. Back up, quickly back up, or else if it continues like this it's really going to be caught in the middle of the tornado storm. The transmigrants in the battlefield shifted their transfer speed techniques and quickly moved away from the storm site. It was hard to say whether one's life could be saved if one continued to watch. Hoo 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 hoo. Hoo 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 hoo. The storm wind clamored furiously, flying sand and stones. A 100-year-old tree was uprooted and sucked into the storm. The violent tornado metal storm seemed to become a bridge between the sky and the earth. What's going on? Has the end come? The citizens within Sand Cloud City looked at the sky in amazement. In a split second it was as if heaven and earth had reversed. The dense clouds of Rincon were sucked in by the hurricane. The sky became dark and a unique withering beauty appeared. Streams of clouds appeared like large swirls of seawater. The perishing and horrifying sight was hair-raising. Snort, snort. Snort, snort. All the creatures within the storm were all wiped out by the nanites. You have slain a level 350 evil spirit purple spectre 10,000 poison bee, and have gained 1,052,871 experience points. You have slain the level 350 evil spirit purple spectre 10,000 poison bee and gained 105,2871 experience points. You have slain a level 366 evil spirit guardian poison wasp and gained 447,9832 experience points. You have slain a level 366 evil spirit guard bee woman and gained 425,8782 experience points. You have slain the level 388 evil spirit queen of the heavenly king bee and gained 116400000 experience points. Congratulations on your leveling up to 218. 10 attribute points are automatically assigned according to the gunsmith profession. Congratulations on your leveling up to 219. 10 attribute points are automatically distributed according to the gunsmith profession. Your current level reaches level 219. You need to complete the transfer task of breaking through from the peak of the third turn to the fourth turn before you can continue to gain experience to upgrade. Upgrading to the bottleneck, the shadow treasure chest is also directly unlocked. In the center of the eye of the storm, Sudi put the equipment props that emanated a protective shield into his storage bracelet. Alerts kept appearing on his personal panel like crazy. This time, after eliminating the heavenly king bee queen, he harvested quite a few precious weapons and props. It was only because the queen bee was not a mechanical monster. It did not drop the weapons and equipment that Sudi needed. There was nothing to be sorry about. It wouldn't be a loss to sell the evil spirits dropped equipment when the time came and exchange it for money to buy new equipment. When I rise to the 4th rank, I will be able to use the legendary dwarf artisan summoning order within my storage bracelet to have a dwarf master build me equipment. Sudi raised his hand and waved his hand, and the powerful nano tornado storm dissipated. He prepared to pick up his quest to break through to turn 4 from turn 3. This time, he wanted to complete the transfer as fast as possible. Jiangchuan City. The Hall of Transformation. Sudi came to the Transfer Stone Monument to receive the quest that belonged to him. Transition Mission. Requirement 1, Prosperity of the country. Description: any deed that helps one's country can be considered as completing this task. For example, killing spies that threaten your own country, eliminating hostile transmigrants at the border, eliminating calamity beasts. Requirement 2, Fetish Collector. Description: collect the 10 major relics: crystal core fragments, iron's crystal core fragments, gold's crystal core fragments, wood's crystal core fragments. Requirement 3, Monster Revenge. Description: pass the copy of the Forest of Sins. Within the Forest of Sins, how many lords and elite monsters you have personally killed in the past. Confess your past sins of killing with your own hands. 3 transfer quests appeared this time. So is the price of obtaining a super strong profession that the transfer quests are also as hard as possible for me. Sudi lightly chortled when he saw these 3 transfer quests. He had brought Chinku Xin as well as Zhongling Taki to transfer. Realizing that it turned out that everyone else's transfer task requirements were 1. When he himself initially transferred, he had to start with 2 requirements. Now that he was going to break through to the 3rd turn, it was even more so that 3 transfer tasks appeared at once. The first transfer task, doing anything favorable to the Dragon Kingdom, counts as completing the task isn't that difficult. Sudi first looked at the topmost task to think. This was just like before. There was the transfer task of being responsible for leading people to upgrade that way. Among them, maintaining the security of one's own country was also regarded as one of the tasks. This kind of mission was actually not difficult, as long as one did deeds that were beneficial to the country they were considered completed. The second transfer task. Are these crystal core fragments or things from special monsters like treasure chest monsters? Su-D saw this and immediately opened the network to inquire. He wanted to see which monsters these crystal core fragments had to kill at the same time. Only then did he realize that these crystal core fragments were excellent materials for forging equipment or upgrading the quality of weapons. Doing this quest would also be of great benefit to the transmuter, but the crystal core materials were too difficult to collect. The various elemental crystal core fragments could only be obtained from treasure chest monsters. And a treasure chest monster would only pop out one wafer at most. There was no one selling it in the trading houses. It was something that one had to go to the auction site to have a chance of obtaining. I should be able to directly fire the wafer with the shadow treasure chest, but since I can go to the auction house to buy it, it's better to keep it. Su-D thought about the precious equipment props he obtained after killing the evil spirit bee. When the time came to go down to a grand place like an auction house, there should be enough capital to buy them. The third quest is quite interesting. Su-D looked towards the last transfer quest to analyze. In the copy of the Forest of Sins, one could encounter the monsters they had killed. If it was any other transmigrator, he would probably be desperate to meet the monsters he had once killed in one go. However, Su-D felt that he had met them all at once. He was glad to see these old buddies. The Goblin King, whom he had never met, and the head of the evil spirit. By the way, there was an umbrella lowly elite monster that wanted to take him as a servant. I can meet with these old friends again, this is really a beautiful death. P.S. 4,000 words, 1 chapter tops 2 chapters, today's update is finished. The author Fungus daytime work to write copywriting, the night can only code words to write a novel, sometimes it is the middle of the night deep more. Finally, thank you all for the gift. The author one day can full-time 3 more. Chapter 58, Sude is actually my cousin Gie. Jingwei Manor. A great event happened today. Zhongling Taki broke through the 5th turn. Numerous relatives had come to the villa to congratulate him. Ling Taki is so young to become a 5th-turn female holy writer, this speed can already be ranked in the top 30 of the family, and in terms of the breakthrough speed of female turners, the speed is already the top 3 in the country. It's not easy, I was almost 30 when I became a 5th turn back then. Older sister, do you want to be so bullish? You make it look like your older brother who just graduated this year is dull. It's a pity that Shiyu was at a meeting in Jiangchuan City and didn't get to know the good news. Great niece is doing well, keep up the good work and you're expected to become a guild elder level figure before you're 40. Truly worthy of being my good niece, there are only a handful of both the Martial Extremity Guild and the Magic Forbidden Spell Society that can get to the 5th turn at this age. Our Mechanical Guild has another pillar. Inside the living room the 7 great aunts and the second uncle and so on were all present. The earlier a transmuter succeeded in their transmutation, the greater the possibility of striking a high-level transmuter in the future. It was especially rare for Zhongling Taki to break through just shortly after graduating. Sister Ling Taki, is your transfer task difficult? A few cousins in the family incarnated as little fans opened their mouths with faces of adoration. Zhongling Taki graduated from the Combat Academy High School, which was famous even in the country. Especially since Zhongling Taki was different from other female transmigrators, the other party had fought their way up bit by bit. This made many female transmutators in the country regard the other party as a role model to learn from. Still, not bad. Zhongling Taki blushed slightly. There was the Daytree Great God who brought himself to charge the tower. Even the Heaven's Pride Battle Shadow Tower had become so easy. Sister Ling Taki is so valiant, is this the tone of a strong person? This is a 4th turn quest so many domestic geniuses can't break through. I want to sleep with Sister Spirit Taki at night, to dip into the joyous atmosphere. The several younger cousins next to her had adoring little stars twinkling in their eyes. It was important to realize that not only did the transformation quests require breaking through the level limit, and they were harder than ever. The 4th turn quests were already extremely difficult for even ordinary geniuses. But Ling Taki simply said it's not bad. This was the understatement of the world of the strong. Sister, you're not going to find someone to take you through the transfer quest, are you? Zhang Ning spoke quietly from the side. He felt that his old sister's aura had been aggravated by another point. This soured Jiang Ning, who had only gotten an S-rank evaluation in the exam mysteries. This sourness wasn't really jealousy, but rather a feeling that his own sister was ridiculously strong. What are you talking about? Is Spirit Takaru-san the kind of person who loves to team up with others? Spirit Takaru-san can now rank in the top 3 in the country in terms of the upgrade speed of female transmutators. Looking at the world, which female transmutator can have this strength to bring Spirit Takaru-san to upgrade? Pfft, I remember Jiang Ning used to say that she wanted to surpass her cousin, right? Are you looking at her cousin so quickly to the 5th turn? You can't surpass her for the rest of your life, so you're very lemony now. The few younger cousins present hastily argued with each other. Anyone could be teamed up, and being as condescending as a cousin was absolutely impossible. Brush. Zhongling Taki's face instantly turned red. She had actually teamed up with Su-D to break through the 5th turn. But because of her own previous relationship, her little cousin now misunderstood. What to do, should I explain now? Jiangling Taki's soft ears spread her cheeks with a brilliant red color. She felt so awkward in her current situation. It was true that she had never teamed up herself because of her usual habits. But teaming up with great god Su Di became this exception. Now that her cousin was speaking for her, would it hurt her if she told the truth now? Should he find a separate opportunity to speak to his cousin? Maybe my sister is looking for a male transmogrifier. Jiang Ning flattened his mouth and whispered BB from the side. He also knew inwardly that his oldest sister could not possibly team up with another man. Saying so was nothing more than a stiff upper lip. Put. Jiangling Taki, who had been spoken to. It felt as if an invisible sharp blade had been inserted into his heart. Xiaoning, you're wrong about that. I even wanted a few people from the guild to take Ling Taki upgrading in the past, but it turns out that her nature is just stubborn and refuses to do so. You're still underestimating your sister. Father Jiang said cheerfully. His own daughter had broken through the fifth turn by her own strength. It also had most of its own genetic relationship. PFFFFFFFF. Jiangling Taki felt like she had a few more swords thrust into her heart. She shouted frantically inside. Stop it. Stop it. If this continues, she's really going to die a social death. It's Ling Taki. If he really teamed up to break through the fifth turn, that's fine. After all, there's always a time when you have to team up to break through the transfer quests. I'm still afraid that Ling Taki will be too lonely and arrogant in the future and have a tough road to transferring. Some of the other relatives present smiled and opened their mouths. Although the transfer task would increase as the number of people in the group increased. But sometimes a good enough group match could also bring out the effect of 1 + 1 being greater than 2. Sister Spirit Taki, tell brother yourself if you are. The words of several younger cousins came to an abrupt end. Only to see Jiangling Taki lower her head with a blushing face. Their cousin sister was good at everything, but she didn't know how to hide. No way, my sister would actually team up with someone else. Jiang Ning's jaw dropped in shock. He couldn't believe that his lonely old sister had actually teamed up. The relatives present also looked at Jiangling Taki. The other party's reaction simply wrote the answer on his face. This time I was teamed up with a friend of mine for the mission. Jiangling Taki blushed and bowed her head, mumbling out. She felt her heart dripping blood. Had I known, I wouldn't have built up a persona that I didn't love grouping. It's not a big deal to team up to break through the transfer quest. You learning to team up to pass the transfer now is a not insignificant progress. Some relatives cheerfully opened their mouths. Originally, they were worried that the other party's dislike of teaming up would hinder their future transfer breakthroughs. Now it seemed that this worry had also been eliminated, and it could be completely said to be a good thing. Ring ring ring. Just then a phone rang. The people present looked at each other to see whose cell phone was calling. Jiangling Taki, since she wasn't much of a cell phone user, remembered that it was her own cell phone ringtone. She took out her cell phone and realized that it was actually a call from Su Di. Hello? Jiangling Taki picked up the phone and spoke in a gentle voice. She got up and walked inside her boudoir to make the call. The relatives present didn't care much about the call. However, this action caused Jiang Ning, who was his younger brother, to be taken aback fiercely. He had never heard his oldest sister speak in such a gentle voice. Not even his own oldest sister's best friend. No way? Jiang Ning's pupils narrowed slightly, feeling that he had discovered something immensely important. But he didn't dare to say anything, or else his old sister's character would definitely cut even himself. Coming to the bedroom. I've found out for you. Today, the people from the Wuji Guild as well as the Mechanical Mystery City are meeting in Jiangchuan City for a major conference. The reason for this is related to the fact that Sakurajima countryside is going to discharge poisonous wastewater into the sea tonight. Jiangling Taki looked at the information on the computer and opened his mouth in surprise. No wonder he had seen quite a few people from the Martial Extreme Guild in Jiangchuan City today. It turns out that the meetings they came over for were all related to the Sakurajima kingdom. Alright then, thanks, you did me a big favor. Su Di's voice rang out within the phone. Before Jiangling Taki could ask what the great god wanted this information for, Su Di was ready to get busy with something as if he hung up the phone first. The living room also resounded with the shouts of relatives, mainly for Jiangling Taki to come out and talk. Tomorrow the other party's sister-in-law and the other party's cousin will finally be coming home. I have something to do tomorrow, so I might be late to see my sister-in-law. Jiangling Taki said as she heard back into the living room. She wasn't interested in the cousin she hadn't seen. What words? Your little aunt hasn't been back for how long? You still don't want to go and meet him first? That cousin you haven't even met yet. I've seen the photo, it's very spirited. Your little aunt used to change your diapers. You also look like your little aunt. That old saying is really true. Nephews look like uncles, nieces look like little aunts. The relatives present opened their mouths in succession. I want to see the table pot. A few little cousins were extraordinarily active. Their curiosity was extraordinarily strong, and they took their cell phones from their uncle and aunt. Wow, cousin obviously isn't bald, but he looks so strong. A few of the younger cousins' eyes flickered with color. Zhongling Taki also couldn't help but glance at the screen on her cell phone. When she saw the silhouette on the screen, she subconsciously took the phone. Who is this? Zhongling Taki took the phone and asked the relatives present with a face full of incredulity. Wasn't it Su Di on the photo? This is cousin Ah, who else could it be? Mother Jiang smiled and spoke. Cousin? Zhongling Taki's head went blank for a split second. For a moment, she was not mentally prepared for this setting. The Daytree great god had actually turned into his own relative. How is this possible? I'm going to ask for clarification. Zhongling Taki took out her own cell phone. She had to personally find the other party and ask for clarification. Opening her cell phone. On it were 2 unread text messages from Su Di. Chat interface. Su Di, picture. Su Di, do you look like my sister-in-law? I didn't lie to you before. Zhongling Taki held his cell phone and stared blankly for a long time. This is really Galen out of whispers, silence and broken defense. Chapter 59 Split Core Orbital Cannon. Jiangchuan City. Inside the top sky mansion. The wind was howling, and the sky was covered with dense dark clouds. Hidden thunder and lightning flashed out continuously, and the news broadcast that a super typhoon was coming. The members of the 2 top guilds in the country as well as the executives were in the conference room on the highest floor. The atmosphere of the scene was solemn, and everyone had taut faces. According to the information that the undercover agents on the side of Sakurajima country have spied on, this time Sakurajima country has already determined that it has discharged a large amount of toxic wastewater into the ocean. That group of still really intends to do this. Sakurajima Kingdom can't really think that the protests of various countries are just lip service. Sakurajima Kingdom dares to be like this is not because there is a lighthouse country in the back of the silent consent. Now the Western Alliance side are also not much voice. Toxic wastewater discharged into the ocean. What about the fishermen and people around the world in the future? The monsters at the bottom of the sea may also be mutated because of the radiation of toxic wastewater. Can Sakurajima country withstand the wrath of the global countries? This is not global, it's Sakurajima country and Lighthouse country. 2 bastards want to jointly mess with us. Lighthouse country's super rank mage and a large group of strong people have secretly landed in Sakurajima country yesterday. Lighthouse country's super rank mage is the most skillful at creating tsunami. Toxic wastewater plus tsunami, mad. Sakurajima country is afraid that they are also very happy to be the other side's gun. They bunch of bastards excused themselves by saying that they purified the toxic wastewater to the point where they can drink it. Then why don't these bastards keep it for their own digestion? Then what to do now? Sakurajima country itself is stupid to hide quite a lot of cards. The Lighthouse country also sent a particularly large number of high-level transmutants stationed in Sakurajima country. The brows of the transmigrators present knit tightly. The strength of their dragon kingdom was more than enough if they were to deal with Sakurajima kingdom. Only that there were not just 2 countries involved. Jiang Shiyu's fingers gently tapped on the desktop, her face icy cold. Many people present looked towards each other. The leading person of this meeting was mainly in charge of Jiang Shiyu of the Mechanical Mystery City Guild. The other party held absolute power of speech. First, put out the message that we're going to make an offer to intervene. Jiang Shiyu rubbed her aching forehead with her eyes slightly closed. In her mind, she was silently calculating the bottom line of each of the 2 parties. What if the other party doesn't want to negotiate? The others present asked the most crucial question. From this time, it looked like Sakurajima Kingdom was determined to discharge the poisonous water this time. It was likely that the other party would just find various excuses to shrug it off. Offering to negotiate is just a first courtesy. The moment Jiang Shiyu opened her eyes revealed fierceness. If we don't want to negotiate, then it will be necessary for us to personally look for the 2 dragon country people who were inexplicably lost in Sakurajima country. The others present initially frowned in disbelief. It was then that they understood the in-betweens of it. If the other party refused to give up, then they would also have no choice but to rush into Sakurajima Kingdom to find the 2 lost populace. Sakurajima country. A full 1,000,000 tons of toxic wastewater was stored in thousands of pools. Various formations were spread all around, in order to discharge the toxic wastewater smoothly. A large number of transmigrators were standing by as they waited for a notification from their superiors. As long as the order was given, they would be able to use their mind power to transport the toxic wastewater into the middle of the ocean. The game fused with reality, and the animals and plants in reality changed. The intensity of the toxic radiation in their country's land had also increased 100-fold. These toxic wastewater discharged into the middle of the ocean was not too toxic. There's going to be a typhoon tonight, isn't it? It looks like there will definitely be a tsunami. A Sakurajima nation transmigrant felt the gusty winds and looked at the rumbling thunder inside. There's definitely going to be a tsunami, but how does this tsunami feel like it's going to shoot towards the Dragon Kingdom? Then they're really unlucky. We've already said that we're discharging toxic wastewater today, and as a result, the tsunami is encroaching towards their side. Who lets such coincidental things happen in this world? There's still more than 300,000 tons of toxic wastewater left. Let's discharge 1,000,000 tons first. The few Sakurajima country transcendents present smiled sorrowfully. Poseidon, the super-ranked mage who had arrived from the lighthouse country, was ready. When the time came, they were going to give the Dragon Kingdom a big gift. Don't talk too much, the Dragon Kingdom side has already sent a request to intercede, but it has been rejected by us so far. When the notification comes down, we must discharge it as fast as possible. A chief at the head slightly scolded the crowd. They had expected that the Dragon Kingdom would make representations and possibly find excuses to enter the discharge site. The thousands of kilometers of coastline were now under their protection and surveillance. Not to mention the mechanical guild's pulse missiles, birds and animals couldn't even fly to the island during this period. Received the latest news, Mage Poseidon will finish chanting the ancient forbidden spell in 5 minutes. When that time comes, there will be a large class 10 tsunami that will hit the Dragon Kingdom. We can discharge millions of tons of toxic wastewater during this period. The member responsible for receiving the news told everyone to get ready. Everyone present was tense and ready to go. Boom boom boom. Explosive booms appeared in the far distance of the extreme destination. The Sakurajima Kingdom transmogrifier was alarmed, subconsciously thinking that the Dragon Kingdom wasn't hitting them. Don't panic everyone, the Lighthouse Kingdom's high-level transmutators are all here, and our defense monitoring formations are all deployed. They can't get through. The head officer waved his hand to calm everyone down. They were unable to defeat the third most powerful country in the world, the Dragon Kingdom. But today, their own father, Eagle Sauce, sent a super-ranked transmuter to sit in the town. Even if the Dragon Country did send out a large number of strongmen, all the strongmen of the Lighthouse Country would arrive instantly through the teleportation array in unison. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. The explosions in the distance shook the heavens and the earth with every blow. Everyone knew that this was definitely a transmigrator from the Dragon Kingdom side trying to force their way here. The sea wind whistled and the sea surface rippled. The waves continued to climb up in overlapping layers, seemingly wanting to compete with the heavens. Keep these poisonous wastewater for yourselves until you finish drinking. On top of the towering mountain, Su-di stood at the top. He saw the first mission after his transfer. Thinking of his sister-in-law's meeting today, he specially called to ask Jiangling Taki the exact reason. Su-di's eyes flowed with strange blue light. The Eye of the Apocalypse had an unobstructed view of the toxic wastewater base in the distant Sakurajima Kingdom. The split-core rail cannon has a global strike capability, and it is more than suitable for dealing with the Sakurajima Kingdom. The wind was roaring and the thunder was clamoring. The waves were rising and building up to a tsunami of hundreds of meters. The base of toxic wastewater coalesced as the tsunami continued to take shape. 3 minutes and 20 seconds. 3 minutes 19 seconds. 3 minutes and 18 seconds. All of the Sakurajima Nation transmigrators kept taking second readings in their minds. When the time was up, they would be able to make the toxic wastewater merge with the tsunami to impact the Dragon Kingdom. Buzzing. Buzz buzz buzz. Strange clanking sounds appeared in the sky above. Large swathes of red deadlight covered the entire surface of the base. At the exact center of the base, a huge 4-square light marking spot appeared. What is this? All the transmigrators looked up in unison, only to see that at the highest altitude, columns and orbital devices of enormous size were prepared. A nuclear bomb comparable to a skyscraper was falling rapidly. A nuclear bomb, how is that possible? No. The pupils of all the Sakurajima Kingdom transmutants shrunk drastically. It was as if they recalled memories engraved in their bones. That day, their Sakurajima Kingdom nationals were hardened under the 6,000-degree heat. Without a word, without the slightest complaint. Chapter 60, The Impossible Miracle of Reproduction. The global network public opinion exploded. The Sakurajima country is going to pour toxic wastewater event tonight caused a global clamor. The people of various countries swept the globe with a flood of remarks. I name a little cherry blossom is eating too much radiation on its own, now it wants to wreak havoc on the globe, right? Game fusion reality, everything is being strengthened, those poisonous wastewater are being strengthened into what kind of water now? Everyone rest assured, our Western Alliance has already said to take the necessary action to stop, and issued a condemnation. You Western Alliance was just say not do why just we Dragon country raised intervene, that environmental protection girl where to go, she is not very able to say it. Do not say is right, I come for you to say, how dare you? You Western Alliance action at best crazy call to the 100 Palace to ask their own Eagle Sauce Big Daddy cannot act. What about ordinary people who aren't transmuters, do they want to live in the future? Our Sakurajima country's toxic wastewater purification is very clean, okay, you assholes don't want to falsely accuse us. Then you keep it for yourselves, that barren minister of yours didn't even dare to drink it himself last time. Those toxic wastewater has caused our Sakura country's wild areas to be filled with radioactive mutated monsters, so what's wrong with you guys sharing the pressure? Dog thing. Netizens from various countries had exploded in the forums. They realized that little Sakura's bottom line, that there was no bottom line. If this water was released, in the future, they were afraid that all the sea monsters they would encounter would be radiation mutated versions. Sakura Island Country. The Outer Sea. In mid-air, the castle-like mechanical fortress continuously launched attacks towards the golden-winged angels higher up. The continuous attacks connected into lines, power lasers, super electromagnetic cannons, high-power microwave beams. The golden-winged angel blessings surrounded his body as he swung out thousands of void sword chi in a second. After a series of earth-shattering booms, the transmogrifier with 12 winged wings behind his body and an angelic halo on top of his head stepped on the void. The Judgment King's sword in his hand was entwined with countless inscriptions and runes, a look of special effects in full effect. Jiang Xie stood at the top of the castle-like mechanical fortress she had summoned. The mechanical fortress was littered with all sorts of high-tech firearms of great lethality. All the technological weapons were poised and ready to spit out thousands of firepower. Is there a need to fight any further? We didn't divide the winners and losers during the National War, you still want to divide the winners and losers now? The angelic transfigurator put away the king's sword and clasped his hands to his chest. There's no need to fight on, why don't you quickly get out of the way? Jiang Xiyu did not give the other party a good face and said. She didn't expect that this time, the Lighthouse Kingdom had even sent over angels in order to target the Dragon Kingdom. Let's say you can break through me. An eye was born on the forehead of the angelic transmogrifier. The 12 wings behind him grew dense golden pupils as he confronted the other party's mechanical fortress. Jiang Xiyu coldly watched the golden pupils growing out of her opponent. She also received the message that her companion's attack had failed at this time. This time, the Sakurajima Kingdom and the Lighthouse Kingdom had all sent high-level transmutators to block them. Fine, then I'll show you how a tsunami crumbles. Jiang Xiyu gritted her teeth and waved her big hand. The arms fortress, as huge as a castle, split into 10 in a blink of an eye. She didn't mind expanding the event to the maximum. Then let's also see if you have the time to block it. The angelic transmogrifier held her sword in both hands and flipped it over. Hundreds of angelic doppelgangers quickly appeared in Rincon. All of the angelic doppelgangers fully stretched the 6 pairs of angelic wings that covered the pupils of their eyes. Both sides were at war. The air seemed to freeze at this moment. A loud shout abruptly broke the atmosphere. An unknown object has appeared at the very top of the sky. The Lighthouse Nation's transmigrant who was dispatched here shouted in disbelief. The strange sight quickly caught the attention of all the transmutators on the battle line. The gigantic cracked nuclear orbital device was like the flower of death in the underworld. It was budding with the giant railgun carved with the Grim Reaper's pattern. The moonlight was boundless, and a silvery glow flowed around the railgun. Perfect curves, highly textured metal textures. It was as if the Rift nuclear orbital device was interpreting its beauty to the world. The moment the flowers bloomed and the railgun blasted down, the faces of the transmigrants from the Sakurajima and Lighthouse countries were horrified, and they were hysterical when they tried to shout out something. The only voice of truth echoed between heaven and earth. Boom! White light engulfed everything around them. It was an existence more terrifying than the Tsar's nuclear bomb. Sakurajima's astronauts abroad in space turned to watch the beautiful blue star when their faces changed to horror. Only to see a huge mushroom cloud rising over the surface of the planet. Turn around and your home is gone. Towering waves crumbled. All the energy formations shattered all over the ground like glass. The transmutations of the poison wastewater base vaporized in an instant. Heavenly hymn. The golden angel's pupils narrowed as he raised his hand to summon the golden barriers. Cracks appeared on the boundless golden barriers, deflecting the shockwaves generated by the overpowering explosions. The high-level transmutants in the other regions were shocked beyond belief, hastily casting their strongest defensive techniques to ward off the annihilating impact. Orbital cannon nukes? Why could a weapon of this level appear in the skies above Sakurajima Kingdom? We were clearly fully prepared. Sakurajima Kingdom is obviously fully defended, even flies and birds can't get through. How did this weapon appear? It's all gone, no living thing left within 100 miles. Did the resurrection array have any effect? Hurry up and contact the poisonous wastewater-based transmigrants if there are any resurrections, otherwise we are really being reviled by the people of the world for nothing. The transmutators of the two countries all went crazy. They dared to swear that they had absolutely used a pair of strong defense arrays to prevent outsiders from intruding. However, the appearance of railguns over Sakurajima country was like a miracle. The other resurrection arrays were gone along with the Sakurajima country transmigrants before they even took effect. No, that Sakurajima Nation governor's resurrection array took effect. The Lighthouse Nation transmogrifier hurriedly reported out this significant news. They still had a chance. Poison wastewater base. The Sakurajima Nation governor frantically contacted Poseidon. This orbital cannon is definitely the work of the Dragon Kingdom transmogrifier, Lord Poseidon. I still have hundreds of thousands of tons of toxic wastewater hidden in space, you must avenge us. It's impossible, this ancient forbidden spell of mine requires a chant to invoke the extinction tsunami, but I've just had my chant interrupted. Then instead of an extinction tsunami, you create an ordinary tsunami by casting a spell with no chant, so that 30% of these hundreds of thousands of tons of toxic wastewater impacting the Dragon Kingdom is enough. Now I don't know which mysterious transmuter has struck, and you're still thinking of letting me create a tsunami. Your country doesn't want to die. The god of law Poseidon was dumbfounded. Unable to use the strongest means to strike the Dragon Kingdom with 10% poisonous wastewater, it had little strategic significance and instead jeopardized the globe. He wanted to give up and go back to his country, but as a result, the other party was still insisting. Is this the recruiting of nuclear men? Such a counterintuitive weapon, Dragon Kingdom absolutely no second one. The leader's officer, incompetent rage, said with certainty. The country's exclusive technique, betting on the country's luck to unleash it. He bet that the mysterious strong man from the Dragon Kingdom could not possibly take out a second extinction orbital cannon. Absolutely impossible. The Lighthouse Kingdom Poseidon was stunned. Those words, how could they sound so familiar? Chapter 61 Happy Old Home, now. The extermination mushroom cloud rose. The drastic changes that occurred within the Sakurajima Kingdom were beyond everyone's imagination. Jiang Shiyu looked at the mushroom cloud that appeared in the distance, and in a flash, she thought of someone. Other than his own good nephew, I'm afraid that no other transmogrifier could be so generous. The angelic transmogrifier looked at the mushroom cloud in the distance with a pale face. All that had been done this time was ruined. He turned to look at Jiang Shiyu with an icy and incomparable face. The Western Alliance has finally done something great, since they can't see to step in either. Then we in the Dragon Kingdom will let it go this time, and will go back and publicize the light of the Western Alliance's righteous path. Jiang Shiyu and the other party opened their mouths at the same time, ordering all the transmutants to retreat. Western Alliance? A series of question marks appeared above the angel transmuter's head. He knew that this railgun was definitely related to the Dragon Kingdom. But the other party was too damn good at it. He actually pushed the credit onto the Western Alliance's head. When the next national war reopens, I'll have a good fight with you. Jiang Shiyu grabbed a handrail of the mechanical fortress. In the next moment, light shot up into the sky. The 10 mechanical fortresses returned to the country like meteors with long trails. After the orbital cannon's baptismal destruction, the other party's toxic wastewater had already been destroyed as much as possible. Even if they still had remaining quantities, there wasn't much left. The big deal was that the whole world was contaminated. At that time, let's see how the Lighthouse Kingdom and Sakurajima Kingdom can still get off the stage. Michelle, there are still more than 300,000 tons of wastewater on the Sakurajima Kingdom side, and Poseidon is asking if he wants to continue. The Lighthouse Nation Transmogrifier relayed the latest news. Good news, Sakurajima Kingdom still has over 300,000 tons of toxic wastewater left. Bad news, all of Sakurajima Kingdom's million tons of toxic wastewater has returned to the ground. 300,000 tons of toxic wastewater was not enough to pose a significant threat to the Dragon Kingdom. He didn't know whether to continue. Since we have to be ruthless, let's be ruthless to the end. Anger burned in the eyes of the angelic transmigrants. How much effort they had spent to set up this top-notch defense fortification. The priests of the two countries had even built the resurrection formation at the cost of more than half of their lifespans. Even if it didn't produce a fatal trauma, it would still slow down the Dragon Kingdom's development. The transmogrifier who conveyed the message would understand. He quickly retreated to convey this message. The Poseidon tsunami spell was unleashed. The waves churned and the slightly calmed waves rolled high once again. The tide overlapped one over the other and overlapped the other. This is doubting my business ability. Su Di was aware of Sakurajima Kingdom's dying struggle through the eye of apocalypse. He had the practical need to tell the other party that he could put a second one. If the other party didn't die yet, the instantly full state of the infinite sacred fruit would be the third split-core orbital cannon. Poisoned wastewater base. The Dragon Kingdom must be made to suffer some pain. The Sakurajima Kingdom governor's pupils were covered in blood. He wanted to make the other party suffer a heavy blow. He moved out all the stored nuclear wastewater, positioning the red light projected onto the surface once again. The few seconds made Chief Sakurajima Kuni's head go blank for an instant. It was a few seconds since the last time the railgun exploded, or the last time. Rincon, a silver glow flowed around the circumference of the railgun. Perfect curves, highly textured metal textures. The split-core orbital device once again explained its beauty to the world. So it is. The Sakurajima Kingdom's governor looked up at the sky and was dumbfounded. The transmutators of the two countries on the coastal front went completely crazy. Seeing the Rift nuclear orbital cannon again, there really was a second one of this heaven-defying class of weapon. Boom! White light flashed. A huge mushroom cloud rose for the second time. The fire that rushed into the sky completely destroyed the impossible fantasies of the transmutants of the two countries. The Sakurajima Kingdom's governor had been exterminated to the point that there was not even any dregs left. Su Di's eyes narrowed slightly as he watched the second explosion within Sakurajima next door from across the sea. Today, another day of nuclear leveling na. Jiangchuan City. Longqiong neighborhood. Jiang Shiyu was swiping the news in the living room. The toxic wastewater incident jeopardized the world. At that time, only the Dragon Kingdom made an application to intervene and did a physical departure. The Western Alliance talked about boycotting the toxic wastewater, that there would be covert actions, but the effect was delayed. Now there were railgun explosions within Sakurajima. The Dragon Kingdom diplomats were the first to give credit to the Western Alliance. The Western Alliance diplomat denied it repeatedly, saying that it was not yet certain. When the Dragon diplomat asked the Western Alliance, since this incident was not the other side's doing either, where exactly was the boycott of toxic wastewater that the Western Alliance said they were doing? The Western Alliance diplomat was dumbfounded. The people in their own country were even more agitated and sprayed their own countries in action. If the toxic wastewater is really discharged into the sea, their ordinary people will really have a hard time in the future. The Western Union diplomat realized that his words were flawed. Only then did he change his words to say that it might be the work of a certain superpower of the alliance. This sentence allowed the anger of the Western nationals to gradually subside, but it caused the masses of Sakurajima Nation to sit up and start furiously spraying the Western Alliance. The public opinion on the internet reached its highest in a split second. Little Sakura obviously couldn't take on the spraying of the world's netizens and was scolded. There's actually a second explosion? As Jiang Shiyu was watching, she received another piece of good news. Above was a picture of the second appearance of the mushroom cloud captured by a domestic satellite. Did his good nephew strike once more? It's burning up. Click. Right at this moment, Sudi pushed his way in. He had currently completed transfer quest requirement 1. He was already tired enough for today. For the subsequent 2 requirements, let tomorrow solve itself. Good nephew, quickly sit over here. Jiang Siye's eyes lit up, and she hurriedly waved her hand for the other party to sit beside her. Although she wished to wait for her nephew to develop in a low-key manner, but as the saying goes, when it's time to strike, it's time to strike. This time, she had been blocked by the Lighthouse Kingdom's angels, and if it wasn't for her nephew's hand, the consequences would still be hard to say. This is what you did, right? Jiang Shi moonlighted his cell phone and opened his mouth with a smile. The screen was clearly displaying the Sakurajima Kingdom's secondary explosion news. Well, I saw you being stopped and stepped in. Su Di frankly admitted this matter. There were many ways for him to solve the transfer quest requirement 1. But in the end, he still considered his sister-in-law first. You did a good job this time. My sister-in-law wants to personally cook and help you congratulate yourself. Jiang Siye slightly stretched her waist as her pretty figure emerged. Then it's better for me to do it myself. Su Di's face was bitter when he heard this. It was fine for his sister-in-law to talk about eating, doing it herself was always easy to mess up. Tomorrow we'll go back to our hometown, you've suffered a lot over the years, you need to go back and make up for it. Jiang Shiyu turned the conversation to pull the topic to tomorrow. She looked at her great-nephew who hadn't come home until now and felt a pang of heartache. I've had a pretty good time in Jiangchuan City, it's not bitter, right? Su Dei said. The family and never worried about food and drink, living in a school district house. Where is the saying of bitter? That's because you haven't experienced better days. Jiang Shiyu grinned. Do you think that being rich makes you happy? Wrong, you can't even imagine the happiness of rich people. His own good nephew still couldn't imagine how wonderful the world of the rich could be. But it's okay, from tomorrow onwards nephew will gradually understand. Hiss. Su Di slightly sucked in a breath of cold air. He had to admit that he was impressed by his sister-in-law's words. Happy old home, isn't this coming? Chapter 62, the 5-year period has arrived. The following day, the imperial capital. The teleportation base opened by the Mechanical Mystery City Guild appeared to be temporarily closed. The galactic battleship, which was as huge as a mountain, slowly swam above the city, casting large shadows. Behind the ship, which was flowing with silver light, there were all kinds of flying machines and mechs ranging from 5 to 10 meters in length, such as the giant flies, the disc light drive, and the mechanical giant. Large swaths of residents below the city looked up at the behemoths floating by. This is too handsome. What's going on today? Mechanical Mystic City has brought out warships of this size. Worthy of being Mechanical Mystic City, the scale of these space fleets would only be seen in Star Wars movies in the olden times. I've heard through the grapevine that the descendants of Mechanical Mystic City's patriarchal high-level executives are returning home for the first time. I heard that the place where the other party stayed before was too bitter, so today the teleportation base over at Mechanical May City is only open for that patriarchal offspring. The last time I was this shocked was when I saw the news of a multi-millionaire's son being abducted to a billionaire's family. I'm going to ask my family if I still have a family estate I haven't inherited. Various voices appeared in the crowd. Everyone was watching the battleship pass over their heads. Invariably, they were shocked by the huge metal monster. Teleportation base. Quite a few ordinary transporters were gathering nearby. Some were there because they had gotten a Mechanical Guild teleportation monthly card and wanted to wait for the closure to pass and teleport to do their business. Some came over to watch the fun and open their eyes, while others wanted to ask for some information and gossip or something like that. Isn't that person that dude Su Changming from the Mechanical Guild? He actually also arrived today. Su family's several other second-generation ancestor also all have to scrape what wind can let them also to the scene. Machinery Guild came a lot of Su family young generation. Zhang family came seems to be generation big. This reception ceremony is too dignified, it's called inauthentic. The people present were talking. They then realized that not only was the Mechanical Guild's reception ceremony grand, the characters sent out to greet them this time were also all prominent figures within the city. The center of the teleportation base. Su Changming was learning about the situation of his appearing cousin with his father. Su Di will be arriving in a little while, so remember to introduce more about what's going on in the guild with your cousin. Su Jiangwo spoke to his son with a straight face. He was Su Di's second uncle, the second brother of the other party's father. Eldest uncle's son was originally called Su Di. So how is his strength? How many revolutions? Su Changming asked in a low voice as his eyes turned slightly. He predicted that this cousin, who had no family support, would have a strength of 2 turns, at most 3 turns like this. After all, these high-level descendants of theirs were only at the peak of the 4th turn, not many could break through to the 5th turn. Your cousin's rank may not be high, but his strength is definitely the number 1 of the younger generation in the country. Su Jiangwo frowned, his tone incomparably deep. He and the important senior members of the family had known from Jiang Shiyu that Su Di was a mechanical ascension professional. However, this point was not something that was good to explicitly say to a young junior with a lax tongue. However, it was still fine to give a reminder. Really? Cousin can still be this strong without relying on his family? Su Changming's face was filled with disbelief. There was a saying on the internet, 3 generations of family business is no match for 10 years of study. Although cousin was also his own family, the other party grew up in that kind of small city, basically representing the 10 years of chilling out. I even say this too lightly. Anyway, you must be good and respectful to your cousin, you know. Su Jiangwo opened his mouth with a face full of seriousness. He was afraid that his son was so accustomed to dashing that he didn't know the heights of heaven. Definitely, how could I dare to disrespect my cousin? Su Changming nodded affirmatively. His own uncle and aunt were all guild elders, not to mention Jiang Shiyu is also their guild protector, one of the few top-tier powerhouses in the guild. He wouldn't dare to disrespect cousin Su Di even if his cousin wasn't a transmogrifier. It's best if you can chat with Su Di because he's really strong. A hidden light flashed in Su Jiangwo's eyes. He had knowledge of the day when foreign powerhouses went to assassinate Su Di and were all wiped out. The strength of a mechanical ascender was horrifyingly unimaginable. Even he didn't dare to say that he could win over his nephew 100%. Su Changming looked at his father's demeanor and couldn't help but fight a cold war. His father was an unsmiling man. But today, he had repeatedly reminded his cousin how strong he was. One could only say that cousin was definitely a wizard across the ages, which was why his father was so solemn with himself. Just how strong is cousin Su Changming slightly sucked in a cold breath. His heart was looking forward to increasing more and more, wanting to meet his cousin who had been away from home for many years with his own eyes. Voices of admonition resounded in the surroundings. The faces of the younger generation of the Su family were astonished beyond measure. They cast their gazes at the teleportation base. They were looking forward to seeing how the cousin in the mouth of their elders really was. It didn't take long. The teleportation gate flashed with light. Su Di and Jiang Shiyu appeared in the crowd's field of vision. The relatives present very warmly greeted the two when they saw them. Jiang Shiyu smiled at the side and introduced those uncles and aunts and uncles of his to Su Di. Go back first, go back and get familiar with how it all works. Second uncle Su Jiangwo said cheerfully from the side. He was happy to see Su Di. The other party was worthy of being his elder brother's son. With their nephew in the Mechanical Guild, it was possible for them to become the number 1 guild in the world. The people present then landed on the battleship and prepared to return to the Mechanical Mystery City headquarters. On the way, Su Di heard his cousin speak. Only then did he realize that because of himself, the guild had temporarily closed the entire teleportation array to prevent outsiders from entering. Putting it in the old times meant that the entire airport was wrapped up. Of course, this airport was also opened by the self. It's coming out, the centerpiece of that Genin's offspring is coming out, he looks so young. TSK, this young man is so pathetic, he'll never understand how great it feels to strive hard. The Su family's young generation all have high face value, each one is a handsome man and woman. Isn't this nonsense? If you are powerful and rich, the wives you find are not that bad, how can the babies you give birth to be ugly? I finally understand what is called someone born Rome, someone born Mulehorse, Cam. Many people patted around the periphery to watch. This time, Mechanical Mystery City had picked up the offspring of a senatorial figure. Putting it in the imperial capital was also news enough to cause a sensation. Why does it have a bit of a crooked mouth war god feel to it? Su Di whispered in his heart. He had the feeling that the 5-year period had arrived. Everyone welcomes the return of the king. The flavor is too strong. Sudi slightly shook his head and spat in his heart. When he was ready to board the huge and handsome galactic warship, looking at the rear of the ship, full of all kinds of high-tech aircraft escort cruising. That kind of grandiose epic feeling that only comes from watching a sci-fi movie. It's so fragrant. Chapter 63, I really don't want to be so filial. The galactic battleship slowly cut through the air. The gas exchange scales on the surface of the ship's body slightly opened up to absorb light energy. The ship's entire body was made of black titanium, and the giant cannon weapon at the top looked extremely oppressive. I passed by the headquarters of the Wuji Skybreaker Alliance before, and this is the headquarters of the Magic Forbidden Book Society. The battleship was not flying at a fast speed, and the relatives present took this opportunity to explain the general appearance of the imperial capital with Sudi. The headquarters of the 3 top guilds in the country were all located in the imperial capital. Any country needed to guard the heart of the country with the strongest forces. The one the battleship was passing by now was the Magic Forbidden Book Guild. The area covered by this guild could be as extensive as an ancient dynastic palace. Over the headquarters of the Forbidden Book Guild, arcane symbols of various colors appeared. A large number of rare magic pets were running around in the air, and magic potions were reflecting a fascinating luster in the air. Many young and pretty witches with black felt hats flew around the palace on broomsticks. This place was a paradise for alchemists, witches, mages, shamans, and everything else that had to do with spell transmutations. The headquarters of the Magic Forbidden Spell Society is huge. It must cover more than 600,000 square meters. Sudi looked at the various magic towers below through the crystal glass. It had to be said that it was very grand and magnificent. No wonder it was one of the top guilds in the country. Our mechanical guild buildings are not only more imposing than them, but our strength is also stronger than these magic playing ones. Third Uncle Gong walked over to Sudi and patted the other party's shoulder and laughed. Technology was far stronger than magic. The entire planet was fused with the game. The magic cultivation or physical cultivation all appeared based on game technology. Yes, our guild is much stronger than the Magic Forbidden Book Society. The few cousins present also laughed and spoke up. They had been brought up to believe in science. Right, are there any other relatives who didn't come? Sudi questioned. He realized that the people who came this time were mainly from his old man's family, and there weren't many of them. He hadn't even seen any other relatives himself yet, so it didn't make sense that it shouldn't be. Sudi also wanted to go see Jiang Lingtaki. Let the other party call himself a cousin. The other relatives didn't come back when they had something to do, so one day when those uncles and uncles of yours are not busy at hand they should come back. Jiang Shiyu explained from the side with a faint smile. Her mind was flowing, thinking that she wasn't exactly lying to her nephew, it was just that there were some things that she wasn't able to say explicitly. Finally home. A young cousin happily shouted. Sudi's gaze condensed as he looked forward. The Mechanical Mystery City Guild headquarters was as if the Padala Palace was situated on a hill. However, it was a castle cluster of large and small buildings teamed by technological elements. The technological products that had already been successfully developed at the Mechanical Mystery City Division were the interstellar ram engine, magnetic monopole rocket, nuclear pulse propulsion device, and plasma engine. Technology products that are still in research progress are antimatter bombs, quark matter or blocks, warp engines, infinite non-conceptual spaceships, subspace creation devices. In this world, a transmuter only needs to obtain the relevant skills. As long as there were relevant materials and equipment, then they could create them. The technologies that involved the antimatter and non-conceptual fields, the Mechanical Mystery City Genesis, were unable to do so. Only Mechanical Mystic City, the 2 presidents who had already mastered the law of causality, skill, Su Gongzhuan as well as Jiang Wanyao could do it. Overlooking the Mechanical Mystic City Guild headquarters, the surrounding area of large and small branches was even more vast. Uniquely shaped battleships and various technological flying machines escorted around the metal buildings. From time to time, there were arsenal factories that exported and produced large quantities of plasma equipment. This is the Mechanical Mystery City headquarters. Sudi's eyes narrowed slightly. He recalled the remarks he had heard on the internet. Back then, there were foreign forces creating a large amount of chaos at the border, and the Dragon Kingdom was extremely short on manpower. As a result, all the castle buildings of the Mechanical Mystery City Guild, including the large-scale military factories, all turned into giant mechs flying to the front line to fight. I don't know when I can see this spectacular scene appear. Mechanical Mystic City headquarters. At the highest hall. All the younger generation could no longer follow. The elders of the Mechanical Guild told these juniors to leave first. They all had important things to talk to Sudi. Although many of them were not happy in their hearts, they still could not resist their old parents. In the end, they could only watch Sudi and a large group of relatives enter the highest hall. What is this? Even if cousin is coming back for the first time, it's not so bad that he can go directly to the Supreme Hall. Yeah, I've graduated from Combat University and I still can't go to this place. My dad has always told me before that cousin Su D is very strong. Could it be related to this reason? My family also told me that cousin is very strong, but he's no longer strong, but he's not a few years older than us. How strong can he be? Uncle Su could have been the new president at the earliest, but he pushed it back. The family wouldn't be trying to train cousin to be the new president. Hiss, can't be, cousin just came back to start president training. I'm a little sour. The crowd outside carried out various speculations. They knew from their elders that cousin Su D was powerful, and that Su D was also a proper prince in status without a chance. However, the other party had just joined the guild, and they were treated so highly even before recognizing all the people. Inevitably, it made the young generation present feel bad. The difference between people and people is too big. Inside the Supreme Hall, the Su family and the Jiang family, except for some relatives who had important tasks to perform, the rest of the people could be said to be all present. Su D in the midst of this, and through his sister-in-law, he recognized a bunch of relatives. He then realized that the other relatives were waiting for him here. These relatives of yours usually need to guard the borders, so if outsiders know that they temporarily left the main battlefield, it will be tricky. Jiang Shiyu and Su Di explained the reasons for this. If there was truly a crisis situation in the battlefield, they would return immediately. Before that, helping the mechanical ascension owners was the top priority. The relatives took turns to greet Su Di. At the end of the day, Su Di's grandfather Su Gongju also appeared. Su Di, did you set off those 2 railguns in Sakurajima Kingdom yesterday? Su Gongjuan's expression showed approval. Su Di nodded, acknowledging last night's incident. This affirmative reply drew a burst of unanimous applause from the surrounding relatives. Although they hoped that the current Su Di would keep a low profile, but replacing it with striking little cherry blossom would be a different story. This good news caused the relatives present to applaud and praise. The crowd chatted with Su Di for a while. Everyone then entered the topic. Su Di, have you tested your mechanical ascension now? How many turners can you fight at the limit? Su Gongjuan's eyes narrowed slightly as he asked the most crucial question. When that group of foreigners went to ambush Su Di before, he faced an 8th turn powerhouse with ease. Jiang Shiyu spoke for her nephew from the side. She had carefully observed her nephew's strength that day. The opponent wasn't weak against an 8th turn powerhouse, but to say that he would be killed seemed almost interesting. These words came out. Many people still couldn't help but be moved while listening again. They could judge the opponent's rank by seeing the equipment Su Di wore. This super strong ability to kill the enemy over the level, it was a pity that they didn't see it in the first place. Su Di, one must have a concrete knowledge of one's own strength before. Su Gongju frowned, his face streaked with horizontal lines. Everyone present looked like they had a premonition, slowly exhaling and sinking their hearts. Su Di looked at the expressions of the crowd of relatives and thought that he could only guess that this was all related to the highest hall of the headquarters. Liang Long. Su Gongju slowly asked, "Good grandson, do you want to try to fight these uncles and aunts of yours?" Su Di? Would this be too filial? Chapter 64, Relatives are not easy to recognize? The whole hammer will recognize all of them. Supreme Hall. In addition to some relatives who have important matters and can't make it back, here gathered the core members of the 8 tiers of the Mechanical Maze Guild. Except for the P5, this force was enough to shake other countries. Su Di opened the Eye of Apocalypse to check the levels of his relatives. He found that there were relatives present that ranged from 450 plus levels to 700 plus levels. Character information. Name, Su Xiaomei. Profession, Phantom Gun Saint. Level, 469. Physique, 22,499. Strength, 39,741. Spirit, 19,001. Agility, 37,032. Skills, Double Gun Round Dance, Bullet Shelter, Particle Shock. Name, Jiang Ding. Occupation, Mechanical Manipulator. Level, 589. Physique, 30,680. Strength, 28,183. Spirit, 45,297. Agility, 31,937. Skills, Gugger Mechanical Giant, Mechanical Detonation, Airdrop Support. Name Su Maniac. Occupation, Arms Master. Level, 709. Physique, 40,335. Strength, 52,192. Spirit, 40,101. Agility, 38,000. Skills, C4 Field Coverage, Plasma Godlight Cannon, Electromagnetic Big Bang. Su Di wanted to see how many levels his grandfather Su Gongju was. It turned out that the Eye of Apocalypse actually saw a chaos. As the president of Mechanical Mystery City, Su Gongju had long since stepped into the conceptual realm of the law of causality. The Eye of Apocalypse alone was unable to see through the Tao of causality in Su Gongjuang's body. One day when there's a new transfer profession, we can consider having the Eye of Apocalypse advanced. Su Di was flowing in his mind. He predicted that his grandfather was at least a level 800 or even a level 900 or above powerhouse. Perhaps there was some special means to not be surveyed by the eye of the apocalypse. This world's full rank was 1,000, and the number of rank 800 powerhouses was only a handful in the whole country. It was said that when the level reached full rank, one could unlock the mysteries of any universe. The Eye of the Apocalypse was a skill that he had learned in his second turn, and he was already able to survey level 700. There was a chance to learn the advanced version in the future when he switched jobs, and it was worth it to enhance the Eye of the Apocalypse's ability. This time, I called you to the Supreme Hall in order to test your current limits. Su Gongzhuang waved his big hand. Magical secret passageways suddenly appeared within the Supreme Hall. Only the senior core staff of the Mechanical Guild knew about it. The Supreme Hall had this special little world that they had built. Xiaomei is good in all aspects of her abilities as a phantom gun saint. Let's first let her and Su Di go to the secret realm to spar. The relatives of the Mechanical Guild present named the best candidate in their hearts. Su Xiaomei was Su Di's aunt, and her current strength was at the peak of the 8th turn. I've only just gotten to know nephew Su Di not long ago, and you guys are pushing me to go out and fight with my nephew. Are there any of you who are uncles and great uncles like this? Su Xiaomei slightly pulled up her hair and laughed out softly. She was the talented gunslinger in the family. Her strength was not something those others could compare to. Thinking back then, she had even won the Combat University 100 Schools Martial Arts Championship. Now even if she won over her nephew, it would still be a victory. You won't get hurt or anything in the secret realm, right? Su Di cautiously asked to the relatives present. He was all awakened techniques and couldn't show any mercy at all. Don't worry, this secret realm was left behind by your great-grandparents, and it has the same mechanism as the battlefield of the 10,000 races in the arena, so if someone's life is in danger, they will be immediately transported back to reality, and it's unlikely that we'll be willing to let you get hurt. We can't possibly spare you. The relatives present laughed happily. Since they had let Aunt Su Di make a move, they naturally wouldn't injure each other. I'm fine, I'm mainly worried that it wouldn't be good if Aunt Xiaomei got hurt. Su Di was sincere in stating the reason for this. He was now at the peak of the 3rd turn of the 219th level, and his strength was even stronger than the 2nd turn at the beginning. The words fell. There was a slight and brief silence from the relatives present. They knew that mechanical ascended masters were strong, but Su Xiaomei was a peak 8th turn powerhouse. Especially since Su Xiaomei's actual strength was already comparable to a 9th turn powerhouse. A nephew with a strength of 3 revolutions was actually worrying about injuries to his aunt, whose strength was comparable to that of 9 revolutions. This was too crazy. Looks like I can't let go of the water later, or else I'll all be looked down upon by my great-nephew. The corner of Su Xiaomei's mouth contained a smile. A unique pride rose within her. Since her great-nephew felt that it wasn't enough for a peak 8th turn powerhouse to crush him, a 3rd turn powerhouse. At that time, she herself must beat Su Di to the point of screaming, "Good aunt, spare your life." That's good. Su Di nodded slightly. What he should have explained had already been explained. It was good that there would not be any major events for his aunt in the secret realm. You two enter the secret realm, we will watch and analyze your battle data outside. Su Gongzhuang waved his hand for the two to enter. They, the relatives, would be able to watch the battle between the two from the outside when the time came. Su Di and Su Xiaomei would agree. They passed through like water ripples to the secret realm. Secret realm, trial dojo. Status, free mode. Description: transfiguration. When you take fatal damage within this secret realm, your whole body abnormality will be dispelled and you will recover from all your injuries to be safely transported back to reality. Secret realm. The vast land of the trial dojo. An area full of rocky mountains was randomly generated here. Su Xiaomei stood atop a towering stone pillar. In her hands, she elegantly rotated the infinite bullet heroic twin guns. Wind and sand blew by. The tumbleweeds on the ground slowly drew to a close. Su Di stood 1,000 meters away, her eyes slightly flowing with a strange luster. Waiting for me to make the first move, then auntie won't be polite. Su Xiaomei let out a light laugh. She violently threw out her twin guns and threw them in the air, the pistols miraculously firing automatically. The storage bracelet continuously flashed with light. Su Xiaomei had a new dual pistol weapon in her hand, and the dual pistol weapons were thrown into the air one after another by her. More than 30 pistols appeared in the field. They were like perpetual motion boomerangs, constantly meandering and rotating. Bang 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 bang. Bang 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 bang. The bullets scattered in the venue like a torrential rain. The leaping points of light came with unstoppable might. The spiraling and splashing bullets were about to hit Su Di. The latter slightly sidestepped and dodged it. Immediately followed by several more bullets. Su Di again easily dodged them like a ghost. A large clamor appeared in the Supreme Hall. No way, Xiaomei's 30-odd thrown roundhouse pistol bullets were all dodged? My 10-turn peak mental power can't even be able to see the bullet orbital speed of the hero-level weapon in Xiaomei's hand. Did the mechanical ascension change the crystal structure of Su Di's eyeballs? Everyone look at Su Di's position, he has even stayed in place until now. Open what to play under, dodge even the position is not driven, this is Xiao Mei's killing move ah. The people present realized what it meant to be breathtaking. They had learned from Jiang Xiyu that Su Di could summon Cyber Goddess of Mercy and Mecha Buddha. But this kind of pupil power that could dodge 100% of attacks was simply unheard of. In the secret realm screen, more than 30 pistols were constantly flying back and forth, spewing out endless bullets. Su Di captured all the firing points and easily dodged them. He possessed a rankless Calamity Beast ring, plus a stack of various mental recovery equipment. He was now able to slow down his speed by at least 1,500 times through bullet time. You really don't put your ant in your eyes. Su Xiaomei took out her new dual gun weapon and unleashed the skilled bullet curtain call. The two pistols erupted with fire, and the bullet curtain spread outward in a cone shape, firing tens of thousands of bullets in a flash. Su Di pulled out his void flaming dragon and opened his quantum moon steps to jump into the air at the top. His figure transformed into a whirlwind, bursting out a large number of bullets to rush towards the ant. Then let's see whose shooting skill is stronger. Su Xiaomei turned on her body's energy protection and performed the double gun round dance. Her body was like a gyroscope rapidly rotating and leaping, and her twin guns continuously fired a large number of bullets. The entire field was filled with the sound of thumping gunshots. As the two ended their fire, they ended up standing at each other's original positions. Dense bullets swept all the surrounding rocks into pieces. When the wind and sand dispersed, Su Di and Su Xiaomei turned their backs to each other. Xiaomei has fallen into a disadvantage. Someone with sharp eyes sucked in a cold breath, realizing that Su Xiaomei appeared to have quite a few wounds. On the contrary, Su Di hadn't even been shot by his own ant. No, Xiaomei has already lost. Jiang Xiyu faintly spoke with her arms around her chest. Everyone's complexion flinched, only to see Su Di raise her hand and lightly snap her fingers. The next moment a huge roaring explosion occurred in the entire field wherever bullets were left. Su Xiaomei's body was cleared of its abnormal state and was instantly transported back to reality. Before the people present could regain their senses, Su Gongzhuang then began to shout, "Next! Let me see how strong my nephew can be." Without further ado, Jiang Ding flew into the middle of the secret realm. He was Su Di's uncle, a professional mechanical manipulator with strength at the peak of the ninth turn. When the crowd reacted, they realized that Jiang Ding had directly entered the middle of the secret realm. You can use this all-purpose recovery potion first, your physical strength and spirit will be restored in half an hour, and you can fight your uncle then. After Jiang Ding entered the secret realm, he directly threw Su Di an all-powerful recovery potion. He knew that Su Di must be in an extremely weak state after experiencing the great battle just now. As an elder himself, he was already rank suppressing the other party, and it was impossible for him to take advantage of his nephew now. "Thank you, uncle, but the skill I just used doesn't require mental energy." Su Di put away the omnipotence potion and opened his mouth with a smile. These words put the crowd present as if a bolt from the blue flashed inside their heads. A skill as perverse as Su Di's was still without consumption. Mechanical Ascension shouldn't be said to be version T0. According to the game's history fragment, the name of this era, it should be called Mechanical Ascension. Some relatives looked at the two people in the secret realm with bitterness at the corners of their mouths. Today's kin recognition conference, it won't turn into Su Di unilaterally hanging us elders. Chapter 65 Ancient Leather Mechanical Giant. In the secret realm, a 50-meter-sized giant ancient leather mechanical giant appeared on the grounds. The mechanical giants were as many as 300 as far as the eye could see. The ancient Gog mechanical giant's electronic eyes flashed with blue light, waiting for the summoner's dispatch at any time. "Nephew, I had heard that you can summon the Mecha Cyber-style thousand-handed goddess of mercy and great sun ruler. Give your uncle face, just summon them as hard as you can." Jiang Ding, who had a full beard, let out a cheerful laugh. He had seen that battle between Su Di and Su Xiaomei. He himself wouldn't lose to his own junior. "Uncle's face, I must give it." Su Di clapped his hands together, and his two major awakening techniques were fully activated. From the firmament, two black dots fell rapidly and kept enlarging. Boom! Boom! Flying sand and dust rushed into the sky. Two black metal mechs the size of mountain peaks were first revealed. Buzzing! A deathly red light emerged from the eyes of Cyber Goddess and Mecha Rudra. They were half a degree taller than the ancient Gog mechanical giant. The great nephew is also giving too much face. Jiang Ding looked up at the two mechs that were like great mountains and was shocked fiercely. This was a top-class mecha that could only appear with the creation of awakening techniques. The lifelong romance of all mechanics was to own such a cyber mech. Steel Torrent. With a wave of his hand, Jiang Ding ordered the left and right mechanical ancient good giants to attack. Click click click. Click 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 click. The mechanical ancient leather giants instantly turned into a torrent of steel and rushed towards the two mecha Buddhas in unison. 300 mechanical ancient good giants were definitely considered an epic disaster. Clear the obstacles. Su Di commanded the two giant mechs to strike. The earth trembled as the two mechs simultaneously released their strongest output techniques at the same time. Cyber Mecha Technique Thousand Eyes of Extinction. Cyber Mecha Technique Titanium 5 Prison Mountain. Metal eyes strangely grew out of the thousands of hands of Mecha Guanin. At the same time that the metal eyes opened up with a loud thud, super strong lasers flew out violently. Swiftly, swiftly. Swiftly, swiftly, swiftly. The super strong lasers swept down all of the rushing mechanical ancient leather giants. Didn't only one appear on the news before? Sudi is now able to use out 2 awakening skills at the same time? This is too perverse. A person with 3 turns and a person with 9 turns, there's a gap of more than 300 levels before and after this. Our mechanical guild can't make even if we spend all our resources. This precision cyber mecha Guanin in Buddha, this is the charm of the mechanical ascension successor. What that cyber mecha Guanin just sent out was a strong laser. It's not difficult for this power to easily penetrate 10,000 meters underground. Will there be anyone behind who can continue to challenge Sudi? Just how much potential does this nephew of mine have? The robots summoned by Jiang Ding have been defeated by so many, he's not going to lose them all. The relatives present looked at the ferocious 2 machines and heartily let out exclamations of admiration. They were even wondering about whether Sudi could still win in the midst of this. You guys underestimated Jiang Ding too much, he's not a vain name. Second uncle Su Jiangwo voiced out from the side with his hands clasped on his chest. He knew that with Jiang Ding's strength, it was possible for him to win even with Sudi's 2 awakened mechs. But then, a bizarre scene appeared in the secret realm. While the mechanical ancient Gog giant's body was pierced by the laser, it quickly split into 10,000 small mechanical ancient Gog giants. All the small mechanical ancient Gog giants dodged delicately, minimizing the damage caused by the 1,000 eyes of extinction. On the other side, after Mecha Rulai's Titanium 5 prison mountain trapped the 10 large mechanical ancient Good giants, the mouths of the other countless small mechanical ancient Gogs gathered cannonballs and attacked Mecha Buddha. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. All of the mechanical ancient Gog giants fired armor-piercing projectiles that covered the sky and were denser than rain. The armor-piercing shells erupted in hot flames and impacted the 2 Mecha Buddhas. Dang dang dang. Cyber Goddess of Mercy and Mecha Rudra opened their electromagnetic energy shields at the same time. Golden bells appeared around the 2 mechs. All the armor-piercing bullets hit the golden shield with a loud crisp buzz. The mechanical ancient God giants had become smaller in size, but the power of the attacks they sent out was not small at all. All mechanical ancient Gogs on command switched to EMP rounds. Jiang Ding quickly issued a new command. As a mechanic, he knew the most about restraining mechanical means. The EMP would not damage the building, but it had a collapsing, super strong damage to any electronic components, including chips. Even the 2 great Buddhas of the awakening technique could not withstand the destructive blow of the electromagnetic pulse. Brush brush. Brush brush brush. The mechanical ancient Gogs spewed out EMP projectiles in unison. These pulse bombs, which were even more terrifying than acid rain to machinery, were gradually weakening the last defenses of the 2 mechs. Good nephew, it looks like your strength stops at the peak of the 9th turn. Jiang Ding was glowing with his hands behind his back. He hadn't lost face as his elder today after all. Uncle, do you know what the greatest use of a mech is for? Su Di revealed a wry smile. He stopped pretending, he showed his cards. His own mech was still the most beautiful at the moment of the explosion. The greatest use of a mech is... Jiang Ding muttered and read it. Then he realized that something was wrong. It's too late. Su Di waved his hand and gave the command to self-destruct. Huge energy surged out from the energy shear inside the 2 Mecha Buddhas. The silhouettes of the Mecha Buddhas illuminated the entire sky. The overlapping 2 perdition lotus flowers continued to expand and annihilate within this small world. Rumble. Rumble. The Supreme Hall appeared to shake violently. The entire small world was about to collapse. All of the relatives' faces were shocked beyond measure. How could they not expect this to happen? Sudi's skill is going to blow up the secret world? P.S. Happy New Year to everyone. Chapter 66 just got home, my relatives had to make me show my skills. Rumble. Rumble. A not-so-small earthquake appeared at the Mechanical Mystic City Guild headquarters. The guild members were shocked by the sudden earthquake. The instruments showed that it was normal, and that it wasn't a natural disaster, much less an invasion by a strong enemy, but the exact reason was unknown to the others. The periphery of the Supreme Hall. The brothers and sisters of the family who stayed outside were shocked when they felt the earth shaking violently. They realized that the source of the tremor originated from the periphery of the Supreme Hall. What did my mom, dad, uncle, them and cousin do when they went inside the Supreme Hall? How did the inside become the source of the tremor? I don't know, my family pressed to tell me. Our rank is still too low, so our family didn't say anything to us. The Supreme Hall didn't make such a big commotion before, it just appeared for the first time after cousin went in. This can't be made by cousin, it can't be. The siblings present looked at the Supreme Hall, adding a touch of fear to their hearts. All of their family members were inside the hall, and as a result, there would still be an earthquake. What happened inside? Couldn't even the senior core of the Mechanical Guild stop it? Inside the Supreme Hall, there was a flash of light. Uncle Jiang Ding was the first to be eliminated from the secret realm. The first moment he left the secret realm was to turn around and look back. He only saw Su Di's body pass through the light curtain like a ghost. And then his body gradually returned to solidity. Su Di would not be harmed by his own skills, but the boulders and metal objects that were blown away by his skills did not belong to his own skills, which was why he opened the quantum moon steps and returned unharmed. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. The secret world collapsed. The intensity of the earthquakes in the entire Mechanical Mystery City Guild also continued to rise. Boom! A ball of metal in Su Gongjuan's hand strangely changed into a metal scepter. The scepter heavily tapped the ground, and a circle of blue light waves spread out from the ground where the tip of the scepter clicked. Wherever the blue light wave went, it brought up complex circuit textures. All the waves of light converged to the entrance of the secret realm on the wall, erasing the entire secret realm quickly. The earthquake of the Mechanical Mystery City Guild gradually disappeared. The entire secret realm was blown apart. Is mechanical ascension really this terrifying? When I studied the history of the game world, the relevant records of the Heavenly Sages Revival and the all-shattering forbidden spell version of the profession don't even carry this much exaggeration. What should we do now? We originally wanted to see Su Di's strength and consider who to let him be his bodyguard, but now the secret realm is all gone. Super high-level foreign transmigrators can't enter our dragon kingdom. Does my nephew still need a bodyguard with this strength? I thought that I was already invincible when I challenged over the level, but I didn't expect my nephew to directly challenge over the level, or to challenge over several levels of strength. The relatives of the Mechanical Guild present watched with numbness. High emotional intelligence. The power of Su Di's skill is also too great. Low EQ. Is this a human thing to do? Originally, he wanted to test Su Di's limit, but ended up testing the limit of the secret realm within the hall. There's no need to test the limit first, right? Currently I've almost completed the 3rd turn transformation task. Even if I measure out the result today, I'll be 4 turns strong and different again in the next 2 days. Su Di stated his opinion. Testing one's limit, one also has to wait until one is stuck in the level. Otherwise one day at least break through 1 turn. This strength breaks through the peak every day. For turns in these 2 days, the relatives present slightly sucked in cold air. They were all stuck in the turn bottleneck for a long time, even as the top management of the Machinery Guild. As a result, Su Di was good, breaking through 1 turn a day. This made all of them who were relatives couldn't help but sweat. Let's wait until the secret realm is rebuilt, Jiang Shiyu said slowly. Before rebuilding the secret realm well, saying everything was false. The relatives present nodded slightly in agreement. Any of you who want to book a sparring match with Su Di in advance feel free to say so, just wait until the secret realm is rebuilt. Su Gongju, who was the oldest in the generation, proposed. Building the secret realm was quick, it was only a dozen days of work. The words fell. The other relatives present looked at each other in disbelief, as if a silence had been imposed. Su Di could blow up the secret realm in a short period of time now, and in the future, there was no telling how fast it could go. It would take at least half a month to build the secret realm. By the time the construction was finished, Su Di's level was estimated to be almost the same as his own. At that time, he would compete with the other party. He was afraid that he would turn into scum together with the secret realm. But as elders they can't still be vain of a junior, right? I think old 8 is very suitable. He's a great mechanic at the peak of the 10th turn. Recently, my mechanical cervical vertebrae is always bad. It's better to let old 6 on. He's absolutely fine. Let Uncle Su Di go on. His strength can definitely measure the limits of mechanical ascended masters. It's better to forget about it. I don't want to hurt the feelings between my nephew and grandson. Elder Mantang stammers. The relatives present perfectly illustrated what was meant by, don't do unto others what you don't want them to do unto you. Among them, the elders whose strength exceeded 10 revolutions were confident that they could currently outsmart Su Di. But if they had to wait for half a month, their old bones didn't know if they could safely survive. Hey, isn't this forcing me to do my filial duty? Su Di was tempted to say, we are all family members, need not be so troublesome. After I upgrade in a few days, I'll single-handedly take on a group of you. If you guys are afraid of mechanical ascension, why don't you consider going together? Jiang Shiyu said as if she could see something. She kind of wanted to know exactly where the limits of a god-tier profession were. Cough, not so much, not so much. Su Di coughed twice and said. He was inwardly spoken to by his sister-in-law though. But really saying that would be too hurtful to everyone's heart. Su Di's mechanical ascension is indeed strong, but to want to single-handedly take on a group of us for just half a month, it's too wild. Hey you, although your strength is in the top 5 of our guild ranking, your strength is at most enough to deal with a dozen or so of us. The most important thing for a transfigurator is not to be arrogant or impatient. We have to know that there is a world outside of people. Shiyu, if you praise your nephew so much, it will be easy for him to get upset. The crowd of relatives present began to preach. Although they were a bit vain about Su Di's strength half a month later, However, if they were to say that they all joined forces together, then they would not be false to Su Di at all. No matter what, they were also 80 against 1. The advantage is mine. With another period of mechanical ascension, I'm afraid that beating us is all a piece of cake. Aunt Su Xiaomei looked at the relatives present with a smirk. She, who had personally fought with Su Di, had this judgment. Su Di, given half a month's time, are you really confident that you'll defeat us as a trivial matter? The relatives present threw the question to Su Di. This kind of matter was not something that others could say. Su Di should know the strength of their elders best. Just half a month's time, fighting all the relatives, it's too crazy to say small meaning. Su Di shook his head very modestly, moderately mean. All relatives? This damn, even more crazy If anyone has any objections, then we'll see the real thing when the time comes. Su Gongzhuang silenced the others present. He had a rough judgment of mechanical ascension within him. Su Gongzhuang knew that currently it was enough for Su Di to have the ability to defend himself. Su Di, come over here, I have some points to give you. The words fell. The relatives present looked sideways at Su Di. This was the rhythm of sending out New Year's money Below is the specific information about the occupations of Su Di's grandfather and grandfather. These could be used as a reference standard for top-tier powerhouses. Name, Su Gongjin. Rank, 950 peak of 15th turn. Occupation, Eternal Star God. Physique, 80,000. Strength, 80,000. Spirit, 80,000. Agility, 80,000. Title star as Bullet. Awakening technique, gravitational collapse, pulsating binary star, Stevenson 218, eye of death, black body radiation, pillar of creation, billion-dollar comet. Laws of cause and effect, ghostly shadow realm Schrodinger's quantum state of life and death, multidimensional world unfolding. Name, Jian Wanyao. Profession, ancestor of cyber. Level, 950 peak of 15th turn. Physique, 80,000. Strength, 80,000. Spirit, 80,000. Agility, 80,000. Title, Reflect the Heavens. Awakening technique, amplitude time gate, causal fortress, mechanical planet, black hole engine, zero-point energy, God's eye, mechanical virus frenzy. Causal laws, spectral shadow dark realm Schrodinger's quantum life and death state, dimension ripper. Chapter 67, The Four Great Beasts of Physics, Paradox Ring. Grandfather Su Gongju let the other party come to his heel. The hearts of the relatives present lifted slightly, their eyes showing envy. They knew that Su Di would definitely be able to take a lot of benefits this time. After all, the other party's father was originally highly respected in the guild as a patriarch. You will first become an honorary elder of the guild in the future, although it's not as powerful as a regular elder, you enjoy the same treatment as an elder-level figure. Su Gongzhuang first gave Su Di an honorary elder badge. A strange color flashed in Jiang Xie's eyes, and her heart secretly pondered. There was no group or corporation that would allow a latecomer who suddenly came home to hold a high position. However, Su Gongzhuang passed in the name of testing Su Di's limits. Letting the relatives present in the room, in terms of strength, create a profound recognition of Su Di. Now Su Gongju gave the title of honorary elder to Su Di. All the core members of the mechanical guild who were present today did not dare to have any objections. Zhang Xiyu even suspected that this was all Su Gongju's attempt to get Su Di's name first to get a certain status, so he pretended to test Su Di's extreme strength as an excuse. Of course, all of this also required Su Ri's own strength to be too strong. At the same time Su Di received the badge. He found that his various bonuses within the guild had also increased. This amethyst card you keep first. Su Gongzhuang gave Su Di an orange-red amethyst card. Within this amethyst card, there was a self-contained 10 billion amethyst coins. No matter how rich a group enterprise was, they couldn't just squander the company's money. However, the 10 billion amethyst coins that Su Gongju gave to Su Ri alone. It would be purely a token of appreciation from an elder to a junior, and had nothing to do with the guild. I think you need this ring a lot. Su Gongzhuang immediately took off a ring from his hand. He slowly placed the ring into Su Di's hand. Isn't this one of the top equipment in the guild? When the relatives present saw this equipment, they couldn't help but blush. The quality of this equipment was the highest equipment quality mythic. Every piece of mythic equipment was one of the only ones that existed, and there was a certain limit to the number of them. Many relatives realized that Su Gongzhuang really wanted to train Su Di as the successor of the mechanical guild in the future. Su Di knew the weight and meaning of this gift. The later equipment qualities were mainly brave, transcendent, extreme, sacred, and mythic. Myth was the highest quality. A rankless myth was even the topmost item that was rare in the world. There are no level restrictions on levelless mythic equipment. If a mortal grasped offensive levelless mythic equipment, it would be enough to become a world-class powerhouse. Looking around the world, there were a total of 10 classless mythological equipment. Each piece of classless mythological equipment was unique and could not be copied in any way. Right now, Su Di was one of the owners of a classless mythological equipment. Paradox Ring Maxwell's Demon. Category, Jewelry. Grade, unranked. Quality, mythic. Effect, removes all negative effects, instantly restores body and spirit to full health, cooldown 1 hour. Description: there is a magical Maxwell demon living in here. When you find its other 3 little friends, this piece of equipment will take on a new twist. So strong. Su-D couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The universal arsenal could allow him to release his awakening technique once. His current spiritual power was enough to release an awakening technique once. Now with the addition of the Maxwell Demon Paradox Ring, Su-D was now able to release 3 awakening techniques. More importantly, Maxwell Demon could restore his spiritual power to perfection. In other words, if Su-D's spiritual power could release 2 awakening techniques in the future, Maxwell Demon could allow Su-D to release a total of 4 awakening techniques without relying on the universal arsenal. This was the ultimate artifact that became more powerful the later it got, deserving of the name Myth. This equipment that Grandpa gave me still looks like it can continue to be upgraded. Su-D had noticed the sentence in the description column of this equipment. The Maxwell Demon was one of the 4 divine beasts of physics. It said that by finding its other 3 minions, the equipment would also show new changes. That must be the search for Zeno's turtle, Laplace beast, and Schrodinger's cat. No wonder the Eye of the Apocalypse couldn't even see through Grandpa's specifics. Waves rippled through Su-D's heart. The value of this equipment alone was enough to prove how strong his grandfather was. Before this, Su Gongju was one of the only 10 unranked myth equipment owners in the world. In the future, if you have any difficulties, just say it. The guild will try to help you as much as they can. Su Gongjuang patted Su Ri's shoulder. His tone was loving. This equipment was given to the other party, namely because the other party was his grandson. It was also because Su Ri was a candidate for mechanical ascender. The strongest equipment must be paired with the top profession. The battles of world-level powerhouses were all about the conceptual engagements of various types of causal laws. The consumption of top-tier powerhouses casting causal laws was huge, and they couldn't use them several times. Other than the Heaven's Pride Battle Shadow Tower, Blue Star didn't have medicines that instantly restored their status. Thus, the Maxwell's Demon Paradox Ring's full-state recovery was comparable to being the only sustainable immortal beings in this world. In the distant future, Su-D also had the ability to collect the 4 major paradox rings. Su-D silently responded, thinking in his heart. If he really encountered something that required a guild to solve, then naturally he wouldn't be ambiguous. But Su-D, if he could easily solve it himself, he wouldn't think of bothering the guild either. Su-D realized that he had gained a great promotion this time when he went home. The levelless mythic level paradox ring was undoubtedly a top-tier transcendence that he hadn't imagined. The current Su-D was completely transformed into an existence that could unleash 3 awakening techniques. Chapter 68, Oh My Stupid Sister. Mechanical Guild. Mechanical Engine Research City. Su-D left the highest hall and went straight to the Jiang family neighborhood. The other junior relatives on the road, looking at the outgoing Su-D, were shocked and questioning. Cousin Su-D, what happened inside the hall? Can you reveal? How did you come out with an extra badge of honorary elder? Honorary elders receive the same guild bonus as full elders. I don't even have a deacon right now. My dad said that even if he's a protector, I have to rely on my own strength to walk up. It's too hard for me. Cousin, can I touch your badge? The Su family as well as the Jiang family juniors present were very excited. Many of them wanted to become honorary elders, but their families didn't allow it. Which level is an honorary elder in the guild considered? Su-D opened his mouth to inquire. How is it a bit of a mascot? Honorary elder is equivalent to deputy elder, and the probability of being transferred is high. A brother explained from the side. This was already considered to be soaring at rocket speed. So it's like this. Su-D's mind flowed in thought. He was thinking about the materials he needed to collect for his second transfer quest. Perhaps it could be accomplished by relying on this elder status and checking it out from the guild's material library. Why is it that cousin Su-D gets an honorary elder as soon as he comes home and also gets to go to the Supreme Hall? I haven't been to the Supreme Hall once in all my life. Su Ziyue was the first to shout impatiently. She felt the favoritism of the family elders towards Su-D. It was clear that the two were about the same age. Why should the other be treated so well? Ziyue, what are you saying? Su Changning's brows furrowed as he reprimanded the other party. After saying that, he couldn't help but look at Su-D, wanting to observe the other party's reaction. Brother Changming, I also don't really understand why Brother Su-De's family gave him so many favors as soon as he returned. Yeah, even if we wanted to get honorary elder, we would have to work hard for at least another 20 to 30 years. When I was a child, I tried to open the gate of the highest hall. My father almost broke my hand, but as a result, as soon as cousin came back, he was able to go straight in. It's so biased. We all had to work steadily to advance in the guild, whereas someone just came back and soared into the sky. Many of the juniors present bristled, their hearts unbalanced. They considered themselves to be geniuses among their peers, but as usual, they couldn't come up and become elders. If Su D could become an honorary elder because of being away from home for so many years and being too bitter, then they would rather also leave home for a hard life and come back to be an elder in comfort. How are you all talking? If cousin Su D can take this badge, there must be an elder's reasoning. Su Changming reprimanded his younger siblings who were present and didn't know any better. Only, this passage instead made all the juniors even more unconvinced in their hearts. I know, it's nothing more than the fact that uncle was able to serve as the president in the first place, and as a result, he retired and quit, so the family is trying to make up for cousins, right? There were juniors whose words were tinged with dissatisfaction. They could know 9 times out of 10 just by guessing. Brother Su D.U.C. This. Su Changming shouted tentatively. He had heard his father talk about Su D's excellence many times. But without witnessing it with his own eyes, his heart was also dissatisfied that Su D had gotten such a great favor. So you guys are thinking that I just came back and got honorary elder, so your hearts are unbalanced? Su D looked at the crowd present and faintly said. There were some things that were better said directly in the open. No, I just think that the family is too biased and only treats cousin alone well. A cousin inclined his head without daring to admit it. If the family also gave themselves an honorary elder, then he definitely had no complaints. Su D walked to a cousin who was very defiant of himself and asked, is cousin feeling unbalanced in her heart? So what if I am? Su Ziyue responded stiffly. She was a 4th turn turner, and her family didn't even give her a cousin. As a result, cousin Su D, who wore 3rd turn equipment, became an elder instead. Brother Su D, why don't you choose a few mentors from our group of younger siblings to demonstrate your strength, so that everyone won't feel in their hearts that the elders are biased against you? Su Changming stood out and vocalized as if he thought of something. If the cousin who had just returned was truly stronger than them, then becoming an honorary elder was nothing to be ashamed of. If cousin was not as good as them, he himself could use this reason to argue with the elders when he returned home. There's not much protection here, it's not good for me as a brother to injure you guys if I really guide you with my hands. Su D faintly opened his mouth. He would only awakening techniques, once he made a move that would be a big deal. Today he is to come back to his hometown to visit his family. Not to exterminate the family's entire family. If we don't compare, how do we know brother Su D's strength? There were quite a few juniors present who were filled with confusion. Why don't we pick a representative and compare combat skills or something else with cousin Su D? Su Changming thought about it and spoke from the side. He thought about using this method most appropriately. The previous proposal for a sparring match could easily result in a miscarriage of justice if it was botched. Cousin Su D, if you can win over me, then I will apologize for the disrespect just now. Su Ziyue was very arrogant as she stepped forward. As a famous genius in the family, she made many people consciously back away. One must know that Su Ziyue's fame was already infinitely close to the female genius within the guild, Zhang Lingtaki. Personal information. Name, Su Ziyue. Level, 279 peak of 4th turn. Profession, Wandering Holy Gun. Physique, 16,837. Strength, 23,098. Spirit, 15,737. Agility, 21,002. Skills, Omega Freeze, Sniper, Red Shadow Virus, Infinite Tracking. What do you want to compare? Su D said with interest. He finished checking the other party's information by running the Eye of Apocalypse. Just compare shooting skills. Su Ziyue raised her head and chest and spoke proudly. As the roamer with the most diverse gun skills, her gun skills were unrivaled. Marksmanship? Su D was slightly stunned. I have career bonus won't make it difficult for you, later on we will go to the shooting range, you only need to have half of my score. Su Ziyue pulled out her pistol full of confidence and said. She had heard from her father's mouth yesterday that her cousin's occupation was a gunsmith. Cousin was proficient in gunsmithing as well as mechanics, but neither was specialized. It would be good for herself to let her opponent have half of what she had accomplished, and she could call it fair. Alright, if you beat me, this honorary elder badge will be considered as a meeting gift from cousin. Su D revealed an easy smile and began to put in a long line to catch fish. These words surprised the crowd present. As long as he was victorious, Su D would cede the honorary elder position to Su Ziyue. This proposal was said by the cousin on his own initiative. Even if the relatives in the family knew about it, they had nothing to say. Good, then I won't let cousin suffer. As long as cousin can win over me, I'll agree to whatever you ask me to do. Su Ziyue said with a fluttering brow. She knew she was definitely going to win today. Let's go then. Su D's expression was like a smile. Ripples rose within him, as if he had returned to those 5 long years. My stupid sister, cousin, I shot out more bullets than the salt you eat. Chapter 69, Marksmanship. The all-around training range. This was the most luxurious training place in the country. In a world that mainly relied on skills to hit output, marksmanship had fallen out of favor, and hardly many people bothered to train. However, professions such as roaming gunners and ranger gun saints that added enchantment status to bullets needed an increase in accuracy. among the Mechanical Mystery Guild. The Su family, whose gunner bloodline was dominant, gave birth to gunners of various professions and needed the training range the most. Cousin Su-D, let's just start the high difficulty balloon fight mode. Su Ziyue came to the shooting position and proposed. The so-called high difficulty balloon shooting was a mode to exercise shooting skills. Within the training ground, the special force field would interfere with the gunner's accuracy. The gun practitioners took even the most primitive firearms that required changing magazines. Balloons the size of ping-pong balls are scattered and floated out over an area of 1,000 meters. Each balloon is made of special materials and will only explode if it hits the most vulnerable red dot. Moreover, the balloons were also affected by the wind and drifted. I can do anything. Su-D looked at the various weapons on the table and sighed. He felt like he hadn't picked up these old fellows for a long time. Then let me talk about the rules. Hit the balloon plus 1 point. Who's? Within 5 minutes. Su Ziyue's sandalwood mouth lightly opened to tell the rules of it. Anyway, pop the balloon, more on the line, is it? Su-D picked a MAC-10 pistol, gradually falling into memories. If he was just trying to accomplish the small goal of 1 billion in the first place, one could have used a Gatling or even other weapons to accomplish it faster. But Su-D was willing to spend an extra 2.5 years to thoroughly improve his marksmanship. Pretty much. Su Ziyue nodded. She slightly glanced sideways at Su-D. For some reason, it always felt as if her cousin was like a different person the moment he picked up the gun. Can brother Su-D catch up to half of the number of balloons Purple Moon popped? My parents and I said that cousin Su-D is very strong, but in this kind of pure skill competition, a gunsmith can't beat a roaming gunner, right? Then isn't cousin Su-D agreeing to this match request making it more difficult for himself? Which gunsmith can beat a roaming? That said, I have inquired about Su-D. Cousin actually only graduated this year. Cousin only graduated this year? That can't be right. Then what did he go and do for the first 5 years? Just as the other juniors were talking, the competition began. Thousands of meters away, a large number of balloons floated out from the machine below. Su Ziyue picked up her Mauser and moved swiftly, lifting her hand and aiming for a burst of shots. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. The balloons exploded one by one. The numbers on the scoreboard kept jumping. Su Ziyue's continuous aiming and shooting had already become a 100-shot marksman. Cousin Purple Moon's marksmanship is too slick. This is Wanderer's marksmanship. A heavy gunner like me has no comparison. 100 shots, this is already the limit of marksmanship. The crowd of onlookers present let out exclamations one after another. Su Ziyue's 100% gun skill had already pulled the cap full at the beginning. How else could a non-wanderer transmute her chase? Hasn't cousin Su-D started shooting yet? Someone intended to see what was going on with the other side. It turned out that Su-D had just loaded the bullets by now. Da-day-day-day-day. Da-day-day-day-day-day. Su-D held the gun in one hand and pulled the trigger. The Mark 10's muzzle spat out endless tongues of fire and shot out a large number of bullets. The bright yellow fire light illuminated the expressions of the crowd. Rows of balloons the size of ping-pong balls, marked with red dots, exploded one after another. The bullets ran out. Su-D skillfully performed a quick bullet change. Immediately followed by another sweeping shot with a raised hand, there were very few balloons left on the field in an instant. The numbers on the scoring panel jumped and soared every second. You don't even bring aim? Su Ziyue's pupils narrowed in amazement as she looked at her opponent. Her prerequisite for hitting 100 shots was aiming at each target. But Su-D's shooting was simply innate, as if drinking water and eating transcended all skills. Are you guys sure that what cousin awakened is a gunsmith and not a profession like pistol master? Cousin Su-D shoots a lot and accurately. Can anyone stand this? I remembered, cousin Su-D graduated this year because he spent 5 whole years practicing his gun skills. I'll go. Is this true? Yesterday I actually went to inquire about cousin's information, and the people from Jiangchuan Middle School said that cousin was afraid of death and pretended to practice guns every day to avoid becoming a transmigrator, and at that time I didn't believe it. Cousin isn't afraid of death. I really should show those people how out of this world cousin his current marksmanship is. So cousin was once misunderstood for 5 whole years. The little cousins present at the scene looked wet eyes. It was then that they realized that Su-D had experienced so much not being understood. Bang! Su-D fired one last shot. The last balloon at the range burst with a bang. Everyone looked at the score situation. Su Ziyue, 237. Su-D, 17,436. In an instant, the winner was already divided. This was still due to Su-D's slow loading of the magazines at the earliest. If a gunman who shot 100 times could be called a marksman, then Su-D's performance was undoubtedly the god of guns. I lost. Su Ziyue lowered her lofty head. She was completely bowled over by her cousin's power. Really strong. The hearts of the people present were vaguely tightened. This competition seemed to have hit Su-D's strengths, but it was not. A man who was persistent in practicing his marksmanship couldn't possibly be inferior in other aspects. Combined with what his parents had told him, Su-di was a strong genius who was unrivaled in the world. I'm afraid that marksmanship was only the tip of the iceberg of Su-di's strength. And it was one of the most inconspicuous flashes of light that they could learn about Su-di. The wall, there's a painting on the wall of the shooting range. A cousin discovered a shocking scene. Everyone sniffed and looked at the far wall. Only the bullet holes on the range wall were connected into a family portrait bust photo. On the bullet hole photo was a group photo of Su-di and his cousins and other cousins present. I didn't prepare any gifts this time I came back. This bullet hole photo will be a gift for everyone. Su-di slowly put down the pistol that was wafting smoke. When he first graduated, he actually used the bullet hole photo to draw Chin Kuxin. All the younger siblings present bowed their heads in shame. Their original thoughts were all about Su-di's special treatment. But the other party not only didn't bother with themselves, but also played a family portrait bullet hole photo as a gift to them. The difference between the two sides' realms of thought, including their patterns, was more than a star and a half. Cousin Su-di were completely convinced now. Brother, you are the man with invincibility written all over you. Too strong, I finally know why my parents think so highly of you. In the future, whoever has any objections to cousin Su-di being an elder, I'll get angry with them. The crowd present was completely beaten into submission. The whole family had fought it out, so what reason was there to be unconvinced? Big brother, come over here with me. Su-ziua pulled the other party to a secluded corner. I'm losing now, according to the previous promise, what do you have to say? Su-ziua blinked her watery eyes, revealing a healthy pink halo in her white skin. Su-di stroked his chin. He did have a big matter to hand over to the other party. Chapter 70 Nanobody K9000. You're going to collect the 10 Great Relic Crystal Core Fragments? Su-ziua opened her mouth in surprise. She had said that she would promise her cousin to do anything if she lost. As a result, the promise that her cousin had asked herself to do was only to collect the 10 Great Relic Crystal Core Fragments. Well, will this be difficult for you? Su-di opened his mouth with a slight roll of his eyes. His transfer quest requirement 2 was to collect the Crystal Core Fragments. This item, which needed to be popped out by treasure chest monsters, was very rare. He had thought that Su-ziua's position in the clan would be able to easily accomplish it for him. Fortunately, Su-ziua slightly lowered her head and lightly pursed her red lips. She originally thought that her cousin would give herself more harshness. It turned out to be just collecting crystal core fragments? Cousin Su-di was also too gentle with herself, blah blah blah. There were 7 elemental crystal core fragments within the mechanical guild alone. The remaining 3 crystal core fragments of water, fire, and wind were only needed by those on the side of the magic forbidden arts guild. But with one's own connections, it wouldn't be difficult to get these 3 types of crystal cores. That's fine. Su-di's heart was relieved. He currently only needed someone to collect the crystal core fragments. How to use the labor force of a white whore was fragrant. Afterwards, Su-di sought out the crowd and asked for the specific location, letting the others play their own games and prepare to set off alone. Just now brother Su-di not only asked where grandpa lives, but also asked about sister Spirit Taki. Did they know each other a long time ago? That said, is Spirit Takaru-san not doing anything today? Cousin came back with great difficulty and she actually didn't show up. Cousin, she upgraded to the 5th rank yesterday, she's busy consolidating her strength so she didn't have time to be there. With Spirit Takaru-san's character, she definitely completed the transmutation quest solo, she's the idol of our female transmuters. Nope, cousin was teamed up with someone to clear the level this time, I found out last night when I went to cousin's house. That's also definitely because cousin's sister wanted to make it more difficult for herself, and casually found a good girlfriend to team up for the challenge. Anyway, it's impossible for Spirit Taki's sister to hug other people's thighs, only other people can hug Spirit Taki's sister's thighs. The crowd in the room was buzzing with conversation. They all knew about Jiangling Taki's breakthrough to the 5th rank last night as well. The other party's strength and speed was the pride of their younger generation. In an unknown hidden corner. Plop plop plop. It was as if the sound of an invisible dart piercing the heart appeared. It's a good thing I wasn't there today, otherwise I really don't know how it would have ended. Jiangling Taki above the houses secretly said in her heart. She had actually secretly observed the other party from the time Su-ri stepped into the mechanical guild. The reason why she hadn't appeared in a proper manner was mainly because she wasn't mentally prepared yet. An idol god turning into his own cousin was just too impactful. She initially watched Su-di and the elders of the relatives present enter the temple. Probably could also guess that the elders knew of Su-di's strength. So letting the other party just enter the highest hall and directly giving the title of honorary elder. They, the juniors, currently didn't have such a high authority to know, so it was so. When she saw the other younger siblings clamoring to compete with Su-di, Jiangling Taki was inwardly messy. With the strength of the other party who had cleared the 100 levels of the heaven's remarkable battle Shadow Tower, All of the younger siblings combined wouldn't be enough for great god Su-di to beat him with one hand, right? If it really came down to it, it wouldn't be too much to replace the elders and Su-di against each other. How could I possibly beat Su-di anyway? Jiangling Taki couldn't help but hold his forehead. The younger siblings also looked down on themselves too much. Most importantly, all of his own transfer quests were still brought through by great god Su-di. Su-di just came out after meeting Grandpa? Jiangling Taki was high up on the roof and caught a glimpse of Su-di going in to look for Grandpa Jiang Wanyao. As a result, he came out after only 10 minutes of back and forth. This was much faster than the time he spent in the highest hall. Su-di walked out of Grandpa's house, his gaze flowing to look at a corner of the roof. Jiangling Taki's heart was startled even as she flashed behind the eaves of the roof. Her heart thumped as she wondered if she had been discovered by the other party. Why don't we go and call our cousin? Jiangling Taki took a deep breath. If she was truly discovered, then it would be fine to go out and call the other party a cousin. In that case, should he ask his cousin to bring him along? No, that would be too much of a delay. Let's just call each other cousin when the time comes. Where is everyone? Just as Jiangling Taki was about to go find Su-di, she realized that the other party had already disappeared. The blistering wind hunted. After Su-di inquired about the location of the copy of the Forest of Sins, he was prepared to go and complete his third turn quest first. After he passed this copy, cousin Su Ziyue should have almost found the materials as well. At that time, breaking through the third turn would usher in another wave of increase in strength. But the invitation to the Demon King Abyss party within my bracelet was first given to my old mom by a mysterious person? Su-di recalled what Grandpa said to himself on the road. According to Jiang Wanyao, it was a strange figure that stopped his mom and dad and left the invitation. After encountering this strange incident, his own parents and Grandpa had mentioned this matter and left the invitation until now. Within the demon realm, heaven realm, and void god realm, one could obtain 1,000 strange and rare props, even mythic grade equipment. What's more was that there was also a chance of obtaining fragments of the game's history. The game history recorded just how the game merged with Blue Star. The things that Grandpa Jiang Wanyao had asked Su-di to do. The main thing was to wait for the fifth turn and go to the Demon World Abyss party to collect game history fragments. When Su-di collected the history fragments, he would also be able to be more clear about the source of his mechanical ascension. The intensity of the demon realm, heavenly realm, void god realm is really not comparable to the real world. Su-di's eyes narrowed slightly as his mind flowed. He knew that his skills were strong enough to easily break down the map. The secret realm constructed by so many high-level elders of the mechanical guild. Surprisingly, none of them could withstand the damage of their 2 awakening skills. However, within the Heaven's Pride Battle Shadow Tower, the impact of his 2 awakening skills couldn't even shake it. The Devil Realm and the Heavenly Realm, which had the same name as the Void God Realm, must not be far behind in terms of strength. Resisting a beating is a good thing. When I turn 5 and go to the Demon Realm Abyss, won't I be able to throw awakenings recklessly? Su-di's eyes gradually brightened. He now had the Paradox Ring Maxwell Demon. The frequency of releasing awakening techniques would only increase. Leveling up would also inevitably make awakening techniques stronger and stronger. The Demon Lord organized an abyssal party to enjoy endless revelry. It wouldn't be too much to ask to open a few awakening techniques yourself at that time to give the party a boost, right? I'll be able to reach the 4th turn today, and it won't be a problem to reach the 5th turn in a couple days. Su-di's fists clenched slightly. His biggest desire right now was to upgrade quickly. Turning 5 would open up a new world for him. On the way to the Forest of Sins, Su-di opened the skill panel and prepared to make a boost to strengthen himself. After all, the old man had given a 10 billion amethyst card, so money wasn't even a problem. Nanobody Type K3000. Effect, Freeform Shaping, Nanobug. Let me see how far the ever-enhancing nanobody can go. The words fell. Su-di lit up the nanobody technology tree. You spend 1 billion amethyst coins to enhance the nanobody type K3000. Nanobody type K5000. Effect, Nanosplit. Nanosplit, you can transform your mental power into nanoparticles. Every 1 point of mental power will split into 100,000 nanoparticles. This effect isn't bad, so that I don't have to use the effect of nanites to increase the number of nanoparticles every time. I can completely rely on consuming mental energy to quickly obtain more nanoparticles. Su-di was satisfied with this enhancement in his heart. He immediately followed up with another reinforcement boost to the nanobody. You spend 1 billion amethyst coins to enhance the nanobody K5000 type. Nanobody type K7000. Effect, Body Vibranium. Ontological Vibranium. The nanoparticles that your ontology has transformed into have a defense that is infinitely close to the most indestructible vibranium in the entire universe. Simple and crude. Su-di slightly sucked in a cold breath when he saw this. As long as he turned on his nanosizing, even the top shield warriors were not as resistant as him. What do you mean by mechanical ascension? Nanosizing is what is called fleshly sainthood, alright. With a harvested mood, Su-D performed the final reinforcement on his nanobody. You spend 1 billion amethyst coins to enhance the nanobody K7000. Nanobody type K9000. Effect, element of everything. Element of everything, you can make your nanoparticles with the qualities of the basic elements within the blue star. Having the basic elements, then wouldn't I truly be able to create a whole bunch of legions out of thin air now? Su-D's face was stunned when he saw this. The game and reality fused, and any basic elements such as gold, silver, copper, iron, nitrate, etc. appeared to be strengthened. The previous him could make excess nanoparticles turn into tanks though. But the bullets fired by the tanks were still nano and wouldn't explode with a wide range of lethality. Now the characteristics of the nanobody K9000 type can really realize out of thin air to create things. Thousands of Blackhawk fighter apocalypse tanks, all of which can fire real bullets and shells. In addition to this, the effect of Su-D moving to kill is to make their own all-bullet type of attack, all have 100% penetration. The warplane tanks that he created not only have 100% real damage from cannonballs. At that time oneself then gently snaps one's fingers. Instantaneous, explosive, explosive. Chapter 71 The Forest of Sins, there is a hanging wall to run quickly. The Forest of Sins. Here is a huge lake that covers an area of 100,000 square meters. The mirror surface of the lake presents a bizarre purple-black color. Carefully look at the water surface reflects the silent and dark black forest scene. What made one's scalp numb was that there were no trees growing in the vicinity. This was not a reflection, on the other side of the water was the endless black forest. The transfer quests of the hundreds of men and women present were related to the Forest of Sins. The worst of them in terms of strength were also fifth turn turners. The crowd visited this place from time to challenge them in order to make breakthroughs by completing the transfer quests. The many strong people present stepped on the void and looked nervously at the lake below. In the lake forest scene, all of the transmigrants have seen, the other side of the water appeared on the other side of the monsters that had been killed by their own teeth and claws towards their own seeking revenge. This scene no matter how many times to see feel like the back. According to the game's historical fragments, the Forest of Sins is also an extremely special place. All of the slain monsters would return here in a manner similar to that of a soul ghost. If a transmigrant entered it, a secret world that was uniquely theirs would be generated within the Forest of Sins. Inside the secret world, all the lords and elites that you have killed will appear. And the lords and elites had drastically increased in level and strength. This, if I had known I wouldn't have killed so many monsters before, now I have a headache when I see so many monsters. Brother, how many minutes do you have to stay in the Forest of Sins for your transfer quest? 8 minutes. My latest record is 2 minutes and 20 seconds, I really can't top that, so I'll hurry up and exit this copy to save my life. 8 minutes is still very hopeful of success, I'm going to stay in the Forest of Sins for 10 minutes I'm at turn 6 now, I don't know how many monsters I've killed, I can stay inside for 7 minutes is considered good. I'm tempted to give up on this transfer quest, but if I do, the new transfer quest will definitely be even more perverse. The newly arrived transmutators chatted with other old transmutators. Many of them were regretting that they had killed too many monsters with their own hands, causing them to be unable to complete this transfer quest. What would happen if we killed all the monsters in the Forest of Sins? A disjointed voice rang out from the back of the crowd. This sentence caused many people present to cry and laugh. Kill all the monsters in the Forest of Sins? Ha 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 ha, are you making an international joke, big brother? All the lords you've killed before as well as the elite monsters will appear in the copy. It's good to live for a few minutes. Brother, this is the first time you've come to the Forest of Sins, the monsters in this copy have been strengthened in every aspect, their level is at least the same as yours. Yeah, the monsters that we would have exhausted ourselves to kill with great difficulty before, appearing in a stronger way and exploding in numbers, how could anyone possibly get through? I've never heard of anyone getting through the Forest of Sins, the transmigrators who come here are all looking to see who can survive in the Forest of Sins for the time required by the quest. The crowd present set off a new conversation. Their transfer quest, if they were to pass through the Forest of Sins, then it would be impossible for them to break through for the rest of their lives. So that's how it is. Su-D had his hands in his pockets with a smiling expression. He knew that his transfer mission, indeed, was improper again. A normal transmigrator in the Forest of Sins would just be able to survive until the required time. But what he himself required was to pass the level and wipe out all the lords and elite monsters that had been there. It was good that it wasn't a big problem. Su-D knew that his profession was even more inappropriate. Hoo. The sky was blowing a violent gale. The huge immortal gourd with a reddish body descended from the sky. Today I need to complete the mission of the Forest of Sins. A man in a celestial master Dao robe arrived. He was a genius talisman master of the Lingnan school and needed to stay in the Forest of Sins for 10 minutes. And his latest record was already at 8 minutes and 47 seconds. Isn't this Yuan Shu? I heard that he broke through to the 5th turn last year, but I didn't expect that he would also be stuck in the Forest of Sins until now. He's only 26 this year, right? He really deserves to be one of the future Heavenly Masters' predetermined candidates. The Talisman Master profession lifts their hands to draw talismans in the void. Each talisman has a different function. Yuan Shu has a high probability of breaking through to the 6th turn this year. This is the breakthrough speed of a genius. I'm afraid it's hard for me to catch up in this lifetime. Yuan Shu only encountered a copy of the Forest of Sins at the 5th turn. I only encountered this quest at the 7th turn now. Yuan Shu's future is really promising. The crowd in the room raised a good sigh of relief. The faster the breakthrough speed, the greater one's potential. Not only was the opponent young and talented, encountering the Forest of Sins transformation quest at this level was enough to illustrate the power of the profession. Rumble. Rumble. The original green sky and white sun suddenly became cloudy and set off gusts of wind. A large group of stitched beasts assembled by the stitched limbs of various alien beasts descended from the sky. The leading man among them was clearly riding a carrion dragon. The Yubei's lineage of corpse stitchers. Did he also come to the Forest of Sins because of the transfer quest? He came once 3 days ago, you just didn't come that day. I remember, this ghoul sewer stayed for 9 minutes the first time he came to the Forest of Sins. His strength is truly terrifying. I don't know where he came from. The profession of ghoul sewer is able to sew the limbs of killed monsters together with other monster limbs to obtain a fully powerful pet. This profession is much stronger than an ordinary beast master. I've heard that they also sew human limbs and ferocious beasts together. I wonder if that's true. The crowd present watched the carrion giant dragon hover in mid-air. The strength of these younger generations who had inherited the family's profession was likewise not to be underestimated. Those who can stay in the Forest of Sins for a few minutes without getting out are considered heavenly pride. Then what should I, the one who has to fight through it, call it? Hanging wall? It seems like good and true is right. Su Di secretly spat in his heart. The people present hovered above the lake with their feet in the void. They quietly waited for the last batch of people who entered the Forest of Sins and came out. Only when the last batch of people who went to the Forest of Sins copy secret realm came out. Only then would a new entrance to the Forest of Sins appear to welcome new challengers. Buzz off. Buzzing. Violent ripples appeared in the calm lake. In the next moment, secret teleportation portals appeared on the surface of the lake. Inside the portal, a succession of transmigrators flew out in a very sorry state. They still hadn't managed to stay in the Forest of Sins until their breakthrough as they had hoped this time. It's just 3 minutes short of me completing the transfer quest. I got an arrow in my knee. Is there any priest brother willing to help me heal it first? Kula, truth be told, I used to encounter a sexy chimera. At that time I was young and unintelligent to destroy this chimera. Now I repent. Every time in the Forest of Sins, I let that chimera big sister take bare revenge on me. Feelings you damn well didn't have. A transfer mission also came to the Forest of Sins, just for this. Why is it that I almost stay a little bit longer every time? I've been stuck here for 3 years. The last transfigurator who was eliminated from the copy raised a long sigh. Just as the crowd was sighing, the new secret passageway of the Forest of Sins had opened. You guys can't do it, let's watch us now. The many transmigrators who had been preparing for a long time laughed softly. With that, they collectively rushed into the middle of the secret realm entrance. When the number of entrants filled up to 100, the Forest of Sins entrance quickly disappeared, and the secret realm copy would open up a whole new world of monster vengeance for the newly entered transmutants. Inside the Forest of Sins secret realm, the sky was gray and misty. Dead trees and chaotic graves in the distance began to spew blood unceasingly. The surrounding area faintly resounded with hoarse wailing and life-claiming sounds, giving people a creepy feeling. Su Di slightly shuffled his back, without half a bit of fear. It is said that the first time is familiar. Although you guys might be cooked the first time. But the problem is not big. Now is the good opportunity for everyone to recognize deceased me for the second time. Chapter 72 Playing with Combination Techniques. The Forest of Sins secret copy. Ghastly winds gusted and ghostly shadows rose. A strong aura came from the depths of the forest. Mechanical Kernagel and Necrotic Skeleton have reached an alliance, and both sides have spread their lord's mighty pressure all over the field, and your physique has been suppressed by 30%. Maximum suppression limit reached. The Goblin King has joined forces with the corrupted dragon. Both sides have spread their lord's might across the field, and your strength has been suppressed by 30%. Maximum suppression limit reached. Thunder Monkey and Tainted Heart Dragon have joined forces, both of them spread their lord's power across the field, your agility has been suppressed by 30%. Maximum suppression limit reached. Are these lords thinking that by joining forces, they can win against me? Su Di made his way towards the deepest part of the dense forest. He now possessed the Maxwell Demon of the Paradox Ring and was able to unleash 3 awakening techniques. That wasn't counting the consume less winged motion killing and his own nanobody that he could use by relying on spirit recovery. The strength of these monsters hadn't been able to keep up with the rate of increase in his strength. As a result, the monsters not only didn't surrender but also dared to return fire at me? Suddenly, an open red umbrella floated down from the sky. When the red umbrella floated to a height of more than 1 meter, wearing a black Lolita skin Snow White lowly illusion appeared. At the same time, other large and small elite monsters also made their appearance. Monster information. Name, Vengeful Umbrella Lowly Elite Monster. Level, 219. Attack, 699,999. Physical defense, 299999. Legal defense, 299999. Skills, Underworld Cracking Wave, Umbrella Soul Shift, Umbrella Wing Roundhouse Strike, Ghost Pupil Death Flame. Description: a gothic lowly fused from countless souls is now making a comeback with the fury of vengeance. Name Vengeance Evil Spirit 10,000 Poisonous Be Elite. Level, 219. Attack, 710,854. Physical defense, 308392. Legal defense, 223829. Skills, Thousandfold Stinging Needle, Breaking Instantaneous Body, Venomous Substitute. Description: one of the 4 guards born to the Queen Bee of the Heavenly King is now making a comeback with a vengeful fury. Name Vengeance Evil Spirit Be Woman Elite. Level, 219. Attack, 701,730. Physical defense, 209927. Legal defense, 338349. Skills, Phantom Poison Deadly Needle, Kiss of Love, Skybreaking Delusion Blade Slash. Description: one of the 4 guards born to the Queen Bee of the Heavenly King, who has the potential to become the next generation of Queen Bee, is now making a comeback with the fury of revenge. Ha ha ha, hello again. The shady umbrella Loli's white 5 fingers slightly covered her mouth as she let out a wanton, maniacal laugh. Their rank in the Forest of Sins was the same as those who entered. In the beginning, it was this 10,000 evil humans who said that their little feet were stinky feet. Nowadays, times were different, and the other party's stinky mouth would be their own foot wash. Is your boss hiding in the back all afraid to come out? Su-D watched the elite monsters that he had once exterminated make their full appearance. He opened the split mode of his nanobody. Slender black tornadoes blew up from under Su-D's feet and went straight to the sky. Those who didn't know thought that the other party was blackened and had special effects. Everyone tried to trap this human as much as possible. Let him be used as a mating machine for our B clan, so that we might have a chance to live a second life. B-girl looked sexually aroused with her tail high in the air. A deranged plan surfaced in her mind. With their lords joining forces to conclude the pressure, the other party's strength was bound to be drastically weakened. If they could find out the secrets of this human, especially if it was used as a mating machine. With the potential of one's queen bee, one might even be able to breed a large number of human bee exotic beasts with terrifying strength. At that time, they might be able to break the restrictions of the Forest of Sins. Live out the second life. A red light bloomed in the eyes of all the elite monsters present. They were the monsters that had been caught up in the aftermath of Su-D's skill and exterminated. Now that their enemies were in front of them, all they needed was a chance to torment each other. Underworld Splitting Wave. Umbrella Loli took the lead. She gathered her red umbrella and fired a powerful purple spectral shockwave between the umbrellas. Boom! Purple energy impacted Su-D's body. The latter's body then collapsed into countless particles. So simply dead? The umbrella Loli's beautiful eyes were astonished. She couldn't believe that she had gotten this strong. It's those particles again. Everyone retreat backwards first, then continuously generate defensive shields to counteract the particles nibbling. Never let the black particles get within their defensive shields. Bee-woman panicked and opened her mouth as she learned the lesson from her last death. The monster who had never seen this kind of world looked at Bee-woman with a face full of questions. A human was able to turn into such black particles? Who the hell is the monster? Who? After the nanobody evolved to full level, Su-D was able to create 100,000 nanoparticles by consuming even just 1 point of mental energy. Billions and billions of nanostorms quickly rose up from the ground, as if becoming a bridge between the sky and the earth. The dense fog within the forest came from all directions and was all swept up in the storm. Huge dead trees were uprooted and sucked into the tornado, and most of the elite monsters that couldn't react in time were also sucked in and ground into pieces. I haven't even been dead for long. How did this human grow to this point? Shady Umbrella Loli opened her shield while quickly retreating. She looked incredulously at the expanding nanostorm. Ask all the kings to make a move. Destroy the storm created by this human. All the elite monsters that escaped the storm shouted in unison. Combining the power of all the lords, they believed that they could definitely bring down this giant tornado. Clank clank clank. Boom boom boom. Buzz. All the lords in the deepest part of the Forest of Sins let out monstrous fury. They were well aware that their enemies had truly come. The other party must be taught the pain of this imprisonment in the land of never-ending days. That human, is he a god? Shady Umbrella Loli's body shivered as she looked into the distant sky. At the center of the storm, a large number of black nanoparticles converged and took shape. Sudi hovered in the air as if he were a god, his body shimmered with light and absorbed the endless black particles. He opened his eyes and looked across the distance to all the ferocious beasts in the deepest part of the world. From the original Goblin King, to the lava giants and death heads of the Black Rock volcano. The corrupted dragons of the Witch's Forest, the mechanical Kenj on the borders of Motown. The high-level lords of the Calamity Beast Tower, and the 10 ferocious beasts of the Storm Canyon. It also came with an endless number of massive lords that had been killed by the aftermath of the awakening technique. Finally, it goes all the way to the heavenly King Queen Bee of the Northwest Frontier. All the lords cast their skills to continuously summon their attendant subordinates. The number of monsters skyrocketed at a rate of 1,000 times per second. The huge group of monsters spread out like an ocean, and the human sea tactic became literal here. Silence. Sudi stretched out his hands and clenched them like a music conductor. The violent nano-storm that immediately followed quickly subsided. All the monsters watched in amazement as Sudi actually cancelled this stance on his own. Only that they soon realized the reason for it. Only to see Sudi with a kingly aura waving his hand. Billions and billions of nanoparticles instantly formed a black war machine that covered half of the sky. Mend. Sudi made a graceful arc with one hand. All the warplanes came out en masse in unison. The bullets and shells that filled the sky seemed like a great rainstorm that had never been seen before in the history of the planet. 100% penetration put the monster's body into constant piercing. The name of truth transcended the past. Sutian unforgettably cast his first awakening technique Destruction Ray at the end. A singularity containing destructive energy was launched from the dome of the sky. A full 18 giant energy pillars slammed down, and everything exploded. The 18 rays of destruction moved in a circular motion and spread out continuously. It was as if an apocalyptic war had occurred. As if Sudi was wearing an infinite glove, he heavily snapped his fingers at the end. Chapter 73, Son of Version vs. Everything Forbidden Spell Alternative. The outskirts of the Forest of Sins. Teleportation portals appeared frequently on the calm lake. One after another, the transmutations were ejected from the small world under the lake. They were transmutants who had chosen to exit the copy on their own because they were unable to withstand the siege of the Forest of Sins monsters. Just a little bit, I'm 30 seconds away from staying in the Forest of Sins for 8 minutes. We're going to stay in this broken secret realm for too long. A normal battle can basically be decided in 2 or 3 minutes. Brother, you won't be so stupid to fight with the monsters in the Forest of Sins. Isn't this a secret realm that depends on escape techniques? Luckily the Forest of Sins secret realm has an exit function, otherwise there are monsters that want to trap me inside and slowly take revenge. Did Lingnan's genius Heavenly Master only come out now? He stayed another 10 seconds longer than last time. The people present were talking. They secretly glanced at Yuan Shu, the talisman master who had flown out of the secret realm. The other party had gone in with a spirited look, but now he was clearly exhausted. But it was all worth it. The other party had stayed in the Forest of Sins for 10 seconds longer than last time. That corpse stitcher came out as well. Someone's sharp eyes spotted another celestial pride emerging from the Forest of Sins. That corpse stitcher was covered in unknown meat foam, except for a carrion parrot standing on his shoulder. None of the other stitching corpse summoners made it out of the secret realm alive. This should be the candidate that lasted the longest. I remember that this stitching corpse summoner had already stayed for 9 minutes the first time he came to the secret realm. How come he got out even faster this time? I remembered when you said that, the first time he wore the Forest of Sins with some other corpse summon. The transmigrators who came out in the same batch exchanged information with each other. How obscure. The young corpse stitcher spat. He immediately raised his hand and opened his palm, and several hexagram formations appeared around him. Brand new monster corpses appeared in the formations, and there was no shortage of sewn human limbs among the monster corpses. The corpse stitcher really had to sew humans and alien beasts together. The same human he really had to do it too. Is this still human? Many of the people present spoke in an unpleasant tone, carrying anger in their hearts. They couldn't get used to this kind of person who was willing to lay hands on even the same clan in order to become stronger. Why, if you guys have opinions, don't talk behind your backs. The corpse stitcher youth looked at the people present with a face full of displeasure. He was originally enraged by his loss in the Forest of Sins. These people just happened to be his own sandbags for venting his anger. Then I'll discuss it to your face. Your profession can obviously just sew monster corpses. What do you mean by sewing human limbs in it? A seventh-turn powerhouse stepped forward. He was not used to seeing this kind of selfish person. The corpses being sewn up in here, and whose sons and whose husbands might be. Are you guys qualified to talk about this? The corpse stitcher's mouth was tinged with a derisive smile. Which of you who came to the sinful forest today didn't kill a large number of living beings because of their hands? What happened to me killing a few two-legged goats with their body parts stitched together to test the comprehensive strength of monsters? We kill monsters and foreign beasts. Can you compare with us? Someone stood out and cursed. The other party's attitude didn't take human life seriously at all. All beings are equal, are the lives of monsters not lives? The corpse sewer blankly glanced at the crowd. He held himself to be sheltered by his family and wasn't afraid of incurring the wrath of the crowd. Sooner or later, there will be a strong man who will teach you to be human. That seventh turned powerhouse's fists clenched slightly. Survival of the fittest, he wouldn't have said anything if this corpse stitcher was an orc by profession. But the other party is still genetically human to say such words, it is simply no different from. At least human beings have the idea of all things being equal and accepting animals as a good thing. But monsters kill gas people nonchalantly, especially kobolds. That kind of monster will also grab human women. Now this corpse stitcher actually stood in the position of the monster and argued with them. If you guys are not convinced, you can compete with me in shaking people. The necromancer family was all in this profession. If they really fought, the more people who died, their profession would only get stronger the more they fought. He came immediately above the lake and prepared to break into the forest of sins again. The people inside actually haven't left the secret realm yet. Many people who were focused on the situation of the secret realm were astonished. It was the first time they had waited until now. Hiss, there's up to 10 minutes now, right? Then this brother's transfer quests are probably all done. I remember, that young man who said that if he passes through the forest of sins hasn't come out yet. That person should be a genius from the mechanical guild. I see that the material of his badge is a rare or that can only be used by the top tier. Or the top guilds out of the genius is powerful enough. A time to pass, do not bring to study the fight escape route and so on. What's going on? What's going on down here? It wasn't long before the crowd present let out their admiration before they saw a shocking vision. Only to see the surface of the calm purple spectral colored lake all skyrocket with gorgeous light. An enormous amount of energy was overflowing out through the secret realm teleportation gate. Wow! The entire lake surface of the Forest of Sins transformed into a large portal opening. A white-clothed transmogrifier with a disembodied body shot straight up into the sky. Did something just fly out? This thought popped up in the minds of everyone present without a second thought. Immediately afterward, huge surging shockwaves rushed out from within. Not good. Someone lost his voice and shouted. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. The Forest of Sins seemed to have divine intelligence as it digested most of the power of Su-Di's skill. It discharged the unabsorbable shockwaves into reality in waves. The Transfigurator couldn't dodge as well as he could, and as a result, he was nearly shocked into space. The strongest elite corpses accumulated by the corpse stitchers were even directly rushed to crotch rot. The army of elite corpses that I managed to build with great difficulty. The corpse stitcher was so angry that his heart was dripping blood. He had managed to stitch together monsters from the limbs of various animals, as well as human powerhouses. As a result, it was destroyed by a sudden shockwave before it could be cast. The originator of all this, Su-Di, didn't realize what he had done. This Forest of Sins has a bit of something too. I didn't even blow it through with my skill here. Su-Di came out with a sigh in his heart. If this sentence of his was spread out, others would probably die of anger. The Forest of Sins was a mega secret realm that housed monsters after death. If it was as fragile as other secret realms, that would be called no heavenly reason. Hey little cousin, how are you collecting that crystal core fragment? Su-Di found Su-Ziu's phone number to dial from the family group. He had now cleared the Forest of Sins. When the 10 crystal core fragments quest was completed, he would be able to step into the fourth turn himself. Brother Su-Di. I'll be right there. Su-Ziu's anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. There were also some noisy voices coming from around her. Where are you people? Su-Di slightly frowned as he asked the other party's location. He guessed that the other party was most likely in some trouble. After the younger cousin roughly explained the location, Su-Di understood that the other party was at the Magic Forbidden Book Society's crystal core mining area. He came back to his senses and recalled that the other party had said that the crystal nuclei he wanted the mechanical guild basically had them. But the wood crystal cores of this kind were here at the Magic Forbidden Book Guild. Okay, I know. Su-Di hung up the phone and quickly traveled. The little cousin was in trouble because of herself. The other side. Magic Forbidden Book Society Crystal Core Vein. Su-Ziu and the people from the Magic Forbidden Book Society had a friction. The beautiful woman wearing starry robes and a witch's magic hat with a face like a peach petal who was watching from the sidelines had her hands wrapped around her chest. A black forbidden book fluttered around the woman like a butterfly. The black forbidden book could strangely spit out human words, and its voice was like that of a vicissitude old man. Ha 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 ha, Jiafui, in vain you were still wondering how to find Su-Di, but I didn't expect the other party to come to my door by themselves. Fortunately, I left an extra thought today, wondering how someone from the Mechanical Guild could come to us to ask for something. Well, I've been sleeping for I don't know how many thousands of years, and now that the new version of the sun has appeared, I have to take a good look at it. Forbidden book, what you said before about mechanical ascension. What does the forbidden spell of all things mean? Also, and what did you mean by the last version? P.S. There's one more chapter at midnight today, so the author can start resuming updates before compensating when he's done with his New Year's rush. Chapter 74, Times Have Changed. The Magic Forbidden Book Society Crystal Core Vein. The neighborhood was dotted with large and small ancient vein secret realms. In addition to mining a small amount of amethyst in the ancient vein secret realm, you can also obtain relic crystal core fragments. The relic crystal core fragments were important materials for various forged items. Isn't the Mechanical Labyrinth Guild very capable, when the iron crystal core and gold crystal core veins accounted for most of them, saying that they wanted to develop mecha research? Now how did they remember to ask for wood crystal core fragments? You guys don't want to follow Luban's example and change to carpentry before asking for wood crystal core fragments, right? Ha ha ha. We don't even have enough of this stuff to use ourselves. You guys take a ton of iron core or gold core fragments and exchange them for about the same. The three members of the Magic Forbidden Book Society who were blocking the room struck a brutal tone. Now that the other party was begging them, they could finally raise their own eyebrows for once. I only need one of your wood's crystal cores. You want a ton of iron's crystal cores in exchange? This is a deliberate attempt to not want to give it, isn't it? Suzui's small face twisted to the side and opened her mouth in anger. If it wasn't for her cousin, she wouldn't want to come to this place. Things are more expensive than they are rare. The wood's crystal core is basically not seen a few times in the market. The members of the Magic Forbidden Book Society casually babbled. They held that the other party was in a hurry to take the crystal cores, so they dared to ask for a sky-high price. The major top guilds have different philosophical beliefs, but we are at least all Dragon Kingdom guilds, and when the Magic Forbidden Book Society had something to find us before, we didn't make things so difficult for you guys. Suzuiwa had no choice but to bring up the old days to preach. She really didn't think that she would ask for a crystal core fragment and the other party could make things difficult for her to this extent. The few members of the Magic Forbidden Book Society present obviously knew that they were at a disadvantage. They couldn't help but look at the beautiful woman high up in the mountain range. The other party was the Magic Forbidden Book Society's newest Dharma god genius, Feng Jiawei. The few people present originally did not intend to make things so difficult for Suzuiwa. Mainly because Feng Jiawei secretly instructed them to target them at every turn after knowing the reason for their arrival, so of course they could not account for his. We didn't make things difficult for you. The entrance to that secret realm is full of wood crystal cores. If you have the ability, go and pick them. The three Magic Forbidden Book Guild members present smiled cheaply. It felt good to be ordered to disgust the members of the Mechanical Guild. No one has even mined that secret realm. With the ancient fossils on the exterior, how do you expect me to open it without a strength of 8 turns or more? Suzuiwa almost didn't turn her back in anger. The other party had repeatedly teased herself, if it wasn't for the fact that her cousin's matter didn't work out. Otherwise, according to her previous temperament, she would have to make a move to teach a few people a lesson. Suddenly, swiftly, just at this moment, in the distance drifted a hidden black fog. Looking closely, this black mist was composed of billions and billions of nanoparticles. When the black mist dispersed, no one noticed this existence that was countless times smaller than dust. Just like that, this black mist came to the mining area unhindered. Purple Moon, are you in some kind of trouble? This was Sudi's voice. All the nanoparticles all converged before they became visible to the naked eye. Countless black lead powder converged into a handsome man who suddenly appeared in the grounds. What kind of shifting skill is this? No one informed how this man came in. The pupils of Feng Jiawei in the distant mountains shrunk violently, as if they had seen an extremely terrifying event. None of the high-level magic they had mastered was as bizarre as the other party. More importantly, this was the headquarters of the Magic Forbidden Book Society. Outsiders who hadn't registered, all skills such as imperious arts, instantaneous movement, and teleportation would be invalidated. But Su Di completely ignored these restrictions. It was as if he had just done something that couldn't be simpler, easily entering their main camp. GGGGOGGG, the new version of the chosen answer possessor, it's really obvious at a glance. The black forbidden book levitated in the air and let out a wanton, maniacal laugh. Its entire body revealed a strong interest in Su Di. See what? How can I not see it? Feng Jiawei asked with a face full of doubt. She cast a survey technique on the other party, resulting in seeing all unknowns. This youth that the forbidden book had made himself looked too mysterious. It's right if you can't see it, because I can't see it either. The black forbidden book suddenly let out another low laugh. It had gone from being 99% skeptical to now being 100% certain that Su Ri was a mechanical ascender. No human could be under its own surveying technique and still have something to hide. Only a brand new version of the answer for each period, an existence beyond the data, would cause any surveying to be invalid. Thanks to the existence of this mechanism, the black forbidden book was able to utilize the lookup more often. Sude has now arrived. You can now talk to me about the mechanical ascension ones you have been mentioning before. Feng Jiawei asked the black forbidden book with her arms around her chest. The black forbidden book that she had accidentally awakened seemed to know many important secrets. The black forbidden book slowly floated in the air, slowly explaining the reason why. It's a long story exactly, I can only give you a simple example from the history of your planet. During the Jurassic period, the Tyrannosaurus rex was the most offensive dinosaur. The other dinosaurs had their own strengths but were not as good as the Tyrannosaurus rex in terms of destructive aggressiveness, and the Tyrannosaurus rex was known as the version of the answer to that era. The old era before the game fused reality. Human beings are the strongest version of the answer. You guys can make any race destroy if you want to. Sudi's occupational characteristic is mechanical ascension. He is like the only human in this world who can use all the technology. Others are similar to lions, tigers, and leopards compared to him. I can let you have a chance to go from a lion, tiger, and leopard to become the strongest Tyrannosaurus rex in the last epoch, which is what I call the ban on all things, but now out of the new version of the answer. Technology. Chapter 75 Cousin Me, in the 30-second Don't Laugh Challenge. How did you come over? Why did no one come over to inform? You are trespassing our guild, know it. I remember, around suddenly appeared a lot of black lead powder like things into him like this. Didn't the Magic Forbidden Book Guild City Guard elders notice this person coming over? The 3 members of the Magic Forbidden Book Society present were shocked beyond belief when they heard Su Ziyue intimately call the other party a cousin. Only then did they realize that the other party was the person Su Ziyue had called and shaken in front of her. Billions and billions of nanoparticles gathered into Su Di's appearance. His cold eyes skimmed over a few people, and the air temperature seemed to plummet and drop. Brother Su Di, you're finally here. Su Ziyue cheered and ran to the other party. Little stars of adoration twinkled in her eyes, feeling that her cousin's appearance was simply not too handsome. Entering the headquarters of the Magic Forbidden Book Society at will to come and go as he pleased. This was something that none of the elder-level characters could do. Su Ziyue didn't understand until now what her parents had said to her. Your cousin is so strong that he is unimaginable to himself. Even without seeing the other party in person, the mere act of showing up was enough to explain everything. You're the prince of the Mechanical Mystery Guild that just returned. The pupils of the 3 people from the Magic Forbidden Book Guild flashed brightly. They had some knowledge of the Mechanical Mystery City Guild's big news today. They didn't realize that the big news principal was right in front of them. It's a few of them who said that a wood crystal core needs a ton of iron crystal cores in exchange. Su Ziyue muttered a few words in dissatisfaction from the side. Originally, it wasn't even necessary for cousin to come over personally, but it ended up causing so much trouble. Is there such a thing? Su Di faced the 3 people and questioned in an indifferent tone. The flat tone sounded as heavy as £1,000,000 to several people. The other party was the crown prince of the Mechanical Mystery City Guild who had a lot of power. They didn't dare to talk nonsense without dependence. This. Fine sweat surfaced on the foreheads of the members of the Magic Forbidden Book Guild present. They were instructed by the guild fakir to make things difficult for Su Ziyue. Now that the other party hadn't appeared, they didn't dare to contradict the other party when they had no one to turn to. A fragrant breeze brushed past. Dressed in a gorgeous mage robe, Feng Jiawei executed imperial air to arrive at the scene. Her appearance caused Su Ziyue's side-eye attraction. The other party was a strong person who had suddenly risen to prominence in the Magic Forbidden Book Society. It was a top genius who was being groomed as the next president of the Magic Forbidden Book Society. Fatsi is here. A few people from the Magic Forbidden Book Society looked like they had seen a savior. Feng Jiawei's appearance was like a pill of reassurance to the few people. With the appearance of the guild's Fatsi, it wasn't so false that the mechanical guild Su Di. Cousin, this new Fatsi's F-Ation spell is very powerful and can even cause area seconds. Su Ziyue pulled on the other party's corner looking a little nervous. She had heard rumors about the other party's strength. F-A-Z? That nickname is a bit familiar. Su Di's eyes narrowed slightly, recalling that he had seen this nickname in the Void God Realm Heaven's remarkable battle Shadow Tower. The male mage who almost managed to break through the first layer of the tower was called Fatsi. The other party's strength almost broke through the Heaven's Pride Tower, so he was obviously a genius of the Magic Forbidden Book Society as well. FAZ is the honorific title for the strongest young generation of the Magic Forbidden Book Society. The previous generation owner of this title was called Lu Meteor. But he was killed not long ago by this woman called Feng Jiawei's F-Ation spell that killed Lu Meteor in seconds. The other party's current nickname of the Void God Realm and Arena has passed to this woman. Su Ziyu saw her cousin frowning and whispered in the other's ear to explain. She had heard that this woman seemed to have had some sort of strange encounter and her strength had suddenly skyrocketed. The other party went down with an incantation and directly finished off Lu Meteor, who was the name of the last generation of the Dharma Sun, in seconds. Nicknames and transgressions? Su Di also grew an insight when he heard this. He had thought that nicknames were fixed forever after they were taken. Normally speaking, nicknames who take even whose, but FAZ, this title Magic Forbidden Book will be created at the beginning of the name and used as a reward, otherwise we these juniors, where can get such a lofty nickname? Su Ziyue explained the reason for this to the other party. The nickname of the Arena Void God Realm could not be repeated. As long as the user was willing, they could also trade and buy and sell their nickname. Although this nickname did not have any attribute bonuses. But it was like a license plate number in the olden days, a symbol of status and identity. The game fused with reality, the earliest names Shura, Dragon King and other names of the transmogrifier. They once auctioned off their nicknames for billions of dollars. So this is it. Su-D looked at the new generation of Fotsy in front of him. The young girl was wearing an azure blue mana robe, her one face and greasy temperament was outstanding. She held a black magic book in her long hands, adding a bit of intellectual beauty. The arrival of the guild's top pillar gave several members of the Magic Forbidden Book Society a sense of confidence. We're not targeting your mechanical guild, the secret area to the east is full of wooden crystals, but if you can't take them away, it's not our fault. A member of the Magic Forbidden Book Guild stepped forward. Their guild's newly minted fakir specialized in curing all kinds of disobedience. Even if the Crown Prince of the Machinery Guild was present, then he would have to weigh whose territory this was. Hello, my name is Feng Jiawei, the conflict just now must have been a misunderstanding. Feng Jiawei reported her name and politely reached out her hand. She displayed her best smile as if she had met an old friend. Su-D. Su-D held the other party's white soft razor. He remembered that his little cousin had said that the other party could cause a wide range of seconds with a single mage spell going down. This déjà vu vestigial feeling was subtle. How do you still recognize on? The members of the Magic Forbidden Book Society revealed a bitter look. Originally, they thought that Fotsy had stepped in to teach the Mechanical Guild a lesson. But in terms of this development trend, how did they Fotsy look like she had her eye on Su-D? Since it was a misunderstanding just now, then please also take out the wood crystal core, and I will give a crystal core of equal value in exchange from my side. Su-D cut to the chase and opened his mouth. After saying that, he looked towards the black magic book in the other party's arms. The energy fluctuations coming from it seemed to be vaguely pointing towards himself. Crystal cores can be given, but as our side says, you need to take them yourselves. Feng Jiawei was pointing if anything. She just wanted to take this opportunity to measure. How much stronger than herself could the version of the answer profession in the Forbidden Book's mouth be? Right, it's more like you guys take it yourselves, we won't serve more. These words moved the three members of the Magic Forbidden Book Guild to tears. They, the Magic Guild, were not going to go soft on the Machinery Guild. The wood crystal core is inside the extremely hard ancient vein mountain, it will take at least a few months for us to go and get it, do you guys want us to work for nothing? Su-Zius straightened her underdeveloped breasts with an angry face. She had thought that this law looked quite amiable. Unexpectedly, it was a nest of snakes and rats after all. It's fine. Su-D reached out and stopped her cousin. What you guys said, you can take as much as you can buy yourselves, right? Haha, yes, you are given 2 hours to take as much as you guys can. The members of the Magic Forbidden Book Guild forced their laughter to open their mouths. These two people from the Machinery Guild were afraid that they wouldn't be able to pick a single one even if they bombarded them until they died of exhaustion. If crystal cores were really this good, the trading market wouldn't even be able to buy them in kind. It won't take that long. Su-D told his cousin to wait in place and go to the middle of the secret realm. 2 hours? 30 seconds was enough. He's alone, he's really going off. The look on the faces of the members of the Magic Forbidden Book Guild was going taut. Even if the other party was the Mechanical Guild Prince, could his rank still be stronger than their guild elder? Why does Lord Faz's expression look a bit serious? A member noticed Feng Jiawei's expression. The other party wasn't waiting for a joke like they were, instead, they were filled with nervousness. Cousin Su-D. Su-Ziu's autumn water-like eyes revealed complexity. She didn't know why, but she felt that her cousin was leaving with the aura of emptying an entire mountain range. Chapter 76, The Forbidden Book of Magic. By the way, what's the level of the prince who just came back from the Mechanical Maze Guild? I secretly used the survey technique in front of me and I couldn't see his information. Pahahaha, he only has 3 turns, can't you guys tell by looking at the equipment? 3 turns is not so much, he should be intentionally wearing a low-level equipment to confuse us, prince-level characters should at least have 5 turns. Right, he is expected to enter the secret realm to change the 5-turn level set equipment. But even if he wants to confuse us, it's useless, the hardness of the crystal or can't be mined without elder-level strength. The Magic Forbidden Book Club members' smiles gradually stretched. The other party entering the secret realm would only be a pain in the ass. At that time, they could also save themselves a lot of effort by doing the graft. That said, our Lord Fotsy should have the strength to be able to mine some, right, that Su-D from the Machinery Guild wouldn't really be able to mine a little. What do you think, our guild is to rely on the strength to speak, not like the Mechanical Guild as a second generation more or less can be a little position, the law adult is to rely on their own strength to become the core of our guild. The few people present shifted the topic to Feng Jiawei again. The current Fotsy of their guild was an existence that surpassed any Fotsy in the past. The Crown Prince of the Mechanical Guild couldn't even be compared to Lord Faz. What do you guys mean by saying such slanderous words out of thin air? Su-Ziue opened her mouth in anger. The strongest in the lineage of mechanics and gunsmiths in the Dragon Kingdom were the Su family and the Jiang family. This was the reason why the senior corps were all from their own families. If their guild really relied on connections to have decent positions, how could it become the top guild in the country? The previous descendants of the family weren't so unconvinced as to why Su Di was able to become an honorary elder. Alright, we'll see the real thing when the time comes anyway. The members of the Forbidden Book Guild spoke without panic. No one understood how difficult it was to mine these crystal mines better than them. All stop arguing. Feng Jiawei told the people on her side to shut up. As an alternative to the previous generation's version of the answer to the all things forbidden spell, she hadn't even changed her occupation yet. However, Su Di's occupation was a real new version of the answer. Suddenly, the old boy-like crazy voice rang in the girl's mind. Jia Hui, you are really willing to give up, using a crystal mine to test the strength of a mechanical ascender. The Black Magic Forbidden Book communicated with Feng Jiawei with her mind. Any crystal core was an important material for making magic props. Even if the president knows about it, he will agree. It can't be that I and the mechanical ascender can directly do it and test his strength. Feng Jiawei responded to the Forbidden Book's words in her mind. She wrapped her arms around her chest, always staring at the entrance to the secret realm. Lord Fatsi is so fierce. The few members present instantly quieted down. Of course, there was another meaning to their words. Feng Jiawei's development was quite magnificent in size, and was the perfect mate in the hearts of the male mages of their guild. Even in terms of stature, our guild mage Sama beats the mechanical guild's girls hands down. A member of the Magic Forbidden Book Guild beeped in a low voice. Who told the Mechanical Mystic Guild to still dare to look down on their magic cultivators? They were the ones who wanted to outperform the other guild in every aspect. Clang! Su Ziyue's eyes seemed to blossom with a deathly red light as she looked at the several people. She wouldn't have come to a place like this if it wasn't for her cousin. Anyone from the Magic Forbidden Book Guild made her feel bad. Including this Fatsi who ate everything that ran above the bears. Rumble! Rumble! Suddenly, the entire mining area began to expand with not-so-small shaking earthquakes. Huge energy fluctuations continuously emanated from within the Eastern Secret Space. The shaking made the entire Magic Forbidden Book Society perceive it. For a moment, the mages at the headquarters of the Magic Forbidden Book Society looked horrified, not understanding what was suddenly happening. The energy fluctuation is coming from the crystal core mining area? The city guard elder opened his cloudy eyes to look into the distance. His gaze pierced through everything and spotted Su Ziyue at the mountain range as well as Fa Xing and the others. Fa Xing, you're also old and confused. You haven't realized that the headquarters has been intruding outsiders for so long. The voice of the president of the Magic Forbidden Book Society came from thousands of meters apart. An outsider broke in? But I didn't sense catching someone touching the defense boundary either. Elder Fa Xing frowned uncertainly. The little girl from the Mechanical Mystic City had come in and reported it. He was aware of it. But other outsiders, he himself did not perceive it. You'll understand if you go to the mine vein to take a look, and remember to make the relevant arrangements to quell the incident when the time comes. The president of the Magic Forbidden Book Society transmitted a secret voice. If the city guard elder Fa Xing covered the major entrance borders of the Magic Forbidden Book Society with his perception, then the Magic Forbidden Book Guild president's mental power covered the entire area of the headquarters. As one of the leaders of the top guilds, he hadn't said much when he found Su Di earlier, mainly to see the strength of the mechanical ascender. But now that he had made quite a commotion, he had to put the relevant elders in charge of handling it. I see. Elder Fa Xing slowly exhaled a cloudy breath. He utilized the skill Thoughts to Body Follows and teleported over in a flash. Mining vein area. The mages who were transporting and collecting the crystal core or felt a strong vibration spreading. It was the first time they had seen an earthquake at their headquarters after decades of work. What's going on here? A crystal mine collapsing doesn't warrant such a big commotion. What's wrong with this day in and day out? Before I even read the news that the Mechanical Mystery Guild had a level 2 earthquake. There won't be a strange profession like seismologist now. The hearts of the people present were jittery. Unexplained earthquakes were the most frightening existences. The source of the earthquake. The spatial fluctuation at the source of the quake is the secret realm that Su Di entered. The members of the Magic Forbidden Book Guild had their mouths wide open in disbelief at what they were seeing. The storage bracelet of the Mechanical Guild's crown prince, could it be hiding a dozen hydrogen bombs? Did anyone just enter the secret realm? Elder Fa Xing rushed to the scene to ask the few people present why. He wanted to see who had rushed to spread their wildness in the Magic Forbidden Book Society's territory. Elder, you come with me for a moment. It was necessary for Feng Jiawei to explain clearly to the other party. There were some things that were not good to say in person, so she found a secluded place with the other party to talk in detail. What happened? Elder Fa Xing raised his hand to cast a closed space that isolated eavesdropping. He saw that Fa Z's face was grave and knew that the cause was significant. The commotion just now was created by Sudi. The black forbidden book slowly floated in the air and said, "Forbidden book elder, is this Sudi the mechanical ascender you predicted last time?" Elder Fa Xing's bland expression revealed surprise. As a magical Forbidden Book Society City Watch elder, he had knowledge of the secrets. Later on, we'll be able to make a preliminary judgment on the strength of the mechanical ascender of this era. The Black Magic Forbidden Book spoke leisurely. It was looking forward to today's version of the top professions. It's good that your holiness has his own arrangements. Elder Fa Xing revealed no respect for the Black Forbidden Book. The guild name of the Magic Forbidden Book Guild was not chosen haphazardly. The source of the creation of their guild name was all due to this Black Forbidden Book. The Forbidden Book recorded some of the forbidden spells of the last game era. Chapter 77, 3 Major Versions of the Answer. Time rewind. On the day Sudi activated his profession at the shooting range. Imperial Capital, the headquarters of the Magic Forbidden Book Association. The president of the association called on all the high-level core elders to gather at the highest hall of magic. When all the elders arrived at the scene, they were surprised to find a strange black magic forbidden book floating beside the president. This black forbidden book was the existence of the super mythic level equipment that their president had searched for when he had first searched for pieces of the game's history. The crowd only knew that the forbidden book seemed to harbor a great secret within it, but they did not understand exactly what was written inside. This was because the words on the forbidden book did not belong to any of their Blue Star's scripts at all. Just today, this strange book seemed to be able to spit out words like it was alive. Ha 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 ha, finally gave the master a new version, Yahoo! The pages of the black forbidden book clattered and flipped, emitting a wantonly maniacal laughter. Boundless black aura flowed around the book. The aura flowing from it alone far exceeded that of a 12th rank powerhouse. The forbidden book. Alive! The elders present looked horrified and shocked. No wonder the president had called all the elders to gather today. It was also the first time they had seen such a horrifying event as equipment talking. What's going on, President? Elder Fa Xing's face moved. These words also brought out the doubts in the hearts of the others. Everyone present has seen the game history fragments. This mysterious game where the game fuses reality and merges with our planet first appeared on other planets as well. The strongest professions of the first 2 generations of these versions were the Heavenly Sate Recovery and the Everything Forbidden Spell versions, and this Black Forbidden Book is related to the strongest profession of the last generation version, the Everything Forbidden Spell. The association president slowly suppressed the excitement in his heart and tried his best to speak in the calmest tone possible. He knew that the Forbidden Book mixed with pieces of the game's history was extraordinary. It represented the imminent dawn of dawn for their mages. The Forbidden Book of all things is really our mage profession. We mages are going to be invincible. The elders present were flushed with excitement. This item that was related to the answer to the previous era's version was obtained by them. Their Magic Forbidden Book Society would be able to stand on top of the world in the future. Not so. The president of the Magic Association shook his head slightly. 7 days ago, he sensed that the Forbidden Book suddenly appeared to be conscious, but it was very weak. Before the Forbidden Book completely revived over, he communicated with the other party briefly through his consciousness. According to the Forbidden Book, it was now conscious because the new version of the answer was about to be activated. It would only be fully revived when the new version of the occupation was completely activated. The Black Forbidden Book only recorded a quarter of the contents of the Farser Forbidden Spell. If we want to completely inherit the Manifestation Forbidden Spell profession, we can't do so unless we can find the remaining 3 Forbidden Books. The president of the Magic Association said as he touched his whitened goatee. This important information was also revealed to him by the Black Forbidden Book. There are 3 other Forbidden Books? What the hell is going on here? The elders frowned, feeling the enormity of it. It was already heaven-defying luck for them to discover a Forbidden Book. Other countries had also mined the game's historical fragments, and it was bad for the Forbidden Book to fall into foreign hands. Let this honored one speak to you. The association president gazed at the Forbidden Book. The latter spat out human words, his tone like that of an urchin old man. Since you all know this game as well, going through the 2 versions of the answer period is much easier to explain. The Black Forbidden Book was like a butterfly, flapping its book cover wings within the hall. It was made up of the purest mana, allowing the mage to feel the fluctuations on the origin. Toward the end of the last edition, the owner of the ban of all things knew, through studying the history of the game, that after his death, a whole new version of the answer would appear. The son of Version Mage then took the mage profession as the eternal version answer, breaking the shackles to ascend to brand new heights, not wishing for the emergence of a profession that surpassed his own. For this reason he deconstructed his profession, dividing it into a total of 4 forbidden books of magic. The incantation recorded on my body is a quarter of the forbidden incantations that can be learned by the profession of the universal forbidden incantation, and the owner who collects all 4 forbidden books will be able to obtain the complete profession of the universal forbidden incantation. The voice of the Black Forbidden Book echoed languidly in the great hall. The magnitude of the information contained therein made it somewhat difficult for the elders present to digest for a moment. How could the previous generation of the manifestation forbidden spells die? What did it mean to break the shackles and climb to brand new heights? Can professions turn out to be decomposable? At what level can the owner of the mantra of everything use the profession decomposition ability, etc.? If the user of the mantra of all things can transform his profession into the four purities in a single breath, wouldn't it be possible for the earliest version of the answer, Heavenly Sage Recovery, to do the same? The elder with a bright head analyzed an even more appalling thing in a split second. Since forbidden spells could be broken down into books, what exactly was the situation with the possessor of Heavenly Saint Recovery? Ha 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 ha, that's a good question. The Black Forbidden Book was satisfied with the other's questions. This was a question it could rather solve for the crowd. First of all, to explain to you, the Heavenly Saint Recovery profession is an acolyte, a top profession with a fleshly body that becomes a saint, healing arts, and physical arts. The Heavenly Saint Recovery version answer owner, the same wanted to make its own occupation become eternal version answer. For this reason its occupation decomposed, respectively, into 5 bones, respectively, your human limbs as well as the torso, put together in order to obtain the complete Heavenly Saint Recovery occupation. The Black Forbidden Book suddenly brayed a strange laugh. It looked like it was recalling something funny. The Heavenly Saint Recovery likewise has left behind its own occupation inheritance. The elders present sucked in a breath of cold air, as if they were being hammered down heavily by a sharp chisel inside. They were able to deduce one more big thing from the words that came out of the Forbidden Book's mouth. The occupation possessors of the other planet's version of the answer were actually humanoid creatures as well. Has the new Heavenly Saint Recovery profession inheritor ever competed with the all-seeing forbidden spell? The elders present raised a new question. Since it was possible to leave the profession as an inheritance, they wanted to know the strength of the 2 top professions in the second game version. Ha 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 ha, these 2 top professions aren't considered to have ever really faced off. The character of the owner of the all-shattering forbidden spell is particularly cautious, and after he knew that the Heavenly Sage Recovery had left behind his inheritance, he found the owner who had already collected 3 bones to suppress it, and snuffed out the potential threat directly in the middle of the cradle. The incomplete body of the Heavenly Saint Recovery occupation alternative with only 3 bones naturally can't defeat the all-seeing forbidden spell. The Black Forbidden Book laughed wildly. Its original body originated from the all things forbidden spell, and it remembered that battle vividly. The Heavenly Saint Recovery with 3 bones was equally strong to the point of being ridiculously strong. Too bad. There was a wave of regret from the elders present. They were curious to know whether the top physical cultivator or the top magical cultivator was stronger. The initial possessor of the everything forbidden spell was also too cautious. According to the game history fragments, the birth of the top professions in the new version will get stronger and stronger, isn't it? Someone shook his head inside. The comparison between incompletes and completes had little meaning. Normally it's true that there is a generation of versions of a generation of God, but each version of the answer owner, there are also left behind to deal with the next generation of the version of the answer occupation, although the chances may not be great, but it's better than nothing. The Black Forbidden Book slowly explained the reason for this. Its voice ended abruptly when it spoke and flew back to the magic president's hand. The other elders wanted to know more about the game's history. But the Black Forbidden Book no longer wanted to answer further, leaving the other elders to eat their words. You can now look for candidates who have not yet officially activated their mage professions, and I will choose the most suitable person and activate his profession as the all-seeing forbidden spell alternative. The Black Forbidden Book slowly spoke at the end. The so-called alternate. It was the meaning of the new generation of incomplete bodies, the owner of the everything forbidden spell profession. The president of the Magic Forbidden Book also gave orders at this time. The first thing was to select the young generation with the cleanest background and identity of the guild as alternatives. The other thing was to speed up the discovery of the game's historical fragments, and do our best to discover new forbidden books. Chapter 78, Career 4 Turns, A New Choice. End of Memories. Magic Forbidden Book Society Crystal or Vane. Brother Su D. Su Zui cheered and waved to the other party. Not far from his sight, Su D walked out of the secret realm with a face full of ease. A wood crystal core was thrown up high by him, then caught steadily. The people from the Machinery Guild really got their hands on the core of wood. The jaws of the 3 Magic Forbidden Book Guild members nearly fell to the ground. The other party's age looked a few years younger than them. How on earth did this happen? Elder Fa Xing and Feng Jiawei arrived at the scene at the same time. Su Di raised his hand and summoned his mount. A majestic golden lion appeared at the venue. We won't bother then. Su Di pulled his little cousin onto the lion mount and spoke indifferently. He had already gotten what he wanted, so there was no need to stay on. How did you do it? There are a large amount of ancient ores on the surface of this vein, and the elder's side is taking this vein for a headache. This is a real wood crystal core. How did you use dozens of seconds before and after? You wouldn't have raced the giant nukes developed by your guild inside the storage bracelet. The members of the Magic Forbidden Book Guild went up to them eager to ask why. The other party had actually taken out the nucleus of wood in less than half a minute. This was simply beyond their perception of the strength of a firearms-type profession. Su-di didn't pay attention to a few people. He directly took his little cousin and directly swaggered away. That archaic Fa Xing elder actually didn't say anything about cousin's intrusion? Su Ziyue's admiration for her cousin grew stronger in her heart. She had spent a lot of effort before just applying to enter the Magic Forbidden Book Society. As a result, this elder actually didn't say much when he saw Su-di. You three stay here, Faz and I will go to the secret realm to take a look. Elder Fa Xing opened his mouth to a few members, with one mind considering the secret realm. Feng Jiawei beside him had a complicated gaze as she looked at Su-di's back. The two of them arrived at the secret realm. An extremely shocking scene appeared in front of him. Everywhere around was shattered ancient ores, and there were even quite a few scattered and shattered crystal cores on the ground. The 100-meter mountains that had not been mined in the original secret realm were all destroyed. The locations of the towering mountains even left behind giant deep pits. A mountain is gone? This was full of ancient ores. For the first time in his lifetime, Elder Fa Xing had suffered such a violent impact. Leveling ancient mountains in an instant, was this the strength of the new version of the mechanical ascender? The black forbidden book floated in the air, admiring the alien beauty after this explosion. If I become a complete body in the future, I wonder if I can be as strong as this. Feng Jiawei picked up a piece of broken stone from the ground. The stone soon turned into pieces in her hands and floated through the air. This shocking scene was enough for her to never forget. Mechanical Mystery City Guild. Su-di sent her little cousin all the way back to the other party's other garden residence. On the way, Su Ziyue handed over all the other crystal cores she had collected to Su-di. The crystal cores arrived. Su-di felt relieved. Waiting for him to go to the transfer hall, he could directly break through to the 4th rank. The legendary dwarf artisan summoning order that old mother had left behind that could help him build equipment could be used at the 4th turn. Cousin, you're taking just one crystal core fragment from the Magic Forbidden Book Society, it's too cheap for them. Su Ziyue jumped down from her mount with words in her mouth. Since Su-di had the strength to break the ancient vein, it wasn't too much to take more. Who said I only took one? Su-di retrieved his mount and spoke with a smile. These words caused a question mark to slowly pop up on the younger cousin's forehead. You took more than just one? Then when you just came out? Su Ziyue looked surprised. She saw the other party come out with a wood crystal core thrown in her hand. It was thought that the other party had taken just a little bit. Look at how much is here. Su-di waved her hand slightly and the storage bracelet flashed with light. Only to see a large amount of wood crystal cores pouring out like flowing water. Clatter! Clatter! Green crystals expanded everywhere. This spectacular scene almost didn't make Su Ziyue's eyes glaze over. I'm going! Su Ziyue exclaimed continuously as she was flooded with green crystals. There were at least close to 10 tons of wood crystal cores here. The crystal core of wood could be used in the manufacture of numerous magical items, and could greatly enhance the quality. In the market it was to the extent that it belonged to the monopoly of the Magic Forbidden Book Society. Ordinary transmigrants didn't have any mines at home, so if they wanted to obtain crystal cores, they could only fight treasure chest monsters like this. The Magic Forbidden Book Guild itself didn't even bother to mine more veins. As a result, cousin had emptied the entire secret realm of the Magic Guild? These crystal cores will be put here for you, so feel free to use them if you need them. Su-di smiled and opened his mouth. It was all his own family, not to mention that his little cousin had suffered from running around for himself. These things were handed over to the other party to manage, and he himself would just look for the other party to take the crystal cores again if he needed them later on. Thank you, cousin. Su Ziyue was so happy that she flew, her red lips bearing a bite on the other party's cheek. Although she couldn't create magic props. But with a few wood crystal cores, she could also exchange for quite a few materials she needed. If I have any more materials to collect in the back, I'll still have you help me do my hard labor before I can do so. Su-di lightly joked. As the saying goes, there is something cousin to do. Having someone to help with tasks like collecting materials could save a lot of work. Any time. Su Ziyue revealed a sweet smile. Compared to the aggravation she suffered in the Magic Forbidden Book Society, helping her cousin was simply not too pleasurable. Su-di then chatted with the other party for a few moments before preparing to leave. He ran his quantum moon steps to prepare to go to the nearby transformation hall. Having the 4th transformation quest, a new optional profession would appear for him. He would also be able to learn brand new awakening techniques to further consolidate his mechanical ascension strength. Brother Su-di is really too strong, no wonder mom and dad only said that cousin is strong and didn't tell us juniors the exact reason why. Su Ziyue looked at the other parties departing back and then looked at the crystal cores that filled the yard inside. The Magic Forbidden Book Society's newest fakir, exactly how strong no one could understand. But she also knew that it belonged to the secrets of the Magic Forbidden Book Society. Right now, her cousin was strong enough to get so many crystal cores. It means that her own cousin is only stronger than that Fotzi's profession. Even, completely crushing. Imperial Capital Transfer Hall. Sudi came here and smoothly submitted his transfer task. In front of him, the career selection panel reappeared. Congratulations on completing your transfer task. Your career path can be chosen from 2 options. Choice 1, Mordecai Gunsmith. Synopsis: the future direction of your career, based on the Perdition Gunsmith, develops more powerful firearms awakening skills. Choice 2, Super God Gunsmith. Introduction: the future development direction of your profession, to fully upgrade your original skills, and to learn Heavenly Dimension technology awakening skills. Chapter 79, Welcome Home, My Dear Little Master. Choice 1, Endgame Gunsmith. Choice 2, Overwhelming Gunsmith. My current occupation is Perdition Gunsmith. If I go further and become an End Times Gunsmith, the powerful firearms are estimated to have upgraded versions like the split-core rail cannon. Sudi touched his chin for thought. Each time a mechanical ascension profession was transferred, it would give 2 paths to choose from. Each path provided a general tendency in terms of occupation. Among them, the new transfer professions that Sudi encountered each had their own strong points. As long as the career change was determined, the related skill tree panel would also grow stronger. Moreover, his own awakening skill was related to the skill tree. Tree A. To put it bluntly, it was for the transmogrifier to cultivate an ideal tree in his heart. The name End Times Gunsmith sounded awesome, right? The legendary gunsmith who created the End Times. Everyone who hears my name will associate it with the End Times. Therefore, I choose. Your choice is complete. Congratulations on your transition to Super God Gunsmith. Your level has increased to 220. Congratulations, you have gained 3,000 attribute points, which have been automatically assigned based on the gunsmith profession. Personal information. Name, Sudi. Profession, Super God Gunsmith. Level, 220. Physique, 12,824. Strength, 25,083. Spirit, 15,355. Agility, 18,236. Title, Unrivaled. Awakening Technique, Destruction Ray, Winged Motion Kill, Cyberwatch Mecha, Quantum Moonwalk. Nanobody K9000. Click to expand more. A gorgeous burst of starlight surrounded Sudi. Breaking through the third turn brought 3,000 points of attribute bonus. His flesh and blood and even all kinds of nerve reactions were greatly enhanced. This feeling was like being immersed in the middle of a hot spring in the middle of a cold winter, warmth flowing in all directions. Sudi heavily exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath. The game was fused with reality, and the comfort brought by the transfer was comparable to the breakthrough realm in a metaphysical movie or drama. The best thing was that there would be no strange things like pores spewing feces and foul-smelling dirt spreading out from the body. Mordecai Gunsmith is good, so of course it's Super God Gunsmith. The corner of Sudi's mouth raised a sunny smile. There was a reason why he chose the Super God Gunsmith at the end. Men and women work well together. It was like the skills he had mastered such as Bullet Time and Eye of Apocalypse had no killing power though. But when combined with other skills, they could truly be used with unbridled firepower. Moreover, although his own Eye of Apocalypse was able to observe from a super long distance, but it failed to see through his grandfather Su Gongju as well as his grandfather Jian Wanyao information. It made Sudi realize that he still needed to raise his Eyes of the Apocalypse to a level that was enough to see through everything, so he chose the Super God Gunsmith. I'm now able to wear turn 4 equipment, and I'm also finally able to use the summoning order. A hint of touch flowed within Sudi. His own old mom had left behind the legendary dwarf artisan summoning order, which could be unsealed at turn 4. He hadn't yet customized a weapon for himself. Have a weapon that is uniquely his own. Sudi turned around and left the transfer hall. It wasn't good to summon a legendary dwarf artisan to build it in a large court. The center of the Mechanical Mystic City Guild Service Hall. Hello. Sudi came to the front desk and greeted. He wanted to ask if the guild had a house all to itself and where the location spot was. The guild service hall's facade bearer, the girl at the front desk to do the work, was very pretty and beautiful looking. The other party was wearing a white one-piece combat suit, allowing the other party's concave and convex figure to show through. This was the armored combat suit equipment developed by the Mechanical Guild, so that the other party also had the ability to deal with unexpected situations. Elder? You're the elder who was just promoted to Sudi today. The short-haired girl at the front desk looked at Sudi's badge and quickly reacted. The newly promoted elder was announced on the new document this morning. The other party was the youngest elder figure in the history of the guild. Does the guild have an exclusive house for me? Where is the location? Sudi asked the purpose of arriving here. When he waited for the residents, he would be able to summon the legendary dwarf artisan. It's the first time elder is staying in our mechanical guild, right? I can take you there to familiarize yourself with it. The short-haired girl volunteered to help. She came here as a guild member to earn guild points because of her stuck level. Being able to help an elder-level character with something that was part of their job would also earn them a good amount of guild points. That's good. Su-D agreed. He could also take this opportunity to look at the guild. Please follow me. The short-haired girl let the other party step onto a disc flying machine. Many instruments in the mechanical guild were tied to technology. The two stepped onto the disc flyer and slowly flew out of the hall to the guild's residence assigned to the elder figures. If the outside world's architectural style was similar to elf fantasy, then the construction of the Mechanical Mystery City Guild was as if it was taking people to the world of technology. All kinds of flying machines of different shapes appeared in the surroundings. The construction of the defense fortifications at the edge was even more breathtaking. Combat laboratories, magnetic explosion energy towers, laser UFO, mecha arsenal, hyperspace barracks. Transparent crystal tubes like long dragons are constantly transmitting all kinds of accessories. The power of science was truly great. Elder Su was almost as old as me, actually became an elder, and he looked so handsome. The short-haired girl took a few deep breaths with a flushed face. She knew that the other party was not only an elder, but also a prince-level figure of their guild. If a mechanical guild wanted to become an elder figure, they had to be recognized by the other elders in terms of strength or potential. Elder Su might even be a sixth turn and stronger. Coming to the residence city area. Below were rows of super-intelligent villa estates. There were still vacant elder houses. But to say that the specific one would fit Su-De made the short-haired girl a little difficult. Is it okay if I take you to Elder Su Shaoqing's former residence? The short-haired girl's mind flashed and thought of the most suitable place. The Su Shaoqing she spoke of was Su-De's father. He was also the eldest son of Mechanical Mystic City Guildmaster Su Gongju, the top-tier patriarch of the Council of Patriarchs. The other party was the only son of the Shaoqing patriarch, so directly staying in the patriarchal suite was also in line with the other party's identity. Well, this couldn't be better. Su-De smiled and spoke, indicating that the other party had a heart. He was all about upgrading before and forgot to take a look at the place where his parents originally lived. Taking this opportunity was still just in time. Then we still have to fly a little distance ahead. The residence of the genin figures is opened up separately. The short-haired girl accelerated the speed of the flying machine to head there. Su-De followed, and soon saw groups of houses that covered an area of about 7,000 square meters. In his impression, the manner that Bill Gates, the richest man in the world in his previous life, had spent 7 years of his heart and soul to create were all just like this. On both sides of the largest villa, there were two giant battle mechs, one black and one white, standing on each side. These two mechs were controlled by intelligent AIs, and their combat power outclassed all fortifications. We're here. The short-haired girl's eyes faintly flashed with excitement. As a minor member of the guild, she was not allowed to be in this neighborhood under normal circumstances. The two slowly landed at the largest villa of the manor. Ever since Elder Su and Elder Jiang left the guild, no one has lived here for over 20 years. The short-haired girl sighed one after another. She looked at the surrounding arrangement of technological elements and was deeply shocked by it. The technological charm embodied by the patriarch's residence was even more appealing than the so-called scenic spots. Just at this moment, the door to the room slowly opened. A white inflatable robot entered within the two's field of vision. The other party's styling resembled Big White from The Incredibles. The robot's electronic eyes emitted two invisible rays of light, scanning the two. In the next moment, a carrot expression appeared on the inflatable robot's face. Machine Butler T00001, at your service. Dear little master, welcome home. Chapter 80 and the Legendary Craftsman. Butler T01 is real. The short-haired girl covered her red lips with her jade hand. Last year, when she first entered the guild and visited the topography of the Mechanical Mystery City, the old deacon who led the many budding members to visit the guild had said that there was a very cute inflatable robot butler of T01 in the residence of Elder Su Shaoqing. At that time, they didn't believe it, but they didn't expect it to be true. An inflatable robot with such a lovely inflatable robot as a housekeeper was also too enviable. The T01 inflatable robot was snow white and its bulging body was very soft. Su-De utilized the Eye of Apocalypse to view the T01's butler information. Target information. Name, T00001. Level, 666 butler form. Attack, 100. Physical defense, 1 million. Legal defense, 1 million. Skills, healing omnipotence, baby warmer, massage, cleaning. Profile, Heavenly Realm No. 1 inflatable robot. In butler form it has almost no combat ability. You're a robot made by the Mechanical Maze Guild? Su-De said with a surprised expression. A level 600 plus robot was actually just a butler, and from the profile the other parties seemed to have a stronger form. When did the technology of the Mechanical Mystic City Guild get to the point where it could make this high-level robot? I was brought back to Blue Star from the Heavenly Realm by my master. The T01 inflatable robot butler spoke imploringly. The heavenly realm, filled with technological elements, was its birthplace. T01 robot, can I take a picture with you? The short-haired girl opened her mouth in anticipation after brewing for a long time. If she was able to take a picture with the other party, she would be able to show off a wave to her little sister at that time. Yes. The T01 robot revealed a smiling expression. Accompanied by the clicking sound of the camera, the group photo was completed. Thanks. The short-haired girl thanked her heartily. She felt that today was simply her lucky day. First, she met Elder Sudi, and then she also took a photo with this mysterious robot. Little master, please come in. The T01 robot made an inviting gesture. It had consistently been in charge of house hygiene and cleaning since its master left. Going in for a cup of tea? Sudi turned to look at the short-haired girl. If it wasn't for the other party's suggestion, he wouldn't have returned to his mom and dad's former residence so quickly. I don't need it first, I still have to work. The short-haired girl shook her head with a slight blush. Although she was also eager to visit the Genin's luxurious big room. But her own part of the work, at least she had to finish it first. That's fine. Sudi expressed her understanding. The guild had a guild system. Each member also had the obligation to be responsible for their own position. Do you have an alias? While saying goodbye to the other party, Sudi asked the robot butler beside him. The abbreviated designation of T01 wasn't very easy to pronounce. Not yet. The inflatable robot butler shook his head slightly. Then from now on you'll be called Big White, that's the name of a robot movie I watched before. Sudi said after thinking about it. Thank you, little master, I like this name very much. A happy expression appeared on the big white robot's face. It was the first time it had an alias. Well, really want to visit. The short-haired girl watched the two enter the villa, ripples stirring in her heart. If only she could live in a house of this level someday. Inside the villa, Sudi took out the props left behind by his old mom from within his storage bracelet. His own fourth turn could use the dwarf summoning order to build on his equipment. When he broke through to turn 5, he would be able to use the Demon King Abyssal Party invitation. Item information. Legendary Dwarf Artisan Summoning Order. Description: you can summon a legendary dwarf artisan to arbitrarily help you build a piece of top-tier equipment that you want. But what kind of equipment is good for me to forge? Sudi sat on the soft sofa with one hand resting his jaw. Weapons and equipment were the most expensive on the market, and weapons were also the most important to transmuters. Using this token to build weapons definitely didn't have a chance. But the question was, whether to build a double gun, or a submachine gun, or a sniper rifle that he hadn't used? There were many choices, and it was important to choose exactly which type. Let's summon first. Sudi used the token prop in his hand, only to see the legendary dwarf artisan token transform into countless golden light points in a flash. The golden light points gathered into towers. It eventually coalesced into a big man with a yellow beard and a height of 1 meter 3. Target information. Name: Magni Legendary Dwarf Artisan. Level: 899. The full level a dwarf can reach. Attack? Physical defense? Legal defense? Skills: Forging. Introduction: the greatest legendary craftsman in the history of the dwarves. A short line of words. Enough to illustrate the strength of the dwarf artisan in front of him. In a way, the legendary dwarf artisan summoning order. It was far more precious than the invitation to the Demon King Abyss Party by 1,000,000 times. Even the legendary infinite gloves that could reduce the life of the universe by half, the legendary dwarf artisan could also create them. Owning a legendary dwarf artisan token was almost equivalent to owning a mythic grade equipment. Human, what weapon do you want me to build for you? As long as you give me enough materials, there's no item I can't build. The tiger-backed dwarf Magni appeared in the field. He held a giant hammer in his hand with an imposing look. Please make way, you're stepping on the dirty floor. The fat, chubby great white came over with a vacuum cleaner. It was responsible for the tidiness of the house. McGonagall. This robot, it's quite polite. Master McGonagall, I want to build a firearm-type weapon. Do you have any suggestions from your side? Sudi first asked for the other party's opinion. The legendary dwarf artisan should have built quite a few top-notch equipment. I'm only responsible for forging, I never give any advice to my guests. McNee gruffly put the hammer down and arrogantly clasped his hands to his chest. He, a blacksmith, was not obligated to give advice to his guests. Dubai, what do you think is a good gun weapon for me to build with this prop? Sudi turned to ask Big White, who was cleaning. It was even if the other party ignored him, he still had a level 600 plus robot advisor. Weapons. Great White blinked for thought. It didn't take long for it to come up with an answer. In the heavenly realm where I originally lived, there is a mythological quality nano weapon that can change various weapons at will. This way, little master, owning one weapon is the same as owning all of them. Great White gave very sincere advice. Even in the heavenly realm, this type of weapon that transformed into various forms was top-notch.
Equipment that can transform into any weapon. Su-Dee's eyes gradually brightened.
This was equal to letting the dwarven artisans help themselves to forge countless weapons. This was what was called making the best use of things. McGonagall stared at his copper bell-like eyes and slowly typed out a series of question marks.
The black-hearted capitalist appeared. Chapter 81, A Former Rival. Little Master, have you decided what equipment to build? The great white robot brought 2 cups of steaming tea to the two. The tea mist carried a hidden haze, and drinking it would increase additional spirit recovery within an hour. After thinking about it, I feel that the equipment that just transforms any weapon is not worthy of Master McGonagall. Su-Dee shook his head slightly, feeling that he still had to add some more conditions to it.
High EQ, I don't think that's worthy of a master yet.
Low EQ, I want to squeeze more value out of Master's labor.
What? McGonagall picked up and put down the teacup in his hand, his entire body going numb. As the greatest craftsman of the dwarf race, he was the greatest craftsman of the dwarf race. As long as there were materials, any weapon in the great world could be forged. He had at least lived for 10,000 years and had forged weapons for various king-level characters.
I didn't expect to be juiced up by a little guy today.
Master, you sit first. After Su-Dee thought about it, he assisted Master Magni to sit on the sofa. He then also handed the teacup to the other party.
McGonagall sat on the sofa with a face full of confusion and received the tea handed by the other party. He was a little frightened inside.
There's a Satan inside the living room, I'm not kidding. Grandmaster, let me talk to you about my specific requirement conception for the equipment. The requirements aren't much anyway.
Su-Dee revealed a warm smile.
His requirements were not high. After all, Lao Fu wasn't a demon either. Grandmaster, first of all, I want to create a weapon that can change shape any weapon. If this weapon becomes a firearm-type weapon, it needs to have unlimited bullet characteristics. The weapon should also be blood-sucking, and the quality should be barely a level-less myth. There are no other requirements. I see that you are quite old, and I'm afraid of tiring you out with more.
Su-Dee opened his mouth very much for the other party's body.
With these characteristics, the weapon should barely be enough for his own use. McGonagall rubbed her own eyes, looking at the other party as if they were all in heavy shadow.
Master, can you build this kind of equipment?
Su-Dee sat next to the other party and opened his mouth with a smile on his face. The strongest blacksmith of the dwarf race at level 899 was the top of the top when placed in Blue Star. It was too wasteful not to utilize it properly. McGonagall sipped his tea and was silent for a long time. I can build growable weapons, and you can train the weapons to mythic quality yourself. Unclassified mythic equipment is an item that can only be created by a god. This is something I can't do.
Magni stated the only thing he couldn't solve. He could create mythic equipment, but levelless couldn't do it yet. One had to know that there were only 10 grade less mythological equipment in the entire universe. Growable is fine.
So you can do all the other requirements? A light flashed in Su-Dee's eyes. Change any weapon, unlimited bullets, and blood drawable. These 3 were the most important.
Can. Magni replied affirmatively.
In terms of forging, the number 1 person under the god position was him.
What materials does Master want? I'll go find them for you.
Su-Dee's heart thumped. He knew that this time, he would see an unprecedented improvement.
Although he himself could currently use nano and create any weapon. However, the weapons had no attribute bonus, not to mention blood absorption.
Don't be too happy yet. I can forge the equipment you want, but are you sure you can get together the materials you want? McGonagall placed his teacup on the table and spoke indifferently. The other party held his own summoning order. He would do his best to help the other party forge.
But a skillful woman could not cook without rice.
You say it first, maybe I can do it. Su-Dee opened his mouth with a smile as if he thought of something. The heavenly nanocore that transforms any weapon, the materials to this heavenly realm have already been consumed.
McGonagall said in a deep voice.
This material has become extinct by now, and it is impossible to obtain it again.
Is that so? Su-Dee murmured softly.
In the next moment, a pitch-black treasure chest appeared on his palm.
The moment the treasure chest appeared, it was as if dark shadows clustered around it. Shadow treasure chest unsealed.
Effect, upon opening it, a random item you need may appear.
This is Shadow treasure chest. You defeated all those heavenly talents inside? McGonagall's eyes widened as if he had seen something extraordinary.
Inside the Void God Realm's Heaven's Pride Tower, the Battle Shadow Tower, were all supreme geniuses that shook the ancient world. By now, it was difficult for many people to even pass through a single layer. At level 899 himself, going to the Heaven's Pride Tower would cause him to encounter a Heaven's Pride who was also at level 899. In that kind of place it all depended on the power of the profession, and even higher levels would have to look away.
Wait, the ring this human is wearing on his hand is still a levelless myth? McGonagall looked at the shadow treasure chest on Su-Dee's hand. Only then did he notice that the ring on the other party's finger was even more terrifying. It was a red and blue ring constructed from the pure divine power of the universe Maxwell demon. Please meditate in your mind on the item you need most right now. Sudi stared at the shadow treasure chest in his hand. He murmured celestial nano core in his heart. The tide of darkness surged, and all the light around him seemed to dim. When the light reappeared, it was as if this space had been transformed into a space-time turbulence. Abruptly, the shadow treasure chest opened, spewing 9-colored divine light. The divine light shot through the house and into the sky, rendering the white clouds at the dome of the sky into 9-colored colors. The sky was 9-colored, and all the darkness was hidden in the box. The interior of the house turned into spatial turbulence. The turbulence appeared one after another within the Heaven's Pride Battle Shadow Tower, the historically strong people defeated by Sudi. Yuan Lin, the first puppet master to be eliminated, was the first to cut through the spatial and temporal turbulence. On the other side of the turbulence was a vast and boundless divine Lan Chi domain. At the Rin Hollow of the divine Lan Chi domain was an extremely majestic cathedral. At the church, there was a consecrated heavenly realm nanocore. This is the heavenly realm. The big white robot was the first to react. McGonagall had indeed not lied to the little master. It was true that the currently developed heavenly realm area no longer had treasured materials. However, the area of the heavenly realm that had not been probed by the blue star transmigrator was forcibly broken through by the shadow treasure chest. Brush, brush, brush. Brush, brush, brush. Puppeteer Yuan Lin's shadow split into tens of thousands of puppets in a split second to seize it. The mechanical creatures guarding the heavenly realm's nanocore within the heavenly realm emitted an alarming red light. Thousands of technological divine lights destroyed the shadows that came to seize the core in a flash. Puppeteer Yuan Lin failed, and the shadow that had originally been squeezed out just one layer away had completely ceased to exist by now. The second layer of Heaven's Pride battle shadows that Sudi had defeated flew out immediately afterward within the shadow treasure box. Thousands of technological divine lights erupted, and the second-tier battle shadows similarly fell. Third-tier Heaven's Pride Battle Shadow Gunnery Master. Fourth-tier Heaven's Pride Battle Shadow Imperial Beast Master. Fifth-tier Heaven's Pride Battle Shadow Sword Saint. 35th tier Heaven's Remarkable Battle Shadow Chess Master. 36th tier Heaven's Pride Battle Shadow Shape-Changing Master. The shape-changing master transformed into a giant dragon and stared down the powerful firepower to rush to a distance of less than 10 steps away from the heavenly realm nanocore. He ultimately failed to make it to the finish line and collapsed in defeat. The battle shadow that I defeated turned out to be copied into the shadow treasure chest. It's a pity that the strength of these shadows is synchronized with my level at the beginning. It would have been awesome if they were peak strength Heaven's Pride shadows. Sudi gazed at the battle shadows that fell one after another. It was only now that he understood the description of this shadow treasure box and why the things he wanted appeared. How strong were the 100 Heaven's Pride battle shadows that he had defeated? That shadow treasure chest would be able to help himself to whatever extent. Chapter 82, Death, How the Monster of the Heavenly Realm is My Awakening Technique. What's going on? How come the sky above our mechanical guild has turned colorful? 9 colored light pillars, this is too spectacular. Isn't that direction the area where Elder Su and Elder Jian used to live? Could it be that the two elders have returned? Is this developing some kind of technology surprisingly so amazing? Is this still considered technology? It's all a bit metaphysical. I remember, once that genius myth Su Xinghe once created a card guild that also had this strange sight. Now our guild actually has this mysterious sight too. No matter what, it's better to report it and notify the next elder first. The members of the mechanical guild were shocked and hurriedly notified the upper echelons of the elders. The sight that appeared within the guild was too shocking. Within the spatial turbulence of the houses, the 55th layer of Heaven's Pride battle shadows were out in force. The heavenly realm alarm continued to sound as a large number of powerful mechanical creatures came to guard the core. All the creatures here were mechanized. Even the 12 winged angels that suddenly appeared were mechanical angels built from mysterious metals. At this moment, a large number of inflatable robots arrived from within the heavenly realm. Isn't this Big White? Sudi's gaze looked at Big White beside him. He realized that these inflatable robots that had come to guard the treasure had the same appearance as the T-01 Great White. Only, these robots wore red armor exuding a violent and incomparable aura. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. The swarms of T-type inflatable robots that turned on their battle mode seemed to have become the toughest fighters. Their figures were so fast that only shadows remained, and the air was distorted by the roiling fist shadows. These are the T-type inflatable robots in the parallel world that are on combat mode. The Big White robot's tone was a bit low. It looked like it was recalling bad memories. Are you trying to go home? Sudi asked as he walked over to the other party. If the other party was because of homesickness, one day he himself would be able to bring the other party back after obtaining an invitation to the heavenly realm. Great White shook its head. In the heavenly realm I'm just a machine, here I'm a human being. The reason for its low tone was mainly because it remembered its cold life in the heavenly realm. Inside the room was the invitation to the heavenly realm that the master had left for himself. If it really wanted to go back, it could actually go home a long time ago. The region of the Heavenly Realm civilization where it was located was not sinister. But all the creatures there were obsessed with the god of machinery. The celestial realm was like a large religious gathering place that extremely believed in technology. Then just treat this place as your own home from now on. Sudi smiled and spoke. He was also not willing to let the other party leave. The other side. The 70th level Heaven's Pride Battle Shadow was already able to approach the Heavenly Realm Nano Core. However, he was still buried under thousands of technological divine lights as he prepared to fetch it. The strength of the Heavenly Realm mechanical creatures was so strong. It made Sudi feel the extraordinary nature of this region for the first time. What he had seen was perhaps still only the tip of the Heavenly Realm. Although there were thousands of mechanical creatures guarding the nano core of the Heavenly Realm. However, those genius battle shadows in history actually still fell one after another. A giant robot lord, whose body was covered in ancient bronze, rushed to guard the core. The extremely powerful overclocked punch tore the space apart. Boom! The power of just one punch caused a destructive effect. The 71st layer of Heaven's Pride Battle Shadow failed once again. The next layer of Heaven's Pride Battle Shadow proceeded to fly into the Heavenly Realm to retrieve the object. Cyberbots? Sudi was astonished. A creature similar to the one summoned by his awakening technique had actually appeared in the Heavenly Realm? He still had a turn with many awakening techniques yet to learn. Among them was an awakening technique icon that looked almost the same as this giant robot. However, the robot on his own awakening technique icon was obviously slightly different than this one. No, this is a cyber robot, not a cybers. Sudi ran the Eye of Apocalypse to check the monster information. He realized that this giant robot that appeared in the Heavenly Realm was not exactly his own awakening technique. If I learn to summon a cyber robot now, my strength should be stronger than this one in the Heavenly Realm. Sudi stroked his chin to make a judgment on the monster's strength. He didn't learn too many skills because his awakening skills were all similar in power. The strength of this cyber robot was still slightly inferior to the destruction ray. Swiftly. Suddenly, swiftly. Another large number of Heavenly Realm creatures came to guard the nano core. Space fluctuated, and a 4-square portal unfolded. A large number of white robots surged out from the portal. Is this the second turn awakening technique, the hyperspace army? But how come the number is only a few thousand? Sudi once again recognized strange and familiar mechanical creatures. Among his many second turn awakening skills, the hyperspace army was also a skill he hadn't learned. However, his own awakening skill was to summon 100,000 hyperspace armies. This number of thousands is called a hyperspace march at best. Do you speak human? Magni Blacksmith slowly typed out a question mark. As a dwarf, his attribute values were only useful when forging. While his own heart was pounding watching this grand battle scene, this human was recognizing his friends and relatives? No, this human was recognizing his own skills. What skill actually summoned powerful heavenly creatures? Boom. Boom. The hyperspace march self-detonated, triggering a large explosion. The moment the Heaven's Pride Battle Shadow tried to dodge away, it was again attacked and fell by other Heaven Realm creatures. The Heaven Realm on the other side of the space-time turbulence barrier saw the largest theft in history. If it wasn't for the arrival of new powerful mechanical creatures, the Heavenly Realm nanocore might have long ago been unable to support itself to be taken away. How strong is mechanical ascension in the end? A first and second turn awakening skill is almost always the existence of a senior lord in the Heavenly Realm. Sudi finished watching the resistance of the creatures in the Heavenly Realm. It deepened the path of mechanical ascension even more. The Heavenly Realm was a place full of technology. If oneself finished going to the Demon Realm Abyss party someday, was it also possible to go to the Heaven Realm for a walk? Or maybe one day let these Heavenly Realm creatures get a taste of it. What is truly cutting-edge technology? Tactical backward movement. The Heaven's Pride Battle Shadow kept flying out to try and take the nano core. Zip. Zip. The Heavenly Realm monsters guarding the Heavenly Realm's nanocore, their indicator lights flickered non-stop, inwardly collapsing. What the hell is going on here? The human superpower that they had managed to defeat with great difficulty. As a result, an even more powerful genius battle shadow would always appear the next time. 92nd level Heaven's Pride Battle Shadow Fingdu Ghost Emperor. 93rd tier Heaven's Pride Battle Shadow Necromancer. 94th tier Heaven's Pride Battle Shadow 10,000 Nests Dragon Master. The 94th tier Heaven's Pride Battle Shadow 10,000 Nests Dragon Master appeared. He raised his hands and summoned 10,000 giant dragons. Huge black shadows cast down. The 5 guardian giant dragons descended. Emerald Giant Dragon, Magic Giant Dragon, and Destruction Giant Dragon. The Destruction Gargoyle was pitch black, with fiery magma flowing from its body. The gargoyle's wings lifted and unleashed a cataclysmic change. The roiling hot flames covered the entire area as the 10,000 Nests Dragon Master flew to take the nanocore.
The moment he got the nanomachine core, he turned into a black shadow and vanished back within the shadow treasure chest. In the end, the 94th layer of the 10,000 Nests Dragon Master brought back the Heavenly Realm Nano Core. There wasn't even a need for the mythic card masters of the 100th layer to come out. These Heaven's Pride shadows were only 100 or so levels. Yet displaying extraordinary destructive power second only to Mechanical Ascension managed to take it down. There were still many experts in the world, and it was rumored that the Starflag Nation's top transmogrifier, Stephen Hawking, also mastered the black hole Big Bang. This treasure chest is really spiritual, saying that the items I need will appear, and now it has really turned up. Sudi smiled as he took out items from the treasure chest. Who said that things that didn't exist couldn't be obtained? Magni looked dumbfounded. This becoming is also too damn hardcore. Chapter 83 Can't make it. I can't make it. Master, now that I've got the Heavenly Realm Nano Core, what materials are still missing? Sudi temporarily put the materials into the storage bracelet. The other forging materials, I don't know how much effort it would take myself again. Since I'm going to do it, then I'll naturally do my best for you. There's still a long way to go if you want to collect other materials. Magni had the pride of being a legendary dwarf artisan. Although the Celestial Nano Core had been obtained, it still wasn't simple to obtain other materials. Magni followed up by listing all the materials he needed. 3 copies of Fusion Essence, 12 Essence Rosaries, 100 pieces of Paradox Crystals, 1 piece of Equilibrium Stone Slab, 1 piece of Solstice Blank Slab. McGonagall named over 30 materials in one breath. The big white robot opened its mouth and slowly spat out a paper list from its mouth. The list contained the exact materials that Magni needed. Having a helper at home is indeed much more convenient. Sudi sighed from the side. It also saved him from having to memorize it when the time came. Robots were the best housekeepers. Subsequently, Sudi based on the requirements that McGonagall said, checking which items could be directly purchased in the trade market. Materials like the Fusion Essence Rosary were not available in the trading market. While Essence Rosaries were sold in the market, it was just that the price was extremely high. The price of each Essence Rosary fluctuated around 800 million amethyst coins. 12 Essence Rosaries would cost a full 9.6 billion amethyst coins price. In addition to these auxiliary materials, the Infinite Crystal Core and the 10,000 Blood Condensation Bead, these two materials are especially important, which can respectively give your weapon an infinite bullet as well as a blood-sucking effect. McGonagall finally named the other 2 important materials. The other auxiliary materials could mainly be used to enhance the quality of the equipment as well as its attributes. These 2 were the materials for additional effects. I don't know if it's difficult to obtain these 2 materials to the extent. Sudi logged into the official website of the Transfigurator Federation information and inquired about where these 2 materials were located. The answer quickly surfaced on the cell phone screen. The 10,000 Blood Condensation Bead is in the unknown depths of the Dark Reincarnation Labyrinth. The Infinite Crystal Core, on the other hand, is in the Void God realm. According to the information materials recorded on the internet, the Dark Reincarnation Labyrinth was a super huge copy. The path of the labyrinth would change at any time, there was no such thing as a fixed route. The reincarnators who entered the labyrinth would encounter various dangers or opportunities. Some monsters were weak, while others were incredibly strong. Without the help of a Pathfinder navigator, a transmigrant would not be able to make it out of the maze. Whether or not they could walk out within the maze was a tricky question. Forging your own equipment is really troublesome enough. Sudi finished checking the relevant information. It felt like he could be the first to head to the labyrinth. He himself was currently just at the 4th turn. While searching for the 10,000 Blood Condensation Pearl in the labyrinth, he could also upgrade along the way. According to the records on the internet, there were other treasures in the Dark Reincarnation Labyrinth. With one's strength, one could also stably collect other treasures when encountering them. This way the fastest efficiency could be reached. As for the other auxiliary materials, Sudi pondered slightly and quickly had an answer. As he was the Guild Crown Prince, the people of the guild could help him collect them. There were many benefits of joining the guild, and it was also necessary to use his power occasionally when he became a high-level figure. Thinking of a solution, Sudi turned to the specific information of the Infinite Crystal Core. The Void God realm has a game called Evil Spirit Battle. Human players participating in the game will enter the game map. When the countdown ends, 1/10 of the players randomly appear to turn into evil spirits. Of course, the transmutants are only temporary evil spirits in the Void God realm, and will turn back into humans when a game ends. Evil spirits can attack and infect players as evil spirits to gain points. Players could also attack evil spirits through their own skills to gain points. Isn't this biochemical mode? Sudi lightly chortled when he saw this. The so-called Evil Spirit Battle was similar to the gun battle type games he had played in his previous life. The game fused with reality, and the Void God realm was worthy of being the closest existence to the game proper. This evil spirit great combat is quite interesting. Sudi turned to think of an interesting point. In the games of his previous life, instantaneous movement, flying and hiding were called plug-ins. But in this world of universal transmigration, this point of maneuvering that wasn't a thing. If you want to get the highest full score in the Void God Realm's Evil Spirit battle, not only do you have to get a large number of points, at the end there will also be a specific powerful game Evil Spirit, and only by defeating the last powerful game Evil Spirit can you get the infinite crystalline core.
The great white robot was also checking the relevant information on the side. Infinite crystal cores were the best energy crystal bodies for forging weapons. The crystal nucleus could burst out many forms of basic energy, bullets, flames, lasers. Normal gunsmiths who wanted to build infinite bullet weapons only needed to obtain bullet crystal cores in the game. However, the infinite crystal core had only been obtained by a handful of people from the game's development until now. Even the mechanical guild had yet to have this precious prop. Evil spirits? I've killed more. Su-D opened his mouth indifferently. He didn't care about the final difficulty.
It was more than the final challenge. Su-D had discovered something very subtle. Evil spirit creatures, it seemed, had a bit of an inexplicable relationship with the Void God realm.
The earliest unsealing of the Shadow Treasure Chest required killing evil spirits. This game of the Void God realm required killing evil spirits again.
Summon me again when you've collected all the materials,
McGonagall explained to the other party.
His body transformed into bright golden points of light that filled the sky.
All the golden points of light converged on Su-D's hand and finally recondensed into a token.
The token would only completely disappear when McGonagall completed the weapon forging that Su-D requested.
Great White, I'm going out.
Su-D walked to the door of the room to say goodbye to the other party. When he finished collecting the materials, then he would be able to have an exclusive weapon that could grow into a mythic grade.
Opening the door of the room. Reflected in Su-D's line of sight was Grandpa Su Gongju and Grandpa Jiang Wanyao. Grandpa, why did you guys come over?
Su-D opened his mouth in doubt. After saying that, he suddenly realized the reason for it.
Did you just open the Shadow Treasure Chest of the Void God Realm? Su Gongji asked after some thought.
Numerous members of the guild reported the occurrence of a 9-colored vision in the sky. He, who had seen a lot of things, knew that this was the top-level prop reward of the Void God Realm's Heaven's Pride Tower. The Shadow Treasure Chest was precious beyond measure. He estimated that Su-D might have encountered some kind of trouble, so he had rushed to check it out. He didn't expect his in-laws to think the same way as he did.
We sensed the appearance of temporal turbulence in the room earlier. Is this also caused by the Shadow Treasure Chest? Grandfather Jiang Wanyao voiced the doubts in his heart.
If he hadn't heard his in-laws say that this was probably a phenomenon caused by the Shadow Treasure Chest, he almost didn't rush into the houses to find out. Well, all that just happened was that I opened the Shadow Treasure Chest. Also, I have some things to trouble Grandpa and Grandpa here. Su-D took advantage of this to tell the reason for the matter. Among them was also the matter of collecting auxiliary materials. The growable weapon can finally advance to mythic quality. Using the Shadow Treasure Chest to obtain the materials is worth it. Those auxiliary materials, I'll arrange for someone to collect them, and I should be able to get them today.
Su Gongzhuang gave an affirmative reply.
The enhancement that could be brought about by a growth weapon was great, and the materials, no matter how precious they were, had to be found as soon as possible.
Jiang Wanyao pulled Su-D to a secluded place.
He had previously chatted with his in-laws outside the door. Only then did he realize that Su Gongju, this old beeper, had actually given his grandson the New Year's money in advance. This made it seem like he had even forgotten about his grandson's New Year's money. Originally, he wanted to wait for the family gathering at night and give it to Su-D in front of all the relatives. This is Grandpa's New Year's money to make up for not giving it to you in the past, you keep it. Jiang Wanyao took out a red envelope and stuffed it into Su-D's pocket. Since Su Gongzhuang had sent a red packet, then he didn't need to wait for the night to give it again.
Grandpa, can't make it, I can't make it.
Su-D knew how to politely make a polite refusal. He really wasn't the kind of person who liked receiving red envelopes from elders.
Chapter 84 $10 billion subsidy.
Just take it, what's the point of being polite with Grandpa?
Jiang Wanyao spoke with a relaxed face. No one could stop what he decided. Thank you, Grandpa.
Su-D finally accepted the red packet. In order not to waste Grandpa's good intentions. Are you going to take the 10,000 blood condensation bead and infinite crystal core next? If you have difficulties, you can talk to us. Su respectfully said. These two things they didn't have in the mechanical guild. The 10,000 blood condensation pearl would not be difficult to get by going on a journey by themselves. It was the infinite crystal core that would be more difficult. The Void God realm was a pure game world, and a lot of things didn't depend on the level strength of the transmuter. Instead, it purely depended on the individual's occupational strength and combat skills.
Well, these two are enough for me to do on my own. Su-D nodded in affirmation.
He didn't want to trouble the old man to make a trip for this kind of thing. Su Gongzhuang and Jiang Wanyao then left. Although the machinery guild was large, there were not many auxiliary materials within the guild.
One needed to arrange for someone to collect them earlier in order to do so. I also don't know how much Grandpa gave me. Su-D silently opened the red envelope.
He saw a familiar 10 billion amethyst card. My family is not acquiring a spell of CCA, moving 10 billion subsidies. Su-D fiercely drew 2 mouthfuls of cold air. What his grandfather had given himself before was also this card.
The remaining wealth on himself plus the 10 billion amethyst card given by Grandpa. Su-D's current accumulated wealth balance was a full 21 billion. Is this the happy old home?
Loved. With this much money, it's not a big problem to upgrade the important awakening techniques down. Su-D's heart thumped as he formally carried out a full increase on his skills. He was incomparably burning money because of his profession. One of the benefits of being a superb gunsmith was the ability to fully upgrade the original skills. Su-D is now learning a new first turn skill. The cost is still 100 million, and the second turn awakening skill costs 500 million amethyst coins. Only the cost of raising the strength of the awakening skill was. From consuming 1 billion amethyst coins, it now consumed 5 billion amethyst coins. The awakening skill of the super god gunsmith, Su-D had a cursory check, wasn't really high. The strong point of this profession was mainly to re-upgrade the original skill to a whole new height. You have consumed 5 billion amethyst coins to upgrade the Eye of the Apocalypse. The Eye of the Apocalypse evolves into the Eye of the Law. Eye of Law, you can break through any illusions and charms, and your sight can survey any corner of the universe, surveying the information of any creature or object, even the gods. Being able to break through any illusion and charm, a skill that s up all illusionist professions? Su-D knew he had chosen correctly. This was the final form of the purpose of the apocalypse. His surveyable range now changed from the world to the universe. And there was no creature that could escape his information survey. You have consumed 5 billion amethyst coins to enhance winged motion killing. Su-D didn't forget one of his greatest reliance. This skill was a passive skill that came with a 100% armor break and could also explode. Winged killing evolves into terminal killing. Passive plus 100% armor breaking, every bullet you fire will be enchanted. Enchanted bullets can hit any enemy at any latitude, and you can trigger the enchanted bullets to detonate when you snap your fingers. Each bullet, whether fired or exploded, can be used against enemies of any latitude. The bullets I attacked have been transmuted into a holy weapon level existence? Su-D was satisfied with this enhancement. He had opened quantum voiding before when he was sneak attacked by spies from other countries. Su-D still remembered which assassin called Dark Star, who offered a holy weapon, could attack his own virtualization. This meant that a holy weapon level weapon could attack the voiding. However, he himself didn't need a holy weapon right now to attack an enemy of any latitude. Again, Su-D continued to upgrade his original skill. He was going to evolve his movement speed skill, Quantum Moonstep, this time. You have consumed 5 billion amethyst coins to upgrade Quantum Moonstep. Quantum Moonstep evolves into Quantum Moon God. Quantum Moon God, fast movement, instantaneous body quantization. During movement you can choose to constantly create a stigmata diversion. The stigmata lasts for 5 seconds, during which you can return to any stigmata at any point in time in the past at any time, gaining immunity to attacks that lasts for 5 seconds, and returning yourself back to the same state of your constitution and blood that you were in 5 seconds ago. Immunity are out? Su-D's heart surged as he realized that this shift skill was simply divine. To be able to temporarily gain immunity to any attack effect, even 10 billion amethyst coins were worth it. Any protection skill, healing skill was also no match for the powerful words of immunity to attacks. Time doesn't lie in how much you have, but in how you use it. If there was any way for Su-D to evaluate Quantum Moon God, then there was only this sentence that could be interpreted. You have consumed 5 billion amethyst coins to enhance the destruction ray. Su-D strengthened up his first awakening technique this time. The pillar of energy light from the destruction ray could be considered one of the most handsome skills. It was also the initial awakening skill that came with him when he activated his profession. Upgrading the initial awakening skill, there was no telling what effect it would produce. Destruction ray evolved into Sky Dimension Ray. Sky Dimension Ray, doubling the power on the basis of Destruction Ray. You can launch Sky Dimension Ray with any angle. The diameter of Sky Dimension Ray can be enlarged and reduced arbitrarily within the interval of 1 centimeter to 100 meters. Regardless of whether it is enlarged or reduced, the power of the skill remains unchanged. The power of the Destruction Ray is doubled, and I myself can still fire Sky Dimension Rays at any angle. It's really getting closer to mechanical ascension. Su-D looked at his own hands to understand the importance of the evolved awakening technique. In the past, the Destruction Ray could only fall from the sky each time. After the Destruction Ray evolved into the Sky Dimension Ray, even if he reached out and just made a slight point, the Heavenly Dimension Rays could even be launched from his fingertips. It was also possible to assume the classic attack stance of Ultraman and fire the Heavenly Dimension Rays. Like fighter Orochi, it wouldn't be a problem to send the Heavenly Dimension Ray out from in front of himself. Chapter 85, Mouse Meow. Dark Reincarnation Labyrinth.
The Abyssal Demon Realm's projection of a corner of the real world. Demon world monsters appear in the middle of the labyrinth because they fell into the spatial rift. Legend has it that one can travel to the demon realm through a special method somewhere in the Dark Reincarnation Labyrinth. The cell phone showed more specific information about the Dark Reincarnation Labyrinth. Just now, Sudi originally intended to use the Eye of Law to check the situation of the secret realm Dark Reincarnation Labyrinth. As a result, a mysterious force actually appeared and blocked his line of sight. The reason for this might be because the Reincarnation Dark Labyrinth was a projection of the Abyssal Demon Realm. This secret realm is quite something. Sudi's curiosity grew heavier. Other than the Blue Star reality, the three largest other spaces were the Game Void God Realm, the Technological Heaven Realm, and the Abyssal Demon Realm. Currently, he had seen the Game Void God Realm and the Technological Heaven Realm. The Dark Reincarnation Labyrinth that he was traveling to this trip was also just the right place to see how a corner of the Abyssal Demon Realm was. It's a pity that upgrading a skill now costs 5 billion amethyst coins, or else I really want to upgrade my skills all over again. Sudi knew that he had to think more about making money. He currently only had 1 billion amethyst coins left after upgrading the 4 awakening skills. The Mechanical Mystery City Guild had money, but it was mainly under the management of the Dragon Kingdom, which was considered to be the group company's money. It was different from what Su Gongzhuang Jian Wanyao gave with his personal property. Adding to the fact that Su Di was currently making money at a fast pace, he didn't want to trouble his elders with anything. I can release 5 awakening techniques now, and apart from the 10,000 blood condensing bead, it shouldn't be a problem to collect most of the treasures of the Reincarnation Labyrinth. Su Di summarized his current strength. His current spiritual strength was enough to release 2 awakening techniques. Maxwell's Demon Ring replenished his spiritual strength another 2 times. The last one time was his own Universal Arsenal passive. If he counted the infinite holy fruit that instantly replenished his status obtained from the Heaven's Pride Battle Shadow Tower, he could release his awakening technique up to 7 times. Heavenly Feathers City. Southwest City Gate Bazaar. The gates here were like a marketplace, with an endless stream of shouting and selling cries lining the streets. Pedestrians stopped by roadside stalls or stores from time to time to ask about the fresh items that had just come out from within the labyrinth. The Dark Reincarnation Labyrinth copy was not much farther out of the city gates, so quite a few transmigrators could choose to sell directly to the nearby stores or directly sell their items here at the stalls after obtaining rare props within the labyrinth. Permanent plus Spirit Recovery 10,000 Souls Essence. If you want it, you can discuss the specific price with me or barter for it. Cheap to sell. The Dark Reincarnation Labyrinth hid a lot of monster materials. Take to the forge or have the mission requirements can be used. Partridge Chamber of Commerce's treasure hunting mouse rental for 24 hours for only 100,000 amethyst coins. There is a need for the gods to let our treasure hunting mouse lead the way will be right. The Shanshui Chamber of Commerce's treasure hunting mouse offers new customers a 10% discount on their first rental, so you can come and take a look. The loudspeakers hanging in front of the stores were constantly circulating the sound of selling. The stores that did the best business in the market were the stores that had treasure hunting rats. The so-called treasure hunting rats were not beasts, but human transmutators whose profession was treasure hunting rat. Transferees with the profession of treasure hunter would not get lost in any maze map and could also detect treasures. Even if the path of the Dark Reincarnation Labyrinth changed all the time, the treasure hunter would still be able to find his way back. The treasure hunter mouse would still be able to find its way back. With the treasure hunting mouse leading the way, other transmigrators dared to rest assured that they would not be unable to find their way back from treasure hunting in the labyrinth. What's the price of the best treasure hunting rat pathfinder you have here? A magnetic voice rang out. When the store personnel raised their eyes, they saw a man dressed in white gunner's robes. Upon closer inspection, the other party also had a gear badge with flowing ripples on his chest. Our store's best treasure hunting rat profession is the Treasure Hunting Rat King, with a starting fee of $10 million for 24 hours, and they have a track record of bringing guests to find props that have broken $1 billion per unit. The service staff hurriedly invited the other party to take a seat in the store. He had recognized the Mechanical Guild senior badge that Su Di was wearing. Let me take a look. Su Di sat down in his seat and sipped the tea that the other party brought. According to the information, the Dark Reincarnation Labyrinth was 100 times the size of an ordinary secret realm. If you wanted to efficiently find good things in it, you also couldn't do it without the help of the treasure hunting mouse. Please confirm your identity information. After filling it out, you'll be able to choose your favorite treasure hunting rat leader. The service staff immediately brought a tablet machine. It was important to confirm the specific identity of the rented transmuter. The maze was dangerous and chaotic, not to mention. The transmuter's identity was registered, and one wouldn't dare to have other crooked thoughts. If I'm not an honorary elder of the Mechanical Guild, I still can't choose the best treasure hunting mouse? Su Di found this interesting thing after a series of confirmations. The transmogrifier who wanted to rent a treasure hunting rat king. The strength should be at least an 8th order powerhouse.
And also have to pay an additional 1 billion treasure hunting rat security deposit. Return the deposit after the lease is over.
However, the elder-level figures of the big guilds could ignore these prerequisite requirements.
This was the benefit of becoming a top-tier guild's top tier, enjoying many benefits even when they were out and about.
I've chosen, go call my usher over. Sudi opened his mouth after paying the amethyst coins.
He chose an experienced treasure hunter Mouse King usher based on the description of the business event above.
Okay, just wait a moment.
The service staff then called his colleagues to go and ask for the treasure hunter Mouse King transfigurator. He was excited inwardly, knowing that if he completed this order, his performance for the month would directly reach the target.
It didn't take long.
A grumbling sound came to mind at the back door. Is the guest this time not a tiger? Last week the transmogrifier did not listen to my advice and insisted on going to the Griffin Cave in the labyrinth. If it wasn't for the fact that I ended up taking the other party to vanish and escape, that transmogrifier would probably have hung up long ago. A young fat man with a rat's nose and ears opened his mouth in complaint. Although his job had a sizable salary, it was also very dangerous. Brother Pang Yuan, keep your voice down. This time the guests are from the top guilds. Your safety factor is absolutely perfect this time. The staff member spoke in a low voice from the side. Waiting for the two to arrive at the store hall, Su Di, who was sitting on a chair and drinking tea, quickly attracted Pang Yuan's attention.
An elder-level figure of the Machinery Guild? So young? Pang Yuan took 3 steps to the other party.
He realized that the other party looked a few years younger than himself, not to mention,
in terms of face value, he was even a little bit more handsome than the slim and handsome in the fat world. Hello, my name is Su Di. I'm sorry for your trouble back there.
Su Di put down his teacup and shook the other party's hand.
He simultaneously opened the Eye of Laws to check the other party's information. My name is Pang Yuan. It's my honor to work with the Mechanical Mystic City Guild Elder and
Pang Yuan was thrilled to shake the other party's hand. They were in this business, and it was safe for them to be able to lead the way for powerful guests themselves.
Character information. Name, Pang Yuan. Level, 279. Occupation, treasure hunting Mouse King. Physique, 11,873. Strength, 10,834. Spirit, 30,997. Agility, 13,832. Skills, advanced treasure hunting, advanced perception, digging. Boss, your face value is on par with mine, but you didn't order any treasure hunting mouse girls. Pang Yuan cheerfully chatted with the other party.
Many male transmigrators like to order female treasure hunting rat kings to lead the way. After all, men and women don't get tired of working together. But this brother had the strength and face value to actually pick himself.
The face value is not comparable.
The staff in the store was a bit teary-eyed. This mechanical guild elder was clearly more handsome than Pang Yuan by an unknown number of times. A woman will only affect my drawing speed, so I chose it seeing that your ability is fine.
Su Di responded with a smile.
The last time he teamed up with Jiangling Taki to break into the Heaven's remarkable Battle Shadow Tower. Decisively selling each other and breaking into the tower alone was also for this reason. If the girl's ability wasn't particularly outstanding, it would be more efficient to pick a male transmuter. Boss open-minded, since you think so highly of me, I won't let you down in today's maze treasure hunt.
Pang Yuan spoke confidently. Mouse me, I'm very strong in treasure hunting. Chapter 86, Maze of Hungry Ghosts. 20 miles out of the city. Dark Reincarnation Labyrinth.
The entrance to the secret realm is as high as 100 feet, like a black hole vortex slowly rotating. The transmigrators who arrived here all had treasure-seeking rats as their guides. Boss, inside the labyrinth, there is the law of flight height not exceeding 100 meters and forbidding teleportation. Wait for us to enter the dark labyrinth. Random chance will be teleported to the outer corners of the labyrinth. You want to look for the 10,000 blood condensation bead. I'll notify you if I sense it at that time. If you want to go deeper, you must greet me in advance. The deeper the dark maze goes, the more dangerous it is. You should at least let me sense the enemy's aura.
Pang Yuan reminded Su Di beforehand from the side.
He had learned on the way that it was the other party's first time entering the dark maze.
Alright, then let's go in and talk about it.
Su Di said as he and the other party walked through the secret realm of the black hole entrance. There was a flash of light. The two entered the middle of the dark reincarnation labyrinth. The spatial fluctuations were strangely distorted.
Within the secret realm, the dark reincarnation labyrinth world was in the middle of eternal night. 2 huge white moons appeared in the sky. The endless moonlight rendered everything into silver white. The two were in the center of a mysterious road. Many forks appeared at the end of the road. On both sides of the road was a thick wall of flesh that was up to 100 meters high. The walls of flesh would seemingly tremble as if they were alive. The Hungry Ghost Road?
How could this be? Why did we just come to the Hungry Ghost Road?
Pang Yuan's face turned white after checking his surroundings.
He saw the unbelievable.
What's wrong? Su Di frowned and asked. After arriving at this secret realm,
he always felt that something was staring at him.
The Dark Reincarnation Labyrinth has 6 regional paths, which are the Earthly Path, the Hungry Ghost Path, and the Heavenly Path. 6 roads of reincarnation. Normally, when we first entered the labyrinth, we should have been teleported to the Earthly Path Labyrinth with the least danger on the periphery. But we had an accident and were directly teleported to the Hungry Ghost Dao in the depths, and a little deeper would be the Hell Dao Labyrinth, the Shura Dao Labyrinth, and even the most terrifying Heaven Dao Labyrinth. Pang Yuan slapped his hand against his cheek, setting off a wave of flesh. He had to calm himself down first. The dangerous monsters that infested the Hungry Ghost Road would already be able to pose a threat to elder class characters. It's a good thing. Su Di patted the other party's shoulder with his hand, signaling him not to be nervous. The deeper the labyrinth goes, the rarer the treasures we encounter, which just saves us the effort of rushing. Boss, then you remember to protect me. Even if you can withstand it, it's hard for me to withstand it. The corners of Pang Yuan's eyes flashed with tears. The allowance for their work injuries wasn't high. With me there is no monster that can hurt you. Su Di opened his mouth indifferently, but in his heart, he secretly kept an eye out. The fact that he was randomly transported to the depths of the labyrinth this time might not be an accident. It was even possible that it was deliberately arranged. But if it was deliberately arranged, he didn't understand why he was targeted when he hadn't even been to the abyssal demon realm yet. Is this the sense of security that comes with being strong? Pang Yuan's heart warmed as he listened to these words. He was also much more at ease with the reassurance of the mechanical mystic city's elder-level figure. You first sense where the surrounding treasures are and if there are any I want. Su Di explained the other party to start moving at the same time. He looked up at the 2 full moons above his head, his mind flowing. Pang Yuan nodded and immediately cast his advanced perception skill. It was as if water waves seemed to emanate ripples around him, sensing the aura of objects around him on a wide scale. It didn't take long for him to receive feedback. There's energy feedback from rare items in the southeast direction, but there are powerful energy monster fluctuations there, with a strength possibly equivalent to the strength of a 9-turn journeyman. Pang Yuan sheepishly looked toward Su Di. His limit range for sensing the strength of a monster's aura was probably in the 10th turner category. If the other party couldn't handle it, they shouldn't have to bring themselves to such a powerful monster. Lead the way. Su Di replied briefly. Bull beat. Pang Yuan made an internal comment after listening. Truly powerful people were always silent. The other party's face didn't even change when they heard a monster equivalent to the strength of a human 9th turner. Just 2 words: lead the way. Just how strong was this boss? For the first time, the 2 embarked on a treasure hunt in the maze. When they had just passed a meat wall fork in the road, there was a vibration coming from the earth, and the surrounding landscape appeared to change drastically. This was the path transformation of the Dark Reincarnation Labyrinth, where changes would occur at random times, making it impossible to follow the original route. However, these were not useful to the treasure hunting mouse transfiguration. The treasure hunter mouse's occupational passive was to ignore any labyrinth changes. Pang Yuan, do you think if I punch through this wall of flesh, we won't have to make a detour to get to our destination? Su Di walked halfway and touched the fleshy wall with his hand. The feel was not bad, soft. Boss, don't joke, the defense of the walls of the dark labyrinth is comparable to the equipment of absolute quality, and the labyrinth walls also come with a fast self-repairing effect. Wanting to speculate simply won't work. As an old treasure hunting rat, Pang Yuan had encountered many whimsical bosses. But to really break the walls so easily, this place wouldn't be known as a projection of the abyssal demon realm. Really? Su Di chanted softly. He was about to give it a try at the same time. Loud cries for help came from not far away. Save me! Quickly save me! A fighter-turned-transfigurator wearing Turn 8 equipment rushed in with scars all over his body and a face full of fear. He was like seeing a savior the moment he saw the 2. Su Di opened the Eye of Laws to view the other party's information. His bland complexion slightly revealed a hint of fluctuation. The other party was no longer human. You met a monster? Where's the treasure hunting mouse next to you? Pang Yuan's complexion was alarmed. As a treasure hunting rat, he was very mindful of the well-being of his peers. The treasure hunting rat that helped me lead the way is dead, and I escaped with my life. The grunt spoke sadly. After he finished speaking, he pointed in the direction of his companion's demise. How did this happen? Pang Yuan followed the other party's pointing, his expression showing sadness. The direction this fighter was pointing to was exactly the destination they were heading to. Just as the 2 of them had their sights diverted, the eyes of that fighter's mouth abruptly became incomparably ferocious. A fierce tiger shadow appeared behind him, and a fist was about to strike towards this Pang Yuan's chest. Su Di, who had prepared for this, pushed Pang Yuan away with one hand, and at the same time, he pulled out his Void Rift submachine gun and swept it towards the other party. The rows of bullets directly beat the already bruised fighter to a bloody pulp. How did this happen? Pang Yuan didn't understand why the other party suddenly attacked him. He was just a treasure-seeking rat, and he wasn't a threat to the other party. It didn't take long for him to know the answer. A strange black worm had drilled out of the grunt's body. This strange black bug had the effect of a double disc sucker and was able to control the host. The real fighter had died long ago. Just now, it had been the bug controlling the corpse to talk to the two. Chapter 87, One more look and it will explode. The moment the black bug appeared, Sudi raised his hand and wiped out the bug with a barrage of bullets. When he first checked the other party's information, it was known that the other party was no longer human. Inema, so it's a monster. Pang Yuan felt his scalp go numb. His stomach fluids churned and he was most afraid of encountering such disgusting monsters. Go see what's going on. Sudi quickly stepped forward and told the other party to follow. The location of the monster could be found by following the blood that the fighter had dripped on the ground along the way. Boss, you must remember to protect me, I'm fragile. Pang Yuan spoke in fear. He still wanted to wait until the end of the year to quit his job. At that time, he would charter 10 beautiful gold-digging girls to go on vacation and enjoy themselves. Have you forgotten what I said to you before? Sudi lightly responded at the same time. It also sensed that the monster was not far behind two corners. No monster can hurt me. Pang Yuan looked at the other party's handsome side face and blushed slightly. A normal transmogrifier might have hesitated for a while, but the other party hadn't been half afraid from start to finish. Was this the unique charm of a big brother? If he were a girl, he would have to fall in love with Big Brother. He. The two quickly arrived at the location of the monster incident. At the end of the line of sight, a huge road crossroads with an area of 1,000 meters. In the center of the crossroads stood hundreds of spider nest-like ellipsoids. The black worm larvae resided in the middle of the nests. Monster information. Name, Grotesque Mother Worm Lord. Level, 535. Attack, 162-3890. Physical defense, 449927. Legal defense, 618349. Skills, Lost God's Light, Mental Shock, Embodied Grotesque. Description, the weakest and most obscure mother bug in the abyssal demon realm. Name, Grotesque Worm Elite. Level, 300. Attack, 320,854. Physical defense, 159730. Legal defense, 225600. Skills, Desperate Parasite, Manipulate Host, Black Scale Armor. Description, the larvae born from a grotesque motherworm will one day independently create their own tribal colony. The 10-meter-long black motherworm spat out haze from its mouth and performed the illusion skill. In front of the motherworm, there were quite a few corpses of human transmutants. However, there were 7 other transmigrators who were fixed in place with mute expressions. Small black bugs crawled on the bodies of the transmigrants and gnawed on the targets to break their defense. Some of the transferees had extremely high defenses, and the black bugs were not able to burrow into the humans even now. Some of the transmigrants' brains were asking for holes and had been half drilled into by the black bugs. And yet, so it's these contraptions that have taken control of the fighters just now. Pang Yuan arrived at his destination and guessed that the grunt was perhaps a few companions. Only that fighter seemed to have gone through some resistance and was the first to be invaded by the black worms. Snort, snort! The black mother worm let out a piercing voice when it saw the arrival of the new outsider. It spewed divine haze light from its mouth and quickly wrapped the two inside. Swiftly, swiftly. Swiftly, swiftly, swiftly. The divine light swept across the sky. Sudi and Pang Yuan were quickly wrapped in the strange light. Within moments, the light gradually appeared. Both of them began to see the most restful time their lives had ever seen. Pang Yuan fell into a state of dementia, having already entered into a vision. Sudi watched as the space around him distorted. The surrounding walls of flesh abruptly changed into the skyscrapers of earth. He returned to his student days and began the leisurely life of a salted fish again. The spirit began to gradually wither, wanting to deeply root in this pure land and settle down. Sudi's eyes closed slightly, and the Eye of Laws opened again, breaking through nothingness. The powerful spirit was like an invisible flame, burning the surrounding scene to nothing. The surrounding scenery returned to the maze of reality. Everyone woke up from the illusion. Only then did they realize that what they had earlier was an illusion cast by the monster. There are bugs. A female priest pulled a black worm from her head and dropped it on the ground. Her head was half bored by the bug, and the bug had probably sucked some of her own brain marrow. If it wasn't for the fact that she had a holy light guardian boost, she would have been completely controlled a few minutes later. We just saw this black mother bug and were controlled before we could react. This is the might of the dark reincarnation labyrinth monsters. The monsters here inadvertently consign people to their dreams. Hurry up and exterminate all these damn black worms. The other transmigrators were shocked as they drove the black bugs away. They remembered that they were controlled by the black mother bugs after entering this place. Day. Diffuse bullet points of light descended from the air, hitting all the black bug bodies. The bullets were like a torrential rain, sending out a terrifying barrage of density. Who's that? The transmogrifier who woke up looked towards the source of the bullets.
only to see a white-robed man in the sky holding dual guns spinning like a whirlwind. Each spin was accompanied by a tilt like a rain of light bullets. The shells fell to the ground with a crisp sound, as if the shells had become falling raindrops.
Boss is awesome, boss is mighty.
Pang Yuan was the first to cheer the other party when he woke up.
He was only helping the other party to lead the way, but the boss was leading the way to fly off. Is your boss shooting accurately? We don't dare to move.
The transmigrants present were touched to be saved, but they were surrounded by bullets and didn't dare to move. They saw Pang Yuan's appearance and realized that the other party was a treasure-hunting rat. In that case, the one who helped them break the illusion was the boss of this treasure-hunting mouse.
Snort, snort. The black female insect was covered in bullet holes and let out a mournful sound. Its body gradually turned translucent and quickly fled. All the larvae followed the mother worm as it left. All the black worms themselves were seen disappearing into the illusion space and withdrawing at a rapid pace. They realized that this human was not an ordinary transmuter at all through their previous engagement. This was an existence that was even more terrifying than them as monsters. The other transmutators flew away from the scene of the battle. The loud, mournful sound emitted by the grotesque worm was heard by everyone. The grotesque worm is deflated, physical level attacks can't even reach it. A transmuter shouted in surprise. They looked into the distance. Run away, I am not wanting to reach this grotesque worm anymore. The female priest spoke with tearful eyes. The dozen or so of them who had come had sacrificed several. Although they hated not being able to avenge their companions, they had at least survived. Brother, what exactly is that boss you were in charge of leading the way? The warrior turned transfigurator in the lead asked. The gazes of the others also looked towards Pang Yuan, wanting to know the reason for this. He's the elder of the Mechanical Mystic City Guild, the man whose face value rivals mine. Pang Yuan exhaled slowly, thoroughly understanding the sense of security this boss brought. It turns out that the senior figure of Mechanical Mystic City is so young. The crowd present looked at the silhouette in the sky above with incomparably reverent gazes. Even the members of the Mechanical Maze City Guild let people, let alone the elder figures. Sudi slowly put his twin spears into his waist and watched the swarms of black bugs fleeing at a rapid pace. Those bugs had his bullets left inside their bodies. The direction the bugs fled was nothing more than the ghost gate. Don't look, you guys find a place to hide. Sudi stood in the air and calmly said to the crowd below. Why should we hide? The crowd present was filled with confusion. These grotesque insects had clearly run far away. Sudi slowly compared the ringing finger motion in his hand, his movements dashing to the extreme. Because. One more look and it will explode. Chapter 88, the Lord says let there be light. Because. One more look and it will explode. Sudi spoke indifferently, comparing a ringing finger motion in his hand. A crisp ringing finger sound was emitted. The huge grotesque insect swarm in the distance. A dazzling and incomparable light instantly erupted. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. A mushroom cloud of fire rose from the distance. The airwaves even destroyed both sides of the road, the towering and huge walls of flesh. The other monsters in the dark reincarnation labyrinth felt the wail that the grotesque mother worm let out before dying. They received warnings from their companions and trembled in fear. It really exploded. Is it really because we looked at it more? The jaws of the transmigrators present barely dropped to the ground in surprise. They immediately remembered to run away quickly. However, the extremely powerful waves of heat quickly swept in. Quickly dig a hole. Pang Yuan and the only remaining treasure seeker rat in the opposing team hastily opened their digging skills. They escaped by hiding underground with the transmutants present. Is this strength really just an elder and not a reserve elder level character? The transmigrators who stayed underground could still feel the vibrations of the ground. The walls of flesh they had thought were unbreakable were annihilated. This strength had completely exceeded what they recognized in elders. I thought at first that he looked young, and that he was already strong enough to fight off the monstrous grotesque worms, but I didn't realize that I was the one who was young. A female priest in the group muttered. She was captivated by her opponent's fighting stance even as she thought back to just now. The other party was simply the brightest light in this dark labyrinth. Pang Yuan, your boss is strong, if only he could have greeted me earlier, I almost peed in fear just now. A treasure-hunting mouse woman grew relieved. She knew Pang Yuan, and the other party was considered to be a little-known transmuter among the treasure hunter mouse transmutators. The boss said that no monsters can harm me. Pang Yuan was enlightened. It's true that monsters can't hurt me, the only one who can hurt me is the boss. His expression became tearful. It turned out that the boss's true meaning was this. Other people can't hurt you, your boss can bully you. Gosh! The treasure-hunting mouse girl covered her reddened cheeks. She looked at the love-struck priestess and listened to Pang Yuan's words. I didn't realize that the other boss was both male and female. You rotten girl, don't brainstorm, okay? My boss and I only love onai girls and have a very pure monetary relationship. Pang Yuan hit stop in time. He knew that this girl was a rotten girl who loved to brainstorm when she had nothing else to do. being in the middle of an underground transmogrifier's idle chatter. Prepare to wait for the aftermath of the explosion to completely dissipate before going out. You killed a level 300 grotesque worm, gaining 801,274 experience points. You have killed a level 305 grotesque worm and have gained 812,732 experience points. You have slain a level 307 grotesque worm and have gained 842,837 experience points. You have slain a level 310 grotesque worm and have gained 860,820 experience points. You have slain a level 535 grotesque mother worm and gained 642,0678 experience points. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 252. 10 attribute points are automatically assigned according to the gunsmith profession. Congratulations on leveling up to level 253. 10 attribute points are automatically distributed based on the gunsmith profession. Is it because of the leveling up? Now grouping a bunch of high-level monsters isn't enough to make me full level. Su-di came to the explosion location and collected all the treasures he obtained. The full level of the fourth turn was 279, and he had only leveled up by 30 or so levels after destroying the grotesque worms himself. However, this was still just a small test. There was nothing wrong with leveling up to full level in the Dark Reincarnation Labyrinth today. You have obtained the epic grade item, Grotesque Tooth. You have obtained epic grade equipment, Psychedelic Cloak. You have obtained the legendary item, Grotesque Mother Bug Skeleton. You obtained the brave grade equipment, Grotesque Mother Worm Necklace. Su-di collected all the items dropped by the monsters as storage bracelets. After becoming an honorary elder of the guild, most of the items dropped by the monsters were of epic quality to begin with. These walls of flesh are actually starting to grow again. Su-di noticed a difference after collecting the equipment. The walls of flesh that were originally destroyed to nothing were slowly growing taller at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even if these walls were destroyed with superhuman means, the latter would still be able to recover, returning to its original location. The destroyed flesh walls completely recovered to a height of 100 meters. When the transmigrators who returned to the ground saw Su-di's figure, their gazes were all filled with respect. After they finally expressed their gratitude to Su-di, they prepared to withdraw from the Hungry Ghost Road Labyrinth. The abilities of the Demon Realm monsters were far higher than the monsters in other secret realms. They were not prepared to step back in unless they broke through to a stronger existence. Keep leading the way, just take it straight to the deepest part. Su-di spoke to Pang Yuan. He hadn't forgotten what the other party had said about the Hell Road Labyrinth, Azura Road Labyrinth, and so on. Okay boss, no problem boss. Pang Yuan, who had seen Su-di's abilities, behaved even more positively. With this great god around, his own performance in a day would be worth a year's worth of performance. The two quickly set out for the deeper parts of the labyrinth. After passing through the Hungry Ghost Road, Su-di and Pang Yuan soon came to the Hell Road. The labyrinth walls on both sides of the road here were not walls of flesh, but walls formed from magma. The throbbing hot firelight cast Su-di's figure as if it were a monster's terrifying appearance. The stomping sound of his steps seemed as if he stepped on the monster's heart every time. Su-di never encountered any more monsters along the way. He walked to the location sensed by the treasure hunting mouse, and even the monsters guarding the treasures were nowhere to be found. Magic energy lapis, this thing can be sold for $400 million on the market. Pang Yuan shouted excitedly from the side. This had the ability to add a brilliant resume to his performance. It didn't take long. Pang Yuan discovered new precious items one after another, not far away. He proceeded to rejoice again. It didn't take long for the items he helped his boss find to add up to more than $3 billion worth. The most important thing was that since defeating the grotesque motherworm, it was as if they had a green light to be safe all the way. Where did all the monsters go? Su-di came to a new location to once again collect treasures for the first time. Even if the 10,000 blood condensation pearl was not found, there was no way to kill a few monsters to upgrade. There are Lord monsters in the Dark Reincarnation Labyrinth that are able to sense each other. Maybe they know how powerful you are boss and are hiding. Pang Yuan smiled cheerfully. He couldn't wait for the monsters to avoid him. He would also like to find the treasures without any psychological burden. Speaking of which, there should be great lords within the labyrinth as well, right? How come I haven't encountered any either? Su-di inquired to the other party. The great lord monsters shouldn't be so afraid of themselves. Of course there are, like there are hungry ghost lords in the Hungry Ghost Road, and this Hell Road of ours will run into Hell Lords. But indeed the labyrinth's lords we actually haven't run into. Pang Yuan then realized that his boss's realization was right. The biggest lord of each labyrinth, by all accounts, was in hiding. Click 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 click. Click click click. A strange sound of wooden planks appeared on the ground. The two men turned around to take a look, only to see the blackened, square treasure chest, spitting out a large tongue and swaying left and right. Monster information. Name, Labyrinth Treasure Chest Monster. Level, 400. Attack, 1. Physical defense, 1. Legal defense, 1. Evasion, 99%. Skills, spit out treasure to survive, wield gold like dirt, space instant.
Introduction: the proprietary treasure chest monster of the Dark Reincarnation Labyrinth. As long as you hit it, it will spit out treasures, and you can even gain unexpected benefits by eliminating it completely.
Treasure chest monster. Boss, quickly grab it, this labyrinth treasure chest monster is full of treasures. Pang Yuan hadn't finished speaking.
Su Di Run drew his twin guns and started sweeping. The muzzles of the guns sprayed flames and dense bullets swept out in large swaths.
The treasure box monster took over the spatial transient, dodging all the bullets.
It attracted the attention of the two people and immediately began to flee the string.
Chase, chase! Pang Yuan eagerly shouted out. The probability of encountering a treasure box monster was equivalent to winning the billion-dollar lottery.
His boss had such heaven-defying luck, it would be a blood loss if he let it escape.
Don't worry, it can't escape.
Su Di drew his twin guns and took the lead to chase after it. He didn't shoot afterward, but followed closely behind the treasure chest monster.
Su Di knew that his luck wasn't good. This treasure chest monster appeared in front of him in a dignified manner before fleeing.
If he said that there was no trickery in it, Su Di would not even believe it. Only, even if this could be a bait, Su Di would still choose to chase after it. He wasn't afraid of how strong the monster's trap was, he was only afraid that there weren't enough monsters in the ambush for him to kill.
Dark Reincarnation Labyrinth. Heavenly Dao Palace.
The lords of the 6 labyrinths viewed Su Di's figure chasing the treasure chest monsters through the mirror image. They were shaped like skeletons and wore prayer robes, as if they believed in a certain powerful being. The mechanical ascender should be leaving after getting the items he wants through the treasure chest monster. I really want to cross paths with the mechanical ascender, but unfortunately, the Lord doesn't allow it. Why would the Lord be so kind to a human, actually letting us send the labyrinth treasure chest monster to the other party? I wonder just how. This mechanical ascender compares to the Lord. What are you talking about? This mechanical ascender's current strength doesn't even know the power of law. Can he also compare to the Lord? I know this human can't be compared to the Lord. What I'm saying is that when this human profession is completely opened after the 6th turn.
The 6 paths of reincarnation looked at the mirrored image and exchanged words with each other.
They sent out the treasure chest monster in order to make the other side mistakenly think that they were hitting the big time.
And the purpose of the treasure box monster was to fulfill Su Di and let the other party grow up quickly. According to what the Lord said to them was, Su Di's mechanical soaring speed is not fast enough yet. Not enough. Fast. Chapter 89 Gunsmith. It's reasonable to know 1 billion points of magic, right?
The evil spirits of the 6 paths of reincarnation present gathered inside the Heavenly Dao Labyrinth God's temple. They observed Su Di's figure through visions.
Under the inspiration of the Lord's command,
the 6 evil ghosts of the 6 paths sent out active treasure chest monster feeds to allow the other party to enter mechanical ascension at a faster rate. By what right should a human be allowed to obtain the treasure box monster so easily? The subordinate devil muscle man's fists clenched. It had a purple-black body with 2 tentacles growing from its forehead, like a blackened youth version of the Piccolo Demon King. Its own pack had been completely wiped out by the vengeful humans as a result of eating a few human transmigrators. It couldn't understand why the Lord would take such care of an alien. There are quite a few rare props inside this treasure chest monster. The mechanical ascender should be able to grow faster. I don't know how many turns Su Di will prepare to come to the abyssal demon realm. I should have known to stuff an abyssal invitation into the treasure box monster's stomach. Hungry Ghost Dao, do you want outsiders to come to the abyssal demon realm so much? Heavenly Dao, I want to progress too much. I want to give the Lord a surprise.
Human transmigrants always come to the demon realm for a visit. Unless humans don't want to break through the ranks, their transfer quests will one day require them to come to the abyssal demon realm. The evil spirits were whispering. The candle flame that shook in the room. It illuminated the evil ghost figure in a twisted and terrifying way. Just as the 6 paths of reincarnation were talking,
the subordinate devil muscle man quietly left the room.
It couldn't stand the 10,000 evil humans that enjoyed such treatment.
Even if the treasure box monster was arranged by the 6 lords, its pride would not allow such rampant humans.
Shirato turned its head slightly to glance at the direction in which the subordinate muscular man had left.
It did not say anything more, but allowed the other party to leave. Shirato had brought his subordinates over alone this time for this very reason. They wanted to borrow the devil muscle man's hand to see how strong that human transmuter was.
Dark Reincarnation Labyrinth.
Su Di unhurriedly chased after the escaping treasure box monster in front of him. Behind him, Pang Yuan used his entire body to catch up so that he wouldn't fall behind. Suddenly, Pang Yuan's eyes lit up as if he sensed something.
Boss, the last place this treasure chest monster fled from is a dead-end road. Pang Yuan shouted excitedly.
He sensed that there was no longer a passable place ahead. This way they could even kill the treasure chest monster and obtain all the riches inside.
That couldn't be better. Su Di responded indifferently, while confirming his inner thoughts even more. A treasure chest monster that deliberately ran towards a dead end was more like someone's deliberate arrangement. Click, click, click. Click, click, click. The treasure chest monster was running towards death in front of it. It quickly fled to the dead end of the reincarnation maze. Sudi raised his hands and copied his double guns to fire at the treasure box monster. Dense bullets plus an absolute dead zone. After dodging one after another, the treasure box monster's eventual 99% dodge was to no avail. Along with the dazzling white light, the body of the treasure chest monster disintegrated. A large amount of treasures as well as amethyst coins gushed out from it. Exploded, all the treasures within the labyrinth treasure chest monster exploded out. Pang Yuan's mouth was wide open with an exaggerated expression. For the first time in his life, he had seen a labyrinth treasure chest monster completely annihilated. This kind of special monster that was hard to catch and hard to hit, it was surprising that someone could really do it. Clatter! Clatter! Props that shone with various colors of light fell. 10,000 blood condensation bead, Qilong Tong Tian orifice, necrotic rosary bead. Pang Yuan's eyes glazed over as he watched from the side, almost not drooling. These treasures were worth more than $10 billion, and they were all representative of his own performance. Teaming up with the boss once, he immediately turned himself into the highest performing treasure hunting rat in the country. The 10,000 blood condensation pearl has finally appeared. Sudi's mind moved slightly as he raised his hand and was ready to collect all the treasures. Right at this moment, a demonic wind blew. The large amount of amethyst coins as well as treasures on the ground all disappeared into thin air. Only a purple-black shadow like an alien creature was seen, pocketing all the dropped items. Gulp! The devil muscle man was in front of the two, swallowing all the looted treasures into his belly. Brr! I'm Naya next door, you damn well ate my 10 billion performance. Pang Yuan cursed towards the other party for a while. His heart was dripping blood, regardless of the other party's status. You have an opinion. The devil muscle man opened its huge mouth of fangs and roared towards Pang Yuan. The mouth it just opened was enough to swallow the other party whole. No. Don't dare. Pang Yuan's face was scared white as paper. He had just cast survey technique on the other party, and although he couldn't see the other party's specific attributes and skills, however, it was possible to see the level and introduction. However, the opponent's high level of 590 caused him to despair. More importantly, the monster's description column wrote that it was a Lord Cadre of the Azura Dao. Monster information. Name, Devil Muscle Man Lord. Level, 590. Attack, 2 million. Physical defense, 894444. Legal defense, 894444. Skills, Wind of Death, Magic Cannon, Great Darkness Swallowing. Description, the first backbone member under the Azura Dao, the new king of the Demon Muscleman clan. You ate my stuff, so ready to become part of the stuff? Sudi slowly drew his twin guns and aimed them at the Devil Muscleman. He had thought that the monster that had lured him here with the treasure chest monster would be one of the 6 lords of the reincarnation labyrinth. The other party had eaten what they wanted, so they would obliterate the monster and let the burst. Don't you dare try shooting. The Devil Muscleman had a hideous threatening face. He wouldn't leave today until he trampled this rampant human under his feet. The words just fell. Sudi pulled the trigger and swept out endless bullets. The dense curtain of bullets attacked towards the muscular man in all directions without any dead angle. Sculptor's little skill. Devil Muscleman waved his big hand. The gale swept all the incoming bullets 100,000 miles away. Boom! All the bullets were separated by a long distance. The boss's attack is ineffective. Pang Yuan's heart thumped wildly, feeling his life hanging in the balance. He knew that Sudi's bullets were frighteningly strong. But this monster raised his hand and emptied all the bullets. Wasn't this restraining a firearms professional to death? What other tricks do you have when you play with that broken gun of yours? The Devil Muscle Man revealed a heart-seeping sardonic smile. It still thought that the human that the Lord valued was different. It didn't realize it was just a bug that it could solve with one hand. Don't use guns, use other tricks, I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it. Sudi put the double guns into his waist. This move scared the little fat man next to him. Boss, you can't fall for this monster's agitation, you professionally use guns as weapons, all attacks must rely on them. Besides, doesn't he, a practicing muscle man, still use his hands as well? Pang Yuan persuaded nicely. If their own boss didn't use a gun, then they would definitely be cool. Who said that a gunsmith can't fight monsters without a gun? Sudi said indifferently. He slightly raised his hand. At the tip of his index finger, energy fluctuations from the heavenly dimension ray appeared. It's reasonable for me, a gunsmith, to know a billion points of magic, right? Chapter 90, Heaven's Way makes an appearance, Azu close your hand. Heavenly dimensional rays, the light of cutting-edge technology of the universe's 4th civilization touching the 5th. This human's level is at most at the 4th turn like this, he's so quick to know skills only mastered by the 4th civilization of the universe.
For S.A., is this technological light considered magic? At best it looks like a magic-like existence.
What magic or not, this is much more outrageous than any other magic.
You guys forget that this is still just what the Lord said about not stepping into the path of full-bodied mechanical ascension.
The reincarnation Heavenly Tao's last sentence silenced the other reincarnation 5 paths present.
They thought that Su Di's strength would already be heaven-defying at 10 revolutions at most. Unexpectedly, the other party's strength far exceeded everyone's imagination. The universe was divided into 7 major civilization technology levels.
The 7th universe civilization was not the point.
Rather, if there were more, it was no longer an existence that could be imagined by living beings.
The blue star before the game fused reality, the comprehensive technological civilization strength was not even a level 1 civilization.
And the 4th level cosmic civilization was a river system civilization. It had already broken away from the shackles of the physical body.
The person the Lord values is indeed correct. The 6 paths of reincarnation murmured a sentence, then fell into silence.
In the imaginary image they were watching, the pupils of the devil muscleman's eyes shrunk to the size of pinpoints, filled with disbelief. It had the cognizance of an existence filled with grinding out all life within the light. Su Di made a pistol gesture with his hand.
BIU.
In the midst of his soft murmur, sky dimension rays erupted from his fingertips in a gigantic beam of light.
The intense heavenly dimension laser engulfed the devil muscleman's body.
The heavenly dimension ray seemed to become the first beam of light in the dark reincarnation labyrinth, illuminating the entire labyrinth world. The light penetrated the secret space, and at the entrance of the secret black hole, the white energy beam slanted into the sky to break through the atmosphere, shattering the space meteorites in a series.
Rumble. Rumble. The secret realm space was pierced through. The entire dark reincarnation labyrinth appeared to tremble tremendously, vaguely showing signs of crumbling. All the reincarnators at the labyrinth were terrified, not understanding what was happening. The monsters all ran away. Is the labyrinth going to collapse? Hurry up and run out. If you don't run, you're probably going to die.
Reincarnation labyrinth broke a big hole. Everyone look, there are creatures that have pierced the labyrinth. Look, you have the life to see it now, but you may not have the life to stay when the time comes. The rule that prohibits flying height within the secret territory has actually been broken. We can fly higher than the walls.
Shocked cries from the transmigrators resounded within the reincarnation space.
It was suspected that a powerful creature had punched a hole in the secret realm.
What a powerful existence this was.
The light from the heavenly dimension rays lasted for a long time before fading away.
The white light shone on Pang Yuan's surprised flesh face. His inner collapse was no less than anyone else's. Could his own boss be a 1 in a billion dual profession transmuter? The magical light just now looked much more bullish than a firearm.
Pang Yuan hadn't been able to see that it was technological light, not magical light, until now.
Su Di stood still and received an unprecedented surge of experience.
Killing the strongest cadre of lords under the Azura Dao directly allowed him to rise to full level.
Your current level reaches 279, you need to complete the 4th turn quest before you can continue to gain experience to upgrade.
I was going to leave some meat froth for you, but now it's not even ashes left.
Su Di shook his head inside.
He put all the items that the devil muscle man had popped out into his storage bracelet. The items that the other party popped out also had the treasure chest monster props that the devil muscle man had eaten earlier.
Shura Dao, go repair the secret realm, I'll go out.
The heavenly Dao faintly spoke. They had already seen it, the human strength that the Lord valued. It was good for himself to go over now to make a round to terminate these. I didn't realize that testing Su Di's approximate strength would cost this kind of price.
Shura Dao whisked his sleeves and left the hall. The other reincarnation heavenly Dao present followed Shirato forward to help. Dark reincarnation labyrinth.
The ruptured gap in the labyrinth quickly healed up, the shaking gradually subsided, and the law of forbidden flight worked again.
The reincarnation labyrinth returned to its original state.
Su Di looked at the 10,000 blood condensation bead lying within the storage bracelet. He had gotten the props he wanted, and his level had also risen to full. This time, it was not a wasted trip after all.
10 billion performance is steady, boss, I love you too much. Pang Yuan was overjoyed.
He had brought the other party to get so many treasures by himself, and the bonuses were in his hands. He could even quit his job within this month and bring a group of beautiful gold-worshipping girls to steer his horse at that time. The things I want have arrived, and it's almost time to casually stroll around in the back. The corner of Su Di's mouth revealed a smile as he returned. After he finished strolling through the labyrinth, he could go to the Void God realm to take a look at it at that time. This peculiar game existence of evil spirit battle, he had always been like trying it out.
Where do you want to stroll, boss?
You're walking sideways in this labyrinth. Pang Yuan spoke with a smile on his face. The devil muscle man from just now had been killed in seconds, and there was no need to say much about the other lords. Just go to the Heavenly Dao Palace and stroll around. I haven't seen any lords of the reincarnation maze yet. Su Di spoke slowly, his sight looking towards the 2 full moons in the sky.
He himself had killed the Azura Dao's subordinate lords. It was logical to have the routine of bullying a junior to come to the elder. But the 6 paths of the reincarnation labyrinth actually did not show up so far. Heaven. Heavenly Dao Palace, there should be no problem. Pang Yuan slightly sucked in a cold breath. The other transmigrators had never presumed to challenge the 6 paths of reincarnation. But his own boss directly told him to go to the Heavenly Dao. Wow! Right at this moment, the void distorted. A skeletal man emitting a purple ghost clad in black robes and with a body size of 2 meters slowly descended from the air. The two looked at the skeletal creature suspended in mid-air, and it was as if they saw miniature black holes in each other's cavernous eyes. It was as if a bizarre symphony of strings appeared around them. When a true lord appeared, it always came with its own background music. Monster information. Name, Tendo by location. Level, 700. Attack, 5 million. Physical defense, 5000000. Legal defense, 5000000. Skills, Power of Heavenly Dao, Labyrinth Lawgiver, Body Transformation. Laws of Cause and Effect, Cosmic Displacement, Reverse Law. Description false, the most powerful Heaven's Way creature of the Dark Reincarnation Labyrinth, the Lawgiver of the Dark Reincarnation Labyrinth. Description true, the true body is located in the Abyssal Demon Realm. The Dark Reincarnation Labyrinths that appear in various countries around the world are all the Heavenly Dao's bilocations. I didn't realize that the Heavenly Dao at the labyrinth was not the true body. Su Di's heartstrings twitched inwardly. No creature could escape the Eye of Law's survey. It was the first time he knew that the original monster could give a false description of itself. If he was still in the period of the Eye of the Apocalypse, he might have thought that the other party was the real body. 700 levels. No wonder no transmigrator dares to challenge the 6 paths of reincarnation. Pang Yuan was so scared that he sat down directly on his buttocks. He could only see the opponent's name level and description, the rest was all a series of question marks. But the description of the other party, the Reincarnation Labyrinth Lawmaker, sounded too oozing. A creature of this level couldn't even be seen in the news a few times. The Heavenly Dao's gaze rested on Su Di and slowly spoke, "Stop, human." Chapter 91, The Origin of the Devil King's Invitation Letter. "Call it quits, human." The Heavenly Dao slowly said. Su Di didn't pay much attention to the other party as his eyes condensed technological divine light. The blazing white light once again cut the brightest light against this labyrinth. Red light blossomed in the eyes of the Heavenly Dao skeleton. It opened its mouth wide, and small black hole vortices appeared in its mouth as the heavenly dimensional rays absorbed them all. The heavenly dimension rays passed through the black hole as if they were transferred to other regions in the middle of the universe and completely disappeared. This is the strength of a 700-level lord. Su Di looked towards the other party to lock eyes with him. It was the first time he had seen such a powerful monster. It was also the first time he had seen a monster that hadn't been killed in seconds by the heavenly dimension light. "You can't hurt me, you're still too weak." Tendo slowly exhaled a mouthful of white gas. Being in the Dark Reincarnation Labyrinth, it had long been invincible. Even if the opponent did manage to hit itself, it couldn't possibly perish. "Boss, do you have any more tricks up your sleeve?" Pang Yuan slowly turned his head to look at the other party. He felt that his boss might still have a bottom card. "No," Su Di replied dryly. Currently, his strongest means of attack was the Heavenly Dimension Ray. If he said that he would really engage the other party, then he could only open his full nano form. He could guarantee his own safety in this form, but Pang Yuan couldn't guarantee it anymore. "Boss, you're kidding." Pang Yuan revealed a smile that was worse than crying. It was now a 700-level super monster standing in front of them. Without a bottom card, then wouldn't they really be cold now? "Leave the labyrinth, you've gotten what you wanted, haven't you?" The Heavenly Dao slowly descended to the ground, slightly spreading its hands. On its white bone fingers, it wore gorgeous magic rings of various colors. Each magic ring was a forbidden weapon of terrifying existence. "Not here to kill us?" "It's also right. The boss is afraid that this strength can even destroy the labyrinth." Pang Yuan refreshed his worldview as he listened to Tendo's words. It turned out that Lord Monsters could also come over to dissuade the speakers. "So that treasure chest monster was from you?" Su Di's eyes turned slightly, deducing the cause and effect. It seemed that the treasure chest monster from before wasn't a dangerous bait. Rather, it was a treasure that this lord had given to himself. "Yes," Tendo whispered in response. "Overlord sends human transmigrator treasure chest monster." Pang Yuan scratched his hair with both hands as his 3 views crumbled. Although there were also foreign races that would cooperate with humans, such as the dwarves. But this was the lord of the reincarnation labyrinth, and it wasn't a cooperation but a gift. Is his boss eating the fruit of face? Wherever he went, people were giving him face. "Go back." Su Di turned around and prepared to leave. The Heavenly Dao had already been seen, so there was no need to stay here. Okay. Pang Yuan begged to leave this hellish place. He immediately led the way ahead for his boss to leave the dark reincarnation labyrinth. This invitation is for you, welcome to the Abyssal Party. Tendo finally threw out an Abyssal Party invitation. The invitation folded and fluttered like a butterfly to stop in Sudi's hand. Tendo Abyssal Party invitation. Thanks. Sudi's White John character naturally wouldn't be polite. He accepted the invitation and then took out the Demon King Abyss Party invitation from his storage ring. Although I already have one, I don't mind having one more. Sudi raised the invitation in his hand. This action scared the Heavenly Tao into retreating. It passed through the power of the labyrinth laws to check on the time memories on the invitation Sudi took out. The time scene experienced on the invitation slowly presented itself in the Heavenly Tao's mind. Time regressed to 23 years ago, and a frightening scene appeared. On the scene were Sudi's parents. The newly pregnant Jiang Yuexin and Su Shaoqing were walking on the road. A blurry shadow, whose face could not be seen, stopped the two. This is a gift for Sudi, consider it a birth gift for him, please make sure you keep it. The blurry shadow slowly handed out this invitation, handing it out. Its unexpected appearance did not shock the two much. However, at that time, Su Shaoqing and Jiang Yuexin's strength was ranked as a patriarch. There was no fear of a creature that dared to pretend to be a god, so they didn't pay much attention to it. Sudi? Who is Sudi? Jiang Yuexin looked at the black shadow with a puzzled expression. Compared to his wife Stout, Su Shaoqing's face looked incredulous. There was something in his heart that he had never said to his wife. If a girl was born, she would be named Sunite. If a boy, she would be named Sudi. This matter had been buried in his heart, ready to be spoken of later. But how did this shadow in front of him know? Please take. After the black shadow murmured, its body became transparent and finally dissipated. The two of them, Jiang Yuexin and Su Shaoqing, ran their advanced survey techniques. In the end, they still didn't find out how the other party disappeared out of thin air. An invitation letter was suspended in mid-air, slightly rotating. Su Shaoqing took the invitation and looked surprised at the information on the item. Demon King Abyss Party invitation. Any invitation to the demon realm was divided into 3, 6, 9 classes. The prefix of the Abyssal Party invitation represented the rarity of the invitation. Among them, the Demon King Abyssal Party invitation was undoubtedly the highest level invitation. The time memory quickly dissipated. This is Lord. The Heavenly Tao trembled out. Its words came out of its mouth at the same time. A spatial 9-colored divine thunderbolt quickly fell from high above. Rumble. Rumble. The divine thunderbolt landed, thundering the Heavenly Tao into oblivion. The reincarnation Heavenly Tao was killed by the divine thunder in an instant. The labyrinth immortality laws were worn down by the divine thunder, and the Heavenly Tao died completely. Ding dong. Gorgeous equipment exploded, and a sacred artifact level prop fell. Dead, the 700 level lord is dead. Pang Yuan's entire body was paralyzed to the ground, almost going crazy with fear. A lord as strong as the Heaven's Path had been killed in an instant. This invitation is a bit strong. Sudi looked at the invitation to the Demon Lord Abyss Party in his hand. For the first time, he felt the unknown power of this item left to him by his mother. Dead the Heavenly Tao of the 700 level Abyssal Demon Realm was actually killed in seconds. Pang Yuan was unable to digest for a moment that there was such a powerful attack in the world. A Heaven's Path level Abyssal Demon Realm Lord could hang 100 realistic 700 level lords or even evil spirits. But such a powerful monster still couldn't escape being killed in seconds. This was as maddening as the laws of physics being subverted in the olden times. Stop shouting, Tendo was a decent person, so he can't live up to the relics he left behind. Sudi put the invitation into his storage bracelet. He stepped forward and gathered up the sacred artifact level prop in front of him. Prop information. Name, Heavenly Tao Consciousness. Quality, Sacred Artifact. Description, Usage all-powerful. Usage omnipotence, using the shortest words to say the most powerful words. Sudi's face revealed a joyful expression, not expecting that this could even be an unexpected gain. Although the Heavenly Tao in front of him was just a doppelganger, it was still a solid 700 level lord anyways. The sudden acquisition of the sacred artifact level props made Sudi not expect it either. Boss. Are you a human or a ghost? Pang Yuan cried like a 200-pound fat man. Heaven's Path had been killed in seconds, all because of the strange invitation that the boss had pulled out. Sudi was simply more intimidating than the world's top guild president. Setting. The Demon Lord is the supreme lord of the Abyssal Demon Realm, and is worshipped by all Demon Realm creatures. There was once a blue star powerhouse who broke into the demon world to wreak havoc, only to be completely erased from the concept by the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord could wipe out all the world-class powerhouses of the blue planet with just a thought. Even if all the gods fantasized in human history, Pangu, God, Brahma, Gaia, Zeus, all added up, the Demon Lord could also easily, conceptually erase all of these so-called gods. All the laws of cause and effect that existed within the universe, all the conceptual laws were mastered by the Demon Lord.
He transcended the concept of gods and was above all gods. His body was transformed into the philosophical conceptual universe, the great infinity. The countries of the Blue Star had created an unprecedented sensation. Humans feared that the Demon Lord would threaten their lives. However, the Demon Lord was not interested in conquering the Blue Planet, giving the Blue Planet humans no need to worry. At his level of strength, he was not interested in ruling the universe, and even less necessary for plunder. All the resources, anything on Blue Star, were worthless in the Lord's eyes. None of the Demon Lords were hostile to humans. This was not the old story of defeating the Demon Lord. He even opened up the abyssal demon realm in the hope that the creatures of the two realms would communicate amicably. Such a powerful lord had only one attachment in this life. The Demon Lord had a strong obsession with Sudi. He murmured at the abyss from time to time. Not fast enough. Faster. You have to be faster. Mechanical Ascension. Chapter 92, Namo Gatling Bodhisattva. The Shan Shui Chamber of Commerce. On the way back, Pang Yuan brooded for a long time before calming down. There were too many mysterious and powerful people in this world, obviously something that a treasure-hunting rat of his own would have no desire to dwell on. Compared to all of this, the fact that he followed Boss Su today and saw that there were people beyond the sky was the valuable asset in life. Of course, after Su Di tallied up the various types of items he had worth $10 billion, Pang Yuan quickly returned to reality, shouting in excitement for the brilliant results he had set. The drop of the sacred artifact level props wasn't counted in the statistics. This was something that Su Di had explained that Pang Yuan didn't need to say much about. Pang Yuan nodded in agreement. After all, the matter of heavenly Dao level monsters being killed in an instant had scared him to death. Saying it out would fearfully cause a global frenzy. The props that he had previously found for his boss with a total value of over $10 billion were also enough to make his heart happy. After Su Di finally said goodbye to Pang Yuan, he left the Chamber of Commerce. On the way out, Su Di checked the storage bracelet again. Waves surged in his heart as he looked at the heavenly Dao consciousness crystal that was quietly placed in the storage bracelet. He himself was now in the presence of a saint artifact level prop. Only, he didn't understand until now. Why had he taken out an invitation to the Demon King's Abyss party to show off to the heavenly Dao? As a result, how did he incur Godly Thunder's outburst? These things Su Di did not go to dwell too much, in which the fog is too big. Going to spend time thinking about this in a foggy situation was tantamount to wasting time. It's better to sell the other props and use them to raise the strength of the awakening technique. Su Di came to a tavern and took a seat. After he casually ordered a drink. He was prepared to sell the props he obtained in the Dark Reincarnation Labyrinth, as well as the equipment from killing the grotesque worms. Among them, the two props, the 10,000 blood condensation bead and heavenly Dao consciousness, were kept. After the materials were gathered, he would then ask if the legendary dwarf blacksmith could add the heavenly Dao consciousness to it. The other items for sale Su Di had checked. Although they were precious, there were ways to obtain them after all. Sell the props and go harvest the amethyst coins. Raise the strength of your awakening technique and be strong yourself to better obtain the treasures. The item you listed on the exchange, grotesque mother bug skeleton, has been sold for 100 million amethyst coins. Your item listed on the exchange, grotesque mother worm necklace, has been sold for 500 million amethyst coins. Your item, dragon's necklace, has been sold for 2.7 billion amethyst coins. Your item, necrotic nimbus, has been sold for 1.9 billion amethyst coins. A lot of equipment and props are priced out of the market on the trade market. As soon as they were put up for sale, there were traders on the exchange who directly auctioned them off in seconds. Along with the sale of a large number of equipment props. The amethyst coins on Su Di's account quickly accumulated. His current amethyst coin account balance was a whopping 13 billion. If he hadn't encountered the treasure chest monster, it would have taken quite a bit of effort for him to put together such a large amount of money in a short period of time. More than 10 billion, it's not a big problem to use it to upgrade 2 skills. Su Di secretly calculated in his heart which 2 skills would be good to upgrade this time. After thinking for a while, he decided to upgrade Cyber Goddess and Mecha Great Buddha. These 2 mecha classes could resist, fight and self-destruct. I wonder how these 2 awakening skills would change if they were sublimated. You have consumed 5 billion amethyst coins to elevate Thousand Hands Cyber Cannon. Cyber Cannon evolves into Golden Body Cyber Cannon. You have spent 5 billion amethyst coins to upgrade Mecha Rudra. Mecha Rulai evolved into a Golden Body Mecha Rulai. I'm spending $10 billion to gild these 2 awakening techniques of mine? Su Di was slightly dismayed when he saw the brand new name of the awakening technique. According to the Buddhist scriptures, becoming a Buddha casts a golden body. These 2 skills of his own were somewhat signs of becoming a true Buddha? Golden Body Cyber Goddess of Mercy, Cyber Goddess of Mercy, the mech skill undergoes a brand new change. Example, can summon Heavenly Dimension Gatling to fire bullets with quantum merit, purifies all living creatures after blowing up energy relics by itself.
Introduction, Namo Gatling Bodhisattva, 6 Roots of Purity Depleted Uranium Bullet.
1 breath of 3,600 revolutions, great mercy to ferry the world.
Is this the selfless Gatling Bodhisattva? Su Dee's heart rippled inwardly. From the introduction, the evolved cyber goddess was able to hold a Gatling?
The golden body enhancement also had the weapon Gatling attached, it was simply not too cool. Golden body mecha ruli, mecha skills undergo a brand new change, example, can be coalesced with quantum merit to launch as a merit rocket purifies all living creatures after blowing up its own energy relics. Introduction, ring the big bell once, push the lever to activate the piston and pump ring the big bell twice, press the button, the engine fires, igniting the turbine and injecting life ring the big bell 3 times, sing in unison in praise of the god of all mechs.
This one is even more heavyweight. Su Dee's inner excitement was hard to suppress. He already Nanwu Gatling Bodhisattva was already very strong.
It turned out that there was an even more heavyweight existence, praising the god of 10,000 machines.
Taking a short break, Su Dee then prepared to go to the local jar merchant to purchase the Void God Realm entrance ticket.
Currently the material to build an upgradable weapon was short of the infinite crystal core of the Void God Realm.
To obtain this material, one needed to participate in the Evil Spirit battle game. All challengers randomly turn into evil spirits during the game.
If they turn into evil spirits, they need to gain points by infecting other players. Players then need to use their skills to hit or even kill the evil spirits to gain points. This mode was equivalent to the biochemical Terminator mode in gunfighting games. When the time comes, summon the Golden Body Cyber Goddess of Mercy as well as the Golden Body Mecha Rudra to participate in the evil spirit battle.
Su Dee's pace became a little faster.
He who had raised his awakening technique rank had become even more powerful.
For the next evil spirit great battle, he was determined to obtain the infinite crystal core.
In the game, Su Dee might also turn into a powerful and terrifying evil spirit to infect players.
In case he transformed into an evil spirit, he didn't know what kind of posture he would appear in. Coming to the corner of the jar merchant in the city, Su Dee heard a familiar voice. Need to buy a Void God Realm entrance ticket? 20 million amethyst coins apiece. The lid of the large dark gray ceramic jar slightly lifted a corner.
An extremely hoarse voice came out from inside.
Come one.
Su Dee paid the other party 20 million amethyst coins. Regardless of whether one went to the Demon Realm, the Heaven Realm, or the Void God Realm, they all needed an entrance ticket, invitation, or something like that to exist.
It was as if these three were inextricably linked. Thank you for your patronage.
A slender black-shadowed thin hand stretched out from within the large dark gray ceramic jar. The thin hand handed Su Dee the Void God Realm entrance ticket.
Void God Realm entrance ticket.
Effect, the user can travel to the realm of the Void God and go to any teleportation location according to their needs. Su Dee crushed the Void God Realm entrance ticket to use it. The light flashed.
In the next moment, he was teleported into the middle of the game Void God Realm. Chapter 93, Evil Spirit Battle 1. Game Void God Realm. Clouds of haze and mist, divine light blossomed. It was as if this place was as splendid as the heavenly immortal palace in mythological history.
Purple golden sky-high trees shone in the distance. Under the pink sky were even more colorful golden clouds. Su Dee had come to the Void God Realm before with his whole heart on the heaven's remarkable battle Shadow Tower. This time, he inquired about the location of the Evil Spirit Great Combat game while in the Void God Realm. Also strolling around a little bit, he found that this place was breathtakingly beautiful. No wonder there was still talk on the internet that the Void God Realm was still the most romantic dating mecca for couples. Evil Spirit Great Combat Challenge, located in the Void God Realm's game Heavenly Palace. Su Dee only flew to his destination after inquiring about the location of the game. On the way, he was able to gain a more comprehensive understanding of the Evil Spirit Great Combat. The Evil Spirit Great Combat can be participated in by up to 100 people. Players who enter the game, their levels are all temporarily changed to 10 turns.
Players below 10 turns will be directly raised to 10 turns, while those above 10 turns will be temporarily lowered to 10 turns. There will be no real deaths in the game. Upon entering the game, 10 players will randomly turn into evil spirits. 2 of these players will be able to transform into evil spirit kings. When the evil spirit's attack is enough to kill the transformer, it can infect the player into the evil spirit of their side's camp. While participating in the evil spirit battle game, one can also purchase specific characters to gain some of the benefits. In the human player camp, purchasing characters such as flying tigers and runners will give you bonuses such as defense and movement speed. In the evil player camp, purchase evil spirits such as the Hulk and the Kenj to be able to turn directly into a specific evil spirit when infected. When there are only 2 players left in the game who are not infected, they can also transform into evil spirit Terminators. It's really just Terminator biochemical mode. Su Dee heard this rule and spat slightly. However, it was reasonable when he thought about it. The game fused with reality. Originally there was to let players feel more of the game, which perhaps also took the Blue Star's specialty games and fused them into this game. It's time for the 10-year veterans to return. A smile spread across the corners of Sudi's mouth. In terms of his own profession, summoning the Gatling Cyberguanin at that time. Wouldn't that firepower output and brushing points to burst be proper? Evil Spirit Great Combat had one excellent point compared to Blue Star Shootout game. That is, there is no game feature kicking people out of the room. Anyone can go big. The game Sky Palace. It was a suspended island in the air. There are 999 palaces on the island. Each palace represented a game. Sudi flew high into the sky and quickly found the Evil Spirit Great Combat's game palace. On the outskirts of the palace, thousands of transmutants were discussing the game battle just now. I just beat the dog. A challenge match is only 10 games in total, and I've been a normal evil spirit for 6 ing times, and I've been chased after and grassed. I've been an evil spirit for several times, but I didn't become an evil spirit king. I can't stand up to an ordinary evil spirit. I really can't stand up to it. All sorts of magic, bullets, bows and arrows, spells, I've been beaten numb. At this time, the more long-distance attacks, the more popular profession swordsman can also launch a variety of sword chi. I am a Qigong master, also send long-distance Qigong wave attack means good single. I changed to Evil Spirit King, really cool then my own occupation strong too damn much. The key is the defense is high, blood is also thick, cannot be hit, simply cannot be hit Not as good as me as the Evil Spirit Terminator cool, I in the game gaga on the score, just took another magic crystal core, is infinite crystal core every time is worse than 30,000 or 40,000 points to get, or I will rely on playing Evil Spirit Battle Life to support the family. My profession thief, play as the stance, never want to take any rewards, the evil spirits can't chase me, happy is finished. The transmigrators present were hilariously discussing and exchanging ideas. Many of them also recognized a lot of friends because of Evil Spirit Battle. Big brothers with extraordinarily strong skills in this game also came to the Void God realm almost every day to make money. Cousin? Why are you here? A pleasant female voice rang out. The beautiful female voice was as clear as running water from a mountain spring. Ziyu? Sudi slightly turned sideways. He saw Su Ziyue right next to him. The other party, a girl, didn't look like someone who loved to play games. How did she come here? Are you also being pushed by the elders of your family to collect things? Su Ziyue clapped her hands and guessed the reason. She thought that her cousin was definitely sent here by the elders. Collecting things? Su Di revealed a puzzled look. Don't you have any? The elders in the family told a lot of cousins and the like to go collect precious materials, and it's something that has to be done today, and what it's specifically used for, the elders didn't say anything to us. Su Ziyue told her cousin before and after the matter. The juniors in their family were all busy going to collect materials right now. He himself needed to collect the infinite crystal core, an ultra-rare material. When Su Ziyue heard this, she instantly didn't want to do it, her skills weren't that strong at all. The good thing is that the old man who favors himself said, the infinite crystal core was not a necessity. Not with other people like to be forced to find, the table of thought is good. Only after hearing this did Su Ziyue feel slightly relieved and went to the Void God realm to participate in the evil spirit battle. As a result, she played for more than 2 hours, and because she was a newbie, plus the high intensity of her profession, the matches were all skilled bigots. Su Ziyue played several games and was abused from the beginning to the end, being beaten to the point of doubting her life. Only then did she come out to get some air and see if there were any handsome guys to feed her eyes and soothe her mood. In the crowd, Su Ziyue saw a young brother with a good temperament land. Originally, she wanted to come over to be a female hooligan and molest the little handsome man. Only to walk in and realize that this person was actually her own cousin? What do other people probably have to collect? Su Di heard this and began to speculate on the reason. He asked his grandpa and grandpa to collect things. As a result, grandpa and grandpa asked his own 7 great aunts to collect it. The 7 great aunts and 8 great aunts, in turn, told those cousins of theirs to collect? There's a lot to collect yet, such as 6 copies of Fusion Essence, 24 Essence Rosaries, and about 300 pieces of Paradox Crystals. Su Ziyue remembered the characters of her other siblings and roughly summarized them. For example, his own cousin Su Changming had collected 50 pieces of Contradiction Crystals by himself. Other siblings also collected 1 or 2 Fusion Essence or something. 300 Contradiction Crystals? Sudi's eyes widened and he slightly sucked in a breath of cool air. According to McGonagall Blacksmith's requirements, the Fusion Essence only needed 3 copies, where would it be necessary to use 6? 100 pieces of Contradiction Crystals would be enough, 300 pieces would cost tens of billions of amethyst coins. He kind of knew that these relatives of his own middlemen make a difference in price off. His own grandfather and grandfather as the leader of the guild certainly will not ask for more. But other relatives could start taking kickbacks, and there were so many small minds. Brother Su Di, what are you doing here if you're not here to collect materials? Su Ziyue opened her mouth in doubt. She quickly associated a shocking truth. These things, they can't be for you, right? Su Ziyue's beautiful eyes were astonished. Su Di rubbed his temples and nodded his head to acknowledge it down. Su Ziyue, Misty Grass, 6. Chapter 94, Evil Spirit Battle 2. Then do you want to rest now, or form a team? Su Di knew that her little cousin was taught to be a man in the game. Evil Spirit Great Combat supported up to 5 people to form a team. However, in this game mode, whether the Evil Spirit camp or the human camp one did not matter much. The so-called teaming up was at most just being able to play the game together in the same game. Cousin, if you're here, you definitely need to form a team. Su Ziyue grinned and wrapped her arm around the other party. Back then, in the Magic Forbidden Book Society's Crystal Mine Zone, Su Di went to the secret realm alone. She hadn't seen what it was like for her cousin to go all out. This time, in the Evil Spirit Great Battle, it was a good opportunity to see her cousin's strength. Okay, then I'll buy the character once first. Su Di played this game for the first time. Before he came, he knew that this game had human characters as well as evil spirit characters to buy. I'll wrap it up for you. Su Ziyue opened her mouth very positively. Cousin let himself manage the wood crystal core and also let himself use it if he needed it. Compared to such a big gift, she could just help her cousin with something small. The two of them arrived at the vending machine in the game hall. Dozens of game characters appeared at once on it, as well as evil spirit types. The purchase of any game character required amethyst coins. At a certain time, the character would expire, not letting players have game characters permanently. It was a means for the game to recycle the amethyst coins. Ding, you have acquired the game character Runner. Ding, you've acquired the game character Flying Tigers. Ding, you have acquired the evil spirit character Kernagel. Ding, you gained the evil spirit character Shady Umbrella Loli. Su Ziyue helped Su Di buy all the characters in one breath. It had rented these characters for 10 years, spending it 2 million amethyst coins before and after. Even female characters and also evil spirits can be purchased. It's worthy of being a game Void God realm. Su Di was considered to have grown some more. He even saw the evil spirits he had defeated among the many evil spirit characters. There's no need for an anti-evil suit. Su Di saw that the other party wanted to purchase some more props for export. The anti-evil suit was a prop that could provide defense to human players in the evil spirit battle game. With Quantum Moon got around, him wearing this kind of clothes would only affect his stance in carrying his traveling bag. Excellent. Su Ziyue gave the other party a thumbs up. She didn't insist on purchasing it even though her cousin had said so. Just how strong her own cousin would be by then, she herself would be able to understand when she entered the game. What exactly happened in this secret realm was also something she had always wanted to know in her heart. After purchasing the character, Su Di adjusted the default human camp character to SDU. The two of them then went to the game room to start matching. Being matched with flagging opponents. The time for the two to match was exceptionally long. Evil Spirit Battle would match the most suitable opponents based on the player's occupational strength, as well as their battle records. Under normal circumstances, players can be matched with opponents in almost seconds. Only when they encountered a super high endgame and matched with a technical or strength big brother would they have to wait for a longer period of time. Wait, cousin strength is capable of blowing up the secret realm, then wouldn't all the players I encountered by matching with him be demons? Su Ziyue gradually realized an overwhelming problem while waiting. She had been abused to death in her own bureau that was barely mid-range level. Now that she was teamed up with Su Di, the strength of the players she encountered was simply unimaginable. Right, I still don't know what Brother Su Di's Void God Realm nickname is. Su Ziyue remembered this important matter. Since her cousin was so strong, the Void God Realm should be quite famous. She slowly called up the panel to check the group interface. The two small lines on it almost didn't make her die on the spot. Team up player. Day Tree. Purple Little Moon. No way, no way, no way. Su Ziyue looked at her cousin in a trance. She had long since heard of the splendor of the Day Tree Great God brushing all over the Void God Realm's Heaven's Pride Battle Shadow Tower. It was no wonder that when the family collected materials, they didn't even state that they were needed by her cousin. Because her own cousin was the super duper super god who had cleared the Heaven's Pride Tower and the system broadcast resounded through the Void God Realm? Right at this moment, the Void God Realm system resounded with prompts in the room. Match successful, game, evil spirit battle. Good luck, gameplay pleasure. The light filled with a flash. The two were teleported to the game map. It was the map's expanded version of the Evil Spirit Pyramid by 100 times. All players appeared on the resurrection platform and the game started counting down. At the end of the countdown, 10 out of 100 players would become evil spirits. 30. 29. 28. All of the evil spirit battle players are all well-known big shots. It's really because of cousin. Su Ziyue pulled up the game scoreboard and checked the player nicknames. Because of the strength of cousin's profession, the starting point was the King's Board ladder match. Su Di flew up high in the sky to check the terrain. The prop items of the Evil Spirit Pyramid, the defense was formulated by the law to basically bombard the inability. Among them, dungeons and such special terrain. There was even the Void God Realm's law of isolating penetrating attacks and forbidding instantaneous teleportation into it. If you want to enter or attack, the only way to do so is to enter through the hole. If one did not choose the dungeon. The high platform at the highest part of the pyramid was as far as the eye could see, and it was quite nice to have a gun set up. Su-D thought about it and eventually chose to drill into the dungeon and stay there. He had just played this game and didn't understand a lot of things, so he would just keep a dungeon in general. Cousin, I'm coming in. Oh. Su-Ziyue bent over and entered the dungeon, sitting peacefully next to the other party. To be able to sit next to the Day Tree Great God, this is too wonderful blah blah blah. Pohahaha, did I meet a low-end game? There's still someone guarding the dungeon in our segment. This terrain of the dungeon, only the evil spirits with poor skills can't attack it. Who is this SDU player looking down on? This person is really more than a newbie. Even if I play Evil Spirit Great Combat for the first time, I know that squatting in the dungeon has no future in this era. Ha 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 ha, another female character went in. The system won't have matched me up with a fish pond bureau yet. Laughing to death, the flying tigers are also not suitable for playing Evil Spirit Battle. At least pick a Desert Rose. It won't be any professional player posing as a newbie. Many veteran players let out snickers when they saw the two people squatting in the dungeon. Players of their level and strength, squatting in the dungeon that was only a dead end. A player let out a shout as if he had gone mad. He had discovered something extremely terrifying. Other players also burst out in a succession of foul language under their breath as well. They went through the scoreboard to see if they were entering a fish pond game when they did. Seeing the two words Daytree scared them so much that their voices turned shrill. Daytree, my nigga, didn't that great god put the Heaven's Pride Battle Shadow Tower through? There were players holding their heads and crying. They considered themselves to be super high-level players in Evil Spirit Battle. But when they were told to break into the Heaven's Pride Battle Shadow Tower, they couldn't even penetrate the first floor. But in this game, there was a super hanging wall that had pierced through 100 layers of historical Heaven's Pride here. This high-end game. A technical stream Big Brother tremblingly lit a cigarette. Someone is going to start backpacking. Chapter 95, Evil Spirit Battle 3. Evil Spirit Pyramid. All the players went to their respective stomping positions and tried to distance themselves from the others before the game started. They took out long-range weapons, and the close-range professions also had attacks like chakra wave energy bombs. In the Evil Spirit battle game, evil spirits killed by melee weapons cannot be revived, otherwise evil spirits killed by long-range attacks will be revived. However, many people do not try to kill evil spirits. After all, the evil spirit does not die, it is equivalent to a mobile score machine. The evil spirit also didn't want to become a score-swiping weapon in the hands of others, and would try to infect players. If one's record was too poor, the rewards received at the end of the season would be very small, and the level of rewards would be lowered in other games in the Void God realm, and receiving the rewards would affect the season-ending rewards for the following year. The game enters its final 10-second countdown. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. Buzzing. The countdown finally fell at the same time. 10 transmutators turned into evil spirits, and 2 of them even became evil spirit kings. Luckily, my cousin and I didn't turn into evil spirits this time. Su-Ziyue patted her small chest in relief. She remembered that the dungeon terrain was actually somewhat dangerous. If they turned into evil spirits, wouldn't they be blocked and killed at the dungeon entrance, unable to even get out? No, if it's cousin, even if he's blocked in the dungeon he probably has a terrifying means to get out. Su-Ziyue thought in her heart that this time was different. His own cousin was a super god who brushed through the battle shadow tower of heavenly talent. The other party as an evil spirit, perhaps the real killing. Tap tap tap. Tap tap tap. The first target of the 10 evil spirits was to attack the characters in the dungeon. The 2 evil spirit kings had reddish bodies and their figures were as terrifying as ancient demonic gods. Capture the 2 people in the dungeon first. The 2 evil spirit kings flew into the sky and rushed towards the dungeon. The other evil spirits used characters such as Purchase Hulk and Shady Umbrella Loli to follow. Their eyes flashed with a scorching light and their pace was incomparably agitated as they moved forward. These evil spirits are going to the dungeon, so isn't it a good time for me to brush up on my points? A transmuter took out his golden longbow and prepared to attack the evil spirits. Don't shoot arrows. When they capture the dungeon players, we'll immediately go down and block them all in the dungeon and fight them. A human player stopped his companion even though it didn't matter if they let the other party go to the dungeon at this time. It's not bad, blocking the evil spirits in the dungeon and fighting them is the most enjoyable. That player crouching in the dungeon is very new, these evil spirits should be veterans. How come they stupidly rushed to the dungeon as well? That squatting dungeon that man is estimated to be the Day Tree God, so the performance of the budding new, these evil spirits. This game is not for the first, if anyone can infect the Day Tree, that is called to make a name for himself. The caution one by one hides really deep awe. The human players present all tacitly did not make a move. The evil spirits wanted to make a name for themselves by infecting the Day Tree.
They were more interested in killing the Daytree great god who had turned into an evil spirit so that they would have a louder reputation as a godslayer. Zip zip zip. Zip zip zip. The Hell Evil Spirit King landed in front of the dungeon door and condensed energy balls in his hands. Red energy bombs the size of a round table rushed directly into the dungeon.
Attacking in! Su Ziyue exclaimed.
She drew her twin guns and prepared to counterattack at the same time. Su Di's eyes opened and heavenly dimension rays burst out from his pupils.
The powerful rays directly exploded the energy projectile, immediately followed by penetrating the Red Hell Evil Spirit King. Bam! The Hell Evil Spirit King immediately appeared at the respawn point after being killed in seconds.
You have killed the Evil Spirit King, plus 100,000 points. The kill prompt sounded in Su Di's ears.
A direct second kill? Everyone almost didn't drop their jaws in shock.
Any Evil Spirit King with extremely high blood defense still ended up being killed in seconds by a single skill of the Great God. Quickly charge in, don't let him have a chance to catch his breath.
The Steel Evil Spirit King summoned the minions underneath to advance.
All the evil spirits bent their bodies and scrambled to get into the dungeon.
Start the fight!
Su Di shouted to his little cousin. He copied his twin guns, Void Flaming Dragon, and fired a burst of shots at the evil spirits trying to enter the dungeon.
Da-did-day-day-day. Da-did-day-day-day. Dazzling flames erupted from the muzzles of the Void Split Dragon's guns. A large number of bullets brushed against the numerous evil spirits. Su Ziyue also drew her dual guns and took the opportunity to strafe the evil spirits. The points of the two of them soared like crazy in a blink of an eye. The ordinary evil spirits had a total of 10,000 points, while the Evil Spirit King had 100,000 points. The evil spirits who squeezed their heads to enter the dungeon opened all the shields, but the result made them collapse inside. Nima, don't crowd me, can you stop crowding at the dungeon entrance?
This firepower is a bit fierce. How did my blood fall so fast? My defense shield all useless. Daytree God is what the hell skills how is all armor breaking. I can't stand it. We don't have any defense in front of the Daytree God. It's equivalent to charging into a dungeon naked. Even if we rush in, we're still dead.
Retreat!
The evil spirits realized the terrifying point of the Daytree Great God as they stormed the dungeon. They were in the absence of armor, and 9 evil spirits storming the dungeon was simply whimsical.
A game fused with reality should be played thoroughly for once.
Su Di swept with his dual guns.
The score bonus for killing evil spirits continuously came from his ears.
You killed an ordinary evil spirit, plus 10,000 points. You killed an ordinary evil spirit, plus 10,000 points. You killed the Evil Spirit King, plus 100,000 points.
The 9 evil spirits present didn't take long to fall.
They were all teleported into the middle of the resurrection point. Big brother, are we still charging the dungeon?
The ordinary evil spirit players eagerly asked the Evil Spirit King players. They hadn't been chosen as evil spirit kings, and acting alone was just looking for abuse. Infect all the others, and when the time comes for us to rush together with more than 90 people, I don't believe that we can't kill the gods by then. The Evil Spirit King player fumed. It was so hard to match up with the Void God Realm's #1 god, Daytree. This excellent opportunity was not to be missed.
The other evil spirits silently nodded their heads in agreement with this plan. Immediately afterward, they stopped going to the dungeon and set off to other locations to infect other players.
I've only just warmed up, why aren't these evil spirits attacking? Su Ziyue opened her mouth before she could get over it.
She had just gained quite a few points from fighting evil spirits as well. This was a brand new experience that she had never had before playing Evil Spirit Battle. Su Ziyue realized that she gradually seemed to be falling in love with this game.
It was a pity that the evil spirits weren't coming now. Fatten them up before you kill them, and you'll be 100 times happier then.
Su De's eyes narrowed slightly, looking through the dungeon chains to the outside world. Fighting more than 90 of them at that time would be called truly happy.
By then, if the evil spirits still didn't dare to come over, he wouldn't mind going out to the mountains to actively look for evil spirits to destroy. Fatten up before killing.
Su Ziyue thoughtfully recited these words. Her pupils narrowed slightly as she looked at the scene outside the dungeon. Wait, this game is really a godly fight. Su Ziyue heard all kinds of battle explosions in the outside world. The 2 evil spirit kings led their minions to rush towards the map Skybridge at the same time. The response of the human players was literally the 8 immortals showing off their skills. There was the octopus warrior transfigurator who pulled out 6 long knives and swung out more blade chi than he could count. There were also summoner transitioners who directly summoned out groups of magical servants to attack the charging evil spirits. There were even formation masters who laid lava formations, sword chi formations, laser formations, and so on around them. While the human camp transmogrifiers showed their abilities, the evil spirit players were also not willing to be weak. The Hell Evil Spirit King shot out 7 or 8 powerful energy bombs in a flash. Some of the transmigrators were unable to dodge and were immediately infected with evil spirits. Players who were infected as evil spirits not only possessed the body of an evil spirit, their own skills were also combined with evil spirit characteristics.
A rubber man player was infected and became an evil spirit Hulk, only to see his arms extend infinitely, grabbing at the human player from a distance of 1,000 meters. Bam bam bam. 3 or 4 more humans appeared to be infected as evil spirits. The original summoner, after being infected as an evil spirit, summoned evil spirit minions and began to attack the uninfected humans. Sudi smashed his mouth twice, admiring the white-hot battle. TSK TSK TSK, if this is put in the middle of a computer game, this is a competition of whose hang is stronger. Chapter 96, Evil Spirit Great Battle 4. Clank clank clank. Buzz buzz buzz. Boom boom boom. Various types of magical arrow bullets flashed in the air. The intensity of the evil spirit great battle far exceeded the imagination of the others. After a period of engagement, the number of infected human transmutants also increased. As the number of players in the evil spirit camp increased, new evil spirit kings were even born among them. Ordinary evil spirits also advanced and grew into more powerful elite evil spirits. There were even fewer evil spirits with strange special skills. Een Umbrella Loli is too good. A player chose to become a Een Umbrella Loli evil spirit. While she threw out her Een umbrella, her own body could teleport to the umbrella's location. This was one of the skills that only a Void Evil Spirit King possessed. The Een umbrella has appeared, everyone quickly smashed the umbrella. The transmigrators present shouted as they realized the flying black umbrella. The black umbrella spun rapidly, and finally the luscious figure of the shady umbrella Loli appeared. It's too late. The shady umbrella Loli player teleported to the black umbrella position. She aimed the tip of the umbrella at the several transmigrators present. The spectral rift wave emitted from the tip of the umbrella instantly infected a human. After the player was infected as an evil spirit, he immediately grabbed towards his companions to gain points quickly. These evil spirits can't be preparing to infect everyone else and then come to infect us. Su Ziyue placed her jade hand on her chest, somewhat uneasy. She saw that some evil spirits infected one player at a time. The eyes then looked over to their side, as if saying, wait, it's your turn. This is best, I'll save myself from going out again. Su Di looked towards the huge space inside the dungeon. There was still room to spare in the space for summoning a golden body cyber goddess of mercy himself. 6 roots cleansing depleted uranium bomb. 3,600 revolutions in one breath. If this hits an evil spirit. Our score became down 1 down 2. Su Ziyue looked at the scoreboard. They were right in the dungeon getting the original 10 monster scores. The other players who were fighting outside had scores that were already a long way ahead of them. I wondered if Cousin and so on could still gain as many points when they were surrounded by all the evil spirits. One is strong like a real evil spirit, so scary. The middle-aged uncle wearing a yellow striped suit with sunglasses revealed a difficult expression. He was one of the few surviving transmutators present. Capture this light transmuter. The Void Evil Spirit King sent out a purple sword chi with a sharp blade in hand. The other evil spirit players each showed their abilities to grab towards each other. Rambling light rain. Uncle Sunglasses jumped back and stalled in the air with a big wave of his hand. The light energy light from the sky attacked like a downpour. A large number of evil spirits that rushed in fell, and his score soared for a while. The other evil spirits dodged the rain of light and continued to kill Uncle Sunglasses. Brush brush brush. Uncle Sunglasses' long legs shone with golden light. He knocked down the other charging evil spirit players with a single kick. Steel, Inferno, Thunderbolt, let's go together. The Void Evil Spirit King called out to the other leaders to join forces. Only to see the other evil spirit kings strike at the same time, catching their opponents off guard. The 4 evil spirit kings rushed towards the light transmuter in unison. The sounds of successive explosions were endless. In the end, amidst the Hell Evil Spirit King's energy blasts, the light transmuter was also infected with evil spirits. You guys still want to catch me? Come on, come on. A thief player showed off his stance in the field. A large number of floating flying daggers coalesced around him, and he moved quickly around the field. Whenever an evil spirit was about to catch up to him, the thief player raised his hand and struck with a flying dagger strike, followed by slipping away. The number of pursuing evil spirits was increasing. They hated encountering such tortured human players. It was hard to get the first high score for a stance human player, but it made them have to spend a lot of effort chasing after them. Go eat farts after me, ha ha ha. The thief player turned on his stealth and his body gradually approached transparency. The form's invisibility made it more difficult for him to be discovered where his exact location was. This side. The evil spirit king who had resolved the other transmutations outside the field turned on his locking skill and locked the location of the last thief player outside the field. The evil spirit king of the void directly teleported to his opponent's side and instantly initiated the heaven-destroying sword formation. Thousands of purple sword chi slashes appeared throughout the entire field. The sword chi's sharpness was unrivaled, decimating everything around it. Bam! The thief player ended up being infected as an evil spirit even in the midst of the massive sword chi. With his infection, the only ones left in the game currently were Su Di and Su Ziyue in the dungeon. Everyone, it's up to each of you to decide who can kill the gods now. The 6 evil spirit kings stepped on the void with their feet in the air, divine light entwined around them. They were, respectively, the Hell Evil Spirit King, Steel Evil Spirit King, Alien Evil Spirit King, Void Evil Spirit King. All around the Evil Spirit King were all kinds of strange and bizarre evil spirits. Deicide, great god of the day tree. The eyes of the evil spirits present blossomed with a deathly red light as they leapt into action. They had evolved into their full-bodied forms by now. Not only did they possess the powerful blood attributes of the evil spirits, their own skills were also fused with the evil spirits. More of my servants. The evil spirit summoner kept summoning small evil spirits to prepare for the battle afterward. Her own skills were fused with evil spirits, allowing her to summon evil spirit servants. With the constant summoning, an army of thousands of evil spirit servants was just summoned. The Daytree Great God passing through the 100 layers of the Heaven's Pride Tower is truly terrifying. Uncle Sunglasses was infected as a blacklight evil spirit and spoke of fear on his lips. But in his hands, he had already condensed energy rays that contained dark attributes. All the transmutants present leapt forward, and they would only become stronger after becoming evil spirits. Roar, roar, roar. Under the roar and roar of the evil spirit king player. Like the gates of hell being opened, the evil spirits rushed towards the dungeon from the air with teeth and claws. The evil spirits are all coming over. Su Ziyue couldn't help but scream out. She was stimulated to shout by this spectacular sight. Just in time. Su Dai clapped his hands together. A large area of golden light surged from the dungeon, and a cyber goddess with 1,000 hands growing from its back covered in golden light appeared. A huge golden gatling coalesced in its hands and aimed it at the mouth of the cage. Su Dai's voice was like a loud bell as he gave orders to the cyber goddess. Namo Gatling Bodhisattva, 6 roots of purity depleted uranium bomb. 3,600 revolutions in one breath, great mercy to ferry the world. Chapter 97, The Great Battle of Evil Spirits 5. Su Dai's voice was like a loud bell as he gave orders to cyber goddess. Namo Gatling Bodhisattva, 6 roots of purity depleted uranium bomb. 3,600 revolutions in one breath, great mercy to ferry the world. The golden-bodied 1,000-handed cyber goddess of mercy held a gatling, and its electronic eyes lit up with a brilliant red light. A circle of golden Dharma wheels rose above its head. The Dharma wheel rotated, continuously channeling quantum merit. The golden gatling instantly recharged to full. Ho ho ho! Ho ho ho! The hordes of alien evil spirit hordes showed ferocious glints in their eyes, and shrill shouts emanated from their mouths. They leapt high into the air and swooped towards the dungeon mouth. What the hell is that? The pupils of the evil spirits that flew to the very front narrowed slightly. They saw a giant golden goddess of mercy blocking the dungeon entrance with a huge golden gatling. Infinite elongation, rubber arm. The evil Hulk player lay on his back at the dungeon entrance. A pair of thick green hands grabbed straight at the dungeon. Boom! The 1,000-handed cyber goddess held the rubber arm down with one hand. A question mark seemed to rise above the head of that Hulk evil spirit, and immediately afterward he saw the muzzle of the golden gatling slowly turn. The other evil spirits swarmed the dungeon and were about to rush in. Da-day-day-day-day. Da-day-day-day-day-day. The muzzle of the golden gatling spat long tongues of fire. The blue quantum merit condensed into bullets swept out a large number of bullets in no time. 6 roots of purity depleted uranium bullets, 3,600 revolutions in one breath. The evil spirits that had just probed into the dungeon's mouth were all of a sudden supercharged and sent to the resurrection point by the merit bullets. Their blood bars changed from tens of thousands to 0 points at an extremely fast speed. The golden gatling shell casings fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Immediately afterward, the shell casings transformed into blue points of light and returned to the top of Cyber Goddess's head among the Dharma wheel. Brothers, hold on at the front, I'll push your asses. Get someone to pad your ass first, this way the success rate of breaking out is higher. Groove, don't shoot the great god, don't shoot, 1 billion rounds into the soul now. This amount is too big. Which son of a squeezed me, I don't want to be a meat shield. The evil spirit at the front bottomed out in an instant and was teleported to the resurrection point. The resurrected evil spirits retaliated by pushing the front evil spirits forward again, letting them know the feeling of being shot all over by the great god. A large number of evil spirits blocked the entrance of the cave and tried their best to break through the powerful firepower to enter. Only the large number of bullets that burst out from the golden gatling didn't work with a sea of people. My life is over. The Steel Evil Spirit King shouted with a terrified expression. As the Evil Spirit King with the highest defense, it couldn't withstand 3,600 revolutions in a single breath. You have killed the full-bodied evil spirit, plus 30,000 points. You have killed the full-bodied evil spirit, plus 30,000 points. You have killed the Steel Evil Spirit King, plus 100,000 points. You killed the Thunder Evil Spirit King, plus 100,000 points. The incessant ringing of points. All the evil spirits rushing the gate attacked, causing Su D to count down and rush to the first place on the points list in a short period of time. Scoreboard. Hitsuki, 673,000. Hinokawa Okazuka, 325,000. Dancing Ghostly Steps on the Coffin, 287,000. Su D's points were still rising in a steady stream. The powerful firepower of the Golden Body Cyber Cannon specialized in curing the phobia of insufficient firepower. This is Cousin's true strength. No wonder all the crystal cores in that crystal mine secret realm were taken by Cousin. Su Ziyue's beautiful eyes flickered with strange colors in succession. She realized that the bullets shot out by the Guanyin mecha summoned by her cousin were extraordinary and incomparable. Could this be Cousin's full strength? Brothers reformulate the attack course and use Plan B to attack. The Void Evil Spirit King shouted from the periphery. He sent a second set of attack guidelines to each evil spirit through a secret message. All the evil spirits knew that they couldn't infect the day tree at this rate had dispersed. Since everyone couldn't get an equal chance to infect the day tree, then try their best to do their best to infect each other first to become the new target. I don't even dare to turn into an evil spirit terminator with this battle. Su Ziyue's scalp went numb as she watched, and she didn't even have room to make a move. The last remaining 2 people in the game could transform into evil spirit terminators with powerful melee weapons. But now that these evil spirits were charging over like madmen, the evil spirit terminators would also have to kneel. Meet Shield Group go first, Firepower Group prepare. The evil spirit kings present began to individually command the evil spirits willing to follow them. The Meat Shield evil spirits led by the Steel Evil Spirit King blocked the whole. The evil spirits of fire, led by the Hell Evil Spirit King, had condensed energy bombs. It can't be topped. The Meat Shield group of evil spirits withstood 8 breaths before they were all killed in battle. 3,600 revolutions in 1 breath, 28,800 revolutions in 5 breaths. The Mecha Bodhisattva inside must be eliminated. The Hell Evil Spirit King let out a roar. He coalesced red ability cannons in his hands and smashed them into the dungeon mouth with a roar. The other evil spirits followed suit and sent out their own killing moves. Underworld Splitting Wave. Evil Spirit Black Light Rain. Dark Shark 1000 Waves. The Fire Force Group Evil Spirit Team fired their prepared killing moves. The multicolored evil spirit energies containing huge energy blasted out. Buzz buzz buzz. Other palms behind the Golden Body Cyber Goddess swung out, only to see a wall of swastika Buddha seal light appear at the dungeon entrance. All the evil spirit attacks bombarded the wall of swastika Buddha seals, sending the entire dungeon into a huge tremor. After the exploding flames, the swastika symbol at the dungeon's mouth slowly rotated, and the wall of Buddha seal light was not damaged in the slightest. What level of defense skill is this mech? The Fire Force Group evil spirits' eyes almost didn't stare out. They hadn't finished sighing inwardly, only to see the Cyber Goddess of Mercy revoke the swastika wall of light and poke the barrel of the Gatling out of the dungeon. The barrel of the gun slowly rotated, growing faster and faster. A large number of bullets looked like a torrential downpour flying out from the ground into the sky. In a flash, the evil spirits of the fire team were wiped out by the barrage of bullets. The Cyber Goddess has been tricked, here's our sneak group's chance. The Void Evil Spirit King excitedly transmitted his voice when he saw Gatling sticking out of the dungeon mouth, only to see the remaining 30 or so evil spirits all become translucent, and one evil spirit even applied body-shrinking magic to all of them. All the evil spirits rushed into the dungeon with lightning speed. At this moment, it was too late for Cyber Goddess to retrieve her Gatling. The evil spirits are coming in. Su Ziyue shouted eagerly. Not a bad job. Su Di let out a light smile to issue a commendation. Cyber Goddess of Mercy abandoned the golden Gatling in her hand. The Gatling instantly turned into countless quantum merits and disappeared into the Dharma wheel. We did it! The translucent evil spirits that had shrunk in size laughed maniacally. They drilled into the wide and incomparable dungeon, jumping to the height of the ceiling, their teeth and claws about to infect the two. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. Hundreds of arms of the Golden Body Cyber Goddess struck quickly, grabbing all the evil spirits that entered the dungeon with one hand. The bound evil spirits returned to their original size and translucent state. A circle of swastika Buddhist seals appeared around them, making it impossible for the captured to break free. Let go of me. Hurry up and let go of me. A Hulk evil spirit player struggled desperately. It realized that it was rapidly losing its stamina, and all of the lost stamina became quantum merit into Guanin's Dharma wheel. The Golden Body, Cyber Goddess of Mercy, eased a Hulk to its mouth. Holy crap! The Hulk looked at the huge Guanin head as if it was looking at a giant. Cyber Goddess of Mercy's precious face was solemn, and with a smile on her face, she put the Hulk into her mouth. There was a clicking crunch. The Hulk's body was bitten off in two, green blood splattered, and he instantly returned to the resurrection point. This is the Great Compassionate Goddess of Mercy? The other transmigrators almost didn't scare the piss out of them. They felt fear when they looked at the golden-bodied Cyber Goddess of Mercy whose face was splattered with green blood. This thing was even more vicious than, well, a real evil spirit. The golden body cyber goddess took a bite out of a little friend. The captured evil spirits all came crunching. You killed a full-bodied evil spirit plus 30,000 points. You killed a full-bodied evil spirit plus 30,000 points. You killed the void evil spirit king plus 100,000 points. The evil spirits killed in battle were retransmitted into the middle of the resurrection point. Last set of attack plan, this time we will surely be able to chance regicide. All the evil spirit players resurrected to gather together again and appeared on the outskirts of the dungeon. After they had seen how powerful Cyberwatch was, they were ready to blow the final horn of attack. Cousin. They haven't died yet. Su Ziyue was bowled over by the determination of these evil spirits. The other party was too persistent for the sake of fame. Destroy it, hurry up. Su Di gave a kill command to the cyber goddess. Gatling was just a bullseye. What was really strong was the 6 roots of purity depleted uranium bomb. Buzzing. A hot golden light appeared in cyber goddess' electronic eyes, and battle intent flowed from its eyes. It clapped its hands together and made a loud sound. Immediately afterward, the other 998 hands clapped one after another. Slap 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 slap. Slap 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 slap. An endless stream of slapping sounds rang out. With 1,000 hands, 500 sounds appeared. Each sound caused a hovering weapon to be generated high above the dungeon's periphery. Wait, what's that above our heads? Some evil spirits were affected by the energy fluctuations coming from above their heads. All the evil spirits followed the sound and looked high into the sky. Only to see 500, like blimps, upside down, quantum merit depleted uranium bombs appearing above the crowd. All evil spirits, me Nima? Please open the microphone to communicate. Chapter 98, Evil Spirit Great Battle 6. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. Depleted uranium shells cleanse the entire pyramid. Cyberwatch palms keep clapping to create depleted uranium shells. An endless stream of booms and explosions resounded throughout the map. The golden body of Cyber Goddess of Mercy cast a swastika wall of light to isolate the outside world from the explosions. You have killed the Thunder Evil Spirit King, plus 100,000 points. You have killed the Alien Evil Spirit King, plus 100,000 points. You have killed the Void Evil Spirit King, plus 100,000 points. Su Di's points once again induced a round of surge. It was already difficult for a high-level transmogrifier to get 500,000 points within a handful of games. And Su Di's points from one round of the game now went straight to 3,150,000 points. Is this brother Su Di's full strength? Su Ziyue looked at the exploding world of the dungeon in a trance. What she had initially thought to be the pinnacle was merely the beginning of her cousin's. This was still just the effect of one of cousin's skills. The explosions continued until the stoppage of the game's countdown before ending. All the evil spirits were going numb from the blast. They now thoroughly realized that even if they had evil spirit attribute bonuses, he was also unable to defeat the super god who had cleared the 100-layer Heaven's Pride Tower. The second hand of the game quickly began. 30. 29. 28. Su Di followed the habit of the last game when he prepared to go to the dungeon again. As a result, a large group of transmigrators followed into the dungeon. Why are you all here in the dungeon? Su Di frowned in confusion. Great God, I don't want to get shelled again. I've just been shot all over by Great God's Gatling bullets, whoops. The gazes of the transmutants present carried a wagging tail. Deicide was definitely hopeless, so if you couldn't beat them, you could join them. Why don't you guys save a spot for me? Su Ziyue looked at the players crowded around her cousin. Although she herself wasn't big, she was still considered a beautiful woman in any case. But no one was paying attention to herself right now. You guys are making it difficult for me like this. Su Di even leaned against the wall and faintly spoke. To obtain the infinite crystal core threshold required 10 million points. But if all these people stayed next to him, it would be difficult for him to earn points subsequently. Great God, you're so strong, squatting at the resurrection point to brush the evil spirits is definitely enough. The transmogrifier present had a deep understanding of the game and quickly gave a solution. Human players squatting at the resurrection point were 100% going to be infected cold. But what made a great god was that he could take different paths. Sending evil spirits to the west by directly squatting at the resurrection point to brush is indeed good, but you guys. Su Di looked at the crowd after agreeing to this option. He wanted to ask if anyone would rob monsters. We won't rob the monsters, we just want to take less fire. The transmigrators present said with a bitter face. They were all about to be bombarded silly by the great god. Since everyone is so polite, I'll try to play lighter later. Su Di smiled and spoke to the crowd. He was happy to gain points easily. The transmigrators present looked at the matching gun on the great god's waist and fell collectively silent. I'll try to shoot lighter. The great god was able to soften bullets or something. How do you shoot lighter if you're using a submachine gun? Don't be me as an evil spirit. Don't be me as an evil spirit. Don't be me as an evil spirit. I don't want to get shot again, don't just pick me to be an evil spirit. Let me become an evil spirit, Daytree Great God mustn't pity me because I'm a delicate flower. The transmigrators present crossed their fingers together and made a prayer gesture. Whoever becomes if an evil spirit, that would have to endure being shot with 1,000 holes by the Great God. Although the game could reduce the sense of pain, still no one except Shivering M was willing to take 1 billion bullets. The game entered the final 10-second countdown. 10, 9, 8, 3, 2, 1. Bam bam bam. The 10 transmutators randomly became evil spirits.
Purple energy surged, and Su-Dee's figure changed into that of the Void Evil Spirit King. Mighty purple battle robes appeared behind him and his arms automated into 2 purple double blades.
Becoming an evil spirit king personal panel would turn into a monster panel. Not only would his level be the peak of the 10th turn, he would also gain powerful attributes. Even his own skills would mutate. Personal information. Name, Daytree. Rank, 649 peak of 10th turn, temporarily. Profession, Void Evil Spirit King. Status, Infected. Attack, 1 million. Physical defense, 1000000. Legal defense, 1 million. Evil Spirit active skills, Void Slash, Space Rift, Extreme Evil Rage. Self-skill mutation, Evil Spirit Ray, Black Gold Cyber Goddess of Mercy, Black Gold Mecha Rudra. Silence, Deathly Silence. The entire player population was numb, not anticipating this extreme situation. I'm so sorry, I've turned into the Evil Spirit King. Su-Dee looked at the crowd present with a nuclear face. He swung his twin blades to create a gap in the void. This was the powerful attack attribute that the Evil Spirit King possessed, and the universal attack could even attack the void. Holy! The heads of all the transmigrators instantly went down. There was only one word in their heads: run. The players who had turned into evil spirits all subconsciously fled towards the outside of the dungeon. They didn't realize that they were in the same camp as Daytree. Suddenly, swiftly, a large number of players fled the dungeon like crazy. They were afraid that if they were half a second slow, they would be subjected to a new torture by the Great God. Su-Dee let the others escape the string and walked out of the dungeon without any panic. Numerous purple-black nanoparticles appeared around him, and the nanoparticles quickly replicated into the Evil Spirit King's appearance. Run, run. The more you struggle, the more excited I get. Chapter 99, Evil Spirit Battle 7. Evil Spirit Pyramid. Nearly half of the transmigrators all gathered together. They stood guard within the large hole behind the pyramid's catwalk. Everyone stick together, just guard here and don't run out, there's still hope to survive. That's right, it's not good for the depleted uranium shells to hit us here in the dog hole, this is one of the few good terrains. Sea of Men, we're going to use Sea of Men tactics. Right, the Daytree Great God turned into the Evil Spirit King can't use double guns, there might be hope with the Sea of Men tactic. The transmutants present had laid down defensive boundaries and boosted their gain status. The map of the Evil Spirit Pyramid was very large, with a wide dungeon and a dog hole as well. They were doing their best in order not to be blasted and killed by the Great God. 10,000 Daytree Great Gods appear in the sky. Some of the transmogrifiers' eyes almost didn't glaze over. The people present looked to the sky and were greatly shocked by the scene before them. Hoo. The blistering wind was wild. Su-Dee, who had become the Evil Spirit King, seemed to be blackening with special effects. Dense purple-black nanoparticles continued to rise like spiraling air currents. The nanoparticles rose to the sky above and changed into the appearance of the Void Evil Spirit King. A nano-doppelganger continued to coalesce and take shape in the air, soon to be in the thousands. Human Sea Tactics. Sea Tactics. Tactics. Who the hell said Sea of People Tactics? Someone's transmogrifier's mind fell apart. There were at most 90 of them alive transmigrators. And now the Daytree Great God divided one chi into 10,000 chang. Now that was what was called a Sea of People tactic. Humans, I'm done. Su-Dee's body was soothed and infinitely refreshed. Each transmuter level of the Evil Spirit Great Combat would temporarily be raised to 10 turns. After each hand of the game, all of the transmutation's spiritual power statuses and the like would all be restored to full. And the spiritual power and recovery speed of evil spirit monsters was far too much more terrifying than humans. The evil spirit monsters that were realistically encountered already had attribute values that were so high that they were unbelievable. Su-Dee, who had become a 10th turn Evil Spirit King, had drastically increased his attributes and his skills had also temporarily mutated. He was able to unleash his awakening technique 100 times just with his own spiritual power. Terrifying, as if becoming a god like terror. Cousin, his limits just don't have limits. Su Ziyue, who was hiding in the corner and peeking, had her autumn water-like eyes trembling slightly. She recalled the scene when she defied Su-Dee and competed with the other party for shooting accuracy. The other party was really treating herself as her own sister. Otherwise, if they were to really test their strength, they were afraid that they would be rubbed on the ground by their cousin billions of times. Brush, brush, brush. Brush, brush, brush. Su-D led all the nano-splitters to hover in mid-air, his eyes looking towards the many transmigrators within the large cave. His voice carried the low and magnetic quality that was unique to evil spirit creatures. You all are surrounded by me. The words fell. The pupils of the eyes of the transmigrators present shrank to the size of a pinpoint. They then immediately saw Daytree, who was the evil spirit king, slowly spread out his hands and made the movement of the fighter Aroki's surefire move. In front of Su-D's chest, the evil spirit rays that had mutated from the heavenly dimension rays coalesced. Boom! The evil spirit rays were even more violent than the otter laser. The powerful rays were more appropriately described as pillars of light. The 80-odd transmutants hurriedly cast their strongest defense skills. The evil spirit rays swept towards all of them like sharp blades breaking through thin paper. Bam bam bam! Bam bam bam! All of the transmutants inside the big hole were turned into evil spirits. There was no suspense at all. You've been infected with Constantine wants to quit smoking, plus 50,000 points. You're infected with fist fight at Nanshan elderly home, plus 50,000 points. You've been infected with why is it so hard to get a bleeping name, plus 50,000 points. Su-D's points resurfaced with a new round of surge. He had already gained over 7 million points in his second game. There were a total of 10 games to decide the winner in the evil spirit battle. After playing 10 games, the score exceeded 10 million. One would be able to go to the final game space to challenge the real evil spirits. Defeating the real evil spirit would result in an infinite crystal core reward. Now, it's your turn. Su-D slowly turned his gaze towards the remaining human players present. Danger in bright red font seemed to appear above the heads of the only remaining human players. Don't come over. Void God Realm Periphery. Game Hall. A large number of players crowded around the 10 million points total leaderboard to check it out. Just before someone's position on the player points list appeared to change, Daytree's name ID appeared in the list. The Evil Spirit Great Battle settled the season once a year at the end of the year. The players on the current season leaderboard basically had the honor of taking 10 million out of 10 million points in a single game to top the list. With the passage of time, Daytree's points had already broken through the season leaderboard and went directly to the position of the overall game points leaderboard. The overall game points list, on the other hand, recorded all the highest point holders in history. Among them, the highest points list holder had a maximum score of 30 million whole points. 18 million points. Daytree Great God actually got so many points in the game. Great God Daytree has come to the Void God realm to play Evil Spirit Battle. Which players is he playing with? With the Great God's strength, the matches must be the top players, too envious that they can meet the Great God. Not necessarily right. In the game met the Big God, this is afraid of being properly abused into the Dregsaw. Yes, that's why the Daytree God's points are skyrocketing. 32 million, the Daytree God's points have soared to 32 million, getting first place on the overall list. The transmigrators present watched as Daytree's name continued to rise. In the end, the other parties surpassed the original number 1, causing everyone to gasp. It's still rising. Is the Great God blowing up the points gang? Some of the transmigrators watched their scalps go numb. It was already not easy for them to get a million points in the game normally. But now the Great God was constantly challenging the upper limit of the points list. Daytree's points soared all the way up. It reached the 37 million mark straight at the end. The score came to an abrupt end here. Some of the veteran players present guessed that the Daytree God was probably going to go for the final unlimited crystal and nuclei challenge. Infinite crystals as the best bonus props in the game. Want to get the last must face the challenge of real evil spirits. Successful challenge can also get an additional 10 million points. But challenge failure players not only points 0, but also may appear real death. This is one of the reasons why many players do not dare to engage in brush points. Without the strength to take 10 million points wanting to obtain the highest quality infinite crystal core, it was almost equal to going to send death. Inside the game. After the end of the 10 games, all players except Su-D were teleported back to the game hall. A large selection box appeared in front of Su-D. Whether or not to challenge the highest reward, infinite crystal cores? Note 1, you are going to face the challenge of all the evil spirit kings. Within the 120-minute countdown, defeat all the evil spirit kings to pass the level. Note 2, players who die within the countdown will be truly dead. If the player survives after the countdown ends but the evil spirit king is not dead, the player is considered to have failed the challenge, and the points of this game will be zeroed out and teleported out of the game. Note 3, the evil spirit kings you have to face are Thunder Evil Spirit King, Alien Evil Spirit King, Void Evil Spirit King, Queen Evil Spirit King, Hell Evil Spirit King, Tyrant Evil Spirit King, Iron Evil Spirit King, Armor Evil Spirit King. Chapter 100 Traveling to the Past. Slaying the 8 evil spirit kings? Su-D gently smiled. He had come here for the infinite crystals this time. Moreover, from the 6th game,
Because of the increase in points, Sudi impacted to the overall points list. There was also receiving an unexpected surprise. Your points are currently located in the 10th overall list, and you have obtained the Green Gothic Giant Evil Spirit transformation card. It will be given out after the game is over, if the points are not zeroed out. Your points are currently in the 9th place in the overall ranking. You will receive the Umbrella Loli Evil Spirit transformation card. Your points are currently in the 9th place in the overall ranking. You will receive the Black and White Twins Evil Spirit transformation card. Your points are currently in the 2nd place on the overall list, and you have won the Lord of Yellow Spirit transformation card. Your points are currently in the 1st place on the overall list, and you will receive the Lord of the Evil Spirits in full form transformation card. Every time you break through the overall list, you will be rewarded with one brand new 10 turns Evil Spirit transformation card. This is the reward for breaking through the overall historical points list. It was equally difficult to break through the overall points list. This meant that the player needed to surpass all the predecessors who had played this game in history. Surpassing the number 1 position on the overall points list was even more of a reward, the full-form Evil Spirit King transformation card. These props were only handed out after the end of the game. Sudi had also been an ordinary evil spirit in the first 10 games. The spiritual power attribute of a 10-turn ordinary evil spirit can support him to release 10 awakening techniques. The spiritual power attribute of a 10th turn evil spirit king would allow him to release his awakening technique 100 times. These props were distributed at the end of the challenge, after the points were determined. If Sudi's challenge for the Infinite Crystal Core failed, these transformation cards would also be unavailable. It was still the same: evil spirits, I kill more than enough. Selection complete. Challenge space being generated, % at amp. The mechanical beep fell. The space around Sudi distorted and changed. This was a divine court that never had any boundaries. A bunch of data garbage appeared in front of Sudi. After the data garbage was twisted, it formed 8 differently shaped evil spirit kings. Thunder Evil Spirit King, Alien Evil Spirit King, Void Evil Spirit King. The 8 evil spirit kings were spread out in a fan shape. They erupted towards the enemies in front of them, erupting into violent roars. Just waiting for you guys. Sudi raised his hand to summon 2 split core orbital cannons. 2 railguns as huge as skyscrapers were generated high in the sky. Exquisite curves, near perfect flowers of death quietly bloomed. The 2 giant railguns landed in the area where the 8 evil spirits were located. The Maxwell Demon Levelless Ring was unleashed. Sudi's spiritual energy was instantly replenished. He raised his hand and shot out a heavenly dimension ray from his palm to pierce the 2 railguns. An unprecedented dazzling white light bloomed. A terrifyingly loud sound shook the space in a huge commotion. Sky Dimension Ray plus Rupture Core Orbital Cannon. The power of the 2 skill combinations erupted, shaking space into distortion. You have eliminated the 8 evil spirit kings. The challenge is successful. Congratulations on obtaining 10 million points. Congratulations on obtaining the Infinite Crystal and Core. Game Hall. The periphery of the overall points list. 47 million, the Daytree Great God's points have soared to 47 million. Does this mean that the Great God has already cleared the final Kill Evil Spirit challenge? It was only 3 minutes before and after. After all, it's an existence that can pass even the 100-tier heaven's remarkable battle Shadow Tower. 47 million is definitely not the limit of the Daytree God, but this game's ceiling is almost like this. Directly brushing to the extent of the upper limit of the game can points, this is also too scary. I'm the player who matched with Daytree Great God last time. His occupation is simply, let me slow down. Sing in unison and praise the Daytree Great God. The Daytree's fan trannies outside the field shouted in excitement. The breakthrough in the total game points list was once again a moment to witness history. No wonder Cousin is strong to this extent. Su Ziyue's heart thumped. She completely understood everything by now. If there was to be an election someday, the new guild leader, she would definitely vote for her cousin. After all, the Daytree that resounded with fame in the Void God realm was her own cousin. Inside the game space, the 8 evil spirit kings were completely annihilated, accompanied by the appearance of large ceremonial flowers blooming in the air. Fist-sized infinite crystal cores appeared in midair. At the same time, there were 10 evil spirit cards floating in the air. Sudi put all the rewards he obtained into the storage bracelet. In this way, the main materials for forging equipment were all collected. The rest would depend on the guild side, how well the other materials were collected. You are currently at the top of the overall leaderboard, and have received all the leaderboard rewards. Congratulations, you've cleared the Evil Spirit battle, and have been awarded the title, Evil Spirit Terminator. Evil Spirit Terminator, attribute plus 6,666. It's true that the title attribute bonus from a game match isn't much. The Evil Spirit Terminator title was ignored by Sudi. The bonus brought by this title was not as good as the unrivaled title of the Heaven's Pride Battle Shadow Tower. Detecting that you have cleared the level plus the number 1 overall points leaderboard, there is currently no player who can be your opponent anymore. In order to protect the newcomers, within 10 years, you will not be allowed to play matchmaking for the time being.
Not allowed to play? Really, just a 10-year veteran?
One seal for 10 years.
Sudi didn't know which game company's urination this Void God Realm intelligence brain had learned from.
Because it was too strong to get first place, it couldn't even find opponents to play happily together. Forget it, there are still tons of games to play in the Void God Realm anyway.
Sudi didn't dwell on it too much.
The Void God Realm was a huge game world.
The number of games amounted to thousands.
It wasn't impossible for himself to get rewards through other games in the future.
Getting the infinite crystal core. Sudi logged out of the Void God Realm. He returned to the vicinity of the merchant who sold Void God Realm entrance tickets. The sun was sinking, and the day was soon to pass. Sudi contacted his family and asked if the other items he wanted had been collected. The second old man's voice was heard within the phone.
The materials that Sudi wanted were just short of 4 spiritual rosaries and a solstice stone slab. The seller had already been searched for, and the juniors within his own clan would probably be able to collect them all tonight. Great nephew, there's a gathering held by the 3 major guilds tonight at 8 o'clock sharp. The location is at the imperial capital Empty Island. My sister-in-law has something to do in the evening, so go and attend it on behalf of my sister-in-law. The phone was picked up by sister-in-law Jiang Shiyu. How old am I? This kind of help adults to eat banquet things still call me. What banquet? This party has the Magic Forbidden Book Society and Wuji Skybreaking Alliance's top management to come. You as the guild prince, you must not show up and mix with the top management of the other 2 major guilds in the country.
Alright, then I will go over at that time.
Remember not to be late. There's also a reason why this party is being organized, because you're back now.
Jiang Shiyu made a final explanation before hanging up the phone.
After all, I can't avoid going to the banquet for your lordship. Sudi smiled helplessly. Just as he was preparing to take advantage of this time to purchase equipment, a voice that only he could hear resounded in his ears. Sudi was shaken, his mind shaken by this voice.
Not fast enough, not fast enough. You have to open faster.
Mechanical flying ascension. The sun was setting, and darkness filled the sky.
Mechanical Mystery City Guild.
Jiang Shiyu returned to her room and turned on her computer.
2 photos appeared on the screen. One was a photo of Sudi and Jiang Shiyu, which was the same photo that Sudi had sent to Jianling Teki back then. The other photo had become too blurry to see the silhouette, and the other party's existence seemed to be blurred by some kind of law. With the computer AI's prolonged repair, the photo gradually became clearer. When the AI photo was repaired, a bizarre scene occurred. On it was a photo of Sudi and Jiang Shiyu from her college days. When Jiang Shiyu learned the truth, the pupils of her eyes narrowed slightly in shock. After a long time, her tone became deep. Why on earth? Why were you able to travel to a pastime node? Chapter 101 4th Turn Equipment, Inheritor of the 10,000 Forbidden Spells. He had to attend the 3 major guild gatherings at 8 in the evening. Sudi took this time to update the equipment on his body. The guild would be able to gather the materials tomorrow. By then, he would find a legendary dwarf craftsman to build his equipment, and the weapons would not need to be bought. But the other defenses needed a major update. His strength was at the peak of level 279, turn 4. Getting McGonagall's weapon was just the right time to take the transfer quest to break through the 4th turn. You spend 467 million amethyst coins to buy the Valor Grade equipment, the Imperial Red Dragon's Herald Battle Robe. You have spent 373 million amethyst coins on the Brave Grade equipment, Empire Purple Dragon's Soul Boots. You have spent 312 million amethyst coins on the Brave equipment, Imperial Dragon's Spirit Gaiters. You have spent 257 million amethyst coins on the Brave Grade equipment, Empire White Dragon's Spirit Belt. Empire Red Dragon's Spirit Robe. Category, Defense. Rank, 279.
Quality, Brave. Effects, full attribute plus 2232, physique plus 2000, magic resistance increased by 25%, fire attribute magic resistance increased by an additional 20%. Description, equipment obtained by slaying the Red Dragon in the Dragon's Abyss, proclaiming the glory of the brave with the fall of the Red Dragon.
Empire Purple Dragon's Soul Boots. Category, Defense. Rank, 279.
Quality, Brave. Effects, full attribute plus 1674, agility plus 1500. Every time you move 100 meters you will stack 10% spirit power recovery, stacking cap up to 5 tiers. Description, equipment obtained from slaying the Purple Dragon in the Dragon Abyss, proclaiming the glory of the brave with the fall of the Purple Dragon.
Empire Phantom Dragon Spirit Leg Wrappers. Category, Defense. Rank, 279.
Quality, Brave.
Effects, full attribute plus 1953, spirit power plus 1500, magic resistance plus 30%.
Description, equipment obtained by slaying the Phantom Dragon in the Dragon Abyss, proclaiming the glory of the brave with the fall of the Phantom Dragon. Sudi sold his original low-quality equipment and subsequently purchased new equipment to replace it.
He was now ranked to the peak of turn 4 and had spent nearly 2 billion amethyst coins before and after purchasing equipment. 4th turn equipment was only a bit more expensive than equipment at the peak of the 3rd turn. Unless the equipment was of a particularly high grade and rare quality. Otherwise, the price of the equipment wouldn't differ by much. There were transmutators in this world who might not be able to complete their transmutation quests for life. Transfigurants who couldn't break through the ranks would try to do everything they could to make themselves the strongest in this rank. One of the most effective ways was to enhance their equipment. For example, by breaking down other equipment, one could obtain strengthening materials to strengthen the quality of one's own equipment. The better the quality of the equipment, the more reinforcement materials you can get from breaking it down. If you fail to strengthen your equipment, you will lose your amethyst coins and consume all the materials for nothing, so you will need to start strengthening your equipment from scratch. If you succeed in strengthening, the quality of the weapon's attributes will increase dramatically, and the equipment will become much stronger. Simply put, even trashy equipment has value. This is the reason that the price of the equipment at each stage of the transition, the difference is not too outrageous. Whether it's low-level equipment or high-level equipment, there are people willing to spend money to buy. The market demand was always greater than the market supply. One of the limits for strengthening equipment quality was plus 31. Ordinary quality white plate equipment if strengthened to the limit of plus 31. The attribute gain that it brings is comparable to a holy weapon level equipment. Just one of the amethyst coins and equipment decomposition materials to pay is to astronomical amounts of massive amethyst coins. Normally having a strengthened plus 10 equipment would already be awesome. Su-D upgraded like drinking water and didn't think about going over to strengthen his equipment. After all, strengthening equipment was something that only needed to be done during the leveling period. However, if one waited afterward to have an upgradable weapon, then it would be a different story. Personal information. Name, Su-D. Occupation, Super God Gunsmith. Level, 279 peak of 4th turn. Physique, 21,660. Strength, 28,548. Spirit, 18,437. Agility, 17,750. Title, Unrivaled. Skills, Sky Dimension Ray, Terminal Kill, Quantum Moon God. Nanobody K9000. This attribute value is also pleasing to the eye to look at. Su-D looked at his current attributes with satisfaction. He currently had 28,500 attack power. The passive awakening technique Final Killing generated 1 ton of TNT explosive power for every 100 points of strength. After snapping his fingers, a single bullet would have 285 tons of TNT explosive power. One was a big step closer to using a pummel as a nuclear explosion. Back to the Mechanical Mystery Guild. Time until the party. Su-D went back and came to Grandpa Jian Wanyao's residence to ask for more information about the demon world. The other party told him to go to the demon realm to collect game history fragments, and he was now close to crossing the 5th turn. It was better to ask Grandpa where to obtain game fragments first. There is no fixed method to obtain the game history fragment. It could be within the relics of the abyssal demon realm or in the hands of one of the great figures of the demon realm. You will only know if you go to the demon realm in person and try your luck. Jiang Wanyao spoke out the actual situation. The game history fragment, if there really was a specific method to obtain it, then he would have told his grandson long ago. Grandpa, then do you know what's going on with the Heavenly Tao of the Dark Reincarnation Labyrinth? Su-D thought about taking out the Heavenly Tao consciousness. This was a Saint artifact level prop left behind by the Heaven's Path doppelganger. You destroyed the Heavenly Tao? Jiang Wanyao was startled when he checked the item information. He had broken through the Dark Reincarnation Labyrinth before and knew that within the laws within the labyrinth, the 6 paths were indelible. His own good grandson was actually strong enough to wear out the laws of the labyrinth? Could mechanical ascension be outrageous to this extent? Tian Dao is not what I killed, he was killed by lightning. Su-D blurted out what he did in the Dark Reincarnation Labyrinth. He had only flashed the Demon King invitation, and the other party had been struck by inexplicable divine lightning without knowing how. I'm afraid no one would dare to believe this matter if it was told. Death by lightning. Jiang Wanyao briefly fell into silence upon hearing this. He speculated that the only strong person who could achieve this level of strength was perhaps the Lord of the Abyssal Demon Realm. Other than this, I just heard a voice telling me to hurry up with my mechanical ascension to come. Su-D rubbed his forehead and mentioned what he heard to Grandpa as well. Apart from the fact that he had wasted 5 whole years activating his profession, he felt that he was fast enough. However, transmitting the voice to his mysterious character clearly wasn't satisfied yet. Jiang Wanyao frowned when he heard this. This game had no way of knowing everything about the version answer profession. But listening to what his grandson said, it seemed that he would have to wait to open the true path of mechanical ascension before he could explore more answers. The Demon King's Abyss Party invitation is something you can go to when you reach the 5th rank, but Grandpa still suggests that you wait for the 6th rank to go to the Demon Realm to be on the safe side. Jian Wanyao voiced out his suggestion. He felt that his grandson was being targeted by the Lord of the Abyssal Demon Realm. The difference between the 5th and 6th rank shouldn't be too big. Su Di doubted. He now possessed 10 evil spirit transformation cards. And there was also the classless sacred fruit, a prop that returned to full status. He thought to himself that with these two items present, going to the demon realm shouldn't be much of a problem. You still don't understand the meaning of the 6th turn. What's the name of your current occupation? Super God Gunsmith. Sure enough, it's still the name of a gunsmith. When you get to the 6th rank, the core of your profession's specialties will be able to appear. At that time, perhaps it won't be a gunsmith but a true step into the profession ascension path. Career Ascension Road, real mechanical ascension. The voice you heard urging for faster mechanical ascension should also be hoping that you can get to turn 6 as soon as possible to open professional ascension. When you open turn 6 to go to the Abyssal Demon Realm, it should be much safer. Well, I will consider it. I'm also just giving you a suggestion, you can consider it more on your own. Jian Wanyao murmured. He was also mainly worried about the other party. The Lord of the Abyssal Demon Realm was said to be an all-knowing and all-powerful existence. The strength was comparable to the Lord of the Heavenly Realm, and there was almost no difference in strength between the two. I've decided, it's better to go to the Devil Realm in 5 turns. Su Di thought about it and still insisted that he would go to the Devil Realm with 5 turns. If he really couldn't, he would go at the peak of the 5th turn. Emotional grandpa's words were all in vain. Jiang Wanyao cried and laughed a little. After he heard that the Heavenly Tao had all died inexplicably. He still wanted his grandson to be stronger before going to the Demon Realm. Don't worry, Grandpa, I should be fine. Su Di smiled and spoke. The divine thunder struck the Heavenly Tao, not himself. Even if a great person in the Devil Realm paid attention to himself, if he wanted to attack himself, he didn't have to wait until the Devil Realm. Alright, it's good that you have your own considerations. Jiang Wanyao knew that he was not a mechanical ascender. His grandson had long since become an adult, and he himself should know the pros and cons best. It's almost time for the party, why don't you wait and go find your grandfather and the others? Jiang Wanyao looked at the clock and spoke to his grandson. He needed to guard the mechanical guild base camp, and Su Gongju and the others would be attending this gathering. Su Di nodded and said goodbye to his grandfather before preparing to go find his grandfather and other relatives. Hearing his sister-in-law say that this party was mainly organized because of himself, he also wanted to go to the party to have a good look. On the other side, quite a few of the top management of the Magic Forbidden Book Society left 10 minutes later. Feng Jiawei, the new generation of FAZ, was in front of the vanity mirror, dressed up. The black forbidden book beside her fluttered around the room, its pages rolling and flipping. I didn't realize that you guys were actually planning to have a showdown with the Mechanical Guild and the Wuji Guild. Jia Hui, is your chairman really not afraid that Su Di knows that you're the previous generation's 10,000 Things Forbidden spell inheritor and kills you? Ha ha ha. The black forbidden book let out a maniacal laugh as usual. Originally, the 3 guilds had friction with each other. As far as its worldview was concerned, the sons of the old and new versions were even more arch-enemies. Its mission, however, was to wipe out the new version answer. The Magic Forbidden Book Guild was really bold this time in preparing to discuss with the other presidents in the name of a gathering. Feng Jiawei spoke slowly. If Su Di makes a move against me, will you make a move? Chapter 102, The President's Tangle. The clear water out of hibiscus, natural to carved decoration. The young girl in front of the dressing mirror had an elegant temperament and was a woman with an orchid heart. Feng Jiawei wasn't the kind of girl who was a beauty to the world. But it always gives people a kind of warm winter sun-like coziness. If Su Di makes a move on me, will you make a move? Feng Jiawei spoke slowly. As far as she knew, the Black Forbidden Book not only recorded the Dharma God Forbidden spell, it also comes with extraordinary strength. After all, the Black Forbidden Book itself was a mythic great equipment. Let's wait until you fight. The Black Forbidden Book smiled lowly. It did not give the other party an exact reply. You really do have a small mind. Feng Jiawei's jade finger lightly tapped the desktop. She knew that this forbidden book wasn't that reliable. I'm really a little nervous about this gathering. After all, I'm going to meet the mechanical ascender again. The Black Forbidden Book let out a jia strange laugh. It said nervousness with its mouth, but listening to the tone of its voice, it couldn't feel it at all. It's time to meet again. Feng Jiawei used a wooden comb to comb her silky hair. Her mind gradually surged as she remembered the origin of this gathering. Currently, the Lighthouse Country, Bear Country, Curry Country, and so on were also gradually appearing, with news of mysterious strong people seconding pictures. The top management of the Magic Forbidden Book Society deduced. These 2 countries might have also seen the emergence of the inheritor of the 10,000 Things Forbidden spell, or the inheritor of the Heavenly Saint Recovery. Only, it was useless even if they deduced it. There were countless top-level powerhouses in the big countries, so if they went to war over this matter, in the end, it was extremely possible for countries to destroy each other. Unless they were able to cultivate a super strong profession that would ensure that their country would not be destroyed, they would be able to do so. But when it comes to cultivating super strong professions, the magic chairman was very anxious these days. The difficulty of obtaining the forbidden books was far beyond imagination. The Magic Forbidden Book Guild didn't have that much resource manpower yet to discover a new forbidden book. If not to mention the appearance of their own guild, the information of the inheritors of the previous version of the answer. What if other countries collected more forbidden books or heavenly sacred skeletons in advance? But if the information was announced, he wasn't sure what the people in the Mechanical Guild would think either. The president of the Magic Forbidden Book Guild thought about it these days. In the end, he decided to take the news and inform the other two major guild presidents. Only if the three major guilds joined forces would it be easier to obtain a new forbidden book or heavenly sacred skeleton. As for whether or not there would be a conflict intensification, the Magic president chose to report optimism. All three parties were Dragon Kingdom guilds, and personal beliefs should be put aside before the interests of the great nation. This was and is the main reason for this gathering. President, we can depart. An elder said outside the door. Imperial capital, empty island. The stars were dotted and the night color covered the entire sky. This was an island suspended high above the city that was initially created by the three major guilds. Its purpose was mainly to make it more aspectful for transmigrators. The various entertainment facilities and business places on the island were all for the transmutants. The things sold in the bazaar were all rare items that were hard to see on the market. In the center of the empty island, the divine haze was resplendent. From time to time, there were strong people going to the most prosperous area. I heard that the three big guild giants are coming to Empty Island today. I want to go to the scene to join in the fun, but it's a pity that I can't get in. I usually don't get to see these giants. These giants are all top domestic powerhouses starting at level 800 or 900, right? 900 levels, I won't be able to train at this level in 10 lifetimes. Now the Empty Island is temporarily one of the safest areas in the world. The three big guild giants are gathered, hee. Isn't that the Magic Forbidden Book Society's blazing fire Phoenix Mount? The Forbidden Book Society's giants are here. The transmutants on the streets of Empty Island let out exclamations of admiration in succession. They followed up by seeing the giant head of the Wuji Skybreaker Alliance flying and standing on a giant pillar of prime. When the giant battleship of the Mechanical Mystery City Guild appeared, it gained even more admiration from the crowd. The gathering, it has begun. Chapter 103 Empty Island Gathering, Three Giants. At the center of Empty Island, the Divine Court Manor. The members of the three top guilds were enjoying wine and food in the periphery. The giant leaders of the guilds were meeting individually. Su Di used his costume bracelet to change into formal attire to come here. In addition to the guild juniors, there were quite a few elder-level figures arriving in the meeting place. He used the Eye of the Apocalypse to check the information of the elder-level characters present. Name, Phonison. Profession, Space Mage. Level, 709. Physique, 49,084. Strength, 20,281. Spirit, 62,993. Agility, 44,728. Skills, Time Warp, Space Tier, Supreme Darkness Increase. Name, Wu Qiankuan. Profession, Thunder Dragon Do Di. Level, 769. Physique, 83,728. Strength, 72,192. Spirit, 28,770. Agility, 38,911. Skills, 1 Power Breaks All Laws, Extreme Imperial Heavenly Madness Breaking, Thunder Dragon True Body. Name Fa Xing. Profession, Galaxy Mage. Level, 829. Physique, 80,271. Strength, 40,192. Spirit, 130,462. Agility, 75,000. Skills, Heavenly Fall Star River Fall, 10,000 Images Undefeatable, Ninta Body Follow. TSK, the strength is really high. Su Di operated his Eye of Laws to survey the information of the senior figures present. He felt bullish just by looking at the names of the skills of these elders. Among them, the Law Star that he encountered last time in the Magic Forbidden Book Club was even stronger, with a single value that broke 100,000. Su Di didn't know which day he could break 100,000 in a single value. Just as he was observing the strength of each guild's top brass along the way, the clamor at the corner gradually became clear. What are you doing following me, you loser? Come here without authorization, without knowing what today's occasion is. Hurry up and get back. Every now and then, the high-ranking sons of the Martial Extreme Skybreaking Alliance gave the other party a violent chestnut. The people who came here today were either Elder Patriarch level figures or Era Heavenly Pride. As a result, the most wasteful person from their guild had sneaked over. If this was seen by people from other guilds, they would still think that the people from their Martial Extreme Skybreaker Alliance were all some kind of losers. I just wanted to grow up. Wumu shrank in the corner, his head lowered as he vaguely sobbed. He thought that the others would let him stay because he had come. But it turned out that he was still inevitably blown away. He just wanted to see the strongest of the major guilds in the country. Just this bearish look of yours makes me angry when I look at you. You're 19 years old, aren't you, and you're still so crybaby. A few people became even more angry when they saw this appearance of the other party. The spirit of their martial extremity breaking alliance was that they would rather bend than break. As a result, the other party was such a big person and cried out so easily. What are all arguing about? Su-di came to the scene with a frown. He did not consider himself to be a saintly mother, but the education he received from childhood was not used to seeing this kind of thing. Even if purely in terms of his own strength, doing things for people can't be obscene thought, then this occupation is also in vain. Where are you from? An inchman showing his teeth with a face full of displeasure to look at the other side. If it wasn't for the fact that today was an important occasion, he really would have taught the other party a lesson. I'm from Mechanical Mystery City, I'll come out to control it if I don't like it, do you have an opinion? Su-di looked at the other party indifferently. He knew through the eye of law that a few people were also fourth-turn turners. All of his own power attributes were enough to crush a few people. The people of Mechanical Mystic City are still in charge of our guild? How old are you? The inch-headed youth cursed as he held his fire in his heart. They had originally looked down on those people from the Mechanical Guild. Now that the other party had come over to mind their own business, it made his mood even more unpleasant. Isn't this Jianling Taki's little boyfriend? No, this ing. A young strong man in a suit looked at Su-di for a long time and recognized the other party. He was also in the crowd when their guild prince Wu Yuankue went to Jiangchuan City for a meeting. He still remembered the back of Brother Kue and the other party walking out of the corner with a kind face. Then later on, it was the return of Su-di, the descendant of the Machinery Guild's patriarchal figure, to the guild. Their president, Wu Shangqing, had mentioned the other party's name to Wu Yuankue. After knowing the news, Wu Yuankue was still shocked to share Su-di's matter to them. You either get the hell out of here now or you won't be able to eat even if you're from the Mechanical Guild. The inch-haired youth Wu Chan issued a final warning to the other party. He stood to reason himself anyway. Wu Mu's gaze went to Su-di, and his grateful gaze was tinged with uneasiness. Brother Can, talk under this side. The suited youth hurriedly pulled his companion to the side. This companion of his was a descendant of a senior elder. What's wrong? Wu Can was filled with displeasure. This person is really something. He's the descendant of that elder higher-level descendant who came back from the Mechanical Guild, and he also knows Brother Ka. The suited youth rubbed the mouth of his temple. No wonder he dares to come out and be nosy. Wu Chan couldn't help but roll his eyes. It was the first time he had tasted the feeling of having a fire that he couldn't get out. Found it, big brother Su-di. Wu Yuankue's voice came from a short distance away. The two who walked to the side followed the direction of the voice and realized that Wu Yuankue was following the magic forbidden book club. Feng Jiawei opened her mouth in delight. Feng Jiawei was holding a magic roulette wheel and seemed to have specially come to find Su-di. Am I right, brother Yuan Kue has also recognized him? The suited youth added from the side. No fun. Wu Chan spat to himself and returned to the field. Brother Su-di, finally found you. Wu Yuankue spoke cheerfully. He was thrilled to see this once difficult brother again. Currently, the three major guild presidents had finished their meeting and asked the three of them to go over, saying that they had something to explain. If it wasn't for the fact that he had come across the Magic Forbidden Book Society's law, it would have been hard to find each other in such a large venue. Brother Ka. Wu Chan walked to the scene and called out to the other party. According to seniority, he needed to call out brother when he saw Wu Wankyu. Take a look for yourself. Su-di looked at Wu Yuankue and then at Wu Mu in the corner. Wu Chan, you won't bully Wu Mu again. Wu Yuankue's face instantly became sullen. It was clearly not the first time he had encountered this kind of thing either. What do you mean I'm bullying Wu Mu? He was the one who sneakily followed me here on his own, and I was educating him to go back, but it turned out that this Mechanical Guild person came out to meddle in our guild's affairs. Wu Chan responded defiantly. The few companions beside him didn't dare to make much noise when they saw this. It's all here, why are you still telling him to go back alone? You can't listen to my words and you're deaf, right? Or should we have a fight now? Wu Yuankue's thick eyebrows twisted as he lectured him. The other party couldn't even listen to his own words and still wanted to go against him. Cut. Wu Chan kicked over the trash can next to him. Then he left without looking back. The other few people present also followed closely and left. Wu Yuankue looked at Wu Chan's behavior as he was leaving and was very unhappy. But thinking that there was still a party today after all, he ultimately did not have a fit. Brother Yuankue, it's me who snuck over here today. Wu Mu lowered his head and walked to the voice as weak as mosquito na. Come you just casually stroll around the neighborhood. Wu Chan, if you still dare to find you trouble, and I say, you yourself also contend point, you cannot beat Wu Chan also have to fight, no matter what the 3 7s and 21st rush up to dry on the end of it. Wu Yuankue lectured him. He used to chase after Jiangling Taki, all of them were severely beaten by the other party dozens of times before he gave up. It was mainly because the other party was a girl. If it was a guy, then he would still charge up and fight back even if he couldn't beat them.
Got it.
Wumu nodded to show that he had listened. Thank you just now. Wumu also expressed his gratitude to Su Di before he left. He had just heard his cousin call the other party Su Di. So it seemed that the other party was still the crown prince of the mechanical guild.
It's nothing.
Su Di spoke indifferently. This matter was insignificant to him. After Wumu left, only then did Su Di ask the two about the reason for their visit. After he learned that it was the three major guild presidents looking for them, his gaze couldn't help but glance at Feng Jiawei, and he didn't know what he was thinking inside. Brother Su, let's go find the president and the others first, otherwise it's not good to keep them waiting. Wu Yuankue called out to the other party to set off first. They had been delayed quite a bit when they were looking for Su Di before. Well, go first. Su Di slightly nodded his head and the two set off. Feng Jiawei wore a smile on her face, holding the black forbidden book in her arms as she moved lightly with lotus steps. She never said much in the process. The three of them quickly arrived in front of the villa where the major giant presidents were located. All around them were top-notch formations that isolated probing. As they prepared to go up to the second floor, Su Di's gaze once again looked at Feng Jiawei. He still remembered this sister who was able to clear and brush the map just like himself. The feeling of déjà vu was self-evident. The eye of laws operated. Su Di checked Feng Jiawei's information. Personal information. Name, Feng Jiawei. Occupation, everything forbidden spell crippled. Level, 219 peak of third turn. Physique, 30,000. Strength, 30,000. Spirit, 30,000. Agility, 30,000. Skills, Inquisitive 9 Lotus Flower, everything burns out, beginning source cracking. Sure enough, Su Di's heart was flabbergasted. The suspicion in his heart turned into conclusive evidence. The reason why the opponent was so powerful was related to the previous version's answer. But why was Feng Jiawei's attribute so high? No, the book this woman is holding in her arms is not an ordinary weapon at all. Su Di checked out the black book in his opponent's arms. The forbidden book information quickly surfaced before his eyes. Origin Forbidden Book of Darkness. Category, Weapon. Grade, Unranked, Previous Game Version. Quality, Mythic. Effects, can actively release the forbidden spells recorded in the book. Spirit recovery speed plus 1000%. The holder will not receive any attribute bonuses except for the weapon the holder's level is at several turns. The 4-dimensional attributes will be multiplied by 10,000 exclusive to mages. Description false, a mediocre magic book type weapon. Description true, in the last game version, the Universal Forbidden Spell Professional divided his profession into 4 magic forbidden books. Those who get the recognition of the forbidden books can learn some of the universal forbidden spells recorded on the books. The whereabouts of the remaining 3 books are unknown. When the magic forbidden books have been gathered, they can inherit the complete Universal Forbidden Spell Profession, when the holders will shoulder the duty of suppressing the mechanical ascended beings. Under the blessing of the Eye of Law, Su Di was able to see all the true information. Anyone else would have seen all the false information. Even the name of the Forbidden Book of Darkness, its effects, and so on were all fake. Hey, what are you looking at? The black Forbidden Books book cover suddenly grew a vertical eye. Its voice was as if it was an urchin old man. The sudden voice scared Wu Yuankue. What's scaring the old man? Chapter 104, 3 Suns in the Same Light. Your book opened its mouth and spoke. Wu Yuankue was so frightened that he pointed at the black Forbidden Book. He had never seen anything so bizarre even after living for so long. Mechanical Ascender, don't look, you'll know it all by then anyway. The black forbidden book rose into the air with a strange and shrill voice. It sensed that the other party was checking out its information, which was why it showed up early. What's with that you two have met? Wu Yuankue looked at the two in a messy mood. He didn't understand what was going on right now. Let's go in first and talk about it. Feng Jiawei smiled and spoke. Since their guild chose to go public, then there was no fear of Su Di discovering it. Then let's go in and talk about it. Su Di faintly spoke. He had first heard his sister-in-law mention something about the Heavenly Sage Revival and the 10,000 Things Forbidden spell. He didn't expect that he would actually stumble upon it. What's all this with? Wu Yuankue spat out and immediately followed the two. He was also eager to figure out what was going on. The three of them pushed open the door of the room. Seeing the 3 old men situated inside the room, a few people were the top giants of the 3 major guilds in the country. President of the Magic Forbidden Book Society, Zhuge Yuanxing. Martial Extreme Skybreaking Alliance League leader, Wu Shengcheng. Mechanical Mystery City's president, Su Gongzhu. Yuanxing, now that everyone is here, you can talk about the specifics. The crane-haired Wu Shengqing opened his mouth indifferently. Several people's previous individual meeting had mentioned about the generality of the forbidden books of magic.
Su Gongzhuang's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked towards the floating Black Forbidden Book. He similarly checked up on the information of the Black Forbidden Book.
Book of Dark Magic. Category, Weapon. Rank, 219. Quality, Ordinary. Effect, Full Attribute plus 1000. Description, a mediocre magic book type weapon. There is no eye of law. Unless the Black Magic Forbidden Book actively reveals its true information. Otherwise, even if one was as strong as Su Gongzhu and other giant-level characters, viewing the Black Forbidden Book, what they would get would be a complete piece of false information. The inheritor of the all-forbidden profession, who also obtained the last version of the unranked mythic equipment, your Magic Forbidden Book Society has really picked up a big leak. What Su Gongzhuang saw was just ordinary weapon information though. However, he probably knew earlier through Zhuge Yuanxing's words that it was unranked mythological equipment. I didn't even say anything when your Mechanical Mystery Guild directly came out with the version answer possessor. Zhuge Yuanxing laughed cheerfully. He then beckoned a few juniors to sit down. Zhuge Yuanxing spoke in detail about the causes and consequences of the matter. When he spoke of the 10,000 Things Forbidden spell, the Heavenly Saint revived the first 2 generations of the game version answer professionals. When 4 forbidden books and 5 sacred bones were left behind respectively. Let the few people who did not understand the inside story ate a small surprise. And when Zhuge Yuanxing explained that the all things forbidden spell professionals, in the end, were going to be hostile to the mechanical ascender, Su Gongzhuang's face immediately sank, just short of cursing the old thief Zhuge village husband of Tsongbeard. You called me over to harm my grandson? Gongzhuang, you don't need to get excited first. Didn't I say before that there would be bad news? Zhuge Yuanxing pressed his hand and said. He was also speaking the truth under great pressure this time. I understand what Yuanxing means. Now other countries may also have appeared as alternative inheritors of these 2 versions of answers. Instead of thinking about what will happen in the distant future, we need to cooperate now and not let the forbidden book or sacred bone fall into the hands of other great powers to avoid more trouble. Wu Shengqing spoke sensibly. As an outsider, he saw things more clearly. Su Gongzhuang fell silent at his words. He also knew the fable of brothers fighting over geese. It was only because he was involved that he became angry. A long time. Su Gongzhuang slowly spoke. Su Dai, do you have any thoughts? The rest of the people present also looked towards Su Ri. The other party's thoughts were the most important. Su Di raised his head and looked at the ceiling above his head. Just like the game's historical fragments recorded, 1 generation of versions led to 1 generation of gods. He had never doubted the power of mechanical ascension. Heavenly Saint recovery or all things forbidden spell, I don't care even if it's 2 complete profession inheritors going at it together. Without enemies, I don't mind creating mine. Like I said, I'm already at the limit of this segment with just a slight strike. Rumble. Words that were wild to the extreme resounded like thunder in the ears of the crowd. Su Di had never intended to go ahead and eliminate the previous generation's version of the sun. Because he simply didn't care. Ha! Ha ha! Ha ha ha! Ha 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 ha! Mechanical Ascender, you, very good. The Black Forbidden Book let out an incomparably maniacal smile. It was compared to its original master who followed through with the Go Dao. Su Di's arrogant and incomparable attitude was very much to its liking. What a surprise! Feng Jiaowei's beautiful eyes bloomed with a strange light. She had to admit that she was attracted by the other party's powerful confidence. Well, this is our mechanical guild's man. Su Gongzhuang excitedly opened his mouth to continuously praise. If there were no enemies, then create enemies. I don't care even if the Heavenly Sage Recovery and the 10,000 Things Forbidden spell join forces. The giants of the 2 major guilds present couldn't calm down inside for a long time. They recalled a sentence recorded in the game's historical fragments. This version, belonging to Mechanical Ascension. Chapter 105 Mirror Body Introduction. It's good that you're willing to accept it. Zhuge Yuanxing murmured. Putting the words on the table completely, the 3 guilds would be able to cooperate without any barriers. However, Su Di's attitude had already solved the biggest dilemma. Heavenly Sage Recovery also has left the occupational legacy behind, but unfortunately, our guild has not found any skeletons of Heavenly Sage Recovery. Wu Shengqing shook his head and sighed deeply. To say that he didn't sour on the Magic and Mechanical Guild would be an absolute lie. The strongest professions that had appeared in the game's history, he also hoped that they would appear in his guild. That said, is this really a coincidence? The first generation version of the answer profession is physical cultivation, the second generation is legal cultivation, and the third generation is the turn of technology. Su Gongzhuang stroked his whitened beard and gruffly said. What he meant was that physical cultivation, legal cultivation, and technology. Other countries were also dominated by these 3 main categories. This also corresponded to the version of the game's history. So many things in the game are related to the number 3. Currently, the game is starting its 3rd version, and the camps of the great guilds of the world's countries are also divided into 3, and the Heavenly Realm, Devil Realm, and Void God Realm are also in 3. This is probably what is known as 1 life and 2 lives, 2 lives and 3 lives, and 3 lives and 10,000 things. Wu Xingqing loved to study ancient texts on a regular basis. With the wisdom of the sages, he spoke his own opinion. Su Ri, Jiawei, you two as the strongest profession owners of the old and new version should also communicate more. Zhuge Yuanqing spoke at the right time. An everything forbidden profession alternate, and a mechanical ascension profession complete. Compared to the brilliant future brought about by the 2 version answer level professions, their guild's faith hostility was nothing. There was a high probability that the guild's law would need Su Di's help in the future. It was much better for the two to get to know each other first. Su Di, you also talk more with the other party, we happen to talk about additional cooperation as well. Su Gongzhuang spoke from the side. By we he had alluded to Wu Yuankui staying here. It was better to leave the two alone to familiarize themselves for now. I also happen to want to talk to the mechanical ascender. The Black Forbidden Book flapped its page wings. It could talk more about other things if it met Su Di. These words made President Zhuge Yuanqing's heart flutter. There were many things he wanted to ask the Forbidden Book about. Nay, the other party was simply unwilling to reveal it. Now it had created a perfect opportunity instead. Let's go. Feng Jiawei got up and smiled. Aha! Su Di skimmed over the floating Black Forbidden Book and followed. Wu Yuankui looked at the back of the two, leaving with a pathos. I figured it out, both of you have opened up, I'm the only one who hasn't. There is still a chance to obtain it later, after all, there are a total of 5 saint bones. Su Gongzhuang faintly opened his mouth. Discovering the remnants of the previous generation's version of the answer profession required a lot of manpower and resources. Time was still very abundant. Well, I will be patient with the Lord. Wu Yuankui nodded. By the way, President Gongzhu, I heard that when the Mechanical Guild was founded, there was help from a high person. Will that high person appear this time to collect the materials? He had a certain understanding of the origins of the mechanical mystic city. He heard that there was a strong person who was proficient in mechanical principles. It had helped a lot in the development of the Mechanical Guild. If they could have the help of that strong man, their collection speed might even be faster. I can't find the gentleman who helped the Mechanical Guild back then either. Su Gongzhuang's eyes narrowed slightly as he fell into reminiscence. He only remembered that the other party was still young. I just remembered when you said that, I also met that person from the Mechanical Guild back then. Wu Shengqing and Zhuge Yuanqing only remembered after such a remark. They frowned tightly, always only able to remember roughly. It was clear that with their own spiritual power, such a thing should not have happened. But still, without Wu Yuankui mentioning it today, they were even going to forget about it. Empty island courtyard. Su Di and Feng Jiawei walked side by side on the quiet path. The Black Forbidden Book floated in the air, slowly flashing the wings of its pages. The character of the other 3 forbidden books won't be as flamboyant as you. Su Di felt that the Forbidden Book was simply flamboyant to no end. The other party really didn't know what it meant to be restrained. The other forbidden books are at most like puppets that only know how to carry out orders. They are not as advanced as me. I have recorded the object enlightenment forbidden spell, which can make dead things appear to be spiritually intelligent, and that's why they have self-awareness. The Black Forbidden Book explained the reason. In a way, it was much more powerful than the other forbidden books. No wonder it's so talkative. Su Di laughed lightly. Mechanical Ascender, do you know about the fact that you don't start stepping into the professional ascension path until you turn 6? Like the voice of an urchin old man ringing out, the Black Forbidden Book suddenly asked. I know. Su Di responded with a sentence, his eyes turned slightly, suddenly realizing something. Is there any difference in the transfer task of breaking through from the 5th turn to the 6th turn? During this period of time, Su Di realized that his transfer task was not only stronger than others. And the requirements of the quests were even more gradually strange. What the other party wanted to say was probably related to the career quests. You're right. The Black Forbidden Book let out an exclamation of praise. Version answer profession possessor, going through the transformation quest was as simple as drinking water though. However, breaking through from the 5th turn to the 6th turn, formally embarking on the path of ascension would encounter a great difficulty. This difficulty was a headache even for version answer possessors. What will we run into in the 6th turn quest? Feng Jiawei couldn't help but speak from the side. This matter was something that the forbidden books hadn't even told themselves about yet. Su Di also cast a puzzled gaze. I know you guys are in a hurry, but don't rush yet. Black Magic Forbidden Art deliberately sold the story for a while. This is a peculiar transfer quest that only the previous or current version of the answer owner will encounter. The hardest of them all is the Mind Demon Mirror Image Challenge. The mirror image can possess the full strength of the person who has passed the quest, and in many ways, it's also the complete opposite of the main body. Whether or not one can successfully defeat the mirror image body is the most difficult for the version answer possessor Jia. The Black Forbidden Book let out a Jia strange laugh. It remembered the first generation of the all-seeing forbidden spell possessor. It had spent a considerable amount of time in order to do this quest. The stronger the self was, the stronger the mirror body that needed to be taken in. And there were certain aspects of the mirror body that were still completely opposite existences to the main body. For example, skills, body shape, or personality, or even gender. The reason why this quest appeared. Perhaps it was to allow the version answer possessor to surpass themselves before officially stepping into ascension. This quest is so uncomfortable. Feng Jiawei clasped her hands to her chest. Certain aspects were the complete opposite of existence. With her own introverted and quiet personality. At that time, if the opposite came out as a mirror body of some strange, or even perverted personality, this wasn't going to lose all of one's face. Jia Hui, what are you worried about? Isn't there a mechanical ascender around? Your current mirror body is definitely unable to defeat a full-bodied mechanical ascension. The Black Forbidden Book said without a care in the world. The main reason why it said that it didn't talk to the other party about the mirror image earlier was that it was useless even if it did. But now with the mechanical ascension in place it was different, having the other party's presence could easily tide over the difficulties. Feng Jiawei slightly rolled her eyes. It's not this aspect I'm worried about. Chapter 106, The Best Weapon. When I break through from the 5th turn to the 6th turn, I will also encounter the mirror body quest. Su Di couldn't help but think about his future. The reason why the Black Forbidden Book revealed this mission. It was mainly because he hoped that he would help Feng Jiawei to accept the mirror body at that time. But when one's mirror body appeared, one didn't know what the situation would be. How many people would be able to block it at that time? Mechanical Ascender, when you upgrade to the 6th turn, Jia Hui and I will also help you. The Black Forbidden Book spoke from the side. It mentioned that it would also step in when necessary as a way to promote mutual cooperation. More than that, can you tell me where the last generation of the all-seeing forbidden spell possessor ended up? Su Di turned his words around and asked the other party about the topic he was most concerned about. He hadn't been able to learn where the final version of the answer possessor returned to. I'm just a forbidden book, more than that I don't understand. The Black Forbidden Book responded salaciously. It wasn't clear if it really didn't understand or if it was just pretending. It seemed to be very reluctant to touch this topic and quickly flew back into Feng Jiawei's arms. This forbidden book is ghostly, it's hard as hell to ask more from it. Feng Jiawei gently patted the Black Forbidden Book in her arms. If she hadn't had a showdown today, she wouldn't have known that the original transfer quest at the peak of the 5th turn was so strange. And none of this forbidden book had been revealed with herself in advance. Instead of believing in this forbidden book, it would be better to go and obtain pieces of the game's history to understand the causes and consequences when the time comes. Su Di's eyes turned slightly, knowing that it was better to seek the book than to seek himself. In his heart, he wanted to complete the transfer quest afterward as soon as possible. Reaching the 5th turn himself, it would also be good to officially go to the Abyssal Demon Realm to unearth the history fragments. What's your contact information? Feng Jiawei added up the other party's contact information. She was currently upgrading by leaps and bounds. It wouldn't be long before they encountered the Mirror Body quest. As soon as they crossed over to the 6th turn, they would officially open the path of ascension. The following day. Mechanical Mystic City Guild. The crisp doorbell rang. The great white inflatable robot butler opened the door to the room. It found a drone slowly landing with a package in its mouth. Su Di sat in the living room and watched the TV while drinking tea. Information about the Abyssal Demon World was playing on the TV. He was originally in high school, and what he mainly learned was mainly various equipment information, as well as monster information, elemental attribute restraints, combat techniques, and other basic knowledge. The content of the Abyssal Demon Realm was only taught at the Transfigurator University. Su Di hadn't attended the Transmigrator University. That was why he was prepared to check the guild video information and make up for it. Little Master, the forging weapon materials you wanted have been sent up. Big White carried the parcel box and placed it on the table, and began to unwrap the delivery. Upgradable weapons, finally. Su Di took out other forging materials from his storage bracelet. Among them was also the summoning token. Legendary Dwarf Artisan Summoning Token. Restriction, can be used after the 4th turn of occupation. Introduction, you can summon a legendary dwarf artisan to arbitrarily help you create a piece of top-grade equipment you want. The summoning token turned into a bit of golden light. The golden light finally piled through to form an imposing dwarf with a hammer in his hand. Didn't I say that you don't have to call me if you haven't collected the materials? McGonagall didn't expect to be summoned out after a day. When he saw the wide array of materials on the ground, he almost didn't drop his jaw in shock. You finished collecting the materials in one day? McGonagall touched his head in some disbelief. Those materials he wanted were all rare and precious treasures. As a result, this guy didn't even let himself rest for a day off. Master, is it okay if I temporarily add something? Su Di walked to Magni's side with a sincere smile. What do you want to add? It's a conflict if you add more. McGonagall looked at Sude sheepishly. He was really afraid that this human would burden himself with 1,000,000,000 more points. Master, do you think it's okay to add this? Sude slowly took out a ball of items that emitted brilliant divine light. This item was precisely the material that had been dropped after the death of the Heavenly Tao doppelganger in the first place. Name, Heavenly Tao Consciousness. Quality, Sacred Artifact. Description, All-Purpose. Heavenly Tao Consciousness? A monster like Tendo is dead? The pupils of McGonagall's eyes shrunk violently. Although he didn't know why he couldn't view the information of the human in front of him. However, from the equipment on the other party, he could also tell that this human's level was only 4 turns. An abyssal demon realm's Heavenly Tao reincarnation, an existence that had already grasped some of the power of the laws. Master, can this item make any new changes to the weapon? Sude inquired about the purpose of this item. He didn't tell McGonagall that this was something that the Heaven's Path Divergent had exploded. When a Heavenly Tao dies, only the material of its consciousness is dropped. In other words, the origin of the Heavenly Tao split was part of the Heavenly Tao's consciousness. Yes, of course, this is good stuff. McGonagall took the Heavenly Tao's consciousness palm and gently rubbed this crystal. The world had bold than a 1,000-mile horse. As a legendary blacksmith, he was also happy to use the best materials. Normal upgradable equipment requires you to buy other weapons to feed the upgradable weapon, and the quality of the upgradable weapon is only gradually upgraded from common to rare. It has been until your current level can be used by the brave before the upgrade does not move. But after joining the Heavenly Tao Consciousness, you don't need to feed upgrades to your weapons. Your current level can have brave grade equipment, and upgradable weapons are automatically brave quality. Level you upgraded to the 6th turn can wear transcendent quality equipment, can upgrade the weapon will automatically become transcendent quality equipment again. This is equal to saving you over 1,000,000,000 pieces of equipment cultivation costs. McNee's tone carried endless praise. He then went on to popularize with Sude the benefits of Heaven's Tao awareness on other forging. For example, the attribute value of the finished product could also be increased drastically. If one added Heaven's Path awareness when strengthening a weapon, then the next strengthening would definitely be successful. The limit of weapon strengthening is 31 times, 30 times to 31 need to pay a huge amount of resources. Joining the Heavenly Tao Consciousness would again save a large amount of resources. This was only the benefits of forging. Other areas such as pill refining the Heavenly Tao Consciousness also remained omnipotent. The effect of the consciousness left behind by the Heavenly Tao doppelganger is this good if it kills the 6 paths of reincarnation's main body. Sude's heart rippled when he heard this. He would go to the abyssal demon realm after he got his weapon and did the 4th turn quest. At that time, there was even a chance that he would have a chance to have a fight with the 6th path reincarnation. Just wait and see the finished product. With a wave of his hand, McGonagall instantly shifted the crowd to an exclusive piece of molten space. Within this exclusive forging area for dwarven blacksmiths, McGonagall was able to concentrate on forging without being disturbed by the outside world. This place seems to be the center of the earth within some planet. Great White detected the material structure of the surrounding rocks and made an analytical report. It might be the dwarf planet as well. Sude smiled and opened his mouth. Furnace come. Magni raised his hand to summon all the refining and healing implements. A blacksmith fire furnace was quickly generated. Looking closely, the furnace actually contained a small sun. Dang! McGonagall raised his sledgehammer to forge all the materials one by one. The materials that the hammer struck immediately appeared deformed. One by one, the materials were added into the middle of the furnace, and then they were taken out and hammered and fused. Heavenly Realm Nano Core, 10,000 Blood Condensation Bead, Paradox Crystal, Heavenly Tao Consciousness. Dang dang dang. Dang dang dang. The clear sound of iron smashing tinkled incessantly. All the materials fused at a rapid pace, transforming into various weapon shapes in the meantime. Time flew by. After 7 days and 7 nights, McGonagall fought to fuse the objects in a multifaceted forging. When all the materials gradually fused together, bean-sized sweat fell from Magni's forehead. He heavily slammed down the final hammer that contained divine power. Dang! A huge tremor rang out. A heavenly haze erupted on the building platform, engulfing everything around it. Upgradable weapon forged successfully. Chapter 107 Upgradable weapon, 1000 chance change. On the forging platform, a black and gold colored iron chrysalis was waiting quietly on the iron platform. There was a heart beating inside the iron chrysalis. It was as if what McGonagall had built was not a weapon, but a living being. The upgradable weapon that belongs to me is finally complete. A stream of light flashed in Sude's eyes as he went up with anticipation. He ran the eye of laws to view the weapon. Name determined after recognizing the owner. Category, weapon, upgradable. Level? Level becomes fixed after recognizing the owner. Quality? Depends on the highest quality the user can have at their current level. Tired me out. McGonagall put the Wanjun hammer down and exhaled heavily. He finished forging this equipment as if he was going to be deflated. You put a drop of blood on the weapon so that the weapon remembers your genes. McGonagall proudly looked at his masterpiece. Despite the exertion, he had a smile on his face. Another masterpiece was born in his hands. I'm sorry for the labor, Master. Sudi took out the Battle Shadow Holy Fruit from his storage bracelet. This one was his reward for breaking through the 10th floor of the Heaven's Pride Tower, and its effect was to instantly restore 10% of his entire status. The limitless holy fruit that restored 100% of his status was needed by himself, and this type of recovery item he chose to hand over to the Grandmaster. You kid, you're quite nice. McGonagall smiled to receive the other party's kindness. The moment he bit down on the holy fruit, the fruit turned into a cloud of fragrant gas into his mouth. The originally pale McGonagall recovered a few splashes of blood color in a flash. But how strong is an upgradable weapon? Sudi cut his index finger on his own to drop a drop of blood onto the surface of the iron chrysalis. He was still flesh and blood as long as he didn't actively turn on his nanoform. Buzzing. With the drop of fresh blood, the black iron chrysalis washed away its lead and feathered into a butterfly in a flash. The black shell turned into countless tiny particles, becoming part of the butterfly. A blue-golden butterfly slowly flapped its wings and fluttered around Sudi. Equipment information. 1000 chance change. Level, 279, changes with the user's level. Quality, brave, varies with user's level. Effect, unlimited charge. Effect, unlimited charge. Effect, unlimited charge. Effect, can be changed to any existing weapon type, you cannot be disarmed. Effect, 40% of your blood is drawn, and you can summon your weapon to your side at any time. Effect, your weapon improves as you level up, and the gain attributes change immediately. Effect, all attributes plus 4000, mental power plus 4000, attack speed plus 400%, rate of fire plus 400%. Description, 1000 worlds, 1000 weapons, nothing is unchanged, a single thought is all that matters. Signed, Legendary Dwarf Craftsman McGonagall. Strong, the upgradable weapons enhancement in all aspects is simply strong and unrivaled. Waves rippled in Sudi's heart. The Peak 3-turn Void Flaming Dragon he was currently equipped with had an all-attribute bonus of just 1478. The standard 4th-turn Peak Valor weapon, the full attribute bonus was just over 2000. However, the 1000 chance change had a 4000 attribute bonus alone, with an additional 4000 increase in mental strength. And there is also 40% blood absorption, plus 4 times the speed of attack, 4 times the speed of fire. Although 1000 chance change is only of brave quality, the bonus effect is close to that of a holy weapon. Personal information. Name, Sudi. Occupation, Super God Gunsmith. Level, 279 peak of 4th turn. Physique, 25,660. Strength, 32,548. Spirit, 26,437. Agility, 21,750. Title, Unrivaled. My current spirit power is enough to release 3 awakening techniques. Sudi checked the attribute panel. He got a qualitative leap after obtaining this equipment. Spiritual power to release 3 awakening techniques. Maxwell's demon instantly restored spiritual power another 3 times. Finally, with the addition of 1 from the Universal Arsenal, instantly releasing 7 awakenings. In exchange for before, Sudi had to use the classless Holy Fruit to reach the 7 times awakening technique release. Wound. Heal. Big White rushed forward to cast a healing technique on Sudi. As a housekeeper in its form, it shouldered the responsibility of saving its little master at all times. The small wound is nothing. Sudi gave a thank you to Great White. He slowly reached out and let the blue-golden butterfly stay in his hand. A slight movement of his mind. In 2 breaths, the 1000 machine change butterfly continuously changed into various forms of weapons. Knives, guns, sticks, rods, battles, guns, whisks. Each weapon was a brave grade weapon. As Sudi's level increased, the quality would change qualitatively accordingly. The weapons that the 1000 machine transformation could change could only be the various types of weapons used by various types of professions. Before, Sudi mainly used pistols, submachine guns, and the like. With the 1000 machine transformation, after that, he could try all the firearms, large snipers, and howitzers that he wanted to try. In this world of universal transformation, the 1000 machine change contained all possibilities. The change completed, Sudi loosened his weapon. The 1000 machine change reverted to its original blue and gold butterfly form when not turning into a specific weapon class form. The forging is complete, and it's time for me to go. McGonagall waved his hand. The surrounding space returned to the Mechanical Guild's residence. Goodbye, Master. Sudi finally said goodbye to the other party. This Grandmaster could be said to have given him a great boost. Next time I see you again, I shall not be gripped by your bald skin. Magni smiled and opened his mouth. His body gradually dissipated into a golden point of light. Farewell, human. Magni's voice echoed in the air. As a full-level dwarf artisan, he could arrive and leave as he pleased. There was also no one who could stay, or know where his true residence was. "Where are you going next, little master?" the great white robot asked. "I'm going to the transformation hall to break through the fourth turn. I'll be able to go to the demon realm afterward to find out what's going on." Sudi opened the door of his room, his eyes gazing into the distant sky. The blue golden butterfly thousand chance change stayed on his shoulder, slightly flapping its dazzling wings. Imperial Capital, Transformation Hall. "Hello, are you looking for someone or?" A female staff member wearing glasses spoke. She looked at the gear nameplate on Sudi's chest, faintly flowing with multicolored light. This represented that the other party was still a Mechanical Mystic City Guild Elder level character. "Preparing to transfer, please lead the way." Sudi registered his identity information. The blue golden butterfly flapped its wings to emit a strange blue-gold metallic luster. The mysterious butterfly caught the attention of many people present. When did Mechanical Mystic City produce such a young elder character? This butterfly is metallic? What kind of equipment is this? Why don't I know? I've looked at it with appraisal. It's upgradable equipment. Holy, I told you I learned all the weapons in the equipment encyclopedia. How could I not know about this weapon? The attributes are too damn perverted. Weapons created by legendary level dwarf craftsmen can become mythic equipment later, right? The crowd present looked at such a chic-styled weapon with envy. If you want to upgrade your weapon, you have to look at what level the dwarf craftsman has created. Epic dwarf craftsmen could create upgradable weapons that could be upgraded to sacred artifacts in the later stages, and then could not be upgraded. Whereas a legendary dwarf craftsman could create upgradable equipment that could be upgraded to mythic quality at the highest. "Hello, it's here." The staff lady opened the door to the room. The transfer stone tablet was in the room. "Thanks." Sudi said thanks and entered the room alone. He touched the stone tablet with his palm and his own peak fourth turn quest then appeared on it. Transformation Quest. Requirement 1, Predestined Battle Type 1. Description: find a Heavenly Saint Revival Inheritor and kill it. Chapter 108, 4th Transformation Quest. Requirement 1, Predestined Battle Type 1. Description: find a Heavenly Saint Recovery Inheritor and suppress it. Suppress and kill the Heavenly Saint Recovery Inheritor. Sudi's heart rippled. According to what Zhuge Yuanxing, the president of the Magic Forbidden Book Society, said last time, the Heavenly Saint Recovery Inheritor had left behind a total of 5 holy bones, representing his own occupational inheritance. One needed to go and look for the person who possessed the holy bones and engage in a life and death duel? Sudi hadn't fought against the previous version of inheritors until now. Unexpectedly, the transfer quest had the initiative to ask himself to find the previous version's inheritor. Requirement 2, take you to upgrade. Description: take a transmigrator whose level is higher than your own and level up at least 1 level. Previously there was a task to bring a transmigrator with a lower rank than oneself, and now it popped up to bring one with a higher rank than oneself to upgrade. Sudi had a sense of déjà vu familiarity with this quest. He had previously brought Shin Koxin, whose level was lower than his own, because of the quest. He didn't expect that there would be a mission to bring a rank higher than his own now. Requirement 3, Steel Empire. Description: using the skills of the 10,000 Heavy Gunnery Division, build at least 1 awakening technique mecha or robot or building, etc. for the country of one's camp. This time, it's a transfer quest based on my previously chosen profession? Sudi couldn't help but be happy when he saw this. He still remembered his awakening path back then. Wanshon Gunsmith, the future direction of your profession. In addition to having offensive skills, you can also master combat technology. Godslayer Gunsmith, the future direction of your profession, you can learn more and stronger gunsmith violent offense skills. When Sudi utilized the Shadow Treasure Chest to fetch the nanocore. I've seen a lot of my own awakening techniques similar to my own in the celestial realm. For example, a hyperspace march and the cybernetic robot. These mechs as well as robotic strength. Through the skill of the 10,000 Heavy Gunsmith, Sudi could build these machines as long as he had the materials. However, the robot mechs that were built were disposable products. It simply didn't smell as good as consuming spiritual energy to summon it for free. Sudi himself was even too lazy to learn these 2 skills, let alone take the time to build them. But this is an opportunity to help the guild develop. Sudi stroked his chin and thought. The Mechanical Mystery City Guild was under the management of the Dragon Kingdom. When he himself helped the guild build mechs to give back now, he could also complete the quest in the process. The overall difficulty of the requirements for this transfer quest was not too difficult. Requirement 4, Transfer Heavenly Tablet. Description: obtain 3 fragments of the Jingua Stone Tablet from different countries, and go and build the Transfer Heavenly Tablet. Remarks: the pieces must weigh at least 1 kilogram and can be collected to summon the Transmigration Tablet. Remark: the effects of the Transmutation Heavenly Tablet include but are not limited to career change, creating mirror bodies, and traveling through time and space. The Jingua Stone Tablet fragment is actually the raw material for the Transformation Heavenly Tablet. Sudi's gaze condensed.
The Xingua stone tablet was in existence that stabilized each country's qi. 3 pieces of Xingua stone tablet fragments from 3 different countries was comparable to having to attack 3 countries. All in all, it was a little difficult. However, this quest's remark 2 basically counts as revealing the requirements of the transfer quest after me, right? Su De's gaze looked towards the last line of small letters. The reason why the transfer stone tablet wanted him to build the heavenly tablet was undoubtedly to prepare for the mechanical ascension path. There was no need to say more about career transfer. Creating a mirror body was exactly what the Black Forbidden Book said, the peak 5th turn quest requirement. The last one, traveling through time and space, was not mentioned in the Black Forbidden Book. The transfer quest after himself, did he still have to cross time and space in order to complete it? What kind of existence is mechanical ascension in the end? Su De held his forehead, acquiring an unprecedented amount of information. Bringing himself across time and space, whether it was to the past or the future. If it was the past, was it back to the era when he was unborn? Or was it the previous game version? Or even the original game version? Not fast enough, not fast enough. You have to turn it on even faster. Mech mech fly up. Su De couldn't help but recall the mysterious voice he heard that day. The other party's low words echoed in his ears for a long time, and kept saying that he wasn't fast enough. The answer to all this could perhaps only be known by turning on mechanical soaring. It's better to go back to the guild first. Su De calmed down and prepared to complete the simplest task first. While he was helping the guild to build powerful equipment, he could also bring those relatives of his to bring down upgrades by the way. This way, he would be able to complete 2 upgrade quests at the same time. I'm afraid that I'll upgrade too fast and the people who want me to be fast won't be able to withstand it when the time comes. Su De left the transfer hall and came to the outside world. He felt as if he was placed in the middle of a reincarnation. The abyssal demon realm, which he would be going to after the 5th turn, and the heavenly realm, which he had glimpsed. These 2 places also seemed to hide secrets about their professions. There were still many things that he needed to discover with his own hands. Mechanical Mystic City Guild. Supreme Hall. Su De returned and found his grandfather and grandfather. He explained the causes and consequences of helping the guild build machinery. Originally, I, an old man, was too embarrassed to trouble you, a junior, and it's great that you're willing to help the guild. Grandfather Jiang Wanyao spoke cheerfully. He had always wanted to see mechanical ascension's unarmed mech rubbing. What parts do you want? I can quickly prepare them for you. Duke Su said with a smiling face. Although he could also build high-end technological mechanical firearms. However, due to the material limitations, he was unable to build machinery that was too high-end. Mechanical ascension might satisfy high-end machinery that often only required plain parts to be made. I want to help the guild build cyberbots as well as the hyperspace army. Su De pulled up the awakening skill tree. He took this opportunity to learn the awakening skills that he was too lazy to learn in the first place. You spend 100 million amethyst coins to learn the awakening skill cyberbot. You spend 500 million amethyst coins to learn the awakening skill hyperspace army. These 2 awakening techniques are at the 1st and 2nd turn strengths respectively. The amount of amethyst coins spent is just as small as it was at the beginning. Cyberbot. This. Jiang Wanyao blinked in confusion when he heard the name. Su Gongzhuang also looked at Su Ri with a surprised expression. What's wrong? Su De subconsciously inquired. The other party's expression seemed to freeze a little. Grandson. These 2 things you mentioned, when our guild was created. There was a high-ranking person who helped us build them. Jiang Wanyao said in a low voice with a stunned expression. He tried to recall the high person who had built it for the guild in the first place. However, the power of the laws of the underworld prevented him from recalling exactly. That high person who helped create the mechanical guild became distorted and blurred in his mind. It's already built? Su De's pupils narrowed slightly as if he had heard a ghost story. He was no less shocked than the 2. The temple we're in now is what the cyberbot was made of. Su Gongzhu murmured. It was as if he had realized something significant. All the buildings of the Mechanical Maze Guild can turn into giant mecha battles when the guild is under a deadly threat. Su De recalled the rumors he initially heard about the Mechanical Labyrinth Guild. It wasn't a rumor, and the buildings were related to his own awakening technique. How is this possible? Su De operated his eye of law to look at the dome ceiling. Information about the Supreme Hall was presented before its eyes. Chapter 109, Who Finished My Quests? Su De operated his eye of laws to view the information about the Supreme Hall. He couldn't believe that something so bizarre would happen. Object information. Name, Cybernetic Robot 00001 Machine. Attack, 3 million. Physical defense, 150,000. Legal defense, 150,000. Skills, Devour Parts, Fist of Cybers, Mechanical Transformation, Gaia Energy Cannon. Description: in the name of the Lord, from now on, I will guard the Mechanical Mystery Guild to the death, rain or shine, for all time. Dawn of the Empire Machine 00001.
It's actually really a cyberdroid.
The shock in Su Dee's heart did not dissipate for a long time.
Could there be a second mechanical ascender?
But the game history fragment had written that there was only one version answer per version. Even if it was a version answer from the previous era, there could only be one inheritor.
Quite a few of the guild's factories were also transformed by this mecha deformation.
Su Gongzhuang added from the side.
This mechanical creation could even continuously become stronger by feeding the parts. Grandson is really your skill? Zhang Wanyao was the first to notice something fishy.
The current situation was a fine thought.
Grandpa, you guys show me something else.
Su Dee rubbed his temples and spoke slowly. He still needed to witness more information with his own eyes. Quite a few of the others are in the underground armory. Take a look at them as well. The two old men sensed that there were shocking events hidden in it.
They immediately led Su Dee to the Mechanical Guild's underground armory. On the way, Su Dee will ask more details. Grandpa, I see what's going on with the Dawn of the Empire and the remarks behind the cybersmech.
In this world, item descriptions were important. This description field would often reveal a lot of important information.
There is a reason for the Dawn of the Empire.
Back when the Mechanical Mystic City Guild hadn't even been officially established, that high person created a large batch of top-tier machinery. Later on, there was a technological bottleneck in the Dragon Kingdom's military industry, and it was only by accident under an industrial mapping that we realized that quite a few corporate guilds in the country had major breakthroughs, and Mechanical Mystery City was one of them. The guilds thought that the country had mastered the relevant technology early, also did not understand. The country was surprised that this technology in the private sector to find a replacement. The commander in charge couldn't help but say, the villagers shared with you the imitation StarCraft energy reactor. Then later was the large-scale mechanical parade ceremony organized by the state, so there was a hot topic of the dawn of the empire. Zhang Wanyao Su explained the origin of the matter.
A lot had really happened during that period.
Su Gongzhuang was jogged into memory by these words. In the past, there weren't so many materials capable of making high-end mechanical creations. It was only after the appearance of the heavenly realm that the relevant technological parts were perfected and circulated in the trading houses. The technology of the heavenly realm is very advanced, and the Starflag state even said that in the future, the technology of the real world should be closer to the heavenly realm. Su Kungfu elaborated on the past history.
In that era, the Starflag Empire's only rival, the Bear King Empire, split.
The balance of power was tilted. The strongest rival fell, and Starflag Kingdom had no one in the world to rival it. You have to know that hundreds of top powerhouses such as Einstein, Oppenheimer, von Neumann, Tesla, and others were still alive under the Starflag nation's command. At the time when the pattern was in turmoil, that high-level person also mastered numerous causal law skills and broke out into a great battle with world-level powerhouses.
Then where is the person you guys are talking about right now? Su Dee asked the topic he was most concerned about. Who exactly was the person his grandfather's grandpa was talking about? Where is this high-level person? Zhang Wanyao and Su Gongju held their foreheads.
Their heads ached vaguely as they tried to recall what that tall person looked like. The other party's presence was inexplicably ridiculously small, and their memories even appeared blurry and distorted. According to their spiritual power, it was clearly impossible that they couldn't recall it. It was clearly impossible to forget something so important, but they had unexpectedly forgotten it all. It was as if that person did not belong to this world. There was a powerful law of cause and effect in the underworld that erased his existence. Let's take a look at the underground armory first. Su Dee didn't let the elders continue to reminisce. This was definitely another unsolved case, perhaps even related to the source of the mechanical ascension.
Welcome to the two presidential adults who have come to inspect.
The matrix decoding robots in charge of guarding the door emitted a polite mechanical tone. Their cores were supplied by the Star Imitation Vessel energy device, capable of guarding 24 hours a day.
Even if an infiltrator tried to drill into the ground, they would be blocked by the electromagnetic matrix arranged. We need to go in and take a look.
Zhang Wanyao commanded with a wave of his hand. The first mechanical gate slowly pulled open. This gate was made of rare vibranium and was indestructible. After entering the first gate, there were subsequent gates. Whether or not the subsequent gates could be opened, it mainly relied on the Super AI brain of the Mechanical Maze Guild. The Super AI brain was a product that Zhang Wanyao and the others had brought back to Blue Star from the heavenly realm. Even the disguise of a peak powerhouse could not possibly fool the scanning of the Super AI brain body.
Welcome the return of President Su Gongzhuang and President Zhang Wanyao. The third organism. Unknown.
The super brain body attempted to scan Su Dee's specific information. However, it was never able to get a concrete result. At best, it scanned Su Dee's identity nameplate and learned from it that the other party was an honorary elder named Su Dee. For the first time, the super brain was shocked that there could be an organism that it could not detect. Open the door, he's also from the Mechanical Mystery City, you can't scan him. Jiang Wanyao spoke indifferently, allowing the super thinker to open the gate. He thought of a possibility when he knew that the guild mecha creature in Su Di had similar skills. The gate slowly opened. The three of them followed the underground stairs and eventually arrived at their ground destination. The underground armory. It was brightly lit, and the space was so vast that it was like an underground city. As Su Di looked around, neatly organized hyperspace army robots were arranged in rows. The scale was shockingly grandiose, and this was one of the strongest cards of the Mechanical Mystery City. The hyperspace army robots are also available. Su Di sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Sure enough, this thing, it also appeared in the Mechanical Maze City Guild. Grandpa, does the Plasma Polygon Cannon Guild have it? Su Di then asked. What he was talking about was also one of his unlearned awakening techniques. Cyber Goddess and Mecha Buddha, because they had been upgraded. He currently didn't have enough materials to create them. But the other awakening techniques still had a chance to make a big impact. There you have it, this thing can also be combined with a hyperspace robot. The two old men smiled and nodded. They had tested the strength of these mechanical creations. Heya, holy. Su Di showed his teeth, somewhat unconvinced. He followed up by asking for several unlearned awakening technique mechanical creations. As a result, the answer from Su Gongzhuang and Jiang Wanyao remained the same, there. The nanodrone hive is always gone. Undeterred, Su Di continued to ask the two old men. The nanodrone hive was also one of Su Di's unlearned awakening techniques. The flower-sized nanodrones could do all sorts of scouting activities, not to mention that they could also polymerize into weapons. Su Di, because of mastering the tougher nanobody K9000. So there was no need to deliberately learn this awakening technique. Sorry, this one is also available. Su Gongji replied cheerfully. My day. Su Di inwardly exploded. He wants to know now. What the hell kind of pussy is it that took all my quests? Chapter 110, Mortal Body, comparable to a god. Su Di's heart was bitter. It was the first time he tasted the flavor of not being able to use his power. There was no way out. Su Di told his pre-awakening techniques one after another. He wanted to know if that pussy had any conscience, left something for himself to build. It didn't take long. Su Di finally heard the unexpected joy. The Mechanical Guild currently didn't have the nuclear energy armor of their own first-turn awakening skill. This armor could cover the entire body and explode the power of nuclear energy with every attack. You spend 100 million amethyst coins to learn the awakening technique, nuclear energy armor. Just decide to build this. Su Di exhaled heavily. He explained the various aspects of the nuclear energy armor's strengths to the second elder. According to the principle of making it, a hyperspace robot was the best to make. But right now, Su Di didn't have a choice. It would be good if he could build something to complete the transfer quest himself. Our Mechanical Guild will rely on you in the future. Jiang Wanyao was excited in his heart. The skill entity of a mechanical ascender was incomparably precious. Although there would be wear and tear maintenance and other work, it was still precious in the world. Su Di, feel free to ask Grandpa for any materials you need. In addition, is it difficult for you to manufacture this armor? Perhaps I can help you or not. Su Gongju smiled as he stroked his beard. He admitted that he was still being modest. As one of the Mechanical Guild presidents himself, how could it be possible that he couldn't even help with an armor? Thank you, Grandpa, it's not hard to make this armor. Feel free to help me make a few of them first. Microscopic controllable nuclear fusion devices. Su Di gestured, needing countless near microscopic devices strung together to form a fusionizer. Microscopic controllable nuclear fusion reaction reactor. Su Gongzhuang instantly fell silent. They had controlled nuclear fusion technology in this era. But it wasn't enough to take a controllable nuclear fusion device and make it to the near microscopic realm. His relevant skills hadn't reached the point of having such a small fusion reactor. Change it, Grandpa is old, it's a bit overwhelming to make this device. Su Gongju looked embarrassed, unable to pull his old face. He shifted the topic elsewhere, hoping that he wouldn't be too humiliated as an elder. Then why doesn't Grandpa try an atomic circuit device? The field of unfolding and sculpting atoms into circuits. Your grandfather is better at it. What about an ether particle generator? Mechanical Mysteries technology is still tapping into the various etheric domains at the moment, and it's not fully realized yet. How about a light potential compounding device? Su Di raised a series of devices or items he needed one after another. It was just like when he had asked his grandfather's guild what things were still unbuilt. Su Gongzhuang suddenly also had a vestigial feeling of being unable to do anything about it. Su Di, Grandpa is a bit unwell right now. Su Gongju frowned and feigned a couple coughs. Cough, nothing is wrong, I'd better go back to rest first, after all, I'm old. Grandpa, are you alright? Su Di asked with a concerned face. What he was a bit puzzled about in his heart was that it should be impossible for his grandfather's strength to be uncomfortable. As for the old age comment, it was even more non-existent. After all, transmigrators had a long lifespan, and getting old didn't affect anything. If a transmigrant took the resident pill, he or she would be able to regain their youth at any time. But the main reason why many old people didn't take the residence pill was that their state of mind no longer cared about the appearance of their skin.
Moreover, Su Gongju was the leader of the mechanical mystery city.
Maintaining the appearance of an old man was just convenient and gave people a feeling of stability.
Grandpa will help you next time.
Su Gongzhuang eventually chose to go back to rest first. It was ultimately not good for him, an elder, to meddle in the work of young people.
Then Grandpa go rest first. Su Di immediately realized what was going on as well. He didn't say anything more and let the other party go and rest first.
Su Gongzhuang knew that Su Di probably guessed that he couldn't do it. He silently led his grandson to give himself this step down.
Eventually, he pretended to be unwell and left. Grandpa. Su Di turned to look at the other party.
If you also let me make these strange and weird devices, then Grandpa's body might start to feel unwell as well. Jiang Wanyao frowned, his expression somewhat bitter. Many of his devices were practically unheard of, let alone manufactured. I didn't ask Grandpa to make the device, you old man just help me collect the basic materials for manufacturing.
Su Di's expression cried and laughed. He was not so insensitive. Since the second old man couldn't help, he had to do it himself.
When you say that, Grandpa feels much better.
Jiang Wanyao said cheerfully. He couldn't do anything about manufacturing these devices.
But it was still no problem to help his grandson collect some materials.
The materials were collected quickly.
Su Di looked at the materials all over the ground and began to assemble them silently. He cast his nano body skill and created 100 nano forms of himself. There was more than enough manpower to assemble the nuclear energy armor with these hands, and there was no use for more.
Even with the doppelgangers, Su Di still encountered quite a few obstacles while creating the device.
No wonder the guild built everything they could and left me with a nuclear energy armor. Because this bleeping armor is the hardest to manufacture.
Su Di was halfway through assembling it when he came to a sudden realization.
The nanosplit encountering difficulties would likewise cause him mental torture as well. Su Di was now more interested in knowing who the pushy person who had almost finished his quest was.
Harming his own now assembling an armor loaded until now.
He swore that he would never build this crap a second time. Even if there was really a need for it, it would definitely not be built by his own hands.
Just like that, Su Di carried a depressed mood. A full day and a half of assembling.
Congratulations on completing the transfer mission requirement 3, Iron Empire.
A message popped up from the personal panel. Su Di sent a message with his elders and then tiredly lay down on the ground to rest.
It was a good thing that the transfer task only required the creation of an awakening technique object.
It didn't take long.
When Su Gongzhuang and Jiang Wanyao walked into the underground armory again, they saw a gorgeous orange and black armor.
Su Di, you made it. Su Gongju gently rubbed his palm over the orange and black battle armor.
This was the ultimate technology that only mechanical ascended masters had mastered.
It's so beautiful. Jiang Wanyao couldn't help but sigh as well.
This armor, all over, exuded the light of technological aesthetics. If he were a few dozen years younger, he would also aspire to be so endowed with magnificent armor.
Su Di, this item is for you, I applied for it from above.
Su Gongju smiled and handed out 2 10 billion amethyst cards.
The Mechanical Mystic City Guild was under the Dragon Kingdom, and guild expenses could not be diverted privately.
However, Su Di was making the armor for the Mechanical Mystery City Guild, and the money was easily approved.
Su Di nodded and received the 2 10 billion amethyst cards.
He had this money, and it was also convenient to facilitate upgrades to the subsequent awakening techniques. Then I'll leave first, I'll contribute to the guild when I have time in the future.
Su Di said goodbye to the second old man. He prepared to go and complete the subsequent transfer quests.
His back gradually disappeared in the line of sight of the second old man.
Gongju, do you think these things, are they really coincidences? Jiang Wanyao's expression returned to seriousness as he spoke with ulterior motives.
They had long had doubts in their hearts, but they were afraid of affecting the karma in the underworld to this point of opening their mouths.
That person should be Su Di.
I'm now starting to believe that things like crossing timelines really exist. A sharp light flashed in Su Gongzhuang's eyes. His eyes were slightly closed, and his memories came flooding back. The body of a mortal was comparable to a god. In his memories, the blurry silhouette fought alone in the 9 heavens and 10 lands, inviting the gods of the heavens to die.
Chapter 111, Driving Around in Circles. 20 billion amethyst cards. Su Di exited the underground armory and checked the cards in his storage bracelet. He thought about not upgrading his skills for now.
According to the Black Magic Forbidden Book, the quests that crossed over from turn 5 to turn 6 would appear for the sake of the mirror body quest. The stronger he became now, the stronger the mirror body replication would be. Trying to take in a mirror body at that time would be no small trouble. It's better to see how sister-in-law is doing first.
Su Di prepared to go to the area managed by the Zhang family of the Machinery Guild. After returning to the guild himself, he hadn't seen his sister-in-law for a long time. Arriving at the area managed by the Zhang family, Su Di went to the working hall and prepared to find a staff member to ask about his sister-in-law's residence. He saw his uncle, Zhang Bin, passing by with papers in his hand with a heavy heart. Su Di hurriedly called out to the other party and inquired about the location of his sister-in-law Zhang Shiyu's residence. The other party was also present when he was among the relatives of the Supreme Hall, a peak 10-turn powerhouse. What is it that you're looking for Shiyu for? It's been quite a while since I've seen my sister-in-law, I'm going to go see her. She's not at home right now, she's probably still teaching and honing Jianglingtaki to upgrade or something right now. Jiang Bin thought about it and spoke. Currently, Jianglingtaki's strength was the leader of the younger generation. The task of guiding the other party fell on the shoulders of Zhang Siye, one of the strongest members of the guild. Then where are the two of them now? Su Di then asked. He heard that Jianglingtaki was also present. Remembering that the other party had secretly observed him when he first entered the guild, he didn't appear head-on. It was as if he was intentionally avoiding it. This time, he went to look for his sister-in-law, and by the way, he could also see this little cousin. They're probably still at the Mo City border, but you come with me first. Uncle Zhang Bin climbed his nephew's shoulder and walked into his office. He made it a point to close the door to the Jane's room, as if he had an unforeseen discovery to inform. What's wrong? Su Di asked as he looked at the other party's gloomy expression. It's related, those things about the everything forbidden spell. Dad had a separate talk with us later. It's just as well that you're here now. Recently a super body art powerhouse is suspected to have appeared over in Curry Country. There was a video about this body art powerhouse circulating on the extranet, and although it was quickly taken down, it's a good thing that some of us saved it. Zhang Bin took out a tablet to point the video out. He had originally planned to gather more specifics before informing his nephew. But now that the other party was here, it would be just as well to take a look at the video first. Whether or not it's a Heavenly Saint revival, I can probably tell. Su Di's eyes narrowed slightly as he spoke faintly. It didn't matter if it was the previous generation or the current version of the answer profession. All of them could see if the other party had the strength of a second map first. The video played. A 400-level ghost child with a pitch-black body and hideous face appeared on the screen. The evil spirit ghost boy wreaked havoc on the surroundings, and the various trannies were repelled at the same time. A bald man with golden light emanating from his body appeared. It was as if the other party had already reached the form of a corporeal golden body, carrying an invincible aura all over his body. Among them was the opponent's right-hand bone, which emitted the most dazzling golden aura. The ghost child saw this human transmuter. It shot out thousands of dark-colored spears composed of dark energy. The golden light man's expression was devoid of sadness or joy. He only saw his arm pull back, and then he violently threw a punch. This punch carried a destructive power that directly destroyed all the attacks. The violent wind of the punch blew the ghost child's body type directly out of the sky, including the large mountain behind the monster all clear together. The Curry Country transmigrants who were watching from the sidelines shouted in excitement, almost kneeling down to worship each other. The man with golden light all over his body tapped his finger on his brow after destroying the monster. When all the transmigrants wanted to ask who the other party was, instead, they pounced. The figure gradually dissipated. Only then did the Curry Nation transmigrators realize that the man with golden light had already left. What they saw was just the other party's residual shadow. Very strong, this man didn't even use any skills, just a casual punch directly blasted the big mountain. Jiang Bin rubbed his swollen temples. He had never seen a turner whose punch was so strong that it was so terrifying. Even a 10th turn transmuter was far from being able to do this. This one is probably the inheritor of the Heavenly Saints revival. Su Di made a bold judgment. The golden light on the opponent's right arm was exceptionally dazzling. It might be the right hand of the Heavenly Saint recovery that left behind the 5 sacred bones. You shouldn't go to the Curry Country rashly before we pry into the specifics. Jiang Bin opened his mouth to let his nephew pay more attention. Just like the video Su Di had left behind in the Witch's Forest at the earliest time had also been clear for a long time. Curry Country had also taken down the video about this mysterious golden light man for maximum protection. This was also the reason why Su Di was waiting for the weapon to be forged earlier, and why Jiang Bin was at a loss these days. Don't worry, I will have a measure. Su Di smiled and opened his mouth to finally say goodbye to his uncle. His mechanical guild went to find his sister-in-law on the way, his mind surged. The current transfer task was to suppress the primordial Heavenly Saint revival inheritor. How could Su Di not go to the other side personally? If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't understand even now which corner of the Curry Country that person was in. Su Di might be ready to challenge the other party right now. However, when the time came, perhaps he could ask Feng Jiawei about that black forbidden book. The gusty wind was bitterly cold, and a stream of light passed through the air. Su Di quickly went to the southern city center, the teleportation array opened by the Machinery Guild. Elder Su. The personnel guarding the teleportation array opened their mouths respectfully. It wasn't the first time they had seen each other. I need to go to Mo City, Su-di said. He still remembered that when he had applied for membership himself, he had traveled to Mo City to meet Jiang Lingtaki. He didn't expect that after going around in circles for so long, he would once again have to go to this place. The outskirts of Mo City. On an open plain. Jiang Shiyu had her arms wrapped around her chest as she watched the various juniors fighting monsters in front of her. She was responsible for exercising the younger generation of women in the guild. The simplest way to train them was to just let the crowd fight directly. With herself present, she could also be responsible for the safety of these juniors at all times. The center of the battlefield. Dozens of one-eyed trolls as well as the leader of the trolls were holding big sticks and continuously smashing them furiously towards the ground. The trolls were 7 meters tall, and the Troll King was 10 meters tall. Facing 350 level trolls. Many juniors were unable to support themselves to the end after seriously injuring a few trolls. Just when someone was about to be smashed into mush by the troll's big stick, a spatial portal was quickly generated, and a white jade hand promptly pulled the junior back to his side. Scared me to death, I was almost smashed flat. Su Ziyue patted her chest in shock. These types of trolls with extremely high defense and attack were very difficult to deal with. What's more, trolls would cast frozen field to increase their agility and have their movement blocked. If you fight these types of monsters, don't think about pulling away and shooting in a safe area. If you rush to where the trolls are piling up and are at the feet of the trolls won't be able to deal with you well instead. Jiang Shiyu taught the other party about her shortcomings in the actions she had just taken. Of course she did praise Su Ziyue. For example, knowing how to shoot at the troll's eyeballs, earholes, and other vulnerable organs. As the battle continued to escalate, more and more juniors could not withstand the attacks of the hordes of trolls and were pulled back by Jiang Shiyu. Just now, I was really afraid that Auntie Shiyu would move half a beat slower, or else I would have gotten cold. Protector Zhang's strength is more than enough to protect us, it's just that I just performed too poorly. No wonder I'm still stuck at the peak of the 4th turn. I've never encountered such an extreme situation before. After these few days of training, I feel that my awareness in all aspects is getting stronger. It's true that people are pushed out. Chapter 112, Time for Trolls. The outskirts of Mo City. Many young juniors encountered danger and were pulled back to their side by Jiang Shiyu in the middle of the battlefield. The hordes of troll monsters crushed them regardless of their level, strength, or number. Many people were able to hold out until now, not to mention killing a few ordinary trolls. Right at this moment, a slight sound of sand and gravel treading sounded. Su Ziyue heard the commotion and turned her head to see a familiar face. She immediately waved excitedly to the other party. The others sniffed and turned their heads to see Su De walking head-on. The group of female transmutants present whispered. The gazes of the newly joined talented female members of the guild lingered on the other party. They wanted to know how this youth, who wasn't a few years older than themselves, had become an elder. Su Di walked over to Jiang Shiyu and opened his mouth with a smile. He then greeted the people present. For her part, Jiang Shiyu said that the other party finally knew to take a look at her. While she chatted with Su Di, she didn't forget to pull out the junior who was in danger. Not hurt, right? Jiang Shiyu checked the other party's injuries. It was already good that the other party was able to hold out until now. It's nothing, I feel like I can still continue. The young girl who was pulled back by the portal shook her head. She looked towards Jiang Lingtaki in the battlefield and felt that there was still a huge gap between herself and her cousin. This can't be the equipment that we collected materials to build that day. Su Ziyue quietly looked at the blue golden butterfly on her cousin's shoulder. It was only after she cast her survey technique that she realized that it wasn't an insect but a weapon. The attribute bonus from this weapon alone. It had already put cousin far ahead of an ordinary 5th-ranked transmuter. Shall I make it a little more difficult for everyone? Su Di said half-jokingly. Yeah, I haven't seen Elder Su's strength yet. A female member of the guild opened her mouth perkily. She had long wanted to see the strength of this young elder. Su De came to boost the difficulty. Su Ziyue and Jiang Shiyu looked at the female member who didn't mind. The other party still didn't understand what it meant to have a level of difficulty that was harder than hell. Only Jiang Lingtaki is left in the battlefield. Many people's gazes looked towards the battlefield. Jiang Lingtaki was the only one left in the field fighting hordes of giant monsters. She incited her nano wings, and a multicolored gain aura added to her body. The golden sparkling sword chi successively harvested the lives of the monsters present. So strong, I don't know if I'll be able to break through to the 5th turn after I graduate from the Transfiguration University. Lingtaki-san will probably be able to impact to turn 6 after a while, I'm too envious. 5th turn crossing the 6th turn is a big threshold. After reaching the 6th turn the occupational characteristics are going to appear. It feels like Deacon's fighting style has changed after entering the 5th turn. Many of the people present were stunned by the stiff fighting. Many times Jiang Lingtaki even hard sparred with the trolls. This can't be something he learned from you. Jiang Shiyu muttered inwardly and couldn't help but look at Su Di. To say that fighting was simple and rough to the extreme, it would be only the great nephew who would be like this. Oh no! The people present suddenly cried out in alarm, only to see the giant demon king swinging his huge wolf-toothed rod to open a mad demon dance attack. The monster swung the great rod so fast that it appeared as a residual shadow, attacking Jiangling Taki in succession. The latter had prejudged to dodge back to back. Bang bang bang! Bang bang bang! Each time, the wolf-toothed big stick smashed the ground with sand and soil flying. Each stick smashed the ground to appear trembling. Jiangling Taki's giant sword in his right hand blocked the big stick hard, and the powerful attack nearly shook the broadsword in his hand off. Holy Spirit's grip! She immediately stretched out her left hand and clenched it in the air. A golden sharp-clawed giant hand condensed in the void and attacked the Troll King. The Troll King opened his fishy mouth, and a gust of sound waves immediately shattered the golden claw. An elite troll assumed a baseball stance. It took this opportunity to swing its big stick and slam it. Jiangling Taki crossed her sword to block, and the huge force shattered the energy wings, sending her flying high into the air. Like a kite with broken strings, her body descended rapidly. In the line of sight, it was as if the eagles soaring in the sky had all appeared to have heavy shadows. It's not enough, I still need to do better to make it. Jiang Lingdao's face was resolute as he strongly suppressed the churning 5 viscera. She who had crossed over into the ranks of the 5 revolutions was not relying on her own strength. One could no longer be as self-righteous as before. Otherwise, when would she be able to barely catch up to half of her opponent's strength? During the descent, Jiangling Taki settled down, and her energy wings unfolded again. She stabilized her stance in the air, and a circle of multicolored gain aura appeared around her broadsword. Swiftly, Jiang Lingdao waved her broadsword with one hand and swung dozens of sword chi. Her energy wings unfolded again, and she followed the sword chi to kill the monsters again. It was as fast as the wind, as quick as lightning. It was as if flames were burning in Jiang Lingdao's eyes. She aimed her sharp blades at the other trolls present one by one. The Troll King raised his hand to cast his frost skill. Hundreds of giant pillars of frost rose up from the ground in an attempt to block it. Jiang Lingdao flew from side to side like a dexterous embroidery needle. Using extremely tricky angles, he killed the remaining trolls. The Troll King would not let Jiangling Taki kill his subordinates. Its body was covered in a thick layer of frosty armor, and its wolf fang rod weapon was also covered in azure cold ice. Troll time was up. The Lord Monster turned on its berserking final technique and its body continued to expand. It doubled its strength and speed attributes and attacked Jiangling Taki one after another. The Troll Lord let out a fierce roar, and the speed of his club swings even erupted into sonic booms. Dang! Jiangling Taki couldn't dodge in time to block with her sword. But this time, the power was clearly beyond her tolerance limit. The golden giant sword was sent flying high into the air, creating a beautiful arc. Being able to make it here is already enough. Jiang Shiyu spoke softly. She was in charge of training these juniors. The strength of the 300-plus level monsters that provided the training was not something that other monsters could look down upon. Just as she was about to go through the portal and pull Jiang Lingdao back, a murmur broke her movements. I'll do it. Su Di spoke in a low voice. The group of people present looked at each other in surprise. It was only immediately after that they realized that the other party's figure had instantly moved directly into the field. Phew! The giant stick slammed down. Wild winds hunted and the air distorted. The blue golden butterfly flew into Su Di's palm and quickly changed into a lightweight shield. It was accompanied by a vibration of gold and iron striking each other. Jiang Lingdao's pupils narrowed slightly. Seeing a familiar back figure blocking in front of him, he blocked the Troll King's attack with one hand. Long time no see. Chapter 113, let's take you to a level up. How did you get here? Jiangling Taki couldn't help but open her mouth as her mind went blank. She had originally planned to break through to the 6th turn before meeting the other party. Aren't you going to say hello first? Cousin. Cousin. Aha! Su Di responded with a smile. Hearing the other party call out a cousin, it really didn't feel bad. Phew! The Troll King did not leave the two of them a chance to chat. It held the rod in both hands and violently swept heavily towards Su Di's side. Jiang Lingdao's heart flinched as he shouted for the other party to avoid it. The group of juniors watching from afar also screamed out in fear. The giant stick struck with an incomparably dominating force. Su Di instantly switched to his nano body form. His body in this form was comparable to the hardest object in the universe, vibranium. Boom! The frost covering the giant stick shattered. Even the wolf-tooth iron appeared to bend to a certain extent. The huge recoil coming from the weapon numbed the Troll King's arm. After the other trolls present looked at each other, they decisively swung the huge rods in their hands to smash the two. Su Di operated quantum moon steps to carry the other party and instantly moved to the distance. All of the monsters' attacks fell short, smashing out a large area of flying sand. No wonder the family always says that Su Di is in a special situation.
Su Ziyue put her hands on her chest in silent contemplation.
The movement speed skill alone was not comparable to an ordinary transmogrifier. Su Di put the other party down and gazed at the hordes of trolls below.
He was usually used to killing high-level monsters, and encountering this group of low-level monsters was just a matter of moving his fingers.
I'll do it myself. Zhang Lingdao took a deep breath and politely refused.
She had thought about relying on the other party, but she also needed to wait until her own strength was solid.
In the Mechanical Mystic City Guild. After Jiang Ling Taki became a transmigrator because she didn't inherit the Mechanical Guild's unique occupation.
She wanted to prove with her actions later that technology could blend well with other professions.
This was the truth behind Jiang Ling Taki's reluctance to team up with others.
It was also the reason why she desperately wanted to consolidate her strength.
Su Di gazed down at the patches of monsters below.
Although the transfer quest only required taking someone up a level. But the other party was his cousin, so of course it was a choice to pull up the experience bar.
If you're free, I can help you break through. Relying on someone from start to finish, that wouldn't be me. Jiang Ling Taki took a deep breath.
Even that day when he had asked the other party to form a team, he had no choice but to do so. Then, your peak level of 5 turns shouldn't affect your ability to consolidate your strength at this stage.
Su Di finished sending a group invitation to the other party. He used the Eye of Law to look at the other party's level. It was still more than 50 levels away from the peak of the 5th turn. The peak of the 5th turn is not affected.
Zhang Lingtaki muttered a sentence, not understanding what the other party meant. She had yet to understand the cause and effect relationship between the two.
Su Di smiled mysteriously. Have you ever experienced the feeling of rising to the cardinal stage in 3 minutes? Jiang Lingtaki? Before she could react,
Su Di's fingertips erupted with powerful heavenly dimension rays, whirling out an arc-shaped half-moon. It was as if a 10,000-meter-long sword was sheathed and swung out in a divine light plucking chop. All the trolls in the distance were all killed in seconds by a waist cut. The nearby patches of forest even fell in unison, revealing neat and incomparable gaps. Congratulations on your leveling up to 287. 10 points of attributes are automatically assigned according to the Holy Light Ruler profession. Congratulations on your leveling up to 288. 10 attribute points are automatically assigned according to the Holy Light Ruler profession. Congratulations on your leveling up to 292. 10 points of attributes are automatically distributed according to the Holy Light Ruler profession. Jiang Lingtaki became a Holy Light Adjudicator after his 5th turn. Just now, he had risen 5 levels in a row in a single breath of his own.
Just let cousin take you up a level. Su Di gazed into the distance and said indifferently. And? Jiang Lingtaki felt his worldview collapse.
Although the truly difficult thing for a transfigurator was to break through the transfiguration quest.
But a speed like Su Di's that upgraded like drinking water was simply inhuman.
Raising his hand directly kills in seconds. All the trolls including the trees are all wasted.
Good the monsters have all been eliminated, we can finally rest. Is today's devilish training finally coming to an end? Uhu, thank you Elder Su Di.
So strong, is this also one of the powerful technological weapons in our guild's underground armory?
It's outrageous, it's really outrageous.
The many members watching from afar were shocked beyond measure. They had never seen such a brutal to the extreme way of killing monsters. This was what was called a true snap of the fingers and boom.
The stuff in the underground armory, maybe it's someone's doing.
Jiang Shiyu sniffed and silently spat up in her heart. All the machinery in the guild's underground armory, no one had the ability to repair it after it wore out. The mysterious and incomparable armory would only be activated unless a major event of the day occurred in the country. Jiang Shiyu recalled the restored photo from that day. She predicted that after Su Di and the others officially opened the mechanical ascension path, the other party would soon be able to return to the past time point and complete the karma of it.
Where is cousin taking Lingtaki-san to?
The crowd realized that the two had suddenly disappeared.
Immediately afterward, they saw an intense white light blooming in the distance. That light could even stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun. Rumble! Rumble!
Under the terrifying apocalyptic level explosion, it gave off an extraordinary beauty. A pure fire lotus composed of high-temperature flames bloomed. The blazing firelight rendered the clouds at the firmament red. The violent and incomparable airwaves lifted the dust with a destructive momentum and spread continuously.
The explosion is coming to our side. The crowd present watching the scene finally couldn't sit still.
If this continued, they would all be caught up in this sudden explosion.
Really not letting people worry.
Jiang Shiyu raised her hand to create a spatial portal leading to the guild. Today's training ends here, let's go back first.
The people present hurriedly entered the portal to take cover.
They arrived at a safe place, and only then did they breathe a long sigh of relief. This earth-shattering earthquake blast wiped out all the monsters in a radius of dozens of miles. Flames shot up to the sky and scorched earth rose in all directions. The idiom of razing to the ground was a perfect description of the current scene. Congratulations on your leveling up to 302. 10 points of attributes are automatically assigned according to the Holy Light Ruler profession. Congratulations on your rank increase to 303. 10 points of attributes are automatically assigned based on the Holy Light Ruler profession. Congratulations, you have leveled up to 339. 10 attribute points are automatically assigned according to the Holy Light Ruler profession. Your level has reached the pinnacle of the 5th turn and you cannot continue to gain experience.
Jiangling Taki looked at the scene after the explosion, his eyes filled with shock. It turned out that Sudi's way of upgrading all along was so rough. Chapter 114 Heavenly Saint Recovery Inheritor. Would this upgrading method be too rough?
Zhang Lingdao didn't come back to her senses for a long time. She looked at the 4th turn equipment that Su Di was currently wearing. Remembering that she had initially encountered the other party, she was still wearing turn 2 equipment. Did this mean that she turned 4 when Su Di turned 2? She herself had crossed over to turn 5 by relying on the other party's power, and Su Di was already at the peak of turn 4. Such a terrifying upgrade speed. Almost all the time, she was breaking through the transformation quests.
The strength was simply outrageous. Congratulations on completing transformation task requirement 2. Currently, you still need to complete the Battle of Destiny and the Transfer Heavenly Tablet. Exercising your strength at the Cardinal stage is also quite a bit less troublesome than slowly upgrading. Su Di raised his hand and put all the equipment on the ground into his storage bracelet. He brought Jiangling Taki back to the original location.
At the destination, the wall of the hillside where the group stayed before had been damaged. Zhang Xiyu stood in the air and spotted the two who had returned. Jiangling Taki calmed down and silently returned to her little aunt's side. It was only later that she realized that her cousin had helped her upgrade in such a rough way. Upgrading to the card level stage in one breath is also quite good, and I'll be able to help you with special training alone in the back. Zhang Xiyu told the other party not to care. After saying that, she turned to Su Di and pinched the other party's face with both hands. You're not testing the thickness of my face skin, are you?
Su Di breathlessly spat out. Nope, just taking revenge.
Only then did Zhang Xiyu let go. She then said that the big brother in her memory. Why did she laugh out loud at the first sight of herself? In the back, the other party was asking himself to get high for him and doing all sorts of chores. It turned out that it was all this rabbit cub who did the good work.
Revenge? Su Di was suddenly a bit confused. He sought to think that he would at most be late to see the other party. It's nothing, you go about your business.
Zhang Xiyu drew out a spatial portal and faintly spoke. She didn't want to affect the karma of it. Su Di looked at the backs of the two leaving, his vision appearing in a brief trance. It was as if he saw the figure of his sister-in-law on the old photo when she was still in school.
Su Di did not take long to leave Mo City. He moved to the headquarters of the Magical Forbidden Arts Society.
The predestined battle demanded that he seek out the Heavenly Saint Recovery Inheritor to start a duel. Although the Eye of Laws could easily see all corners of the world, it wasn't so much that it had a location tracking function. Want to know where the inheritor of the initial version of the answer is?
Asking the Black Forbidden Book was the best option. Magic Forbidden Book Society. The Wizard of Oz Secret Realm. Feng Jiawei was using all kinds of combinations of the F-Asian Forbidden Spell. The fusion combinations between skills and skills could also have an even more powerful effect. The Black Forbidden Book stayed quietly at the side, utilizing her nimbus to flip through other books to watch. The scene looked somewhat comical, with one book flipping through another. This era has become too much, hasn't it? When did the Abyssal Demon Realm have an additional Demon King?
Why would the Void God Realm and the Heavenly Realm, two different time periods I've never seen before, appear all at once?
And what kind of monsters are evil spirits?
The Black Forbidden Book, which had changed too much from the last version it had experienced before. It did know that every time there was a new version, there would always be something new. If you compare the period of the Heavenly Saint's recovery to version 1.0 of the game, then the period of all things forbidden was like 2.0. But now the game felt like it had directly turned into version 5.0. It's like it's straight across several versions as bizarre as that.
Wait. In that case, Su Di wouldn't be a version 5.0 level answer string, right?
The Black Magic Forbidden Book was incomparably messy inside for a moment.
Right at this moment, a magical nightingale flew into the secret realm to report.
The news brought by the nightingale was precisely that Su Di had already arrived at the Magic Forbidden Book Society's reception hall and was looking for two people. Hui, stop fighting for now, the mechanical ascender has come to find us.
The Black Forbidden Book shouted to Feng Jiawei in the distance.
After it became acquainted with the other party, the name-calling became more and more casual.
Su Di?
He wouldn't have reached the peak of the 5th turn to open his mirror body already. Feng Jiawei interrupted the release of the F-Asian forbidden spell in her hand. They had an agreement before that whoever impacted the 6th turn first would help first.
We won't know when we go.
The Black Forbidden Book brayed a strange smile.
There wasn't the slightest bit of procrastination. The two quickly arrived at the Magic Forbidden Spell Society's VIP reception room. "Yo, little brother Su-di. We've come to help." The black forbidden book floated beside Feng Jiawei, lowering his voice and letting out a jijia strange laugh. "You've reached the 5th turn so quickly?" Feng Jiawei sat next to the other party with her mouth lightly opened. Her current strength was still only at the peak of the 4th turn. "No, I came here this time because I want to ask you guys to help me find the Heavenly Saint Revival Inheritor." Su-di picked up the teacup on the table and blew away the hot air on it. The previous generation of the manifestation for bearer was cautious Go-Bei because of his character. He killed the Heavenly Saint Recovery Inheritor in advance to prevent the other party from obtaining the complete occupation. This meant that the all-seeing forbidden spell must have had a method to find these types of people. "You're asking us to find the other party because the transfer quest is related to the Heavenly Saint Recovery Inheritor?" The Black Forbidden Book was keenly aware of the cause and effect. "It's just a suppression and killing." Su-di spoke carelessly. Rumble. These words caused Feng Jiawei and the Black Magic Forbidden Book to slightly suck in cool air. Among them, the Magic Forbidden Book was the most shocked. Feng Jiawei's transfer quest would not have such harsh requirements. The previous generation's version of the Son of Everything Forbidden Spellcaster hadn't had this kind of tricky quest either. He had taken the initiative to kill the Inheritor purely for his own safety. Su-di looked at the two, and the reaction was more intense than he had imagined. He didn't hide anything about this matter. When he went to another country and killed the Heavenly Saint Recoverer, he was also bound to make sensational and big news. "I inquired about the appearance of a Heaven Saint Reviver in the Curry country, but I don't know the exact location." Su-di explained the reason for the matter to the two. Trying to find out exactly who it was in such a large planet was the most troublesome. "I didn't expect that it was the Curry countryside that first appeared as a Heavenly Saint Recovery." Feng Jiawei's eyes became sharp. The Dragon Kingdom and the Curry Kingdom often had friction in the borderlands. Among them, the Curry Nation was also a traitor to the Lighthouse Nation, always thinking of hindering the Dragon Nation's development. "I can't directly find out who the Inheritor is until I'm sure exactly who it is," the Black Forbidden Book said truthfully, "but I do have some methods to increase your probability of encountering the other party." "What methods?" Su-di's eyes flickered slightly. As long as he roughly knew the location of the other party's position and location, he would have the confidence to find out. When there is a powerful evil spirit infestation and the Curry country cannot spare any extra manpower for a while, the probability is that the inheritors of their own country will go to help. The Black Forbidden Book stated one of the main points. It was just like Su-di's previous transfer quest that specifically stipulated to help grow the country's fortunes. The version answer inheritors had the responsibility to shoulder the responsibility of helping their own country. This is indeed much better to find. Su-di recalled that the video of the Heavenly Sage Recovery Inheritor was thus transmitted to the extranet. The cooperation with Feng Jiawei was indeed good. Inheritors would also appear in other countries, and rather than cheapening other countries, it would be better to be united first. The probability of finding a Heavenly Saint Revival Inheritor this way is still slim, right? After all, there are so many evil spirits. Feng Jiawei voiced her opinion. Any country encountered many evil spirits every day. Su-di's finger gently tapped the desktop. "If the evil spirit that appeared was me?" Chapter 115, The Awakening of the Nations. "You are an evil spirit?" "No, you got the evil spirit transformation card in the Void God realm." Feng Jiawei was first stunned before reacting. What's an evil spirit transformation card? There was no Void God realm in the Black Forbidden Book era. After Feng Jiawei explained the cause, it then understood the reason. "Are you going to use the Evil Spirit King transformation card, or the Elite Evil Spirit card?" Feng Jiawei asked to what extent the other party was prepared to do. Killing the Heavenly Saint Recovery might not be difficult, the difficulty was in the matter of transnational. "Let's use the Elite Evil Spirit card first," Su-di replied after thinking about it. The duration of the transformation card was 24 hours. There were a total of 9 Elite Evil Spirit card transformation cards, which could unleash 10 awakening techniques without relying on tool assistance. The Evil Spirit King transformation card only had one card that could release 100 awakening techniques, and he wasn't willing to waste it so early. "You should at least use the Evil Spirit King card, you don't even have the mechanical ascension path open right now." Feng Jiawei thought cautiously and gave sincere advice. If the other party went to fight in this country, it wouldn't necessarily be just a Heavenly Saint Recovery that they would have to face. It might be an entire country's top transmigrators. At that time, if the Elite Evil Spirit card can't top it, I will consider using the Evil Spirit King card. Su-di's finger gently tapped the desktop. Evil Spirit King card, Classless Holy Fruit, Maxwell Demon Paradox Ring. These 3 items were all very powerful cards. What's more, he had other plans. No, I've thought about it. You're still too dangerous to go to the Curry country this time, you need to discuss it again. How can the Curry country be said to be the #1 country in terms of population and ranked 5th in the world in terms of strength? Why don't I just notify the president and let him help out with ideas? Feng Jiawei bit her fingernails that resembled pieces of jade. Although the two of them were carrying a predestined battle, she hadn't thought that she would be lucky enough to live to a ripe old age after becoming a transmogrifier. After all, none of the predecessors of the Heaven's Pride Battle Shadow Tower had lived to the end of their lives. Right now, she was more concerned about Su Di's safety. If something happened to the other party, what should happen if a new inheritor appeared in other countries in the future? This will only cause more trouble. Su Di opened his mouth to refuse. He had thought about this matter. If it was useful to notify, he would have done so long ago. This matter is not just about you alone. In case you are injured in the Curry country, there is almost no way for us to get you back. It's like if the Bear country is now at war with the Witch country, is it because the Bear country can't beat the Witch country? It's not because the real enemy that Bear country has to face is not the Witch country but the Western Alliance, the Lighthouse country, and a bunch of other countries. Feng Jiawei angrily twisted her pretty face to the side. The point of her displeasure was whether the other party hadn't thought of a deeper level. So what if the Dragon Kingdom could crush the Curry Kingdom in terms of strength? If Su Di was exposed in another country and couldn't come back, if the Dragon country mobilized strong people to rescue him. At that time, dozens of countries would all step in to help the Curry country, launching an even more vicious targeting than against the Bear country. Western Union, Lighthouse country, Kangaroo country, Sakura country, Cold country. Whether it's military or economic sanctions, all of them will step in. That's the way the world landscape is now. Unless one country can suppress dozens of countries at once. Otherwise, the countries would directly join hands with each other to counteract them. Hui, you're not going to cry, are you? Ha 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 ha. The Black Magic Forbidden Book let out a snort of laughter. It didn't set itself up to think more because the other party was an inheritor as well. I am obligated to think for everyone. Feng Jiawei's fists clenched darkly. She profoundly knew that the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. The slightest mistake in this matter would have serious consequences for the country, which was why it was so touching. Su Di looked at the other party, his eyes showing some complexity. For the first time, he saw that the intellectual and dignified Feng Jiawei would have such an emotional side. It is because I have considered the reasons for this that I asked you not to inform President Zhuge Yuanqing. Su Di was silent for a little while before he spoke about his plan. He had originally only planned to execute it alone and silently. The evil spirit transformation card will allow me to turn into an evil spirit appearance, and all of my skills will be evil spiritized, releasing 10 awakening techniques. My state can be maintained for 24 hours after becoming an evil spirit, and with the paradox ring plus passive skills, I can release a total of 21 awakening techniques in an hour. Mechanical ascension is different from your everything forbidden spell. Your skills are gone after you release them, but I'm not. Do you know what is meant by ton skill? Su Di's torso leaned forward and crossed his arms, his gaze sharp and incomparable. The duration of the summon was a full 24 hours. Evil Spiritualized Hyperspace Legion, Evil Spiritualized Black Gold Cyber Goddess of Mercy, Evil Spiritualized Black Gold Mecha Rudra. These skills were comparable to the military power of the world's great powers if they were deployed by Su Di Tun to a certain number. This force wasn't said to be able to suppress dozens of countries, but it was still enough to come and go in the Curry country. Ha! Ha 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 ha! Ha 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 ha! Su Di, you're really a ghost genius, you can impress me every time. The Black Forbidden Book let out a maniacal laugh. If one relied on the ton skill method, going to the Curry country was enough to come and go. The mechanical ascender's skills were already heaven-defying enough. Skills were being evil spiritualized, and they were starting to be tuned up. When the time came that something really changed, a roaming awakening skill debut could be too terrifying. If I don't reveal this plan, and you look for Chairman Farstar, he will only have a headache. In this situation, there is no better plan even if the chairman knows about it. Su Di spoke in a deep voice, stating the reason for this. Anyway, there is a reason for my worry. Feng Jiawei whispered softly. If things had gone well, the Curry country's top powerhouses might not have been able to get out in time. Su Di would have already killed the Heavenly Saint Revival Inheritor. Speaking of which, Mechanical Ascender, how are your skills learned so far? Even if you have these preparations, you still can't say it's 100% successful if you want to go to another country. The Black Magic Forbidden Book thought about it and said, considering the mirror body, I didn't learn any new skills. Su Di responded dryly. Compared to killing the Heavenly Saint Recovery, it might be more difficult to resolve his own duplicate body in the future. Learn it now. Your current quest should also have a requirement to build a Transformation Heavenly Tablet. This Transformation Heavenly Tablet will appear in your attribute panel. At that time, your mirror body will also be able to summon the Transformation Heavenly Tablet, and the other party will be able to rely on the Transformation Heavenly Tablet to teach itself. The Black Magic Forbidden Book slowly spoke. If it wasn't for Feng Jiawei's serious attitude, it wouldn't want to say more about this. What is a Transmutation Heavenly Tablet? Why don't my quests have this kind of one? Feng Jiawei's watery eyes were filled with doubt.
Unexpectedly, this forbidden book still hid a lot of things it didn't tell itself. You're still just an inheritor, how could a super difficult quest like the Transformation Heavenly Tablet appear? The black forbidden book hummed twice and opened its mouth. The inheritor and the real version of the answer were still far apart.
Is there anything that needs to be done to create the Transmutation Heavenly Tablet? Feng Jiawei questioned.
It's not much, when the time comes, we'll deduct a fragment of the Curry country's Xinhua stone tablet down.
Su Di said indifferently. Feng Jiawei?
A country suppressing stone tablet was an existence that affected a country's chi. In that case, wouldn't Su Di be destined to meet the Curry country's top powerhouse? Let's not talk about it for now. Besides learning skills, I also need to strengthen my weapons so that I can be prepared for everything.
Su Di got up and said goodbye to both.
This time, he would suppress the Heavenly Saint Revival Inheritor.
He would be prepared for everything. Su Di, are you preparing to return to the Machinery Guild? What's wrong? Wait, I might be looking for you for something else, send me a message before you leave. There's something else? Su Di looked puzzled, there was something that couldn't be said now. Feng Jiawei did not say anything more.
She still insisted that the other party go back first.
When Su Di left,
Feng Jiawei slowly spoke, the forbidden book, the forbidden spell for increasing and replenishing magic, I need to learn it. As a mage increased skill, she was at the forbidden spell level.
Only then was she assured that such an important battle force of the Dragon Kingdom would not accidentally fall.
The black forbidden book first froze, then let out a maniacal laugh.
Ha 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 ha. Su Di's first mission is to suppress the primordial Heavenly Saint recovery. The next predestined dual mission will inevitably be to subdue and kill the second generation of the 10,000 Things Forbidden Spell Inheritor. Besides, you currently have a maximum of 25 forbidden spells at your disposal, and if you learn one more, you'll have one less spot on your skill bar in the future. You're helping the mechanical ascender so much, aren't you really afraid that you'll die faster? Chapter 116, Reinforcing Weapons. Returning to the Mechanical Guild.
Su Di gave Big White a 10 billion amethyst card and asked the other party to help him procure strengthening materials. He also gave the other equipment that he couldn't use within his storage bracelet to Big White to go to the market to find a decomposition machine to break it down. Before going to kill the Heavenly Saint Recovery Inheritor this time, he was prepared to fully upgrade himself. Received, please wait for a moment, young master. As the family butler, Great White possessed its own storage bracelet. After it took its things, it quickly went out and prepared to start the purchasing process. There are still 12 billion amethyst coins left, learn the fourth turn skills twice, and the other money to learn the first turn and second turn awakening skills.
Su Di called up the attribute panel to think.
He looked at the previously unlearned skills on the awakening skills panel.
Congratulations on spending 100 million amethyst coins to learn the new awakening skill, Plasma Spotlight Cannon.
Congratulations on spending 500 million amethyst coins to learn the new awakening skill, Fish and Ball Lightning. Congratulations on spending 500 million amethyst coins to learn the new awakening skill, Hyperspace Mechanical Fortress.
Congratulations on spending 5 billion amethyst coins to learn a new skill, Triple Sun.
Triple Sun. The user's body surrounds 3 miniature suns, only the user can control the sun's attack trajectory with their mind power. The higher the user's level, the larger the controllable diameter of the 3 suns. Currently the maximum diameter of the suns is 1 kilometer. Although the miniature sun can't be compared to the real sun, as a fourth turn awakening skill of the super god gunsmith, the strength of the 3 bodies can be comparable to that of a golden body mecha after upgrading its mass.
Su Di had long been aware of this skill.
Among the fourth turn awakening skills, the triple body sun was picked as the skill. It was also because this skill was an upgradable skill just like nanobody. After the nanobody was upgraded to the final body, the strength was obviously far beyond skills of the same rank. This skill upgraded to the final body would be the same.
Congratulations on spending 5 billion amethyst coins to upgrade the Tri-Body Sun.
The Tri-Body Sun has gained a new function, Sun Helium Flash.
3-Body Sun.
Solar Helium Flash. You can freely control the 3 suns to undergo helium fusion, eventually detonating the Solar Helium Flash. The Solar Helium Flash is out. Wouldn't I be able to summon a stadium-sized sun as an attack and detonate it by raising my hand now?
Su Di slightly sucked in a breath of cool air. This skill of his own could be considered a weighty existence. Especially since he could also mutate this skill after using the Evil Spirit card. Using the blackened version of the sun, bombarding it 21 times in a row, that was quite something. Currently, Big White had yet to bring back the purchased strengthening materials. During this time, Su Di re-looked at the other learned unawakened skills for understanding.
Now would be a good opportunity.
Plasma Focused Light Cannon summons a 5-meter-sized plasma turret. The turret has unlimited energy to fire plasma focused light cannons when it receives sunlight or moonlight, and fires plasma cannons by consuming mental energy in a lightless environment.
Plasma technology is also at the front end of the skill tree's power. The strength of this skill is estimated to be close to the second turn.
Su Di sighed after reading the skill introduction.
Plasma technology was an existence that had its own fusion power.
The electromagnetic beam that it possessed also had a radiation effect. Fission ball lightning, surrounding a super powerful ball lightning will appear for splitting every 5 seconds. Surrounding lightning and surrounding the sun, rather than mechanical ascension, it's better to say mechanical becoming a god. Su-Dee's eyes narrowed slightly after reading the introduction about this skill. At that time, if he were to go to the Curry Country Jinhua Stone Monument he could even open the awakening skill in advance. 2 hours later, the door of the residence's room was gently opened. Little master, I'm back. Big White handed over the storage bracelet he had gotten from his procurement to the other party. Through those monetary materials given by Su-Dee, he had procured more than 10,000 tons of strengthening crystals. He could have returned at an earlier time, but he had barely gone out before. This time, he was surrounded by humans for a long time when he went to make purchases, which was why the delay was caused. You go rest, I'll do the rest. Su-Dee said with a smile as he took the items. Having a robot at home just saved a lot of work. Calling up the personal panel, Su-Dee decisively tapped on the reinforcement interface. Every time any equipment was strengthened, it increased the strength of its attributes by 5%. If the reinforcement fails, all the previous reinforcement times are zeroed out, and you need to reinvest the reinforcement crystals. The source of strengthening crystals can only be obtained by breaking down equipment. The more precious the equipment, the more reinforcement crystals were obtained. Su-Dee was prepared to use automatic strengthening during this process. This way, even if the strengthening failed, the strengthening crystals would be consumed automatically. Please set the upper limit of how much you can enhance your weapon. Remarks. Strengthening a weapon to +1 requires 2 kilograms of strengthening crystals to be consumed. Enhancing a weapon to +2 requires 4 kilograms of enhancement crystals. Enhancing your weapon to +3 requires 8 kilograms of enhancement crystals. Su-Dee chose to automatically strengthen to +10. This is the result of 10,000 tons of strengthening crystals on the current market, which can be raised to this value in a relatively stable manner. With unbelievable luck, practically 1,000 tons could be strengthened to 10. Luck is normal, 10,000 tons can still be strengthened to 10 and still have some left. Unlucky luck, it was simply a bottomless pit. Congratulations, your weapon 1000 kilowatts has been strengthened by +1. Congratulations, your weapon has been strengthened by +1. Unfortunately, your weapon's enhancement has failed. It's back to 0. Congratulations, your weapon, the 1000 chance changes, has gained reinforcement +1. The panel words soared like mad. After a burst of light-filled flashes, the 1000 chance change reappeared in Su-Dee's hand. He still had more than 2,000 tons of reinforcement crystals left in the end. Luck counted as not bad to a degree. 1000 chance change, reinforcement +10. Level, 279. Quality, Brave. Effect, Unlimited Energy Charge. Effect, Unlimited Energy Charge. Effect, all attributes +6000, mental power +6000, attack speed +600%, shooting speed +600%. Chapter 117, A Brand New Peak. After Su-Dee finished strengthening his weapon, he realized that the Magic Forbidden Book Society's FOTSI had sent himself a message in the first 20 minutes. In the chat interface, there was an unread message from Feng Jiawei. Are you done with your work yet? Su-Dee finished checking the message to reply. Busy finished. I'm almost ready too, where is your exact location? I've greeted the guild, someone will tell you when you get to the Mechanical Guild Hall. Su-Dee finished sending this message, wondering what else the other party had to wait for before he left. However, he didn't look into it too deeply, after all, the answer would be revealed when the other party arrived. During this spare time, Su-Dee came to the top floor and looked out in the direction of the Curry Country. As long as he finished the last 2 transfer quests, he would be able to go to the Abyssal Demon Realm party to find out what was going on. He had inquired about the Township Stone Monument in question. It wasn't a secret to the countries. Based on the videos and news on the internet, as well as the special existence of the country suppressing stone monument, he learned that this monument was located in the capital of the Curry Country. The Jinhua Stone Monument had the bonus of increasing the rate of equipment drops for all national transmuters. The capital of any country with many high-level transmutants had enshrined stone monuments. If you want to successfully obtain the Curry Country Township Stone Tablet Fragment, it was very necessary for one to utilize one's Mecha Awakening technique. First disperse the top forces of the Curry Country's capital. Time passed in a flash. Su-Dee didn't think for long. He quickly saw Feng Jiawei, who was flying to his residence. He waved at the other party from the top floor. I've finished learning the forbidden spell, and your preparation time is actually later than mine, Feng Jiawei said unexpectedly after landing. She thought that Su-Dee had forgotten the agreement with herself. After a short delay, Su-Dee continued, What forbidden spell did you learn? Spirit Origin Sharing. Feng Jiawei's white teeth lightly opened, I'm going to add a buff to you.
This forbidden spell of hers allowed a transmuter to additionally increase the number of times he or she could cast spells without consumption. This could be of great help to professions that relied on ultimate moves. We're arch enemies, I'm surprised at your kindness. Su-di looked at the other party to ask why. The benefits from the last version of the Sun's Inheritors gain were as good as a dream. Because your profession is mechanical ascension. Why are you saying such things? What I can't do, you can probably do. Compared to Su-di, Feng Jiawei had the daily business of actually dealing with the guild. It was only after becoming a Fatsi that she understood the current dire situation. It was like the last time the Sakurajima kingdom tried to use poisonous wastewater and seduce them into attacking. Many countries hated for the two sides to fight so that they could give Sakurajima a helping hand behind the scenes to drain their savings. Other countries such as the Cold Country, Sakurajima Country, and Curry Country, funded by the Western Alliance Lighthouse Country, harassed the Dragon Country from time to time. They were like a semicircle, always threatening the Dragon Kingdom. Now the friction between the countries was getting more and more intense, and if it really broke out one day, it is simply a matter of pulling one hair to affect the whole body and the back of the belly. This was the reason why Feng Jiawei moved. She didn't want the mechanical ascension profession to get hurt. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been the Magic Forbidden Book Society that was the first to show their cards and request for cooperation. If you said so, then I won't let you down. Su-di looked towards the distant sky and said in a deep voice. He was already well prepared. Begin. Feng Jiawei cast the F-Asian forbidden spell to increase her opponent's strength. The pages of the Black Magic Forbidden Book clattered and tumbled. The blue circular aura did not enter Su-di's body. You gain skill, spirit beginning. Passive, attack, defense, agility, and spirit recovery attributes are doubled. Active, the number of times your skill can be released without consumption is increased to 25, with a cooldown of 1 hour. The Spirit Beginning's forbidden spell lasts for 1 day. It was the gain aura with the most significant boost in the Forbidden Book of Darkness. The number 25 was exactly the limit of the number of forbidden spells she could currently master. It's worthy of being the last version of the answer, actually being able to add so many times to the number of awakening techniques. For the first time, Su-di recognized the strength of the Everything Forbidden spell. 25 forbidden spell releases alone. It was more than what his own Elite Evil Spirit card brought. The forbidden spells recorded on me are at least at the 6th turn level. The Black Forbidden Book spoke arrogantly. As a remnant of the previous version of the answer. The strengths of the forbidden spells it recorded were all formal grade forbidden spells. If it weren't for Feng Jiawei's current level being too low and not having collected all the forbidden books, the F-Asian forbidden spells would be more than that. The last version of Answer Legacy, and the advantage of bringing your own equipment. Su-di smiled, somewhat looking forward to the extent of his skills after his 6th turn. He was surprised at how powerful this auxiliary skill was though. But himself, in a way, he was already an infinite firepower. For example, the terminal kill that snapped his fingers and the nanobody that illuminated everything. Even though you now have my forbidden spell boost, still be careful with everything. Feng Jiawei spoke solemnly from the side. She didn't want the other party to go wrong. The two top versions have joined forces, so what are you worried about? Hui, don't be so meticulous like the first generation, you should still be horizontal. The Black Forbidden Book let out a strange laugh. It had never seen a team-up of version answers before. The original Mechanical Ascension was already perverse enough. Using the Evil Spirit card to level up to 10 turns, there was still a bonus to the Awakening Technique's power. Let's get started. Su-di casually used a chapter of Evil Spirit Transformation card. His body was enveloped in endless black light, and his body appeared to change greatly. Long black hair rose with the wind, and his exquisitely cute little face carried a youthful childishness. The young girl's crimson pupils were like thorny flowers containing danger. The hem of her black gothic Lolita dress swings with the wind. Shady Umbrella Lowly Evil Spirit card used successfully. Personal information. Name, Sude. Rank, 649 Evil Spirit Transformation card. Status, Shady Umbrella Lowly Evil Spirit Transformation. Attack, 299-9999. Physical defense, 199-99999. Legal defense, 199999999. Skills, Evil Spirit Ray, Hell Killing, Black Gold Cyber Goddess of Mercy, Black Gold Mecha Rudra. Description: your current remaining time for the transformation card is 23 hours and 59 minutes. Su-di slowly stretched out his arm, his palm slightly spread out. The Thousand Machine transformation transformed into a stowed red Evil Spirit Umbrella. The current Thousand Chance change might be more appropriately called the Thousand Chance Umbrella. Su-di put the Evil Spirit umbrella towards the ground and placed both hands on the grip. The petite and cute Evil Spirit's body nevertheless gave off a vestigial feeling of being the head of the curtain. How many times can you release your skills at most at once now? Feng Jiawei inquired. She was curious to know how strong the other party was. 72 times. Su-di replied briefly.
Right now, he was at a high level. How could there suddenly be so many? Feng Jiawei looked at the other party in astonishment. The rest of her eyes had a glimpse of the ring on the other party's hand. It was the paradox ring of the tierless mythic equipment. This piece of equipment was worth more to the more powerful the transmogrifier. Sudi's figure dissipated like iron filings in the sky, drifting away to an extremely distant direction. It's going to rain. Chapter 118 Mechanical Ascension vs. Heavenly Saint Recovery 1. The following day at noon. Curry Country, the capital city's military and political headquarters. Inside the underground office, the military department personnel were busy investigating the information. Just last night, the Koi country, which was known for its scams, was invaded by an evil spirit. Although the military power of the Koi country was weak, what kind of evil spirit could actually directly invade the capital of the Koi country? What's even more puzzling is that this evil spirit wasn't out to kill anyone either. According to the other side's domestic news reports, the evil spirit went up and broke the other side's town stone monument and took away a piece of. This matter quickly caught the attention of the Curry country. This country was very close to them, and heaven knows if this evil spirit would run to themselves later. In addition, they also wondered what an evil spirit would want with a piece of the Jinhua stone tablet. It can't be used to devour and evolve. Nowadays, the evil spirits have already reached such a ferocious point. It's so annoying to look into this all night with no clue. A Curry Nation soldier was annoyed. He had started working late last night until now, but still had no clue. I communicated with the Koi country's military department, and the other party is utilizing a super AI to restore the filmed images, and it seems like it's still a female evil spirit. Another soldier got the latest news and waited for the other country to send back the footage. Although that evil spirit struck last night at an extremely fast speed, plus it was dark, no silhouette could even be seen. However, the super brain AI compared all the evil spirit types and still made the latest discovery. Is that evil spirit in lizard form? Or is it a female goat form evil spirit? A Curry Nation soldier licked the corner of his mouth with interest. It was important to realize that most evil spirits had strange and peculiar shapes. It fit perfectly with their own special XP system. That evil spirit, it seems to be Shady Umbrella Loli. The soldier was shocked to receive the image from Shy Kingdom. How could this evil spirit be so strong to such an extent? Could it not be the lowly evil spirit king? What so it's a humanoid evil spirit creature. The soldier next to him was like a deflated ball. Humanoid monsters, so tasteless. Let's not talk to you first. The soldier printed out the results he received. He took the information and hurriedly reported urgently. The highest military council room. A group of high-ranking military officers were in the middle of a meeting. The largest of the officer ranks present were even up to the commander level. A young Dijin who was at the rank of Major General was sitting next to the commander, clearly having an extraordinary status. A powerful evil spirit appeared last night. The border defense needs to double its manpower to strengthen patrols. In addition, this evil spirit's identity and location needs to be investigated clearly to prevent new mutated evil spirit monsters from appearing. The commander in the lead tapped his fingers lightly on the desktop. He was also greatly shocked when he heard about what happened in the Koi country last night. Evil spirit monsters were extremely special existences that needed to be investigated as soon as possible. It will definitely take a lot of manpower and resources to remove and exterminate the evil spirits. We might be able to try forcing the monster over to the Dragon Kingdom and let them take care of the solution. An officer spoke in an icy tone. They had clashed with the Dragon Kingdom in the old times. The end result was that they were beaten all the way to the capital by the Dragon Kingdom. From then on, the Curry country had lost face internationally. If it wasn't for the fact that the Dragon Kingdom was stronger than them now, they would have long ago gone to the other side to retrieve the lost ground from back then. There was once news of a big explosion on the Dragon country's side as well. They must have appeared as inheritors as well. With monsters appearing, we might still be able to take the opportunity to investigate the other side. Another officer agreed. Blocking was better than dredging, and extraditing monsters to other countries was most suitable. A while ago, they had lured the 600-level evil spirit Black and White twins to Mount Everest. At that time, the Dragon Kingdom thought that the evil spirit was refreshed at the top of the world, but they didn't realize that they had lured it there. That evil spirit has taken a fragment of the Shy Kingdom's Jinhua stone tablet, so I guess it has opened up its spirit. The matter of luring the monster out will wait until the investigation is clear. The middle-aged commander said in a deep voice. Although it was easy to lure the evil spirit out, it still took a lot of effort. Additional damage could easily occur if it wasn't lured out properly. The officers present took note of this scenario and prepared to focus their current direction on the evil spirit investigation first. By the way, Major General Dijin, Lord Shiva. Is there a follow-up for you? The deputy commander next to him looked towards the young Major General not far away. The Shiva in his mouth was none other than one of the main gods of their country's believing religion. The gazes of all the officers present converged on Dijin. Their curry country had recently obtained a heavenly chance. Powerful creatures that looked like the god Shiva had secretly approached them. They had initially thought that the gods had manifested themselves. And their commander wasn't so easily tricked into inquiring about the other's true identity. The nations knew through the accounts on the game's historical fragments that there was no such thing as a deity. That creature also confessed that he was not the god Shiva. The main reason why he had taken on this appearance was to express his sincerity and communicate with the people present in a friendly manner. Although the other party was not a god. But the crowd still had respect for Shiva. Perhaps this was the blessing of their country's gods from the underworld. After some conversation, they received heavenly good news. Shiva specially gifted their country a piece of heavenly saint's revived right hand bone. After much selection, the right hand bone of the heavenly saint was transplanted to the young man named Daijin. They also learned from each other's mouths that the previous version of the answer actually had the matter of leaving behind a legacy occupation. After Shiva explained something to me, he never contacted me again. Daijin rested his jaw with one hand and spoke with a grave expression on his face. His expression was cold and unimaginable, inwardly thinking that the other party must have gifted it with some sort of purpose. Major General Daijin, can I ask what that Lord Shiva has explained to you? A great general-level figure opened his mouth to inquire. Although he was in a higher position than the other party, he knew that Daijin was actually stronger than himself. After all, the power brought by the heavenly saint's revived hand bone was extraordinary and incomparable. Daijin looked towards the commander as if asking for the other party's permission. All of the officers who have come to the meeting today are the best of our nation. The commander nodded slightly in permission. This matter was not exactly a secret in general. Only then did Daijin slowly say, Shiva, at first, only asked me if I was sure I wanted to transplant the right hand bone of the heavenly saint. This is a legacy left behind by the first generation version, a person would agree, right? There was an officer who was swirling inside. This was the body bone of a first generation heavenly saint recoverer, full rank. Knock knock knock. A knock sounded at the door, temporarily interrupting the meeting. The commander's beloved doorman entered the conference room and handed over the information on the evil spirits he had gotten to the commander. At that time, Shiva said something. Daijin's deep brown pupils blossomed with light. He said that if I inherited this hand bone, I would have to bear the burden of a fated battle with the all-shattering forbidden spell and mechanical ascension. Boom boom boom. The words just fell. A shocking tremor came from dozens of kilometers away. All the officers present had horrified faces and hurriedly sent messages to inquire about the outside world. The source of the explosion was very close to their capital. This was something extraordinary. The evil spirit that violently beat up the Shai Kingdom is actually a Een Umbrella evil spirit? The commander was in a shocked mood after checking the information on. At the same time, the other officers asked the resident officers what was going on. They received real-time casts from battlefield images from all over the place. A large number of black mechanical creatures had appeared in the Curry country's nationwide area. The immensely powerful mechanical evil spirits were advancing towards the capital like an unstoppable torrent of steel. In each region, there were tens of thousands of Een Umbrella Lolitas leading the attack. The officers present sucked in cold breaths, feeling creeped out. Are we stabbing an evil spirit nest? Chapter 119 Mechanical Ascension vs. Heavenly Saint Recovery 2. The Society for the Prohibition of Magic. Supreme Hall. Feng Jiawei returned to the guild or reported within President Zhuge. The crystal ball flickered with light and projected a four-sided imaginary image. The screen presented a bird's eye view. The evil spiritualized hyperspace legion was black and red, and its entire body was transformed into various weapons of a dark nature. The densely packed hyperspace army flew in a herringbone formation like geese. Behind the army, various giant mechs in deep purple or dark red appeared. The giant mechs were hundreds of meters tall, and each one was comparable to a super lord creature. At the end of the army, the ancient and large black body battleships slowly drove at the end. The battleships were covered with latitudinal technology weapons that even the transmogrifier had never seen before. The spectacular and grandiose army was even more deafening than a sci-fi movie. All the mechanical creatures, spreading an oversized encirclement, attacked the capital from afar. How many times did he use his awakening technique, Su Di? Zhuge Yuanqing's pupils shrunk drastically as he couldn't help but sigh. With such a large number of mechanical creatures making their entrance, he thought to himself that the three major guilds in the country would have trouble resisting them even if they joined forces. He can now use his awakening technique 72 times per hour. He spent another 10 hours or so hoarding skills afterward. Su Di has used at least 900 plus awakening techniques this time. Feng Jiawei nervously bit her fingernails that looked like pieces of jade. After witnessing this scene with her own eyes, she believed in Su Di's earlier confidence. This order of magnitude of awakening technique could be used to suppress the terror of the country. Such a perverted trick can only be used by mechanical ascension. The Black Forbidden Book put away its usual lightheartedness and spoke in an extraordinarily serious tone. It knew that this was the pinnacle of mechanical ascension's battle so far. I'm sorry that I didn't talk to you about this matter until now. Feng Jiawei apologized to the old man. She hadn't anticipated at the time that things would develop so significantly. You don't need to blame yourself. Even if I understood it, I wouldn't be able to make a proper judgment, and I would even stop Su Di. Zhuge Yuanqing let out a long sigh. He knew that Feng Jiawei had done her best as the other party's archenemy. Su Di should be able to go well this time. Feng Jiawei re-looked at the billions of troops in the picture. This image was shocking no matter how many times one looked at it. This force can run rampant in small countries like Sakurajima country and John, but if Curry country? I'm not so sure. Zhuge Yuanqing said in a deep voice. His words echoed in the Great Hall for a long time. The capital of the Curry country. Woo woo. Woo woo. The bell alarm was instantly raised. This was their highest level alarm bell. The people in the city panicked and looked for portal entrances to leave the capital. Those who were less fortunate also ducked into the underground world thousands of meters away for shelter. On the other side of the portal exit, soldiers from the border defense continued to appear to reinforce the capital. At the capital's military headquarters, all the officers were in a state of anxiety. The soldiers' hearts were clouded with an unprecedented sense of panic and depression. Inside the military administration room, all the marshals, generals, commanders, and presidential figures within the Curry country were gathered together. The other senior officers had at least the rank of vice general and senator general. Some people cast their skills to watch exactly how many evil spirits had invaded. The resultant number had reached a point where it was impossible to count the exact value. On screen, the shady umbrella lowly coalesced from the nanosplit was sitting on the shoulder of the giant mech, with a smile at the corner of her mouth and infinite poise. The petite lowly body formed a huge visual contrast with the 100-meter mech. Many officers felt like there was a huge mountain pressing on their chests. Suddenly how could there be so many terrifying evil spirits surrounding them? There are at least close to 100 million of them. It's impossible that such a large number of monsters wouldn't be discovered by us until now. This number is more than our capital's army. This is too outrageous. According to the intelligence, the Shy Kingdom was crushed by the shady umbrella Lolita. Is this evil spirit the real culprit behind this, or is it a pawn of the monster behind the scenes? The faces of the adjutants present were pale, the corners of their mouths shivering slightly. For the first time in their lives, they had seen an evil spirit of this scale. Calm down, it's not time for the end. A dry-bodied old man wearing a battle robe spoke in a deep voice. As the chief commander of the Xinhua, he needed to be calm in the face of even the toughest situations. Combat orders were quickly given. The four great generals led their respective legions, each responsible for the east, west, south, and north to block the city. The three marshals will take the capital as the center, spreading out in the direction of a positive triangle to exterminate the evil spirits. All the generals received the order and acted immediately. They turned on their peak combat power and called on their soldiers to mobilize. Unprecedented divine light erupted at the location of the military and government ministries. It was as if gods were coming out of the world, and it was like a swarm of demons. There was an elephant-headed god with an expanding body. There was the six-armed, solemn-looking, long zither-wielding heaven of advocacy. There is Hanuman, a divine monkey with 8 arms and 4 faces. There are no gods in this world. However, there are some professions of the transmigrants who can transform their bodies into gods due to their characteristics. Until now, they have only been able to transform into minor gods. There were no transmigrators yet that could manifest the bodies of the top gods in mythology. The exception was the mysterious creature that was able to manifest the appearance of Shiva before the originally lively military and political department. In an instant, only Di Jin and the old man who was the chief commander were left. Among the orders just given, most of the strongest people in the Curry country were responsible for keeping the monsters out. Only the heavenly saint recovery inheritor, Di Jin, did not leave. On the screen, the huge-scale mechanical evil spirits were still advancing towards the capital. Only the evil spirits weren't advancing too fast, like they wanted to lure all the strong people out of the city. Di Jin, aren't you going to go exert the power of the heavenly saint? The old man opened his cloudy eyes to look at the other party. He felt as if the other party had guessed something. Lord Chief Marshal, do you believe in gravity? Di Jin suddenly laughed. He finally understood the meaning of that Shiva's words. What gravity are you referring to? The old man's eyes narrowed slightly, uncertain of the meaning. The sons of versions attract each other. Di Jin smiled with his snow-white teeth showing. The basis of his statement was all based on his sixth sense. Although this kind of thing like feeling was nebulous. But the destiny of the underworld was as strong as a silken thread. This convinced Di Jin that the other party had sought him out. So it was the son of other versions who did this, huh? The old man in chief grinned, not much surprised by this answer. He had considered this level at the time, he just wasn't sure yet. Wait, Lord Chief Marshal, just don't make a move, it's a fight between me and him. Daeon slowly got up and prepared to leave. It wasn't that he was so bright. Rather, it was that he knew what the other party was doing it for. It was a young conspiracy. Why did the evil spirit advance so slowly into the capital and did not make a point of destroying other cities in the country? This was a deeper meaning that only an inheritor could understand. If he had asked all the marshals, generals and even generalissimos in the country to help him, Jean didn't have the slightest doubt that the other party would no longer be polite. It would have hundreds of millions of machinery no longer fainting but spreading out to bloodbath the entire country. Such a huge army would no longer gather but spread out, and no one would be able to stop it. It was precisely this that Jean knew of the other side, which was why he had been frank with the generalissimo. The other needed him to know the rules and not let anyone interfere. He also needed the other to honor it. This interspatial treaty between the two. It was limited to the time the evil spirit machinery existed. Once their domestic general marshal had killed all the evil spirit machinery army, then Jean wouldn't be polite either and immediately requested the hand of the Lord Jingui general marshal. Go, the great god Brahma will shelter you. The old chief marshal understood the meaning and made a religious sheltering gesture to the other party. He knew that the battle for the version answer was officially fought from their country. It was at this moment. The gatekeeper of the outer field rushed to the house with a roll. An evil spirit has entered the capital. The soldier's tone carried great trepidation. That evil spirit was 10,000 times more terrifying than the evil spirit outside the city. It's finally here. Jean crossed his arms and opened them violently. His entire body skyrocketed with rushing aura. His body emitted brilliant golden light as if a golden god had descended to the world. Come. Battle. Chapter 120 Mechanical Ascension vs Heavenly Saint Recovery 3. The Curry country's transmogrifier has struck. Those mechs from Sudi haven't even arrived at the capital by now. Feng Jiawei looked at the projected image with slightly furrowed brows. Without those mechs present, he only had 72 chances to strike. Sudi's purpose is not to attack the city, no wonder those mechanical evil spirits are only moving so slowly. Zhuge Yuanqing suddenly said as he looked at the projected image. At first, he thought that the other party was taking too much of a risk by doing this. Only now did he realize that the other party had considered it deeply. The mechanical ascender is using the mechs outside the city to feign an attack on the capital, but it's actually creating the conditions for itself, otherwise the other cities in the Curry country would have suffered long ago. If the Heavenly Saint Ascender is smart enough, he should also know that this is not something that others can meddle in. The Black Forbidden Book let out a strange laugh as it realized the truth. The mechanical ascender's far-sightedness excited it. It was more and more looking forward to the other party's future battle with the inheritor of the 10,000 forbidden spells. Feng Jiawei looked at the projection with a complicated expression. It turned out that Su Di understood the danger of this battle better than anyone else. The other party had initially come to himself and inquired about the location of the Heavenly Saint Recovery. It had already made an all-out plan. Outside the city, dark clouds were pressing down on the city. Dark-colored mechanical creatures came overwhelmingly from the sky. The Curry country transmigrants rushing to the frontline battlefield engaged in a shocking battle with them. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. Continuous explosions resounded continuously. The wind rose up and divine light filled the sky. The Hanuman divine monkey transmigrator transformed into a giant ape with a pitch-black body. He opened his fangs and let out a roar, and the energy projectiles in his mouth continuously attacked the advancing evil spirit army. The dark purple mech's electronic eyes at the back lit up, similarly casting skills. A huge diamond-shaped wall of technological light rebounded the energy projectiles. The energy projectiles set off a new round of giant explosions. A main mother female transmogrifier from the Curry country wearing a gorgeous beaded crown spread her arms wide and chanted an incantation. Dense dark clouds appeared in the sky. Dots of green light fluttered down to heal the transmutants of their own camp. At the same time, the Curry country formation masters cast their skills at the very back. Thousands of giant formations appeared on the battlefield. Lava formation, black light formation, doom formation, recovery formation. Large swathes of hexagonal star formations appeared connected to the ground. Destructive energy continuously gushed out within the formations. A transmigrant with a head that looked like a pot of greed and 3 heads and 8 arms that were all black summoned 3 colored thunderbolts. Thousands of thunderbolts blasted down, turning the battlefield where he was located into a sea of thunder. The battle hatch of the giant black battleship opened, releasing the nanohive. Hundreds of millions of mechanical bees flew out from the hive and bombarded the battlefield in front of them. The hyperspace robots were even arranged in formation. Their weapons spewed out a sky of laser bullets in unison in a flat thrust attack. Is that an evil spirit released from hell? The Curry nation's transmigrants inside the battlefield saw the shocking scene. Hundreds of oversized mecha made their appearance. These mechas were none other than the black and gold cyber goddess and mecha Buddha after the evil spiritization. The transformed mechs had no Buddha-like appearance at all. They deepened the brutal big evil ghost to cast attacks. The black gold cyber goddess of mercy transformed into the bishop's evil spirit mecha, and the sinful Dharma wheel appeared behind it.
The crimson gatling in its hand slowly turned 3,600 revolutions in a breath.
As if a blistering rain of sinful energy swept the battlefield across. Evil ghosts carrying bazookas? The Curry Nation transmogrifier quickly saw another evil ghost. It was the worldly evil ghost that the black and gold Mecha Rudra had evilly spiritualized. What everyone's gazes looked at was the other party. Giant cannon barrels appeared in the hands of black gold Mecha Rudra. The dark purple energy cannons constantly collided with the skill struck by the enemy transmutators. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. The earth-shattering sounds didn't stop from the moment the battle started. The capital city gates. Shady Umbrella Loli came stepping on the void with her red umbrella. She was surrounded by 3 black blazing suns in irregular motion. The blood-colored orb lightning that swam nearby crackled, spreading a powerful blood-colored electromagnetic field. The elegant to the extreme stance left a group of city guards paralyzed with fear. The attack they had just made couldn't even penetrate the opponent's lightning barrier. Not to mention the fact that their city's generals and marshals had all run off to fight on the front lines. Rumble. The man whose entire body emitted light flew into the air opposite Su Di. He seemed like a glittering little golden man. Character information. Name, D. Jean. Rank, 399, peak of 6 turns. Occupation, Heavenly Sage Recovery Crippled. Physique, 25,736. Strength, 31987 plus infinite. Spirit, 24,712. Agility, 27,276. Skills, 1 power, prayer and praise, infernal hell, heavenly saint divine body. The body turns golden. Is this after ascending to the 6th turn? Su Di utilized the Eye of Laws to check the other party's information. He noticed that the other party's power had the symbol of appearing infinite. His eyes shifted to the opponent's right hand. Su Di was not surprised to find important information. Item information. Name, Heavenly Saint right hand. Attack, unlimited, right hand only. Defense, unlimited, right hand only. Introduction. The right-hand skeleton left behind by the Heavenly Saint Reviver after dismantling his profession at full level. The right hand contains unlimited power and defense. The user collects the remaining left hand, left foot, right foot, and torso can bring unlimited power into play. Infinite words originally came from the right hand. Su Di marveled inwardly as he discovered the information of this hand bone. He was surprised at how strong the Heavenly Saint bone was. However, from the introduction column could be seen. The right hand had infinite power, but the transmigrator's flesh couldn't hit the terrifying infinity yet. Once the collection of 5 sacred bones was completed, it was complete and utter absolute strength plus absolute defense. It wasn't even a strong existence that the current transmuter could imagine. You're a version of the same answer as me, aren't you? And I can stop any of your attacks with one hand. D. Jean's right hand emitted a bright and incomparable golden light, incomparably confidently said. He had no weapon. His own right hand was the invincible spear and shield. Is that so? Su Di let out a faint voice as he hugged his chest. Then you'll wait for only one hand to remain. Chapter 121, Mechanical Ascension vs. Heavenly Saint Recovery 4. You currently won't come to me without even opening your Ascension energy body. D. Jean stroked his chin, his cavernous and ghostly eyes seeming as if they wanted to eat people. He had thought that the other party had long since crossed over into the world after the 6th turn. But now it seemed that his own rank was superior. To deal with you, it doesn't need to come to this level yet. Su Di was shaped like a deity and flew higher. His arms spread out and purple-black evil spirit rays shot out in front of him. The strong laser was like a giant pillar in the sky, instantly drowning the opponent in the laser. Waiting for the laser to disappear. D. Jean's posture of extending his right hand to resist did not move like a mountain. White smoke drifted slightly from his palm. He stood intact in midair, parrying all of the attacks from earlier. It's great that you came over to die today. D. Jean covered his face with his right hand to reveal a hideous maniacal smile. Whether it was seizing the treasure from the other party or suppressing future enemies. In his own territory, the other party could only come and not return. The words fell. Inside the capital residence, a divine light shot up into the sky. The Xinhua chief Marshal Irfan Kshatriya had already struck. Outside the city, a brand new round of terrifying explosions lifted up in the midst of the intense battle between the two sides. The drastic change in the battlefield situation surprised several people from the Magic Forbidden Book Society. Chief Commander Kshatriya's strength is truly terrifying. Feng Jiawei was deeply shocked by the impact coming from the image. The entire battlefield was originally led by the mechanical creatures, but now it was completely reversed. A few gaps in the opponent's strikes had left the wide area without an inch of grass. This old fellow has survived until now, and his level should be close to full. Zhuge Yuanqing's eyes narrowed slightly as he fell into reminiscence. During the period of the National War, the other party had shown extraordinary strength. This old undead had once caused many of their domestic prides to fall. General Commander Kshatriya is here.
All the transmigrators outside the city were invigorated beyond measure. They knew that their time to fight back had come. The sky within 100,000 miles turned pure black, with only the light of the high sun shining brightly. Any clouds were wiped clean. Immediately afterward, the black sky appeared to be filled with large and small eyeballs. The eyeballs were spinning and gazing at all the creatures below. The Xingua chief marshal's techniques were heavenly. All the eyes were like stars filling the black night. The eyeballs in the sky burned with green flames.
Numerous eyeballs transformed into bright swarms of stars falling down. The thousands of black and gold cyber goddesses present did not show any weakness either. Their thousands of hands all came together, and large swaths of sin evil spirit bombs appeared in the air. The sinful bombs rustled down as if reducing the area to an ocean of explosions. Giant creatures, don't I know how to scream? Chief Marshal Kshatriya clapped his hands together.
The black dome of the sky swiftly draped down 10,000 red energy lines. The red lines pulled out all the giant god statues from the temples in the nearby city. The statues lifted their petrification as if they had come to life, emitting a brilliant luster and opening their eyes angrily. The two armies faced each other. The stone statues of the gods and the giant mechs went head to head. The scene of the giant creatures on both sides facing each other was as if it was the division between the two realms of theology and science.
Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom.
Explosions were continuous, and flames shot up to the sky.
Kshatriya was destroying tens of thousands of mechanical hordes every second.
The battlefield fighting outside the city had entered a white-hot stage.
You came here for this thing, right?
Dijin took out the Xingua stone tablet and took it back among the storage bracelets. After saying that, he transformed into a stream of light and disappeared into the distance. Seeing this, Sudi immediately operated his quantum moon god to chase after him.
The two divine lights, golden and blue, carried long trailing tails.
Sudi intercepted the other party's path and cast awakening technique after awakening technique to kill the other party. Dijin also had no qualms about running his force breaking 10,000 laws to fend it off. The battle between the two sides was enough to make heaven and earth lose their colors. Dijin repeatedly utilized the heavenly saint's right hand to block the fatal attacks, and then continued to flee. This born recoverer is also meticulously na. A lot of harsh words have been spoken, and fleeing for his life is not at all ambiguous. The Black Magic Forbidden Book smiled sorrowfully. It had to admit that the humans on this planet had more hard eyes. The Heavenly Saint Revival Inheritor is trying to stall for time. Feng Jiaowei's sharp nails pinched the knuckles of her hands white. After she understood the bureau designed by Sudi. Knowing that the mechanical creatures outside the city amounted to the time for both sides to fight one-on-one. The current Curry Country Xingua Chief Marshal had stepped in because he understood this. When the number of mechanical evil spirits outside the city was not enough to pose a threat to the country, the top powerhouses of the Curry Country would not hesitate to turn their spearheads and collectively surround Sudi. Why don't we say that the Heavenly Sage Reviver carries the Xingua stone tablet with him, seducing Sudi to chase after him? The Black Forbidden Book gradually changed from suppressed laughter to rampant now. Currently, the opposing country's chief marshal was out to calm the situation on the battlefield very quickly. Sudi was about to face a siege of top-tier powerhouses if he couldn't kill the other party in a very short period of time. He hadn't even opened the mechanical ascension path, and in the end, he was bound to fall on the spot. Sudi's safest choice was to leave the Curry Country before the evil spirit machine was eliminated. But Dijin didn't want to send his arch-enemy to the door and leave just like that. He was carrying the Xingua stone tablet with him because he hoped that Sudi had the guts not to escape. Unless the other party planned to come here for nothing. Letting the setup all come to naught. In the illusory projection, the Heavenly Saint Recovery Inheritor frantically resisted the other party's attacks and continuously provoked the other party's anger. He wanted to use these methods to provoke the other party into staying. As long as he dragged it out until the Kshatriya General Commander resolved the machinery outside the city. Sooner or later, the opponent would be a trapped beast. Rumble. Rumble. Sudi raised his hand to summon two black and gold evil spirit mechs in front of the opponent to block the road. The two evil spirit mechs launched their attacks at the same time, but they were all dodged by the enemy. Dijin's expression was cold as he swung his right arm to strike. The golden body penetrated the two mechs one after another. A wide range of explosions emerged. Dijin's figure had already rushed up into the air and moved away. The only one who could catch up with Dijin was Sudi, who possessed the awakening technique. The other mechs' attack speeds and even self-detonation were still far from being able to catch up with each other. Is this the only thing you have? Dijin twisted his head to look behind him and laughed. He had seen the other party's means as he was fighting and retreating. Although Dijin was shocked at the opponent's powerful battle strength. However, he did not intend to formally fight with the other party, and the other party did not want to injure himself. You see it clearly before you say it.
Su Deejin's palms clenched, and the spherical lightning bolts spread out in the distance quickly gathered towards the other party. He had never allowed the other party to escape too far, for now. Thunder, bright raging sea, fire, tsunami, landslide. Deejin opened his arms with force, his golden eyes bursting forth. A large area of blue divine thunder fell around him as the center. Waves appeared out of nowhere and impacted the 9 heavens. Deejin's last punch smashed into the ground, and the surrounding space erupted with unprecedented energy. All the spherical lightning was shattered. Sudi's face did not change as he struck a dozen awakening techniques one after another. The last supernova explosion grenade was thrown. The fierce white light was like the descent of the Hao Sun. All the nearby trees vaporized and were razed to the ground. At the center of the explosion, a huge crater was left behind that made people's bones stand out. The intense battle caused the center of the explosion to be filled with dust and smoke. Sudi stood in the air overlooking the situation below. When the smoke cleared, Deejin regained his original appearance, with only the right half of his body left from the explosion. Only half of his head was left as well. In the missing half of his body, golden particles resurfaced. Deejin's originally tattered body instantly recovered. The fatal attack caused by Sudi just now was repaired by the Heavenly Saint recovery body in an instant. This was the initial version of the answer that combined offense, defense, and healing into one Heavenly Saint recovery. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Deejin's shoulders shrugged, covering his face to hold back his laughter. The body re-transformed into a radiant golden energy body. He slowly flew to the same height as his opponent, his mouth tinged with mockery. Pust. Deejin smiled evilly as he inserted his index finger into his temple and stirred it. Blood splattered while the powerful self-healing power continued to create blood again. Wasn't you shocked by the Heavenly Saint's recovery's terrifying healing power? My mood has never been so soothing as it is now. You're really getting me high. Chapter 122, Mechanical Ascension vs. Heavenly Saint Recovery 5. This healing skill of the Heavenly Saint recovery body is too perverse. Feng Jiawei looked at the virtual image and was inwardly terrified. She saw that her opponent's brains had been beaten out. With such a heavy injury, if she were herself, one would have already lost their life, let alone repairing it. This isn't a skill, this is the passive of Heavenly Saint recovery. The Black Forbidden Book spoke faintly from the side. The primordial universal forbidden spell had fought the Heavenly Saint recovery inheritor. It knew that this was still just a self-healing effect of a bone. The Heavenly Saint inheritors suppressed by the initial generation all-seer forbidden spell were all on the verge of turning into full bodies. The Black Forbidden Book still remembered now. The more ribs a Heavenly Saint recovery had, the stronger its self-healing ability was. Knowing that this was a bone of a Heavenly Saint recovery full body, this was an existence comparable to the bodies of saints in mythology. Is there really a way to destroy this kind of monster? Zhuge Yuanqing asked the Forbidden Book. He now truly understood that any version of the answer should not be underestimated. Feng Jiawei also looked towards the Forbidden Book. She also wanted to know how the primordial 10,000 things forbidden spell had subdued the Heavenly Saint inheritor. The Black Forbidden Book hovered in the air unconcernedly saying, other than the invincible part, just exterminate it to the point that not even dregs remain. Both fell silent after it finished saying why. Except for the invincible skeleton, exterminating everything else was putting it lightly. The opponent could rely on his right hand to provide protection to the only weak point, the head. The more Heavenly Saint skeletons there were, the more thorough the level of protection would be. It's too difficult, the task Sudi encountered is really difficult. Zhuge Yuanqing realized the situation the other party was facing. Even if mechanical ascension could suppress the Heavenly Saint's recovery, it wouldn't help. This was because Deejin had no intention of engaging Sudi in a head-on battle. The Heavenly Saint recovery inheritor was now frantically fleeing for his life to stall for time. All he needed was to wait for his country's top transmogrifier to empty his hands and win. Heavenly Saint recovery is stronger than I thought. Feng Jiawei pursed her lips, her mood heavy. She was finally able to understand the everything forbidden spell and why it was necessary to suppress the Heavenly Saint inheritor in advance. If this occupation was allowed to form a full body, it definitely couldn't be more tricky. Aren't you guys saying the opposite? Don't you need to? Should it be that mechanical ascension is too heaven-defying? The Black Forbidden Book wanted to roll its eyes at the two. If Deejin didn't use his right hand for defense, he would have long since turned into flying ash, but he couldn't live long enough to be able to leave half of his body. It was not rare for the performance of the Heavenly Saint's revival, and it was even more terrifying with Sudi's strength. You guys don't forget the huge bonus of the Heavenly Saint's right hand bone. This is a full-grade Heavenly Saint recovery, in order to deal with the next generation's version of the legacy inheritance. Sudi is equivalent to dueling a full-grade Heavenly Saint recovery with 1/5 the strength. The point of the existence of these legacy items of ours is to find a chance for the legacy profession to replace the current version of the answer. A normally developed Heavenly Saint recovery can't be this strong. If the other party this still can't carry mechanical ascension for 2 moves, then I'll just surrender and forget about it.
The Black Forbidden Book spoke in a relaxed tone, but inwardly it weighed like 1,000,000 pounds. These human transmigrators simply didn't understand how much gold a full level contained, nor did they understand how strong their object extras were. Sudi developed and upgraded normally without the help of external forces, and even the most important flow ascension path was not opened. Heavenly Sage Inheritor in his own country turf, get the bones of the full version of the answer, and as a result, he has to rely on escape to drag the time so humiliating.
But Feng Jiawei frowned slightly.
She knew that with her current strength, it was dangerous to deal with the Heavenly Saint recovery. But according to the game's history fragments, she should be stronger.
The Black Forbidden Book guessed what Feng Jiawei had in mind.
It made a secret transmission to the other party. Hui, this inheritor has the help of the Heavenly Saint Bone, but you also have my help.
At the earliest, when you were preparing for Sudi's showdown, didn't you ask if I would make a move? I'm definitely saying to you now that I will step in to help you. Although it's not clear if I can eliminate the mechanical ascension.
But as long as I make a move, the Heavenly Saint Recovery Inheritor will only annihilate in your hands. The Black Forbidden Book's tone was filled with killing intent. The Heavenly Saint Recovery legacy against the next version of the inheritance was certainly strong. However, the primordial all-seeing forbidden spellbearer had to be even more thorough in his research of the version. What power do you still have?
Feng Jiawei looked at the Black Forbidden Book head-on and felt unfamiliar.
It was then that she realized that the amount of information the other party had kept from her was far beyond imagination.
It depends on when I'm in a better mood.
Black Forbidden Book spoke indifferently. Unless Feng Jiawei's life was at stake or she was prepared to fight Sudi to the death, she would not make a move and use her bottom card. Otherwise, the Black Forbidden Book was worried that the other party would reveal it to Sudi for the sake of the Dragon Kingdom's development. If the Forbidden Book's bottom card is exposed, there is no longer any hope to counteract the current version of the answer.
Curry Country Border. Half of the head left can also live, that completely melted to only the bones of the hand you can still live? The ring on Sude's finger glowed with light. The Maxwell's Demon Paradox ring replenished his mental power.
There was no reason to let his opponent live after he knew the approximate ability.
The previous battle was just to test the strength of the Heavenly Saint's revival. The final wave of awakening techniques would require the opponent's life. Sudi opened his nano-body form. It was as if tiny iron shavings were floating in the sky around him. Dijin sensed the crisis and quickly left his position.
The two of them started a new round of chase.
Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. The battle between the outside of the city was nearing its conclusion.
The evil spirit mechanical army was retreating under the suppression of the Curry country's powerful men.
The Kshatriya Jinghua general commander was also transformed into an energy body as he crisscrossed the battlefield.
Utilizing his full strength, he seemed like an ancient demon god.
Kshatriya looked towards the two generations of versions of Answer fighting in the distance.
In his mind, he was constantly calculating the current number of mechanical evil spirits in the field.
Kshatriya was not prepared to completely eliminate the evil spirits. Once the danger of the evil spirits was minimized,
he would have no qualms about helping Dijin.
And right now, the number of evil spirits was decreasing dramatically.
A large number of black sun spheres were constantly being generated around Su Dijin's body.
In his hands, the evil spirit rays seemed to change into infinitely long light blades. He swung his lightsaber diagonally through the air.
Dijin quickly crossed his right arm to protect his brain and defend himself. The evil spirit light blade cut off Daehan's body directly below his chest cavity.
Dijin, who was left with half of his body, abruptly slowed down. But in the blink of an eye, he had already grown a new body. The battle continued outside the capital.
The hundreds of millions of evil spirit armies had been quickly reduced to the point where they were almost no longer a threat.
Fast. It's not fast enough, you need to be faster. Feng Jiawei lost her voice.
World War III would happen sooner or later, and if one lost their mechanical ascension now, in the future, if they relied on themselves alone, they would not be able to support it at all.
On screen, Sudi used the evil spirit rays one after another, cutting down the opponent's body.
And Dijin was like a small, undefeatable force. He could rebirth his infinite body as long as he protected his brain from complete death.
Useless, useless.
So what if you're stronger than me? As long as I don't fight you, let's see how you can kill me.
Dijin spat and let out a maniacal laugh.
He began to silently recite numbers in his mind, which was the countdown to his opponent's death.
Is that so? Sudi ran his quantum moon steps to instantly move to the other party's side.
The many small black suns connected as a circle, as if they were long black rosaries, placing the two within the ring.
You're asking for death.
Seeing that his opponent dared to get close, Dijin clenched his right hand into a fist and struck the strongest blow.
In a split second, Dijin cast Quantum Moon God and his body entered an invincible state, returning to the time position 5 seconds ago. Crap! Dijin realized something with a cold heart.
Sudi's palms clenched and the circle formed by the small sun violently indented. The black sun expanded 100 times in size at the same time, trapping Dijin between the seams of the sphere.
Snort snort. Snort snort. It was as if the sound of meat baking on an iron plate appeared. When I get out, I'll take your life.
Dijin screamed in agony, his flesh and blood regenerating brand new every moment it was roasted. 6,000 degrees on the surface of the sun wasn't nearly enough to kill him.
You will die, but I won't. Sudi snapped his fingers out of habit, annihilation.
Solar helium flash was unleashed.
Boom 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 boom. In a flash, black light shot up into the sky. Chapter 123 Mechanical Ascension vs. Heavenly Saint Recovery End. Boom 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 boom. Unprecedented shocking earth-shattering explosions rang out. The black three-bodied sun that the skill evil spirit had transformed into blossomed with 10,000 rays of light.
The black light seemed to engulf the nearby area of tens of thousands of miles, briefly turning the green sky into endless night. When the explosion roar ended and the sun's light shone on the earth again.
After the sun's helium flashed,
the traces of space distortion were as terrifying as a piece of paper that had been ravaged into a ball. The right-hand bone of the heavenly saint that was as golden as a haze in midair slowly fell down, and the surrounding area was filled with fragments of the Jinhua stone monument. Sudi naturally wouldn't be polite in the face of this bone with infinite offense and defense. He reached out with one hand and used his spiritual power to try to suck the item into his hand.
Just at this moment,
a vortex-like distortion appeared at the space where the heavenly saint's hand bone descended. A dry arm stretched out. If Dijin was still alive, he would have absolutely exclaimed that this was Shiva who gifted his right hand bone.
Useless thing.
A sigh came from within the space.
It sounded like it was extremely dissatisfied with Dijin's performance.
Dijin watched the other party get the hand bone and shrink back, and it was too late for him to get it back. He operated the Eye of Laws at the end, wanting to see who actually snatched the hand bone. As a result, the information he saw made him appear surprised.
Name, Shura Dao Main Body. A monster from the abyssal demon realm. Waves rippled in Sudi's heart. One of the 6 paths, Shirado, observed the previous battle at all times.
In that case, the sudden appearance of this right hand bone might also be related to the other party. The Curry Kingdom's Jinhua stone monument is broken, the equipment and props drop rate of all Curry Kingdom's transmigrants is reduced by 50%. A message alert appeared on the panels of all Curry Kingdom transmutants. All of their outputs were going to be halved until the Township Stone Monument was repaired again.
Let him die. All the senior officers present trembled inwardly.
The shattering of the Jinhua stone tablet meant that the other party had met an untimely end.
Swiftly. Sudi didn't have any extra time to think about Shirado's appearance.
He took the pieces of the Jinhua stone tablet and ran the quantum moon god to rush towards the capital's location.
Don't even think about leaving if you've come.
The chief commander of the Jinhua Kshatriya headed towards Sudi's location and slapped his hands together in the air.
Bang bang bang. All the surrounding space shattered like glass.
Sudi used quantum moon step to return to the previous point in time. His body appeared invincible for a short period of time. Sudi did not intend to entangle with this old man and instantly flew towards the direction of the portal with the help of the invincibility time. This evil spirit wants to use the portal to escape.
Some sharp-eyed officers lost their voices and cried out.
They originally thought that the other party was not destroying the capital because its residents had long since retreated and had no use for it. But now, it seemed that the other party was simply making plans to leave afterward.
The number of evil spirits in the field was eliminated to a minimum.
The generals, marshals and characters present turned their spears to attack, wanting to leave Sudi behind. However, they failed to arrive before Dijin fell, and were ultimately a step too slow.
Buzzing. Sudi didn't enter the teleportation portal and summoned the black and gold Mecha Buddha. This is the earthly product left for you.
The huge mecha appeared to slam into the ground with a loud bang.
Give this all-evil spirit a run for its money.
Anger filled the eyes of the senior generals of the Curry country present. The other party came and went as they wanted. What did they take their country for?
Something's not right, retreat.
A general sensed that something was wrong and shouted.
Only to see the black and gold mecha Rolai turn on its self-destruction. Endless crimson light erupted from its 7 orifices area. Boom 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 boom.
The sinful fire lotus rose up and blasted the entire city all to the ground.
Holy crap, the inheritor is gone and the home has been stolen.
The Curry country's peripheral officers exploded with foul language as they looked at the skyward flames. They originally thought that they could rely on this heavenly sage recovery to completely make Curry country the world master.
As a result, all of this plan was trashed by the other party. Sudi's path to leave has all been calculated.
Feng Jiawei was deeply shocked as she looked at the images in the virtual shadow. In front of all the top powerhouses of the Curry country, it was hard to just leave.
It's always a big thing that's been solved. Zhuge Yuanqing breathed a sigh of relief. He now understood why the Forbidden Book said that mechanical ascension was perverted.
With his own strength, he couldn't even manage to blow up the other party's capital and still retreat easily.
Such a perverted mission was completed in less than 2 days. The Black Forbidden Book spoke quietly. The stronger the strength of the profession, the easier it was to encounter extremely difficult missions. Even though this was for the purpose of creating the transmutation heavenly tablet. However, it wasn't as if the primordial manifestation forbidden spellcaster had to collect the Jinhua stone tablet as a material. I'm afraid that the functions of the mechanical ascender's transmutation heavenly tablet are much more powerful than the previous generation. In the midst of a piece of debris. From time to time, Sudi heard the sound of cannons coming from the neighborhood. It was obvious that this place was in a warring area. He was just casually entering the portal and didn't set the area. It was not yet known which area to teleport to. Martyr evil spirit, this is definitely the Bear Country's gang forcing the monsters back again. The foreign soldiers hibernating inside the city raised their guns and shot bullets in a split second. What are you guys talking about? Sudi coldly swept his eyes, and the evil spirit red umbrella in his hand opened up. Only a ding-ding-ding sound of bullets colliding with metal could be heard. The bullets fired by the 5 transfigurators were all intercepted. When did Umbrella Loli become so strong? The several foreign transmutators were instantly dumbfounded. This was a technological firearm that they had imported from the Lighthouse Kingdom. Where is this place? Sudi landed on the ground to question the few people. He looked at the level of these people, but they were only at the point of 60 level 2 transmutations. Click click click. Click 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 click. Right at this moment, a dozen or so exotic flying robots rushed to the scene to rescue them. Saved. A few soldiers looked at the arriving robots and a hopeful look appeared in their eyes. These robots were strong enough to have the strength of a third turn. What kind of broken brass? Sudi raised his eyes to look at the flying robots. The evil spirit rays that erupted from his fingertips were like infinitely long laser god blades. Between one diagonal slash, the robot was instantly killed in seconds. And the ground affected by the wave instantly left a huge abyss. Lord Evil Spirit, spare your life. A few soldiers were so scared that they almost didn't stare out of their eyes. They knelt to the ground and issued a plea for mercy. This evil spirit was simply 100 times more powerful than the evil spirit king. Where is this place? Sudi opened his mouth indifferently and asked a few people for the last time. Only then did a soldier bravely say that this was a foreign country. So teleported here. Sudi's eyes narrowed slightly as he understood. Currently, the Jinhua stone tablet was still missing a fragment of a country, so taking a random foreign country was just right. Boom! The ground cracked into a spider web in a split second. Sudi transformed into a stream of light and prepared to fly towards the foreign country's base camp. A huge air current erupted, blowing several people backwards. However, a few soldiers were so excited about their survival that they almost didn't shed a tear. A foreign transmigrant was stunned. We actually survived. Another spoke slowly after thinking, is there a possibility that we didn't even have the qualifications to let the other party do it? The foreign country's main camp. The military intelligence radar had long since scanned the approach of the evil spirit monster. At this moment, the transmutants of the foreign country as well as the mercenaries of the Western Alliance were ready to attack the monster. Incoming! The pupils of one of the foreign country's officers shrunk violently. Only to see a black dot change from small to large, and everyone saw a magnificent evil spirit Loli appear. It's this evil spirit monster, don't let it go! Someone screamed and yelled for everyone to get ready to attack. Sudi raised his eyes and swept them, taking in the strength of the turners present. Most of them were at turn 5 to turn 7, with the highest strength transmuter only at turn 8. Sudi inwardly sighed deeply. I've fought too many high scores, and it's still the first time I've met such a weak one. Chapter 124, Going to the Abyssal Demon Realm. All attack. The foreign officer gave the order. All the transmutants simultaneously unleashed their strongest skills. Divine Light rose up and roaming skills attacked towards Sudi. Sudi's fingers casually flicked out small spherical lightning bolts. The crimson lightning sphere violently expanded and collided with all the skills. While the spherical lightning exploded, a large red arc network spread out in the air. The red arcs merely spread out, bringing up a powerful electrical field that put down every bit of the transfigurator. Those who were not strong enough fainted on the spot. The 7th to 8th turn transferees felt in their paralyzing convulsions that if they were struck by a single arc of electricity, they were probably going to die. The foreign mercenary turners were the most bitter in their hearts. They had received news nearby that an elite evil spirit monster had rushed towards the capital, so they had come over to help. As a result, you say this is a Umbrella Loli? It's a evil spirit emperor, isn't it? The paralyzed transmuter twitched as he looked up at the evil spirit monster above him. The other party was clearly unbelievably beautiful, but all they had now was fear. It's okay to take a piece of your Jinhua stone tablet, right? Sudi said knowingly. The strength of a 7 or 8 turn turner was simply the same as the fishpond bureau. Take. An officer's fingers twitched like chicken claws, and he stammered and spoke with a crooked mouth. They were all already heavenly lucky to have survived this evil spirit. The strength of a small country is indeed incomparable. Su-di got the items he wanted. Currently, the foreign country and the bear country were still fighting on the battlefield, but he predicted that the strongest transmutants of the foreign country were on the front line. But as far as the strength of the foreign country was concerned, the 12-turn turner strength was estimated to be holding up. The other side could start a fight with the bear country for so long, mainly because the bear country had to face was not a foreign country, but was afraid of the Western alliance behind the foreign country as well as the lighthouse country, the two sides behind the scenes which did not send out top-tier powerhouses. But this didn't have much to do with him. After all, he was just a mediocre evil spirit. The foreign country's Jinghua Stone Monument is broken, the equipment and props drop rate of all transmutants in the foreign country is reduced by 50%. A reminder message appeared in the panel of all transmutants in the foreign country. The foreign country transmutators displayed in front of them were collectively confused. They had confronted the bear country for such a short while, and as a result, their home was gone? Where is your president? Su-di asked to the transmigrants lying on the ground before leaving. The president went. Go to the blast furnace country to discuss the rescue. The officer who fell on the ground crooked his mouth and drooled. No wonder there aren't many people in the entire capital's presidential palace, he ran fast. Su-di left a short, soft chortle. There was a time when the foreign country was also part of the Bear Kingdom. After exiting the presidential palace, before Su-di was ready to step into the teleportation portal, he saw a magnificent and huge statue standing in the center of the city. The statue had its arms spread out holding a sword in one hand and a shield in the other. The symbol of the Bear Kingdom on the statue commemorating Motherland Calling had been removed by a foreign country. It also represents the end of the splendor of the Bear Kingdom. There were two statues, one in the Bear Kingdom and one in a foreign country. Only now the foreign country is no longer part of what was once the Bear Kingdom. This was the result of the failed game between the kingdoms. There is more and more news of friction between nations. Many people believe that World War III is not far away. If that day really comes, I do not know which countries will hide the last version of the answer to the inheritance of the light. The portal light flashed. Su-di lifted his evil spiritualization to return to the Dragon Empire. Seriously, he was still a bit reluctant to let go of himself in this state. After all, being able to unleash more than 70 awakening techniques in one breath was incomparably refreshing. Luckily, he now had all of his transformation tasks completed and still had 9 evil spirit cards to use. Breaking through to the 5th turn, he would be heading directly to the Abyssal Demon Realm. The Transformation Hall. Su-di submitted his transfer quest. Congratulations on completing your transfer quest. You have obtained the Transformation Heavenly Tablet. The transformation tablet has been loaded into your personal panel. You can submit or complete your transformation quests in the future. You've broken through to the 5th turn, and you can choose between 2 career paths. Choice 1, Final Gunsmith. Career Future Direction, you will master the ultimate pinnacle of firearms type skills. Choice 2, Shattered Star Gunsmith. Career Future Direction, you will master the cosmic interstellar level of skills. Is this even a choice? Su-di made his choice quickly with a faint smile. The pinnacle of firearms technology still had its limits, but the cosmic astral body could be different. His journey, the Starry Sea. Selection complete. Congratulations on your transfer to Shattered Star Gunsmith. Congratulations on obtaining 5,000 points of attribute value, which has been automatically assigned according to the gunsmith profession. Countless blue points of light appeared flickering around Su-di. He looked at these granular light points carefully, each one seemed to be a tiny planet. The light points surged into his body, and an unprecedented feeling of relief swept away his fatigue. Personal information. Name, Su-di. Occupation, Shattered Star Gunsmith. Level, 280. Physique, 26,660. Strength, 34,048. Spirit, 27,437. Agility, 23,750. Title, Unrivaled. Skills, Solar Helium Flash, Plasma Concentration Run, Sky Dimension Ray, Final Kill. Detecting that your next stage will open your career origin, please get ready to face the subsequent Mechanical Ascension transfer task. It really did appear. Su-di's eyes flickered vaguely. Reaching the 6th turn, one's occupation would undergo a heavenly change. What exactly was Mechanical Ascension like? Judging from the Heavenly Sate recovery transforming into a golden energy body and being able to reborn with unlimited severed limbs. Is he himself also able to change into an energy body, and what is the effect of his own energy body? The Mirror Body quest at the peak of the 5th turn. There was also the matter of the appearance of his own machinery within the guild. Su-di felt that he was getting closer to the answer. With this in mind, he slowly took out a black invitation from his storage bracelet. Invitation to the Demon King Abyssal Party. Introduction. Through the wormhole of time and space, only one person can reach the abyss of the demon world and enjoy the revelry. Chapter 125. A boy who loves white whoring can't have bad fortune. The Devil Realm Abyss, that Shirato also took away the right hand bone of the Heavenly Saint recovery. At that time, if we go to the Devil Realm and meet Shirato, it's just right to explore the situation from the other side. Sudi's eyes narrowed slightly as he thought about what happened in the Curry Country. With this in mind, he left the transfer hall. Before going to the Demon Realm, he prepared to say hello to Grandpa. Otherwise, there was no way to contact them in the other dimension so that they wouldn't be unable to find them. After leaving the transfer hall, Sudi bumped into two familiar people at the entrance. "Why did you guys come over?" Sudi questioned. He had only just returned to the country not long ago. Those who have seen the Forbidden Book with their own eyes can lock the location, and it will be convenient to find the mirror body when the time comes. Feng Jiawei responded in disbelief. As the son of the previous generation's version, she still had this means of detection. Congratulations, when you rise to the peak of the 5th turn you can start opening the path of ascension. The Black Magic Forbidden Book transmitted its voice in secret. It was looking forward to what effect the mechanical ascension into an energy body would have. Are you in need of an upgrade now? If so, you can join together. Feng Jiawei spoke bluntly. She was currently quite prepared. So you're at the peak of the 5th turn? Sudi looked at the other party's level and realized that he had gone to Curry Country for the past 2 days. Feng Jiawei had already upgraded from her last peak of 4 turns to peak of 5 turns. In other words, the other party could take the transfer quest and open the mirror body quest right now. If you don't go to Curry Country, your upgrade speed isn't slower than mine, it's nothing. Feng Jiawei spoke in a cloudy manner. It was all version answers, upgrading wasn't that difficult. I need to go to the Abyssal Demon Realm first, and I'll help you with the mirror body when I come back. Sudi said bluntly. This was something he had decided before. In that case, wait until you return. Feng Jiawei was halfway through her words. At the side, the Magic Forbidden Book spoke up. If we go to the Demon World, then bring me along as well. I haven't been to this version of the Demon World yet. You're also going to the Demon World? Feng Jiawei opened her mouth in surprise. To compare the difference between the Demon Realm here and the previous generation's version. If it wasn't for Sudi wanting to go, I didn't intend to go and see it so early. Since he's now preparing to go as well, it's just right for me to go along and take a look. The Black Forbidden Book explained the reason for this. In the previous version there was only the Demon Realm, not the Void God Realm as well as the Heavenly Realm. The point it didn't understand was why there was inexplicably an additional Demon King in this version. Then let me ask the chairman if he has tickets to the Abyssal Demon Realm. Feng Jiawei helplessly held her forehead. Having gone to all the forbidden books herself, then she had no one to guide her in her cultivation. It would be better to go to the Demon Realm with Sudi to have a look. Wonderful, the son of 2 generations of versions going to the Devil World, ha 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 ha. The Magic Forbidden Book let out a laugh as if it thought of something. With the action of the son of 2 generations of versions, then going to the Demon Realm was also as stable as it could be. No need to trouble Chairman Zhuge, I have an Abyssal Party entrance ticket right here. Sudi's mind moved and he smiled bashfully. This was also thanks to the Dark Reincarnation Labyrinth, something that the Heavenly Tao had given to himself for nothing. I have a Heavenly Tao Abyssal Party invitation here, you can use it just in time. Sudi revealed his white teeth and smiled. As expected, a boy who loved white whoring wouldn't have too much bad luck. It's actually a Heaven's Path level invitation. A glow flashed in front of Feng Jiawei's eyes. She was about to thank the other party when she didn't expect the other party to have the next sentence. This one was obtained after I wasted 9 cows and 2 tigers to escape from death, with a level of danger even more treacherous than going to the Curry Country. For this invitation, I'll take a loss and sell you for 50 billion amethyst coins. Sudi handed over this invitation to the other party. 50 billion amethyst coins? Are you trying to drain me dry? Feng Jiawei sniffed and shoved the amethyst coins back to the other party. Although the Heaven's Path invitation belonged to a super high-level invitation that one had never even seen before. However, one's entire fortune wasn't enough for 50 billion. 499 billion amethyst coins then. Sudi gave the other party a favorable discount. An ordinary Abyssal Party invitation would require 1 billion amethyst coins apiece. The Heavenly Tao invitation was estimated to be in existence that would only appear if you killed a Heavenly Tao bilocation. The other party was a rich woman from a top guild. This discount of yours, is there a difference between it and an old-time Lamborghini $500 coupon? Feng Jiawei rolled her pretty eyes. If it was so expensive, it would be better to get normal invitations for herself. The invitation is quite normal. The Black Forbidden Book secretly muttered in its heart. That version of it also had an invitation to the Demon Realm. In the bargaining between Feng Jiawei and Sudi, in the end, it was the Forbidden Books who stepped in. Let's make it 30 billion, I've learned about the value of your world's currency, this price is about right. The Black Magic Forbidden Book faintly transmitted its voice to the two. It thought that this Heaven's Path invitation could bring a value of over $30 billion. Even if Feng Jiawei really lacked amethyst coins. With itself present, Zhuge Yuanqing wouldn't say anything more. Feng Jiawei looked at the Black Forbidden Book in surprise. She thought about this and agreed. Although the Forbidden Book hid many things from herself, she wouldn't pit herself anyways. The transaction went smoothly. Su Di quickly received Feng Jiawei's transfer. $30 billion was 3/5 turn awakening techniques for him right now. Afterwards, Su Di said that when he went back to the Mechanical Mystery Guild to say hello to his elders, Feng Jiawei had offered to take the other party there herself. I haven't seen the flight technique of the 10,000 things forbidden spell yet. Su Di was also happy to be comfortable having a driver. Even if the other party was a female driver. Why are you grabbing my waist? I have enough skill to take you there. Feng Jiawei felt the warmth of her waist and shivered sensitively. She turned and flattened her mouth to look at the other party, as if asking if you did it on purpose or accidentally. I'm sorry, I don't understand that there are skills that are so advanced. Su Di released his hand and laughed dryly. His shift skill needed to be touched in order to fly together, which was also the function of most shift skills. For example, when he opened his quantum skill, his whole body equipment and clothes were also vaporized together. When the assassin from another country assassinated himself, he brought his class president Qin Koexin to avoid the attack was like this, needing to touch the other side. Just stand where you are. Feng Jiawei cast a spell without chanting, and the skill, Starry Sky Faraway, was unleashed in a flash. The two of them transformed into two bright stars and flew towards the Machinery Guild. Arriving at the Machinery Guild, Su Di quickly arrived at his grandfather's residence. He explained to the other party that he was going to the Abyssal Demon Realm and might not be in the guild for a while. This time, with the Magic Forbidden Book Guild's Fatsi traveling along with me, I am also quite a bit more at ease. Jiang Wanyao nodded, relieved. With the Magic Forbidden Book Society's Fatsi, plus an era version of the Forbidden Book in tow, he could feel much more at ease. The Abyssal Demon Realm and the Technological Heaven Realm are different from our world, although they have their own systems and regulations. They don't collect amethyst coins, but source stones. I still have quite a few source stones from the Demon Realm left, not much, but you guys might be able to use them when you go to the Abyssal Demon Realm. Zhang Wanyao gave each of the two a ton of source stones from his storage bracelet. Even with a ton of weight, the source stones were only the size of a faceball. With these currencies around, these two juniors should be able to buy anything they like in the Demon Realm. Thank you, Grandpa Jiang. Feng Jiawei thanked the other party. She realized that Su Di's grandfather was still very amiable in treating people. You guys remember to probe about the game's history fragments. It's best if you can bring back the history fragments. Zhang Wanyao gave another reminder before the two left. This was a major event for all the transmigrants to understand the world as it was. The two nodded to indicate that they had taken note of it. Su Di then greeted Feng Jiawei and headed to the Abyssal Demon Realm together. By the way, you sold me the Heaven's Path invitation, so what are you using for yourself? Feng Jiawei suddenly remembered this matter as she prepared to teleport to the Demon Realm. I'm afraid that such a precious invitation was the only one of its kind. Me? I'll just order whatever I want. Su Di finished taking out the invitation to the Demon King's Abyss party. Feng Jiawei? Please open the microphone to communicate. Chapter 126, Abyssal Demon Realm Part 1. Abyssal Demon World. This world seemed to be in a perpetual night. The two bright moons hanging high in the sky illuminated the world in silver white. Two shooting stars crossed the night sky. At a deep purple mountain range, the two landed here. Is this the Abyssal Demon Realm? Feng Jiawei flew up into mid-air to patrol the surroundings. Her eyes blossomed as she looked ahead over a super long distance, only to see many towns appearing in various places 100 kilometers away. This indicated that the Abyssal Demon Realm, too, had a structure similar to human society. Let's go to the nearby Abyssal Demon Realm cities first. Su Di immediately made a decision and said. He had heard a long time ago that the objects inside the Abyssal Demon Realm were extremely rare. Many materials that were difficult to appear in the Blue Star world were nothing in the Abyssal Demon Realm. When he went to the city, if there was indeed something good, a ton of source stones should be able to be put to great use. This invitation of yours shouldn't be too bad, so you can go directly to the higher-ups of the demon world. The Black Forbidden Book let out a lowly laugh. It had felt quite a bit of demonic aura. Su Di and Feng Jiawei also felt the abnormalities that appeared around them. However, the two of them didn't say anything more unspokenly and set off on their own. The ghostly grass on the mountain range swayed slightly. The sound of gravel being trampled resounded slightly. A pair of eyes emerged from the dense forest on the mountainside watching the duo who had just arrived in the demon realm. This book can still talk. When did the human realm's forging technology become so strong? It's probably the special equipment forged by the dwarves. This man is quite handsome, no wonder there is a human woman accompanying him. Judging from the equipment, these two are only 4 or 5 turns and they dare to come to us. It's time to teach them to behave. It's better to be cautious. The strength of these two should be quite a bit stronger than the usual human transmutator with 5 turns. From the equipment it doesn't look any stronger, don't worry. Hee, it's been a while since I played a human, I'm going to play until I suck this time. A band of demonic people in the dark dense forest exchanged whispers. They were evil bandits in the abyssal demon realm and knew that this was one of the locations where human transmutants descended into the demon realm. If a strong and powerful person came to the abyssal demon realm, they wouldn't do much. However, if a transmigrator with low strength also came to the abyssal demon realm, the situation would be very different. The creatures of the demon realm that were hibernating here began to move immediately after the discussion. They immediately set out to intercept at the front of the mountain range. Speaking of which, I haven't seen you make a move yet. Su-di chatted with Feng Jiawei on the road. He had experienced the Heavenly Saint recovery battle, but the only thing he didn't understand yet was the 10,000 things forbidden spell. If you want me to be a laborer, just say so. Feng Jiawei blanked the other party while maintaining her flight. Both she and Su-di had a premonition that a creature was approaching unsuspectingly. Su-di clearly wanted to let herself make a move and watch and eat from the side. It wasn't long after the words fell. A dozen or so pitch-black figures instantly cut off the two of them from their path. Suddenly, swiftly, the moonlight shone on the demonic man's body. The monster had robust and developed muscles throughout its body, and was covered in weapons. All stand still, pay the toll for this road first. The leader, a demon blade demon man, laughed hideously. Its mouth spewed out a mouthful of white gas very arrogantly. Put down all your weapons and equipment, as well as your storage bracelets, so that we can still spare your lives. The demonic man with needle spikes all over his body threatened. The reason he said that was also mainly to maximize safety, and wouldn't really keep his word. But when both of them put down their weapons, then they would completely become lambs to the slaughter. Monster information. Name, Demon Blade Demon Man. Level, 540. Attack, 152-3890. Physical defense, 559927. Legal defense, 578349. Skills, Cyclone of 10,000 Blades, 1 slash of Extreme Evil, Demon Blade Domain. Description: demon species monsters and human beings after the combination of the lifeform, not recognized by the demon world, fell into the bandits of the demon. Name: Needle Stab Demon Man. Level, 420. Attack, 110-0854. Physical defense, 359730. Legal defense, 425600. Skills: Needle Chariot, Toxicity Multiplier, Rainstorm Pear Blossom. Description: the life form of a demonic species monster combined with a human, not recognized by the demon world and reduced to a banded demon. The mouths of a pair of demonic people present were drooling and their expressions were lewd. They looked at the humans in front of them, itching to grab them and ravage and torture them hard. Put down your weapon when you say so? Then I'll let you die if you go or not. Su-di laughed lightly twice. After he checked the level of these monsters, he was just thinking about who to keep alive, and it was good to ask about the situation of the demon world first. What a disgusting thing, just coming to the abyssal demon realm and running into this group of stinking insects. Feng Jiawei said with a displeased face. She turned her stomach when she saw the filthy look these demonic races revealed. If you don't cooperate, then wait for death. The demon blade demon gritted his teeth and issued a death declaration. He quickly gave orders to his companions. Kill the female and leave the male to play slowly. The demon blade demon's words caused the demons present to instantly become sexually aroused. Their gazes were undisguised as they looked towards Su-di, long wanting to ravage the other party properly. Just with you guys you want to kill me too? What does the second half of the sentence mean? Feng Jiawei and Su-di's faces were cloudy. Ha 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 ha. The Black Forbidden Book's maniacal laughter was hard to suppress. The demonic people present swung their weapons to point at the Forbidden Book. Why are you laughing at a human's broken equipment? Black Forbidden Book? Sharpen them into human sticks first. The demonic people present lit up their weapons and swarmed up. As a result, Feng Jiawei and Su-di hadn't even made a move yet. The Black Magic Forbidden Book was the first to attack. Die for me. The Black Forbidden Book sent out a circle of black energy waves. The black energy wave passed through the demonic people like a huge circle. Poof poof poof. Poof poof poof. The demonic man's body instantly exploded and died. Subsequently, as if the soul body-like existences all appeared to burn out, the demon was directly erased from existence. What the hell? The only surviving demon blade demon man shouted in horror. It looked at the two again, the pupils of its eyes filled with fear. The Black Magic Forbidden Book emitted an evil hoarse voice. The rest of this cub seed, play slowly. Chapter 127, Abyssal Demon Realm Chapter 2. Possessing the invitation letter can go to the carnival city of the Abyssal Demon Realm, and a few of the great gods will be able to get there by following the northwestern direction. We did so mainly because we are a hybrid race of humans and demons, not recognized by the Abyssal Demon Realm, and have been ostracized since childhood. The Demon Blade Demon prostrated himself on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly, knocking down deep pits in the ground.
He now hoped to use his tragic life to make a few people let himself go.
You didn't lie to us, did you? Feng Jiawei's tone was indifferent.
Didn't dare to lie to you, great gods. This wasn't a secret in the first place, it's known by all demonic creatures. The Demon Blade Demon was so frightened that he shook his head in denial. The human mage possessed a location retrieval function, and didn't have the guts to do so himself.
Forbidden book, it's better for you to do the playing part, you look like a professional. Su Di used his eye of law to check the distance and found that there was indeed Carnival City. This kind of small matter, and you're still asking me to do it? The Black Forbidden Book couldn't help but roll its eyes. If it wasn't for these few demons scolding themselves, it wouldn't have even made a move just now. It's not good to make too much noise when you still don't understand what's going on in the demon realm. Feng Jiawei also suggested out from the side.
It wouldn't be too late to strike again in case there were still big monsters to follow.
Alright then, you guys go first, I like to play slowly by myself.
The Black Forbidden Book spoke helplessly when they saw the two of them speak.
Then you remember to catch up when the time comes. Su Di's mind moved, then he and Feng Jiawei set off first.
He knew that the second chance to see the Forbidden Book skills was sort of gone. When the two of them flew to the Carnival City in the distance, only the Forbidden Book and Demon Blade Demon were left present. The Demon Blade Demon's plea for forgiveness at this time was replaced with the Forbidden Book, and he kowtowed repeatedly to beg for forgiveness.
Do you know when the Demon King of your world appeared?
The Forbidden Book was in no hurry to kill the other party and asked indifferently. Once the demon world did not have a real lord was in a scene of group of heroes, and then I heard that all the strong men of the former demon world were killed by a mage, and then after a long period of time, the abyssal demon world appeared a strong man to unify the demon world to become the demon lord demon king. The demon man prostrated himself on the ground trembling in fear.
He realized that this book weapon in front of him had an even more terrifying aura than the human before. What does he look like? Black Forbidden Book asked immediately after.
How am I supposed to know this? A small character like me can't even meet the cadre of the Demon Lord.
The Demon Blade Demon shook its head vigorously to indicate that it wasn't sure.
That was all the information it knew in total.
All right. The Black Forbidden Book sighed deeply. This information was not enough for it to analyze anything. Just when the Demon Blade Demon thought it was going to survive, the Black Forbidden Book spoke icily. From now on, you will receive 10,000 times the pain, and you will have to chip away at your body parts little by little until you die. The words fell. The Demon Blade Demon trembled, followed by his body starting to move uncontrollably.
He used his demonic blade to slice away his body little by little continuously. Under the addition of 10,000 times the pain, the Demon Blade Demon let out a mournful and incomparable wail. The healing effect of his physique slowly began to recover again at this time. The Demon Blade Demon was in so much pain that his face twisted into a ball. The shouts of immense pain were so loud that even his voice was muffled, but he still couldn't stop. The Demon Blade Demon now regretted not dying earlier, and now he was going to be tormented by pain forever. As the Forbidden Book said, he was going to keep carrying out this order until he died. The Black Magic Forbidden Book did all this. Only then was it ready to rush back to the Abyssal Carnival City. This was the bustling city where all Fae with invitations would all be able to come. It was rumored that this city would hold a carnival party every 7 days. People came and went at the city gates, and besides the many humans who came to the demon realm as guests, there were also quite a few foreign races coming in and out. For example, elves, dwarves, shamans, and other creatures entered and left. Humans with less than 5 turns of strength are not allowed to enter. 2 heavy armored city guard soldiers crossed their long axes on the left and right, stopping Su Ri and Feng Jiawei. It was as if they were a mass of air wearing armor, unable to see their faces and bodies. The 2 appraisal techniques could not view the information of the 2, so they were judged based on the equipment they were wearing.
We have an invitation,
Feng Jiawei said as she raised the invitation in her hand.
She and Su Di were still wearing Turn 4 equipment because they were upgrading quickly.
The magic realm belonged to an otherworldly space, and they couldn't use amethyst coins to purchase Turn 5 equipment in the magic realm. Now that the road was blocked, it was hard not to waste time and go find a Turn 5 level monster to wear an equipment. I don't care if you have an invitation or not, our most basic condition for entering the city here is to look at strength first. We're not here for any cat or dog to come in. The 2 armored soldiers guarding the city opened their mouths with a light heckle. The action of blocking the road caused many Fae to attract sideways glances. After all, to be able to come to the abyssal demon realm with a strength starting at the 5th turn, it was the first time they had seen such an insensitive one. Do you want to take a closer look? Who gave her the invitation? Su Di spoke slowly from the side with his hands on his chest. He estimated that these 2 city guards had not seen a Heavenly Dao level invitation. You guys are just wearing a 4th turn equipment, what invitation letter can you still have? The city guard soldiers were responding impatiently. A brilliant purple light instantly came out of the city. The violent strong wind blew everyone around in place several times. I didn't expect Blue Star's honored guests to come so quickly.
A fat purple monster whose head and face resembled a pot of greed arrived at the scene. The lower half of his body was shaped like a human with a big belly, but he was richly dressed and wore all the expensive jewelry. The fat monster looked at the invitation in Feng Jiawei's hand and smiled joyfully, revealing 2 rows of jeweled teeth, his eyes narrowing to a slit. Lord Saifu Hao. The 2 city guard soldiers fell to their knees and kowtowed to each other in a hurry. The fat monster named Saifu Hao was one of the famous aristocrats in the demon world. People invited over by Lord Tendo dare to block the road. If it wasn't for me always keeping an eye on the city gates lately, you guys would have almost offended your honored guests. Saifu Hao had a serious expression as he sternly reprimanded the 2. He immediately turned around to look at the 2 with a face full of flattery, as if he was deliberately trying to curry favor. I heard earlier that Lord Heaven's Path sent an invitation to the Blue Star humans, and if you can come now, then you're our Carnival City's honored guest, and I'll pay for all your food and lodging here. Saifu Hao rubbed his hands together and grandly made an inviting gesture to Feng Jiawei. What about me? Su Di laughed lightly as he took out his own invitation from the side. Saifu Hao stretched his neck to cast an appraisal spell on the invitation, and what was on it immediately afterward caused him to catch his breath. Lord! The Lord's invitation! Saifu Hao's legs went limp and he fell to his knees, opening his arms wide and wanting to hug Su Di's thighs, but he was afraid of offending the other party. The eyes of the foreigners who were present on the sidelines widened. They couldn't believe that a human had gotten the first ever invitation to the Demon King. This time you can always enter the city, right? Su Di retrieved the invitation and spoke indifferently. The 2 soldiers guarding the city were trembling in fear and did not dare to say anything more. In their hearts, they could not cry. They usually met invitations from nobles at the top of the day. They had never seen invitations issued by the Heavenly Tao or even the Demon Lord. It's possible to enter the city, but the 2 of you don't need to move personally. Saifu Hao clapped his hands, followed by a thunderous sound resounding in the air. A dozen or so black Qilin-like beasts pulled the golden carriage and landed on the ground with the momentum of wind and thunder, just as if it had become a royal-level treatment. Please get on the car first. This time I will be responsible for entertaining the 2 of you. Saifu Hao smiled unabated and invited the 2 to get on the car. This invitation, the privilege is really not bad. Feng Jiawei was shocked at the level of treatment she received after getting on the car. She predicted that this had something to do with the Demon King invitation. After all, Saifu Hao didn't intend to make such a big show in the first place. Using this Demon King invitation, I wonder if I can go see the Abyssal Demon Lord himself. Su Di thought in his heart after getting on the car. The function of this invitation was no longer like an existence that one's parents could get. Just as the vehicle departed for departure, Saifu Hao clapped his hands and summoned another group of shadow soldier henchmen. Go, invite the best chimera from the 10 main cities nearby, 100, no, 1,000 chimera. Saifu Hao, head covered in jewels.